You, a barely known entertainer who just got terminated from your contract, actually drew the most down-to-earth profession in the entire network: construction worker. While other contestants became game testers or food critics, you were hauling 3 bags of cement up to the 8th floor at lightning speed, leaving even the foreman staring at you in shock, his gaze shifting from disdain to terror. Is this kid really not a donkey stolen from a production team? Little did they know, you had awakened the hidden stamina of a transmigrator, moving bricks 3 times faster than an excavator. The professional challenge show was set to begin recording in 20 minutes, and all contestants were asked to prepare for their appearance. A broadcast echoed through the lounge. Sitting on the sofa, you looked around with a dazed expression. To earn some living expenses, you had signed up for this live stream show, where participants experienced a different profession each day. No pressure for someone who had nearly starved to death. Just then, a female staff member entered the lounge to fetch you. Upon seeing you, she froze for a moment, so handsome. She had seen you on the show before, but never realized you were this attractive. The show was about to start, you smiled politely, making her heart race as she hurriedly led the way, not daring to look back at you again. On the set, contestants stood in formation while the host introduced them. You glanced around: 30 participants in total, most of them well-known influencers, while the rest were minor celebrities like yourself, barely clinging to the fringes of the entertainment industry. A-list stars would never join such a show, only discarded small-timers like you and fame-hungry influencers would sign up. After taking the stage, the host briefly introduced each contestant before distributing smartphones and live streaming equipment. The profession each contestant would challenge that day had to be drawn via the show's dedicated app, which included every conceivable occupation in the nation. Nothing was left out. After setting up your live streaming gear, you went live, and within moments, a flood of viewers poured into your channel. Scanning the barrage of comments, you couldn't help but twitch your lips. Hello everyone, it's time to draw today's challenge. Brothers, pray I get a decent job. You opened the app and tapped the poop yellow button. On the screen, profession names whirled rapidly before gradually slowing down, finally landing on one: construction worker. The professions drawn by each contestant simultaneously appeared on the large screen at the venue. You glanced at the professions drawn by the other contestants. Out of 29 participants, the worst one had only drawn hotel waiter. You really wanted to ask if you could redraw, but before you could even voice the question, the shit yellow start button on your phone had already turned into a hopeless gray. The live stream fell silent for just a moment before the barrage of comments started rolling again. How unlucky do you have to be to draw construction laborer as your profession? When others say moving bricks, it's a metaphor. Only this streamer is literally moving bricks. So envious of that guy who drew porn content reviewer. Go ahead and rush, buddy. In the end, you're the one who'll suffer. You sighed. Although the profession you drew was a bit of a trap, you quickly accepted the outcome. Amidst the teasing from the live stream audience, you arrived at a small construction site arranged by the show's crew. After some back and forth with the site supervisor, who kept glancing at you with a sly smile, you inexplicably felt a dull ache in your kidneys. Many viewers in the live stream shared the same uneasy feeling. The expressions on those two guys reminded me of Brother Jia. Chrysanthemums wither, scattered in sorrow. Streamer, run. Those two guys are planning to sell you to northern Myanmar. Can anyone relate? The streamer joined a show and almost lost his pants. After reaching an agreement, the foreman briefed you on the precautions and safety knowledge before leading you to a pile of cement and sand. The foreman looked at you with a harmless smile and said, "Buddy, our conditions here are limited, so a lot of the work has to be done manually. Your task now is to carry these cement and sand materials to the construction site on the 8th floor." He patted you lightly on the shoulder and added, "Work hard, and I'll treat you to a chicken drumstick at lunch." With that, the foreman walked away with an air of indifference. Hearing the foreman's words, the viewers were somewhat incredulous. Brothers, did I hear that wrong? Moving up to the 8th floor? I was wondering what the show crew was chatting about with the contractor that made them laugh so creepily. Turns out they were setting him up here. The show crew is too evil. You paid no attention to the live chat comments. First, you lifted a bag of cement to gauge its weight, then proceeded to pick up the pre-packed sand and stones nearby. The viewers in the stream, seeing your actions, understood you were testing the weight and unanimously advised you to carry just one bag at a time, warning that if you hurt your back, your future girlfriend wouldn't be happy. Yet you suddenly flashed an Anya-like smile, took a deep breath, grabbed 3 bags of cement with your right hand, casually lifted 2 bags of sand with your left, and strode lightly toward the stairs. Reaching the stairwell, you broke into a sprint effortless as walking on flat ground. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room was first quiet for a few seconds. Then the pop-ups were like a flood. Chapter 2. Critters. Inema, Anchor Livestock. Can someone tell me how much a bag of cement weighs? I just got back from Dumiao. A bag of cement is 100 pounds. The anchor of this trip is at least 400 pounds. Is the anchor still a human being? Moving up 3 packages of cement and 2 packages of sand, actually still able to run up the stairs? Up fierce, actually saw the anchor, carrying 400 pounds of cement running up the stairs. Fake, one look and you know it's a program effect. Standing post for proof. If this is true, I'll stand upside down and eat shang. My house is nearby, I can go over and confirm it. Go upstairs, I'm waiting to see the upside down eating of shang. There's still a discussion in the live room about whether that cement sand is real or not. Lin Shu, on his side, had already run to the 8th floor in one breath. And the time, just less than 20 seconds had passed. The workers waiting for materials on the 8th floor were all confused when they saw a handsome boy running and carrying 3 packages of cement and 2 packages of sand. The way they looked at Lin Shu was like seeing a monster. Master, where do I put these? Lin Shu asked lightly, even his breathing was calm and smooth. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the master who was asked finally came back to his senses. Just put it over there. Master pointed to a place. Lin Shu walked over and put down the cement sand. Then hoofed it downstairs. Several master workers looked at each other. If it were not for the bags of cement sand still there, they thought they were blind and hallucinating. Several workers got up and came to those bags of cement. Trying to lift the cement, they lifted the sand again. They could be sure at this point that the cement and sand were the same ones they usually moved. Good lord, a bag of cement is 100 pounds. 3 bags of cement and 2 bags of sand at a time. Who would have believed that this was done by a young man in his early 20s if he had not seen it with his own eyes? This adds up to at least 400 or 500 pounds. There are 2 workers here who can carry such a weight. But they can only carry it, even if they have to walk a few meters. Also have to be careful, step by step slowly walk up. Then look at that handsome boy, it seems to be running up here, right, still like nothing. Just then, footsteps came again from the direction of the door. The crowd turned around and looked, only to see the handsome young man coming up again carrying cement and sand. This time he carried 4 bags of cement and 3 bags of sand. The 3 views of the workers and masters were turned upside down. How long has he only been down there? A minute? He's back up again. It's an animal. Is this a human thing? Look at him, he's not even blushing. If you didn't know, you'd think he was just holding a couple of balloons. Even holding the balloons and running 2 trips to the 8th floor would be hard enough, right? The psychological changes in the workers' masters were not known to Lin Shu. He put down the cement sand in his hands and turned around. Repeating the round trip 4 times, the workers were nonplussed. When Lin Shu moved the cement up again, one of the workers couldn't help but speak. Young man, do you want to take a break? It's easy for you to get hurt running like that. Lin Shu patted the dust on his body and revealed a confident smile. I'm fine, these are nothing to me. Master worker. Listen. Do people talk? Meanwhile, not to be outdone are the show's crew. Chen Yu, as the general director of the program, had been roaming around the various live broadcasts. Ever since he saw Lin Shu draw the occupation of moving bricks, Chen Yu hadn't paid much attention to him. In his opinion, brick moving had little programmatic effect. It wasn't until a few minutes ago that Lin Shu's live room was suddenly flooded with a large number of viewers. Such a movement was quickly detected by Chen Yu. Curious, he clicked into Lin Shu's live streaming room. When he saw Lin Shu carrying several bags of cement and sand, he ran up to the 8th floor as if he were flying. The water he had just drank into his mouth spurted out violently. This Nima. Lingbo Weibu? Step on the snow? Floating on water? Or on the grass? Cough cough. After slowing down, Chen Yu hurriedly said to his men. Quickly, everyone go to Lin Shu's live broadcast room. At first, everyone still didn't know why the director was so excited. However, when they clicked into Lin Shu's live broadcast, their reactions were almost the same as Chen Yu's. Isn't he a small star? Is this something a star could do? Chen Yu looked at Lin Shu in the live broadcast like he was seeing livestock. Quick, add a push to Lin Shu's live broadcasting room. Lin Shu did not know that his video of moving bricks had already been edited and sent to Shake Shack by some water friends, and in just half an hour, it rushed to the top of the hot search. After 10 trips back and forth, the cement sandstone placed downstairs has been moved to the 8th floor by Lin Shu. After the last trip to move upstairs, Lin Shu realized that the worker's master, look at his eyes are strange. Is there something on my face? Lin Shu thought to himself. How could he have thought that what the several master workers were now thinking in their minds were only 3 words? Livestock ah. The donkeys of the production team wouldn't dare to build them like this. After moving the cement, Lin Shu was suddenly idle. Master, is there anything else I can help you with? Several master workers shook their heads. Seeing the situation, Lin Shu had to go to that contractor. After going downstairs, he headed towards the house where the contractor was. At that moment, not far ahead, there was a large truck that was unloading 2 rings of steel coils. For this kind of large machinery, excavators, bulldozers, etc., many boys like. Lin Shu was no exception, so he stopped and watched the steel coils being unloaded. During this time, he also chatted with his water friends in the live broadcast room. Just as the second coil of steel was being hoisted up and ready to be lowered, an accident occurred. The steel cable securing the steel coil suddenly broke loose. Boom! A dull sound. The steel coil fell to the ground and slowly rolled up toward the front. Not far in front of the steel roll, there was a large pit more than 2 meters deep. At this time, there are several workers in the pit below the operation. At this point in time, it was too late to evacuate them all, even if they were reminded. Once the steel coil rolled down, the consequences would be unimaginable. This sudden change, the people present are still in a daze. Some of those who reacted fast enough couldn't do much now. Could only watch. System, with my current physical strength, can I push that coil of steel? Calculated by the system, the answer is no. What then? We can't just watch the people below die, can we? Detected that the host has the heart to save people, rewarded with a limited time experience of the body of steel, counting down to 3 minutes. In a flash, Lin Shu felt that an unrivaled strength filled his entire body. Without time to feel it carefully, Lin Shu charged straight up. Looking at the steel coil that was close at hand, Lin Shu's face was grave. Whether he lived or died now depended on whether the cylinder gave a damn or not. Lin Shu no longer hesitated and took a deep breath. With his feet on the ground, he stretched out his hands to death to hold on to the rolling over steel coil. When his hands touched the steel coil, a huge force instantly came. Lin Shu clenched his silver teeth and supported the steel coil to the death. As a matter of fact, the steel roll was not rolling fast. But the weight of a steel roll is counted in tons to start with. This coil is at least 30 tons. Most of all, the force of pushing a static steel coil is not at all the same order of magnitude as forcing a steel coil to stop while it is rolling. In order to force this 30-ton steel coil to stop, Lin Shu had already exerted his entire body's strength. Just like that, it still slid backward by more than 2 meters. Less than 2 steps back was the large pit. At this time and the following operation of the workers are still not aware of, they have been in the ghost gate walked a time. Seeing the steel coil stopped, the workers in shock finally came back to God. Quick, everyone go help, the crane truck move the boom over. Chapter 3 of Shu doesn't give up, I would like to worship him as a righteous father. Program team. From the moment Lin Shu moved the cement earlier, Chen Yu had been following his live broadcast. When he saw that Lin Shu actually went up to block the steel coil, Chen Yu's soul flew out of his body, a human being on the first day of the program. The capitalist father behind the program will have to peel his skin off. Luckily, Lin Shu was fine in the end. After breathing a sigh of relief, Chen Yu immediately reacted. With a mortal body, he resisted tens of tons of steel coils. What a gimmick that is. Thinking of this, he immediately arranged for the people under his hand to edit Lin Shu's performance just now and send it out. Soon, the internet caused a hot debate. This is a nasty fake, right? Is it some theater group filming? It's true, this site is near my house. Are you kidding? A steel coil is at least 20 to 30 tons. That's right, not to mention the moving state, even in a static situation, not many people can push it. People nowadays really dare to fake anything for the sake of traffic. What faking? This is a live broadcast of a career challenge program. It's true, I was at the live broadcast and watched the whole thing. I went to check it out, and that guy seems to still be a star. Are you sure he's a star? And not an ape? Countless melon-eating netizens flocked to the scene. Lin Shu's live broadcast room flooded with tens of thousands of people in just 10 minutes. At this time, sight. With the help of a group of master workers, the steel coils were quickly removed. Lin Shu became a celebrity in the construction site at once. The master workers who were working under the big pit were all grateful to Lin Shu after learning what happened. After being thanked, Lin Shu was able to get away. Inside the restroom, Lin Shu had wanted to find the contractor and ask what other work he needed him to do. It's just that Lin Shu didn't realize that he had just saved more than just a few workers' lives. At the same time, he also saved the life of the contractor. Once a person is killed on the construction site, he, the person in charge, will have to bear the main responsibility. He may have to step on a sewing machine for the rest of his life. It's okay. Luckily there's Lin Shu. Now Lin Shu was simply more affectionate than his own father in the eyes of the contractor. At this time, he hated to say this sentence. If Shu doesn't give up, I would like to worship him as a righteous father. Seeing the packer with a fawning expression, Lin Shu suddenly rose a chill of evil. Ahem, I just came over to ask what else needs to be done after the cement is moved. The contractor was stunned. How long has it been? And it's finished moving. But on second thought, with Lin Shu's feet just now, moving a few bags of cement and sand wasn't an easy task. Only, where else could he let Lin Shu go to work now? He couldn't even wait to offer Lin Shu up. After thinking about it, the contractor made a decision. Brother Lin, why don't you be the supervisor at the site? Lin Shu? Good guy. In just 1 hour, the address changed from Big Brother to Lin. From a bricklayer to a supervisor. At this time, the contractor suddenly remembered that Lin Shu was participating in the program, so he changed his words. How about this? You can do whatever you want, and you can pick any job you want. Lin Shu. Coming out of the restroom, Lin Shu returned to the construction site. After what happened just now, no matter where Lin Shu went, those master workers would call out, "Hello Lin." This it all made Lin Shu embarrassed. That's not all. Sometimes when Lin Shu went up to help, they were still dead set against it. Those who didn't know thought he was being ostracized. Lin Shu really had no choice but to say to those master workers, "Will you let me do it? If you don't let me do it, I'll be angry." The workers have never seen this situation, so they had to let Lin Shu help tie up the steel bars. Seeing this situation, it can make the water friends in the live broadcast room happy. "Ha, look at the anchor. Do you guys look like an isolated kid in kindergarten? Anchor, please, let me help, even if you add money. Anchor, you're on fire? Everyone calls you the site war god." In ancient times, there was a king who lifted the tripod, but now there is a god of war who blocks steel rolls. Anchor, run quickly, or else be caught by the authorities to slice and study. Authorities, on their way. In the opinion of the master workers, tying steel bars is not very tiring compared to other jobs, and there is nothing wrong with trying to touch the fish. Burning goose. Lin Shu ties up steel bands as if they were rubber bands. The master worker next to him still needs to take the pliers and tighten the steel wire with force. Looking at Lin Shu again, he directly screwed it by hand. A master worker tried to remind Lin Shu that screwing by hand was not secure. But when he got his own hands on it, he went to twist the rebar that Lin Shu had twisted. He then realized that it could not be twisted at all, and he used the pliers to twist it again. This time, he was able to twist it, but it was still a struggle. At this point, the master worker had only 3 words in mind. "Oh, animal." The master laborer is not the only one who thinks this way. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all speculating whether Lin Shu would be a future technology, a superhuman. Just like that, Lin Shu worked at the construction site for a morning. After lunch, Lin Shu once again came to the construction site. There was a 1-hour break at noon. The site is quiet now. Lin Shu then wanted to take advantage of the fact that no one was at the construction site to quietly go and drive the excavator. Just as he walked to an inconspicuous corner, there were 2 people sneaking around not far away, not knowing what they were doing. Lin Shu hid and watched in curiosity. Only to see those 2 men, from the shelter on the side, drag out several large bags and carry them to a van. From the way they were carrying them, it was clear that the bags were loaded with heavy objects. At this time, the water friends in the live broadcast room also saw this scene. These 2 are sneaky, they can't be thieves, right? Guess what's inside? It's not supposed to be a corpse, is it? I'm guessing there's either copper wire or steel inside. This stuff is old and expensive. Anchor, call the police and get them. Lin Shu had also realized that something was wrong. These 2 were looking left and right from time to time, looking like thieves. But where is the master of the site? Where is the need for such a doggy goon? Then again, Lin Shu slipped around the site in the morning. Almost every worker master he has played a photo. It was certain that there were no these 2. After making sure, Lin Shu first took a clear picture of these 2 people, and then took a clear picture of their license plate number. Just when the water friends in the live broadcast room thought that Lin Shu was ready to come to a man to be caught, and then a justice trial. Lin Shu, however, sneaked away. Straight away? Wang Delpha? What do you mean, it's over? I thought the anchor was about to start acting up when he actually ran away. I'm all ready with peanuts and melon seeds and small beer, and you actually shriveled up? Can you do it, Shigu? Refund. Seeing the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Lin Shu had to explain. Brothers, in the future, when you encounter a situation like this, don't take the risk of going up and obstructing it. You don't know how many people are actually on the other side, and you don't know if the other side, fearing that the matter will be exposed, will do something to silence them. The best thing to do is to take pictures of the evidence and then call the police to deal with it while ensuring your own safety. By doing so, you're not afraid that those people will retaliate against you when they come out. After hearing Lin Shu's explanation, the water users in the live broadcast room also came to a realization. I was taught a lesson by the anchor today. That said, with the anchor's force value, as long as they don't have DDDD, they can't even hurt him, right? One punch from the anchor can send them to meet the Teiyukai. Jurisdictional police stations. Captain Lu Kong just finished lunch. At this time he was reading information in his office. There had been several cases of theft recently, and the amount of money involved was quite large. It's been half a month and no arrests have been made, and the authorities have been pressing. It puts a lot of pressure on him. Just then, a young female police officer hurried in. Lu team, look at this live feed. Lu Kong frowned. Xiao Shui, playing with cell phones is prohibited during working hours. You're knowingly violating the law. You might as well read the dossier more if you have this time. Shen Shui didn't even have time to finish her sentence before she was criticized by Lu team. But she didn't have time to explain too much right now. Team Lu, you can watch this video afterward. Lu Kong knew very well that Chen Shui usually did things reliably. Now that she insisted on letting him watch the video, it meant that there was something wrong with this video. He had to take Hao's cell phone and watch the video that was playing. What was playing on the phone at this time was exactly the image of those 2 dog goons, moving things in Lin Shu's live broadcast. As an old police officer, he could tell at a glance that these 2 guys were just stealing things. After a while, the camera zoomed in, and the appearance of the two thieves was clearly visible. When he saw the two men clearly, Liu Kang's spirit was lifted. It's these two guys. Chapter 4 Technician 66 at your service. Lin Shu quickly returned to the restroom. Before she even entered, she heard earth-shattering snores from inside. After entering the house, Lin Shu went up and called the contractor several times, but he did not respond. Nice guy. That's quality sleep, no kidding. I guess he doesn't even know it when we get him in the car and send him to Main now. Lin Shu pulled up his ears. It's on fire. Your daughter-in-law ran away with someone. The King of Heaven covers the earth. I don't have a K. Technician 66 at your service. The contractor came to his senses with a jolt. Here we go, press the legs first. Lin Shu? Live stream? Ha 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 ha. God ing came to press the legs first. This reaction, bull beep. Ha, the anchor knows how to wake up. I have a friend, his girlfriend broke up with him, he didn't cry, the 16th mechanic quit, he cried all night. That friend you're talking about upstairs, that wouldn't be yourself, funny JPG. A friend without a center. That's a good idea, I'll try my boyfriend next time. Upstairs girl is not necessary, just say straight out if you want to break up. Inside the lounge. The two men stared at each other, wide-eyed. Ahem. Brother Lin is here, can I get you something to drink? An ice-cold Coke? You're welcome. Lin Shu had forgotten what he was here for. After looking at the live broadcast, he remembered things. This was no time for Coke. He had to confirm with the contractor first that the two men were not psych masters. Cola's matter will be discussed later, take a look at these two people first, do you recognize them? The contractor rubbed his eyes and came to Lin Shu. When he saw those two doggy wimpy guys, he was already sure that he didn't recognize those two. Then he looked at the setting, the bag. A sense of familiarity lingered. I don't recognize these two, but these bags are quite familiar. Lin Shu gave him a strange look. I was just passing by that construction building back there when I saw these two guys moving something, and when I saw them looking like dog goons, I filmed it. Now the contractor finally came to his senses fully. Inema, these two pussies are stealing from my land. After determining that he didn't recognize them, Lin Shu hurriedly dialed the police. Told the police about the matter, as well as the characteristics of those two people, license plate numbers, and so on. Before Lin Shu could finish reporting to the police, the contractor had already rushed out. When Lin Shu hung up the phone and walked out the door, he only saw the foreman with a dozen or so master workers, heading towards the construction building site in great numbers. Each of them was holding a dick in their hands. This battle, if the two thieves were caught in the act, they would have to shed their skin if they didn't die. Unfortunately, by the time the contractors group arrived, they had already slipped away. The contractor, who hadn't captured anyone, walked back cursing. Only when he returned to the office did Lin Shu tell him about calling the police. Half an hour later, Lin Shu received a call from the police station. The content was that the two thieves had been apprehended. Lin Shu was really surprised that the polices were so forceful. The case was solved in half an hour. Hanging up the phone, Lin Shu took the good news and told the contractor about it. Hearing Lin Shu finish, the guy ran out. In less than 2 minutes, a big G was parked in front of the lounge. Ringo, get in. Lin Shu, this your car? Contractor, yes. It's too late to explain, get in the car first. Lin Shu. The precinct police station is not too far from the construction site, and it's only a 10-minute trip if you're not stuck in traffic. Learning of Lin Shu's two arrivals, Liu Kang specially came over to greet them. I'm the captain of the precinct police station, Liu Kang. Liu Kang gave the two men a salute. Hello, Liu team. The two politely returned the salute. Liu Kang smiled and nodded, then looked at Lin Shu. First of all, thank you very much for Lin Shu's help. If it wasn't for the video you took during the live broadcast, provided us with enough evidence clues, we wouldn't have apprehended them so quickly. Then again, the method of reporting to the police that you popularized during the live broadcast is very correct and is good educational content. Subsequently, Lin Shu learned that the original two thieves, but also more than this time to commit crimes. There were several previous cases, all related to them. When Lin Shu hadn't called the police yet, the Liu team had already taken people out to make arrests. As for why the two thieves were able to enter the construction site, according to the person in question, they made a delivery under false pretenses. And then spend some money to buy the door security, eliminating the process of going out to check. 10 minutes later, Lin Shu and the two of them had already made their statements. Liu Kang took out an envelope from his office. Lin Shu, as a token of appreciation, we've prepared a $500 bonus for you. There's a bonus to get? Lin Shu was happy. It was supposed to be a casual video, a casual police report. I didn't expect to get a bonus for this. Seeing Lin Shu receive a $500 bonus, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room began to roll again. Anchor, the one who sees it gets it out. Put. More than 100,000 viewers in the live room, $500 is not enough to share. Let the anchor buy 1,000 lollipops and have one person lick them, it should be enough. Vomit wow. Disgusting heart upstairs. You guys don't give brush gifts even if it's not enough, but you're also thinking about this bonus of the anchor. All the other contestants are still working, only Lin Shu is drinking coffee at the police station. The anchor won hemp. That said, $500 is enough for a fast food meal. What fast food costs $500 so much? Upstairs brother, I think you're the one who knows the most. I really don't know, and by the way, I'm female. So it's Missy. Missy, I'm telling you, it's abalone fast food. No, you can drive on this Thai road? Seeing that the statement was done, the contractor hurriedly asked Lu Team. Lu Team, since the person has been caught and returned, can the thing stolen from my construction site be taken away? Lu Team nodded, no problem, you can take it away once you sign the papers. From the police station back to the construction site, it was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Because of the live broadcast, Lin Shu continued the business of tying steel bars. The rebar that originally took 2 days to finish tying, with Lin Shu's addition, it only took less than a day to finish tying. The workers and masters who were tying the steel bars together with Lin Shu were secretly relieved. Fortunately, this animal was only a temporary laborer, otherwise they would all have to be laid off. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. End of the day. Lin Shu's live broadcast for today also came to an end. After work, Lin Shu had wanted to leave directly. But he was dragged by a group of master workers who had to treat him to a meal to express their gratitude. Especially the few workers in the big pit were close to carrying Lin Shu around. The hospitality was overwhelming, so Lin Shu had no choice but to accompany them. He found a restaurant near the construction site. During the meeting, Lin Shu drank a lot of beer and white. Fortunately, after his body was transformed by the system, his drinking capacity was also improved. Otherwise, with just a dozen of them, each toasting a cup, Lin Shu would already be lying down. Wine over 3 rounds, food over 5 flavors. One of the master workers operating in the big pit took out a red envelope from the bag he was carrying and handed it to Lin Shu. Brother Lin, a few of our lives were saved by you. This is a little token of appreciation from a few of us. I hope you'll accept it. Looking at this big red packet, giving Lin Shu the whole won't. This group of simple handsy, also too real. It reminded Lin Shu of his father who had passed away in the original world. He had, at one time, also been a construction site worker. Lin Shu's nose was sore, picked up the wine glass, don't say anything, it's all in the wine. 1 hour later. The crowd had pretty much drank their fill. Before leaving, Lin Shu secretly put the red envelope, put it back into that worker master's bag. After going home to wash up, lying in bed, this time Lin Shu realized that the contractor sent him a message. Brother Lin, today, no matter whether it is the matter of saving people in the morning or the matter of calling the police in the afternoon, you have saved me from the fire. I'm grateful for your help, and I'll never excuse myself if there's anything I need to do in the future. Also, send me your card number and I'll transfer today's paycheck to you. By the way, when you're free, I'll take you to 66 to talk about life. Funny JPG. Seeing the end, Lin Shu was stunned. What's 66? Is chatting a proper chat? I'm still a kid. Ahem. I wonder if this 66 will be 18. Lin Shu then sent the card number over. And sent an Anya smile emoticon. Putting my phone down, a wave of sleepiness hit me. Lin Shu quickly entered dreamland. Just shortly after Lin Shu fell asleep, she received an incoming message of $500,000 on her cell phone. Early the next morning, Lin Shu got up and washed up, opening the system panel in the process. I haven't signed in today, do I sign in immediately? Sign in. Congratulations to the host, signing in is successful. Reward, top-notch knife skills. The system tone fell, and countless knowledge and experiences about using a sword were imprinted into Lin Shu's mind. Lin Shu picked up a fruit knife, and at this moment, this fruit knife was like a part of his body. It was easy to play with. It's cool. If it was in ancient times, it would be a proper martial arts master. The problem is, this is a civilized society. What's the point of having this sword if I'm not born at the right time? Forget it. Lin Shu stopped thinking about it and opened the live broadcast. The water friends who had long been waiting in the live broadcast room, all of a sudden boiled up. In an instant, the pop-ups rolled wildly. Lin Shu also did not expect that just after opening the live broadcast, there are already tens of thousands of water friends pups wailing. Brothers morning I first draw a profession. Hopefully a good job comes today and not like yesterday's. With that, Lin Shu opened the app and pressed the yellow start button. Under the witness of tens of thousands of water friends, a few big words were left on the screen. Pork vendor. Lin Shu. Chapter 5, Yo, Team Lu came to buy groceries. Green veins popped up on Lin Shu's brain. What the hell is a pork stall owner? Do you have to be so grounded? I'm a star at least. Don't I have to lose face? Looking at Lin Shu's suffocated appearance, the live broadcast room was instantly joyful. Ha ha ha, yesterday to move bricks, today to the food market. Just came back from the show's live broadcast, my brother Lin is still the prettiest cub. The god of war returned, found that life is not easy, a phone call, 100,000 generals a person to put together a piece to help him support the pork stall. Haha, upstairs is the one who understands the god of war text. Looking at the flirting of the water friends in the live broadcast room, Lin Shu was furious. Solely not to care about the live broadcast room. Not a moment later, the program sent a locator. Lin Shu opened it and saw that the address on it was the East Street Vegetable Market. Lin Shu didn't delay any longer and directly took a taxi to the East Street Food Market. Just as she got off the bus, she saw the staff of the program. Under his leadership, Lin Shu came to a pork stall. After greeting the stall owner, the staff pulled the stall owner to the side, discussing something. During this time, the two looked at Lin Shu, occasionally shaking their heads and occasionally nodding their heads. In the end, the two reached an agreement, and when they looked at Lin Shu, they both revealed a meaningful smile. Lin Shu? This smile, when the water friends saw it, they all called out that there was a fraud in this room. Do you guys feel that this image is déjà vu? When we first arrived at the construction site yesterday, the program team and the contractor also had this expression. Frog with a heart of gold, keeps touching in eye belly. The crew must not have been holding their farts. Not a moment later, the pork stall owner returned to Lin Shu. Young man, let me tell you the price of each part of the pork first. If you're afraid you'll forget, write it down on your cell phone memo. Lin Shu waved her hand. It's fine, just say it straight, I'll remember it. The stall owner hemmed and hawed. Then you remember, ribs 25, pork 18, front elbow 13, waist 26. That's the price, got it all memorized? Lin Shu nodded, remembered. Remembered, then you repeat it. The stall owner gave a crooked smile, a villainous look. Ribs 25, pancetta 18, front elbow 13, loin 26. Lin Shu repeated it word for word. Now the stall owner was confused. No, you're not a pork seller too, are you? Can you even remember this? Fellow travelers? Ahem, in that case, the booth is yours. After saying that, the stall owner threw his apron to Lin Shu, turned around and left. Walking inside the stall, Lin Shu looked at the three knives on the counter. A bone chopping knife, a meat cutting knife, and a boning knife. Lin Shu first tried the blades of a few knives. Although they were all already sharp, it was still almost interesting for Lin Shu. But there was no time to polish them now, so they could only make do. Not long after, an aunt, who looked to be in her 50s, walked up to the stall. Isn't this stall Old Wang's? Where did Old Wang go? Seeing someone coming forward, Lin Shu hurriedly got up. Brother Wang has something to do today, I'll help watch for the day. Big sister buying meat? It's cheap for you. Hearing Lin Shu call her big sister, Auntie instantly smiled with joy. At her age, everyone else who saw her called her auntie. Rarely today someone called her big sister, and this young man is also quite handsome. Ayo, young man's mouth is really sweet, how do you sell the ribs today? Ribs 25, sister, see how much you want. Good, then get me these two. Lin Shu moved very quickly and cut the two ribs that auntie said she wanted. Big sister, I'll just stop by and chop up the ribs for you, so you won't have to bother going home. Hearing Lin Shu say she'd help chop it up, auntie smiled even more happily. At the pork stalls over here, if the buyer doesn't say they want to chop it up, the stall owner won't even take the initiative to help. The more auntie looked at Lin Shu, the more she felt that this young man was nice. Chopped and packed on the scale, in one fell swoop, the action can be described as flowing. Big sister, $35 8, wipe a zero, give 35 on the line. Young man really knows how to do business. No sooner had the aunt left than someone came up to buy the meat. When the water friends saw the skillful appearance of Lin Shu, one of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Inema, you're saying this is how it should look for the first time. You guys, look at that knife, it's cutting out phantoms. That ribs are chopped so that every piece is the same length. It's like it was cut with a machine. Could it be, this is the long-lost leaning heavenly cut, with the dragon-slaying chop? Anchor shouldn't be some kind of rainy night butcher. Put. Watch less horror movies upstairs. Soon. Lin Shu's stall was spread by word of mouth by the big sisters and aunts who came to buy meat. That young man is so handsome. I'm telling you, he's really nice. Aya, the young man's mouth is very sweet. I've just asked, he's not seeing anyone yet. I'll call my granddaughter later. After the aunt's recommendation, Lin Shu's stall was already crowded with people. The other pork stall owners on the side couldn't help but see the scene with the corners of their eyes jumping wildly. This kid from nowhere actually doesn't speak of martial virtues. Chopping ribs, even if it's not enough, the pork is still sliced and shredded for people. Not to mention the slicing and shredding, this pussy also helps people chop meat patties. He also said that only hand-chopped meatloaf is delicious. Listen, is this a human thing? The pork stall owners on both sides of the street hated him but couldn't do anything about it. Inside the food market, the Lu team, dressed in civilian clothes, was buying food. It was a rare day off, so he planned to treat himself to a good meal in the kitchen himself. Just as Team Lu was planning to buy some pork, he saw from afar that one of the stalls was surrounded by people. With his years of experience in handling cases, his first thought was that someone had gotten into an argument with the stall owner. Lu Team rushed forward to understand the situation. But when he approached a few neighbors to inquire, when they learned the original cause of the matter, they all couldn't help but all feel curious. Approaching the stall, Lu Team felt that the stall owner's voice seemed a bit familiar. When he squeezed through the crowd and walked into the front of the stall, he froze when he saw the familiar appearance. Lin Shu? How is it you? Hearing someone call her name, Lin Shu didn't stop moving her hands and raised her head. Yo, Team Lu came to buy food? Did you buy pork? Want some? The pork is fresh today. Team Lu, I'm not in a hurry, you go ahead. Lin Shu, okay tell me if you see anything good. Lu Team didn't leave either, it just so happened that he was planning to buy some ribs, so he stood on the side and waited. However, as he took this look, he realized that Lin Shu's knife work was just too silky smooth. Without more than 2.5 years of practice hours, it was simply impossible to have such knife work. But the Lin Shu he had learned about was a star. This kid wouldn't have committed a crime, would he? He had to go back and check if he had a criminal record. Lin Shu also did not expect he properly sell pork, inexplicably was Lu Team to stare at. 5 minutes later, it was finally time to line up for Team Lu. Lu Team, do you see what you want to buy? Team Lu was about to open his mouth when he heard a panicked shriek from the back. Help! Murder! Chapter 6, I'm a good citizen. Hearing someone screaming for help, Team Lu quickly turned around and ran to where the commotion was occurring. A middle-aged male with disheveled hair and torn clothes at the chaos was holding a kitchen knife. His appearance was almost maniacal as he swung at the crowd. The food market was an instant mess. In no time at all, several people had already been hacked and fell to the ground with agonizing cries. The live broadcast room. Sharp Water friends quickly found the vegetable market is different. What's going on? I think I heard someone say murder. Yeah, I heard someone yelling for help too. Look, it seems like there's a madman with a kitchen knife chasing after someone. Holy, that knife is stained red. It couldn't be any theater group filming, could it? If it's filming a movie, it's too real. When the Lu Team saw the scene, the first thing they did was to tell people to evacuate and urge them to call the police quickly. And he persuaded the thugs while moving closer to the other side. Only the thugs didn't listen to persuasion at all, and when he saw the Lu Team pressing forward, a stern color flashed in his eyes, and he pulled up a person who was already injured and put the knife against his neck. Come on, if you take one more step, I'll kill him. You take it easy, I'll back off. For a moment Team Lu was helpless and could only take a few steps back. The situation was not well controlled now. We can only wait for our colleagues from the bureau to arrive, and for the time being, we have to find a way to stabilize him. Lu Team is thinking. At some point, there was one more person next to him, and the other person seemed to be eating something. Team Lu looked back and realized that it was Lin Shu. He was holding a bucket of potato chips in his hand, eating them with a chomp. Team Lu frowned. What are you still staying here for? It's dangerous, get out. Lin Shu did not leave, but looked in the direction of the thugs. Did you notice that the guy's hand with the knife kept shaking? What do you mean? Of course Team Lu knew this detail, he just didn't understand why Lin Shu was saying this. Lin Shu once again barred a mouthful of chips before speaking. If my guess is correct, this guy should have just finished snorting noodle do powder pin, but doesn't know what stimulated him to be like this. Hearing Lin Shu finish, Team Lu nodded. Judging from his many years of experience in handling cases, he agreed with what Lin Shu had said. What do you want to say? Team Lu asked. Lin Shu finished the last chip. I have a way to save that hostage, but I need your help. Tell me first, I'll see if it works. Lin Shu gave him a blank look, thinking in her heart, if I tell you, you won't cooperate. This way, you stand here first and don't move. After saying that, Lin Shu took a few steps to the right, distancing herself from Team Lu. The thug also noticed Lin Shu's movements, however, he just watched coldly. However, judging from his increasingly rapid breathing, as well as his hands that were shaking and getting bigger, he was still in the midst of violent exuberance. Team Lu didn't know what Lin Shu was up to and cast a questioning look. However, Lin Shu's next sentence almost broke Lu Team's defense. Tramp, he's a cop. Lin Shu pointed at Team Lu and yelled out. Then, Lin Shu looked in the direction of the thugs with a ferocious expression. Go said he's a cop, he wants to grab you, him. Lu Team? Thug? Hostage? Live streaming? Hearing the first sentence Lin Shu said, the thugs first froze. But when he saw Lin Shu's expression grimly uttered that sentence, Go said he is a cop, he wants to catch you, him. After that. Under the effect of flour, the gangster instantly hot blood, lose the last trace of sanity. Cops, you go J or cops, you deserve to die. The thug's eyes were red, and he pointed the knife on the hostage's neck, in the direction of the Lu Team. Lu Team's heart tightened at the sight. Secretly, it was not good. He didn't expect that Lin Shu would provoke the thugs in such a way. The situation was urgent, and he couldn't afford to think about it. Lu Team hard across, is about to rush up to the gangsters to die. Just as this thought rose, he saw something flash by. Then a sharp boning knife was already sticking out of the thug's knife-wielding lower arm. With a clang, the chopper in the thug's hand fell to the ground. Ah! The screams resounded throughout the food market. Perhaps it was the stimulating effect of the pain that sobered the thugs up a bit. He hastily let go of the hostage and quickly bent down to pick up the kitchen knife on the ground. Unfortunately, Lin Shu was watching every move he made. Just as he was about to touch the kitchen knife on the ground, Lin Shu flung his right hand, and another boning knife stuck into the thug's other small arm. Ah! The screams rang out again. The thugs now had a boning knife nailed to each of their hands. The excruciating pain caused him to fall to the ground, completely incapacitated. The Lu team rushed forward and took the hostage away. At that moment, a rush of footsteps came from the direction of the door. Lin Shu turned around to look. It was the police from the police station coming. There were also doctors and nurses following behind. Seeing that his colleagues had arrived, the Lu team began to direct the work at the scene. Professionals arrived, and what followed no longer had anything to do with Lin Shu. Just as he was about to return to the stall, he was stopped by Team Lu. Team Lu, is there anything else? Lin Shu asked curiously. Team Lu took out a pair of silver bracelets from his pocket and looked at Lin Shu with a leathery smile. The corner of Lin Shu's mouth twitched. Lu team, what are you doing? I'm a very good citizen. We just cooperated perfectly and subdued the robbers. Well, go on. Team Lu took it upon themselves to put on Lin Shu's silver bracelet. At this moment, Lin Shu had a whole black question mark face. No, you have to give me a reason, right? What did I do? If you don't make it clear, I'm going to file a complaint against you all. Team Lu nodded. Because you cursed me, and also, wounding someone with a knife. Lin Shu was anxious. Wait a minute, I scolded you, that wasn't to attract the thugs' attention? And I hurt the criminals, not the hostages? This should be considered as me seeing justice. The Lu team suddenly raised his face. Your approach is too extreme. The consequences of the slightest carelessness are unimaginable. Have you ever thought about that result? Lin Shu. Seeing Lin Shu defeated, a hint of pleasure flashed in the bottom of Team Lu's eyes. Let your kid mess around and call me a cop. I'll let you learn a lesson today. Well, take him back to get a statement and then let him back. Seeing Lin Shu put on the silver bracelet, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room have long been scrolling all over the screen. Ha ha ha, laugh not live family members, how the anchor did not expect, for the first time in his life, to wear a silver bracelet because of the courage to see justice. The god of war saw the injustice, pulled out the knife to help, and finally wore a brand new silver bracelet. Anchor Bull beat. The program started 2 days, both days into the bureau to drink tea. A song of iron window tears to the anchor. The anchor's flying dagger fling is too accurate. That's right, I didn't even see how he threw the knife. That said, if the anchor goes in, will the program not be able to participate? Actually, no, you can have the anchor sing, dance, rap, and play basketball live inside. I wonder if the anchor will run into Big Bull Wide Noodle if he goes in. I haven't heard from him in a long time. Chapter 7, Why aren't you done yet? The precinct police station. After Lin Shu came back with the Lu team, she simply made a statement. Then they were told that they could leave. In fact, on the car ride back to the station, the silver bracelet on Lin Shu's hand had already been untied. It was only then that he realized that the Lu team was scaring him just now. Phew! Standing at the entrance of the bureau, Lin Shu stretched his back. Then turned the live broadcast back on. Brothers, I Hu Han. Cough, I'm back. Just now, when making a statement, there are some issues that are not convenient to publicize. Can only temporarily close the live broadcast. And during the time that the live broadcast was blacked out, the water users were speculating whether Lin Shu would be detained. But before they could discuss the results, the live broadcast reopened. Lin Shu had just chatted with her water friends for a couple of minutes when she was called out. Lin Shu, wait a minute. Lin Shu turned back, only to see a valiant female police officer hurriedly walking out. Officer, may I ask if there's anything else? Lin Shu asked with a smile. Team Lu asked me to tell you that the bureau will apply for a bravery award for you. Then again, he said to ask you to leave 2 ribs for him. He'll go get them later. Okay, I know, please officer. No trouble, my name is Chen Shui. Lin Shu was a bit puzzled as to why the other party would specifically tell him his name. Okay, I'll remember Officer Chen Shui. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, bye. Oh, okay, bye. Lin Shu waved her hand and left without looking back. Live streaming room. Wow, the policewoman is beautiful. Sure enough, the good-looking ones are turned over to the state. The policewoman has a light in her eyes when she looks at the anchor. Holy, the police flower wouldn't be looking at the anchor, right? Why don't I see it? How long has upstairs been single? Didn't you see that the policewoman took the initiative to tell the anchor her name? Anchor is not bad, okay, yesterday saved the master worker, the police caught the thief, today also see the righteousness, help to subdue the robbers. 9494, the anchor is not only handsome, there is a sense of justice, police flower heart is normal. Have you guys noticed, the anchor seems to be completely unaware of the police flower. This pop-up screen was sent out, and the live broadcast room was quiet for a split second. It was followed by all, deserve to be single, steal straight man pop-ups. By the time I took a cab back to the food market, the place had finished picking up evidence and was back to normal. Perhaps because of what happened in the morning, the people coming to the food market are much less now. Lin Shu then went to the various stalls and chatted with the stall owners. It wasn't until almost lunchtime that the Lu team arrived late. Save the best two for you, all chopped up, $41, gotta give 40. You kid, also quite good at business. Eat yet, did not eat on my family to eat a bite. Yes. Lin Shu agreed painfully. Team Lu? I'm just being polite, you're really not. But the words had already been said, and Team Lu didn't back out. With more Lin Shu joining in, Team Lu bought some more dishes. During this time Lin Shu cleaned up the stall and followed Team Lu back to their place. After entering the house, Lin Shu simply swept around. The house is not big, 2 rooms and 1 hall. You sit down for a while, I'll go cook. Good. Lin Shu was not polite and sat on the sofa with her but. You're the only one home, huh? Lin Shu casually found a topic. My wife works and doesn't come back at noon, and the child eats at school at noon. Lu team casually returned a sentence. When cleaning the ribs, Team Lu remembered Lin Shu's almost perverse knife skills, as well as her flying dagger skills. Do you cook at home? No. Then how come your knife skills are so good? This. Lin Shu choked, not knowing how to answer. Just as he was thinking of how to put it off, the sound of shouting and cursing suddenly came from outside the door, as well as the sound of banging on the door. The two men looked at each other, carefully opening the door and taking aim. The sound came from the house diagonally across the street. The front door was hidden at the moment, and from inside came the hissing of a man, a woman's pleas for mercy, the sound of breaking glass, and so on. From this information, we can tell that the people inside are arguing, or domestic violence. Lin Shu glanced sideways at Team Lu and asked the other party if they wanted to go over and take a look. Lu team was about to open his mouth when he saw several blood-stained fingers lying on the door, trying to pull it open. The door was only open halfway, and before anyone inside could even see it clearly, it was shut with a bang, leaving several blood-stained fingerprints on the door. Then came the even more miserable shrieks of the women in the house. Lin Shu's 2 pupils shrunk, and they rushed over in silent agreement. Team Lu held the door handle and twisted it a few times, and the door was already unlocked from the inside. Open the door, open the door. Lin Shu directly tapped on the door. The house was suddenly quiet for a moment, and then the woman was heard calling. Help me, he's going to kill me. You, how dare you bring someone back, I'll kill you first and then him. Hearing this, both of them knew it was urgent. Team Lu took a step back and began to kick in the door. Boom! 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 3 kicks in a row and the door doesn't respond at all. Sabo! Team Lu was a bit anxious. Let me try. Lin Shu said. The Lu team didn't hesitate and stepped back to the side. Lin Shu stepped forward and raised his foot to kick out. Bang! The gate was directly kicked through a hole by Lin Shu. The Lu team on the side stared with wide eyes. How much strength did this Nima have to have? Lin Shu didn't pay attention to Team Lu's reaction as he hurriedly collected his foot and kicked out again. This time the gate could no longer hold up and was kicked open. The situation inside the house was also taken in. In the living room, there stood a young man in his 20s. At this time, his body was covered in blood. And the short knife in his hand was still dripping blood downwards. The house had lost the woman's voice. Lin Shu and the 2 of them immediately rushed in. Seeing the 2 people who were not afraid of death rushing in, the young man's face was hideous, and with a gesture of returning to the same place already, he walked towards Lin Shu's 2 people. Team Lu took a step ahead of Lin Shu and struck out at the young man. Lin Shu sidestepped the young man with one side of his body and walked towards the woman who had fallen to the ground. The woman had multiple stab wounds on her body, the most serious being the one in her abdomen, which had likely injured her internal organs. Lin Shu felt the woman's pulse and probed her nose. Still alive. He quickly took out his cell phone and called emergency services, hung up and then called the police again. Only after doing this did Lin Shu notice Team Lu's side. The 2 hadn't yet split up. Why aren't you done yet? Lin Shu asked. Seeing Lin Shu's contemptuous look, the corner of Team Lu's mouth twitched. This kid has practiced, and he's holding a weapon. Lin Shu bristled and got up to walk towards the young man. You be careful, we're all in this together. The second half of Team Lu's sentence was not finished. Lin Shu had already entered the young man's attack range. A cold aura flashed in the young man's eyes, his body turned, and his short blade stabbed towards Lin Shu's vitals. However, Lin Shu did not have the slightest hint of panic on his face. There appeared to be a cold smile, if any, on the corners of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the young man inexplicably felt a palpitation. Just this momentary trance. The next moment, he saw that Lin Shu had an additional short knife in his hand, styled in the same way as this one in his hand. The young man's hand holding the knife subconsciously tightened. However, he suddenly realized that his hand was empty. The knife was gone. At this moment, the young man had only one sentence in his mind. How can? Chapter 8, I'm at the station again. The young man reacted extremely quickly. The forward lunging body came to a quick stop and quickly stepped back. Just in the instant he paused, Lin Shu had already ghostly appeared behind him. The short knife that originally belonged to him was already against his neck. "One more move and you'll be ready to go see the Teiyukai." Lin Shu spoke in a calm voice, more like the tone of a joke with a friend. But in the young man's ears, it made his hair stand on end. The young man's throat rolled slightly, and a slight tingling sensation immediately came from his neck. It was an instant. The young man was afraid. It was the fear of death. The land team very silently took out the silver bracelet and handcuffed the young man. As a captain of the bureau, it is a day off, the tools of the case are not away from the body. Team Lu looked at Lin Shu with complicated eyes. It was just that inwardly, he was far from being as calm as he appeared to be on the surface. "Are you really a star?" Lin Shu's eyes were filled with sincerity. "Yeah." As in fake. Lu Team didn't ask any more questions, only that he had already decided in his heart that when he went back, he would apply for it, so that the higher-ups in the side of the military department would all check Lin Shu's identity. It didn't take long for the police and paramedics to arrive. "Let's go, back to the station." Team Lu patted Lin Shu on the shoulder. "Not eating? Order you take out." Lin Shu. Jurisdictional Police Station. After making a statement, Lin Shu came to the restroom to wait for the takeout. The darkened live room relighted. Diving water buddies pups began to emerge. "Yo! On the air so soon? Didn't you say you were going to Team Lu's house for dinner? I see how this place looks a bit familiar, like the bureau's restroom." "No need to doubt, this is the bureau's restroom." "What's the situation? The anchor was arrested again? This is a second offense. The anchor couldn't have come to see the police flower, right?" Looking at the scrolling pop-ups, Lin Shu had to explain briefly. "Brothers, something came up and I'm back at the station." After listening to Lin Shu's story, the water friends were all happy. "Ha ha ha. It's really not easy for Team Lu, it's hard to take a break, only half a day and you've encountered 2 criminal cases. The point is, the anchor was at the scene in both cases. If it wasn't for the anchor being with Team Lu, I would have suspected that the anchor was the mastermind behind it. A murderer hiding next to the police. The anchor is the mysterious behind-the-scenes cooker. A good entertainment program has been made to smell like a criminal investigation drama by you guys." Lin Shu chatted with her water friends for a while when the door to the lounge was suddenly opened. Chen Shui walked in carrying a bag. "Lin Shu, your takeout has arrived." "Trouble you, Officer Chen Shui." Chen Shui smiled sweetly and placed the takeout on the table. "Take your time to eat, I'll go and get busy first." "Okay." Straight from the booth. "Wow. It's the policewoman." "Wow." The policewoman smiled at me. "He too, don't be cheeky, the police flower is obviously smiling at me." "Hoopy yellow, nourish wake up those 2 upstairs, diabetic can't let them taste sweet." The police flower actually ordered takeout for the anchor. At this time, shouldn't we ask the police flower if she's eaten yet and then ask her to eat with her? The anchor only has takeout in his eyes, not the policewoman. The anchor really deserves to die. Knife the anchor and the police flower is mine. "Upstairs, are you sure you can beat the anchor?" Lin Shu was halfway through eating before Team Lu opened the door and came in. Team Lu had just opened the lunchbox, so Lin Shu naturally extended her chopsticks and clipped a piece of braised pork over. Team Lu was speechless. "You want to eat braised pork, why don't you order it yourself?" Lin Shu picks up a mouthful of rice. "Originally, I was ordering braised pork, but when I saw you ordering it, I switched to chicken fillet." Lu Team. Live stream. You take my number down, and next time you have any special circumstances, you can call me directly. Team Lu suddenly said this. Lin Shu glanced at him. "I'm just an ordinary citizen. What could be going on?" Team Lu gave him a blank look and lowered his head to eat. Normally, ordinary people couldn't make a police call once in a year or two. It was just that Lin Shu had been in the police station 3 times after only 2 days of participating in the program. This is also a safety precaution for Team Lu. After lunch, Lin Shu was still wondering what to do in the afternoon. The cell phone in her pocket rang, and when she took it out, it was the program team calling. "Crooked? What? Don't you guys go too far out. What? 500, okay, send me the address and I'll go now." The Cubs in the live broadcast room, along with Team Lu, were all confused, not knowing what Lin Shu was going to do again. "The program team found me a part-time job, I'm leaving first ow." Without waiting for Team Lu to ask, Lin Shu had already grabbed the door and left. "Anchor, what kind of part-time job is it? Tell me instead." With the piss-taking nature of the program in these 2 days, it's definitely not a serious part-time job. Makes me think of that intriguing smile after the program team finished discussing with the contractor and the pork stall owner. "What part-time job I don't know, but I heard 500. A little handful of fast food money." Lin Shu didn't reply to the water friends. He knew that once he said it in advance, the screen would be full of ha ha. According to the address given by the program team, Lin Shu arrived at a slaughterhouse in the suburbs. Lin Shu had just gotten out of the car when she saw the staff of the program standing with the people from the slaughterhouse. The two looked in his direction and let out GGG laughter. What a similar scene. The joyful pop-ups had begun to roll up in the live room. Lin Shu went up and greeted the two. The obese middle-aged man beside the staff member smiled and extended his right hand. "Young man, I am the person in charge here." After the two of them shook hands, the person in charge led Lin Shu into the workplace, saying a little bit about the workflow in passing. Just as he entered, Lin Shu heard miserable pig squeals. There were 5 big men with bare shoulders and aprons busy on the workbench. Seeing that the person in charge had brought a young man in, they also just casually swept a glance without saying anything more. Among the 5 people, there was one of them that caught Lin Shu's attention. The way he killed the pig was slightly different from the others. This kind of subtle change could not be seen by ordinary people. In the eyes of the master who specialized in killing pigs, it was also only taken as that was just his habit of killing pigs. But in Lin Shu's eyes, it was more like he was simulating killing. Or rather, he was a murderer in the first place. Killed people the way he killed livestock. After signing up for the top blade skill, Lin Shu also signed up for countless techniques to kill people with knives. This was also after learning that the reward was a top-tier knife skill. Lin Shu would lament that it was useless to have this blade technique. If he had been born in ancient times and had this skill, he would have been a proper martial arts master. Lin Shu pushed down the irrelevant thoughts. The main task now was still to make money. After the person in charge finished explaining to Lin Shu, he let him go and change his clothes. After coming to the workbench, Lin Shu didn't rush to do anything. He first picked up a few knives on the table and checked the sharpness. To his surprise, several of the knives met his expectations. It seems that the person in charge here still gets his knives sharpened on a regular basis. Lin Shu took the pig locked in the iron cage and moved it to the workbench. Other pig-killing masters, the next step is to directly bleed. But Lin Shu was in no hurry. He first pressed hard on a certain part of the pig a few times. In no time, the pig, which was originally struggling and screaming, gradually quieted down and slowly closed its eyes, passing out. Only then did Lin Shu pick up the bloodletting knife and end the piggy's life. 4 of the pig-killing masters all stopped their work and waited to see Lin Shu laughing. Who knew that Lin Shu had solved it so simply? That pig didn't even resist at all. Experienced pig-killing masters like them could only use some methods to keep the pig under control and prevent him from struggling. But there was no way for the pig to make grunting noises. The young man in front of him, and I don't know what he did to the pig, that pig actually didn't even put up a fight. There was only one thought in their minds now. Having killed pigs for more than 10 years for nothing, they were still no better than a brat. Chapter 9 Groping for money, not too shabby. 5 minutes later. A cute piggy pig had been treated by Lin Shu according to different parts. The masters who were eating melons in front of their respective workstations saw Lin Shu finish handling the pig in 5 minutes. In their hearts, they all held a sentence. What an animal! If it was the usual way, a pig just needed to be split in half and gutted, then they could do it in 5 minutes. It's just that today they took a temporary order. Dozens of pigs, all to be packed separately according to different parts. The work process has increased and become more cumbersome. Even they, the experienced masters, took more than 10 minutes to handle a pig. But what's wrong with this handsome young man? Handled it in 5 minutes. Who's the professional, anyway? The 4 pig-killing masters felt a loss of face. The shocked pop-ups in the live broadcast room weren't much worse than a few pig-killing masters. Anchor this technique, this speed, it's even silkier than defew. This slaughterhouse, wouldn't it be the Anchor's family? Invincible swordsman, starting from killing pigs. Upstairs is simply living hell. I'm just curious, what method did the Anchor use to make the piggy not make any noise while bleeding? My grandfather is a professional pig killer, and he can only control the pig from moving around before he does it every time, but it still howls. The pig was still howling when it was pulled onto the workbench. I just don't know what the Anchor did to the pig to quiet it down. Maybe the Anchor whispered in Piggy's ear, "Beiji, I'm the master, do you remember?" Finishing processing a pig, Lin Shu raised his head, only to realize that the several pig-killing masters across the street were still quietly watching him. Lin Shu let out a smile. "Several masters, is there anything?" "4 masters?" The pig-killing masters were speechless, and the person in charge of the damn thing even explained that they should make things difficult for the kid. Now how to make things difficult? People are better than all of them, and it's good that others don't give them a hard time. On the contrary, several masters were curious as to what method Lin Shu had used to make the pig so quiet and obedient. The several masters laughed awkwardly and continued to lower their heads and go about their business. Lin Shu shrugged and picked up the faucet to rinse the workbench. Then randomly picks the next lucky pig. Having had the experience of the last time, Lin Shu was more comfortable this time. In less than 5 minutes, the second pig had already been processed. In the next 20 minutes, Lin Shu handled 5 pigs. In the same amount of time, a few masters from the opposite side of the table had only barely finished handling 3. One master was relatively slower and only got halfway through the 3rd pig. They had this speed, or were spurred on by Lin Shu to speed up their progress. At their usual speed, they were still processing the 2nd pig. It's not too shabby to make money by touching fish. Lin Shu finished handling the sixth pig and was ready to stop and take a break. Seeing this, the four masters on the opposite side glanced at each other. They hurriedly put down the work in their hands and ran over to Lin Shu's side. Hello, little brother. I don't know what little brother's name is yet. Does little brother's family also kill pigs? Has little brother eaten? This sudden enthusiasm left Lin Shu at a loss for words. Hello masters, my name is Lin Shu, my family is not a pig killer. So it's brother Lin Shu, nice to meet you. A master took out a packet of huazi from his pocket. Brother Lin Shu smoke one? Thank you master, I don't smoke. Not smoking is good, not smoking is healthy. Brother Lin Shu is thirsty, have a bottle of mad cow, chilled. Just like this, he chatted with Lin Shu for 5 minutes, and the several masters didn't leave. Lin Shu always felt that they had something to say, a look of wanting to say something. Ahem, several masters, what is it that you have to do? If you have something to say straight away, I will never push back if I can help. The four masters looked at each other once again, and the one who had just given Lin Shu the berserk bowl gave an awkward smile. Brother Lin Shu, we're a little curious as to why this pig didn't move at all when you were bleeding it. Lin Shu suddenly realized that it was for this. In fact, it was no wonder, they were all pig killers. If there was a way to make the pigs quieter, they could save a lot of effort. Ha! I thought something was wrong, just say so. Hearing Lin Shu's words, a hint of surprise instantly appeared on the embarrassed faces of the several masters. In their eyes, this was a masterpiece. With this skill, you can become famous in the pig killing world. It was just that in Lin Shu's opinion, it wasn't a big no. There was no harm in teaching them. I'll show you guys how it's done. A few masters weren't idle and hurriedly pulled an iron cage over. The pig in the iron cage, as if it knew what it was going to face next, began to struggle madly and howl. Lin Shu began to explain to them, and several masters listened and watched intently. Between the pig's head and its neck, there's a special acupuncture point about here. Lin Shu pointed to a certain part of the pig's neck. As long as you press hard on this point for about 10 seconds, the pig will fall into a coma. Saying that, Lin Shu reached out and pressed hard. 7 or 8 seconds later, the piggy, who was still wailing, gradually quieted down and then closed his eyes. Remember, when pressing, the pressure should be strong enough. After all, piggy's fat is too thick. Several masters all came to a realization, and after thanking Lin Shu repeatedly, they hurried back to their workstations. They couldn't wait to try this method, whether it worked as well as Lin Shu said. Just as the four masters started to get busy, the remaining master who didn't come over also looked thoughtful. This master was the one who, at the beginning, Lin Shu felt something was wrong with him. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, he subconsciously looked up in Lin Shu's direction. Seeing the other party looking over, Lin Shu smiled and nodded, then paid no more attention and continued to busy himself with his pig-killing business. Live streaming room. Mom, I learned to kill a pig. I'll apply for a job as a pig killer tomorrow. Upstairs, are you sure you're up to it? I showed this video to my dad and he said to kill a yearling pig ahead of time to verify it. Put. Is killing a New Year's pig serious now? It's only summer. Ha ha ha. Killing the New Year pig half a year in advance. Yama, this pig still has half a year to live, why is it being slaughtered? Innocent piggy, inexplicably lying down. After 2 hours of busy work, Lin Shu finally sent the last pig away. Phew! Lin Shu let out a sigh of relief. Clean up the workbench and put the knives away. When the work was done, Lin Shu couldn't wait to take off the apron she was wearing. Although with his skill, there was no blood on his body, he still felt that his body stank. Fortunately, the slaughterhouse had a special place for bathing. 15 minutes later, a refreshed Lin Shu found the person in charge. The person in charge's eyes when he looked at Lin Shu looked like he was looking at some kind of treasure. Ha ha! Lin Shu, are you interested in staying and working? Our benefits here are still quite good. The person in charge had been talking for nearly 10 minutes straight. Lin Shu had politely declined several times, but he wouldn't give up. Lin Shu always felt that he was like the head of a pyramid scheme. Eventually Lin Shu couldn't bear it and said, "Do you not want to pay?" Head. Laughs on the air. Seeing Lin Shu come out of the office, the four masters still want to invite Lin Shu to dinner and exchange their pig-killing experience together. Lin Shu politely returned. Next time for sure. Before she left, Lin Shu asked something about that misfit master. What impressed Lin Shu was that the knives used by the other masters were all provided by the slaughterhouse, and the sharpening of the knives was also done by the owner who regularly got someone to come to his home to sharpen them. Only that master was using his own knives and sharpening them himself. After leaving the slaughterhouse, Lin Shu found a milk tea store nearby. Originally, she only wanted to buy a cup of lemonade and leave. After entering the store, Lin Shu made a decision that went against her ancestors. Not to go. Live feed. Wow, the shopkeeper's sister is so pretty. The anchor is inhuman. With the police flower, he still comes out to tease the girls. Help me tell the police flower that I'm not going back tonight. I like both the policewoman and the shopkeeper's sister, what should I do?
The shopkeeper's sister is for you, the policewoman is mine.
Groping for fish in a milk tea store for over an hour. During this time, he also made a bet with the water friends in the live broadcasting room whether he could ask for the contact information of the shopkeeper's sister.
The final result, Lin Shu won.
After showing off a bit with her aquatic friends, Lin Shu hurriedly went off the air. After leaving the milk tea store, Lin Shu opened his address book and dialed a number.
Crooked, it's me. Chapter 10, without proof, you say der. Lin Shu? What do you want from me? Lin Shu hemmed and hawed. Team Lu, did you watch my live broadcast this afternoon? Team Lu, I watched it for a while, but not when you went to pick up girls.
Lin Shu felt surprised. Yo, really didn't expect. Thanks for holding up.
Lu Team slightly impatient. You call me just to say this?
No, not boring, nothing important. Hang up, I have to go pick up his wife from work.
Don't, there's business.
Lin Shu put his playful expression away. Since you watched my live broadcast this afternoon, have you noticed that there's a master pig killer who doesn't seem to fit in very well?
Team Lu, and?
Lin Shu, I suspect that guy has killed someone and is a fugitive.
Lu Team, any proof? Lin Shu, no.
Both of them fall into a short silence. Lin Shu really didn't have any evidence, but his intuition told him that there was more than one life under that guy's hand.
Lu Team, no evidence you say der.
Lin Shu, think about it, are there some homicide cases like this in the archives that the cause of death was asphyxiation plus blood loss, and the fatal wound was in the neck position, and the body was dismembered? The marks on the body indicated that there had been abuse during life, as well as signs of bondage.
Well, just like the pig I killed this afternoon. Team Lu didn't say anything on his end, and Lin Shu didn't bother him. 1 minute later.
Yes, there were two similar cases, the first 3 years ago and the second last year.
I'm not at liberty to divulge the other details.
Lin Shu bristled. I don't care about this kind of thing, but this person you can look into. I have a hunch that he's likely to continue committing crimes recently. If anyone else had said something like this, Lu Team would have thought that the other party was joking. But this person was Lin Shu, so it was another story. It's not that I have much trust in Lin Shu, it's only been 2 days since the two of them met. Just this morning alone, his flying dagger technique, as well as that hand at noon to seize the knife out of thin air, let a person marvel. Lu Team to this day do not understand Lin Shu how to do, seized the knife and then ghostly appeared behind the robbers. Putting aside other factors, Lin Shu had such an ability, it was normal that he could see things that others could not. Thinking of this, Team Lu returned. Good. Team Lu had wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, he heard Lin Shu come up with this sentence.
By the way, if I catch the murderer, do I get a bonus? Team Lu was momentarily speechless.
Good guy, just now I thought you had a sense of justice and was ready to praise you.
Turns out it was to get a bonus. Team Lu, hanging up. Lin Shu was full of doubts. Is there a bonus or not? If there isn't, I won't care next time out. Early morning. The bedside alarm clock roars madly.
Suddenly a large hand whistled.
Alarm clock, pawn.
Lin Shu climbed up with difficulty and began to wash up. The entire time, she didn't even open her eyes until she finished washing.
System, sign in. Check-in successful.
Reward, all-round driving skills on land, sea, and air.
In a split second.
Lin Shu realized that he didn't just know how to drive a car, he knew the fighter jets in the sky and the nuclear submarines in the sea like the back of his hand. Just 2 words, cow beep. After eating breakfast, Lin Shu turned on the live broadcast. Brothers, it's time for the most sacred moment in a day again la. I'm willing to sacrifice 10 water friends pups for a good career today. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shu ignored the anger and pleading of his water buddies and ruthlessly clicked that yellow button. Under the sorrowful witness of thousands of water friends, a few large words finally appeared. Tic-tac driver. Straight from the booth. Ha, the anchor sacrifice failed. Failed, but not completely, better than the previous 2 days. I just went to the program's live room to watch, all the other contestants drew good professions today, and the anchor is still the prettiest cub.
Anchor, why don't you change your phone? This phone is poisonous. Is there a possibility that it's not the phone, but the anchor itself is moldy? Don't say, you see the things that the anchor has done in the past 2 days, normal people can't even meet one in a year. 3 trips to the police station in 2 days. The best MVP of the year. When she saw today's occupation, Lin Shu thought it was still good. But when she saw the pop-ups from her water friends, she felt that the tic-tac-toe driver didn't smell good. Lin Shu didn't believe it at first, he can't be the only unlucky one. So he secretly clicked on the program's live broadcast. Game accompaniment. Trial sleepers. Ice cream taster. Doula. Lin Shu people are numb, what kind of broken app, catch a grip to death, right? 10 minutes later, Lin Shu drove into the car prepared by the program team. It was now the morning rush hour, and it didn't take long to wait before Lin Shu received her first order. Getting on the bus was a pretty boy in a suit with a hurried look. May I ask if you are the passenger with the tail number 1256? It's me, master, can I trouble you to drive faster? I'm in a hurry.
Lin Shu glanced at his destination, the Eastern District Airport. Handsome, from here to the Eastern District Airport, even if there is no traffic, it will take 20 minutes, now it's the morning rush hour, the fastest will be 40 minutes.
Hearing Lin Shu say that, the suit pretty boy got anxious. Ha? It's going to take so long? What can we do then? Lin Shu asked curiously. Are you in a hurry to catch your flight? The pretty boy in the suit told Lin Shu the original reason, although he was in a hurry. The chairman called me at the airport, he missed a very important document and asked me to find a way to deliver it, but his plane is leaving in 40 minutes. The pretty boy in the suit knew very well that this was his one chance. Do it right, get a promotion and a raise. If you mess up, you could be fired. Lin Shu's eyes gurgled. Handsome, look at it this way, you give me $1,000 and I promise to get you to the airport in 20 minutes. What did you say? The suit pretty boy didn't react for a while. Didn't you just say it would take 20 minutes without traffic? Lin Shu nodded, taking the normal route, it does take more than 20 minutes. But I can take the unconventional route, except that I run the risk of being photographed and having points deducted. Think about it. Yes, I can give you $1,000 if you get me to the airport in 20 minutes. The pretty boy in the suit didn't bring a moment's hesitation. Then you sit tight. As soon as the words left his mouth, an ejection start was made, and the pretty boy in the suit sitting in the back row could clearly feel a strong sense of pushing back. Only to see Lin Shu drifting through the main street and into a small road. The road curved around, comparable to a maze. Suit pretty boy grew up, no matter what kind of car he took, he never got carsick. But today he finally experienced what it was really like to be carsick. In fact, Lin Shu's driving was still very stable, except that the situation was now urgent, and every corner was drifting through the turns. In this situation, it would be difficult to ensure comfort. Straight from the booth. Many of the water friends who were in the same city as Lin Shu thought it was impossible when they heard that they could reach the airport within 20 minutes. My house is near the anchor, and I've never traveled less than half an hour from here to the airport. Isn't the anchor too overconfident? Now at this time of the day, not to mention within 20 minutes, it's not bad if it can arrive in 50 minutes. The anchor wouldn't want to run red lights all the way to have a fast and furious. The next moment. The water friends saw Lin Shu that catapult start when he entered the alleyway, all still able to drift. The wind direction in the live broadcast room began to change again. That is, until one of the waterbenders, who was familiar with the surroundings, posted a pop-up. I'm familiar with this section of the road the anchor is walking on, but at the end is a 50-meter long staircase. The crowd of aquatic friends in the live broadcast room? Chapter 11, look, the anchor can't hold it in. Alleyway 18. It took Lin Shu 5 minutes to get to the shortcut he was looking for. Handsome, the road ahead will be a bit bumpy, so hold on tight and steady. Okay, I got it. The pretty boy in the suit thought to himself, could there be a harder road than this? 10 seconds later, he finally realized what it meant to be a little bumpy. Just before a very long downhill staircase. Without hesitation, Lin Shu took a kick of the gas and rushed down the stairs. Suit pretty boy? Straight from the booth? Ah! The pretty boy in the suit shrieked in fear, his eyes not daring to open, his hands gripping the car's handrail with a death grip. At this time he only had one thought in his mind, to die. Lin Shu glanced at the suit pretty boy from the rearview mirror. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. Under Lin Shu's superior driving skills, the car was bumpy, but it was still moving at an even speed. Not even the chassis was scratched. After 10 seconds or so, it reached the ground smoothly. After landing, Lin Shu once again brought his speed up. This section of the road was sparsely populated and there were no cameras yet. Lin Shu directly raised his speed to 180 miles per hour. At this time, the pretty boy in the suit in the back row still had his eyes closed. The body was still trembling. Lin Shu had to give a reminder. It's already on the ground. The pretty boy in the suit squinted and glanced ahead. He breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure he had entered flat ground. Just as soon as his tensed nerves relaxed, he only felt that his entire body was soft and he couldn't exert any strength at all. Even the shirt inside was already wet with cold sweat. After this, the back had entered the main road in the countryside. Lin Shu also did what he said he would do, and sent the pretty boy in his suit to the airport on time. It took 18 minutes and 53 seconds. Take your belongings with you before getting off the bus, and if you are satisfied with this service, I would like to receive your 5-star review. 5 stars, must be 5 stars. The suit pretty boy didn't go back on his word, and painfully transferred $1,000 to Lin Shu. Lin Shu was very satisfied with the $1,000 he earned on his first order. Guys, squeal out if you need a car. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room all became unified. Next time for sure. In the next 2 hours, Lin Shu took a total of 6 orders. Compared to the first order, the later ones were considered relatively normal. After dropping off a passenger at his destination, Lin Shu was still planning to take a break first. But the system had already taken the initiative to send him an order. Lin Shu looked at the destination, it was to the vicinity of the train station. Confirming the boarding location with the passenger, Lin Shu quickly arrived.
Getting on the bus is a pair of men and women. The woman is still holding a child in her arms. It looks like it's only about a year old, only the child has been crying.
Hello, is this the passenger with the tail number 4713? That's right, it's us. The man returned faintly. Okay, fasten your seatbelt please.
Lin Shu drove while keeping an eye on the pair from the rearview mirror. The man looked to be in his 30s, and the woman was, on the surface, a bit older than the man. The woman kept comforting the child in her arms, but the man did nothing, instead looking out the window from time to time, and occasionally glancing in Lin Shu's direction. A thought suddenly popped into Lin Shu's mind.
Both of you, is the child crying all the time hungry? Did you not bring him a supplement when you went out? Suddenly hearing Lin Shu speak, these two were obviously on guard.
Still, the woman quickly responded.
Yeah, the kid's sick, and I was in such a hurry to get out the door to the hospital this morning that I didn't have time to bring anything with me, so now I'm rushing home to get him food. Oh, so that's how it is.
Lin Shu said meaningfully. From the woman's words alone, Lin Shu could already be sure of her suspicions.
Human traffickers.
Parents of children nowadays, no matter how hurried they are to go out, always carry a bag with formula, hot water, diapers, clothes and so on.
Even if they are really the one in a million oddball parents, what about the child's medicine after the doctor's appointment? These two don't have anything on hand.
Lin Shu went on to say, alas, children of this age get sick at every turn. My daughter, who is about the same age as your child, went to the hospital last week, and 2 days ago she suddenly developed a fever, which really worried me to death. Hearing Lin Shu talk about her own child, the two people in the back row relaxed a little. Normally, when they saw parents who were about the same age as their own children, they would habitually chat for a few moments. All the pair only thought that Lin Shu was talking to them about their children because of their own daughter. Lin Shu pretended to be a chatty driver to chat with them and distract them. And without a trace, she drove towards the lines that were prone to traffic jams.
Lin Shu's idea was to test the other side first.
See if they were familiar with the routes around them. If they noticed something, Lin Shu said that she had just been concerned about chatting and had taken the wrong route. If they didn't know about it, then Lin Shu would just go as expected.
At the same time,
the live broadcast room had long since exploded.
At first, the water users didn't quite understand what Lin Shu was doing.
When Lin Shu said that he had a daughter, there were also water friends who laughed at him for being a single dog where he got a daughter. But gradually, they realized the end. There were smart water friends who had guessed the truth. As Lin Shu walked to the section of the road that was blocking traffic, the water friends also probably guessed Lin Shu's intention. In a flash, the God of War's awesome pop-ups spread all over the screen.
Car.
Lin Shu had been paying attention to the changes in the two men's demeanor.
Unsurprisingly, these two were not familiar with the city's routes.
Lin Shu spoke as if he was complaining. What's going on today? It's this time of the day and we're still stuck in traffic. Lin Shu glanced at the rearview mirror without a trace. If it were usual, it would have been clear, and I don't know if there's a traffic accident ahead. Neither of the two behind them said anything, except that the child was still sobbing. Lin Shu could tell that the woman had gotten a little impatient.
The man on the side frowned.
Judging by his shaking legs and occasional adjustments to his sitting position, he was getting antsy too. This, coupled with the baby's cries, made him feel even more anxious. They were well aware that leaving a minute late increased the risk. Only when he saw that the time was right did Lin Shu open his mouth.
Both of you, I see that the child is starving now. If we follow the normal route, we don't know when we'll be able to reach home.
Lin Shu paused for a moment. I'm also familiar with the route over here, so if you're willing to add an extra $20 to, I'll take a shortcut and make sure I can get to my destination in 15 minutes. What do you guys think? After saying that, Lin Shu waited for their reply. Lin Shu also did this so as not to arouse their suspicion. If Lin Shu didn't want anything and just said she could take them on a shortcut, they would be wary instead. The two looked at each other, clearly moved, but still cautious. The man scowled and made a face of disapproval. How can you raise the price temporarily? Believe it or not, we'll go to the platform to complain about you. Lin Shu put on a displeased expression. I just saw that the children were starving and wanted to take you guys on a shortcut out of kindness. If you don't appreciate it, just continue on the main road. I'm not in a hurry anyway. I'm worried about being photographed and deducted points for taking the shortcut, so what's wrong with asking for an extra $20? The two men saw Lin Shu look like he was really angry, only then did they completely believe his words.
The woman smiled awkwardly. Master, don't be angry, my husband is impatient, I apologize to you on his behalf.
Let's do it this way, master, you take a shortcut to take us back, I'll give you $30 when we get to the place, for the sake of the child, help us. Hearing the woman say this, Lin Shu's face was only slightly better.
Alright, for the sake of the child. But say yes to an extra $30. Don't worry, master.
Seeing them agree, the corner of Lin Shu's mouth raised without a trace.
Because of the angle, the two in the back row couldn't see it.
But the cubs in the live broadcast room could see it clearly.
Look, the anchor can't hold it in. Guess, what does the anchor do next? I guess the anchor will drive to a place with traffic police. I think that the anchor will drive to a place where there are many people and call for help. While the discussion was going on in the live broadcast room, Lin Shu once again drove off the main road and into a small road. In the cramped streets, it took 7 or 8 minutes to weave back and forth. The two people in the back row were already starting to get confused by Lin Shu circling around. At this time, Lin Shu drove off the path and accelerated with a kick of the gas. The two people in the back row didn't have time to react, and Lin Shu came back with a beautiful drift and tail. Then, drive straight into the gates of the precinct police station. Traffickers? Straight up? Police passing by the door? Chapter 12, what? You say it's too slow? Bureau, restroom. Chen Shui listened to Lin Shu while taking notes. From the perspective of the live broadcast, the two were full of CP. At first glance, the anchor and the police flower are quite a couple. What? The anchor and the police flower are getting married? What? The anchor and the policewoman have a child? If the anchor and the policewoman get married, I'll pay $10,000. Put. Upstairs, you'd better not let the anchor see it, or he might really pull the police flower to get a license. 10 minutes later. Here's what happened. Chen Shui obediently closed her notebook and looked up at Lin Shu with a sweet smile. Luckily you're vigilant enough, or else this child, he wouldn't know where he's been abducted to. Lin Shu waved her hand. Why? It's not worth mentioning. However, the next moment, Lin Shu's words changed. Speaking of which, is there a bonus or something for capturing these two traffickers? Ha! Chen Shui was first stunned, then couldn't help but giggle. Ahem. I'll talk to Team Lu about this. Ha ha. I'll trouble you then. The two of them chatted for a while, and before they knew it, it was lunchtime. It's time to eat. Do you want to try our cafeteria's food? The flavor is not bad, yo. Hearing Chen Shui say this, Lin Shu suddenly felt a little hungry. Since there was a free lunch, it would be a waste not to eat it. Follow Chen Shui to the bureau cafeteria. There were already quite a few people eating at this time. When they saw Lin Shu arrive, they all greeted him. In the past few days, Lin Shu had become quite famous in the bureau. Every time she came to the bureau, it was a major case. The cafeteria has great food, and the main thing is that the ants don't have shaky hands. And she kept asking, is there enough for the kids? Is it enough? Not enough, tell Auntie. The two of them called for their meals and found an empty seat. Not to mention, the food was better than many restaurants. Just as Lin Shu was eating seriously, in the seat next to her, someone sat down. Lin Shu looked sideways, and it was none other than Team Lu, who he hadn't seen for a day. Why are you here? Still eating in our cafeteria. Apparently, Team Lu had just returned from the field and didn't know about Lin Shu's heroic deeds yet. Lin Shu shrugged, no money for dinner, came over to rub it in. Chen Shui on the opposite side heard Lin Shu say this and bared her teeth. Lu team, Lin Shu has done a good deed again today. Chen Shui told Team Lu about the human trafficker. After hearing this, Lu team's eyes stared like bronze bells. Good lord, he had only been out for 2 hours. Comes back and says he caught 2 traffickers. The point is, the traffickers delivered the goods. Team Lu was still in shock when Chen Shui continued. Lu team, Lin Shu asked if there's a bonus for catching 2 traffickers? What? Team Lu snapped back. Ahem. Good call on the bonus. Ha ha. Thanks a lot, Team Lu, then. After eating at the bureau, Lin Shu continued to go out to work. The afternoon time slot was relatively free. It wasn't until the evening rush hour began that Lin Shu was officially busy. 10 o'clock at night. Lin Shu dropped a passenger off in the suburbs and was about to return. Suddenly, he heard a man's call not far away. Help, someone help me, can anyone help me, please? There were a lot of people who lived in the suburbs, but they either hadn't come back yet at this hour, or they were at home resting. Although some people had heard the men calling, at times like this, people basically adhered to the principle that it was better to do more than less. Lin Shu thought about it, but still drove past with a kick of the gas. The man's anxiousness didn't look fake. Let's see if we can give him a hand. Take a step back and say that the man is a liar, even if he is from the GA waste group. With Lin Shu's current physical strength, as well as that top-notch blade skill, it was still uncertain who in the end. The man, who was at a loss for words, suddenly saw a car driving towards him and quickly stepped forward and raised his hands, stopping in the middle. The man now looked like a drowning man who had grabbed a life preserver. Lin Shu braked the car, not waiting for him to poke his head out and ask. The man had already rushed up with an arrow step and grabbed the car door with a death grip. Big brother, I beg you, help me, I beg you. This man was really anxious and crazy, his speech was a bit incoherent. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on and tell me how I can help you. Hearing Lin Shu say she was willing to help him, the man was even more excited now. But he also reacted to the fact that just now, he only focused on asking for help and didn't say what kind of help. The man took a deep breath and made himself as clear as possible. Big brother, my wife is 9 months pregnant, she just accidentally fell at home and bled. Didn't you call the emergency number? Yes, they said it would take at least an hour. Now Lin Shu finally realized why the man was looking for help like crazy. Where is your house? Take me there. Without waiting for the man to finish, Lin Shu interrupted him. Over there. The man pointed to a house not far away. Lin Shu drove over with a kick of the gas. Before she even entered the door, she heard the woman inside screaming in pain. In the room, the woman was lying on the bed, her face pale. Next to her, an old woman was taking care of it, and was in a great deal of anxiety. When she saw the man return, the old woman hurriedly asked, "Son, did you find someone to help?" "Found it, Mom. We're taking Bull to the hospital now." The man walked over to his wife and comforted her before helping her up. Lin Shu saw this and rushed forward to help. Originally the old woman wanted to hold on. But Lin Shu saw that she is old, this matter is still young people to stabilize. After the woman sat up, the man was about to hug her. But the weight of a pregnant woman is not light, and the man gritted his teeth and picked her up, but with great effort. It would be no fun to fall in this situation. Lin Shu stepped forward. "Let me do it, I'm strong." The man looked at Lin Shu and hesitated. "Trust me, there's no way I'd joke about something like this." "Good." The man nodded. Lin Shu carefully took the pregnant woman from the man's arms. When the man saw that Lin Shu picked up the woman like nothing was wrong, he was a little more at ease. After the two carefully got into the car, Lin Shu hurriedly returned to the driver's seat. "Take care of your wife, I'm driving a bit fast." "Okay, big brother, please." Shifting into gear and picking up speed, after starting, Lin Shu's car speed gradually accelerated. In an instant, it had reached 220 miles per hour. The men who were worried about their wives a moment before were shocked to see this almost perverted speed. Big brother, it can actually be slightly slower, Billion, we're not in that much of a hurry." "Lin Shu, what? You said the speed is too slow?" "Man, no, I said it was a little too fast." "Lin Shu, you say a little faster?" "No problem." "Man? Live stream?" It was obvious that Lin Shu had said this on purpose. When she carried the pregnant woman to the car just now, Lin Shu felt that she was in a very poor state. According to her condition, if time dragged on a little longer, it was another matter whether the baby could be saved or not, and the pregnant woman herself would also be in danger. 10 minutes later. Lin Shu had already driven into the city limits, while the vehicles on the road, too, were significantly more numerous. Lin Shu lowered the speed of the car, but still kept it at around 100. Near a traffic light, the traffic police force was checking for drunk drivers. The traffic police members had just finished checking one car and were about to randomly look for the next one. In the distance, he saw a sedan, coming in his direction at breakneck speed. The speed limit on this section of the road is 60, and one look at this car tells him that it has been seriously speeding. Traffic police members first beckoned the vehicle to stop. However, the car not only ignored it, but also accelerated when approaching the traffic light and ran a red light. Traffic police members were alarmed and rushed to call for backup. He also quickly got into the car and chased after them. If there was a traffic accident in this NEMA, it would definitely take a few lives. When the traffic police stopped, Lin Shu also saw it. But now the situation is urgent, not the time to explain. Burning goose. Lin Shu didn't realize that at the next intersection, there was already a traffic cop waiting for him. Lin Shu hesitated to stop and explain. But at that moment, the pregnant woman's agonizing whimper once again reached Lin Shu's ears. It couldn't be delayed any longer, time waited for no one. Lin Shu clenched his teeth and drove towards the front. Only this time, Lin Shu kept honking his horn. The traffic police, who had been notified ahead, were already waiting at the intersection for the car with the DUI. By the time they found the car that was suspected of DUI and also speeding. The other party, however, kept honking their horn. The experienced traffic police knew at a glance that there was something wrong with the car. DUI speeding is a possibility. But another possibility is that the car was out of control and couldn't stop. Combined with the owner's incessant honking, they judged that it was more towards the latter. Before they could think clearly, the drunk driver had already bypassed their stop and was driving towards the next intersection. After reacting, the traffic police members took their judgment and told the headquarters about it. Traffic Police Headquarters. Senior Captain Lee Hai had finished his busy day's work and was about to clock out. At this time, a police officer hurriedly ran to the suspected out-of-control vehicles. "What?" Team Lee was shocked. "Quick, go to the command center." Upon arriving at the command center, Team Lee quickly inquired about the direction of travel of the vehicle. He frowned when he heard that the out-of-control vehicle was heading towards the city. Experienced drivers, upon learning that a vehicle was out of control, would drive towards a place with fewer people and fewer cars. But this car was headed toward the city, so what the hell for? Team Lee hurriedly had the street route map pulled up, and he stretched out his finger and slid it along the route the vehicle had taken. In the next moment, Team Lee's eyes widened as if he had seen something. "Quickly, clear a lane out of that section of the city hospital. He's not out of control, he's most likely in a hurry to get to the hospital." Chapter 13 finished, this time really mail. An order was given to control the traffic. Team Lee had another call made to the Tic-Tac officials. Although he thought his guess was correct, he still had to verify it to be on the safe side. Car.
Lin Shu was still driving seriously. Suddenly, the cell phone with the navigation on rang. Lin Shu glanced at it, the caller ID tick official. Suddenly, Lin Shu looked like she thought of something. Right, I was in too much of a hurry just now and forgot about it. I should have reported it to the officials first, then there wouldn't have been any trouble with the traffic police stopping me. Lin Shu hurriedly picked up the call from the official tic-tacs and opened the speakerphone. On the other side of the phone, a pleasant female voice came.
Hello Mr. Lin Shu, the company just received a call from the traffic police team. Your vehicle is in the city, there is a serious speeding situation. May I ask if your vehicle is malfunctioning? My vehicle is not malfunctioning, please help me to relay to the traffic police team. There is a pregnant woman in my car, because of an accidental fall bleeding. The situation is very critical, and now in a hurry to send to the hospital. Okay, I now immediately convey for you. Hanging up the phone, Lin Shu continued to drive towards the next intersection.
Lin Shu thought that there would be another wave of interceptions at the next intersection.
But when he came to the next intersection, the traffic police were controlling the traffic.
It was clear that the light was green, but no vehicles were moving. It was like a green lane was being left open for him. It was also true that when the traffic police saw Lin Shu's vehicle, he quickly gave him a hand signal to pass. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu couldn't help but smile, worthy of the Dragon Kingdom's speed. As he passed by, Lin Shu didn't forget to honk his horn a few times to show his appreciation.
With the intervention of the traffic police, the road behind them could be described as smooth.
Lin Shu also counted on trying once the thrill of extreme racing in the city. In front of the city hospital.
When Lin Shu arrived, there were already paramedics waiting.
Lin Shu's car had just stopped, and the paramedics were already walking over. Several paramedics carefully lifted the pregnant woman onto the cart. The man got out of the car and followed the cart, only he had just taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Lin Shu. Lin Shu had wanted to ask him if there was something leaking in the cart when the man suddenly plopped down, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to Lin Shu.
Lin Shu had a whole black question mark face.
Without waiting for Lin Shu to respond, the man got up and chased after the paramedics.
Live streaming room.
This big brother is a man of nature.
Ha, the anchor is confused. I'm a little dizzy. Live, what's going on?
Me too, damn anchor 220 miles per hour, now think about the legs are a little soft.
The anchor license is gone.
Serious speeding, dangerous driving, running red lights.
Do you guys think the anchor will go step on a sewing machine?
Seeing the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Lin Shu was a bit confused.
Wait a minute, don't I count this as being righteous and good? Shouldn't this be a special event? A uniform 3 question marks floated across the live broadcast. This time Lin Shu was even more confused. Is there no similar example in this world? Lin Shu quickly opened Xiandu and searched for something relevant. The results were invariably, license revocation. It's over, it's really mailed.
Lin Shu didn't die and called Team Lu again.
Crooked, has Team Lu eaten yet? So what, the thing is, I have a friend.
Lin Shu told the story.
Highlighting his friend's self-sacrifice, the spirit of Lei Feng, saving people from fire, etc. Lu Team, do you think this friend of mine can be given special treatment? Lu Team just quietly listened to him finish.
This friend of yours, isn't his last name Lin?
Lin Shu. Did you watch me live? Team Lu returned without a good mood. You think I'm idle? Every day I'm free to watch you live.
However, your matter this time is indeed very special, and this suggestion of special treatment is also very groundbreaking.
For the traffic police, I'll explain your situation to them. It's just that the final result depends on whether they recognize your suggestion or not. It's still Team Lu, thanks out.
Lin Shu was still trying to kiss some ass when he heard Team Lu speak first.
The pig-killing master you asked me to check on yesterday, he's taking a leave of absence today, the reason being that he's sick and resting for a few days. Lin Shu, where's his set of knives?
Lu Team took them away, said he was taking a break to sharpen them.
Neither of them said anything, and it was quiet. After a while, Team Lu spoke first. Lin Shu, I want to hear your opinion.
Lin Shu thought for a moment. Try to use your gun if you can, and never fight him.
Lu Team, good.
Lin Shu still remembered that yesterday it was just looking at him for 3 seconds that he was able to notice something.
This kind of person was too dangerous. The two chatted briefly for a few more moments before hanging up.
Team Lu looked at the time and dialed another number.
Old Lia, off work yet?
Lin Shu went back to his car, said goodbye to his water friends, and got off the air at light speed.
After a busy day, she could finally go back and rest.
After Lin Shu went off the air, the Water Friends Cubs edited tonight's live broadcast into a hot-blooded video and sent it to Jitterbug. Plus many netizens who drove on the road witnessed this scene.
Making this video, in just half an hour, a hit. The truth about the hashtag downtown racer and the traffic police opening up the road. Hashtag life and death. Drivers don't even want their licenses for this.
Hashtag pro challenge contestant, dangerous driving, ran multiple red lights. Hashtag warrior Lin Shu creates another myth, going from the suburbs to the city hospital in 30 minutes. Hashtag cockpits collapsed, countless blacks were left homeless. Hashtag Wangwind releases a new song. Lin Shu, the person in question, was completely unaware of these things. After going home and washing up, he opened the game. After kneeling a few times in a row, he cursed and rolled off to bed. Early morning. After a slap to shut up the alarm clock, Lin Shu got up and washed up. Tube, sign in. Check-in successful. Reward, lockpicking mastery. Lin Shu. Judging from the rewards for signing in these days, the system preaches 2 words. Practical. After simply eating something, Lin Shu opened today's live broadcast. Good morning, brothers. A new day, starting with that damn yellow button. I'd be willing to be single for 10 years with water-friendly pups for a good career. A few large words appeared in the presence of the water friends. Locksmith. Upon seeing this profession, the live stream began to talk about it. TSK, locksmith is a skilled job. What if the anchor doesn't know how? According to the first few days, when other contestants encountered professions they didn't know, the program group would arrange for them to learn by the side of the teacher. In that case, the anchor will be touching fish for a day. When he saw that the live broadcast room uniformly said that he wouldn't, Lin Shu grinned. Who said I can't pick locks? Live stream? Anchor bull blew over owl. Perform one or don't believe me. Sit back and wait for the anchor to hit his face. Anchor your car skills, I'm convinced, but I'm the first to disbelieve you when you say you can open locks. Lin Shu didn't say much and found a wire out from the toolbox. Then he went straight to the door and closed it. Watch it out. After saying that, Lin Shu inserted the wire into the lock hole. In less than 3 seconds, a click was heard from the gate. It opened. Now the water boys are not calm. As much as it pains me to admit it, it looks like he actually opened the door. Yay. Could it be that the lock itself is faulty? Right, anchor change the lock and try, otherwise I still don't believe it. Lin Shu had known that there would be people questioning this, and he didn't say much. Returning to the house, he opened all the ones with locks. Now believe it, if you don't believe it yet, leave your address and I'll come to your door and punch you in the face. But I explain now in advance, unlocking charge, 200 once. No one left an address, although the water users still had questions. Just when Lin Shu thought that the pretense was successful, a pop-up caused the water friends to collectively cheer. Program, don't worry, families, we prepared more than 10 different locks, it's up to Lin Shu to dare to accept the challenge. Single walk a 6. Haha, the program is bull bleep. Lin Shu? Damn, program group is really inappropriate nah. From the first day of the competition, they kept digging holes for him. Lin Shu secretly decided that when the time came, he would definitely hit the program's face hard. What's there to fear about a small challenge? Send the address. Chapter 14, Familiar Opening, Familiar Bitches Smile. Following the address given by the program, Lin Shu quickly arrived at her destination. Just after getting off the bus, Lin Shu saw a striking signboard. Luban Spring and Autumn Locks. After seeing this signboard, Lin Shu realized that he had underestimated the extent of the program's shamelessness. Luban Spring and Autumn Lock, a top domestic and world-famous lock company. I've heard that the vaults of the Blue Star Bank all use Lupin Spring and Autumn safes. However, this one in front of Lin Shu's eyes was just a branch, the head office was in the national capital. Upon seeing Lin Shu, the staff of the program, along with one of the heads of Lupin Spring and Autumn, looked at him meaningfully and let out jia laughter. Live streaming room. Familiar opening, familiar cheap laugh. Every time the program team looks for trouble, it seems to be easily cracked by the anchor. I think this time should be an exception, as the saying goes, things don't come in threes. After Lin Shu approached, the person in charge of Lupin Spring and Autumn politely extended his hand. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the general manager of the Lupin Spring and Autumn branch, my name is Tang Jiancheng. Lin Shu reached out and shook Tang Jiancheng's hand. Manager Tang, it's a pleasure to meet you. After some politeness between the two, they finally got to the point. Mr. Lin, according to the program's requirements, our company has prepared 10 different styles of locks for you, each with a different level of security. If Mr. Lin can open all 10 of these locks, our company will also reward you with a 100,000 bonus. Lin Shu started off with a disinterested attitude, but after hearing that after opening all 10 locks, there was still $100,000, his entire body instantly became energized. Is this true? Of course. Ha. Thanks for the generous gift from your company. Getting the other party to reaffirm, Tang Jiancheng was now like a walking $100,000 in Lin Shu's eyes. The entire person emitted a dazzling light. Let's go, don't waste time. Lin Shu said and couldn't wait to head inside. The program staff and Tang Jiancheng both smiled at each other. This money is not so easy to get. Company conference room. After Tang Jiancheng's arrangement, 9 different kinds of locks of different molds and sizes have been placed here. Mr. Lin, there are 9 locks here, of which these 3 are traditional Luban locks, these 3 belong to the commercial type of encryption locks, and those last 3 are fingerprint retina electronic locks. Tang Jiancheng pointed to the locks on the table and introduced them to Lin Shu. As for the 10th one, it's not too late to wait until you've opened these.
Tang Jianqing had a look on his face.
Lin Shu didn't talk nonsense to him and walked to the conference table. He first picked up a Reuben lock and began to fumble with it. After a few seconds, only a slight click could be heard. The first Reuben lock was opened so easily. Lin Shu didn't make any stops and picked up the second Luban lock.
Same time, similar click sound. The second Luban lock was opened. Then a third. Program. Jason Tang. Live streaming. Say, did the anchor conspire with them to play us? This Lupin lock in the anchor's hands is similar to playing with a Rubik's Cube. I bought a Luban lock toy last year, guess how it opened in the end? Upstairs, don't keep me in suspense, tell me. I tried for a long time but couldn't open it, so I threw it to my family's boarder herd for it to use for teething, which never thought that when I came out after going to the restroom, it would get it open. The point is, it looked at me with that look in its eyes, like it was looking at a retard. Put. IQ is not as good as a doggo, bro.
My goddess gave me a Reuben lockbox earlier. She said it had something she wanted to say to me inside.
What happened upstairs then? And then she's someone else's girlfriend now in the box I haven't opened yet. Are you stupid? The technique does not work. You will not use violence, ah? Yeah, wow, why didn't I think of that at the time? I hate it. Inside the conference room,
Lin Shu opened 3 Luban locks in a row in just over a minute. This speed had already broken the fastest record held in the Reuben Spring and Autumn Company.
Now, Tang Jianqing didn't dare to underestimate the young man in front of him.
After opening the 3 Reuben locks, Lin Shu walked over to the 3 commercial encryption locks in the center. Lin Shu still observed it first, and then made a move to twist the handle and listen to the sound inside. After determining the internal structure, Lin Shu took out 2 wires with hooks. Seeing Lin Shu take out the 2 wires, Tang Jianqing on the side was still interested in coming to the front. But less than 10 seconds, Lin Shu twisted the handle.
Click. The lock opened. The corner of Tang Jianqing's mouth twitched. Inema, driving too fast. Brother, can you drive slower?
You're going so fast it looks like our locks are crap. If our peers find out, they'll laugh at us. Tang Jianqing spat madly in his heart, but on the surface, he still had a calm demeanor. Only he didn't realize that because of his nervousness, his palms had begun to sweat.
3 minutes later, the second encryption lock was opened. 5 minutes later, a third was opened. The programmer and Tang Jianqing exchanged glances.
Both saw the word in each other's eyes.
Cough. Tang Jianqing coughed lightly.
Mr. Lin, these 3 fingerprint retina electronic locks, the latest generation of our company's products, have been upgraded to the 5th generation, and are well deserved.
Tang Jianqing was still introducing these 3 electronic locks, how advanced and secure they were.
Lin Shu listened to his explanation while taking out a lighter from his pocket and removing the igniter inside.
Just like that, in front of Tang Jianqing, he stuck it on the metal edge of one of the electronic locks. Ta. Ta-da. Ta-da. Ka. The lock, it's open.
Tang Jianqing said half of the words, was blocked in the throat. He is now considered to experience what is like fish in the throat. Lin Shu did as he had done, and opened the remaining 2 electronic locks. The 3 locks took less than a minute, faster than opening a Reuben lock. Seeing this, Tang Jianqing back cold sweat. These 3 fingerprint retina electronic locks were already top-notch in the field of civilian locks.
I didn't realize that it could be easily opened with just a lighter igniter.
Now the biggest problem is that Lin Shu's lock opening is live on the whole network. Nearly 100,000 water friends in the live broadcast room. How many people in here will have bad thoughts? No one knows. But once there are users that incur losses because of this.
Financial compensation is a small matter, but the company's reputation is the biggest.
The more Tang Jianqing thought, the more fear in his heart.
Lin, Mr. Lin, this.
As if Lin Shu had already known about his concerns, he stepped forward and patted his shoulder. I know what you're afraid of, but you can rest assured that there are techniques in this, and it's useless for ordinary people to learn. Hearing Lin Shu's words, Tang Jianqing was like a condemned prisoner who had heard the final sentence of acquittal. The entire person had a sense of emptiness, and his feet almost fell to the ground as he went limp. Luckily, Lin Shu was quick on her feet and helped him sit on the stool. Tang Jianqing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Lin Shu and asked, Mr. Lin, everything you said is true? Didn't lie to me? Lin Shu shrugged and handed the igniter to the program's crew.
Bro, go ahead and try it.
The man from the program looked excited at the situation and took the igniter and went over to try it.
Just now, watching Lin Shu easily, he opened this high-tech electronic lock.
He had long been itching to get his hands dirty and try it out.
Burning goose.
He was in front of the reclosed electronic lock, following what Lin Shu had just done, but he couldn't open it. Now he was also a bit confused. As a live audience, he could see it more clearly than anyone else.
But why couldn't it open? What went wrong? The people on the show tried it on all 3 electronic locks. Without exception, it didn't open.
After Tang Jianqing slowed down, he also tried it himself.
The answer was that it wouldn't open.
Only then did Tang Jianqing really breathe a sigh of relief.
Live streaming room.
I tried the door to my house and it won't open.
The anchor is hiding, this pussy is even brother-proof.
I just planned a plan to get rich, and it died before I could even start implementing it. Upstairs really torture ah. Why don't you find 2 more people who can be tortured? Maybe if you taste more deaths you'll become a success. Torture. Lin Shu didn't rush to hurry and waited for Tang Jianqing to try a few more times before opening his mouth to remind him.
Manager Tang, there's just one last lock left.
Tang Jianqing, who had survived the robbery, smiled once again.
Good. Mr. Lin, come with me. Chapter 15, so you're called Blackie.
Lin Shu followed Tang Jianqing and came to the door of a room.
Mr. Lin, this last lock is a new product that the company has just developed, and it's still under wraps.
So the next content can't be broadcast live, and secondly, you need to sign a confidentiality agreement. Please forgive me.
Tang Jianqing took an agreement and handed it to Lin Shu.
Lin Shu swept a glance to make sure that there was no problem with this agreement before signing his big name. Brothers, warm up the wine for me, I'll be right there. Lin Shu put down the live broadcast equipment and followed Tang Jianqing into the house. Taking advantage of Lin Shu's departure, the live broadcasting room began to live whole again.
Anchor, how can I live without you? Anchor, you don't hide inside you have the ability to open 9 locks in a row, you have the ability to open the door
Lonely men and women sharing a room, Manager Tang shouldn't be welcoming men.
How fat for? I just answered a phone call time, how the anchor is gone. Arrested? The anchor was tricked into a small black room by Manager Tang. Hiss. Strong man lockman. The chrysanthemum thing is tense. 10 minutes later.
The door to the room was opened. Lin Shu walked out from the inside as if nothing had happened. Tang Jianqing, who was following behind, instead looked shocked, looking at Lin Shu's back as if he was looking at a monster.
Manager Tang, the challenge has been completed, when will the bonus be paid?
Lin Shu turned to look at Tang Jianqing, excitement written all over his face.
Okay, you give me the card number, I'll let the finance transfer it to you. Ha. Thanks Ao.
Lin Shu wrote the card number to Tang Jianqing, then turned to look at the program's crew. Bro, we've known each other for a few days, and we still don't even know your name.
Ha? Just call me Blackie. So your ING name is Blackie. What? Nothing, Blackie, I'm done with the challenge too, aren't you forgetting something?
Lin Shu rubbed his hands together and revealed an Anya's smile.
Xiao Hei's chrysanthemums tightened as he thought back over and still couldn't remember forgetting anything. Forgetting what? It's okay to forget, let me remind you.
I told you before we left the house, there's a charge for unlocking the door, 200 a time.
This.
Blackie was a bit messed up, the director only asked him to come to the whole job, but he didn't give him any money.
Didn't Manager Tang reward you with $100,000?
Xiao Hei said awkwardly and without losing his manners.
That's a bonus from Lupin Chuanxiu, what does it have to do with the program?
10 locks, $2,000, not a penny less. Lin Shu took Xiao Hei's shoulder and said it seriously, not like a joke at all. Half an hour later, Tang Jianqing sent Lin Shu and Xiao Hei downstairs.
Mr. Lin, thank you again for those improvements.
Lin Shu waved his hand. Small matter, call me anytime you need testing next time, the price is negotiable. After Tang Jianqing left, Lin Shu turned around and said something similar to Xiao Hei. In the future, if the program team needs to open a lock, find me for a 99% discount. The corners of Xiao Hei's mouth twitched, and after watching Lin Shu leave, he dialed the director's number.
Crooked? Director Chen, you have to reimburse me this time. After leaving from Lupin Spring, Lin Shu went to a nearby shopping plaza.
After buying a cup of lemonade at Honey Snow, she sat in the rest area and chatted with her water cubs.
Live streaming room.
Wow, the brothers have black silk.
Tisk, TSK.
Those legs, they're longer than my life.
It's just average. Raises pants. Hiss. Upstairs flash. Ha?
Why do I see that big smoke billowing up in the direction of the parking lot?
Lin Shu, who was looking at the scenery with boredom, was also attracted by the smoke floating up not far away. Brothers, go eat melon.
Lin Shu finished the rest of the lemonade in one gulp, the main one not going to waste. From the resting place to the parking lot location, it was less than 50 meters. When Lin Shu arrived, there were also quite a few people who liked to eat melons coming from all around. It was only when he got closer that he realized that a small car was on fire for some unknown reason. Some enthusiastic citizens have begun to look around for fire extinguishers, or fire hydrants. Lin Shu planned to return to the shopping plaza side to get a fire extinguisher.
Look, there seems to be a child in the car. I don't know who said that.
Lin Shu subconsciously looked back, and inside the window glass at the back of the car, a child's hand could be vaguely seen, slapping the car window incessantly. A young man, who was close by, had darted over to try to open the door to save the child. But the car door was already locked, he could not pull it at all. The car door is locked, everyone gets something to smash the window. At this time the fire in the car became more and more ferocious, the flames rose more than a meter high, also accompanied by thick black smoke. This situation, the car at any time there is a risk of explosion.
Those who were purely eating melons had moved back to a safe distance. The child in the car is now on the edge of life and death. Just in the nick of time, Lin Shu took a step and rushed up. The young man who had just tried to open the door saw Lin Shu come forward and hurriedly opened his mouth. The car door is locked, it won't open. I'll go find a tool. Lin Shu didn't pay attention to the young man's words and looked at the car. It was an older sedan with a key jack on the door. Lin Shu quickly took out a wire from his pocket and inserted it into the lock hole. Fortunately, he had just put the wire in his pocket by hand, or else he would be in trouble now. Lin Shu plucked the wire, and in less than 2 seconds, a slight click was heard. But when Lin Shu went to pull the door handle, she actually failed to pull it open. After several attempts, it still wouldn't budge. Lin Shu was pretty sure that the lock had opened. The fact that the car door wouldn't open now only proved that something was stuck inside. Lin Shu pulled hard on the door handle and tried to open it violently. But when he exerted a little force, the door handle was yanked down. Sabo! Lin Shu exploded with an expletive. As her heart raced, Lin Shu's heart fluttered. Quickly taking out a key from her pocket, she held it between her middle finger and ring finger. The next moment, swung his fist wildly toward the car window. At the same time, the fire in front had started to spread over, which made Lin Shu even more anxious. Boom! 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 Punch after punch, and soon large and small hollows had appeared in the car windows. When the damage was almost done, Lin Shu threw an elbow strike, completely blowing the car window open. A burst of smoke gushed out from the car. By this time, the child in the car was no longer moving. Don't let anything happen. Lin Shu probed in, took the already unconscious child, carried it out in one hand, and turned around. Just after walking out for some distance, Lin Shu heard an explosion coming from behind him. Almost nailed it. Lin Shu spat out. Coming to a relatively safe place, Lin Shu placed the child in her arms on the ground. It was then that Lin Shu noticed that it was a little girl around 3 or 4 years old. Lin Shu first probed her nostrils and her breathing was weak. Inhaling a large amount of smoke, the situation is now dangerous. She has to be taken to the hospital. Lin Shu looked up at the eating crowd around her. Who has a car? The child is in a very urgent situation and must be taken to the hospital quickly. Lin Shu looked around, no one answered. Lin Shu once again picked up the little girl, walking in the direction of the road. Perhaps it was truly providential that a car happened to stop not far away at this time. Lin Shu's eyes lit up and she ran up quickly, catching the door of the car. Brothers, do me a favor, this child's life is in danger now, we need to quickly send her to the hospital. Lin Shu? Anchor, is that you? The driver asked in surprise. Lin Shu was stunned, not expecting to meet water friends here. It's me, bro, it's an emergency situation, can you help? Sure, get in the car. Thanks. Lin Shu pulled open the passenger door and was about to walk in. The driver suddenly came and said, Anchor, you drive. Good. Then please take care of the child. Lin Shu didn't make any pretense and handed the child over to the other party. After the two of them got into the car, Lin Shu waited for the other party to pull the seatbelt up. With a kick of the gas, the car scurried straight out. The waterman sitting in the back row sucked in a breath of cold air. He had also watched Lin Shu's live broadcast yesterday and knew that Lin Shu drove fast. It was only when he personally sat in Lin Shu's back seat that he felt what was meant by speed and passion. At this time, there were only 4 words in this water lover's heart. Awesome. Chapter 16, I'll be a good driver again next month. Traffic Police Headquarters. Li Hai had just finished processing a document, picked up the cup of water that he had already finished drinking, and was going to make a cup of coffee. Last night was busy until close to 12 o'clock because of that speeding rescue incident. After getting off work and being dragged by Lu Kong to have a midnight snack, it was more than 2 in the morning when I got home. I had to get up at 7 a.m. to go to work again. Li Hai held his stiff waist and couldn't help but sigh that he really couldn't stay up so late after getting older. Li Hai had just stepped out of the office when a police officer hurriedly ran in. Team Li, there are people racing cars over on Ring Road again. What? The one yesterday was even, but today there's another one, outrageous. Li Hai took a cup and without even hitting the water, he came to the command center in a rage. Is it that car from yesterday? Li Hai asked. It's not the one from yesterday. It's just. Say what you have to say, don't stammer. Team Li, although it's not the car from last night, the direction he was traveling in seems to be the same as the one from yesterday, both going in the direction of the city hospital. Li Hai. Pull up the road map. Li Hai looked at the road map. This car wasn't driving from the suburbs though. But with its current direction of travel, it was indeed possible that it was going to the city hospital. He now has 4 more intersections before he gets to Hospital Drive. If he doesn't change direction at the next intersection, notify your co-workers a few intersections behind him have them control the traffic and give him the green lane. At that moment a police officer asked weakly. Team Li, if he doesn't end up going to the city hospital. Or what if he went to the city hospital part of the way, but he just imitated the guy racing yesterday? Lee Hai's face darkened. Humph. If someone really jokes about this kind of thing, I'll send him in to step on a sewing machine. At this time, Lin Shu, who was almost sent to step on a sewing machine, after passing through several congested roads, he suddenly realized that the intersection ahead actually had a green lane. At this time, Lin Shu couldn't care less who the green channel was reserved for. This child in his car was also in a life-threatening situation. As long as he could save this child, even if he ended up in the police station, he would recognize it. Smoothly arriving at the entrance of the hospital, Lin Shu quickly got out of the car and picked up the little girl in the arms of his water friend. Thanks bro, I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Saying a word to his water friends, Lin Shu rushed into the hospital building with the little girl in his arms. Doctor. After waiting at the hospital for almost 2 hours, I finally heard from the doctor that the baby's condition had stabilized. Lin Shu let out a long sigh of relief. A relaxed smile was shown to the live broadcast. Guys, it's okay, the kid is sort of saved. In the 2 hours just now, the water friends were waiting anxiously with Lin Shu. Now that they heard that the child was fine, the pop-up screen was once again lively. Anchor bull beep. I would like to call the anchor, City Lights. The anchor deserves the name of God of War. The scene of the anchor smashing the window to save the people is really handsome. I'm a man watching it. You also want to meet the man, is it? Anchor a punch of 20 years of power, can you catch it? Spread the flowers, spread the flowers. While chatting happily with my water friends, the phone rang. Lin Shu picked it up and looked at it. It showed, City Traffic Police Brigade. After answering the phone, Lin Shu's face showed an odd color. Brothers, the traffic police called me and asked me to come over. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the water friends' hearts, which had just relaxed, immediately tensed up again. It's over, this time the anchor's license is really going to be gone. The law doesn't tolerate this, it can't be helped. It's just that the suspension of the driver's license is already considered light. I'm afraid that in case it still has to be characterized as a vicious incident, it's over if it's sent to step on a sewing machine. Seeing the water friends say this, Lin Shu had no bottom in her heart. After talking to her water friends, she took a taxi to the headquarters of the Traffic Police Brigade. Lin Shu just entered the hall and explained his intentions, and after waiting for a moment, a police officer came over and said that Teen Lee wanted to see him. Lee Hai's office. You're Lin Shu? Lee Hai stared at Lin Shu expressionlessly. Hello Teen Lee, I'm Lin Shu. Teen Lee hummed. You're a big problem kid, serious speeding, running red lights in a row, dangerous driving. Once yesterday, and again today. Are you taking our traffic laws as child's play? One of these, I can revoke your license, and for the bad influence it's causing now, sending you in to step on a sewing machine would be enough. Do you have anything else to say? Lin Shu let out a bitter smile. This was a parallel world after all. It was normal for laws and regulations to be different. Just for Lin Shu, he had done nothing wrong, he had a clear conscience. Suspend your license and take a taxi in the future, this does not affect. But then again, didn't the Lu team promise to intercede for him? Now look at the face of Teen Lee, it doesn't look like there are traces of favoritism. In a moment I will go to the bureau to rub rice, this must be a statement, humph. Although this is what he thought in his heart, Lin Shu still answered honestly. Wrong is wrong, I have nothing to say. I'm willing to accept the appropriate punishment. Teen Lee's face eased up when he heard Lin Shu say this. Regret? I'll give you another chance, do you still dare to do this? Lin Shu grinned. No regrets, and I'd still do it again. What? Teen Lee slapped the desktop and stood up, his face grim as he stared dead into Lin Shu's eyes. Lin Shu wasn't afraid either and locked eyes with him. After a few seconds, Teen Lee suddenly laughed out loud. Lin Shu? What? You kid, you're kind of funny. Yesterday, La Lu found me and told me about your proposal for that special event and the subsequent transportation publicity, etc., and I think it's great. This morning I've already called the higher-ups, and they've agreed, but it will take time for the documents to come down. During this time, there are no special circumstances, so you shouldn't drive for now. When the documents come down, you'll be notified. Hearing Teen Lee finish, Lin Shu was still a bit confused. He was mentally prepared to have his driver's license revoked, or even to step on a sewing machine. Burning goose. The Traffic Police Brigade accepted his proposal. It was just quite sudden. Teen Lee saw Lin Shu freeze and smiled. What? Is this still unsatisfactory? We don't have a bonus for you. Lin Shu smiled awkwardly, not realizing that even the bonus thing, Team Lu, had said so. After chatting with Teen Lee for another 10 minutes or so, Lin Shu came out of the Traffic Police Brigade. After reopening the live broadcast, Lin Shu kept a bitter face. The water friends knew that he had just come out of the Traffic Police Brigade and had guessed the result. All of them sent pop-ups to comfort. Anchor, don't feel bad, when you make money and hire a driver, just say where you want to go. Right. Which of the successful people drive themselves? Letting the policewoman drive for you, and you sitting in the policewoman's co-pilot is also quite good. If the anchor wants to go out in the future, say so in the live broadcast room, so that the brothers in the neighborhood will go and give you a ride. I have a triple trampoline at home, so I can give the anchor a full-time driver. If you want to put it that way, my family also has a 2.8 bar. Autobio's exclusive driver, the anchor considerate. Anchor, my son's twisted car applies to fight. Seeing the water friend's words of concern, Lin Shu was also touched. Thank you brothers for your concern, it's nothing to not drive, the big deal is that this month I go out and take a taxi, although it's quite expensive, but I can still afford it. I'll be a good driver again when next month rolls around. Live stream? The water friends all heard something in Lin Shu's words. What do you mean by taking a taxi this month and being a good driver next month? Didn't you get your license suspended? You shouldn't be able to retake the test for 5 years. Lin Shu pretended to look like he had come to a realization. Look at my memory. I forgot to tell the brothers. Both of these things I did were due to special circumstances because of saving someone's life. The traffic police decided to make it special, but we have to wait for the approval documents from above, so I can't even drive this month, and I have to wait until next month when I will have my license reinstated. Live stream. The anchor is a real dog. The dog anchor cheats sympathy, right? I'm going to tell the policewoman about this so she can see the dog anchor's face. Dog anchor, please translate. What is next month? Translate, translate, translate. Anchor played a bad game, just like this, and still want the water friends to read your favor? Just 2 words, disgusting. I'm going to tell my Gigi that he won't give you any more eggs to eat. You just got back from the mountains upstairs, I think, and I have bad news for you, the chicken coop collapsed. The little darkies are homeless. Seeing her water friends talking about the chicken nest, Lin Shu suddenly had a bit of a hamburger craving. At the Na Chicken fast food restaurant, Lin Shu had just ordered a set meal and paid for it. The phone in her pocket rang. Caller ID, Chen Shui. Crooked? Policewoman Chen, what can I do for you? Chapter 17. Okay, thankfully. What? Ask me to pick the lock? Doesn't the bureau have a cooperative locksmith? What? They can't even open it? Well then, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shu looked at the nibbled chicken and chicken set meal she had just ordered, and then looked at the hung-up phone. Please pack it for me. Eastern Suburbs. Lin Shu got down from the cab and took out his cell phone to dial Chen Shui's number. I'm here, ask someone to come out and pick me up. Lin Shu waited on the side of the road for 5 minutes and saw Chen Shui waving to him from afar. Seeing this scene, the live streaming room came alive again. Wow, it's the police flower. Look, the policewoman is waving at me. 2A, upstairs really watch face, police flower obviously waving at me. Sorry everyone, the family's wife has made a fool of herself. Arriving in front of Chen Shui, Lin Shu handed over the bag in her hand. Here. What's this? Chen Shui took the bag. Lin Shu casually returned your lunch. Chen Shui did not expect that Lin Shu would still bring her lunch. Thanks. You're welcome. Burning goose. Lin Shu still had the second half of the sentence. Who asked you to introduce me to the list? Didn't say it. Seeing Lin Shu's wave of actions, the water friends all seemed to understand something. I said why did the dog anchor buy an extra copy, so it's the lunch he brought for the policewoman. The dog anchor is quite good at this. The policewoman's eyebrows are curved when she smiles, she's so pretty. Police flower, you don't want to be fooled by a meal of gnawed chicken and chicken by the dog anchor. Come to a residential room with Chen Shui. At this time in the room, there were several other police officers working. When they saw Lin Shu come in, they all greeted him. The safe is inside the house, see if you can open it. Yes. When she came over with Chen Shui, Lin Shu had already learned some information about this safe. According to the suspect's explanation, inside this safe, a destruction device was set up. If 3 consecutive incorrect operations, the destruction device will be activated. The key to open the safe was lost when the suspect escaped. It is also possible that the other party deliberately discarded it. After all, the safe is full of evidence of his crimes. A locksmith had been approached earlier to try and open the lock. But the safe prompted that the operation was incorrect. 1 error, now 2 more chances. So they are all very cautious. As for why they approached Lin Shu, there was still a resting police officer who was watching Lin Shu live. Knowing that he was good at opening locks, that's why he called them on duty and asked them to find Lin Shu to try. Lin Shu came to the safe and carefully surveyed it. Then he asked Chen Shui to find a more flexible wire. Lin Shu moved the joints of his hands and took deep breaths to adjust his heartbeat. Then he stretched the wire to the innermost part and dragged it outward bit by bit. Every place the wire passed through, corresponding lines were drawn in Lin Shu's mind. After trying back and forth a few times and confirming that there was no mistake, Lin Shu found a pen and paper and drew out the key. Alright, let's have someone make the key. Lin Shu handed the paper to Chen Shui. This key really works? Seeing the oddly shaped key on the drawing, Chen Shui asked one more question. Of course, I swear with the live broadcast water friends, 10 years of single life, absolutely no problem. These words instantly triggered a verbal attack from the water friends. 20 minutes later, the police officer who went out brought back the key. Chen Shui got the key and tried to unlock the door. But she was stopped by Lin Shu. Let me do it, this safe is a bit special, it needs some maneuvers to open it. Chen Shui immediately nodded and handed him the key. In front of the safe, Lin Shu first put his left hand on the handle, took the key in his right hand and inserted it halfway into the lock hole. The key was first turned clockwise twice. The left handle is brought down and it stops motionless. At this point the key in the right hand, all the way into the lock hole, is turned counterclockwise one more time. The left handle is brought down again. Only a click was heard and the safe door was pulled open. Looking at what was in the safe, Lin Shu all but almost called straight out. This safe had a height of 1.6 meters, and the brand new red banknotes inside had been piled up to more than 1 meter high. At the top of the banknotes, there were several red books, and a dozen gold bars on the side. In the innermost part, Lin Shu also saw a pistol, 2 magazines. The water friends saw this spectacular picture, and the scrolling pop-ups had filled the entire screen. Burning goose. Lin Shu just took one more look and took 2 steps back. Turning to Chen Shui, he said, "Well, fortunately. Lin Shu, you're really something." Chen Shui complimented. The several police officers on the side secretly sighed in relief. After seeing what was in the safe, they were also shocked. Seeing Lin Shu, who was at the forefront of unlocking the door again, they subconsciously tensed up again. They had all heard about Lin Shu's flying dagger saving people in the vegetable market. They were all afraid that, in case Lin Shu couldn't withstand the temptation of money, he would do something irrevocably wrong. But luckily, Lin Shu just looked at it twice. As senior police officers, they could see that Lin Shu's eyes were soft and light, and did not see greed as well as excess desire. Several police officers exchanged a look and applauded Lin Shu. Lin Shu waved his hand. "Ha! It's a small thing, by the way, who do I have to settle the payment with?" Hearing Lin Shu's words, Chen Shui couldn't help but laugh again. "I'll transfer you later, 200 right?" Lin Shu nodded. "That's right, but we're all old acquaintances, so it can be cheaper, just give 180. The water friends, a moment before, were still marveling at the contents of the safe. But when they saw this wave of Lin Shu's operation, they were again looking like they hated it. Tisk, TSK, what more 180, directly free ah. That's right, what's the point of charging for a favor for your daughter-in-law? You don't even give a second glance to what's in the safe, and you still care about this 180? Anchor, you're confused. At this time, what more money is needed? Wouldn't it be better to just say we'll have dinner together in the evening? In the dog Anchor's heart, $200 is more important than the police flower. He, too, a scum. Lin Shu didn't ask much about the case. Knowing too much about some things wasn't a good thing. After receiving Chen Shui's transfer, Lin Shu left directly. Just before leaving the door, Chen Shui didn't forget to say a word to him. "Lin Shu, remember to go back to the bureau to prepare a case, or else it's illegal for you to open locks for people who..." For this reason, Lin Shu went back to the bureau again. Coming out of the bureau, Lin Shu chose to go straight home. Just as he entered his home, he received an unfamiliar phone call. In fact, when he saw that it was an unfamiliar caller, Lin Shu had no intention of answering it. But the other party called several times in a row before Lin Shu picked it up. Upon asking, she realized that it was the little girl's mother calling. On the phone, the other party expressed her gratitude to Lin Shu and was willing to give Lin Shu some payment, but was rejected by Lin Shu. At the same time, Lin Shu scolded the other party severely, leaving her daughter alone in the car and locking the doors and windows. She didn't think about what she would do if something happened. If Lin Shu hadn't happened to be there today, that little girl might have been lost. For parents like this, Lin Shu didn't have any good feelings towards them. The water friends in the live streaming room, hearing Lin Shu's crazy output like this, all had palpitations in their hearts. But at the same time, they felt that Lin Shu was right to do so. There were even some of the water users who wanted Lin Shu to release the number, and they were going to curse a few times. Of course, Lin Shu did not do this. When she didn't have any work to do in the afternoon, Lin Shu took her water friends and went to the other contestants' live rooms to sneak around. It doesn't matter if you don't look, this look Lin Shu's blood pressure came up. Open the first player's live room. The opponent's profession today is clothing modeling. That would have been fine. But when Lin Shu saw that the kid was surrounded by all the white-skinned, beautiful, long-legged girls, he was a little unbalanced. Coupled with the fact that his water friends were falling on their sword, he became even more angry. After quitting, another random contestant was approached. Just after clicking in, I heard the other person come in. Mom's flavor. Fixed my eyes on a ing full meal. Lin Shu mouth corner twitching. You kid, that sentence, mom's taste, is serious? Your mother is still a national banquet chef? You can still grow up eating a full course meal? The water friends again spared no effort in laughing at Lin Shu, saying something like, other people eat a full banquet, you can only eat nibbling chicken. Lin Shu cursed and exited the live broadcast room. Opening the third contestant's live room. Just as he clicked in, he heard a sister sweetly calling out to her brother, some to her master, and some to her young master. 7 or 8 sisters in maid outfits were pandering to that contestant. It turned out that this kid was experiencing service in a maid store. Even the water friends in Lin Shu's live broadcast were outraged. One after another, they spoke out in bitter reproach. Is there any humanity? Is there any morality? Is there any address? Lin Shu. Chapter 18, Brothers, here we go again with the blind boxes. Early morning. Sunny. Tube, sign in. Check-in successful. Reward, Arrow Master Technique. Lin Shu's hand that was brushing his teeth gave a slight lurch. Arrow, a traditional musical instrument, was something that few people were willing to learn nowadays. Even many young people have never heard that there is such a musical instrument. Lin Shu was not expecting to sign up for this instrument's clan-level technology today. After breakfast, boarded the live broadcast. Guys, it's time to open the blind box again, randomly select a few unlucky water friends to sacrifice, so that I can have a good job today. Lin Shu clasped his hands together and bowed to each of the 4 directions. All the fishermen. After an operation, Lin Shu clicked the yellow button. Under Lin Shu's prayers, under the curse of the crowd of water friends, a few large words eventually appeared. Traditional instrument promoter. Lin Shu, M. Crowd of water lovers? What kind of profession is this? Why haven't I heard of it? There are plenty of professions you haven't heard of. I have a friend whose oddball profession is called fart smeller, and you'd know that if I didn't tell you? Upstairs, you're a friend without a center, aren't you? It's not me, it's really my friend, trust me, trust me. Ha ha. Everyone understands. Traditional instruments. I don't think the dog anchor knows how to play them. I also think, how can a former fresh meat like the anchor know traditional musical instruments? Traditional musical instruments, I only know pipa, guzheng. Upstairs LSP identification is complete. Haha, the guzheng and pipa are mostly played by the young lady. Did everyone forget that there's also a swana? Nowadays, the swana is basically only heard at funeral ceremonies in the countryside, and since the prevalence of Western-style weddings, the sound of the swana hasn't even been heard at wedding banquets. The water users voiced their respective guesses, and in this screen full of pop-ups, Lin Shu could only see a few that mentioned the arrow. Seeing the water friends questioning, Lin Shu immediately replied back. Who said I don't know how to play traditional instruments? After saying this, Lin Shu stopped paying attention to the live broadcast. With the water friends' questions, he went out and took a taxi. 20 minutes later, arrived at this time's destination. People's Park. Seeing Lin Shu come here, the water friends were puzzled. Coming to the People's Park, what was the connection with traditional musical instruments? But Lin Shu didn't say anything, so they could only be anxious. Wandering around in the People's Park. When he came to the artificial lake in the center of the park, Lin Shu faintly heard the sound of an arrow. Brothers, it's here. Following the sound of the arrow, Lin Shu walked up to a gazebo. At this time, there were several grandfathers playing arrows sitting in the gazebo. Lin Shu came to the side of the gazebo and quietly listened. When the song was finished, Lin Shu hastily applauded. Good, this song, Steeds Running to Protect the Border, was well played by the Grand Master. Hearing someone applauding and shouting, several of the monks turned around to look over. Upon seeing that the visitor was a handsome young man, they all revealed amiable smiles. Young man, you like arrow too? One of the grandfathers asked. Lin Shu nodded. Yes, I learned from my grandfather when I was little. Lin Shu's blind words came in with his mouth open, so to speak, without any redness in his face. Hey! It's not often that a young man like you likes arrow. Seeing that the several grandmasters were happy, Lin Shu suddenly said, Grandmaster, can I order a tune? The Moncler jackets are happy. What kind of music do you want to hear? As long as you can name it, I can play it. It seems like the grandfathers are all very confident. Lin Shu paused before continuing, then I'll order horse racing. Hey! Young man, you've stumbled upon something today, the song horse racing is my specialty. A white-bearded grandpa said confidently. A Moncler outlet store next to him also then opened his mouth. I think back in the day, Old Lee relied on this song from Sima to win his daughter-in-law's heart and get the beauty. Hearing his companion's praise, Mr. Lee became even more complacent. Lin Shu let out a smile. I'm honored, then I'm all ears. The old man will give you a song today. Master Lee first adjusted the strings and tuned the intonation before he began to play. The tune rang out, and Lin Shu knew that this Moncler outlet online didn't brag. Rhythm in every aspect, mastered in place. It's hard enough for the average person listening to it to pick out the faults. Only, to the ears of Lin Shu, the era master, there were still some improvements. As the song of the racehorse fell, several other grandmasters applauded. Lin Shu was no exception. They could hear that Old Lee had gone above and beyond today, pulling better than he usually did when practicing. Old Lee held his head high and looked at Lin Shu with a smug face. Young man, how is it? Lin Shu rose to applaud. Good, very good. Hearing Lin Shu's comment like this, Grandpa Lee raised his eyebrows. Very good, that is to say not to the point of being very good. Boy, do you think I didn't pull it off well enough? Ahem. Lin Shu was a bit embarrassed, he was really an old man, he could hear the meaning of his words. In fact, Monclerly this song racehorse, pulling has been very good, has reached the threshold of the professional level.
It's just that. Lin Shu looked at Moncler Outlet Store Lee and realized that he no longer had the smile on his face that he had just had.
Cough cough, Grandmaster Lee, I'm talking nonsense, don't take it seriously.
Don't, young man, you must give the old man a statement today. This song racehorse, in the end we're not.
Lin Shu, really? Mr. Lee, say it quickly.
Several other Moncler Outlet Store Moncler jackets also came over and surrounded Lin Shu in the center. In their opinion, Lin Shu was just a brat with no hair growing.
At this age, he was as old as their grandchildren. What could such a brat know?
Seeing a few grandpas, all of them look like they won't let go unless they give a statement. Lin Shu had no choice but to agree.
Good, I'll discuss and explore with a few grandmasters today. Who would like to lend me their arrow? A fat grandpa next to him handed over his arrow.
Here, the fat master lends it to you. Lin Shu arched his hand.
Thanks a lot.
Receiving the arrow, Lin Shu carefully adjusted the strings to test the sound.
A few moments passed. Ready.
Lin Shu straightened up, holding the pole with his left hand, his fingers resting on the strings.
His right hand picked up the bow pole. Then he took a deep breath and adjusted his state. This instant, Lin Shu's entire body seemed to have an extra special aura.
Several Moncler Outlet Online had an illusion, as if the one in front of them was not a young man, but an arrow master who had been famous for decades. Even the water friends in the live broadcast room, through the screen, feel that the temperament on Lin Shu has changed. Lin Shu did not notice the subtle changes of the several grandmasters. At the moment, it was like he was entering the middle of a special atmosphere. With the movements of Lin Shu's hands, the song, Jockey Horse, was perfectly interpreted by him. Master Lee, who was sitting across from Lin Shu, was originally very unconvinced by the evaluation this young man gave him. The first time the song was played, Moncler Jackets Outlet, he thought, it's not that different, he said. But as the song played, Moncler Outlet Online, the more he listened to it, the more shocked he was. Horse racing is a tune he has been playing for decades. There was once a famous era player who even praised him for his good performance of this song, horse racing. But now compared with this young man, Moncler Outlet Store Lee realized that the gap between the two is not generally large. Listening to the tune played by this young man, in front of Moncler Outlet Store Lee's eyes, it seems like the boundless prairie, flocks of cattle and sheep, and the man who galloped the racehorse. What kind of skill is required to make people feel so immersed?
Several Moncler Outlet Store Moncler jackets were immersed in the tune. Soon,
a horse race was played. In the gazebo, silence reigned. There were no other sounds in the field except for the sounds of insects and birds and the wind blowing the leaves.
It took a long time before a few Moncler Outlet Store adults came back from it. A few Moncler Outlet Online Moncler Outlet Store face-to-face, all of them looked dumbfounded.
It had been shocked to the point that not a single word could be spoken.
Chapter 19. What are you guys looking at me for? Put some food on the table. After listening to Lin Shu's song Jockey,
the live broadcast room also fell into a brief silence, but soon, the pop-up screen rolled up again.
Dog anchor bull beeping.
I suddenly have the illusion that I just came back from the prairie. Me too, it's like being with a group of prairie men, galloping their horses across the vast grasslands.
Upstairs, you this horse galloping it decent? No, can you drive on this road? I didn't realize that this traditional instrument could play such a beautiful tune.
I have goosebumps all over, my music cells are cheering. My second oldest has been in a wheelchair for more than 10 years, and just now, when I heard this song Sima, I actually stood up. My lazy donkey that pulls the mill at home actually ran after hearing the horse race.
Ha, has your donkey bloodline awakened? Donkey, awakened, hunting moment.
After the song was played, Lin Shu also retreated from the kind of mysterious environment he had just been in. Lin Shu realized that several of the grandmasters, all of them, were in a dazed state. There was a Moncler Outlet UK man whose dentures fell to the ground and he didn't even realize it.
Ahem.
Lin Shu coughed lightly. A few of the lords also came back to their senses from the shock they had just experienced. Only, the shock in their hearts still hadn't faded.
Grandpa Lee swallowed hard. I still don't know, what is your name, little friend? Lin Shu came back with a sentence, my name is Lin Shu. Grandmaster can just call me Shaolin.
Master Lin, you really play this song Racehorse so well.
Yes. I've lived for decades, and it's the first time I've heard someone who can take this tune and play it so well. I just felt like I was in a prairie, it was really amazing. A few Moncler Outlet Online you talk, the more excited you get.
Being praised so much by several grandmasters, even Lin Shu's thick skin was a bit embarrassed.
That, Master Lin, can you please teach us?
The one who spoke was Grandmaster Lee, who was obsessed with this song Racehorse. Before today, whoever told him that the horse race was well performed, he was a trifle unconvinced. But after listening to Lin Shu's horse racing performance, he was convinced from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, the idea of studying rose in him. Several Moncler Outlet Store people quieted down when they heard Moncler Jackets Outlet Lee's words. They also looked at Lin Shu with a hopeful face.
Of course, there's no problem. Lin Shu laughed. Seeing Lin Shu's promise, the several grandmasters hurriedly picked up their respective benches and sat down in front of Lin Shu. A look of an elementary school student in class. Lin Shu was all a bit teary-eyed. For the next 2 hours, Lin Shu gave several Moncler outlet store Moncler jackets UK opinions to each of them based on their respective problems. And the questions Lin Shu asked often went straight to the root. After Moncler outlet store receiving Lin Shu's guidance, they all have a feeling of enlightenment. Even in the live broadcasting room, there are many water friends who, after seeing Lin Shu's teaching, began to develop an interest in Eru. 2 hours later, several of the Moncler jackets have made great progress. Now they looked at Lin Shu with eyes full of respect. Seeing that it was about to be mealtime, a few Moncler jackets competed to be the first to invite Lin Shu to their home for dinner. Master Lin, come to my house for dinner, my house has stewed chicken today. TSK. Who doesn't eat chicken every day nowadays, Master Lin? It's better to come to my house, I still have a few bottles of good wine in my collection. Che, those bottles of medicinal wine of yours are hard to drink. Master Lin, don't mind them, come to my house, I'll introduce my eldest granddaughter to you. Old fatty, your granddaughter's 200-pound physique, where can Master Lin stand it? Master Lin, come to my house, my granddaughter is 5 feet 7 inches and a doctor. Watching a few grandmasters arguing, Lin Shu's mouth twitched. Good guy. I taught you how to play the arrow and you're still hating me for it. I seem to have forgotten to turn off the gas in my house, I'll go back and turn it off, bye-bye masters. After saying that, Lin Shu ran away in a huff. A few of the monks wanted to stay, but unfortunately their bodies didn't allow them to catch up. After saying goodbye to a few Moncler outlet store Moncler outlet online, Lin Shu planned to sneak around again. See if he could meet, again, other arrow enthusiasts. Perhaps it was because it was already close to mealtime, Lin Shu walked around a few times without seeing any. Just as Lin Shu was about to leave, a pop-up in the live broadcast room caught Lin Shu's attention. Anchor, I have something very important I want to talk to you about. Lin Shu read out this pop-up and then replied back to him. This water friend, if you have something to say, just say it. The waterbender replied. Anchor, it's like this, there is an elder in my family who was 98 years old this year, but he passed away last night. His favorite thing during his lifetime was the arrow, he loved to listen to arrow tunes, and when the mood struck him, he would play a couple of tunes himself. Today, the family is busy with the old man's funeral, the family's children are playing with their cell phones, and inadvertently swiped to your live broadcast. My family and I were convinced by your song Racehorse, the family think, brush to your live arrow is God's will. So I'd like to ask you to come to the old man's funeral, to play a few songs for the old man, it's also considered a gift for us, the younger generation, to send our elders on their last journey. I wonder if the anchor would be willing to make the trip. Please don't worry, we will pay. After reading this super long message, Lin Shu replied back. Do you manage food? The water boy who left a message, Meals on Wheels, full, or whatever you want, I'll arrange it. Lin Shu, okay, send me the address. Other water friends? The anchor's brain is really clear. After reading that message, I was moved. The anchor actually asked if it cared about the food? Do people talk? Blind guess, the reason why the anchor will say yes is for the eating seat. Agreed. Agree +1. +1. Before departure. Lin Shu first went to the nearby musical instrument market and bought an arrow. Then directly took a taxi to the location of the address given by the water friend. Lin Shu just got off the car, saw not far away, there is a house door hanging white lanterns. Coming to the door, Lin Shu called his water friend. A moment later, a young man in his 20s walked out. The anchor is here? Quickly please come in. When Lin Shu entered the house, the family of his water friends prepared a table of good wine and food for him. In response, Lin Shu was not polite, and after sitting down, he let loose with his food and drink. The water friends in the live broadcast room saw such a large table of good food. Tears were indisputably flowing down from the corners of their mouths. Anchor, can you pack the ones you can't finish for me? I'll take it home and feed it to my dog. Upstairs, I'm embarrassed to break you down. As we all know, single dogs are dogs too. It's not easy, the anchor can also eat on the seat. This is the best meal the anchor has had since joining the program, right? Put. It might be the best meal of the whole season, not necessarily. Upstairs, I always feel like you're cursing the anchor. Lin Shu looked at the pop-ups of her water friends and suddenly stopped her chopsticks. Why are you guys looking at me? Clip the food. Live. After the wine and food, Lin Shu asked the water friends what tracks the old man liked during his lifetime. The water friends said a few of the more famous tunes. Come to the hearth. Lin Shu respectfully bowed 3 times to the old man, lit 3 incense sticks, and told the old man his intention to come and the family's intentions before the spirit. After doing this, Lin Shu took his place at the entrance of the spirit hall and sat down, preparing to play a farewell tune for the old man. Lin Shu thought about the first piece and played 2 fountains reflecting the moon. This was also one of the old master's favorite tunes. As Lin Shu played, The children and grandchildren kneeling in front of the spirit to keep watch instantly sobbed uncontrollably when they heard the tune. 9-8. Yes, the old man also ate 2 bowls of rice yesterday, also ate a big chicken leg. It can eat and sleep. How just like this gone? Woohoo! The musical sound of an arrow was heard in the lounge. Some of the old man's close friends, hearing the sound of the arrow, looked for the sound. When they saw that a young man was playing at the old master's memorial service, they rushed to the master's house and asked for the reason. When they learned that it was the children, specially invited to give the old master a farewell, they were all moved by it. They, old friends who had known each other for half a lifetime, all knew that the old master loved arrow in his lifetime. Now that the old master is gone, his children and grandchildren can still find such a good arrow master for him to play music to send him off, and all of them feel happy for the old master. Losing a close friend was already painful, but now hearing Lin Shu's song Erquin reflecting the moon made them even sadder. Some of the guests who were sitting in the side halls came to hear the sound. People who were friends with the old man also wept silently. Lin Shu was so engaged in her performance that she didn't notice the growing number of people gathered in front of the spiritual hall. After the song was finished, Lin Shu raised his head, only to realize that there were already 3 layers of people in front of him. And one by one, they all looked sad. At a time like this, Lin Shu couldn't say much. Then proceeded to play the second piece. For the second piece, Lin Shu played Moonlit Night. The tune Moonlit Night. It's actually one of the more mournful tunes. As Lin Shu played, the people who had just been whimpering and silently shedding tears suddenly burst into tears. This gave Lin Shu a whole lot of trouble, and he didn't even know whether to continue playing or not. In the midst of the cries of pain, Lin Shu struggled to finish the song Moonlit Night. After the water friends heard these 2 songs from Lin Shu, the live broadcast room was also filled with a mournful color. Whoa woo! After listening to these 2 tunes of Anchor, I don't know why, but I also feel so sad. Me too, I miss my deceased second eldest. After listening to these 2 tunes of the Anchor, I feel like my Taiwan is waving at me. What's going on? Upstairs, seeing as your ID is from the Cloud Province, you're not eating mushrooms for lunch, are you? Lin Shu looked at these in front of him. People who were immersed in grief. And then he thought of the water friend who had later told him that the old man was a very optimistic and joyful person during his lifetime. Thinking of this, Lin Shu made a decision in his heart. Everyone, I have a few words to say. Chapter 20, whether wages are paid annually or monthly. Hearing the young man playing the arrow speak, the people, immersed in grief, looked over. Lin Shu put away his arrow and stood up. I know that everyone is saddened by the old man's departure, and that's a human thing to do. But I have learned from the old man's family that the old man was a very optimistic and joyful person when he was alive. Whether it was his own family, the neighbors around him, longtime friends, or children and kids. All of them are willing to be close to the old man, which reflects the goodwill of the old man. The old man was already 98 years old, and the old man went peacefully without illness or pain. This also shows that the old man was at the end of his life, which is a happy funeral. The old man had many children and grandchildren, all filial sons and grandsons, and lived a happy life. Now that the old man is gone, there are still friends and relatives who miss him, and the old man has no regrets. Earlier everyone should have cried has already cried, should shed tears, has also been shed. As opposed to everyone being sad, I believe the old man would rather see everyone send him off happily. What does everyone think? After hearing Lin Shu's words, everyone thought of the old man's joyful appearance in the past. The old master's optimism and open-mindedness influenced many people around him. At this time, the old man's eldest son stepped forward. This little brother is right, everyone knows the old master's character. He accidentally broke his arm before, and he didn't even forget to take a few quirky pictures even when he was being bandaged in the hospital. Everyone came to visit him and he was all happy. That's right, if the old man were alive in heaven, he would want us to send him off on his last journey cheerfully. Gradually, everyone told quite a lot about the old master. And the kind that everyone, without exception, would laugh out loud from the bottom of their hearts after hearing them. Seeing the change in the crowd, Lin Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then revealed a smile and continued. Now then, let's all wipe our tears and let's send the old master on his last journey in high spirits. Next, I will also play some more cheerful tunes, so I hope that when the old master hears them in heaven, he will also be able to leave happy. After saying these 2 words, Lin Shu sat down silently and prepared to play the next tune, Bright Walk. The sound of the arrow rang out, and not only did everyone's enthusiasm for chatting not subside, but instead became a little more enthusiastic. It was as if today was not a day to send the old man on his last journey, but a day to wish the old man a happy birthday. As Lin Shu played, there were already quite a few people sitting across from him. Sitting in the front row were some old people, while in the very center, a chair was left empty. Everyone defaulted to the fact that it was the seat reserved for the old man. A breeze blew by, and Lin Shu seemed to see that on that originally empty chair sat a kindly old man who was smiling and giving him a thumbs up. Lin Shu was first stunned, then smiled, and nodded to the old man. At this time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also frantically scrolling. Just now it was still a sad atmosphere, by the anchor being so whole, the atmosphere changed all of a sudden.
The old man is 98, and he can still go without illness or pain, so it's indeed a joyful morning. Then there's nothing wrong with being more joyful and sending the old man on his last journey.
Anchor is so eloquent. Do you want to consider coming to our company as a salesperson? Upstairs, my eloquence is also quite good. Where is your company? I'll go for an interview. The company is in Maine. We are a serious company. Everyone call the police, there's a GA wasted one here. I'm quite eloquent, too. I'm Mr. Kato's own disciple. Wait, isn't Kato Sensei's jutsu, the hand of God? Is the one upstairs on the wrong movie set? What's wrong with Fat 4? Isn't the anchor at the funeral? Why does it look like it's at a wedding banquet? The anchor turned the funeral into a happy send-off party with his own power. Lin Shu is still playing hard. The atmosphere of the scene had also become quite relaxed and was no longer as heavy as it had been earlier. At this moment, the people from the burial team came back from eating outside. Just after entering the house, they felt that the atmosphere inside the house was a bit strange. Several people looked at each other with confused expressions. What's going on? Wrong house? Isn't this the old man's funeral? There was crying in the morning. You come back from dinner and the atmosphere has changed? Has the old man come to life? If the old man comes back to life, how will we settle the score? A few people hurried back to the spirit hall and saw a young man sitting outside the door of the spirit hall playing the arrow. Playing the arrow is just like playing the arrow, and there are also many places that look for arrow masters at funerals. It's just that when other people play arrow at funerals, they play tunes that fit the funeral. This kid is good. What's the meaning of step by step? The two guys in charge of the crybaby's face turned green. Holy! What are they going to do when this kid makes the atmosphere like this? Should they laugh or cry? If it's time to laugh. Mainly, haven't tried to laugh at a funeral either. What are we going to do now? Is it going to be? Ha ha, old man, why are you leaving? Ah ha ha. Ha, old master, the children and grandchildren miss you. Ah ha ha. This picture, it always feels weird. If it was really like this, the old man wouldn't come back for them in the middle of the night, would he? The oboe master on the side, seeing Lin Shu operating like this, as well as the cheerful atmosphere of these people sitting across from him. His eyes shone with excitement. A new kind of funeral service had taken shape in his mind. How could Lin Shu not realize that it was because of his playing this time that the future funeral service changed dramatically? Lin Shu worked for 2 hours. From 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was the work of the funeral team. After these 2 hours, the family and friends who came to see the old man off were much more relaxed and no longer as heavy as they were in the morning. A few of the old man's close friends even explained to their children that if they left in the future, they should also send him off happily like today. 6 o'clock in the evening. After eating the evening meal, Lin Shu got on the car to go home. Before he left, his water friend's family thanked him profusely and gave him a big red envelope. Lin Shu pinched the thickness, and the guaranteed bottom is estimated to be 10,000. Today is not a loss, there are 2 seats and a big red packet. Lin Shu made juice to this water friend said. Brothers, remember to look for me for similar jobs in the future. Live streaming room. Host play heart, when my second granduncle leaves, I'll be sure to treat you. My third granduncle left last month, alas. Third granduncle left early. Upstairs, why don't you have another one? Put. This thing can still be organized twice? It's just out of this world. After arriving home, Lin Shu went off the air at light speed, not giving his water friends any time to react at all. After washing up, Lin Shu opened the computer. Clicked on the app that made people's blood run cold and easily impulsive. Ahem, it's a game, don't get me wrong. At this exciting time, the phone rang. This pissed Lin Shu off. Crooked? Who is it? What? Ask me to join the National Aero Association? No. What? Give me a vice presidency? No. What? $500,000 a year? And you don't even have to work, you just have to put your name on it? Actually, well, I've long admired the National Aero Association and wanted to join for a long time. Ahem, is the paycheck annual or monthly? The next day, early morning. Tube, sign in. Check-in successful. Reward, drug recognition. Tubby, did you make a mistake when you ID'd me? I'm a star, though I'm a little mushy right now. But shouldn't you give me some perfect singing voice, or songwriting talent, movie star acting or something? At the very worst, singing and dancing and rapping would be fine. At least after 2.5 years, you can return to the entertainment industry. Tube, you have the ability to sign in, you have the ability to talk. System, cans and milk cans. Chapter 21, you'll have to pay more. Brothers, the time to decide fate has come again. Lin Shu took out his cell phone and opened the app for drawing careers to the live stream. Brothers, give me strength. A few seconds later, Lin Shu saw that the live broadcast was filled with ha. Now I don't need to see it to know that today's profession is no better. Flipping the phone over to take a look, sure enough. The mission delivery man. Live streaming room.
Ha ha ha, the anchor has a yellow robe today, and 3 meals with big fish and meat.
Anchor today drive a small donkey, cannot enter the bureau again now. Traffic police team, we are watching. Traffic police have undercover agents diving in the live stream.
In that case, is there someone on the police force's side, lurking here as well?
A day without seeing the policewoman is like 3 autumns apart. It didn't take long for Blackie to deliver the little electric donkey with the clothes.
Changing the dress up, Lin Shu opened the takeout software and waited for the order to be taken. Soon saw a single milk tea delivery. Lin Shu directly clicked on the order. Just Lin Shu also curious, who will drink milk tea in the morning? When she came to the milk tea store, the clerk was packing.
The milk tea store was more relaxed in the morning. There was only one cute girl sitting in the lounge area next to it.
JK outfit, long black hair, and a little baby fat on her face.
Visual estimate of 165 height.
This made Lin Shu think of the loli that was rumored to be 1 meter 9 on the internet. The water friends in the live broadcast room instantly became excited when they saw this scene.
Wow, that girl is so pretty. You kid, just now also said that you want a police flower.
He too scum. Such a good looking girl, the anchor is not moved. The anchor only has money in his eyes, not a girl. Why don't you guys try, give the anchor 200, let him ask you for contact information, maybe he'll say yes.
Ha ha ha, it's really an operation that the anchor can do. Negotiate the price, I guess I can take it for 150.
It didn't take long to wait, the clerk handed Lin Shu the packed milk tea.
Takeout for 0012 is ready. Yes. Lin Shu took the milk tea and prepared to turn around and leave.
Little brother wait.
At that moment, the JK girl sitting in the rest area stood up.
Lin Shu turned back to look in the direction of the JK girls.
Little brother, this order of yours was delivered to the Phoenix neighborhood, right?
Yeah, why?
Lin Shu returned. I ordered this takeout, could you drop me off on your way back?
No. Lin Shu turned around and left after saying that.
JK girl? All of a sudden, JK girl had a whole black question mark face.
She didn't expect that this takeout boy refused so dryly.
Didn't the internet say that the delivery boy would basically say yes to any request from a good-looking girl? How come it doesn't work with me? Am I not pretty?
The JK girls were in the midst of self-doubt.
Wait a minute, little brother.
The JK girl chased after him and stopped in front of Lin Shu's car.
Anyway, you're on your way, right?
Just give me a ride, please, little brother. The JK girl blinked her big beautiful eyes in a pitifully cute manner. A cup of milk tea is 500 grams at most, and if I bring you along, it's the same as bringing an extra 100 cups of milk tea.
Taking this order only earns $3. If I also bring you, I'm not the same as pouring money?
Lin Shu's words confused the JK girls.
What then? JK girl subconsciously said.
She thought at first, it's 2 kilometers home from here.
Walking felt a bit far, and by public transportation, there was now a traffic jam.
So she thought she'd try what the internet said, order a takeaway and have the delivery boy send it back.
It's just that the internet's tried and true method, how come it didn't work for her?
Just as the JK girls were about to give up, they heard Lin Shu come in.
Gotta add money. Ha! The JK girls didn't react for a second. If you're willing to add $10, I'll give you a ride back.
Lin Shu looked at the JK girl and spoke seriously.
Oh. Good.
Live on air, the waterboy's teeth were chattering.
Such a good-looking sister is sitting in your car and you want to add money, what do you think, anchor?
If this girl sits in my car, I'll give her 200 instead.
Ha, if you give the money to the anchor, he'll definitely let you deliver. Phoenix neighborhood, isn't this the neighborhood I live in?
I've lived here for more than 20 years, I haven't even seen this girl, and the anchor bumped into her by delivering a takeaway.
Ape done, wonderful nah.
Everyone go tell the police flower that the dog anchor is out hooking up with little girls.
Pedestrians come and go on the road during rush hour. A delivery man on a small donkey with a pretty JK girl in the back seat.
Every time Lin Shu passed by a crowded place, he attracted the gazes of many passers-by. Many single guys fell into deep suspicion when they saw this scene.
Between waiting at the red light,
Lin Shu stopped next to a black lark. The owner of the lark rolled down the window, locked eyes with Lin Shu, and looked at the JK girl in the back seat.
Dude, where did you find such a good-looking girlfriend? Lin Shu waved his hand, why?
Don't mention it, I took one more look at her at the milk tea store, and she got stuck with me and insisted on getting into my car.
Lark owner. What do you mean you're stuck with her?
What do you mean you had to get into your car?
Listen to yourself. Is this human language? You don't like it, do you?
At this time, the green light was on, and Lin Shu took off, leaving the owner of the lark in the wind. Inema, the delivery guy has girls chasing after him, what's the use of me wanting these 4 wheels? Forget it, get off work and go find 66 to chat. Downstairs of a unit in the Phoenix neighborhood, Lin Shu put down the JK girl.
Phoenix neighborhood is here, please settle the final payment.
Lin Shu took out her cell phone and opened the collection code.
The JK girl was also dry and swept $10 for Lin Shu. Thanks, remember to give a 5-star review. Humph. The JK girl gave Lin Shu a face before she left. Because Lin Shu didn't add the JK girl's friend, but directly opened the cash code's behavior, he was again criticized by the water friends in the live broadcast room. Coming out of the neighborhood, Lin Shu opened the takeout platform and saw a special order. This customer, at the breakfast store, ordered a chicken essence fried noodle and a pack of paper towels. The delivery address was 3rd floor men's restroom, Happy Mall, Pit 4. Seeing this list, Lin Shu was happy. With a mindset of a melon eater, she tapped the button to take the order. After getting the takeout at the breakfast store, Lin Shu hoofed it and made a mad dash towards the Glad Mall. 5 minutes later, Happy Mall. Lin Shu walked up to the 3rd floor with the takeout and went straight over to the bathroom. Some sharp-eyed water friends had already realized that the direction Lin Shu was walking in was the restroom. Anchor, you don't have to take a guest's takeout when you go to the restroom, do you? The dog anchor wouldn't want to spice things up for the customers, right? Seeing that the anchor is in such a hurry, he must be unable to hold it in. Is the anchor going to give a performance to the big crowd, live streaming diarrhea? Vomit. Hold your tongue, I'm going to throw up the breakfast I just ate. Between the many water friends verbally attacking him, Lin Shu took the box of takeout and walked straight into the men's restroom, coming to the front of pit number 4. Knock knock. Hello Tuan Tuan takeout. Little brother is here, if you don't come, I'm going to lose feeling in my legs. The man in the pit reached out his hand from below, and Lin Shu handed him the takeout. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, please give a 5-star review, enjoy your meal, bye. Live stream. Ha ha ha. Goddamn good luck with your meal, Anchor, are you serious? Eating breakfast in the toilet, what kind of weird fetish is this? Is there a possibility that this dude didn't bring any paper, ordered a takeout, and asked the anchor to send him paper towels? I have friends who have done that before. Friends from nowhere again, huh? I'm just curious, did that dude eat breakfast after he got out? Chapter 22 I think I've met PPO. Coming out of the Glad Mall, Lin Shu took a few more orders one after another. Overall, it was quite easy. 10:30 in the morning. Lin Shu received a delivery order. According to the address given by the platform, Lin Shu searched for a while but could not find the exact location of the restaurant. There was really no other way, Lin Shu had to call the merchant. Under the merchant's guidance, Lin Shu managed to find this restaurant in a narrow alley. The restaurant was in a residential building, and there was only a handwritten name of the restaurant at the entrance. Usually such restaurants hidden in residential buildings are really old. It's impossible to find a place without a local to show you the way. Lin Shu decided that he would come here to try it next time he had the chance. After waiting at the door for a few minutes, a middle-aged man in a sloppy outfit with a big belly walked out. He was carrying a packed takeout in his hand. When the two of them were still 2 meters away, Lin Shu suddenly smelled that there was a special odor on the other person. It was the smell of flour dew powder pin. This is still a special ability granted by the system when I signed in today. As long as he was within a certain range, Lin Shu was able to smell the flavor of flour and was also able to identify the type of flour. With a cold face, the middle-aged man handed the takeout to Lin Shu and was ready to turn around and go back to the house. At this time, Lin Shu smiled and asked, "Big brother, what are the main dishes sold in your restaurant? I'll come and try it some other day when I have time." The middle-aged man's footsteps lurched, and he turned back to take a look at Lin Shu. "My family only does business with familiar customers now, and we rarely take orders during the week." Without waiting for Lin Shu to ask another question, the middle-aged man walked into the house. Lin Shu didn't care too much and turned around, ready to put the takeout into the box. While putting the takeout in, Lin Shu unobtrusively brought the takeout close to her nose and smelled it. In addition to the aroma of vegetables, there was also a smell of flour. It was just that the flavor of the flour was so faint that it was almost covered by this dish smell. It's the narc dogs that are here, and they probably wouldn't even be able to smell that there's flour in there without opening up the takeout. Coming out of the alley, Lin Shu arrived at a chain hotel according to the address given by the platform. Room 503 on the 5th floor. Standing in the doorway, with his superior hearing, Lin Shu could hear that there were 5 different voices in the room. In other words, there were at least 5 people in the house. Knock knock. Hello, your takeout has arrived. The voices inside the house came to a screeching halt when they heard the knock on the door. Then a woman's voice rang out. "Just put it by the door, please, thank you." Lin Shu didn't refuse and agreed, then put the takeout down. "Okay, please give a 5-star review and have a nice meal. Bye." After going downstairs, Lin Shu rode the small electric donkey and left. It passed through 2 streets before stopping at the side of the road. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed Team Lu's number. After waiting for a while, no one answered. Lin Shu had to call Chen Shui. "Crooked. Policewoman Chen, have you eaten yet? I'm not trying to rub it in, here's the thing." Lin Shu told the story in detail. After Chen Shui heard it, her tone of voice became serious. "Lin Shu, are you sure that what you said is true? I'm certain that the owner of that restaurant is a flour seller, and the buyer's goods were inside that takeout order I took. If you guys don't believe me, check out that hotel right now, in the name of pornography, maybe right now, they're already sucking high in their room. Chen Shui on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Good, I believe you. If you can arrest both the flower seller and the flower sucker this time, then you've made a great achievement again. I'll definitely help you apply for a bonus. Hearing Chen Shui talk about bonuses, Lin Shu remembered that he hadn't claimed his first 2 bonuses yet. Lin Shu was about to say something about this when Chen Shui's side hurriedly hung up the phone. It seemed that she was in a hurry to organize her manpower and prepare for the checkup. Next came the peak dining season, and Lin Shu took more and more orders. In just 1 noon hour, Lin Shu experienced what it meant to have oddball customers. There was the one who asked to go downstairs and take away the garbage by the way. There's having to buy cigarettes at the convenience store before you go upstairs. The most detestable one, let Lin Shu in the neighborhood outside the bucket store help him bring a bucket up 8 floors, no elevator. Lin Shu asked him why he didn't let the store deliver it, and he actually said, doesn't that require a delivery fee? This can be Lin Shu too angry, directly hang up his phone, upstairs to put the takeaway in his door and left. Unsurprisingly, was complained, the reason is, let bring bucket of water does not bring. This was also laughed at for a while by the waterman. He was busy until after 2 p.m. when he was free. The afternoons were more leisurely. During this time Lin Shu called Chen Shui to ask how it was going, but there was no answer. Time was rushing. It was already evening. The evening peak delivery order was large but normal, and the overall quality of customers was higher than in the morning. At 10:30 in the evening, Lin Shu had just eaten dinner when she saw a delivery order. Only, this delivery address, ordinary people wouldn't dare to deliver. West End Roundup Crematorium. Lin Shu wasn't going to take this order, but the delivery fee was so much as $50. Manly men don't bend over for $10 or $20, but $50 will do. Getting the takeout from the merchant, Lin Shu rode the small electric donkey towards the Western District. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all still chatting away. But when they saw Lin Shu getting more and more remote, they all became curious. Where is the anchor going? Why does it look like it's getting more and more remote? Couldn't be going to the Western District, right? That place isn't a good place to go at night, bao you. Upstairs, expand on that. Over on the west side, mainly in the funeral business, there's a crematorium some way back, and then the cemetery beyond that. Several people have said before that when they pass by that side of the West End at night, they run into unclean things. Wait upstairs, I'll tuck in the covers first, then you can shiver. Scared and wanting to hear it, mainlining a dog goon. Entering the Western District's boundaries, Lin Shu had the illusion of a gust of cloudy wind. Especially after the residential area, the road towards the crematorium. There weren't even streetlights along the way, and the feeling became even more intense when it was pitch black all around. On the entire road, there was only the headlight of Lin Shu's small electric donkey. If we go into detail, it will immediately turn from an entertainment text into a thriller. Brothers, this order is sent to the crematorium. The rookie goons can quit the live room and brush up on the macabre first. Lin Shu said this to let his water friends have a mental preparation. She hadn't thought that she had stirred up her friend's competitive spirit. Anchor, who are you looking down on? A fierce man like me needs makabaka? That's right, when I thought I was watching a horror movie with my girlfriend, I didn't even blink an eye. Tell the truth upstairs, did you keep your eyes closed the whole time? Anchor, you don't worry, black dog blood, black donkey hooves, peachwood swords, bagua mirrors, I'm all ready. Does brother have any lightning strike wood? I want to buy a piece to calm the house. Just as most of the watermen were trying their best to lighten the mood. Lin Shu suddenly realized that not far in front of him on the right, there was a white thing that kept floating. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu suddenly came to a sharp stop, and the expression on his face became horrified. Brothers, I seem to have run into a cow. Saying that, Lin Shu turned the light of the small electric donkey and shone it towards the white thing in front of him. The light from the small electric donkey wasn't too strong, plus it was far enough away. In the live room it looked a bit like PPO in the movie. I'm Nima. There really is an pow. Anchor, run before it's too late. Where's the pop-up army? The pop-ups are shielded, and the doom is receding. Bulletproof body, nothing is forbidden. And yet, I was going to go to the bathroom, now I don't have to. Scared to pee upstairs? Don't be in a hurry to change your pants if you pee, children's urine wards off evil spirits. My friend asked me to ask, is it still considered a child if you fended for yourself? Just as the screen was full of pop-up shields, Lin Shu suddenly came. Brothers, what do you say about that PPO? Will it be a beautiful PPO with long legs in the front and back? Crowd of water buddies? No, Anchor, are you serious? PPO can even punch? The Anchor is really a wolf exterminator. The dog Anchor is trying to experience the joy of Ning Sai Chen. If it's Xiao Qian, actually, it's not impossible. The Yang world has not even played to understand. Want to play the netherworld? I tell you, young man, this matter you cannot grasp. Let uncle to come, uncle can grasp. Chapter 23. He started it. The corners of Lin Shu's mouth twitched as if she was holding back a laugh. With his eyesight, he could actually see that it was a large white translucent plastic bag. It was just that when he thought of the live broadcasting room, each and every one of them said that they were fierce men. Lin Shu wanted to scare them. Brothers, in order for you to see what PPO looks like, I'm going to take you all on a reveal. Lin Shu pulled the speed of the small electric donkey to the fastest, running wildly towards the Wapiao in front of him. PPO, I'm coming. Scared, the live broadcast screen is full of pop-up bodyguards. 30 seconds later, Lin Shu stood next to the white plastic bag, regret written all over his face. Alas! So it's not PPO, happy for nothing. After a few seconds of silence in the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen rolled back up. I told you, there's no PPO in the world, it's all just people scaring people. The one who just said his pants are all wet, it's you right, brother Day? Dog anchor, next time pay attention, waste my can of black dog blood. Upstairs, brother, is there any more? Sell me some. I was smart enough to put my diaper on early. Just got beat up by my mom asking me what I was barking at the dog for staying up all night. After this, Lin Shu didn't have another whole job. Riding on a small electric donkey, straight to the crematorium. When I came to the crematorium gate, it was open. Lin Shu guessed that it should be open for him, so he drove straight in. The entrance to the hall. Lin Shu called the customers. Crooked. Your takeout has arrived. It was a low male voice that answered the phone. Yes, please put it on the table inside the lobby. Thanks. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shu walked into the hall. Only just entering the door, a faint smell of flour entered Lin Shu's nostrils. Lin Shu's first thought was that someone here had inhaled flour. Putting the takeout on the table, Lin Shu unconsciously followed the direction of the odor. After passing through the hall, there was a long walkway. Following the smell, Lin Shu walked through the entire walkway and stopped in front of a large door at the end. There was a door plate affixed to it. Morgue. Lin Shu thought about it and decided to go in. However, Lin Shu had just opened the door and raised her foot as she prepared to enter. The hairs of sweat on her body instantly exploded, and a hint of death rose from the bottom of her heart. Lin Shu's first reaction was that there was someone inside, and the killing aura was heavy. With a flick of his right hand, a dagger had appeared in his hand. Ever since signing up for the top-tier blade technique, Lin Shu had gotten into the habit of carrying a weapon with him. At the same time, the people in the room moved. With his keen perception, Lin Shu knew that the distance between the two was only about a meter. Within this distance, there was no way to fling out flying daggers. Trying to retreat also missed the best time, as Lin Shu had already seen the other party's raised gun. Now the fight was all about speed. Only to see Lin Shu fiercely step forward, his left hand pushing the gun in his opponent's hand to the side. The person holding the gun also did not expect that the other party would react so quickly, only to see his heart harden and directly pull the trigger. Boom! The bullet hit the glass window next to it, scattering shards all over the place. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Shu's dagger was already pressed against the opponent's neck. Move again and I'll bleed you out. A small cut was made in the neck of the man holding the gun. A trace of warmth slid down his neck, and the faint odor of blood sobered the gun gripper for a few moments. From the time Lin Shu opened the door and realized the danger, to subduing the other party, less than 3 seconds had passed. It was only when Lin Shu uttered the sentence, "Move again and I'll bleed you out," that fear rose in the heart of the man holding the gun. After the crisis was eliminated, Lin Shu didn't forget to say something to the live broadcast. Brothers all saw it. He was the one who moved first. But the water friends didn't even know what happened until now. The commotion over here soon attracted the crematorium staff. The staff looked at Lin Shu and the two of them with vigilance. "Who are you guys?" Lin Shu, "I'm a delivery boy." Staff member, "What about him?" Lin Shu, "He just swindled." Staff. 10 minutes later. The door to the morgue. Chen Shui, "Why are you here?" Lin Shu, "I'm delivering takeout, why are you here?" Chen Shui, "I'm on a mission." "Did you catch this guy?" Chen Shui pointed to the ground, tied like a dumpling suspect. Lin Shu glanced at the guy on the ground and nodded. "I was passing by here, and this pussy didn't speak martial arts and sneak attacked with a gun. Luckily I reacted quickly, or else I would be the one lying down." Chen Shui looked at Lin Shu with an unusually wonderful look. After the two exchanged words, Lin Shu realized. After receiving his call in the morning, Chen Shui organized manpower to go to the hotel. This check was really caught by them at 503, and all 5 people were high on drugs. After taking the people away, Chen Shui brought people to that restaurant again, and brought the suspect owner back to the station. After interrogation, the boss explained that there are people above him, so according to the clues given by the boss, to the suspect's hiding place is lying on the ground this unlucky guy. Only the man was more alert, did not catch him, then they began to search, and finally searched near the crematorium. Inside the crematorium, they had already searched it at first and found nothing before going elsewhere. Just when they thought they had lost them, they heard gunshots from this side. That's why they rushed over. Lin Shu once again looked at the unlucky man on the ground. "So, I'm considered to have assisted in solving the case?" Chen Shui nodded. "Count on it, you've made a big contribution again." Lin Shu's eyes lit up. I remember you said this morning that you would help me apply for a bonus if I caught someone. Chen Shui laughed. Don't worry, I remember. Your first 2 bonuses have already come down. When are you free to come over to the bureau to claim it? A few minutes later, seeing that the police officers were busy, Chen Shui said to Lin Shu. Let's go back. Wait. Chen Shui gave him a curious look, wondering what else he was up to. Lin Shu had just noticed that after the suspect was taken away, the odor of flour was still present in the morgue. At first, Lin Shu thought it would dissipate after a while. But until now, the odor of the flour hadn't dissipated. Plus the coincidental presence of the suspect. The suspect, then, most likely hid flour here. Following that odor, Lin Shu slipped around the morgue and finally walked to a morgue cabinet. Chen Shui and a few police officers also curiously walked over. There's something in this cabinet. Saying that, Lin Shu took out a wire from his pocket and opened the morgue cabinet. The corners of the police officers' mouths twitched, and they all looked at Lin Shu with a bit of a strange look in their eyes. This skillful maneuver, this subconscious action. The young man is a real criminal. Just after Lin Shu pulled open the locker door, the officers didn't care about him anymore. Inside the morgue locker lay the body of a man, with a dozen or so bags of different sizes, suspected to contain flour, placed on top of the body. From the surface, the smallest bags are not less than 100 grams. If this is really flour, then the suspect can go to hell. How did you know the flour was hidden here? Chen Shui asked. Lin Shu didn't hide it from her. Do you believe me when I say that I have a better nose? Chen Shui gave him a blank look, just assuming that he was unwilling to say anything. But now was not the time to count on this, to first bring these flours back for testing. We also need to find out the identity of the body, and the people inside the crematorium, and whether they have anything to do with this. At this time, the most excited, or the water friends in the live broadcast room. Inema, dog anchor knife hummer. I only saw the camera shake a few times, then I heard a gunshot, and when I saw the picture, the dog anchor had subdued the humongous bandit. The dog anchor's line, move again and I'll bleed you out, is really Thai cool and hot. I haven't even reacted to what's going on, and the dog anchor is done. That old man who fights in a slipper undershirt said that there's no firmness in martial arts under the world, only speed. You mean, the old man who was knocked down by the Rudraksh palm? How did the dog anchor know that there was flour in the morgue locker? This flour couldn't be the dog anchor, could it? Hiss. The dog anchor is the one behind the cooker? Ha ha ha. Goddamn behind the scenes cooker. Me. Flower head, undercover police department. My boyfriend is the ultimate big boss. My girlfriend is a policewoman, and I'm the talk of the town. Upstairs is the one who knows how to write novels. The book is no shopworn. 15 minutes later. Lin Shu, who was sitting in the police flower's co-pilot, suddenly shook with the tiger's body. It's over. Chen Shui looked at his anxious demeanor and asked in a hurry. What's wrong? Lin Shu, I forgot the little electric donkey. Chapter 24, What are you doing, anchor? Ouch. Lin Shu followed Chen Shui back to the bureau, after making a statement is already 12:30 a.m. Strangely enough, the Lu team was actually not there. Asked Chen Shui only said he had a case to deal with. As for the little donkey, Lin Shu called the program and asked them to send Little Black to take care of it. Then, he took a taxi straight home. There was no talk all night. The next day, the first thing Lin Shu did when she was awake, she hit the alarm clock. Tube. Checking in successfully. Reward, top fishing skill. 15 minutes later. Brothers, there's no rush to draw careers today, let me wash my hands properly and burn incense on my cell phone before I draw. Live broadcast room. Dog anchors are now getting metaphysical in order to draw a good career. I just went to the program's live broadcast and saw that the other 29 contestants, all of them drew pretty well. There's a kid who drew a doula. I'm not going to accompany the dog anchor today, I'm going to learn this skill, so I can use it later when my wife gives birth. Me too. There you go, that mosaic the showrunners put up is so thick it could go around the world 3 times. Actually, I haven't even found my girlfriend yet, it's useless to learn it now, better next time. Same for me. Lin Shu earnestly washed his hand, took out 3 incense sticks and lit them again, put the cell phone on the table, and paid 3 obeisances to it. Thus, from the perspective of the water friends, the picture was now a bit weird. So this is what it feels like to be offered incense after death. I didn't expect that I would be offered up at a young age. The dog anchor has no sincerity at all, even if he doesn't put in chickens, ducks and geese, he doesn't even put in 2 fruits. Ha ha ha. You can't eat it even if it's placed. Dog anchor, why don't you try burning some paper money? My second master asked me what I was looking at, and when I said someone was offering me incense, he said I was bad luck and kicked me. Everything is ready. Lin Shu opened the app for drawing professions and didn't hesitate to click on the profession extraction. A few seconds later, a few large words appeared. Fishing man. After seeing that it was a fishing profession, Lin Shu hemmed and hawed. It seems that washing his hands and burning incense is not useless at all.
Lin Shu immediately went out, found a fishing tackle store, and bought a few sets of equipment. After settling the bill, the corners of the fishing tackle store owner's mouth were almost cracked to the roots of his ears. Without having to say anything, he matched everything himself. Looking at the boss's appearance, it had been a long time since he had encountered a fat sheep like Lin Shu patronizing him. In the view of the water friends, Lin Shu is not skilled enough, the equipment to come together. After buying the equipment, Lin Shu asked the water friends where to fish better. The water friends recommended a number of fishing spots. Some said to go sea fishing, others said to go game fishing. At this time, there are several water friends are complaining. The southern suburbs of the happy fishing ground, the boss is too pitiful. Fishing for a day to 800, half a day to 500, and fish rate is low. Brothers, today we'll go to the south suburb of the happy fishing ground. Plate boss, I will give you revenge. After saying this, Lin Shu put away his fishing tackle, went out and took a taxi, and went straight to the happy fishing ground in the southern suburb. For this reason, those few water friends who had been pitched, all advised him to change his fishing ground. But Lin Shu straight said, today must help them revenge. 1 hour later, Lin Shu took his equipment and walked into the happy fishing ground. Is the boss in? It took several consecutive calls before anyone responded. Who is it? Lin Shu followed the sound and a bald middle-aged man, wearing shorts and slippers, walked over. Boss, how do you charge for this fishing? The bald boss looked Lin Shu up and down. Young, new equipment, looks like a newbie, good to cheat. The right corner of the bald boss's mouth hooked up slightly, the standard crooked mouth Dragon King style smile. 1,000 a day. Lin Shu frowned, wasn't it 800 before? The bald boss yawned and said lazily. Prices have gone up recently. Boss, this is too expensive, can you make it cheaper? The bald boss bristled, all the fishing grounds in this neighborhood have this price, if you don't believe me, go ask. Lin Shu pretended to hesitate for a moment, then how do I charge for fishing for half a day? The bald boss said, 800 for half a day, until 12 noon. Half a day is not cost effective, fish for a day, and you can take away all the fish you catch. Don't you recycle here? Lin Shu asked. Of course I collect it when you catch it, no, you ask so much, do you catch it? Fishing. Lin Shu took out her cell phone and swept $1,000 for the boss. The live streaming room were all trying their best to discourage it, but after seeing Lin Shu give the money so painfully, they all let out a sigh. The dog anchor is confused. How many times have I told you, don't listen, have to step on this pit. $1,000, snap. It's gone, dog spread JPG. If you don't listen to your water friends, you'll lose out. If you give me 1,000, I would call you a righteous father. But if you give the boss 1,000, the boss will only say in his heart, Shabby. I'll be fine with 500. After the bald boss collected the money, he left with the beautiful juice, not even looking at Lin Shu. Lin Shu also smiled without saying anything, carrying his fishing tackle to the front of the fish pond and found a suitable position. Fixing the position, Lin Shu first mixed some fish material to prepare the nest. Just then, the bald boss walked over, holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand and getting high. Kid, I'm not allowed to nest for fishing here. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, no nesting? Why is that? I see that other fishing grounds can. The bald boss spat out the skin of a melon before speaking. I don't care about other people's place, I just can't nest here. Also I can only fish with a single hook here, no double hooks. Lin Shu hadn't even started fishing yet, and already imagined just how suffocating those pitted watermen really were. Boss, what other rules are there? Can you finish it once, don't come back and say it again when I do something in a while? The bald boss said, this fishing spot of yours is fixed, you can't change it once you've laid the rod. Lin Shu, is there anything else? The bald boss thought for a moment, no. Lin Shu got up and looked around for a moment, then carried her things and changed her fishing spot. The original spot was a good fishing spot if you could make a nest and fish with a hand rod. But this boss couldn't even make a nest, so Lin Shu had to change his position. Putting the handlebar away, he took the lure out of the box. The bald boss was relieved when he saw Lin Shu take out the lure, and he was even more convinced that this kid was a pure newbie. Getting high on melon seeds, he slowly slipped away. Lin Shu didn't bother with the bald boss either. Tied up the bait and cast the rod to start fishing. Only a few seconds into the cast and already I had a fish. Lin Shu felt the strength of pulling the line, this fish is not big. The truth is also true, the hooked fish is only a little more than 2 pounds. After removing the hook, Lin Shu threw it back into the water. The live broadcast room was instantly filled with question marks. Anchor, what are you doing? Ouch. Didn't you put it in the fish guard? Why did you release it? Catch and release, you're stuck in a merit bug? That fish is estimated to be 2 or 3 pounds, if it were placed in a grilled fish store, it would cost more than $100. In that case, the dog anchor casually threw it away, more than $100 went down the drain. Lin Shu didn't pay attention to the live feed, and after releasing the fish, he proceeded to cast. This time, it took slightly longer to catch the fish than the previous shot. Feel the pull of the line, this fish should be a bit bigger than the last one. When I landed the fish, it should be about 4 pounds.
Lin Shu thought about it and still put the fish back into the water. The water friends couldn't understand what Lin Shu was doing. That fish is at least 4 pounds. You don't want it? Not only that, but the next 3 or 4, Lin Shu shook his head, still putting the fish back into the water. Until the 7th time I landed a fish, this time with a much different pull. Lin Shu could be sure that the big fish was coming. There was a lot of movement on the water this time, and Lin Shu was in no hurry, just waiting for it to consume. 3 minutes later, the big fish was finally pulled to the shore. Lin Shu quickly grabbed the plunge net and fished it ashore. It was a large carp, close to half a meter in length, weighing at least 10 pounds. Lin Shu picked up the big carp and shook it in front of the camera. This carp is okay, barely enough to keep. The water friends almost vomited blood when they heard Lin Shu's words. It's still okay? Barely enough to stay? It's an animal. And what were the ones we just released? Fry? You're not fishing. You're just insulting the anglers on the air. Chapter 25, This fish is still a bit small. Have a good time with your water friends. Lin Shu then put the big carp into the fish guard. Then he continued casting. The first few fishes could only be considered a warm-up. From now on, Lin Shu was going to get serious. Less than a minute after the rod was lowered, the second big fish was hooked. When the waterman saw that it was another nearly 10-pound walleye, all felt like they had received a 10,000-point blitz. At this point, a water user said something. Don't get too excited, this one looks like a rookie protection period for dog anchors. These words were immediately recognized by the many water friends. However, as time passed, they realized again. This was not a novice protection period, this was clearly open and shut. Whose newbie protection period, within an hour, on a dozen at least 10 pounds of big fish? But anytime there's a report button, they're poked and prodded alright. An hour later, Lin Shu had put down the second fish guard. Another 5 minutes had passed. Lin Shu once again put a big fish into the fishing guard. After releasing the fish, Lin Shu didn't hurry to cast the rod this time, but stopped. He planned to change the bait. Just as Lin Shu was removing the bait, there was an older man behind him who was carrying fishing gear and came over. Young man, how was the fishing? How many fish did you catch? Lin Shu looked at the dark-skinned uncle and grinned. Just came for a while, haven't gotten much fish yet. Uncle came next to Lin Shu and stopped. There are big fish in this field, it's just harder to hook them, it takes some patience and depends on how lucky you are. When the waterman heard this from the uncle, they could not wait to fling the fishing gear containing a dozen or so big fish into his face. This pussy had caught a dozen big ones in an hour, and anything under 8 pounds was released by him as a fry. You tell me what's hard to catch? If that's hard to catch, what's good to catch? As the water friends were cursing, they only saw Lin Shu smiling back. Yeah, not very good fishing. Crowd of watermen? Pretending to be a pig in a poke? Pretend to be a bully, right? Everyone don't stop me, I'm going to scold this pretender to death. Is there any brother who understands thunder magic? Draw a thunder to kill him. With this behavior of the dog anchor, the merit deduction for releasing the fish just now is gone. On the dog anchor this face, heaven can't even protect him, I said. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the uncle really thought he didn't catch any fish, and didn't forget to comfort him a few times. It's okay, take your time, it's still early, you'll always catch a big fish. The two of them chatted for a few moments before the uncle went to a place not far from Lin Shu and found a fishing spot. The uncle had just gotten the fishing spot ready, and he didn't even have time to get the fish material when he saw movement on Lin Shu's side. And look at the degree of bending of the fishing rod, and the speed of reeling in the line. That's a big load on. Uncle put down the fish material he had just taken out and hurriedly ran to Lin Shu's side. Good luck, young man, just came and got a big load. Hey, line it. A few minutes later, a large fish of at least 8 pounds was landed. The uncle was excited to see the fish. Good guy, this fish is at least 8 or 9 pounds. Lin Shu tooted as he picked up this fish. Seeing this expression on his face, the older man asked, Isn't this a big fish? Why do you still look unhappy? Only to hear Lin Shu come up with, this fish is still a bit small. The uncle's mouth, which was open with a smile, instantly froze. If he heard it correctly, this kid was too small for the fish, wasn't he? Almost 10 pounds of fish, and he still thinks it's too small. Lin Shu took this not-so-satisfactory fish and put it into the second fish guard. It was only at this time that the uncle noticed that Lin Shu had put in 2 fish guards. Walking up, he asked, Are you putting 2 fish guards to separate different fish? Not really, that fish guard just caught some and I was afraid it would be too crowded before I took the second one out. Lin Shu said this in a breezy manner. Uncle was stunned. Didn't he say he just arrived and didn't catch many fish? Why are you afraid it's too crowded? This made the uncle curious and asked, May I see it? Yeah, feel free to look. With Lin Shu's permission, the uncle tugged at the first fish guard, wanting to pick it up and see what kind of fish were there. But just as he put his hand on it, he felt that the weight was not right. The kid couldn't have put bricks in it, it was so heavy. Uncle used both hands to lift the fish guard halfway up. Several large fish immediately struggled.
A civilized phrase came out of the uncle's mouth, and waves instantly rippled through his mind.
Livestock, ah. You call that not getting much fish?
This half of the fishing protection, at least 10 big goods, and look at the size, each at least 10 pounds or more. Uncle suddenly felt that there were 100,000 alpacas galloping past in his heart. No wonder he wasn't satisfied with the one he saw just now that was around 8 pounds.
Compared to these, isn't it small? There's really no harm in comparison.
Uncle suddenly thought of the fact that he had just given someone a lecture, and his old face couldn't help but blush.
Shame on him.
Put the fish guard back in the water carefully.
Ahem, good catch. I'm going back to fishing too.
After the uncle finished speaking, he walked towards his fishing spot. He was afraid that if he continued to stay, he wouldn't be able to resist kicking the pretender to death. Just being screwed with his mind like this, where could the uncle still be quiet enough to fish? He could only put on his headphones and not listen to the pretense in both ears.
For the next half hour,
Lin Shu didn't even manage to catch any fish over 8 pounds. When the water friends saw this, they all shouted in the live broadcast.
The hangman finally sealed the number.
While Lin Shu was preoccupied with getting the big stuff, many more fishing people came one after another. Those who passed by Lin Shu's fishing spot saw that he always put the fish he caught back into the water. The small ones were 1 or 2 pounds, the big ones were 5 or 6 pounds, and without exception he released them. A few curious anglers made a point of coming over and asking him what this was all about. To this, Lin Shu would return to them, "The fish are too small, it's not interesting." But the anglers saw several times that he even threw 5 or 6 pounds of fish back into the water.
5 or 6 pounds is still too small? Then what is considered big?
Gradually, beside Lin Shu's fishing spot, there are a lot of spectators. They all wanted to know how big of a fish this handsome young man would catch before he stayed. Under the spectators of the eating crowd, Lin Shu once again threw a grass carp of about 5 pounds back into the water. Then continued casting. But the next few times, the fish missed. Lin Shu thought about it for a while and changed the bait again. This time, just after casting out, the fish was hit in seconds.
The strong pulling force bent the rod instantly.
Feeling the tensile force coming from the fishing rod, Lin Shu's spirit was shaken.
It's coming.
Lin Shu slowly let go of the line, and only when the fish stopped to rest did he carefully retrieve a small section. The surrounding anglers, seeing Lin Shu's maneuver, knew that he must have landed a big one. Fishers know, catching a big fish cannot be hard with it, not to say that the rod cannot stand it. The fishing line will also be easy to be pulled off. So what you have to do now is to wait for it to finish its strength. The eating anglers on the sidelines came up and started talking about how big this fish was. Even the next uncle, cannot resist the temptation, put down their own fishing rod, came to a few fishing friends to watch the fun. Lin Shu spent more than 5 minutes with this big fish before pulling it to the shore. When the anglers saw the full picture of this big fish, the scene suddenly resounded with a burst of voices and bull beeps. Some of the resourceful anglers have already picked up their plunge nets and gone up to help.
At this point,
the bald boss, who was eating inside the house, also heard the discussion outside and said, "Curious." The bald boss carried his rice bowl and slowly came to Lin Shu's fishing spot. When he struggled to squeeze through a few fishing buddies, he saw the big fish on the ground that was nearly a meter in length and at least 20 pounds. The bald boss's eyes stared like copper bells. The rice bowl in his hand, with a clang, fell to the ground.
There were only 2 words in his mind now. Chapter 26, Excessive Control. Any interest?
The bald boss looked at the big fish on the ground and then looked up at Lin Shu. He didn't even pay attention to the rice bowl that fell on the floor for a moment. How could the bald boss not expect that this kid in front of him could catch this kind of big fish? He knew very well how difficult it was to catch this kind of big fish. Even if it was hooked, it would be hard to pull it to shore without some experienced skill.
Many anglers come here and want to reel him in.
But in the end, they all ended up getting punched in the face and going home. The bald boss suddenly felt that he might have to fall today.
"Boss, don't get excited, it's just that you caught a big fish. Why did you throw away your rice bowl?"
A fisherman flirted with the boss.
The other anglers see this and cast a look of amusement.
The bald boss's mouth twitched as he picked up the rice bowl. Seeing this expression on the bald boss, Lin Shu also said, "I can fish according to the rules." The bald boss was about to say something, but when Lin Shu said this, he didn't even know how to take it. He could only slink back to the house. After the bald boss left, Lin Shu carefully put this big cargo into the fishing guard. Then he changed the bait again and proceeded to cast the rod. Just now, perhaps because of the presence of that big fish, no other fish dared to come close. Now that the big fish is gone, the other fish are back in the neighborhood. The next few rods in a row had the smallest at over 6 pounds, and the big ones were about 10 pounds like the ones in front of them. This technique of catching only big fish was secretly marveled at by the anglers who were eating the fish.
Some of them are acquaintances of the fishing grounds and visit every week.
But the biggest fish they usually catch is only 7 or 8 pounds. The bald boss had put down a lot of big loads here, and they all knew it, they just never caught any.
But today, this young man from nowhere actually managed to land a big load on every shot. Two anglers, with Lin Shu's permission, tried their luck with him. Although they were able to hit the fish, the biggest was only about 5 pounds. Bigger fish simply don't take the bait. It was as if those big fish were lined up, waiting for Lin Shu to lay his rod. As long as it was the rod he threw, there would be big fish on the hook. Both anglers tried several times with the same result. Another angler directly borrowed Lin Shu's rod and tried several times. The result was that not even a single fry was caught. The anglers began to study Lin Shu's fishing method again. From the way he casts, the frequency and speed of reeling, and finally to the brand of rod he uses and the style of bait, they all studied it. But the technique, it didn't seem to be anything special, and the fishing rods and lures, they were all brands they were familiar with. Even the fishing tackle in the hands of many anglers was better than Lin Shu's set. Until now they finally realized that it wasn't that this fishing spot was good or that there was something wrong with the fishing rod. Rather, it was Lin Shu himself who had an unknown skill. The ultimate thing is that, every time Lin Shu landed a big fish, they would come up with a line. Bowl beep. After the bald boss returned to the house with the rice bowl, he already had no appetite for eating. He took out a telescope from the cabinet and came to the doorway to stare at Lin Shu's position. He wanted to see how Lin Shu caught the fish. But next, Lin Shu's speed of catching fish made him break out in a cold sweat. Originally, he also thought it was the fishing spot, but the two anglers who came over to rub the spot gave him the answer. Then he thought that it was Lin Shu's rod or bait. Another angler came out and borrowed Lin Shu's rod and tried it a few times, but the result was that none of the fish fry were caught. When the rod returned to Lin Shu's hand, the big fish rushed to the hook one after another. It was simply not too evil. When the bald boss saw Lin Shu take out a new fishing guard from the box, he couldn't sit still any longer and walked over. "Brother, stop fishing, stop fishing?" Hearing this from the bald boss, not only Lin Shu, but also the fishing buddies eating next to him, all cast questioning gazes. The bald boss also knew that he was not in a position of authority, so he didn't have much confidence in his words. "Brother, your technique is too wow. If I keep fishing like this, I'm going to lose my money." Lin Shu looked at the bald boss and asked in feigned disbelief. "Didn't you say $1,000 for a day of fishing? It's only about 11 o'clock now, not even half a day." The fishing buddies next to him all sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard Lin Shu say $1,000 for a day. Hiss. "You dead bald guy, you're slaughtering too hard. All these acquaintances of theirs, it's 600 a day. Once in a while a new face comes along and charges 800 even. But this time, you're charging them 1,000? It must be because they are young and have brand new equipment, and they think they are new fat sheep and want to slaughter them." Who knew that he was not a newcomer, but a great god? The bald boss smiled awkwardly. "That's what I said, but I really can't handle your perverted fish catching speed. The point is that you catch big fish on every shot. If you really want to fish here for a day, I'll close down this fishing ground tomorrow." "What then? I've paid my money and fished according to your rules, there's no violation. All of a sudden you say you won't let me fish anymore, this makes it very difficult for me." The surrounding anglers who were eating melons were waiting for the bald boss to answer. They wanted to see how the other party planned to resolve this. The bald boss also knew very well that if this wasn't handled well today, these anglers wouldn't come back to patronize them in the future. "Brother, do you think this will work?" The bald boss clenched his teeth and made a decision in his heart. "I'll refund you half of your fishing expenses today, and then I'll recycle all the fish you caught. Do you think it's okay?" Lin Shu grinned and didn't say anything, taking his fishing rod and preparing to continue. "Brother, you wait a moment, something good to discuss. I'll give you a full refund of the cost, okay? If not, I'm really going to lose money to my grandma's house." The bald boss cried and looked like he was about to cry. Lin Shu paused and looked back at the bald boss. "Deal." Lin Shu directly put the fishing rod away. Hearing the word deal, the bald boss finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he thought of losing so much today, he felt a physical pain again. "I'll go back and get the scale." The anglers who were eating the melon gave Lin Shu a thumbs up. "Brother Bull Beep, in the happy fishing ground, you're still the first to dish out the boss." Lin Shu waved his hand. "It's nothing, just base." Although this statement had the suspicion of being pretentious, the group of anglers could accept it. Who let people have this strength? Soon, the bald boss came over holding the scale. There were a couple of anglers who were eating the water and rushed over to pull the fishing guards. But when they pulled both fish guards up, they were surprised again. Originally, it was thought that one fish guard held the 20-pound walleye, and the back catch was placed in the other fish guard. But now it was, both fish guards had at least a dozen big ones in them. Only the dark-skinned uncle here knew that Lin Shu had already put down a second fish guard before they arrived. When the bald boss saw this, he almost didn't fall on the ground. Wasn't there only one fish guard? How come there's another one out? At a cursory glance, there are at least a dozen of them. The bald boss wasn't just hurting his flesh now, his waist was hurting along with it. Without Lin Shu's hands, the fishing buddies had already helped with the scales, and even the price had already been calculated, waiting for the bald boss to give the money. The bald boss covered his heart and transferred $2,150 to Lin Shu. $1,000 was the refunded fee, plus $1,000 more to recover the fish. After collecting the money, Lin Shu juiced and dumped the fish back into the water. Come out to catch a fish, didn't spend a penny, but also earned the boss more than $1,000. Fellow anglers, you continue, I'll leave first. Finishing packing up her things, Lin Shu said goodbye to the fishing buddies who were present to eat their melon. Walking out of the fishing ground, Lin Shu was ready to find a farmhouse and have a meal first, hearing from his water friends that the kiln chickens in this neighborhood were very good. Brother, wait a minute. Hearing the bald boss's voice, Lin Shu turned to look. Only to see the bald boss bumbling over, with a smile piled on his face. Lin Shu looked at him with a wary face. You don't think you want me to refund your money, do you? The bald boss smiled awkwardly. No, you've misunderstood. Then what are you? Brother, you should be okay this afternoon, right? Want to make another buck? I'll introduce you to a fishing spot. The bald boss had a villainous expression. Jia. Any interest? Chapter 27, Brother, let's borrow a fishing boat. Look at the bald boss like this. It always feels like he doesn't have good intentions. The owner of that fishing ground has a deep grudge against you? Lin Shu asked. I can't say that I have a deep hatred, but I do have some beef. That guy's a lot darker than I am, and I've got some real big stuff here, as you know from fishing. But that guy falsely advertised that there are 20 to 30 pounds of big stuff, but the actual largest less than 10 pounds. He also often gets some dudes to show off, and the big stuff those dudes catch is all hung up in advance. Just like that, I don't know how many newcomers have been cheated, and only we, the peers, know the real situation at his place. Lin Shu thought about it, but he could go over and take a look. If it was really like what the bald boss said, it wouldn't be impossible to dish out the boss. Okay, give me the address. The bald boss hemmed and hawed and gave Lin Shu an address. Leaving from the bald boss, Lin Shu found a farmhouse nearby. After a simple meal, Lin Shu followed the address given by the bald boss to his destination this time. Sunshine Fishing Ground. Sunshine Fishing Ground has been recommended by a number of watermen as opposed to Happy Fishing Ground. Although the bald boss says that there are shady practices here, many watermen are skeptical. Enter Sunshine Fishing. Is the owner here? Lin Shu shouted twice, and a thin man walked out. When the skinny man saw Lin Shu, a smile piled up on his face. Handsome man, want to fish? Lin Shu nodded. How do you charge for fishing here? The skinny boss looked Lin Shu up and down for a moment, and a fine light flashed in his eyes. A day of fishing here for us is $1,500, and a half day is $1,200. Lin Shu's mouth twitched. The charges were even darker than the bald boss. Boss, isn't your price too expensive? The skinny boss snorted. Handsome, we've completely upgraded sunshine fishing, and we've got a batch of 20 to 30 pounders in each pond. As long as you catch a big one that's over 20 pounds, the cost of fishing is fully refunded. And the fish caught can be taken away as well. Lin Shu had a superficial look of surprise. Boss, are you serious? It can't be that you're lying to me, right? The skinny boss hurriedly explained. How can I lie to you? Just the day before yesterday there was an internet celebrity who caught a 25-pound big one in my place. He even posted a video online. Yeah, you can see it if you search. Yeah? Let me take a look. Lin Shu really took out her cell phone and searched. The skinny boss wasn't in a hurry and waited for Lin Shu to search. After watching the video, Lin Shu realized that the performance traces were obvious. First of all, after that Darren cast his rod, the video footage was all on himself. Not a single frame on the water, and after waiting a while he suddenly said he had a fish on the hook. Lin Shu was able to feel from the frequency of his reeling speed and the degree of bending of the fishing rod that the fish in the water had no vigor at all. A 25 catty, 1 meter long big fish was pulled onto the bank by him in only 2 minutes. You know, Lin Shu had spent 5 minutes with a 20-pound big one on the bald boss's side before he exhausted its strength. So it seemed that the bald boss really wasn't lying. As for whether there is any big stuff in this fishing ground, we have to fish it to know. How's it going, handsome? Didn't lie to you. The skinny boss smiled brightly. After watching the video, Lin Shu acted excited. It's really big, boss. I should count the price of half a day for fishing now, right? The skinny boss nodded. That's right, from now until the end of the day at 6 p.m. Good, I'll pay you now. Lin Shu was also very dry and directly swept $1,200 over to the skinny boss. After receiving the money, the skinny boss's smile increased a few points. Boss, do you have any rules for fishing here? Lin Shu thought of the bald boss's side, all sorts of inhuman regulations, so it was better to ask the proper question. There aren't any special rules, as long as you don't go off drugs. After chatting with the skinny boss, Lin Shu came to the fishing ground. There were several anglers in the field, and Lin Shu was in no hurry to find a fishing spot. He went to a few fishing buddies to slip around and ask around. The last few were in the same boat. There were fish, but they were generally 5 or 6 pounds, not to mention the big 20 or 30 pounders. Nothing over 10 pounds. After understanding the situation, Lin Shu found a fishing spot.
Lin Shu still chose a Roadrunner fishing rod this time.
It's not that hand rods are bad, but they are more Buddhist. If there's really no big stuff here, then I don't know when I'll be able to get my money back with a hand lever.
Everything was ready. Lin Shu began to cast the first rod.
In less than 30 seconds, the first fish was hooked.
Pulling it to shore, the fish was just over 5 pounds. Just when the water friends thought that Lin Shu was going to release the fish again, Lin Shu actually put it into the fish guard.
Seeing this scene, the pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly rolled up. Am I blind? This kind of fish fry dog anchor wants it? The dog anchor has fallen.
5 pounds nah, at least 200 or more at the grilled fish store.
Where is your arrogance? Where are your bones? Is there a possibility that, true to the bald boss's word, there really isn't a big shipment here? It might be true, or else with the dog owner's pissy behavior, he wouldn't even be able to spare the fish fry. Sit and wait for the truth.
The water friends were still exploring, and Lin Shu's second fish had already been landed.
This one is a bit bigger than the last one, probably about 8 pounds.
Quickly put the fish into the fish guard, Lin Shu then cast the rod.
Gradually, the waterman realized.
Lin Shu's speed of catching fish is getting faster and faster, averaging 2 minutes on a fish.
Lin Shu was like a relentless fishing machine, the next rod must hit the fish. It was repeated like this for up to an hour.
Lin Shu took out the second fish guard. Seeing this, the water lovers let out a long sigh.
Where is this coming to fish? It's clearly coming to stock up, right?
Anchor stop, you have no soul when you fish like this. I don't know why, but I suddenly sympathize a bit with the skinny boss.
I've woken up from my nap, why did the anchor just take out the fish guard?
Upstairs, I'm not going to tell you that this is the second fish guard. Another hour passed, and Lin Shu once again took out a fish guard. When he bought the fishing gear in the morning, the water friends felt strange. Everyone else usually only buys 1 fish guard, and only 2 for insurance purposes. But Lin Shu had bought 3, and now they finally knew why. If it went on at this rate, not to mention 3 fish guards, 2 more would not be enough.
Time rushes by and another hour passes.
The third fish guard has also been filled.
P.S. By filled, I mean a certain amount, not stacked.
Lin Shu thought about it and ran to one of the fishing buddies he had just greeted and asked the fishing buddy to borrow one over. In another hour, the borrowed fish guard had also been filled. Lin Shu doubled up on another fishing buddy. Older brother, borrow a fishing guard.
Yo! Looks like the harvest is good, and you still need to borrow a fish guard. Hey, it's okay. 5:30 in the evening.
An angler who borrowed a fishing guide came by.
How's the fishing going, buddy? You're here, brother? Going back?
There's no rush, everyone's going to close the rods at 6 anyway, so you just fish.
Thanks a lot, then, old man.
This fishing buddy didn't leave either, and watched Lin Shu fish from the side. However, after watching for a while he realized that Lin Shu's speed of catching fish was not normal. Only after casting the rod down, he was able to hit the fish in 10 seconds or so, and this was the case for several times in a row. The angler was still in shock when another angler came next to him.
Old G, you haven't left yet?
Old G looked back at his walking fishing buddy.
Not yet, it will take a while, this brother lent me a fishing guard. What?
The angler who had just arrived thought he had heard wrong.
This brother asked you to borrow a fish guard too? What do you mean, too? He borrowed it from you too?
Yeah. The 2 fishing buddies glanced at each other and finally turned their eyes to Lin Shu who was still busy. How many fish must this have caught before they needed to borrow 2 fish guards? If he added his own, he'd have 3 fish guards. At 5:50, Lin Shu finally stopped. And the skinny boss came over with a cart, pushing a scale.
How's the fishing going, handsome? Any fish to recover? The skinny boss still had a smirking look on his face.
Along the way over, 7 or 8 anglers were looking for him to recycle, but he was making a solid profit. In the skinny boss's opinion, Lin Shu was a pure newbie, and it was good enough to catch a dozen or so.
Boss is here, I was just about to go find you.
Lin Shu put the fishing rod away and then said to the 2 fishing buddies.
2 old brothers, please help me, thank you. The 2 anglers didn't refuse and went up to pull the fishing gear for Lin Shu.
Originally, they wanted to pull one each, but they realized something was wrong just as they got started.
Is this weight serious? Put rocks in it, right?
They had no choice but to pull one by 2.
The skinny boss couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw how hard they were pulling.
When the first fishing guard pulled up and saw that it was full of fish, the skinny boss's sentence came out of his mouth.
Burning goose. And that's just the beginning.
Next, with every fish guard pulled up, the skinny boss comes on. After 5 in a row, the skinny little boss finally stopped laughing.
This.
The skinny boss only felt his throat dry up, unable to say a word. The 2 fishing buddies who were helping out were also overwhelmed with shock.
This was the kind of fish one could catch? I'll be damned. You can't even drug this many fish.
5 fish guards, and they're all filled to the brim. Since noon, it's been almost an hour to change the fish guards.
What an animal.
These 5 fish guards must add up to more than 1,000 pounds.
The two anglers looked at the skinny boss, their eyes full of sympathy. After the shock, the skinny little boss thought that this was definitely not something Lin Shu had caught alone. Luckily, his fishing farms were equipped with cameras, so a quick check of the surveillance would make it clear. If Lin Shu was relying on some other means to get up so many fish, then he would have a reason not to give the other party a recovery, and if the other party was messing around, he could still call the police to deal with it. Thinking of this, the skinny boss looked at Lin Shu with a leathery smile. "Handsome boy, you're catching too many fish here. I've never encountered this before in all the years I've been running a fishing farm. So I'm a bit skeptical about you catching so many fish. Can I check the CCTV first to confirm? But don't worry, if all these fish are caught by you yourself, handsome, I promise to recycle them all. What do you think?" After saying this, the skinny boss stared at Lin Shu. He wanted to see a panicked or nervous expression on Lin Shu's face. However, Lin Shu simply agreed. "No problem, it should be. If it were me, I would also check the surveillance to feel at ease." Hearing Lin Shu's words, the skinny boss's heart thumped. Could it really be that he had caught it, but no matter what, he had to confirm it? The skinny boss took out his cell phone, opened the surveillance, pulled up the video in the cloud, and started playing it at double speed. Lin Shu wasn't in a hurry, so he waited on the sidelines. The two fishing buddies next to him also came to the skinny boss out of curiosity to take a look. The video was very long, even at high speed, it took nearly an hour to finish. After the playback ended, the skinny boss and the two fishing buddies still felt unbelievable. Is this something a human being could do? It's an animal. Although the skinny boss was unwilling, he still had to admit it. Otherwise, if word got out, his fishing ground wouldn't need to be opened in the future. Half an hour later, Lin Shu looked at the $6,500 that had just come into his account. His heart was beautifully juiced. In order to thank the two fishing buddies for borrowing the fishing guards, as well as delaying them too much time, Lin Shu also transferred $200 to each of them as a thank you fee. Lin Shu had just walked to the entrance of the fishing ground when the skinny boss walked over. Just looking at him, his smile was worse than crying. "Handsome guy, next time you still want to fish, you can go to that happy fishing ground. That boss is dark, you can go dish him out." Lin Shu heard this and looked at the skinny boss with an odd face. These two guys, they really have quite the tacit understanding. The skinny boss looked at his expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lin Shu faintly replied back. "It was the bald boss who introduced me here." Skinny boss. Chapter 28, I must punch you in the face today. Coming out of the Sunshine Fishing Ground, Lin Shu took a cab and prepared to go back to the city. Just as he got into the car, the driver master asked, "Handsome, just finished fishing, huh?" "Yes, master, do you like fishing too?" Lin Shu returned. Talking about fishing, the driver master was instantly energized. But I don't come to this kind of fishing, too expensive. Might as well go to the wild pond, or some rivers on the outskirts of the city, those places are called pleasant fishing. Then master, you recommend me where the wild fishing grounds are better, I can try there when I have time. Lin Shu casually asked. "There is, on the way back here, there is a good wild fishing spot. If you're not afraid to take a detour, I'll take you over there in a bit to take a look. That place, there are usually anglers fishing at night." Lin Shu originally wanted to say forget it, but the aquatic friends in the live broadcast room all said they wanted to go and take a look. Lin Shu had to tell the driver that he could go over and take a look. It was rare to find someone who had something in common, and the driver master chatted with Lin Shu about various fishing topics along the way. As the conversation deepened, the master driver felt more and more that this young man was not simple. No matter what questions he asked, this young man was able to answer them, and said it all. The two chatted the whole way, and the master driver was a little tempted to go fishing. Half an hour later, the driver turned off the main intersection into a side road. After about 10 minutes on the side road, the driver stopped. "Here it is, handsome, up ahead." After the driver finished speaking, he turned off the engine. Lin Shu first transferred the fare to the driver, and the two of them got out of the car together. Lin Shu had just gotten out of the car when she saw the river in front of her. There were a few bright lights. Lin Shu took his fishing tackle down in passing and followed the driver master to the river. When the driver master came to the riverside, he greeted one of the fishing buddies, and it seemed that the two of them still knew each other. That's when the conversation on the air turned to the fact that anglers can catch anything but fish. Something about dead fish right in the mouth, something about water ghosts pulling lines, and something about catching dead bodies. Seeing that they were getting more and more outrageous, Lin Shu had to tell everyone that it was all a matter of probability. With a probability of 1 in 10,000, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky if you encounter it. However, once Lin Shu said this, the water friends got excited. "I'm sure the dog anchor is the moldy one, the 1 in a million. Raise your hand if you agree that the dog anchor is the moldy one." Agree +1. +1. Anchor, either prove it or you're the unlucky one. Lin Shu knew that the water friends were agitating, but he still felt angry. How could there be such a coincidence? That kind of fishing for corpses and whatnot, it had only been a decade or two since there had been 1 or 2 examples. The probability of winning the lottery is even lower. "Fine, I'll prove to you all that I have to punch you in the face today."
Lin Shu found a place nearby and took the lighting out of the box. Fortunately, when he bought the fishing tackle in the morning, he prepared a set of lights for lighting as well. Here, Lin Shu was prepared to use a hand rod. But he was too lazy to mix his own bait, so he had the cheek to ask for it from the fishing buddy next to him. Luckily, the fishing guys are generally high quality, so shameless to ask for bait, are also happy to give some even. The bait is not much, Lin Shu is not ready to nest. He returned to his own fishing position, got the bait, and then directly launched the rod to start fishing. I have to say, the driver master introduced this fishing spot, it is really very good. Lin Shu had already had a fish on the hook within 2 minutes of placing the rod. It was only when he pulled it ashore that he realized it was a palm-sized tilapia. Tilapia is also known as Fukushima. This fish is not very picky about water quality, so many wild ponds or rivers will have them. Remove the hook and toss the fish aside. Got some more bait and went back down. With no problems on the first shot, Lin Shu set out to prove it to the live stream. Then there were water friends who said that within 3 shots, something must go wrong. Lin Shu almost laughed at their anger, but in order to prove that he wasn't the one in a million, he still endured it first. The second shot went down, and it took almost 5 minutes before he caught a fish. This time it was a small carp, which Lin Shu threw next to the tilapia. Lin Shu didn't intend to take it away, so he would give the fish he caught later to the angler who had borrowed the fish material. If the other person didn't want it, then put it back in the water. Lin Shu didn't plan to fish for a long time, so he wasn't afraid that the fish would die in a while. Putting down the third rod, Lin Shu then said to the live broadcast, "This is the last time if it's okay, you all have to apologize to me." Just as Lin Shu was bragging and farting with his water friends, the fishing rod suddenly moved, and the fish float on the surface of the water suddenly sank into the water. Lin Shu's eyes lit up. Usually this is a sign of a big fish. Lin Shu stood up and began to pull the rod carefully. But after 2 pulls, Lin Shu felt that something was wrong. If this was a big fish, it would definitely tug on the line and swim out. But what was happening was that the rod was pulling heavy, but there was no hint of a struggle. Lin Shu's first thought was that he might have hooked into some river trash. So carefully pulled the line back to the bank. Only when the line was about to be pulled back to the shore, Lin Shu realized something was wrong. From afar, he seemed to see a human-like object. The corners of Lin Shu's mouth twitched, and his heart began to burst. It couldn't really be that evil, could it? This kind of 1 in a million probability thing can happen? At this time, the water friends in the live broadcast room also saw the unnaturalness on Lin Shu's face. So while guessing, they waited for the results of the fishing. As Lin Shu pulled the rod, the things in the water came closer and closer. There were already water lovers with good eyesight who realized something was wrong. My nigga, guys, look, does that look like a corpse? I saw it, that really looks like a corpse. Which one of you big guys just said that the third shot is bound to be a situation? The bullfrog big guy. See, I told you the dog anchor was moldy. This time the dog anchor used toilet bowl cleaner and couldn't even wash off the name of unlucky bastard. From the looks of it, odds are it's a winner. But Lin Shu still had a glimmer of hope that this was some single friend who had abandoned his silicone wife. In a few moments, Lin Shu had received the line to the shore. Lin Shu picked up the lighting lamp and took 2 steps forward, shining it at the water. At this look, Lin Shu's heart went half cold. The live broadcast room also instantly exploded, and the crazy scrolling pop-ups instantly spread the entire screen. Lin Shu secretly sighed and put the fishing rod aside. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed a number. Crooked? Good evening, Mr. Liu, have you eaten? Oh, I've eaten. What time do you get off work? Yes? You're working the night shift today? Look, isn't this a coincidence? Isn't this? 20 minutes later, several police cars drove up to the river. The anglers who were still unaware of the situation next to them, one by one, were curious as to how a police car could come here at this time of the night. The police car had just stopped, and Lin Shu walked over. Came pretty fast, huh? The car door opened and Team Lu got out with Chen Shui. Where's the body? Team Lu got out of the car and went straight to the point, not dragging his feet at all. Lin Shu also knew that this was not the time to play around. Hastily leading them, he came to his own fishing spot. Several forensic pathologists, who had followed along, carefully salvaged the body and then did a preliminary autopsy. The Lu team arranged things down and came to Lin Shu. I've realized that no matter where you guys go, you can always stumble into something. Lin Shu looked innocent. Can you blame me for this? I'm also a victim, okay? Chapter 29, these are not your 8 characters. The matter at the river was dealt with. Lin Shu hitched a ride with the Lu team and their car and returned to the bureau. The customary statement was made, and by the way, the first 2 bonuses were claimed back together. Easily a few thousand into the account, Lin Shu made juice home. Although the live broadcast, still saying he is moldy is unlucky. The water users were going to yell for Lin Shu to come out and admit it. But Lin Shu didn't say a word about it. The main fight was as long as I don't have a face, you guys can't do anything about me. The moment she entered the house, Lin Shu came to a light speed downcast. leaving behind a crowd of cursing water friends.
A night without words. Early morning.
The roaring alarm clock finally quieted down after Lin Shu's slap.
Tube. Checking in successfully. Reward, mastery of fortune telling.
15 minutes later, Lin Shu boarded the live broadcast room. Brothers, don't be in a hurry, I'll burn incense first. Lin Shu's water friend said that this operation was feudal superstition.
The draw of the profession is a matter of probability.
It has nothing to do with washing one's hands and applying incense. Looking at these pop-ups, Lin Shu always felt something familiar. For a moment, she couldn't recall where exactly it was familiar. After thinking for a while and not being able to understand, Lin Shu didn't care, picked up her cell phone and opened the app for drawing careers.
Tap that, the yellow button that symbolizes today's fate.
The rotation stops and a few large words appear.
Intangible cultural heritage bearer.
When the water users saw this name, they were all guessing what kind of airplane Lin Shu was going to pull today. There are many intangible cultural heritages, such as Beijing opera, paper cutting, shadow puppets and so on. Lin Shu had a mysterious face and didn't tell them directly.
Simply pack up, go out, and take a taxi to People's Square.
Among a bunch of stalls, he found a place to sit down. Taking out the pen and paper prepared in advance, he wrote down a few large characters on it.
Sway Yuan fortune telling.
Seeing these words, the live broadcast room was filled with question marks.
Fortune telling is also an intangible cultural heritage? Did the anchor misspell the word? Ha ha ha, new upstairs, right? What the dog anchor means is, pay the fortune teller.
I seem to remember that our city has been cracking down on these kinds of activities lately. Fortune telling, asking for rice, spirit invocation, and all of these are included in this. I'll backhand a report and earn the dog anchor's bonus.
Report +1. +1.
Lin Shu had just put down the cardboard when curious people came over to watch.
A girl in yoga clothes looked at the cardboard and then at Lin Shu. Handsome guy, do you really know how to tell fortunes? How come I don't look like it?
Lin Shu smiled back, then how do you think it looks like? The yoga girl looked around and reached out to point to not far away, an old man who was doing Tai Chi. The old man was wearing a practice suit, his beard and hair were white, but he was full of spirit, and at first glance he really had a kind of immortal appearance. Even the water friends all agree with what the yoga girl said. If Lin Shu stood with the boss, let them choose who was the metaphysical master. 99% of them would choose the boss master, and as for the remaining 1%, it was, unsurprisingly, Lin Shu's own quiet vote.
Whether I can tell fortunes or not, you won't know if you try.
Lin Shu does not want to explain too much, this kind of thing to see the real thing before, say more or empty talk. Hearing Lin Shu say this, the yoga girls came to be interested. She would like to see how this kinda handsome looking guy wanted to trick her.
Okay, then you do the math for me. Lin Shu took out a paper fan and opened it with a clatter.
2 words were clearly written on it.
Play money. Yoga girls? Live streaming?
I have my own rules about fortune telling, pay up front. The yoga girl wasn't very trusting in the first place, and now she could be sure that Lin Shu was a liar. However, the yoga girl still intended to let Lin Shu do the math. If the other party made but a single mistake, she would demolish this handsome liar in public.
Okay, how much do you want?
Lin Shu pointed to the 2 words on the cardboard next to him.
Sway Yuan.
Just watch and give.
The yoga girl swept $100 for Lin Shu. After confirming the arrival, Lin Shu smiled and asked, "What do you want to count?"
The yoga girl thought for a moment, in-laws. Lin Shu said, "Write down your 8 characters first." The yoga girl picked up a pen and paper and was about to prepare to write when she paused, then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Soon, the yoga girl handed the written paper to Lin Shu. Lin Shu took the paper, read the 8 characters on the paper, and then looked at the yoga girl's face.
Then, as if she understood something, Lin Shu smiled and said, "These are not your 8 characters."
The yoga girl was appalled in her heart. Did he really know how to tell fortunes? But then it suddenly occurred to her that it was possible that Lin Shu was trying to scam her. Didn't those guys who read psychology like to play this? The yoga girl pretended to be calm on the surface and looked at Lin Shu and said seriously, "This is my 8 characters. This you can read wrong. I say you are a liar." Lin Shu looked at the yoga girl, "Then tell me, when did you have your sex change operation?"
The yoga girl froze. "What do you mean?"
Lin Shu pointed at the piece of paper. "This is obviously a man's 8 characters, but you had to say that it's your 8 characters.
What? Have you changed sex?
The yoga girl opened her mouth, wanting to retort. It was only Lin Shu who spoke before her. "If I'm not wrong, this should be your family's 8 characters. It's either your brother's or your brother's. Do you see if I'm right?" The yoga girl was speechless for a moment, because this time Lin Shu was right. When she was writing down the 8 characters just now, she had the bright idea that she planned to tease the other party, so she wrote down her brother's 8 characters.
Was it correctly calculated by me?
Lin Shu raised her chin with a proud look. The yoga girl bristled. "Maybe you're just a blind cat who got it right." The yoga girl picked up the pen and paper again and wrote down a figure of 8 and handed it to Lin Shu. But Lin Shu didn't take it, closed the paper fan, and once again pointed to the cardboard, the two words sway yuan. The cost just now has already been calculated for you once, recalculate and the cost has to be given again. You.
The yoga woman was extremely angry.
She made up her mind that even if Lin Shu's calculations were accurate, she would have to say that they were incorrect, and she would definitely give the other party some color. Watching the yoga girl sweep up another $100, Lin Shu then picked up the paper and read it. Seeing the 8 characters on the paper, Lin Shu once again looked at the yoga girl's face, and then frowned. You had a boyfriend when you were in college, you should have broken up after you graduated and… Not long ago you had another one, but this one isn't your right one either, and this time you're going to be broke because of your relationship.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean you'll break the bank because of your feelings?
The yoga girl did have a relationship when she was in college and was right to break up after graduation. And she did have a new boyfriend a couple months ago. Originally she wanted to deny it, but when she heard Lin Shu's last sentence, she couldn't help but want to hear it again. Lin Shu sighed, to put it bluntly, it's this man who covets your money that he's with you.
The yoga girl was speechless for a moment.
Because it occurred to her that she had basically been the one spending money all these months with her date. The boyfriend's salary is not as high as hers, and even his family conditions are not as good as hers. After they got together, her boyfriend would often give her hints to buy sneakers, new clothes, and all kinds of miscellaneous things. Even the rent for the room they rented together was paid by her. On the contrary, the boyfriend gave her the most expensive thing she ever bought, is more than 100 lipstick. Even when he invited her to dinner, it was never more than $200. Originally, she felt that it was nothing for two people to spend more money for each other when they were together. And this amount of money was nothing to her. But now that she heard Lin Shu say this, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. The yoga girl was still thinking about various things. As it happened, her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw the caller ID. Baby. Chapter 30. This young man has too much guts. After seeing the caller ID, the yoga girl frowned. She thought about it and finally pressed the answer button. Baby, what's up? The two chatted for a few minutes before the yoga girl hung up. She opened the green bubble and saw the pictures of the sneakers her boyfriend had sent her and fell into deep thought. That's right, her boyfriend had just called her and said he was sharing a nice pair of sneakers with her. The talk was basically a hint to get the yoga girl to buy them for him. After a while, the yoga girl came back to her senses. She looked at Lin Shu and asked, you just said that my current boyfriend is not my rightful destiny. Can I ask when my rightful destiny will meet? Lin Shu shook his folding fan and said faintly, he's always been by your side, it's just that you haven't noticed. Can you be more specific? The yoga girl pursued. Lin Shu didn't answer and pretended to be looking at the scenery in the distance. It was only the paper fan in his hand that was flapping fast. The yoga girls reacted to seeing him like this. Sweeping another $200 for Lin Shu. Lin Shu paper fan a collection, seriously said, do you have a childhood friend? It's him. The smiling face of a boy came to the yoga girl's mind. It was one of her neighboring brothers, and the parents of the two were good friends. So they often struck up a conversation. Ever since she was a little girl, she loved to follow this neighboring brother. Every time she was called a little follower by the other. The year she went to college, he studied abroad. Because of the time difference, the contact between the two gradually became less and less. Not long ago, I heard his mother say that he will soon return to China. Yoga girl is a bit soulful. She didn't ask any more questions and got up, ready to leave. Only after she had only taken a few steps, it was as if she had come back to her senses and turned to look at Lin Shu and said, thanks. Lin Shu smiled and nodded at her. Live stream. Seeing this reaction from the yoga girl, the water friends guessed that it was likely that Lin Shu had calculated correctly. This yoga girl, it couldn't be a trust hired by the dog anchor, right? It can't be? I feel like the yoga girl wanted to fake it at first. Anchor, can you do the math online? I also want to calculate when I'll be rich. Upstairs, there's no need to look for the anchor, just go to bed early tonight. There were several people on the sidelines just now, and seeing that the yoga girl was accurate in her math, some of them wanted to go up and try as well. Just before he could think about it, he heard a voice coming from behind him. We've received a report from the public that someone is setting up a fortune-telling stall here. Several police officers walked up to the stall and looked at Lin Shu, who was sitting in front of the stall. The female police officer in the lead looked stunned. Lin Shu? Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Shu also raised her head. Yo! Policewoman Chen, what brings you here? Chen Shui gave him a blank look. The public has reported that someone is setting up a stall here to tell fortunes. It can't be you, can it? Lin Shu looked around. He's the only one who's a fortune-telling stall. It seems like, maybe, perhaps, that should be it. Chen Shui said, why haven't I heard of this before? You still have this ability. Lin Shu snorted, ancestral skill, first time showing it today. Alright, come back with us, the officials have been strict lately and we have to follow the rules. Ha? Lin Shu's spirit was shaken. It's not going to be detention, right? Chen Shui hummed, what? Scared?
Knowing that you're scared, you're still going against the wind? Do you believe me when I say I didn't know about the recent crackdown?
Lin Shu had an innocent look on his face. Chen Shui laughed softly. It's not too late to know, detention is not so bad, but a statement has to be made.
Scared me.
Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief. She had to pack up her things and go back to the bureau with Chen Shui. After simply making a statement and receiving verbal education, Lin Shu was ready to leave. Just as she stood up, she saw the Lu team coming out of the office, and Lin Shu wanted to say hello to him. But when the two of them came closer, Lin Shu saw that the Lu team seal was dark. He would have a bloodbath recently, or the kind where he would hang up if he wasn't careful. And for a police officer to stumble into such a serious situation, it could only be something that happened on the way to a mission. Lin Shu's originally relaxed expression suddenly became serious.
Lu team, if you have an arrest mission in the next 2 days, you must be more careful.
Team Lu laughed and scolded, you kid, you even snubbed me.
If you keep this up, I won't give you any bonus next time.
Lin Shu ignored Lu team's jokes and said very seriously, I'm not joking with you. Your seal hall is black, these 2 days there will definitely be a blood disaster, a light case is to stay in the hospital for 2 months, a heavy case is to be sacrificed honorably. Seeing that the other party's appearance did not look like a joke, Lu team also put away their playful expression and looked at him with furrowed brows. Come to my office. Team Lu finished speaking and turned around to walk towards his office. Lin Shu didn't say much and hurriedly followed.
Walking into the office, Lin Shu closed the door in passing.
Team Lu took out a file bag from the desk and handed it to Lin Shu. Lin Shu opened it directly, the person on the file he had seen before. It was precisely the solitary pig-killing master of the slaughterhouse. You're not from our bureau, and I wasn't supposed to tell you this. After you called me last time, I went through the shredding cases from the previous 2 years to check them out.
After your reminder, there are some details in the dossier that I couldn't read before, but now I've been able to connect the dots.
That butcher, I've arranged for someone to monitor his movements 24 hours a day, and last time I told you about his leave of absence. 2 days ago we found out that he was hanging out with a street girl. It's similar to the 2 previous victims of the shredding case. That's why we suspect that his next target is this street girl. After our repeated speculations, he will most likely commit the crime tonight at night, and we will arrest him before he does. Lin Shu finished reading the information and was silent for a while.
Remember what I said the last time you asked for my opinion?
Lin Shu asked, looking at Team Lu.
Remember, don't fight him if you can use a gun.
Lin Shu nodded, this guy gives me the feeling that he's different from ordinary people, he's dangerous. Team Lu hemmed and hawed, alright, with your reminder, I think we need to add some more manpower to tonight's operation. Lin Shu didn't say anything, he wasn't from the bureau after all. Lin Shu stretched and got up, ready to leave. Walking to where the doorway was, he stopped in his tracks.
My number's on 24/7, let's go.
After saying that, he opened the door and walked out. Looking at Lin Shu's back as she left, Team Lu smiled and shook his head. This kid. Coming out of the bureau, Lin Shu took a taxi back to People's Square. Brothers, I, Lin Han-san, am back again. The water friends thought that, having just come out of the bureau, Lin Shu should not set up a stall to tell fortunes again. But who knows, he actually took a taxi directly back to the square.
The anchor is tough enough.
This young man, his guts are too big.
Anchor Bull Beep. I honor you as a man.
I don't believe it, the dog Anchor really dares to go against the wind.
The report number is ready to be dialed.
Upstairs, it couldn't have been you who reported just now, could it? Amidst the suspicion of his water friends, Lin Shu returned to the same position he was in just now. After sitting down, he took out a cardboard and wrote a few big words with a pen. Psychological counseling, counseling with meta. When the water users saw these 8 words, the pop-up screen rolled up once again. Good guy, I'm straight up good guy.
What goes up must come down, right?
Suddenly I remembered a college teacher of mine who taught a subject called psychology. Yet outside of class, all he had in his hands were books like Joey, Plum Blossom Easy Numbers, and pushback diagrams.
So the end of science is metaphysics, right? Anchor, I've recently gotten Jade syndrome, can you help me channel it?
Upstairs sister, I've also studied psychology, why don't I channel it for you?
I'll channel it for free.
Upstairs, when you say channeling, is it proper channeling? Looking at the passing pedestrians, Lin Shu pulled back his voice and shouted. Walking by don't miss it, psychological counseling, along with the Yuan consultation now. Chapter 31, Dating in the Same City, Sui Yuan accompanies chatting.
Seeing Lin Shu go and return.
The surrounding stall owners all looked at him with puzzled eyes. He had just been taken away, and only less than half an hour later, he was back again.
Are all young people nowadays so stiff?
Soon after Lin Shu released the newly written cardboard, they were all confused.
From fortune telling to counseling, it could still be played like this?
A stall owner next to Lin Shu took 2 steps and came next to Lin Shu.
Pretty boy, you're so accurate in your math, count for me too.
Lin Shu quickly waved his hand, don't talk nonsense, I'm a law-abiding citizen, I don't do illegal things.
The uncle hemmed and hawed, I understand.
said he took out his cell phone and swept $100 for Lin Shu. Lin Shu straightened her body and coughed lightly.
Ahem, let's make it clear, Al. This is the cost of counseling, not fortune telling.
The older man patted his chest. I've been having trouble with my heart lately and I want counseling. Lin Shu handed the uncle a pen and paper. How old are you? What year were you born?
The uncle also understood and directly wrote down the 8 characters.
These 2 years always lose money, do everything lose money, what to do, really worried me. Lin Shu picked up the uncle's 8 characters and looked at the other person's face again. He deliberated on the wording before speaking.
Uncle, you this gold chain, it doesn't go well with you. You change a piece of jade to wear tomorrow. The brave jade carving is quite suitable for you. Before wearing to the temple or Taoist temple, cough, open the light, cough. Lin Shu pretended to cough a few times and spoke again. Usually pay attention to hygiene, take a bath every day. This jade is a valuable item and cannot be touched by outsiders. Can you understand? The uncle nodded. Got it. Hey, thanks a pretty boy.
The uncle chatted with Lin Shu a few more times, just as some customers came over, before he returned to his stall. Looking at Lin Shu's this consulting with Yuan, the water friends sort of understood that this pussy was just a different way of talking.
If you don't look into it, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it.
I didn't realize that it was just a bug he was stuck with. Over the next hour or so, there were quite a few people who saw the words counseling, random elemental counseling and found it novel, thus sitting down to discuss it a bit. Gradually, there were quite a number of people who ate the food and surrounded this novelty stall. Lin Shu was chatting vigorously with a girl when the crowd of eaters was suddenly pushed away.
Lin Shu, it's you again. Chen Shui fainted.
15 minutes ago, there was another report from the public that someone was setting up a fortune-telling stall in People's Square again. But Chen Shui never thought that this person would be Lin Shu. He had only just gotten out of the bureau, and he had come back here to set up a stall to tell fortunes.
He's really turning a deaf ear to their education. Lin Shu. TSK.
Policewoman Shen, you guys don't keep staring at me, besides, I didn't set up a stall to tell fortunes, okay?
You still say you didn't, in the whole square, who else is there besides you?
Lin Shu was full of innocence and picked up the cardboard next to him.
Did you misunderstand something? This is counseling.
Seeing the few words on the cardboard, Chen Shui, who was originally still slack-jawed, was visibly stunned.
This.
I'm a good law-abiding citizen, how could I be on top of it?
In a flash, Chen Shui didn't even know what to say.
In theory, Lin Shu really hadn't violated the rules.
But she always felt that something was wrong. Right. Chen Shui remembered something. You do counseling for people, do you have a license?
Ha!
Now it was Lin Shu who froze. Seeing Lin Shu's expression, Chen Shui instantly became excited. Counselor, it's necessary to take a qualification test. Do you have a certificate?
Looking at Chen Shui's complacent appearance, Lin Shu's mouth twitched. He had really forgotten about the fact that all psychological counselors had to be licensed. The water friends saw this scene. They were all overjoyed. The dog anchor was taken by the police flower. High IQ, psychological counselor. Low IQ, street-side fortune teller. How does Your Excellency respond when I take out that counseling requires a license? Lin Shu looked at Chen Shui and then at the cardboard in his hand.
Wait a moment.
Lin Shu said for no reason, then sat down. Erase the psychological counseling, along with the meta-counseling.
Pick up a pen and write a few words again. Halfway through the day.
Lin Shu picked up the cardboard again and handed it to Chen Shui. Chen Shui looked at it curiously, and then the expression on her face, too, became wonderful. Only to see that it was written above. Same city dating, accompanying chat with dollars.
Not only is Chen Shui confused, even the water friends are calling out bold beeps.
It was a divine stroke, one of God's hands. It is illegal to set up a fortune-telling stall, and a license is required for psychological counseling. But same-sex dating is different. Not only is it not illegal, it doesn't require a license. It also promotes contemporary young people to get rid of social fears, open their hearts, make friends, be positive and welcome a bright future.
Ahem, can't make it up. Lin Shu looked smug. You don't need to be licensed now, do you? Chen Shui.
Chen Shui knows in her heart that Lin Shu is just a front. If she is more serious, it is not impossible to bring him back to the bureau. It's just that Lin Shu hasn't made any major mistakes, but instead has helped them solve a few big cases. As long as those who sought him out for chats didn't report him. Thinking of this, Chen Shui explained a few words to Lin Shu and then closed the team to return. Lin Shu also didn't forget to address the live broadcasting room, coming up with a sentence. See brothers, there are always more ways than difficulties. However, the pop-ups were inexplicably unified again. Deserve to be single, straight men of steel scrolling all over the screen. Ever since changing counseling, to dating in the same city. Most of the people who come to see Lin Shu are young people, or mostly girls. This can put the neighborhood water friends in a hurry, straight call to fly over. Throughout the day, Lin Shu stayed in the square except for eating and going to the restroom. Mainly, the girls who approached Lin Shu to chat were too enthusiastic, and he couldn't even go home early if he wanted to.
It wasn't until 11 o'clock at night that Lin Shu reluctantly parted ways with everyone to go home. After going home and washing up, Lin Shu opened the game, and after losing a few games in a row, he could only curse and roll off to bed. Early morning. The originally quiet room was broken by a ringing call. Lin Shu, who was in a deep sleep, opened his eyes violently. He quickly picked up his cell phone and looked at the caller ID. Team Lu. Lin Shu quickly pressed the answer button, yet just a second after connecting, the opposite party hung up. At this time, Lin Shu saw that Team Lu had sent him a message. Opening the green bubble, there was only a location on it. Eastern suburbs. Inside an abandoned factory. Team Lu's back was against the wall, breathing slightly. The blood seeping from the wound on his abdomen caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Even his face was bruised and purple. Compared to the wound on his abdomen, the bruises on his face were inconsequential. Team Lu took a deep breath and unloaded the magazine and looked at it. There were 2 bullets left, and with the one in the chamber, there were 3. Just then, a light footstep sounded. Team Lu's eyes glazed over and he fired a shot in the direction of the sound. After the gunshot, the footsteps disappeared with it. In fact, Team Lu knew very well that the other party was playing a cat and mouse trick. When the bullets ran out, all that awaited him was death. The thought of tonight's capture made Team Lu's heart bitter. More than half of the dozen or so people in the capture team were injured. The rest of the team, too, had been lured elsewhere by the other side, leaving themselves isolated. What made him most desperate was that the signals here were blocked by the other side, so he couldn't even call for support if he wanted to. The positioning he had sent to Lin Shu earlier was quite a distance away from here. By the time Lin Shu found this place, his body might be cold. Team Lu sighed. He suddenly regretted a little, regretting that he shouldn't have sent Lin Shu a message. Although Lin Shu had good hands, he was just an ordinary citizen. He shouldn't be allowed to get involved in such dangerous matters. At that moment, movement came from the front once again. Team Lu had already seen the silhouette in front of him, only that his current physical state had slipped severely, and his reaction was half a beat slower along with it. He had just wanted to raise his gun, when a dagger with a cold glint had already pierced above his left arm. A pain that drilled through his heart once again spread throughout his body. Chapter 32. He deserved it, people don't need to pity him. Team Lu couldn't help but stifle a grunt. However, he forced himself to hold it back and hurriedly raised his gun, pulling the trigger in the direction of the silhouette just now. After the gunshot, it quickly returned to calm. Unfortunately, it didn't hit. The land team was now in a state that was close to its limit. He looked at the pistol in his hand. There was still a bullet in it if it still missed the other guy. Then today, he's going to be accounted for here. Thinking of this, Team Lu remembered the daytime. Lin Shu said that his seal was dark and that he would have a bloodbath. A lesser case would be 2 months in the hospital, or a more serious case would be an honorable death. Sabo. That's a hell of a calculation. The Lu team mentally spat out a sentence. He took a deep breath and allowed himself to focus as much as he could. This was his last chance, whether he lived or died depended on fate. Just then, movement came from the right side again. Team Lu stared dead on in that direction, and the moment the silhouette appeared, Team Lu did not hesitate to pull the trigger. At the same time, a flying knife grazed the skin on the right side of Team Lu's face and ended up halfway into the wall it was inserted into. With this last shot, Lu team managed to interfere with the accuracy of the opponent's flying dagger. Otherwise, the flying dagger would not have grazed the skin on his face, but would have been nailed into his head. However, what Team Lu wanted was not to interfere with the opponent, but to injure or kill him. After firing the last bullet, Lu team could no longer hold on and slid against the wall. Sabo, I can't even hit this. Lu team spat out a sentence. The poor physical conditions still affected the accuracy of the shot. The silhouette in the darkness seemed to know that Team Lu had run out of bullets. He stepped out of the shadows. Under the hazy moonlight, Team Lu could only see the silhouette of the other man's figure, but couldn't see his face. Team Lu gasped and gave a hard smile. I underestimated you, but you won't get away with this, I'm sure someone will bring you to justice. The dark figure didn't say anything either, as he lightly raised his right hand and a dagger appeared in his hand. Team Lu did not resist anymore when he saw this, and he was incapable of resisting anymore. He could only give a bitter smile, close his eyes, and wait for death to come. Just then, a resounding sound of metal clashing rang out. Clang! Team Lu snapped his eyes open and looked ahead. At the same time, the silhouette in front of him leapt back sharply, hiding into the darkness once again. A sound of footsteps came from the direction behind Team Lu. Then a familiar voice rang out. I said, what's wrong with you people, sending a positioning difference of several hundred meters away. If not for hearing the sound of gunshots, I wouldn't have been able to find this place. In the middle of the night to me tired, a moment to treat to a snack owl. Team Lu smiled bitterly, be careful, his flying dagger may not be below you. Lin Shu bristled, just tell me if you want him alive, right? Lin Shu's words had just been uttered, and it appeared to have angered the other party. A flying knife flew towards the position of Lin Shu's neck. Lin Shu raised his hand and flicked it, similarly shooting out a flying knife.
The two flying daggers collided in mid-air, and sparks flew in an instant. A clanging sound fell as two more flying daggers collided together.
Madaka! Clank! Clank!
There were 3 consecutive clashing sounds of flying daggers, then returned to calm.
Master, remember me?
We killed a pig together that day. Lin Shu said to the figure in the darkness. After a moment passed, a hoarse and low voice rang out.
It's you?
That's right, it's me. There's no point in flinging flying daggers like this. Want to come out and fight?
If I win, you come back to the station with me. The raspy voice sounded again, and if you lose?
If I lose, haven't you already thought about it? But as far as I'm concerned, you don't stand a chance. As Lin Shu's words fell, the silhouette in the darkness reappeared. The two of them stared at each other across the room without any unnecessary nonsense. Each held a dagger in their hands. A breeze blew by. In the next moment, both of them disappeared in place. Then, the only sound in the field was the clanging sound of daggers clashing. In this dark night, not even the silhouettes of the two men could be seen. After the two of them exchanged hands, Lin Shu had already determined that this pig-killing master was still inferior to him by a lot. Whether it was speed, knife skills, or killing techniques. As for the crisis Lin Shu felt before, it should be related to the hostile aura on the other party. After all, he was a butcher and had the experience of killing and splitting bodies. In fact, Lin Shu had still underestimated the top-notch blade technique rewarded by the system. That was a top-notch blade technique even in the ancient times when martial arts were honored. However, Lin Shu was still surprised. The physical quality of this master pig killer was comparable to that of a special forces soldier. How disciplined does a person have to be able to practice like this? It's not too much to say livestock. Team Lu, who was eating on the sidelines, had his eyes glued to the field as he tried to see how the two exchanged blows. It was just a pity that he couldn't even capture a shadow. The only thing that proved that the two of them were still present was the clanging sound of daggers clashing against each other and the occasional sparks that lit up. Of course, there was the reason that the environment was too dark, but the main reason was that these two guys were both perverts. Team Lu suddenly remembered the day he invited Lin Shu to his home for dinner. He watched the image of Lin Shu disappearing in a bizarre manner and then appearing behind that young man. What kind of perverse speed was this? Not a moment later, the sound of daggers clashing gradually decreased. With that, Team Lu could see a dark shadow appear. Within a few breaths, Lin Shu's figure reappeared. Both of them were standing in the same position as earlier. It was quiet, with only the slightly ragged breathing of Team Lu. Lin Shu turned around and looked at Team Lu, still holding up. Lu spoke with difficulty, "I can't die. Are you done?" Lin Shu came forward and helped Lu up. "The fight is over, just find someone to clean up the scene." Lu Team was shocked and stared wide-eyed. "He's dead?" Lin Shu glanced at the pig-killing master who was still standing over there. "Isn't this still standing? I only broke his tendons, he can't die." Team Lu rolled his eyes. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? How can he still stand after breaking his hamstring?" Lin Shu explained, "It's broken, but not completely, but once he exerts himself, it'll break immediately. You wouldn't understand even if you said that." The Lu Team returned in a good humor. Right, you're good alright." The Lu Team appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, they had long since turned up in shocking waves. Lin Shu hadn't even been here for 10 minutes, right, and things had been resolved so simply. In contrast, they were a dozen police officers, each with a gun in their hands. But that's how they ended up with more than half of them injured. Where the hell are they going to put their faces? If I had known, I would have spent $200 and asked Lin Shu for a favor. Look at the whole thing now, go back and write that damn report again. Lin Shu does not know the psychological changes of the Lu Team. He is now thinking about, so late, go back to have a snack to sell? 6 o'clock in the morning, City Hospital. The Lu Team, wrapped up in dumplings, was lying on the hospital bed. Lin Shu was holding his cell phone and browsing the takeout platform. "Do you want something to eat? Ordered it for you by the way." Team Lu spoke with difficulty. "Just order me something light." Lin Shu nodded and looked for a Cantonese tea spot. Deluxe version of intestinal noodles, congee with skinny egg and pork liver, phoenix claw, pork ribs, tripe, glutinous rice chicken, and barbecued pork buns. Click to place the order. Lin Shu suddenly looked at Team Lu. "Sub-o, almost forgot yours." Opening the store again, he scratched to the bottom and added an additional white porridge in. After doing this, Lin Shu put her cell phone back into the cabinet in front of the hospital bed. "Would it have mattered if I had G8 him then?" Team Lu shook his head gently. "No. I should have known that this would just GA him, and now I have to waste taxpayers' money treating him." Team Lu grinned, "But he's alive in order to give him the legal sanction he deserves and to give those victims an explanation." "Isn't it the same explanation if he dies?" Lin Shu said. "It's not the same." Team Lu returned. Lin Shu looked at Team Lu's wretched appearance and suddenly frowned, her eyes staring at him dead on. "You didn't, by any chance, want to catch a live one before you got yourself into this mess, did you?" Team Lu froze. He didn't expect Lin Shu to ask such a question. Asking himself, was that really what he was thinking at the time? Maybe in the beginning, but he had no intention of capturing the suspect alive after the team members were injured one after another. Especially in an abandoned factory building, the kind of situation where you die. The only thing Team Lu thought about was the single thought of shooting the other person down. Burning goose. This expression of Team Lu's, when it fell on Lin Shu's eyes, meant that he had acquiesced to the question he had just asked.
Good lord, wasting my night's rest, you ing sanctimonious.
The corner of Team Lu's mouth twitched. You kid, why are you still cursing? What's wrong with cursing you? I still have to open a live webcast to expose you.
Half an hour later. Good morning, brothers, have you all had breakfast? Look, I've got a great breakfast today. Who's the patient in the back? An unlucky guy. Don't mind him. Why are the patients in the back only eating white porridge? He deserves it, people don't have to pity him. Team Lu, Buzz Benefits. Chapter 33, The Time to Bathe and Burn Again.
Lin Shu had only taken 2 bites of breakfast. The door to the hospital room was pushed open, and Lin Shu looked up.
The visitor was Chen Shui.
Looking at this chick's big dark circles under her eyes, Lin Shu knew that she must have been busy all night.
Chen Panda is here?
Have you had breakfast yet? Chen Shui had just entered the door when she heard Lin Shu's words and almost didn't die of anger.
Who are you calling a panda?
Chen Shui raised her pink fist, about to teach Lin Shu a lesson. Only when she had only taken 2 steps forward, Lin Shu handed her a serving of skinny pork congee with eggs.
Chen Shui was stunned and took it smoothly. Then,
the scene became Lin Shu and Chen Shui sitting together eating breakfast, Lu Team in the back, leaning on a straw and drinking white porridge. The water friends in the live broadcast room had only just gotten up and were eating a wave of dog food. So the next screen full of pop-ups was, Show Love Dies Fast.
After eating breakfast, I said hello to Chen Shui.
Lin Shu then left the hospital and took a taxi home.
After tossing and turning all night, he wanted to take a good shower now. 15 minutes later, the room. System. Check-in successful. Reward, Mastery of Soul Recruitment.
Lin Shu's bitter chakra was halfway through when he suddenly paused.
This. It's a civilized society now. It's all about science. Tubby, you're messing with these things because you're afraid I'll have too good a time, aren't you?
Not to mention, a fortune-telling yesterday almost sent me to the sewing machine. Today, I can't stand this kind of metaphysical stuff. After spitting out a few words and seeing that the system was not responding, Lin Shu could not do anything about it. Fully dressed, Lin Shu reopened the live broadcast. Brothers, the moment to bathe and burn incense has arrived again.
After some incense burning and worship, tap the yellow button. Today's drawn profession. Cemetery manager. Lin Shu. The water friends saw this occupation and instead, they were happy to see it.
I don't know why, but the mood is suddenly soothing.
Ha ha ha. Let you show your love.
Serves you right. I hope the dog anchor works the night shift. I heard that the cemetery over in the West End is fierce in the middle of the night. My great-grandmother rests in peace in the West End cemetery. When the anchor arrives there, by the way, give my great-grandmother a hello.
Ha ha ha.
Upstairs, if you want your 2 milk to take the dog anchor away, just say so. Everyone held their tongue. The dog anchor's face is black.
Drawing this profession, Lin Shu wasn't even very angry.
But the pop-ups of these water users really pissed him off.
You guys don't go too far out.
Lin Shu was about to say something when a call from the program team happened to come in.
Lin Shu directly pressed the speakerphone to answer it. Crooked. Is it to report to the cemetery in the West End?
On the other end of the line, that's right, report at 7 p.m.
You're on the night shift tonight, so don't be late.
As soon as the words were finished, the opposite side directly hung up. Lin Shu didn't even have time to say a word in retort. Lin Shu froze for a moment.
Inema, the program group is messing things up.
Now in Lin Shu's mind, that smile of Xiao Hei's was already floating. At this time, the live broadcast room had already been filled with ha. Lin Shu took a deep breath and looked at the camera with a smile.
Brothers, I'm going to show you a magic trick. Watch carefully and don't blink.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shu went off the air at light speed. Leaving a screen full of question marks in the live broadcast room, as well as Zhuan greetings for a long time cannot be calmed. After getting off the air, Lin Shu directly changed into her pajamas and got under the covers. There were still 8 or 9 hours before the clock went up, so he could sleep beautifully.
Time is running out. In a flash it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Lin Shu got up and washed up and went out to buy some more things. Only at 6 o'clock did she open the live broadcast, and with the water friends in the live broadcast room, she took a taxi to the Western District Cemetery.
When they arrived, it was already 6:50. Thank goodness I'm not late.
Lin Shu came to the security booth, and the gatekeeper was a grandpa. The grandpa was also surprised to see a young man come in.
Young man, why are you coming now?
Tomb sweeping time has already passed, why don't you come earlier tomorrow? Lin Shu laughed. Grandpa, I'm here for the night shift. Hearing Lin Shu say this, the grandpa was stunned for a moment. Once again, he glanced at Lin Shu, but didn't say anything more.
After registering with the grandpa, Lin Shu walked into the park, came to the office hall and handed over to the day shift staff. The staff also knew that Lin Shu was a temporary worker and gave him a work content sheet. After the day shift staff left, in the entire cemetery there were only 2 living people left, the grandpa who watched the door, and Lin Shu. Lin Shu briefly checked the job description. There was really nothing special, inspecting the cemetery every 2 hours. The incense on the offering table in the office lobby is full and needs to be refilled. Other than that, it's a few more esoteric do's and don'ts. Like what? If you feel a sudden cold while inspecting on a hot day, don't turn around and don't talk. Something about seeing phosphorus fires on the graveyard and going a different way or something like that. Seeing all these strange caveats, the waterbenders were all excited. Again, they began to compel Lin Shu to try out all those caveats. Only this time Lin Shu didn't fall for it. He had already flopped once in his last wild fishing trip and he didn't want to do it again. What's more, it was only in the morning that he had signed up for the recruitment technique. You've got the sole recruitment technique and you're still trying to say there's no PPO in the world? Soon. 2 hours passed and Lin Shu went out to do his rounds with a flashlight. It took 15 minutes to walk down the circle. Back in the office lobby, and just in time to add incense to the offering table. All was well on the first tour. By the second time, a water user suggested that Lin Shu go out on patrol without a flashlight. Lin Shu bluntly called out that it was impossible, no one said it was not good. The water friend came directly, 200. Lin Shu looked at the flashlight in his hand, then put it back on the table. Actually, I'm not doing this for the $200, I just want to exercise my guts. Instantly. In the live broadcast room, a screen full of contemptuous emoticons floated by. Lin Shu didn't care and got up and went out for a second inspection. With Lin Shu's eyesight, he could see just as well without a flashlight. This $200, not to earn nothing. The second patrol was successful, and Lin Shu tearfully earned 200. Time flew by. It was almost time for the third inspection, and another waterman had made a request. Sit in the middle section of the cemetery for 20 minutes without a flashlight. Lin Shu, I am a 7-foot man, a strong iron bone will not. The words were not finished. Waterman, 500. Lin Shu, good Lu brother. This time, after Lin Shu finished his rounds, he walked to the center of the park and sat down. Occasionally, he interacted with the live broadcast for a couple sentences. 20 minutes passed in a flash, and Lin Shu got up, ready to go back to the office lobby. Only a few steps away, Lin Shu vaguely heard what sounded like talking in the distance. Lin Shu's body stiffened and her heart burst. He was the only 2 people in the cemetery with the grandpa who was the gatekeeper. Where was the chatter coming from? Could it be? My nigga, is it really that fierce? Which one of you little bastards let me sit here? It's not over. It's got to be paid for. Lin Shu took a deep breath and stood on her tiptoes ready to leave quietly. Without taking 2 steps, Lin Shu felt that something was wrong. Perhaps it was the reason that it was a bit closer. Lin Shu could already hear what was being said clearly. What tomb number is it? Tomb 116, Tomb 233, and Tomb 357 all. Big brother, how much money can we make on this order tonight? Hey, it adds up to $400,000. Get rich. Sub-O, keep your voice down. Lin Shu frowned, hearing this he was already sure that this wasn't PPO. Just what were these 2 people trying to do? Lin Shu quickly hid and followed at a distance from them. Soon, they arrived at Cemetery 357. One of the men in black took out a black cloth from his bag, propped it up with a telescopic pole, blocking the direction of the office hall. Then took out a small flashlight and shined it on the message on the headstone. The man in black took out his cell phone and confirmed the message on the tombstone once more. It's her, Chen Xiao Bowles, aged 20 years old. Big brother, she was so pretty, it's a shame that she died at only 20 years old. Aren't you talking nonsense? If she wasn't pretty, could the employer look at her? Don't delay, do it, the men on duty patrol every 2 hours. At this point, just after the inspection, we have over an hour. The 2 men in black began pulling various tools out of their bags. Lin Shu had already understood when he saw this. These 2 sneaky guys were here to steal the ashes. As for why they stole the ashes, Lin Shu thought of a special folk custom. Matching in marriage. Chapter 34. Please believe in science, not superstition. Watching the 2 black-clothed men busy themselves there, Lin Shu's first reaction was to go straight over and knock them out. Then tie them up and send them to the station. But on second thought, if that's the case, they'll only be locked up for a couple months at most. When they come out, they'll still be doing these tricks. Thinking of this, Lin Shu's mind flashed. Wouldn't the soul invocation technique that he signed in this morning come in handy here? A playful smile appeared at the corner of Lin Shu's mouth. He quietly left and returned to the office lobby. Pulls a series of things out of his bag. At first, the water friends in the live broadcast thought that Lin Shu was coming back to look for a weapon or to call the police. But when they saw, after Lin Shu pulled out those things, the pop-ups instantly rolled again. My Nima, what is the dog anchor doing? Talisman paper, vermilion sand, peachwood sword, 8 trigrams mirror. Is this going to be the 9th Uncle Theater edition? Could it be the long-lost secret technique, the Tainan summoning technique? Anchor, my third granduncle is also buried there, can you summon it? You kid, aren't you afraid that your third granduncle will come back for you in the middle of the night? I've got my diaper on, come on. Funny JPG. 10 minutes later. The two men in black came to the second tomb. Just as they set up the black cloth and prepared to dig the tomb, a gust of cloudy wind blew by, and both of them inexplicably shivered. Only both of them didn't care too much. But in the next moment, the thin black-clothed man felt that something had swept by from the side. He jerked his head sideways to look, but there was nothing there. What are you looking at, big brother? Another fat man in black called out to his companion. It's nothing, it's probably just me, hurry up and get to work. The two started digging the grave. What are you digging? Do you need any help? An ethereal voice rang out, and the movements of the two black-clothed men's hands gave way. Big brother, were you the one talking just now? The fat man in black looked at his big brother next to him and asked with a slightly trembling voice. The thin man in black rolled his throat and whispered, "Not you? I said it." At that moment, that ethereal voice sounded again. This time both of them were startled. The thin black-clothed man looked back violently, only to see an old man-like figure, standing not far away, looking at them with a smile on his face. It was just that the old man's face was pale, making his smile look particularly creepy. The thin black man shuddered in his heart, but then it occurred to him that this might be the old man on night duty at the cemetery. He stood up boldly and glared viciously at the old man. "Old man, you'd better pretend you didn't see anything, this is the middle of nowhere, we'll bury you and no one will even know." When the old man heard this, he didn't show any fear, instead he let out a jeh laughter. The thin black-clothed man thought that the old man was mocking them, and in a fit of rage, he picked up an engineer's shovel from the ground and angrily walked over. "Cursed dead old man, since you don't know what you're talking about, then don't blame this lord for being unforgiving." The thin black-clothed man raised the engineer's shovel and slapped it down on the old man's head. But the old man was like stepping on a skateboard, his body drifted to the right side of the thin man in black in one go, and once again let out a jeh laughter. Skinny black man failed to hit shame, an old man's reaction so fast, as he did not expect. If he couldn't even handle an old man, how could he still come out and mix in the future? The thin black-clothed man once again swung the engineer's shovel and once again slapped at the old man. But one after another, the result was the same, and he turned back to his companion and yelled, "What are you standing there for? Why don't you come over and help?" Only after saying this did the thin black-clothed man realize that something was wrong. If it was a usual fight, this fat man would have rushed up to help. What's going on today? He fixed his eyes on the fat man not far away with his eyes rounded, his face white, and his body shaking. Hearing his big brother's words, the fat black-clothed man's body clearly had a jolt, as if he had come back to his senses. Did big brother, that old man, no shadow. The thin black-clothed man was stunned and subconsciously looked back at the old man's feet. With the light used for work, he could see clearly that the old man had more than no shadow, even his feet were floating. The thin black-clothed man's throat rolled with difficulty for a moment, and bean-sized sweat dripped from his forehead. The old man's voice sounded again. "You caught me, jia, neighbors, the party's starting." Ah! The two black-clothed men let out a shriek at the same time and began to panic and run away. Just that the two didn't run far, in front of them, a shadow with white clothes, long hair and a meter-long tongue suddenly appeared. She also turned to the two of them and let out a sorrowful smile. The two men in black let out another howl and changed directions to continue running. They had just turned the corner when another shadow, all wet and still dripping, blocked their way. "Clothes are wet, borrow a shirt." "Ma!" The two men simply closed their eyes and surged forward. Boom! Boom! I don't know how far they ran, but the two of them suddenly bumped into something. They opened their eyes and looked over. Ahead of them, a shadow, empty above the neck, sat on a tombstone. Meanwhile, at their feet, a round head suddenly spoke. "I dropped my head, help me pick it up." "Awa, mommy save me." The two rolled and crawled back. At this time, in the live broadcast room, the water user's 3 views looked like they had been reset. "Ainima, can someone tell me what's happening? That tongue is over a meter long, and that is holding its own head. That's my third granduncle, I saw my third granduncle. Woo woo. I see my great-grandmother too. Upstairs, you know what your tits look like? That old lady standing on the grave and bouncing is my wife. Our grandma is a little too fashionable. What is the dog anchor writing again?" Only Lin Shu typed a caption on the screen of the live broadcast. "Everything you see is a program effect, please believe in science and not superstition." Burning goose. Can't this class of watermen be fooled by a few words? You disregarded the consequences when you messed up, and now you're just coming to remedy the situation? I'm telling you, it's too late. When a dog anchor is ruthless, he even cheats himself. Those two brothers after this, I guess they won't come back to the cemetery until they die. Meeting in the cemetery decades later. Kid, you were the one digging graves here decades ago, weren't you? Ha ha ha.
Before I die, I tell my children and grandchildren that I don't want to be buried in the cemetery, and I don't want to be buried in the cemetery even if I raise my ashes.
After tonight, the science columns are going crazy. A wave of blind guesses. The dog anchor is going to go to the bureau for tea again tomorrow. That's his mother-in-law's house. Isn't it normal to go for tea? This time the police flower can't even protect him, I said. The two men in black wailed for half an hour before they fainted from overstimulation. Lin Shu found a hemp rope, tied up the two men and dragged them back to the office hall. After doing so, Lin Shu carried a large bag to the cemetery. I'm sorry for disturbing your peaceful sleep. This is a little token of appreciation. I hope you won't mind. Lin Shu took out a stack of paper money from his bag. His hand pinched the sword finger, drawing something in the air on it, and reciting words in his mouth. A moment later, Lin Shu sprinkled the paper money in her hand into the sky. The paper money, which flew apart, burned up out of thin air. Seeing this operation of Lin Shu, the water friends were shocked again. After scattering the dozen or so stacks of paper money in her bag, Lin Shu's entire body sat paralyzed on the ground as if she was deflated. After receiving Lin Shu's thoughts, the originally lively cemetery quickly quieted down. There was just one more shadow that remained in front of Lin Shu. Lin Shu raised his head and looked. This was exactly the party that was dug up by those two men in black, the first to dig up the grave and steal the ashes, Chen Xiaobols. At this moment, Chen Xiaobols had a tearful, pathetic look. Don't cry first, let me rest for a while, I'll help you. Chen Xiaobol nodded and squatted next to her box. Seeing her like this, Lin Shu couldn't help but sigh. After resting for a moment, Lin Shu picked up the box next to her and returned to Chen Xiaobol's grave. Just as Lin Shu wanted to, follow the place where the black-clothed man had dug up and put the box back again. A low voice sounded behind her. It won't do to put it back like that. This sudden voice almost scared Lin Shu to death. Turning back to look, the visitor was the janitorial grandpa. Grandpa, why are you here? The grandmaster glanced at Lin Shu. Your kid made the commotion so loud that I couldn't sleep because of the noise the old man made. Lin Shu smiled awkwardly and hurriedly changed the subject. Grandpa, you said that putting it back like this won't work, so what should we do? The moncler walked to the tomb and looked at it. The feng shui of this tomb has been destroyed by those two little thieves. Before putting the box back, we have to rearrange the feng shui pattern. Lin Shu was a bit embarrassed now, but I don't know what to do. Grandpa coughed lightly. As it happens, the old man I mastered Longhu Mountain. Lin Shu's eyes lit up. Really want to doze off, the grandpa will send a pillow. Grandmaster, then can I ask you to make a move once? The grandpa carried his hands behind his back, with a superior demeanor. Since I came here, I will naturally help. You first go to the hall and help me get some things. For the next hour, Lin Shu followed next to the grandpa to help out with the hands. After Moncler outlet store some maneuvering, he managed to put the box back in the tomb. After doing this, Chen Xiaobol gave Lin Shu and the two of them a deep bow, and then slowly disappeared. After things were finished and returned to the office hall, it was already more than 3 in the morning. Moncler outlet store without staying long, he greeted Lin Shu and went back to his security room. The second half of the night was relatively calm, and Lin Shu did not continue the whole job. The main thing is that the water friends who accompanied him all night were busy shaking and sending out their friends. After one night, the matter of the West End Cemetery was pushed into the hot search. Hashtag West End Cemetery 100 Ghost Bash. Hashtag shocked. Masked men digging up graves in the middle of the night for this. Hashtag an 18th line star broadcasts a live invocation, after which he persuades netizens to believe in science. Hashtag a netizen broke the news that he saw 2 milk bouncing on the grave in the middle of the night. Hashtag Chicken Essence is speaking out. There's something else going on with the powder firing. Chapter 35. How about we make a bet? 6:30 in the morning. Lin Shu called the police. Half an hour later, a police car drove into the cemetery. The two men who came were still old acquaintances of the bureau. Lin Shu briefly said what happened last night. Of course. The latter ones, called unscientific, were skipped right over by him. The two officers had actually read the online hotspots before they arrived. They also knew about Lin Shu's operation last night. It's just that as official personnel, there are some things they can't say during work. And so, a meter-long tongue, carrying his own head, bouncing on the grave of his tits and all that, not a word from either side. After making a statement with Lin Shu, the two police officers began to go to the cemetery to get evidence. There was still a need for the suspect to identify the scene, but they were both irritated. Now they'll just keep chanting about being a meter long, carrying their heads, etc. I had no choice but to put the identification of the scene on hold. It didn't take long. The staff member working the day shift arrived, and Lin Shu hurriedly told him about the theft of the ashes. The staff were shocked to hear it. He also told Lin Shu that in 10 years of working at the West End Cemetery, he had never encountered any theft of ashes. Lin Shu smiled awkwardly and impolitely. In her heart, she wondered if there was a possibility that some of it had been stolen and just not caught.
When the water friends heard the staff's words, they thought about Lin Shu being the unlucky one again.
For a moment,
the rumor mongering on the pop-ups didn't stop. The officers finished taking evidence, and Lin Shu incidentally rode in their car and returned to the station. Only just walking into the lobby of the bureau, Chen Shui quietly found Lin Shu.
Lin Shu, do you really know how to invoke spirits?
Lin Shu blinked her big eyes and locked eyes with Chen Shui, her eyes revealing the clarity and stupidity that a college student should have.
What is invocation?
Seeing Lin Shu in this cover-up, Chen Shui cried and laughed. I'm talking to you about business, can you be serious? Lin Shu's body squared up and pulled some distance from her. Chen Panda, you as an official, you have to believe in science not superstition. What invocation of the soul, that is a movie special effects.
Chen Shui, there's a 50,000 bonus when things get done. Lin Shu, Sister Chen, let's sit down and talk in detail about anything. Do you want tea or coffee?
Chen Shui. Chen Shui took a pile of dossiers and led Lin Shu to the restroom. Just as Chen Shui was about to speak about the contents of the case, Lin Shu suddenly came to the live broadcast.
I'll perform a magic trick for everyone. In the next second, the live broadcast room directly went black. The crowd of water friends? Anchor, please move your mouse. You think the computer is watching a movie in full screen? And move the mouse. It's not like the battery is dead, is it? Bull no power, it's the dog Anchor on purpose. This nigga, my pants are down and you put me off the air?
How much is it going to cost? You tell me a number. The water users were still cursing in the live broadcast, and Lin Shu had already listened to Chen Shui go over the case. This matter, to put it mildly, was still related to Lin Shu. The last time he fished up a body by the river, after investigation, the identity of the deceased has been determined. However, because the soaking time is too long, the body has been soaked and swollen, which makes it very difficult to solve the case. The $50,000 bonus is a reward offered by the family of the deceased. As long as you provide useful clues to help the police solve the case, you'll get the money. After hearing what happened, Lin Shu agreed without hesitation. According to Lin Shu's words, he is definitely not for this bonus, but to return justice to the deceased. After agreeing on a time with Chen Shui, Lin Shu left the bureau. He went to buy some things first, and afterward he went home and took a shower. 2 hours later, Chen Shui brought Lin Shu to the morgue. There were several other police officers involved in the case here, as well as the family members of the deceased. Lin Shu didn't say much and immediately began to prepare.
15 minutes later, a transparent shadow appeared inside the morgue.
The family members on the sidelines instantly sobbed at the sight. They wanted to jump forward, only to be stopped by Lin Shu. Let the police officers do their business first, I'll give you time later. The constables were incredulous, but they quickly got their work in order. With Lin Shu's help, the officers inquired about the identity of the murderer, the reason for the murder, where they could find substantial evidence, etc.
The officers nodded to Lin Shu after taking notes.
Only then did Lin Shu walk to the family members on the side. You guys have about 10 minutes before he leaves after that incense burns on the stage.
The families cried and said thank you to Lin Shu.
Lin Shu nodded her head and said nothing more, following the officers out of the morgue. After the business was done, it was soon time for lunch again. Lin Shu once again came to the bureau's cafeteria. It was the same familiar aunt, the same familiar lines.
Is it enough, child? Is it enough? Not enough to tell auntie.
After eating, Lin Shu greeted Chen Shui and left the bureau. Only when he returned home did Lin Shu remember that he hadn't signed in yet today.
Tube, sign in. Signing in successful. Reward, top barbecue skill. Seeing this skill, Lin Shu almost burst into tears. Finally a normal skill, although it was a life skill, it was better than another world skill. Lin Shu once again logged into the live broadcast room, and some of the water friends who had dived here instantly popped up. In less than a minute, scrolling pop-ups once again covered the screen. Anchor, be honest, what did you do with the police flower in the lounge in the morning? Did you have to fill up the membership to watch it? Yes, you just say it. Has the anchor already earned that $50,000?
Seeing these pop-ups, Lin Shu selectively answered a few. Then he opened the app of the professional extraction, and under the witness of his water friends, a few large words appeared on the screen.
Barbecue Master. As expected. Tubes must have some kind of PY deal with this crappy app. The career extraction was successful, and not a moment later, Lin Shu received an address from the program. Because it was a store that did late-night snacks, Lin Shu was able to rest until 7 p.m. before going over to report. Thus, Lin Shu performed another lightspeed downcast. 7 p.m. Lin Shu followed the address given by the program team and came to a barbecue restaurant. At this time, Xiao Hei and the owner of the barbecue restaurant were already standing at the door waiting. Both of them revealed a meaningful smile when they saw Lin Shu. The water users called out that the image was too familiar. Lin Shu went forward, greeted them, and briefly chatted. Lin Shu noticed that the store didn't seem to be doing well. Looking at the restaurants on both sides, there were now quite a few customers seated. Lin Shu came to the back kitchen and checked the freshness of the ingredients and the level of hygiene. It was found to be all qualified. Then the only reason for the lack of customers was the price, or the taste of the food. Lin Shu looked at the menu again. The price was fair, so there was only one possibility: the baking was not good. Lin Shu suddenly had an idea. He found the owner. Boss, when the store used to do the best business, how much money could it make in a day? Although the boss didn't know what Lin Shu was asking this for, he still made an answer. At the best of times, you can make about $8,000 a night. Lin Shu pondered for a moment, then flashed a smile at the boss. Boss, how about we make a bet? Chapter 36, Mom, I want to eat barbecue. What's the bet? The boss was suddenly wary when he saw Lin Shu like this. He subconsciously wanted to take a step back, but Lin Shu had already put a hand on his shoulder, making him unable to move. Lin Shu patted the boss's shoulder. Don't be afraid, I'm talking about a serious bet. If the store's profit exceeds 8,000 tonight, then the excess goes to me. If it doesn't reach 8,000, I'll make it up to you. What do you think? Guarantee you won't suffer. The boss was instantly happy to hear this. Not realizing that there were still wrongdoers coming to his door, he hastily agreed. Word of mouth is no proof. Let's make a note and press a handprint. A few minutes later, the two foxes with their own minds shook each other's hands and let out the villain's exclusive bristling laughter. Because business is usually not that good, the ingredients prepared in the store are not that much. Lin Shu asked the boss to find a way to make up for it now, otherwise it would be too late if it got really busy later. The boss didn't push back and immediately went to think of a way. After explaining things down, Lin Shu went to the back kitchen and started to make the sauce for the barbecue. Half an hour later, everything was ready. Just then, a table of the owner's friends came over to show their support and ordered quite a bit more. Lin Shu followed the list, got things ready, and officially opened the grill. Under the control of top-notch grilling techniques. How much time you need to grill different foods at different temperatures. How often you need to flip, when to brush the sauce, when to sprinkle cumin chili, Lin Shu has perfect control over it all. It didn't take long for the back kitchen to be overflowing with aroma, and the waiters all secretly gulped, looking in the direction of the back kitchen from time to time. They worked in a barbecue restaurant and had eaten all kinds of barbecue. But it was the first time they had met a barbecue chef who could make the barbecue smell so good. Soon, 20 skewers of lamb had already been grilled, and Lin Shu immediately asked the waiter to serve the food first. After all, lamb kebabs were the most delicious when they were just grilled. The waiter didn't delay, carrying the lamb kebabs and heading out. From the back kitchen to the guest table, this short stretch of road, the waiter didn't even know how many times he had looked at the lamb kebabs on his plate. The lamb, which was still bubbling with oil, completely aroused the cumin flavor that covered the surface. The aroma that came to the surface had already aroused the waiter's cravings. Even though she had only had dinner not long ago, she now felt a little hungry again. When she came to the guest table, the waitress put the lamb kebabs down, and there was a little bit of reluctance before she left. A few of the owner's friends were drinking and chatting. The waiter had just put the lamb kebabs on the table, and a unique aroma wafted out. All four of them couldn't help but inhale. This lamb kebab smells so good. Did the store change its grill master? Let's try the flavor first. I'll take it. The four of them each picked up a skewer and began to eat. As soon as the mutton entered their mouths, they realized that the skewers were completely different from the previous ones. It was a bit more authentic than the lamb kebabs they had eaten on the grasslands. After each of them finished a skewer, they all felt their appetites grow and hurriedly picked up a second skewer. Soon, a plate of lamb kebabs has reached the bottom. All four people still have a feeling of unfulfilled, do not feel tired at all. If it were a normal day, this plate of lamb kebabs, at least a few bottles of beer, in order to finish it. A few friends of the owner know that his store does not have much traffic, so they often come to take care of his business. It's just that they also know very well that the store bakes average stuff. All of them were also usually focused on drinking, and the food was secondary. Just did not expect, today the first bottle of beer did not even finish, this lamb kebab was first wiped out. You can imagine to what extent this lamb kebab is delicious. Soon, a grilled chicken wing, grilled okonomiyaki, and grilled tenderloin were delivered to the table one after another. Four people cannot care about drinking and chatting, first jerking before. At the same time, there was a family at the door that had taken the number for the store next door and was waiting for a spot. At this point, a barbecue aroma wafted over, and the family couldn't help but gulp when they smelled it. Dad, the barbecue over there smells so good. Mom, I want to eat barbecue. The man looked at the number in his hand. There were 5 or 6 more tables before they were scheduled. The man looks to his wife for advice. Apparently the woman was also intrigued by the scent and nodded. So the family walked towards the barbecue restaurant. They had just walked into the store when that barbecue aroma from earlier became stronger. The man looked to the side, at the 4 people who were just jerking off. Brothers, which ones are better? Can you recommend them? The owner's friend heard someone asking and also took this opportunity to give his friend's store a wave of publicity. Brothers, lamb kebabs must be ordered. 5-star recommendation. We finished 20 skewers and ordered another 20. And this grilled tenderloin, that flavor is really great, grilled eggplant can't be missed. These are the ones we ate before recommending to you. Don't worry, brother, if it's not good, I'll buy this order for you. The four of them said one thing to each other, almost saying that they had ordered those all over again. The man believed a few of them when he saw that they were eating with their mouths full of oil, and even talking was still going into their mouths. Not to mention that the aroma wafting out was convincing enough. The men did as they were told and ordered one of almost everything. Soon their skewers began to be served one by one as well. The skewer had just been placed on the table, and the aroma wafted out. The man inhaled his nose, and his mouth already kept secreting saliva. The man gave it to the child first, picking the meat off the skewer and putting it in a bowl before he picked up a skewer for himself. As soon as the lamb was in his mouth, the man knew that his buddy at the table next to him hadn't lied to him. Without realizing it, the man's speed of eating the skewers became faster. The boss's friend, seeing the man's family eating so well, didn't forget to ask, "Dude, didn't give you the wrong recommendation?" The man nodded repeatedly and gave a thumbs up. As Lin Shu grilled more and more skewers, the stronger that characteristic barbecue aroma became. There were a few pairs of guests waiting for the next door seats, and smelling such an aromatic barbecue flavor, they all made the same choice as the man's family. Giving up on continuing to wait, they walked into the barbecue restaurant next door. A couple of the owner's friends put their heads together and rushed to call and message their respective friends. On top of that, there were quite a few passers-by who, after smelling the aroma of the barbecue in the store and then seeing a lot of people sitting in the store, all walked in to have a taste. An hour had passed since the barbecue started. At this point, the store was almost full. The owner, who had returned from outside purchasing, almost thought he had gone to the wrong store when he saw this. He even purposely withdrew and looked at the signboard with the door number. Only after confirming that there was no mistake did he enter the store again. What shocked the owner even more wasn't the fact that it was now full of customers. Rather, it was the smell of barbecue that could be smelled from the door. The owner's friend saw him return and hurriedly pulled him into a conversation. Hearing them brag about it, the boss couldn't help but get curious. It did smell good. Did it really taste that good when you ate it? The boss had nothing to be embarrassed about in their place, and picked up a skewer of their leftover meat and ate it. A few of their friends, watching the boss's expression after eating the meat skewer, could be much more exciting than when they first started. The boss now finally knew why Lin Shu dared to bet with him. In just this moment's time, the store's seats had all been filled. There were too many customers now, and the owner was afraid that Lin Shu and the two of them wouldn't be able to bake over. He quickly got up and went to the back kitchen to take a look. At this look, the barbecue owner almost stared his eyes out. Only to see that in the back kitchen, Lin Shu was working alone in front of 2 rows of grills, and that speed was almost phantom fast. Even so, there was still a feeling of being well organized and in order. The store's original barbecue chef, on the other hand, could only give Lin Shu a hand on the side. Noticing that someone had stopped at the door of the back kitchen, Lin Shu turned the skewers in her hand while turning her head back in passing. After seeing that it was the boss returning from purchasing, she even greeted him. The corners of the boss's mouth moved, and an awesome sentence didn't come out after all. Chapter 37. You guys don't come over. While the list in his hand is baked, Lin Shu took a break from his busy schedule and looked outside. Without looking, Lin Shu was surprised. Based on the amount of orders, he knew that there should be quite a few customers, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Nice guy. It's been just over an hour and the store is already full. Lin Shu had originally thought that there would be an event later, giving away beer and drinks or something. Now it seems. Where is the need for any more events? It's the price increase that will probably make customers want to eat. Lin Shu thought for a moment, then found the boss. Tell him to put 2 large fans at the door, blowing exclusively towards the door. Hearing Lin Shu say this, the boss understood at once. The two looked at each other and revealed a meaningful smile. The smell of the store's barbecue was already tantalizing enough. The owner also puts 2 big fans, which is a nice way of saying that he is afraid that the customers sitting at the door will get hot. This wave of operation down, sitting next door to the store entrance table guests, are attracted by the flavor of this barbecue. The barbecue next door smells so good. Don't tell me, I'm a grassland man, but I think the flavor of the barbecue across the street is authentic. If I hadn't already ordered food here, I would have gone over to eat barbecue. What's wrong with that? Just have the opposite side send it over. Hey! I'll go over and take a look. The store got crowded and the barbecue owner came down to help with the work. That's when 2 customers walked in. Boss. Hearing someone call, the boss rushed forward to greet him. 2 guests, the store is already full. If you 2 don't mind, you can take the seats at the entrance, or you need to wait a bit. The visitor waved his hand. No, we'll sit in the next store, just send it over when you're done later. Hearing this, the barbecue owner was pleasantly surprised. Nice guy. Now even the customers from the store next door are coming over and ordering barbecue? Okay, no problem, leave your table numbers. 9:30 p.m. Even the place at the door has been arranged. There were already customers starting to take numbers and line up. The boss told Lin Shu about it. Lin Shu thought about it. Although the store was now full, he could still bake it. He could ask the customers if they would like to pack it. Lin Shu conveyed his idea to the boss. The boss hurriedly went to ask the customers in line. There were really several customers who took the number and were willing to pack it in. So the next thing you know, it's two queues. One line waiting for a table at the store, and one line waiting to get takeout. Mr. Wang, the owner of the store next door, sat at the cash register leisurely drinking tea. His store was making pickled fish and stone pot chicken, and the flavor was not bad. Plus the price is affordable, so his store is full every day. Only today, he realized something wasn't quite right. It was just after 10 o'clock in the evening, and usually at this time of the day, there were still customers lined up with numbers outside the door. How come today, there are already empty tables in the store? Boss Wang purposely found 2 tables of familiar customers and asked if the food was not done right today. But the feedback from the guests was all good, as usual. So, Mr. Wang asked the waiter again. The waiter told Boss Wang about the barbecue restaurant next door. After listening to the waiter, Boss Wang was ready to go out and take a look. But Boss Wang just walked out of the doorway before he had time to survey the situation next door. A characteristic barbecue aroma came to his nose. Boss Wang couldn't help but inhale. The first reaction of his head was, "This is too fragrant." Boss Wang swallowed his saliva. Started to observe the situation next door. Seeing that next door was already full of tables, as well as customers still waiting in line, Boss Wang was taken aback. He had thought that the business next door would be better than before, but he didn't expect it to be so much better. What surprised Boss Wang the most was that all the customers in his own store had people ordering barbecue in the store next door. Now Boss Wang was even more curious about what this barbecue really tasted like. He had a waiter go next door and order one. There were so many customers that Boss Wang waited for half an hour to get his barbecue. Only just opened the package, this unique aroma can already put people in a daze. Boss Wang couldn't wait to take a bite of the lamb skewer. After this bite, Boss Wang, like a certain advertisement line, could not stop. Unconsciously, the meat skewers on the table were already at the bottom, and Boss Wang barred his mouth, not enjoying it at all. He asked the waiter to buy another one, but after a while, the waiter came back and said, "Now you have to wait an hour." Boss Wang. Since it was possible to take out, the barbecue grill in front of Lin Shu went from 2 to 3. And the water friends in the live broadcast room, from the beginning of the playful laughter to the later full screen. At the beginning, the water friends thought that the meat skewers that Lin Shu grilled out, as long as they were not grilled, they were already good. After all, everyone knew that he didn't even know how to cook, so where would he be able to make barbecue? But after grilling the first order, the water friends felt a little bit unbelievable. A person who can't cook can actually make barbecue as tantalizing as a TV commercial. Although the water friends couldn't smell the barbecue, but from the appearance, it was already very telling. The next order was getting more and more, and Lin Shu's speed of barbecuing was also getting faster and faster. The water friends also changed from "looks delicious" to "your damn hand speed is also too fast, right?" to the final "awesome." Some of the water friends who were in the neighborhood couldn't resist the temptation and were ready to buy one from the store to try. But just outside the store he realized that things are far from simple. He hurriedly sent out a pop-up screen to tell the live streamers about the current situation outside the store. A lot of water friends in the live broadcast room were curious and kept sending pop-ups to ask questions. Downstairs this water friend simply cannot reply, simply directly open the live broadcast. When the water friends in the live broadcast room, from the perspective of this brother who opened the live broadcast, saw the situation outside the door, they then realized that Lin Shu's hand speed of that barbecue, where exactly did it come from? Nice guy. Can't finish baking at all. See this water boy live. Many water friends with a strong moral heart became foolish. Until this water friend got his skewer, couldn't wait to open it, and ate it while saying, "How fragrant this skewer is, how delicious." The nearby water friend eventually had a moral collapse and went downstairs in his pajama slippers. Gradually, outside the door of the barbecue restaurant, there was a group of more water friends from the live broadcast. Under the temptation of those of them, there were some water friends who didn't live too far away who went out and took a taxi over. There are also some water friends who don't want to go out, opened the takeaway software, searched for that barbecue restaurant, and directly ordered takeaway to home. Lin Shu, who was busy in the back kitchen, occasionally peeked at the live broadcast. But by chance once, Lin Shu subconsciously glanced at the live broadcast room, and he realized that something was wrong. There was a large group of water friends talking about teaming up to come over and dish him out. This startled Lin Shu. Straight to the live broadcast, "Don't come over here, you guys." But water friends are such creatures, right? They feel happy when they see you in trouble. So the group grew. Even water friends who lived in the suburbs said they had to drive over an hour to come. This scared Lin Shu so much that the corners of her mouth twitched. In the end, Lin Shu simply stopped looking at the live broadcast. The water friends couldn't get into the back kitchen anyway. Only, Lin Shu still underestimated how crazy the water friends were. 3 o'clock in the morning.
Many of the surrounding stores that do late-night snacks and average business are already getting ready to close up. Even if the business is good, there are only 3 or 5 tables. Looking at Lin Shu's side of the barbecue restaurant, it was still at full capacity. The water friends who had sniffed the wind accounted for most of them. The barbecue owner made 2 more trips out halfway through the day, which kept the ingredients coming. Chapter 38, We Can Work Together. Live stream. From the first water user, after eating Lin Shu's barbecue. Next, every once in a while, there was a waterbender who shared his comments about eating the barbecue. There were also waterbenders who started out with the idea of faking it. In their opinion, no matter how good the barbecue was, it was not so exaggerated. It was only when they arrived outside the store and saw the bursting scene, as well as the aroma that wafted out, that they already somewhat doubted their judgment. It wasn't until they got their order of kebabs and tasted them once for themselves that they were completely overwhelmed by the barbecue. These water friends who were originally thinking of faking it, then put their original thoughts into words. The live broadcast room once again boiled over. Those water friends who were far away felt their hearts itching. There were already water friends who had begun to join forces. Let Lin Shu come to their city and open a barbecue restaurant. As more and more of these water friends grew, it eventually progressed to letting Lin Shu tour the country selling barbecue. Nice guy. All the other stars, they're touring the country. In Lin Shu's case, it's a national tour selling barbecue. Just imagine. A star, in a provincial stadium, starts a national barbecue tour. At the venue, the DJ played the music of Moving Times. The MC held a microphone and stood on the stage shouting Lin Shu. The audience under the stage shouted barbecue. That scene, you just say exciting or not, it's over. 4:30 a.m. The surrounding late-night eateries, almost all of which had closed, and the scattered ones that still had lights on, were basically cleaning up. Only the barbecue restaurant where Lin Shu was still bustling with activity. Those who could still stay at this point in time were basically water friends who had rushed from various places. In fact, by this point in time, there were very few ingredients left in the store that could be sold. The beer and drinks in the store had been sold out for a long time. When a customer needed alcohol, the barbecue owner had to take a contemporary step and go to a 24-hour convenience store to get the goods. Back room. Seeing how few ingredients were left, Lin Shu had the barbecue owner tell the public that the ingredients were sold out. The rest of them, Lin Shu planned to keep for herself and the staff in the store. Especially the staff who had been craving for it all night, as a treat for everyone. At 5 a.m., the last table of customers paid their bill and left. The waitresses in the barbecue restaurant, one by one, slumped into their chairs in exhaustion. Even the barbecue boss was also tired, only, he was tired and happy. This night, his smile never went down. Until he had worked out the turnover for the day and then deducted all the costs. Today's net profit, 28,600 plus. The smile on the barbecue owner's face instantly froze. It was then that he remembered the agreement he had signed with Lin Shu. If the net profit doesn't reach 8,000, Lin Shu makes up for it. If it reaches more than 8,000, the excess is Lin Shu's. Nice guy. In that case, he, as the boss, only got the small end, and the big end was Lin Shu's. That's a bit hasty. At this time, Lin Shu also finished the work in hand. He had just walked out when he saw his boss's frozen expression. Lin Shu came to the front desk just in time to see the income that the boss had calculated. TSK. 28,000 plus. Lin Shu was instantly happy. They say that smiles don't disappear, they only shift. The expressions of both Lin Shu and the barbecue owner had perfectly interpreted the meaning of this saying. Seeing Lin Shu's current expression, the barbecue boss couldn't wait to slap himself. It's okay to sign what agreement, and the most remorseful thing is that signing the agreement is still something he brought up. Just sign it, then why not sign a 50-50 agreement, at least you can earn a little more. My heart aches. Soon, though, another thought occurred to the barbecue owner. Lin Shu was only participating in the program and came to work part-time for a day. What about tonight? What about later? With a barbecue this good, there's bound to be a lot of repeat customers. There will also be a lot of new customers coming in. Thinking of this, the barbecue owner became anxious, and he hurriedly sought out Lin Shu. When Lin Shu saw his fawning expression, he already guessed his intention. This question had also occurred to Lin Shu just now. Boss, I know what you're thinking, it's just that there's no way I'm staying as a barbecue chef. Although he already knew the answer, the boss was still a little disappointed to hear Lin Shu say it herself. But, Lin Shu paused for a moment. The barbecue owner's hope rose again when he heard those two words. But what? But we can work together. Next, Lin Shu said what he thought of. Lin Shu would provide the recipe for the barbecue sauce, and he would also train the existing barbecue masters. Tell him to grill each ingredient, how much time to take, and how to control the fire. Although there is no way to restore 100%, but to restore 70% or 80% is no problem. As for the subsequent earnings, Lin Shu offered to take 40%. The barbecue boss did some calculations in his mind, and such a cooperation was definitely not a loss. He agreed very quickly. After finishing the cooperation, Lin Shu asked a question.
That was the barbecue master, a destabilizing factor. What if he starts another business once he gets the technique down?
Hearing Lin Shu say this, the barbecue owner hemmed and hawed. You can rest assured on this, the current barbecue chef is my brother-in-law. I'll make things clear to him in a moment and then share 20% of the profits with him.
There won't be any problem.
The two of them discussed some more details, and when they finally shook hands, both foxes revealed Gigi's strange laughter. Lin Shu and his boss had blocked the live broadcast radio while they were discussing. The water users only knew that they were plotting something there. The two of them were last seen shaking hands and flashing the villain's exclusive smile. The water lovers then guessed that the two must have made some kind of PY deal. After that, Lin Shu wrote down the barbecue techniques, how to control the fire, how long to turn each ingredient, when to brush the sauce, and when to sprinkle cumin chili noodles. During this time, the barbecue owner also printed out an agreement. After the two signed and fingerprinted, Lin Shu handed over the sauce recipe and barbecue skills to the other party. It was already 6 in the morning when he left the barbecue restaurant. After getting off the air at the speed of light, Lin Shu directly took a taxi home. After arriving home and taking a shower, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep almost in seconds. When Lin Shu woke up, it was already more than 5 in the afternoon. Picking up his cell phone, he realized that Chen Shui had called him. Lin Shu first went to wash up before calling Chen Shui back.
Crooked? Panda Chen, looking for me in the morning for something?
Chen Shui had just picked up the phone when she heard a Chin Panda from the opposite side. This could piss her off.
Who are you calling a panda?
This young lady will give you a chance to repeat it.
Lin Shu had a playful look on her face. Panda Chen, may I ask what you were looking for me this morning?
You. Chen Shui was extremely angry and wanted to dislike her, but on second thought, she changed her tone. Alas, forget it.
Since someone doesn't want that $50,000 bonus, then I'll reject it for them. That's a $50,000 bonus. It's a pity.
Lin Shu?
That, Sister Chen, Beauty Chen, Goddess Chen, Baby Chen. Chen Shui grunted, now you know you're wrong? I'm telling you, it's too late.
This girl is angry.
Lin Shu, don't auntie have any request you straight say, is to go to the soup and fire, knife mountain, and fire sea will not hesitate.
Chen Shui, I want to eat barbecue.
The video of your barbecue yesterday is on fire again, and I'm a little bit greedy from watching it.
If she had mentioned something else, Lin Shu might have hesitated, but barbecue. That's easy. Eat, must eat as much as you want. Only then was Chen Shui satisfied. That's more or less the same. Lin Shu, you wait at the station, I'll go buy things for the barbecue now.
7 p.m.
Lin Shu brought quite a few ingredients to the bureau's kitchen. For Chen Shui and the police officers who were still on duty, she made a delicious barbecue. During this time, Lin Shu asked Chen Shui to borrow a cell phone and send a video call to Team Lu. Lu Team, who was still hospitalized, sees Chen Shui sending him a video call at this late hour. Thinking that there was something important, he hurriedly connected. But when he saw that everyone at the station was having a barbecue, he froze. Then when he saw that it was that Lin Shu guy who was grilling, it instantly dawned on him. It's true that these little brats are intentionally craving for him. Exasperated, Team Lu cursed, get lost, and hung up the video. Chapter 39, the director must keep his word. 10:30 p.m. Lin Shu finally received the $50,000 bonus from Chen Shui, which was given by the family reward. Before leaving the bureau, Lin Shu also did not forget, on the edge of death defying to try again. I'm leaving, Panda Chen should remember to rest early. Whether Chen Shui had stormed out in the end, Lin Shu didn't know. But he heard it, and the other police officers ha-ha-ha'd their jeers. The next day, after slapping the alarm clock over, Lin Shu got up and washed up. Tube. It's time for the clock. Checking in successfully. Reward, top parkour skill. After washing up, Lin Shu turned on the live broadcast. Brothers, good morning. Have you had breakfast?
No.
That's just as well, you can watch me eat. Thus, Lin Shu finished her breakfast under the Zwan-style greetings of her water friends. After washing her hands, she opened the career extraction app. Tap to extract today's occupation. A few seconds later, a few large words appeared. Extreme Sports Challenger. Seeing this occupation brought joy back to the airwaves. The water friends were giving Lin Shu recommendations for all kinds of death-defying extreme sports. For example, what death bungee jumping, cliff diving, high altitude flying over and so on. Good lord, it's hate to send him away. Every one of the above is a one-loss item. Ahem. Lin Shu coughed lightly. Let's just say that parkour is also considered an extreme sport, right? Today, I'll give you guys a show of what parkour means. Hearing Lin Shu say this, some interested water users began to recommend which places were suitable for parkour. Lin Shu looked around and was ready to find the place with the highest call. At this time, a water user sent out a pop-up. Anchor, why don't you go and challenge the break-in program? It just so happens that this season's break-in program is just over in the northern suburbs.
The point is, there are also prizes for successful breakthroughs. Seeing this water friend's proposal, Lin Shu came to be interested. A quick search on Jitterbug. It was really as this water friend said, the organizing place was in the northern suburbs. Lin Shu called the program and asked if it was okay to sign up today and attend today. The program team was even happier than Lin Shu when they heard that someone was going to participate in the challenge. After getting an answer from the program team, Lin Shu spoke to her water friends and was ready to go out and take a taxi to the northern suburbs. 1 hour later. Northern suburbs, site of the Bradley breaking show. Lin Shu signed up and got a number plate. Number 33. If the numbers were taken in order, there were quite a few people who came to the challenge today. Lin Shu was led by the staff to the challenge location. There were already quite a few challengers gathered here. The program hasn't started recording yet, and the challengers are studying the various levels of the break-in. Lin Shu also followed along and looked at them, memorizing the obstacles and difficulties of each level. Soon, the program officially started recording. The first challenger was a young man in his early 20s. Moderator, is there any confidence in breaking through? Kid, I'm here today to break the record. Host, then we'll see. After the countdown, the lad drew forward with all his might. Burning goose. Maybe it was running too fast, or maybe I didn't get the rhythm right. The boy didn't even manage to avoid the first obstacle on the first level. Just fell into the water. Lin Shu. Moderator. Live audience. At this point, instead, the live stream was joyous. Just, kinda sudden. Contestant number 1, please translate, what kind of record is this? Ha ha ha. Is this a tease sent by a monkey? It doesn't seem wrong for him to say he's going to break the record for the fastest fall into the water. Anchor, break his fastest falling water record in a while, let him know the evils of society. Soon after, challenger number 2 made his appearance. With the previous experience of number 1, number 2 learned his lesson. The host asked him if he had any confidence, and he replied that he would try his best. But unfortunately, number 2 accidentally fell into the water in the third level. More than a dozen challengers came on next one after another. The one who ran the furthest had only reached the 8th level, and there were still 2 more major levels to go before the challenge was successful. The reasons why these contestants fell into the water can be roughly categorized into 3 reasons. The first is poor balance. The second is too slow to react. The third is not enough stamina. However, each of their postures when they fell into the water, along with their expressions when they fell into the water, were all recorded by the photographer. It wasn't long before the host finally called out number 33. Lin Shu answered the call and went on stage. The host gave Lin Shu a brief introduction. Then some more questions before the challenge. Number 33, the previous 32 challengers all failed to succeed in the challenge. Do you feel sure of yourself? Lin Shu smiled confidently. Of course I'm confident, I still have a question for the program team. The host also became curious. What question do you want to ask? You don't think you want to say that this season's levels are too difficult, so the showrunners should lower the difficulty, right? Lin Shu replied back, the host is really joking. What I want to ask is, if I can complete the challenge within 6 minutes, can the prize money be doubled? Ha! The host was confused. After so many editions of the breakout program, it was the first time a challenger asked this question. The host had to repeat the question and wait for the program's reply. Su Gang, who was the director of the program, was also stunned when he heard a challenger say this. If someone had asked this in the first 2 seasons, Director Su would still believe that the other person could finish within 6 minutes. After all, the levels that were set up in the first 2 seasons were relatively simple, and the recorder was just over 7 minutes. This season's levels, however, are the hardest of all seasons. The designer, a parkour enthusiast himself, has attempted it himself several times, with the fastest completion recorded at 8 minutes. The fastest time to complete it was 8 minutes, while the average person would need at least 12 minutes even if he could complete it. The season has reached its 10th installment, with a few more to go before it wraps up. But so far, no challenger has been able to complete the challenge. One could imagine how difficult the levels set for this season were. For this reason, the program group also specially invited the first 2 seasons of the Challenge King back. They can pass, but also used more than 10 minutes. Now there's actually a newcomer who says that it can be done in 6 minutes. In Director Su's opinion, this number 33 was no longer confident, but too arrogant. But for the sake of the program's effect, Director Su still agreed. Not only that, Director Su had already thought of an even more appealing gimmick. At this time, the camera was given to the director's side. The host asked again the question that Lin Shu had asked. Director Su smiled and said, the levels set up this season are relatively difficult compared to all the previous ones. That's why, this season has already reached its 10th installment, and still no one has succeeded in the challenge. So the program group decided that if this number 33 can complete the challenge within 6 minutes, then the prize money will be directly doubled tenfold. Actually, doubling it 10 times is only $10,000, which is nothing for the whole season. But the effect of the show now is that it's a straight-up pull full. As expected, after the director said this, the audience instantly boiled up. They all began to shout and cheer for Lin Shu. Hearing the director's words, Lin Shu's eyes lit up. The director can keep his word. Director Su smiled and nodded at the stage. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed and turned around to get ready for the challenge. Chapter 40. Can I break through the barrier again? The countdown sounded. 3, 2, 1, go. As the voice fell, Lin Shu instantly dashed out like a cheetah hunting for food. Before the audience could react, Lin Shu had already passed the first level of moving obstacles and ran towards the second level. The second level tested the challenger's balance. A couple of toppled stepping stones, slowly moving in rhythm under the control of the machine. It was just that the movement pattern of these few stepping stones had already been figured out by Lin Shu. Lin Shu barely paused, jumping over one step at a time. It looked easy, but stepping on the balance point with each step was not easy. But step off a little and the stepping platform slips 90 degrees to one side, sending one straight into the water. That's why quite a few challengers were eliminated from this seemingly easy second level. The third level was a big punch, and there were many contestants, too, who regretted falling in the water at this level. No matter how well the challenger finds the time, the big fist will always give you a punch when you are close enough to knock you overboard. Lin Shu realized that there was a sensor in front of this big fist. Someone goes out of sensor range and the big fist swings violently. If no one is around, the big fist swings at an unhurried pace. Only, this was not a problem at all with Lin Shu. Lin Shu rushed forward to the big fist moved quickly, Lin Shu braked sharply and took another step back. Just in time to avoid the big fist's attack, when the big fist retracted, Lin Shu took the opportunity to jump over. Audience. Seeing Lin Shu pass 3 levels in a row, it wasn't even a minute yet. The audience applauded and cheered endlessly. Some of the excited spectators had already stood up. Stage. It's the first time the host has encountered such a fast pass. Normally she would need to explain how the challenger passed. But this time, the host had only just opened his mouth to say 2 sentences when Lin Shu had already reached the next level. In this situation, there was no way for the host to explain in detail. Thus, the host had no choice but to directly report that Lin Shu had come to the first level and say a few more words of praise. Just like that, Lin Shu had arrived at the next level again. Director Su, who was sitting in his work seat, originally still had an expression of watching the show. But Lin Shu had passed 3 levels in a row, all in less than a minute. He, who had been sitting rather lethargically the previous moment, straightened up at once. Looking at the display screen in front of him, his eyes glazed over. Director Su could guess that Lin Shu would definitely have some strength. But he didn't expect that the other party would be so ridiculously fast. For any other challenger, at this time, they should have only finished the first level of moving obstacles. He was fine, he had already finished the third level. If he continued to pass at this rate, it was really possible for him to break through the barrier in 6 minutes. Nice guy. That reaction time, that balance. It's even sicker than the kid who designed the level. In just this moment of time, Lin Shu finished the 4th level again and came to the location of the 5th level. The 5th level was the super carousel. He saw Lin Shu help himself to 2 steps and jumped onto the carousel, easily keeping up with the speed of the carousel. In the live broadcast room, the water friends who followed Lin Shu's camera to break through the barrier. After coming to the location of this big carousel, looking at the carousel with what looked like a swirling pattern drawn on it, they all had a sense of vertigo. And yet, it feels like I've been hit by an illusion. I just stood and watched and almost fell to the ground. It looked like it was spinning so fast, if I had probably taken 1 step up there I would have been thrown into the water. The dog anchor was like nothing. Everyone bear with me, the dog anchor is quick, it'll be over in a few seconds. Upstairs, there's no evidence of a suspicious car. Lin Shu passed the 5th level to had only used 10 seconds. The next 6th, 7th, and 8th levels, Lin Shu passed them all in direct succession. The degree of silky smoothness was simply a few points more moist than a certain food chocolate. The 9th level involved stepping on a ball and rolling it 10 meters to reach the end at the other end. Lin Shu gently jumped onto the ball and pushed forward with both feet. Not to say it was like standing on flat ground, but looking at Lin Shu with his hands in his pockets, one could see how relaxed he was. Finally, the 10th level, using both hands and feet to support the walls on both sides, climbed up a 10-meter high platform. Finally press the pause button, even if the challenge is completed. Lin Shu came to the high platform and looked upwards. Briefly moving his arms and legs, he then jumped straight up. Quickly spreading his feet, he steadily supported his sides and then climbed upward with great ease. Only a few seconds had passed before Lin Shu had reached the top. Finally, with a gentle leap, he jumped directly onto the stage. Easily press the pause button. And at that moment, on the timer, the time that stays is 5 minutes and 37 seconds. The moment Lin Shu pressed the pause button, the audience had cheered. The first challenger to break through the barrier successfully in 10 periods. And this speed of passing the barrier was horrifying. The record of 5 minutes and 37 seconds was quite a bit faster than the fastest record held in previous seasons.
On the podium, Director Su personally presented Lin Shu with a certificate, as well as a $10,000 bonus. At this time the host came over. First of all, congratulations to number 33 for breaking through. So now do you have anything to say?
Lin Shu, I would like to ask the director, can I break through again? The smile on the director's face froze. Director Su was truly surprised that Lin Shu actually wanted to pull the wool over the program's eyes. Director Su, you are welcome to continue signing up for challenges next season. Leaving from the recording venue, it was already past 12 noon, and Lin Shu ate a meal nearby. Just after coming out of the restaurant, Lin Shu heard a noise in the neighborhood next to him. With a mindset of eating melon, Lin Shu walked towards the neighborhood. Just as he hadn't gone far into the neighborhood, he saw thick smoke floating in the sky. From people passing by, he learned that there was a fire on the 6th floor of a unit ahead. There are people up there now screaming for help. Lin Shu came to the floor of the flat where the fire was. From the rolling smoke it could be seen that the fire up there shouldn't be small. Just as Lin Shu was watching the action, a small head suddenly emerged from the 6th floor balcony and was desperately calling for help. Lin Shu could see clearly that it was a child. Running to the balcony in such a hurry, that was most likely the direction of the main entrance. There was already a fire spreading. Trying to escape was no longer feasible. Lin Shu looked around. The fire department should still be on their way. If this continued, even if that child didn't burn to death, he would still be in danger due to inhaling a large amount of smoke. Lin Shu quickly looked at the structure of the unit building. Fortunately, none of the residents here had sealed their balconies. The next moment, Lin Shu went straight to the place where the air conditioning unit was placed on the 1st floor. Then from where the air conditioning unit was placed, he jumped to the balcony on the 2nd floor. Then repeat the operation just now and go straight to the 6th floor. Some melon eaters, seeing Lin Shu this operation, a sentence came out of their mouths. Some uninformed people are asking if it's which theater group is filming. Soon, Lin Shu had arrived on the 6th floor. By the time Lin Shu jumped into the balcony on the 6th floor, the fire inside the house already had a tendency to spread towards the balcony. The child on the balcony was probably only 7 or 8 years old. By now he was choking on the smoke and coughing hard. Lin Shu hurriedly pulled him into a crouch. Little friend, is there anyone else in your family? The child was too choked up to speak, and could only shake his head violently. Getting the child's reply, Lin Shu secretly let out a sigh of relief. Hastily picking up the child, you hold me tight. Lin Shu carried the child on her back. The child was also very cooperative, hanging on Lin Shu like a wombat. Lin Shu no longer hesitates to jump from the balcony to the nearby air conditioning unit placement. And from there, he jumped to the 5th floor balcony. With a child on her back, Lin Shu was extra careful. Each jump was as light as possible. A minute later, Lin Shu safely reached the ground. After putting the child down, Lin Shu checked the child's condition again. On the surface, there were no major problems. It's better to follow up with a hospital checkup for peace of mind. At this time the live broadcast room is lively again. Is this considered a parkour athlete's routine? This Nima, the dog anchor, is really artistic. Is it okay to parkour with a child on your back? It's like being a super daddy. People like me, who are weak in the knees even looking down from the 3rd floor, are really admiring the anchor's guts. This is the parkour athlete's correct way to open. It didn't take long for the fire department to arrive. And the child's parents, having been notified, came back soon after. Lin Shu told them about the child's situation and urged them to take the child to the hospital for a checkup. Seeing that the fire was under control, Lin Shu did not linger. Coming out of the neighborhood, Lin Shu took a cab and prepared to go back to the city. At this time the cell phone suddenly rang. Picking it up and looking at the caller ID. Team Lu. Chapter 41, Tired, Destroy. Crooked? Has Team Lu eaten yet? Team Lu said quietly as he glanced at the sick meal on the table. I've eaten. I just had a look at your live broadcast. I didn't realize that your kid still plays extreme sports like parkour. Lin Shu back, why? Young people, love to play is very normal, right? You find me what? Lu Team coughed lightly, cough cough. It's like this, the officials have recently been chasing 2 robbery criminals. Those 2 are also parkour athletes, and the officials have rounded them up many times, but in the end, they got away. Just a moment ago, the officials locked on to their location again. An arrest mission was given to our bureau. It's just that the arrest was so hasty this time. I'm worried they'll miss. So, I'd like to ask for your help on a mission. Lin Shu was all a bit confused. Nowadays, for official missions, you can still get temporary workers? Then what? I'm just an ordinary citizen. Your official mission which is I can get involved in, you say if there is an eventuality, the responsibility. Lin Shu hadn't finished speaking when he heard the opposite side of the Lu team came to a sentence. Make a price. Lin Shu, 1,000. Team Lu, 800. Lin Shu, deal. Team Lu. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed, when's the mission? Team Lu said, I'll send you a location, just go there directly. Chen Shui and the others have already left. Team Lu hung up the phone and sent Lin Shu a localization.
Then he opened his cell phone wallet, looked at the balance of 800, and smiled helplessly. Lin Shu didn't wait for a while before receiving the location given by Team Lu. Clicking to check, it wasn't too far from his current location. Lin Shu immediately asked the driver to change the address. The live streaming room. The water friends also know that Lin Shu received a call from Team Lu. Although they didn't get to hear what Team Lu said, they could tell from Lin Shu's words that he had taken the part-time job. The dog anchor is blatantly taking private jobs, doesn't the program team care? Hahaha, maybe the program group has a cut. Is no one curious about what kind of work the dog anchor actually took on? Which is a normal job with a dog anchor involved. Looking at these pop-ups from his water friends, Lin Shu didn't say much. Northern suburbs. Inside a residential area. Chen Shui, as well as a dozen police officers, surrounded the house where the suspect was. At the signal of the lead captain, 2 officers began to violently storm the gate. Only with a bang, the gate was smashed open and a group of officers rushed into the house in an orderly manner. Only after they went in, the house was already empty. At that moment, the police officers guarding the outside suddenly called out loudly, "Captain, they escaped on the roof." The captain quickly ran to the door just in time to see, jumping across the room to the 2 suspects on the opposite roof. "Get after them." The officers followed the direction they had taken and gave chase on the ground. It was very difficult for the officers to track them on the ground because of the restricted view and the environment. Officials were prepared for this. A drone quietly lifted off and followed the 2 suspects not far behind. Officers on the ground, too, were able to get their exact location in time. Soon, the 2 suspects also realized something was wrong. If it were the past, they would have gotten away long ago by virtue of their geographical advantage. But today, wherever they went, there would be police officers close behind. This made the 2 feel anxious, and if they dragged on like this, both of them would be planted here. Just then, one of the suspects looked in the direction of the sky. "There's a drone in the sky, no wonder someone is chasing us no matter how we run. Head for the residential center area first and get back to the ground as soon as possible." The 2 of them quickly made a decision, so they headed towards the central area. After turning around 7 times and jumping over a dozen more houses, the 2 jumped down in an alleyway. Using various underground coverings, they avoided the drones in the sky. The 2 specialize in finding those where the environment is complicated to escape. This would only make it more difficult for the official people to catch up with them. The 2 jumped over a fence once again and managed to get away from the officers. The 2 suspects smiled in triumph and their nervousness relaxed. Just as the 2 were about to leave, a handsome young man ahead of them walked in their direction. They didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just someone passing by. "Burning goose." This guy who was considered a passerby actually said "found it." At these words, the 2 suspects were on their feet and immediately alerted. Looking up and locking eyes with the visitor, the 2 turned around sharply and left. This visitor was none other than Lin Shu, who had already contacted Chen Shui when he was in the car. Chen Shui had sent him a picture of the suspect and shared her location in real time. After getting out of the car, Lin Shu followed their location and caught up. Lin Shu now had top-notch parkour skills, and he knew the habits of these parkour athletes like the back of his hand. So he went straight around to the front and then brought in that he was a suspect and would take those routes. And no, it was really blocked by him. As the 2 suspects turned around, Lin Shu had rushed up, yanking one of the suspects, who was slightly slower, off the wall. The unlucky man fell to the ground and tried to storm out to attack. It was just his reaction, which was still a bit slow. In order to save time, Lin Shu struck him with a hand slash, directly knocking him out. A quick voice message was sent to Chen Shui. Then he jumped over the fence and chased after the other suspect. The suspect, who was still running away, saw that his companion had not caught up with him, so he knew that the other had either been caught. Either that or he had fled in a different direction. Now all he had to do was get out as soon as possible and just wait at the agreed rendezvous point. It was just that he hadn't gone far before he sensed someone behind him catching up. He subconsciously looked back and realized that the person coming was none other than the handsome young man from earlier. The other party even gave him a teasing smile. This made him feel uneasy for no reason, so he sped up, flipping and jumping sideways over various obstacles. But gradually, he realized that no matter how fast he ran, the guy behind him was able to keep up with his speed, and there was a tendency to get closer and closer. At this moment, he only wanted to say one thing: "Don't come over." Watching the 2 chase, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room rolled up once again. "Minima, those 2 houses are separated by at least 5 meters or more, 3 stories high from the ground. These 2 then don't even blink an eye and just jump over. The speed at which I run 50 meters in the playground is not as fast as they run on the roof. Anchor, you slow down, I'm dizzy live. Crap, jumped directly on the 3rd floor. I play the game and the 3rd floor jump down, will drop blood, they are good, nothing happened, really Nemo livestock they must be Second oh. This damn fence is at least 4 meters high, they just stomped 2 feet and jumped up. This damn fence is at least 4 meters high, and they just stomped 2 feet and jumped up. Chang Wei, you still say you don't know martial arts.
15 minutes later. The suspect is out of breath and not as fast as he used to be. After jumping over a fence again, he fell to the ground when his knees gave out. Lin Shu, who was following behind, leisurely walked over. Still running or not? If you don't run, come back to the station with me. The suspect's mind blew up and he ran the extreme parkour for 15 minutes straight. He was exhausted to the point of being a dog, and the other party acted like nothing was wrong. At first, he was quite confident, thinking that with his physical strength and endurance, he would definitely be able to wear out his opponent. He never thought that the clown was himself. At this time he had only one sentence in mind. Tired, destroy. Chapter 42, Brothers, to the confessional. After catching the person, Lin Shu called Chen Shui. Crooked? Policewoman Chen, did you find that unlucky guy? Chen Shui was in a good mood, and her tone of voice even seemed quite relaxed. Well then, found it, it's still you, Lin Shu, help us catch one of the suspects. Lin Shu grinned, so what, is there a reward for these two guys? Is there a bonus reward for assisting in the capture? Chen Shui returned, you don't say, the official has posted a reward, those who provide valid clues will be rewarded 20,000 yuan. However, only one was caught this time, so the reward may not be that much, but the person was caught by you, so $10,000 should be there. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed, I forgot to tell you, the other unlucky guy, also caught for me. What? You mean, the other one was also caught by you? Lin Shu returned, nah, wait, I'll go back for you guys. Lin Shu hung up the phone and turned back to look at the suspect beside her, who had a dagger pressed against her neck. The eyes of the suspect looking at Lin Shu were filled with fear. Just a moment ago, he wanted to sneak up on Lin Shu while he was on the phone and then take the opportunity to escape. Just the slightest movement of his body, this handsome young man in front of him looked like he had already read his mind. A dagger that glowed with a cold light gently scratched the skin on his neck, and a trace of coolness spread throughout his body from the position of his neck. He was certain that if he made even the slightest movement again, the dagger would slit his throat. If it wasn't for the fact that he was mentally strong enough, at this moment, he might have been scared to the point of peeing his pants. This would be when Lin Shu finished his call, and the suspect heard a key point. The bounty. Brother, if you're willing to let me go, I'll give you $500,000. The official bounty on us is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. To put it bluntly, with that kind of money, we can't even buy salt. If you release me, I'll immediately give you $500,000. Oh? Are you serious? Lin Shu said. There was drama. A glimmer of hope rose in the suspect's eyes, of course it's true. Saying that, the suspect took out a bank opening from one of his pockets and handed it to Lin Shu. Here. In here is $500,000, the password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Lin Shu didn't push back and took it smoothly. Thanks then now. You're welcome, so can I go now? A smile piled up on the suspect's face. Lin Shu looked at him with a playful expression, I didn't say I'd let you go. The suspect's expression instantly froze. He looked at Lin Shu with a face full of incredulity, and now he counted on a reaction. This kid in front of him wanted to eat black. The hope that had just risen was once again shattered. You stepped on the horse. Before the suspect could finish his sentence, Lin Shu had already slapped him with a slap. Slap. Having only been pitched $500,000, he didn't even finish a sentence before he was slapped again by the other party. The suspect's little violent temper instantly exploded. I'll fight you. In the same scene, the suspect's raised fist froze in place. At that moment a dagger was less than a centimeter from his eyes. Even if he blinked his eyes, his eyelashes could touch the tip of the blade. On impulse he almost forgot that the small bruise on his neck was still cool. Come on, follow me back to the station. Lin Shu said faintly. The suspect eventually withdrew his fist, only at this moment, it was as if his essence had been drained away, and his entire being suddenly became a walking corpse. Confluence point. A dozen police officers, seeing Lin Shu really brought the suspect back, were incredulous. It was important to know that these two suspects, the officials had made many arrests of them, but they had eventually managed to escape. Even in this arrest, they almost got away. But such two, who ran faster than a rabbit, were actually captured by Lin Shu alone. A dozen or so of their officials were still no match for one Lin Shu. If this were to spread, where would they put their faces? After handing over the man to them, the mission was accomplished. Lin Shu had wanted to separate from them here, but was dragged back to the station by Chen Shui. Her reasoning was that this time you've helped us with another big feat, so I'll go back and treat you to dinner. Someone invited to dinner Lin Shu of course will not refuse, followed back to the bureau. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Shu was brought to the bureau's cafeteria by Chen Shui. Lin Shu, when you said you invited me to dinner, you came to the cafeteria? Chen Shui blinks her Kazairan eyes, can I? You said that the food in our cafeteria was delicious before, so I'll bring you here to try it again. Lin Shu raised his eyebrows, he always felt that this chick was holding back her laughter, but he had no proof. Lin Shu bristled, the cafeteria is the cafeteria, at least dinner is solved. Picking up the rice plate on the side, he came to the window where he played the food. Auntie, I want this, and this. Okay, enough children, enough, not enough to say to auntie. Looking at Lin Shu this way, Chen Shui still can't help but laugh out. Let you give me a nickname, Humph. Early morning. Sunny. Alarm clock, pawn. Same time, same place. Tubes, sign in. Signing in successful. Reward, mastery of animal medicine.
Hearing this reward, Lin Shu's hand brushing his teeth gave a start. He suddenly had a not so good feeling. With the pissy nature of the tube with that crappy career extraction app, today's occupation wouldn't be, like, veterinarian or delivering a sow or something, would it? Lin Shu decided that today would be the same as the previous 2 days. First purify her hands and burn incense, then draw her occupation. After eating breakfast, Lin Shu opened the live broadcast. Brothers, on the offering table. Thus, the water friends who had just come in experienced the feeling of being an immortal again. Lin Shu took 3 sticks of incense and paid 3 respectful obeisances to them. Why do I feel that the dog anchor is weird today, more pious than the previous 2 days? When you say it like that, it seems to be true. The dog anchor counts on his fingers, and there may be a great evil omen today. That's why I piously plead for the blessings of all the immortals. Believe in Chun to gain eternal life. Who is Chun? The operation completed, Lin Shu opened the career extraction app, took a deep breath, gathered enough courage, and tapped that yellow button. After a few seconds passed, the screen left a few big words. Farm workers. Lin Shu's eyes narrowed. A farm worker didn't sound like much, but the program wouldn't let him have it so good. Not a moment later, the show sent a locator. After getting the address, Lin Shu went out and took a taxi. Happy Farm, located within the southern suburb of the mountain forest. An hour and a half later, Lin Shu finally arrived at his destination. Unsurprisingly, just as Lin Shu got off the bus, he saw Xiao Hei standing in front of a middle-aged uncle. The two rubbed their chins, their faces still with that familiar villainous smile. In fact, Lin Shu was quite curious as to what Blackie said to those bosses every time for them to have the same smile as him. Lin Shu had just taken a few steps forward when the farm owner took the initiative to come over, shaking Lin Shu's hand and greeting him very enthusiastically. Xiao Lin Na, our happy farm, we very much welcome young people like you to experience the occupation. Lin Shu responded with a few smiles, awkwardly and unobtrusively. Then after a brief conversation, the farmer brought Lin Shu to a shed. Sixth uncle, sixth aunt, there's a young man who came over to help today, so take him with you. After explaining a few words to the pair of men and women in the shed, the farmer left in a hurry. Lin Shu went up to greet the two men. Sixth uncle and sixth aunt, is there anything I can help you with? Sixth uncle and sixth aunt should be a couple, looking to be in their 40s or 50s. Sixth uncle smiled honestly. Go, young man, sixth uncle will take you to have some fun. Lin Shu didn't ask too many questions and followed Uncle Six. Sixth uncle went back to the tool room and took 2 sets of tools, then led Lin Shu towards a corner of the farm. As he approached the shed, Lin Shu could already hear the sound of pigs squealing from inside. Now Lin Shu was even more curious and asked Sixth uncle. Sixth uncle, what are we going to do now? Uncle Six hammed and hawed, handing Lin Shu a set of tools and said, castrate the pig. Lin Shu, WW. Chapter 43. Actually, I can do this one too. Live streaming room. The water friends became excited when they heard Uncle Six's words. Ha ha. Uncle Six is going to take the dog anchor to castrate the pig. Castrating a pig, commonly known as a pig's egg. What's the matter with me inexplicably feeling a pain in my balls? Anchor, ask Uncle Six if he sells pig's eggs? Ask if you don't know, this stuff is still edible? Hey, this is good stuff, brothers can usually eat some to make up for it. Following Uncle Six to the shed where the pigs were being raised, Lin Shu looked around and dozens of pens, at least several hundred pigs. The two came to one of the pens. The piglets heard the commotion and looked at the 2 humans that entered with a curious look. Uncle Six smiled nervously when he saw Lin Shu's stunned expression. Little Lin, I'll teach you a few times first, it's not too late to operate it after you've learned it. Lin Shu scratched his head and said, Sixth uncle, I actually know this one. Sixth uncle was a bit surprised, you know all this work? Have you done it before? Lin Shu shook her head, no, today is the first time. Sixth uncle was suspicious, you haven't done it before, how do you know how to do it? You're not trying to swindle sixth uncle, are you? I know some veterinary medicine, so I have an understanding of this. Seeing that Uncle Six still didn't believe it, Lin Shu didn't intend to explain. A practical exercise was worth 1,000 words. Make one to show you. Seeing that Lin Shu was so confident, Uncle Six became interested all of a sudden. He wanted to see if this young man had bluffed. Egg, this job is actually not difficult, as long as you watch it once you have learned 80%. But those who have never done it, even how to control the pig's body, not let it move around is difficult. Only to see Lin Shu lay out the tools in his hand. Casually grabbing a lucky piglet, he held it between his legs to prevent it from moving around. Sterilize the egg area, open it up, crunch the eggs, sterilize it again, and put it in quarantine. It's all done in a single motion. A set of process down, that is called a professional.
Uncle Six, who was standing next to him eating melon, was shocked. Good guy, this speed, this technique, this proficiency. It's more professional than him, the master teacher. And that's to say you haven't done it before? I'll take your word for it that you're a professional pig's egg collector. How's Uncle Six? I'm doing it right, aren't I? Uncle Six came back to his senses. Ahem. That's right. That, Shaolin, you really weren't a pig castrator before?
Lin Shu shook his head helplessly. Only, he saw 5 words in Uncle Six's eyes.
I'll believe the hell out of you. Since you know how to do this, I won't say anymore, let's get to work. Uncle Six spoke.
Lin Shu smiled and nodded, and the two of them began to GA egg work.
The piglets wailed. At this time in the live broadcast room, it was another lively scene. That technique of the dog anchor, it's more professional than my fourth uncle. A set of process down only 10 seconds, this is the first time? Professional egg crunching, ancestral technique.
You can walk on the ground after you're done, it doesn't affect your meal.
First time, it's normal to be quick. Upstairs, you're not right. The dog anchor didn't do this before entering the entertainment industry, did he? What? Dog anchor is in the entertainment industry? When did he enter the entertainment industry?
As the number of times Lin Shuga's eggs became more frequent, the speed of his hands quickened by a few points. The 3 words fast, accurate and ruthless were held by him to death. When Uncle Six first started, he wanted to compare himself with Lin Shu. After all, he had been GA egging for 20 years, how could he lose to a kid? However, it didn't take him long to realize that Lin Shu's speed wasn't a fraction of a second faster than him. The piglet that he caught hadn't even reacted to what was happening, and the egg was already gone. They were all still confused when they were put in quarantine.
Uncle Six couldn't help but sigh.
This young man, livestock, fortunately it is not according to the number of wages, otherwise today's meal will not be able to eat. More than 300 small piglets, in the 6 uncles' prediction, the fastest will take a morning to be able to GA finished.
Burning goose. With Lin Shu, the relentless egg crunching machine, adding to the mix, it took them less than 2 hours to finish crunching. This speed was still in the case of Uncle Six's request to take a break in the middle. If Lin Shu had been left alone to recklessness, he would probably have been a bit faster. The two of them finished packing up their things and walked out of the pigsty. Briefly washed their hands. Sixth uncle took Lin Shu again, to the chicken farm next door. Little Lin, the job now is to feed the chickens, clean the coop, and pick up the eggs. Lin Shu nodded. Sixth uncle, you can just arrange it. For the next half an hour, both of them worked in the chicken coop. Lin Shu was working seriously. But the live broadcast room was full of broken stems because of the chicken nest collapsed some time ago. Half an hour later. Take the eggs, packed up, to the preservation room. Work on the coop is complete. Uncle Six, what are we going to do next? Lin Shu handed the clean tools to Sixth uncle. The corner of Uncle Six's mouth twitched. You kid, one look and you know you don't have a girlfriend. Lin Shu had a black question mark face, obviously not understanding what this meant. However, the water friends in the live broadcast room instantly understood in seconds. Uncle Six guessed correctly. Anchor's 20 years of hand speed is not practiced for nothing. On the dog Anchor this steel heart, if the police flower doesn't want him, it is estimated that he won't be able to find a daughter-in-law in this life. Women will only affect the dog Anchor's speed of pulling out the knife. The police flower is better left for me to take care of. Funny JPG. That's what I mean too, duel. Looking at Lin Shu with an energetic look, Uncle Six suddenly remembered a job. Go, take you to do something else. Uncle Six picked up a toolbox, went out and got on a trike, and waved his head at Lin Shu. Lin Shu didn't mind and sat on a small stool in the back. Sit tight. As soon as Uncle Six finished speaking, the 3 bouncers scurried straight out. Fortunately, Lin Shu reacted quickly enough and grabbed the guardrail on the side. Otherwise with this one hit, he would have rolled to the ground. The car drove for a few minutes. Came to the other side of the farm. From a distance, Lin Shu heard the sound of ba. Soon, the triple trampoline stopped outside a large shed. As we approached, the shed was surrounded by hundreds of nianyang. Lin Shu opened the toolbox in his hand, which contained several electric pushers. Now Lin Shu knew why he was here. Shaving. When the sheep saw the pusher in Lin Shu's hand, it was as if they knew what they were going to do next, and they began to bleat non-stop. Uncle Six hemmed and hawed. You shouldn't be able to shave the sheep, should you? Air. Lin Shu didn't know what to say for a moment. Shaving wool is a man-speed bump in Shake Shack. Although Lin Shu has never really shaved, but he has seen it many times, the process will still be this, slightly understand. You knew how to crunch eggs just now, and now you know how to shave wool? Then try it and see. In fact, Uncle Six still didn't quite believe that Lin Shu really knew how to shave wool. Lin Shu shrugged, opened the small gate, and pulled a sheep out of it. Smoothly, he put it down on the ground and held it down so it couldn't roll over and get up. Grab a motorized pusher from your toolbox and start pushing up, from where the sheep's hind legs are. Although it was his first time shaving, Lin Shu's speed was not slow at all. After a dozen or so pushes in a row, half of the wool had already been shaved off. Lin Shu pushed the sheep and turned it over, and began to shave the other side of the wool. In less than a minute, the sheep under Lin Shu's hand had already been shaved bare by him. The sheep, as if to show its dissatisfaction, began to bleat incessantly. It's a good thing it wasn't an alpaca, or it wouldn't have known what was going on if it had spit a load of spit in its face. Uncle Six sighed in his heart after watching this operation. Also in his 20s, this kid knows everything, while his own brat doesn't know this or that. Sixth uncle, there's nothing wrong with it, right? No problem. Live stream. Aside from fixing donkey hooves and Odabjorn delivering bananas, my favorite thing to watch is sheep shearing. TSK. Upstairs, I'm afraid you haven't seen the carpet shampooing, the container scavenger hunt, or the knife forging contest. Restoring old things and living alone in the wilderness is what YYDS is all about. I take out Master T's Desert Island Survival, and how does Your Excellency respond? Follow Master Tay and you'll be hungry for 9 meals in 3 days, oi. Chapter 44. This young man. Seeing Lin Shu's skillful maneuver, Uncle Six could only say, this young man, he really didn't know what to say. After shaving the first sheep, Lin Shu experienced the joy of it. This stuff, not only is it fun to watch videos, it's also fun to do it yourself. For the next hour, Lin Shu shaved the wool while letting out a jia smile. That look scared the sheep under his hand, all of them were trembling with fear. Even Uncle Six couldn't help it, and asked out loud, Shaolin, are you alright? Why are you smiling while shaving? Only then did Lin Shu react, cough cough. I'm fine Uncle Six, I just think shaving wool is fun. The corner of Uncle Six's mouth twitched, what's so fun about shaving wool? Are all young people nowadays so special in their hobbies? The two of them were busy for a while when Uncle Six received a call. After hanging up, Uncle Six said to Lin Shu, Kobayashi, let's stop after shaving this one, let's eat at the right time. Hearing Uncle Six say this, Lin Shu felt as if she was really a bit hungry. Numbly finished handling the half-shaved sheep on the ground. Put the tools away, got on the trike and headed back to the resting place. Just as he entered, he saw Auntie Six coming out of the kitchen with dishes. Young man, quickly go and wash your hands, it's time to eat. Okay Auntie Six. Lin Shu replied back and followed Sixth Uncle to the washing place to wash his hands. Perhaps it was because of the extra Lin Shu, the lunch was made sumptuously. There was chicken, fish, and lamb, fresh vegetables, and washed fruits. Phew! It's all hard vegetables today. Uncle Six was pleasantly surprised. Auntie Six replied, it's a rare day when we have guests, so we have to do a good job. Sixth Uncle heatedly smiled, Shaolin, I owe it to you to eat this good food today. Auntie Six then said, your name is Shaolin, right? You can eat more of this food, it's all self-grown on our farm, you can't eat such green and natural good food outside. Okay Auntie Six, then I won't be polite. Returning Auntie Six's sentence, Lin Shu picked up her bowl and chopsticks and started eating. After pinching a piece of chicken and putting it in her mouth, Lin Shu felt a surprise. Auntie Six's cooking skills were still very good, plus the ingredients themselves were fresh. The chicken that was made was tender and juicy. Lin Shu then tasted the fish and lamb, both of which were very well done. Auntie Six smiled when she saw Lin Shu eating so well. Shaolin, you eat slowly, don't choke. At this time in the live broadcast room, some of the water friends who hadn't eaten yet felt hungry when they saw Lin Shu eating so well. Seeing the anchor eating that yazzie, I know this dish must be delicious. I want to eat too, the more I watch, the hungrier I get, there's still 15 minutes to go before the end of the shift, it's hard to get out. Fish at work, right? Be careful of your boss diving in the live broadcast room. I don't know if there's any farmhouse on the farm, if there is, it's not bad to take the kids there on a break someday. Indeed, the environment in the farm is very nice. Finished eating and rested for a while. Lin Shu and Uncle Six continued to go shaving. An hour passed. The several hundred sheep, all of them, had finished taking off their clothes. This group of fruit sheep, when they saw Lin Shu all kept bleeding, Lin Shu always felt that they were cursing, but unfortunately there was no evidence. Just finished packing the tools, Uncle Six's phone rang again. Originally, Uncle Six's expression was quite relaxed, but after receiving the call, his brows furrowed. Don't be in a hurry, I'll be right over. Uncle Six hung up the phone, quickly put his tools away and headed out. What's wrong Uncle Six? Lin Shu hurriedly followed. Your sixth aunt called and said that a sow had a difficult labor, I'm going over to take a look. Air. Lin Shu was stunned for a moment. This kind of thing that was only seen in a paragraph could be encountered by him. I really don't know if this is lucky or unfortunate. Getting on the trike, Uncle Six twisted the gas to the bottom. The farm was originally full of grass. Many places were uneven. Lin Shu sat in the back and was almost shaken apart. Luckily, this only lasted for a minute before the car came to a stop. Uncle Six got out of the car and walked straight to the pig pen where the sows to be born were. Auntie Six, who was standing in the pig pen at this time, looked very anxious. Only when she saw Sixth Uncle arrive did she relax a little. Come and take a look. Uncle Six walked into the pig pen and began to check on the sows. Lin Shu followed suit and stood to the side, observing. There were 2 piglets next to the sow, meaning that it was difficult to give birth only after it had already given birth. In this case, either the sow doesn't have the strength to give birth, or the piglet is stuck in the wrong position, or the piglet is too big and stuck. After seeing and checking it, Uncle Six tried to drive the sow up and let it walk for a while, and then let the sow lie down in a different direction. But after a while, there was still no movement. Lin Shu said, "Sixth aunt, before the sow gave birth, did you feed it?" Auntie Six nodded. "It was fed. After we ate, I came over and fed it first." Sixth uncle scratched his head. The sow production and delivery was handled by another colleague, old Zhang. It's just that these days, he's been away on a family vacation. Now that he suddenly encountered such a situation, Uncle Six didn't know what to do. "Why don't I give old Zhang a call and ask?" said Uncle Six, ready to reach for his cell phone. At this time Lin Shu spoke. "Sixth uncle, wait a moment, let me try." Sixth uncle's hand that was pulling out his cell phone lurched, and he looked at Lin Shu with an odd expression. "You know how to deliver a sow in labor?" Auntie Six, who was standing next to her, also cast an incredulous look. Cough. Lin Shu coughed lightly. "I've learned some veterinary knowledge, we'll talk about this later, I need some tools." Auntie Six quickly responded, "I'll go get old Zhang's toolkit for delivering sows and bring it over to you." Lin Shu had wanted to take a few things by name, but there was a toolbox for specialized use, so there was no need to bother. Auntie Six trotted back and handed Lin Shu the toolbox. Lin Shu took it and opened it, taking out a tube. Now it was time to make sure that there were no piglets in the birth canal. After trying, Lin Shu was sure there were piglets in. Looking again to the sow's current condition, it was trying, but to no avail. Lin Shu looked to the toolbox, which happened to contain the contractions. "Let's try giving it a shot first." So Lin Shu gave the sow a shot of IUD. The next step was to see how things went before making the next move. But after waiting for more than 40 minutes, there was still no sign of labor. "Shaolin look, it's been over half an hour, why is there still no movement?" Auntie Six asked anxiously. Sixth uncle didn't say anything, but he also looked at Lin Shu. Lin Shu said, "Under normal circumstances, in 20 minutes, the contractions will take effect. Even if it's slower, it'll only take 30 minutes at most. But now looking at the sow as the situation, it's likely that the piglet is too big and the sow doesn't have enough stamina to give birth right now." Auntie Six brows tightened at this. "What can we do about this?" "Don't worry Auntie Six, I'll find a way." Lin Shu comforted Auntie Six. Lin Shu did have a way, it was just that he wasn't willing to do so until it was absolutely necessary. "Little Lin do you really have a way?" Uncle Six pursued. Lin Shu laughed. "Don't worry, Sixth uncle." After saying that, Lin Shu squatted down and found a bottle in the toolbox. Unscrewed it and poured some out onto her hands, then spread it evenly. Then walked behind the sow and just, pull it out on. Uncle Six? Auntie Six? Straight away? Chapter 45. The 2 sixth uncles didn't know at first what exactly Lin Shu was going to do by smearing that stuff on her hands. But now that they saw this scene, they were all confused. The matter of the sow delivering the baby was not their concern. So they are not too sure that there is such an operation for the sow to give birth. At the same time, the water friends in the live broadcast room were similarly thunderstruck by Lin Shu's wave of operations. Hello on. Anchor, what are you doing? Ouch. Crooked? Animal Protection Society? There's a man here, molesting a sow. Don't dare to look don't dare to look I didn't expect the dog Anchor to be such a person, I counted on seeing you clearly. Very yellow, very violent, is this something that can be broadcast? Pills. This time the Anchor is going to be spurned by the entire network. Just when the water boys were questioning, Lin Shu's side did something that made the entire pop-up area clean for 3 seconds. At this moment, Lin Shu was grasping a piglet in his hand. It was just that it was one size larger than the other newly born piglets. When Uncle Six and Aunt Six saw this, they all looked surprised. This piglet, what a big one! With such a big head, no wonder it was difficult to give birth. Finish handling this piglet in your hand and place it next to the sow's belly. Lin Shu went to wash his hands first, and when he came back, he already saw the sow continuing to resume production. It's okay. Lin Shu also let out a sigh of relief. The way Sixth Uncle would look at Lin Shu this time was really like looking at a monster. He could crunch eggs, he could shave sheep's wool, and now he even knew how to deliver a sow. This young man, who has a great empire. He has the qualifications of a farm owner. That, Shaolin, what kind of work do you do? Uncle Six asked curiously. Lin Shu straightened his body. I'm an entertainer, or what everyone calls a star. This time, not only Sixth Uncle, even Sixth Aunt cast a questioning gaze. Star? What kind of star is this? Have you ever seen a star who delivers a sow? Other stars sing, dance, rap. You, on the other hand, lay egg, deliver babies, shave sheep. See Uncle Six, Aunt Six, almost a subway old man looking at his cell phone expression. Lin Shu was also stared at by them, a little unnatural. Ahem. The entertainment industry is too rolled up, it's not good to be a star, I always have to have a side business to make money to eat. Sixth uncle and sixth aunt pretended to have a sudden realization, but Lin Shu saw it in their eyes. So your side business is GA egg, midwifery, shaving wool, right? Lin Shu sighed, forget it, this cannot be explained. In the live broadcast room, after the water friends saw Lin Shu pull out a piggyback, they then realized Lin Shu was delivering a sow with that operation. Ahem. I told you, the dog anchor is someone with a moral bottom line. That's not true, look at those pop-ups you guys just posted, it's too hurtful to the dog anchor's heart. I really didn't expect that the anchor would even be able to deliver a sow. The dog anchor this is, giving the other 18-line starlets a direction for re-employment. Put. What direction? Delivering babies from sows? Or a construction site? Ha ha. I think it's more practical to drive a taxi and deliver takeaways. Why don't you go to the flyover in Play Arrow and have your fortune told on the way? What fortune telling? That's called dating in the same city, don't you know? After the sow gave birth successfully, Lin Shu and Uncle Six left the pigsty. They had other work to be busy with. Uncle Six, what are we going to be busy with next? Seeing Lin Shu's look of eagerness, Sixth Uncle's eyes skittered and a plan came to mind. Let's go, take you to experience a new chore. If even you know this, Uncle Six will really be convinced today. The two of them got on a triple trampoline and came to the edge of a pond. Just as Lin Shu's two men approached the edge of the pond, there were fish jumping. It seemed like there were quite a few fish raised in this pond. Seeing the occasional bubbling fish in the pond, Lin Shu's fishing guy gene bacteria was already stirring. A lot of vegetables were planted around the pond. Uncle Six stood at the edge of the pond for a few moments before walking in the direction of the vegetable field. Lin Shu guessed, could it be to help pick vegetables? This job is not bad, it's kind of experiencing the joy of stealing vegetables from the previous penguin game. Just when Lin Shu was thinking beautifully, he suddenly smelled a special tart smell, or that kind of urine smell after fermentation. It was then that Lin Shu saw that Uncle Six was standing next to a concrete pool. Uncle Six would be pulling on the cover on the pool and lifting it off. This fermented stench was wafting out from there. Lin Shu instantly halted his forward steps. He suddenly had a not-so-good premonition. Vegetable plots, pools of animal feces, could it be? Sixth uncle, who was standing next to the small pool, acting as if he was nothing, finally revealed a smug look when he saw this expression on Lin Shu's face. You brat, even though you can gar eggs, shave wool, and deliver a sow's babies. Did you also give vegetables fertilizer? Or this kind of pure natural green pollution-free fertilizer? Hee. Shaolin come on, Uncle Six will teach you how to fertilize vegetables. The corners of Lin Shu's mouth twitched madly, he was now like standing before an abyss of 10,000 feet, not wanting to take a single step forward. Sixth uncle, can we discuss this and change to another job? Sixth uncle shook his head, these vegetables have reached the day of fertilizer application. If they are late it will affect the growth cycle. Lin Shu mentally slandered, what affects the growth cycle? You just want to see me suffer. Lin Shu deeply inhaled. Ahem. That's no way to inhale. Lin Shu forced down the discomfort in his heart and looked at the live broadcast. Brothers, I'm going to take you all to see what pure natural, green, and harmless fertilizer is today. Lin Shu carefully walked over to the pool and squinted his eyes to glance inside. In an instant, goosebumps stood up all over Lin Shu's body. The water friends in the live broadcast room were going crazy when they saw the scene inside. Nima. It's as thick as a pinky and it's still moving. Vomit wow. The dog anchor is inhuman. Sub-O, a pool full of moving proteins. I have a dense phobia, I'd die if I did. This nigga, what do you care if it's pure green, pollution-free fertilizer? I suddenly feel that chemical fertilizer, there is nothing wrong with it. How am I going to face all those green and harmless vegetables in the future? Seeing Lin Shu in this uncomfortable state, Uncle Six suddenly felt that it wasn't overplaying his hand a bit. Uncle Six then remembered that Lin Shu was a city child after all. To be able to learn to deliver a sow like that was already impressive. This job of fertilizing vegetables, not to mention Lin Shu, even his own children came, they all looked disgusted. Thinking of this, Uncle Six was ready to give Lin Shu a new job. Just as Sixth Uncle was about to open his mouth, he realized that Lin Shu's expression had changed. It was as if in this small amount of time, Lin Shu had already accepted this environment. Uncle Six could see that Lin Shu was not pretending with this appearance. Right now, Lin Shu gave him the feeling of someone who was similar to him. Someone who was used to doing this kind of work. This change, it was too great. Uncle Six even suspected that Lin Shu's disdainful look just now was the one that was feigned. Lin Shu didn't know about Sixth Uncle's mental changes. At this moment, he was leaning against the side of the small pool with a casual look. Sixth Uncle, tell me, what's it going to be? Chapter 46, Waiting for Tomorrow to Marinate in Flavor. Lin Shu had such a change. It was still because of the system. Just a moment ago, Lin Shu felt extremely uncomfortable. In his mind, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected that the host's body is in a state of extreme discomfort due to the environment. Protective mechanism triggered, attempting to adapt to the environment. Adaptation 0%, 10%, 50%, 100%, environment adapted successfully. Next moment.
Lin Shu felt that the fertilizers that made him extremely uncomfortable. At the moment, in his eyes, it was no different from ordinary pond water.
Even jumping in and swimming. Ahem. It's just a metaphor, that's probably what it means. Oh Kobayashi, are you really okay with this?
Looking at Lin Shu, it seemed like it was nothing, but Uncle Six still had to ask. Lin Shu nodded. Don't worry, Sixth Uncle, this little thing is not difficult for me.
Alright then, if you really can't do it, be sure to tell Sixth Uncle.
After saying that, Sixth Uncle started to give Lin Shu a demonstration. Lin Shu was also a fast learner, just watching it once, and had already memorized it. Then he ratios himself and starts fertilizing the vegetables. At first, the water friends thought that Lin Shu that was a forced calm. But gradually, they realized that Lin Shu really didn't seem to be afraid at all. Once, a protein the thickness of a small thumb, somehow, crawled onto his shoe. After Lin Shu saw it, he stood it up with a bashful face, and even put it in front of the camera. He said that he was letting the water friends have a closer look at what a high-quality protein looks like. Seeing this scene, the water friends' 3 views were almost given away.
Nima, don't come over. The dog Anchor is really a hero too.
Anchor, you have the ability to
have the ability to eat vomit.
The one upstairs, you're a wolf exterminator, more than a star than a ruthless man.
And yet, I just ate my lunch and already threw up. Not to mention lunch, I even threw up breakfast.
Lin Shu and the two of them were busy for almost 2 hours before they finished fertilizing all the vegetables.
The time had also come to more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Then, Lin Shu fed various animals with Uncle Six. Especially when feeding the pig, Lin Shu realized how much the pig could eat.
By the time everything was finished, it was already 8 p.m.
Auntie Six had made another table of good food. After sitting down, Sixth Uncle said to Lin Shu,
Little Lin, it's really hard on you today.
Auntie Six also smiled and said, it's a good thing that Xiao Lin was here today, otherwise we wouldn't have known what to do about the sow's difficult labor.
Lin Shu snapped, it's nothing, I actually had a good time today. The meal was particularly flavorful.
Lin Shu didn't even know if it was because she was hungry or because Auntie Six's cooking was good. Don't look at Lin Shu eating so deliciously. The water friends in the live broadcast room saw the green and pollution-free vegetables on the table.
Then they remembered again about the fertilizer application in the afternoon.
And just like that, the airwaves were full of the words of the tiger and the wolf again. They all criticized Lin Shu for being an improper son. After having dinner and chatting with the sixth uncle and sixth aunt for a while, it was already 9 p.m. After saying goodbye to the 6 uncles, Lin Shu went out and took a car back to the city. As for the car, Lin Shu had sent a message to Xiao Hei before dinner, asking him to come and pick it up. It's not that Lin Shu didn't want to take a taxi, but he was busy all day today, and with the smell on his body, he was sure to be refused a ride if he was bumped into by other drivers. But letting Xiao Hei come over, Lin Shu didn't have any psychological burden at all. Think about how he, every time, stood with those bosses and smiled that villainous look. Lin Shu would feel that it was nothing to be embarrassed about. Not surprisingly, Lin Shu had just gotten into the car when Xiao Hei realized something was wrong.
Brother, did you fall into a hole? This smell, vomit. It's a bit topsy-turvy.
Lin Shu bristled, cut the crap and drive.
Brother, you wait a moment first.
Saying that, Xiao Hei quickly got out of the car, walked to the position of the trunk, and pounded on it for a while. Lin Shu thought he went to look for air freshener.
Burning goose.
After he returned to the driver's seat, Lin Shu was dumbfounded.
Nima. The gas mask is on.
At this moment, Lin Shu felt his fists harden. But after thinking about it, it was better to forget about it. If he knocked him out, it wouldn't do to have no one to drive. His own license, after all, hadn't been reinstated. Speaking of driver's licenses, I wonder how things are going at the traffic police brigade. An hour or so later, the car stopped under Lin Shu's house.
Thanks.
Greeting Xiao Hei, Lin Shu got out of the car quickly and ran upstairs. He was afraid that if someone else bumped into him, they would really think he had fallen into a cesspool. After Lin Shu left, Xiao Hei looked at the car. Then took out his cell phone and made a call.
Crooked?
Old Liang, don't get off work at your car wash for a while, and help me wash my car.
What? Tomorrow? No, it'll be marinated by tomorrow.
I'll pay more.
Okay, wait for me. Early morning. The alarm suddenly goes off, and it's tapped, and it's quiet. Washroom. Tubes. It's on the clock. Checking in successfully.
Reward, top photography skills.
For a moment, Lin Shu hadn't even reacted yet.
Waiting for the various photography skill techniques in his mind after the fusion was complete.
Lin Shu's entire spirit was shaken. Top-notch photography skills? Isn't this nifty about to take off?
Car shows, car models, fashion shows, and all kinds of comic conventions.
Even photography studios have girls taking portraits. In fact, all of the above are secondary.
Everyone knows what kind of nature Lin has.
The main thing is that it's one step closer to returning to the entertainment industry.
How could Lin Shu not have expected that the tube would be so powerful today? Now I only hope that the app that draws careers doesn't drop the chain. After quickly eating breakfast, Lin Shu beautifully opened the live broadcast.
Brothers, good morning. Have you had breakfast?
This breakfast must be eaten. After all, breakfast is the most important and cheapest meal of the day.
The water friends who had just entered the live broadcast room, seeing Lin Shu like this, all guessed that he appeared to be in a good mood. The guys don't know where he's so happy this early in the morning. After chattering with his water friends for a while, Lin Shu opened the career extraction app, quickly tapping that yellow button. Lin Shu's mind was already wondering whether to shoot beach bikini beauties? Or is it to shoot a secondary dollar young lady?
It seems that today there is a car show. Shoot car models is also good. Lin Shu's heart is still happy thinking. The screen has appeared a few big words.
Traffic Police Auxiliary Police. Seeing these 4 words, the smile on Lin Shu's face instantly froze.
He also faintly heard in his heart the sound of something breaking. Only, Lin Shu still couldn't figure it out. Today's sign-in was top photography skills.
But what does photography have to do with the auxiliary police, somehow? According to the system's past urination, aren't they all wearing the same pants as this broken app? Whatever you sign up for, you draw a career.
The water friends in the live broadcast room saw Lin Shu like this.
Although they didn't know what was happening.
But the expression on Lin Shu's face that wanted to cry, they could see it clearly. It wasn't long before Lin Shu received a message from the program team. After being heartbroken, Lin Shu dragged her heavy steps out to take a taxi.
Traffic Police Brigade.
After Lin Shu got out of the car, Xiaohei had already completed the formalities for Lin Shu. It was rare that he didn't jia laugh this time.
A member of the traffic police handed Lin Shu a set of clothes for the auxiliary police.
Lin Shu, you change into the clothes first. Let's set off to the congested road over on East Street and direct the traffic.
Chapter 47. Look, the anchor is going to crook his mouth. A certain intersection. It's still being serviced because of a malfunctioning traffic light.
Coupled with the morning rush hour, the area is in need of manpower to direct traffic at this time. Lin Shu has learned various command gestures under the teaching of the traffic police members.
This busy time was 2 hours.
After the morning rush, Lin Shu was finally able to stop and rest for a while. She was about to go to the convenience store not far away and buy a bottle of happy water. Just as she walked across the side road, Lin Shu saw a row of illegally parked cars.
After a casual scan, there were at least a dozen of them.
Lin Shu mentally spat out a sentence, so unqualified. But he had just taken a few steps when he suddenly thought of something. In the original world, there was a bonus for taking pictures of parking violations. Lin Shu quickly took out his cell phone and opened Chengdu to search.
A moment.
The corners of Lin Shu's mouth gradually raised. Photographing a parking violation rewarded $50, and what excited Lin Shu the most was,
there is no upper limit to the number of parking violations that can be filmed here. That means 1,000 unauthorized vehicles are photographed a day. It also settles the bonus.
The water friends felt inexplicable when they saw Lin Shu like this. The last second she was half dead, looked at her cell phone and came back to life.
Look, the anchor is going crooked. Is the dog anchor going necrotic? He's not dead yet, that's called mutation. Was he bitten by that small, thumb-thick protein yesterday, and now there's a mutation? Maggot man? Vomit.
You held your tongue and I threw up my 8-pack. After reading the rules for shooting violations, Lin Shu said to the live stream, "Brothers, today I'll teach you a skill to make quick money." After saying that, Lin Shu opened the photo function of his cell phone and took a shot at the illegal vehicles on the side.
Many water users didn't know what he was doing. What does photographing vehicles on the side of the road have to do with making money?
After filming the row of a dozen illegal vehicles, Lin Shu opened the app of the traffic police traffic. Inside, she found the entrance to real-time reporting, and then uploaded the photos of these violations one by one, and indicated the section of the road where the violation was located.
Finally submit for review. Lin Shu, a whole operation process, water friends are watching in the eyes. For a time, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room once again rolled up. Inema, the dog anchor, is shooting violations.
I told you, how come he's even filming that second-hand auto? It turns out that he's filming the violation. Brothers, I just called the traffic police to ask, shooting illegal vehicles is 50 at a time.
Zoon do fake do? The dog anchor just shot a total of 14 illegal cars. 50 for one, that's nifty 700. Second oh. The money earned by the dog anchor in a few minutes is more than the money I earned in 3 days of labor.
Worthy of being a dog anchor, with a shake of the little hand, 700 comes to hand. After doing that, Lin Shu went to buy a bottle of happy water.
In just those 5 minutes, Lin Shu received the incoming message.
Taking it out and looking at it, 700 arrived. I didn't expect the audit to be so fast. Lin Shu also gave the water friends in the live broadcast room to show it again. This could sour the water friends, and their teeth fell out several times. They have said, "See the dog anchor to make money, then I lose money." Lin Shu was not surprised. Having tasted the sweetness, Lin Shu couldn't care less about resting. He had been a rider before and knew where the most illegal vehicles were. After looking at the route, which wasn't too far, Lin Shu swept a shared bike next to him, riding leisurely towards various places where there might be parking violations. On the way, Lin Shu saw a few more illegally parked vehicles.
This is all a delivery of money photographed. Inside a square.
Lin Shu locks the shared bike. This was exactly his destination this time.
It was logical that the plaza would have a large parking lot. Under normal circumstances, there would be no unauthorized vehicles.
But this parking lot charges slightly more than other places. Many people just don't think it's cost-effective and are greedy for a small price, preferring to park on the street rather than in the parking lot. This not only occupies the traffic lane, affecting the traffic, serious traffic accidents are also prone to occur. Since they didn't follow the traffic rules, it was no wonder Lin Shu took pictures. There were more than 20 illegal cars in the whole road, and Lin Shu didn't spare a single one. It's easy to get more than 1,000, which can make Lin Shu happy. After shooting the square, Lin Shu went to several places. 1 hour down the line, Lin Shu shot more than 60 unauthorized cars.
A certain company.
Zhang was sitting at his workstation, touching the fish, when suddenly his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was actually a parking penalty text message.
Xiao Zhang is not yet thought it is a fraudulent text message.
In the past few years, a variety of fraudulent techniques are endless. He is not surprised.
But not long after, the colleague next to the workstation received an identical text message. "I actually got a parking penalty text."
Chang looked back at the other man. "I just got a parking penalty too."
"You received it too?" The co-worker looked at Xiao Zhang in surprise.
Xiao Zhang opened the text message and handed it to his co-worker. "I think it's a scam text message, don't mind it."
Just then, another co-worker spoke. "I also received a parking violation text message." Xiao Zhang met the two co-workers with 6 eyes.
The 3 of them had their cars, all parked in one place. Now that all 3 are getting parking violation texts, it's probably not a scam text. That's when it occurred to Chang that their manager's car, too, was parked there.
Chang got up and went to the manager's office. "Manager, did you just receive a parking penalty text message?" The manager replied back, "How do you know?" Chang told the story of the 3 of them receiving parking penalties.
"Manager, I've been parking in that spot for over a year, and it was fine before, so why did I suddenly get a parking violation today?" Xiao Zhang thought for a moment and replied back, "It can't be that. Recently, the traffic police team wants to rectify the illegal parking vehicles. More and more people, meanwhile, are starting to receive text messages about violation penalties. Some smart people will call the traffic police or go to the official website of the traffic police to check if there is really a violation. But there is also a part of the people, really on the violation of the text message, as a scam text message to delete the end of the matter."
12 noon. Lin Shu had already photographed a full 80 parked vehicles.
Every place in the city where there was a possibility of illegal parking had almost been traveled by Lin Shu. In these few short hours, there were dozens of reports of illegally parked vehicles, and the traffic police team was dumbfounded.
Never encountered such a thing before.
But again, after verification, the vehicles did have parking violations. In the end, this was communicated to the brigade commander.
Office.
Team Lee was also dismayed to hear this news. But when his men said that the informants were all someone named Lin Shu,
Team Lee hurriedly opened Lin Shu's live broadcast.
It happened that at this time Lin Shu was on the side of some road, taking pictures of a small car. The environment, the vehicle, and the license plate number were all photographed clearly.
"Sure enough, it's this kid," Team Lee murmured.
On second thought, Lin Shu had already photographed 80 parked vehicles, and Team Lee felt his scalp go numb again.
This kid would not be the city of all the illegal vehicles, all shot a bar.
At this time, Lin Shu, who was busy taking pictures, suddenly sneezed.
"Achoo! TSK. Who missed me?" Chapter 48, Then I'll Go.
After lunch, Lin Shu took another taxi to the eastern suburbs.
There are so many parking violations in the city, so in the suburbs, it must be even more rampant?
Some of the water friends who live in the eastern suburbs, or work in the eastern suburbs, have sent you Lin Shu various illegal parking places.
Anchor, you go over to the East Bridge, there's really a lot of illegal parking there.
East Bridge, that's nothing. East Theater Park, there is what's called awesome, almost a whole street is full of illegally parked cars. TSK. Friends of the eastern suburbs, hurry downstairs to shoot parking violations, this money can be too good to earn. I've already thrown my resignation letter in my boss's face and am ready to go shoot parking violations.
Awesome brother upstairs. I hope you won't regret it.
Lin Shu had originally planned, when he arrived at the eastern suburbs, to continue sweeping a shared bicycle and walking around. But he didn't expect the water friends to be so helpful and provide him with so many illegal parking places.
It's true that when you're sleepy, someone gives you a pillow.
Next, Lin Shu followed the address provided by the water friends and went to take pictures of parked cars. During this time, she also met a few water friends.
And so,
a contest to shoot parking violations kicked off. A few hours down, Lin Shu photographed nearly 100 illegal parking. But in the end, only 30 cars received a bonus. Lin Shu put the situation, told the water friends in the live broadcast room, and soon there were diving water friends who came out to send income. Lin Shu paid attention to look and then realized that there are a lot of water friends who send income, are not local people. In other words, many of the water friends from abroad were inspired by Lin Shu, have acted to take on their local parked cars.
Meanwhile,
transportation systems across the country are receiving more or less frequent reports of parking violations. Some cities with more chaotic traffic have already received thousands of parking violation reports in just 1 hour.
This has scared the local traffic department so much that they have hastily organized manpower to inquire what is going on. The local transportation department, after some tracing, it was eventually discovered that the source of this was a starlet who participated in a career challenge to film parking violations on a live show. It was learned by a group of netizens that led to this today. When local DOTs found out about this, they called their local DOTs to complain. Traffic police. Team Lee's office. Why are you calling me on the phone if you're complaining? What is it that our city took the lead first? Put the niggas ass. Boom. Team Lee hung up the phone in exasperation. Burning goose. He phone had just been put down, then it rang again. Crooked. This is Lee High. Which city are you from? Looking for me to complain again? Get lost. Boom.
The more Team Lee thought about it, the more angry he became, although that kid, Lin Shu, had done a good job.
But couldn't he shoot in private?
Shoot in front of hundreds of thousands of netizens in the live broadcast room.
Well, now the Department of Transportation across the country is going crazy.
One by one, they're calling and insisting that it's their traffic department that's causing all the trouble.
June Frost is not so wrong.
Team Lee hurriedly found out Lin Shu's number and called him. Lin Shu, who was busy taking pictures, suddenly saw an unfamiliar number calling. Seeing that there were no notes, Lin Shu directly hung up on it.
But within a few seconds, the number called again.
Usually those who call twice are likely to be people selling houses or insurance.
Lin Shu hung up again. 5 seconds later, it rang again.
Anyone who could call 3 times was basically an acquaintance and in a hurry. This time Lin Shu picked up.
Crooked? Which one?
The opposite side of Team Lee was about to explode with anger. This guy Lin Shu actually hung up on him twice in a row. If it wasn't for the fact that he was watching Lin Shu live right now, he would have thought that Lin Shu had fallen into a pit and that's why he wasn't able to pick up.
I'm Lee High from the traffic police.
Air. This voice, Lin Shu was still familiar with, and then heard the other party say that it was from the traffic police. Lin Shu immediately remembered the one she had met only a short while ago, the traffic police captain.
So it's Team Lee, what is it that you're looking for me in such a hurry?
Team Lee took a few deep breaths and tried to look as calm as possible. Your kid's live streaming shots of parked cars, and now netizens all over the country are following your example, do you know that?
Lin Shu returned, oh. Isn't this quite good?
Hearing Lin Shu's words, the corners of Team Lee's mouth twitched.
And so,
Team Lee gave a rundown of what was going on with the Department of Transportation everywhere, calling him to complain.
Lee Team told the cause of the matter. Lin Shu a whole froze. He couldn't figure out where this went wrong. So I go. Team Lee.
After spitting out a few sentences with Lin Shu, Team Lee hung up. Gradually he calmed down. Although this matter was caused by Lin Shu didn't do anything wrong. Just now, he was really pissed off to the point of losing his mind by those people who inexplicably called over to complain. After figuring this out, Team Lee once again regained his composure. Just then, the phone rang again.
Crooked. I'm Lee High. What? Complaining? Then I go? 5 p.m.
Lin Shu realized that the parked cars he had photographed were no longer earning any income. In other words, these vehicles, all of them, had already been photographed by the water users. Just as Lin Shu was about to finish, he suddenly saw a few special cars parked on the side of the road. When Lin Shu saw this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook up. He hurriedly ran over, took out his cell phone and took pictures. In the live broadcast room, the water friends saw Lin Shu filming this car, and the pop-up screen rolled once again. Bullfrog dog anchor, you dare to shoot a car that carries tanks?
No, the military's car parked here is considered illegal parking? After filming the military's parking violation, who does the traffic police team send the violation information to? After the general car shot, live on the tank is okay? Ha ha ha. If Team Lee sees these violation reports, I'm afraid he'll jump up and down and curse the streets.
It didn't take long for the traffic police side to actually receive the reported information about these particular vehicles. A traffic police member hurriedly ran to the Lee team office, told him about it.
Li Teen just calmed down the mood and cranky again. This Lin Shu kid, what the hell is he up to? After photographing a few tank carriers, Lin Shu then rode a shared bicycle and left. I heard from my water friends that there was a specialty food street in this neighborhood. So Lin Shu planned to go there to have a look. Under the guidance of the navigation, in less than 10 minutes, Lin Shu arrived at the food court. Locking the shared bicycle, Lin Shu leisurely walked inside the food street. By this time it was almost 6 p.m. and there were already quite a few people in the food court. Perhaps influenced by her photography skills, Lin Shu, who didn't take many pictures before, now wanted to take a few shots of everything she saw. In front of an octopus dumpling stall, Lin Shu stopped. "Boss, 1 octopus small balls." "Okay, you wait." Lin Shu swept the code and paid the money, then turned to look at the other stalls, wanting to see what else is delicious. Just then, Lin Shu suddenly realized that there were quite a few people gathered in front of a stall selling pancake nuts diagonally across from him. And among those people, there were 2 men who were, consciously or unconsciously, approaching a girl. This girl was holding a snack in both hands, and her cell phone was in her pants pocket behind her. Lin Shu eyed one of the men, who took out a tweezer, supposedly trying to steal this female on cell phone. The average person could not tell that the 2 of them were thieves unless they looked closely. All would just think that they were just getting closer to the girl. Lin Shu quickly turned on the video function of her phone and filmed their behavior. In order to be able to capture their stealing maneuvers on film, Lin Shu purposely turned on the telephoto mode. And Lin Shu's current behavior, in the eyes of the water friends in the live broadcast room, was that he was filming the girl's ass. The water friends? Chapter 49. It's been a while since I logged in, I forgot my password. Seeing Lin Shu actually secretly filming other girls. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room instantly rolled up. In broad daylight, the dog anchor actually committed such a beastly act. Dog anchor, you can really torture, very torturable. Degrading nah. If you really like it, dog anchor, let your water friends send you a few websites, it won't cost much in terms of favors. Just one word, disgusting. He too a. The waterbenders are still mouthing off and frantically outputting. And at this time, in the footage taken by Lin Shu, one of the thieves put his hand in front of the female upper pocket. But from Lin Shu's side of the angle, it looked like the other party was trying to take advantage of the girl. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room gave a lurch for it, and some water users were skeptical. Lin Shu was filming like this, perhaps to capture the man's lewd behavior. So the water friends began to urge Lin Shu again to hurry up and stop the man's behavior. But Lin Shu didn't act and still tapped. The water friends do not understand, if it is to leave evidence, then it is now also enough. Why hasn't Lin Shu acted yet? Just then, the water friends finally saw it. The cell phone in the girl's pocket, by that thief, with tweezers out of the scene. The water friends were really shocked by this. At first they thought that it was Lin Shu's bad taste. After a while they thought that it should be that guy trying to take advantage of other girls. It wasn't until now that they realized. It turned out that the man's target was the cell phone in the girl's pocket. At this time the cell phone in the girl's pocket was already half pulled out. The girl, however, did not notice the slightest difference, and her eyes were still looking ahead, at the process of making pancake fruits. The thief saw that it was almost time, and hastily put away the tweezers. Reaching down, he cupped the cell phone and gently took it out, tucking it into his pocket. The thief exchanged glances with his companion next to him and was about to slip away. Just as the 2 of them were about to turn around, a pair of large hands suddenly rested on their shoulders. The 2 thieves panicked in their hearts and looked at the stranger with caution in their eyes. "Who are you?" the thief who was covering for them said with forced composure. Lin Shu had a smile on his face and looked down slightly at the 2 of them. "Both of you, take out your things." The thief who was covering the thief's heart tightened. "I don't know what you're talking about, let go." With that he struggled, trying to create an opportunity for his companion to leave. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free from Lin Shu's grip on him. At this time, the people passing by, as well as the people next to the pancake fruit stand, were all attracted by the commotion. The girl who had her cell phone stolen also turned around and looked at Lin Shu's 3 with a dumbfounded look on her face. Lin Shu looked up at the dumb girl and smiled. "That sister who is holding a bowl of chicken in her left hand and an egg boy in her right hand, can you see if your cell phone is still there?" The nerdy girl, following the crowd, looked from side to side. Finally realizing that everyone was resting their eyes on her, she reacted with a slight blush on her face. "You mean me?" Lin Shu nodded with a bitter smile. Only then did the nerdy girl take the egg boy in her right hand and put it on her left hand. Backhandedly, she went to feel for her cell phone in the back, only she felt both pockets and couldn't find it. Now she panicked a bit and started rummaging around on the small satchel she had on her person again. Lin Shu spoke up and said, "No need to look for it, your cell phone was taken by these 2. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the surrounding people who were eating melon all looked at the 2 people Lin Shu had grabbed, their eyes filled with scrutinizing gazes. The 2 thieves looked at each other once again, and the thief who stole the cell phone nodded his head without a trace. The thief who was covering saw this and spoke. "You said we stole that little girl's cell phone, do you have proof?" I also said you stole it. Both thieves were emboldened. With their skills, this person couldn't possibly find the cell phone even if they searched their bodies. Once the other person searched them, they searched the other person as well on the grounds of fairness. Usually, the other party will think that they have not stolen anything and that they are not afraid of the shadow. This way the other party will fall into their trap. They will put the cell phone in the other party's pocket when searching. When the time comes for them to take out the cell phone, they can still backtrack. In the end, not only do they get a good reputation, maybe the owner of the phone will even give them a thank you fee, so it's a win-win situation. Lin Shu grinned. He had guessed that the two thieves would want evidence. Fortunately, he had prepared for it. You want evidence, right? I'll give it to you. Lin Shu let go of the thief who was covering for him and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Opened the video that was just taken, and directly fast-forwarded to the image of the thief taking the cell phone out of the girl's pocket and putting it into his own pocket. Now, do you have anything else to say? Both thieves' heads went down. This kid, what's up with him not following the script? The thief who took cover knew that things had been exposed, and with a hardened heart, he took out a dagger from his pocket and stabbed at Lin Shu's chest. On the other hand, the thief who stole the cell phone also began to fight back. Lin Shu had been on the defense against the two of them since the beginning, and had already guessed that they would doggedly jump over the wall. Now that he saw the covering thief take out his dagger, he wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he had a playful look on his face. Playing with daggers in front of a top-notch swordsman like him, what was the difference between that and playing with a big sword in front of Guan Gong? Only to see Lin Shu reach out and reach towards the thief's dagger. The cover thief had a cold smile on his face. He planned to take the trick and waste the kid's hand first. But the next moment, the cover thief felt the dagger in his hand move. He subconsciously tried to grab it a little tighter, but realized that his hand was empty. The dagger in his hand was gone. That's when the cover thief saw that his dagger, at some point, had already reached the other party's hand. Before he could react, the other party had already stuck the dagger on his neck aorta. The thief who stole the cell phone on the other side had also stopped struggling. The next eater had already seen that on his neck, there was also a dagger that was glittering with a cold light. Lin Shu turned back to the thief who had stolen the cell phone. Take out the cell phone. The cell phone thief's throat rolled, trembling as he reached into his pocket and took out a cell phone with a pink case. The nerdy girl instantly perked up at the sight of the familiar phone case. Yikes! It's my cell phone. The nerdy girl took it and quickly unlocked the screen to prove to everyone that it was really his phone. At this time, the surrounding passers-by who were eating melons applauded, praising Lin Shu for his bravery. Lin Shu asked the nerdy girl to call the police. 10 minutes later, 3 police officers arrived. Lin Shu explained what had happened to the officers and showed the officers the video that had been captured. The human evidence and material evidence are all in place, and the two thieves can't refute it. Were 3 police officers handcuffed to the silver bracelet to take away? In the live broadcast room, the water friends who watched the whole process realized that Lin Shu's original reason for making the video earlier. Nah, I told you, the dog anchor is such a positive person, how could he secretly shoot someone's girl's butt? Upstairs, just now the fastest typing is you, Anchor 18 generations have been greeted by you all over. Ah ha ha ha. This belongs to mistakenly wounding a friendly army. Ha! Anchor dog has no interest in women. He won't even care if you put 2 men's books on the floor. But if you put $2 on the floor, I guarantee he'll pounce on them. Exactly. Do you guys believe this? If the nerdy girl wanted the dog anchor's contact info, he'd have refused. But if the cute girl says, give him a thank you fee, he'll say yes right away. At this time, the nerdy girl walked up to Lin Shu and looked up at him. Handsome guy, thank you for helping me recover my cell phone. Can I add your green bubble? Lin Shu smiled and shook his head. I haven't logged in for a long time and forgot my password. Nerdy girl, what about little penguin? Little penguin is fine too. Lin Shu, I don't have a little penguin. The nerdy girl was slightly disappointed. Huh? In that case, I was thinking of adding you as a friend and transferring thanks to you. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow. Cough cough. I seem to have remembered the green bubble password. Wait a moment. Lin Shu took out his cell phone and pretended to operate it. Lin Shu was 1.8 meters or so tall, and the dorky girl was only about 1.6 meters, so she couldn't even see if Lin Shu was trying the password or not. A moment. Lin Shu said in a slightly pompous manner, oops, the password is finally back. Once the nerdy female upperclassman heard this, she followed suit and cheered up. The two added friends. The nerdy girl transferred Lin Shu $1,000 in thanks and invited Lin Shu to have dinner with her. Crowd of water friends. Chapter 50. Do they pay? At the invitation of the nerdy girl, Lin Shu ate with her. After the meal, Lin Shu was also very gentlemanly and sent the dull girl downstairs to her home. Before going upstairs, the cute girl also said that her cat could do backflips. Asked Lin Shu if she wanted to go up and take a look, but Lin Shu refused. His reasoning was, I've seen it many times on Shake Shack, it's nothing special. After parting with the nerdy girl, Lin Shu took a taxi straight home. Just after arriving home and getting off the live stream, Lin Shu received a call from Xiao Hei. Crooked. Xiaohei, what are you looking for me for in the middle of the night? Xiaohei, brother Lin, your arrest of the thief is on the hot search again. The officials found us and invited you to the anti-pickpocketing program tomorrow to be a guest for an issue, so you don't have to smoke professionally tomorrow. What? The official invited me to be on the anti-pickpocket program? How could Lin Shu not expect that the official anti-pickpocketing program would actually find him as a guest? Burning goose. Lin Shu subconsciously blurted out. Do they pay? Blackie? For a moment, Xiaohei didn't even know how to answer. In other people's shoes, if they could receive an official invitation, they would definitely agree to it at the first moment. Lin Shu was good, and even asked if the officials would give him any money. What? Are the officials not going to go if they don't pay? Ahem. That, the official side didn't say anything about payment. However, I can help you to fight for it with the program group. If the official side didn't give the pay, the program group should be willing to give it. In fact, Xiaohei dared to speak like this, or the director told him that if Lin Shu made a request, it would be granted to him if it wasn't very excessive. So Blackie believes that the program group is definitely willing to pay for this. Aya, I'm just casually asking, Xiaohei, you also know that I'm not a greedy person. Lin Shu laughed. Xiaohei, I understand. The next day. Tubes. Checking in successfully. Reward, top burglary skill. Lin Shu, who was originally brushing his teeth with his eyes closed, was instantly refreshed. It's really true that when you doze off, the tube sends you a pillow. After simply washing up and eating breakfast, Lin Shu customarily opened the live broadcast. After greeting her water friends, Lin Shu went out directly. At this time, some water friends realized that Lin Shu hadn't drawn a profession today, so they sent out pop-ups to remind them. The other water users saw this pop-up and reacted as well. No wonder it felt like something was missing. It turned out that there was no occupation draw. Seeing the screen full of pop-up reminders, Lin Shu didn't hide it, telling everyone about the fact that she was going to be on the official program today. Hearing Lin Shu say this, the water users thought he was joking. It wasn't until Lin Shu got off the bus at the entrance of the official TV station building and was greeted by the staff. Only then did the water friends believe that Lin Shu wasn't joking. The scene of the anti-pickpocketing and anti-theft program. Lin Shu was holding a book in his hand. The contents on it were all questions to be answered after going on stage in a while. The anti-pickpocket program is divided into two segments. In the first session, recent cases were explained. In the second session, it's time for the guest of honor to take the stage. Because of the reason that it was still live, Lin Shu also made a point of asking the person in charge if he could continue to broadcast live when he went on stage. The answer received was, no problem, just in time to popularize it for those who don't watch much TV on the internet. At 10:30 a.m., the anti-pickpocketing program enters its second segment. Under the host's introduction, Lin Shu appeared on stage. The host, according to the flow of the program, first praised Lin Shu for his bravery yesterday, then asked some questions and so on. Lin Shu was also very cooperative, pouring chicken soup when it was time to pour chicken soup and positive energy when it was time to be positive. Towards the end of the program, the host asked Lin Shu if she had any anti-stealing tips to share with everyone. Hearing this question, Lin Shu smiled and looked at the camera. In fact, many times, when the valuables on people's bodies are stolen, it's not that we all aren't cautious enough, but that those thieves are too skilled. I can tell you that those powerful pickpockets can steal what you have on you right in front of you and you don't even know it. Hearing Lin Shu answer like this, the host also became interested. Lin Shu, you're not lying to me, are you? In person, everyone is watching. Lin Shu smiled and said, I can demonstrate live, but I need a staff member to help. The host looked at the director on stage, who named a staff member to the stage. The one who came on stage was a young man in his 20s. Your name? Lin Shu asked. Just call me Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang smiled back. Lin Shu smiled and stepped forward, extending his right hand. Hello Xiao Zhang, nice to meet you. Chang was wary, but very cooperative. He didn't feel like just shaking hands and having something stolen from him. After shaking hands, Lin Shu continued. Meeting each other is fate, why don't we take a picture together? Lin Shu obediently took out her cell phone and took 2 selfies with Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, let's add a friend, I'll send you a copy of the photos. Chang nodded and reached into his pocket for his cell phone. But he touched it all over and couldn't find a cell phone, so he said, sorry, I left my cell phone under the stage and didn't bring it with me. Lin Shu smiled evilly, really? Are you sure? Seeing this expression on Lin Shu's face, Xiao Zhang's heart thumped. He quickly recalled the images of his contact with Lin Shu just now. There was a handshake and a group photo, but neither act was in too close contact. Therefore, Zhang categorically, his cell phone could not have been stolen. I'm sure, I left my cell phone under the stage. Lin Shu nodded, and with a flip of his right hand, a brand new fruit cell phone appeared in his hand. Lin Shu lit up the screen, then raised his hand at Xiao Zhang. Look, is this your cell phone? Looking at the familiar wallpaper on the cell phone in Lin Shu's hand, Xiao Zhang had a dumbfounded look. How is this possible? Lin Shu walked over to Xiao Zhang and handed the cell phone back to him. Xiao Zhang took the phone and he quickly pressed the fingerprint to unlock it. Seeing the phone enter the main interface, this time Xiao Zhang could not even think of not believing it. From the moment he went on stage, he had been wary of Lin Shu. He didn't even get too close to Lin Shu when he was shaking hands and taking pictures. He had absolutely no idea when the cell phone was stolen. "Can I ask when you did it?" Xiao Zhang asked. "Of course." Lin Shu returned. "Actually, shaking hands with you, that was all a front. The real taking of your cell phone was before the group photo. Do you still remember, ready to take a picture before my shoulder and your shoulder touched?" Xiao Zhang nodded. "I remember, because I was defensive about you. I even pulled away from you a little bit at that time." Lin Shu laughed. "Actually, at the time of touching your shoulder, your cell phone was already in my pocket." This. Xiao Zhang was shocked. "You're wearing slacks, or a loose fit. These are the best kind of pants to lay your hands on." Xiao Zhang was still recalling what had just happened. Lin Shu continued, "Do you think that I only took your cell phone?" Xiao Zhang was stunned and hadn't reacted to the meaning of Lin Shu's words. Lin Shu once again took out an earphone from his pocket. "Look again, does this look like your headphones?" Xiao Zhang subconsciously touched his neck, and the headphones were no longer there. Obviously, the neck-hanging headphones in Lin Shu's hand were his. In an instant, Xiao Zhang once again felt a great shock. Chapter 51, Brothers, Coming Alive Again. If anything, the cell phone is in the pocket. Xiao Zhang was still a bit careless and was won over by Lin Shu. But touching away that neck-hanging headset was a bit outrageous. That's what it's really like, stealing something from you in front of your face. Xiao Zhang thought again, but no matter how he thought, he could not think of when the headset was stolen. Xiao Zhang, the person in question, didn't know what was going on, but the water friends in the live broadcast room could see it clearly. When Lin Shu returned his phone, he deliberately approached Xiao Zhang. At that time, Xiao Zhang's mind was all about the cell phone. He didn't even realize that Lin Shu had already removed his earphones. After taking away the headphones, Lin Shu even smiled smugly at the camera. Seeing Xiao Zhang's incredulous look, Lin Shu once again explained to Xiao Zhang the process of laying his hands on him. After returning the headset to Xiao Zhang, Lin Shu said, "Thank you, Xiao Zhang, for coming up to the stage to demonstrate for everyone." "Thank you." Lin Shu opened her arms, meaning to have a hug with Xiao Zhang. Thinking that the demonstration was over, Xiao Zhang also went up and gave Lian a gentle hug. After the hug, Chang turned around and prepared to get off the stage. At this time, Lin Shu suddenly spoke. "Xiao Zhang, wait a moment first, you forgot something." Xiao Zhang turned back in confusion. At this time, Lin Shu had a fruit cell phone, a set of keys, and a work permit in her hand. Xiao Zhang looked down at the work license plate on his chest, and now there was only a string left. In other words, just one hug. Lin Shu took his cell phone, keys, and license plate from him. It was horrible. Xiao Zhang had to return and take what Lin Shu was holding. There was still helplessness and vigilance in his eyes. Seeing Xiao Zhang like this, Lin Shu also knew to take it as it came. The hosts watching from the side were equally shocked. As the host of the anti-pickpocket program, she usually always gives people anti-pickpocket knowledge. But it was also the first time that she watched someone else do a demonstration on the spot. When Xiao Zhang lost his cell phone for the first time, she couldn't even tell how Lin Shu had done it. When Lin Shu took Xiao Zhang's headset, she wanted to remind Xiao Zhang, "Do you really not feel anything at all?" The demonstration is over, Lin Shu gives some more anti-pickpocketing knowledge, and this is the end of the program. After the end of the program recording, the original dignified and elegant host instantly became lively. "Wow! That demonstration technique you just did, Lin Shu, was just too awesome." Lin Shu laughed. "In fact, these are just the usual tactics of thieves and pickpockets. Can you perform it for me once more? I also want to feel if being stolen in front of my face really doesn't feel anything at all." Looking at the host's eyes glowing, Lin Shu felt a little amused. "The performance is fine, is it okay to take a group photo first?" Lin Shu said. The host laughed, "Trying to get off on a group photo again, right? I'm not going to fall for that. Yo, you've learned your lesson. But I'm a bit thirsty, so I'll go get a drink before I show you." The host nodded. "Alright, I'll take you there." With that she turned and led the way. Lin Shu, who was standing behind her, curved the corner of her mouth. Lin Shu walked 2 steps faster, then walked next to her side by side. The two of them chatted idly, only the host didn't know that in her small suit pocket, there was already one more cell phone and one less lipstick. Going to the pantry, the host brought Lin Shu a bottle of happy water. Lin Shu took 2 sips and the host stared straight at him. "Can you demonstrate for me now?" Lin Shu nodded. "Can I borrow your cell phone first?" The host handed Lin Shu the cell phone he was holding, unlocked. After Lin Shu took it, she directly dialed her own number. A moment. The cell phone rings and the source of the sound is on the host. She also felt strange and felt in her small suit pocket. Then she pulled out a cell phone that was ringing. "Whose cell phone is this? Why is it in my pocket?" "You check the caller ID first," Lin Shu said. "It's my number, is this your cell phone?" The host finally responded. How did you do that? Wait, weren't you going to steal from me? How did you put your cell phone in my pocket? Lin Shu revealed a meaningful smile. Are you sure you really didn't lose anything on you? The host thought for a moment. She didn't seem to have anything else on her when she was on the program. The cell phone came down to get it after the show was over, and it's been tugging at her hand ever since, without ever being put down. She glanced at Lin Shu with a bit of uncertainty. I shouldn't have lost anything. What do you see here? Lin Shu took out a lipstick from his pocket. Seeing the lipstick on Lin Shu's hand, the host remembered that she had hurriedly made up her lipstick before going on stage. Because the lipstick's small size didn't matter much, she put it in her small suit pocket. If Lin Shu hadn't brought it out, she really wouldn't have thought of it. This hand of Lin Shu's, even the water friends in the live broadcast room were marveling at it. Did any of you see when the anchor put his cell phone? I watched the whole thing and there wasn't a trace at all. Is there a possibility that the dog anchor is in such a way as to ask for the host's cell phone number? Funny JPG. If you believe that the dog anchor can pick up girls, you might as well believe that I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Aren't you all curious about how dog anchor learned these skills? Tisk, TSK. Is the dog anchor the king of thieves from the movie? What? Anchor is a king? In the blink of an eye, it was lunchtime. Under the host's warm invitation, Lin Shu reluctantly agreed to stay for lunch. After lunch, Lin Shu left the TV station building. Seeing that the water users were very interested in the topic of anti-pickpocketing, Lin Shu decided to continue to give everyone anti-pickpocketing, anti-theft science. After thinking for a while, Lin Shu directly took a taxi to the vicinity of the train station. It was this kind of environment that thieves and pickpockets liked the most. Lin Shu came to a place with a lot of mixed people based on his experience. Walk left and look right. It's just that, the way Lin Shu is now, it doesn't look like he's anti-pickpocketing to his water friends. It was more like a thief, looking for a target. Lin Shu was indeed looking for a target, but he was looking for a thief. After wandering around for a short while, Lin Shu found a target. Brothers found the target. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the water friends followed the camera. Not far ahead, a man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses was staring behind a woman who was pulling a suitcase and still carrying a child. Only, the water users didn't quite believe that such a svelte young man would be the thief Lin Shu was talking about. It didn't take long for the water friends to see. The man in the suit, while the woman was feeding her child, passed by the woman and took the small satchel she had placed on her suitcase, by hand. The water friends were also stunned that the woman didn't notice when she took the bag at such a close distance. This Nima, looking at a harmless appearance, I did not expect that it is really a pickpocket. If I didn't really see it, I wouldn't even suspect him. The main fight is a contrast, isn't it? The box is placed right on the side. How come that woman doesn't feel anything? This can't be staged, right? Upstairs, you're standing in God's perspective, of course you feel like it's staged. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. It's true, this kind of thing, I've experienced it once. After the man in the suit gets his hands on the woman's small satchel, he stuffs it into the suit. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked towards the mouth of the alley not far away. Seeing this, Lin Shu also followed. Half a minute later, Lin Shu walked out of the alley and quietly returned to the woman. Pretending to be careless, she touched the other woman's suitcase, and the small satchel dropped to the ground in the process. Sorry. Lin Shu apologized and said, before picking up the small satchel again and putting it back on the suitcase. The woman, who was feeding her child, heard the commotion and turned back to see a small handsome man, who accidentally bumped into her suitcase. She wasn't annoyed and said faintly, "It's okay." After saying sorry to the woman again, Lin Shu turned to leave. Just as Lin Shu hadn't taken more than a few steps out, she saw another skinny man holding a computer bag sitting in the lounge area. And his neighbor, a dozing traveler, had the same computer bag next to him. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu smiled evilly. Brothers, come alive again. Chapter 52, Chin Panda, I'm here to send you results. Knowing the intentions of the thin man, Lin Shu then found an inconspicuous corner and sat down, pretending to be playing with his cell phone. In reality, in the cell phone was the picture of the very same thin man's every move. After about 5 minutes, the thin man felt the person next to him fall asleep, and he first glanced from side to side. Making sure no one was paying attention to him, the skinny man took his computer bag, pushed it next to the neighboring seat, and did a quick counterpoint. The skinny man glanced at the neighboring seat again, making sure that the other man showed no signs of waking up. He was relieved and carefully got up, then quickly walked away. Lin Shu got up to follow, and when the skinny man was almost at the entrance of the station, he put a hand on his shoulder. With a jolt, the skinny man looked up at the young man, who was considerably taller than him. "May I ask, what can I do for you?" The skinny man gave a very forced smile. "Brother Wei, it's been a long time, do you still remember me? I'm Lin Shu Ah." Lin Shu was very self-congratulatory. The corner of the skinny man's mouth twitched. "God damn it, it's Brother Wei Ah, still letting people call you Uncle Lin. You call people brother, and others call you uncle, right? What kind of seniority is this? It's really messed up. That, brother, are you recognizing the wrong person?
the thin man said. Lin Shu frowned. How is it possible to recognize the wrong person? If it wasn't for Brother Wei lending me $100,000 in the beginning, I wouldn't have turned over. Later you said that you went out to work in the big city, and then there was no contact. Today I can finally return the favor of that year to you, that year's $100,000, I want to double back to Brother Wei.
Although the skinny man disliked the name Viagra.
But listening to the other parties say so, it seemed like he was going to pay him back, or $200,000. Then if this is the case, to be a Viagra, it is not impossible.
Ah. Yes, I remember, your Uncle Lin. Alas. I've not seen you for so long, I almost don't remember you. Ha. It's alright, Wei go, I'll take you to get the money first, and then I'll fetch you. After so many years of not seeing you, you didn't give your family a call, the folks are thinking of you. Live streaming room.
The water friends couldn't figure out what was going on with Lin Shu's maneuver.
Isn't it to catch pickpockets? How come you're still recognizing relatives? Could it be that this skinny man is really a relative of the anchor? Even if it's really an acquaintance, we can't harbor it, right?
The dog anchor is on the verge of violating the law. Crazy, try now. As an old fan of the dog anchor, I see that this is definitely not as simple as it seems. Lin Shu talked and laughed with the skinny man and walked out of the waiting hall.
Just when the skinny man thought that they were really going to get money.
Instead, Lin Shu led him towards an alley.
As a habitual thief, the skinny man was instantly on guard. Uncle Lin, aren't we going to get money? How come we walked here?
Lin Shu smiled. Oh, there's an ATM machine across the street from here, it'll be much closer.
The skinny man's heart sank. He had walked down this alley not 1,000 times but 800 times. Whether there was an ATM across the street, would he not know? The skinny man finally came back to his senses. This is being blackmailed. It's all because of greed. The skinny man was remorseful. The skinny man reacted and was about to break away from the hand on his shoulder to escape. It was just a pity that he had overestimated himself and underestimated Lin Shu. Just as the skinny man's body made a move, on his neck, a slight pain suddenly came, caused by the skin being cut. Lin Shu still had a smiling expression. Brother Wei, don't be in a hurry to leave. Feeling the sharp chill on his neck, the skinny man instantly fell like an ice cellar. Uncle Lin, no, Master Lin, there's something to talk about. Lin Shu didn't say any more and led the skinny man into the alley.
Somewhere in the alley, an unconscious man in a suit was lying on the ground. Looking at the suit man lying on the ground, the skinny man's heart was already half cold. The man in the suit was in the same organization as him, and he didn't expect that he had already been poisoned by the other side. Without giving the skinny man a chance to struggle, Lin Shu knocked him out with a hand slash. From the other man's arms, he took the computer bag. Lin Shu returned to the waiting hall and switched the bag back without God realizing it. This hand of Lin Shu's, even the water friends who were staring at him didn't notice the clues. After changing his bag, Lin Shu once again walked out of the waiting hall. At the nearby hardware store, she bought a bundle of twine and re-entered the alley to tie up the man in the suit with the skinny man. Subsequently, Lin Shu continued to roam around the crowded places, looking for the next lucky thief. In the next 3 hours, Lin Shu caught a total of 8 thieving pickpockets. The means used by these people were varied. There's bumping people off and stealing them, and there's cutting pockets with razor blades. There's found money demanded to be split equally, and cash for cell phone change. There's also been 2-man gangs. And Lin Shu coaxed people into the alley with a different excuse each time. Watching the water friends call out that it's better than Bo Burn. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Shu called Chen Shui. Crooked, Panda Chen, I'm sending you the performance. Originally, when she heard Lin Shu call Chen Panda, Chen Shui was about to storm out. But the next moment when she heard the other party say, send her performance, she instantly quieted down again. What performance, don't you dare lie to me. Chen Shui said back. Ha! Do I have to lie to you? You come over to the side of the train station now, remember to bring a few more people and drive a few more cars. Without waiting for Chen Shui to ask a question, Lin Shu hung up the phone. If it was someone else, Chen Shui might have thought that the other party was playing around. But out of her understanding of Lin Shu, she believed that Lin Shu wouldn't joke with her about such things. So, she still did as Lin Shu asked, bringing 5 people and driving 3 cars. Train station, alleyway. Chen Shui looked at the ground, the 10 people who were bundled into dumplings, and then looked at Lin Shu who had a smiling face. What do they do? Chen Shui asked. Lin Shu returned, these are habitual thieves near the train station. Nah. I've photographed all the evidence. Lin Shu handed the live recording screen to Chen Shui to see. The video had already been edited, and the content was all footage of various thieves and pickpockets stealing things. Chen Shui quickly watched it and her entire body froze. Near the train station, there were anti-pickpocketing police patrols every day. It's them who only catch 2 or 3 a day at most. Lin Shu had caught 10 in less than half a day. It couldn't be that the entire gang, all of them, had been taken out in one fell swoop, could it? Who the hell is the anti-pickpocket police? In fact, anti-pickpocket police officers are also very helpless. In this area, there are several anti-pickpocketing police officers. These thieves and pickpockets know it all. And all of them are already familiar with the face. In this kind of situation, it is really difficult to arrest people. More or warning roll, show a face to tell those thieves pickpocket, they're official people in, you do not mess. Unlike Lin Shu, this face of raw people, really stand in front of you, you do not know what he is doing. You send me these videos. Chen Shui said. With conclusive evidence, Chen Shui and the others could bring the person back to the station. It's just that they drove 3 cars, so many people still couldn't fit. Finally called the bureau and asked them to drive 2 more cars over. Seeing that these thieves had been taken away, Lin Shu was also ready to go home. Why are you going? Chen Shui asked. Lin Shu cocked her head, things are settled, I'm going home. Chen Shui smiled, you arrested 10 people at once, this case needs you to go back and make a statement before you can do so. Lin Shu was skeptical, I gave you all the video evidence, what else do I need a statement for, don't you dare try to lie to me. Chen Shui, then do you want to go back with me? Lin Shu, no. Chen Shui, I'll take care of the food. Lin Shu, get in the car. Crowd of water lovers. Chen Shui was so angry that she stomped her feet. Could it be that old mother's charm is not as good as the cafeteria Ani saying a sentence? Enough for the kids? Chapter 53, Reimbursement for Taxi. Returned to the bureau with Chen Shui and made a routine statement. Just sat in the lounge and waited for a dry meal. Chen Shui finished her work at hand and also came to the restroom. Just after entering, she stared at Lin Shu. Why do I feel that your stealing technique is more professional than those pickpockets? You didn't do that before, right? Lin Shu blinked her big eyes and locked eyes with her. A dozen seconds passed. Say something. Lin Shu grinned, you've rested quite well recently, no more dark circles under your eyes. Chen Shui's pretty face slightly reddened, who's discussing this with you? I'm asking where you learned those stealing techniques from. Lin Shu spread his hands out, isn't that something that can be done if you have hands? Chen Shui gave him a blank look, do you think everyone is like you? It's fine to still have hands, I'm telling you. Yeah, I don't know that it's already 6 o'clock, go eat. Before Chen Shui could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Shu and pushed her in the direction of the bureau's cafeteria. The cafeteria pickup area. Auntie, is it enough child, is it enough, not enough tell auntie ah. Lin Shu once again under the care of auntie, played a full serving of dishes. It had to be said that the food in the bureau's cafeteria was really good. It's just a pity that there's no way to get a meal card, otherwise Lin Shu would definitely get one. After eating, Lin Shu took a taxi straight home. When she arrived home, she once again came down to the air at the speed of light. Then turned on the computer and got ready to play a couple games. 3 hours later. 10 straight knees. Lin Shu was extremely angry. Open the App Store, find the game, angrily rate it 1 star, and leave a comment. Trash game, poison teenagers. Early morning. Sunny. Tube, on the clock. Checking in successfully. Reward, appliance repair mastery. 20 minutes later, Lin Shu turned on the live broadcast. Good morning brothers, let's just draw careers today, no more of that nebulous stuff. Saying that, Lin Shu opened the app for drawing professions and calmly clicked that yellow button. A few seconds later, a few words were left on the screen. Electrical repairman. At the sight of these words, the waterbenders instantly came alive. Seeing this occupation, I suddenly remembered a story of a door-to-door air conditioner repair and the man suddenly coming home. Coincidentally, I was also reminded of the story of the computer repair, washing machine repair, and delivery man. Funny JPG. Where's the conscience? Where's the license plate? Where's the URL? Wait, is that a proper repair you guys are talking about? I specialize in appliance repair and have a part-time sewer unclogging business. I previously door-to-door repair an air conditioner, the repair fee of 300, when I left a penny did not get, but also backed up 200, really a big loss. You kid, why do I think you're showing off? Upstairs, please tell your story. Sit back and wait for the story. Sit and wait for +1. Just rush, you'll end up hurting yourselves. Dayawamam thurr from downstairs. I, Mr. Huang, vow to be indistinguishable from gambling and drugs. Good for you, Mr. Huang, hiding deep enough? Looking at these pop-ups from her water friends, Lin Shu despised them fiercely once. It didn't take long for the program team to send an address. It was a repair service near Electric City. Lin Shu went out and took a taxi to the destination. In front of the store, Xiao Hei was standing with a flat-headed uncle. Still with that familiar villainous smile. Lin Shu was curious if it was arranged by the program group every time they smiled like that. After greeting the two, the repair store owner asked. That, Lin Shu, you'll be in the store today, giving the other masters a hand. Lin Shu was stunned, the program had been on for so long, this was still the first boss, who thought he wouldn't be a professional that day. Boss, I actually know a bit about appliance repair. The boss was a bit surprised, really? Then what do you know how to repair? Lin Shu pinched her fingers, refrigerator, air conditioner, TV, washing machine, water heater, rice cooker, female electric toys.
Lin Shu said more than 30 kinds in a row. The more the boss listened, the more confused he became. He could understand the first few types, but this female electric toy, what the hell was it? Are you sure this is a serious repair job? After hearing Lin Shu's words, the boss was still a bit uneasy. That, in my store, there happens to be a refrigerator that is broken. Why don't you fix it first and see? No problem. Lin Shu agreed. Walking into the store, the owner brought Lin Shu a toolbox. It's this refrigerator, give it a look. Lin Shu connected the refrigerator to the electricity, then looked left and right. A minute later. Lin Shu, it's fixed. Boss? You fixed it without removing a single screw? I'm not well read, don't lie to me. Lin Shu, ha. There's nothing wrong with the refrigerator itself, it's just that thermostat is set wrong. The boss's mouth twitched and went over to open the refrigerator door. A hint of coolness began to come from inside, and it was really good. Just to be on the safe side, the owner even called the store's repairman over to check it out. The final answer was that the refrigerator was fixed. The boss still wanted Lin Shu to fix something else, and by chance, the store's customer service came over. Boss, a customer's TV at home is broken, call for home repair, which master to let go? The boss wanted to let the store's master go, however, the store is also too busy to leave now. In the end, the boss looked towards Lin Shu. Why don't you go? No problem. Lin Shu agreed briskly. Asking the customer service for the address, Lin Shu carried the toolbox out the door. Just after walking to the door, Lin Shu walked back again. Boss, I have a question I need to confirm. The boss was suspicious. What kind of question? Go ahead. Lin Shu said with a serious face, will you reimburse me for the taxi? Hearing this question, the boss just took a sip of wolfberry tea and directly sprayed it out. Ahem. Here, for reimbursement, remember to ask for an invoice for the taxi. Okay. Hearing the boss's answer, Lin Shu was satisfied to go out. The water friends were also happy to see this. Ha ha ha. Will you reimburse me for the cab ride? Dog anchor, you're going to tease me to death. You're so damn serious, just asking if you'll be reimbursed for the cab ride? The dog anchor belongs to the brave, right, only in and out, the main fight a debt or not a loss. The dog anchor a problem, almost send the boss away. Lin Shu went out and took a taxi directly to the neighborhood where the client was. Just entering the neighborhood, Lin Shu realized that it was an old neighborhood. In and out are all grandparents. Follow the address to 501 on the 5th floor of the 4th building. This old neighborhood doesn't even have a doorbell. Lin Shu had to directly knock on the door. Is anyone home? I'm here to fix the TV. Coming. A sweet female voice came from inside the house. Not a moment later, the door was opened. A pretty girl wearing casual clothes and large framed glasses appeared in front of her. The girl who opened the door was also stunned. She was not expecting that this maintenance master was so handsome. Can I go in now? Seeing the girl with glasses staring straight at her, Lin Shu had no choice but to remind her. Ha? Oh. Come in. The girl with glasses blushed in embarrassment and hurriedly turned sideways, allowing Lin Shu to enter. Living room. It's this TV, see if you can still fix it? The girl with the glasses pointed to the TV set on the TV stand. Lin Shu looked in the direction that the girl with glasses pointed. It was an old-fashioned big shell TV set. This kind of old-fashioned TV is almost obsolete, why don't you just buy a new one while it's broken? The girl with the glasses shrugged. That's what I said, but my grandparents said they're so used to this TV that they don't want to buy them a new one. Now Lin Shu had nothing to say, the old generation's quality of thrift and frugality was engraved in their bones. If you secretly change the TV, maybe the old man will still be angry. If they get angry, it's not worth it. Instead of that, it would be better to just go along with them. Lin Shu went to the TV cabinet and powered it on. 3 seconds later, the TV appeared on screen. It was just that the TV screen kept flickering, but there was nothing wrong with the sound. Seeing this situation, Lin Shu already knew what the problem was. The girl with the glasses walked over and looked at Lin Shu with a crooked head. Can it still be fixed? Lin Shu nodded, it can be repaired. But you have to pay first. The girl with glasses was also dry, how much? Lin Shu took out her cell phone and opened the collection code. 200. That cheap? I thought it would be at least 500 or 600. The glasses girl was surprised. After the 200 arrived, the corner of Lin Shu's mouth hooked into a shallow arc. Turning around, she was too big than pockets to the TV. Snap. Glasses girl? Straight to the studio? Chapter 54, Labor's Mount Shudao. After Lin Shu's 2-bitu's education. This big shell TV set, the picture had returned to normal. Surprisingly, it was just magically fixed. The girl with the glasses looked at the television, and then at Lin Shu. At this moment, she finally understood why this maintenance handsome man wanted to collect money first. It turned out that it only took 2 bibs to fix it. Just now she thought, $200 is cheap. But now she felt that the $200 was too expensive. Even the water friends in the live broadcast room felt that Lin Shu's wave was really outrageous. Good guy, a big BB pocket for $100. The dog anchor clearly could have just grabbed it, but he still gave away 2 bib services. That old TV at my house has that problem too, so I took the anchor's approach and gave it a couple of big bibs, and hey, guess what? It's still really good. I grew up so big, or the first time to see this kind of metaphysical repair method. Ha ha. Dog anchor, you at least carry some people or dismantle the shell, pretend to check it, at least let people look this $200 spent worth it. That's right, if you mess up like this, aren't you afraid that the glasses sister will ask you to return the money? Being stared at by the girl with glasses like this, Lin Shu also became a little embarrassed. But it was impossible to return the money after receiving it. Ahem. Lin Shu coughed lightly and said, this method treats the symptoms but not the root cause. I'll give the TV another maintenance to make sure that I won't have the same problem next time. In the spectacled girl's grudging eyes, Lin Shu still took the TV apart and cleaned it. After cleaning and reassembling it, connecting the power and turning it on, everything was normal. Well, this time there's really no problem. The girl with glasses switched it on and off several times in a row to make sure the TV was ready before she was relieved. After packing up her tools, Lin Shu was ready to leave. At this time, a loud noise suddenly came from upstairs. Lin Shu heard that there was the sound of inspirational music and the sound of stomping hard on the floor. This kind of old neighborhood, the soundproofing aspect was already poor, and very often, when the upstairs dragged a chair and table, the downstairs could hear it. Not to mention the sound of music being played loudly and the sound of the ground being stepped on, as it is now. TCH. Here we go again. The girl with the glasses looked at the ceiling and spoke in a disgruntled manner. Is it like this every day upstairs? Lin Shu asked curiously. The girl with glasses said, I didn't know before, but I came over to my grandparents' house for 3 days, and it's been like this for the past 3 days, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, then did they shout any slogans or anything like that? What slogans? The girl with glasses was puzzled. Like what? Go, go, go. Work hard, work hard, work hard, I can do it, I'm the best. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's what they do, how do you know? The glasses girl said excitedly. Lin Shu didn't explain and put her tools down. I'll go up and take a look. After saying that, Lin Shu went out and went straight upstairs. Coming to the door of 601. Inspirational music was still playing inside. There is also the sound of multiple people clapping and stomping on the floor. Lin Shu thought for a moment and already had an idea in his heart. Bang bang bang. Li dog left you give me come out, treading horse, owe me money not pay back, but also hiding is it. Bang bang bang. Li Dogu, you have the ability to borrow money and not pay it back, you have the ability to open the door. By this time, the house had quieted down. Open the door for the old man. Lin Shu estimated that someone was already watching him through the cat's eye, now. However, this was what Lin Shu was waiting for. The expression on his face, too, became fierce, looking very angry. Bang bang bang. Li Dogu, I know you're in there, laborer Shu Daoshan, if you don't open the door again, I'm going to bang the door in. 1, 2. Click. The door to the room was pulled open 15 centimeters. Lin Shu looked in through the doorway, but unfortunately, the lights were turned off inside the room and the curtains were drawn, so he couldn't see anything. Who are you looking for? The one who opened the door was a man wearing a white shirt and tie. The man in the shirt spoke in a low voice, as if he was intentionally speaking in a lowered voice. Lousy looking for Li dog left, you call the dog said get out, oh lousy tens of thousands of dollars phone not answer, message not return. Today again do not return lousy money, lousy will get him dead. Lin Shu acted very angry, with a red-faced and thick-neck look. We don't have anyone named Li Dogo here, you're looking in the wrong place. Lin Shu slapped hard on the door to express his dissatisfaction. You still want to cheat me? The shirt guy glanced at Lin Shu's right hand that was slapping the door, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly hidden by him. This subtle change had been captured by Lin Shu. Lin Shu then roared, Tramp, I purposely asked someone to check, 601, Building 4, Daeong Subdivision, how dare you say it's not here? Hearing Lin Shu finish the address, the corners of the shirt man's eyes jumped wildly. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart, gritting his teeth and said, This is the Sun cell, not the Daeong cell. The Daeong neighborhood is across the street. Lin Shu acted bewildered. What? This isn't the Daeong neighborhood? Did I find the wrong place? You're not trying to trick me, are you? The shirt guy said, If you don't believe me, you can go downstairs and ask any person. The Danyang neighborhood you're looking for is across the street, and it's just across the street when you get out of the neighborhood. The shirt guy was also a little more patient to avoid trouble. Like this? Well, excuse me. I was looking in the wrong place. Lin Shu scratched his head awkwardly, then turned around and went downstairs. That hurried look was like continuing to look for someone in the opposite neighborhood. The live broadcast room. The water friends at first thought that Lin Shu went upstairs to help the glasses girl to go and negotiate with the other person to make them quieter. Burning goose. Lin Shu's next maneuver almost dry burned the CPUs of his water friends. What's the situation? Didn't you go up to deal with the noise issue? How did it turn into a debt collection? Also, who is Lee Dogu? Po ha ha ha.
Although I don't know what the dog anchor wants to do, I really want to know who this dog Lee is. Inema, when I heard the dog anchor's phrase, Rauji Shudao Mountain, I almost kneeled down on my horse. Inside, how even the lights are not open, as if the curtains are pulled up.
The people inside, they're not engaging in any illegal activities, are they? Kind of like a pyramid scheme den. No way.
How dare they play such loud music and trample on the ground in a pyramid scheme den, not afraid of being complained by the neighbors. This you do not know it, this kind of neighborhood are basically living in the elderly. This time of the day, the elderly are out of the morning exercise to go, and it is not yet time to cook. So, basically no one is at the neighbor's house, and they must have already investigated what kind of people live up and down, and what time period the neighbors usually go out. They all know exactly.
TSK. You even know this kind of insider knowledge, you can't be someone in the business, right? This is a case I've seen on the news before.
Lin Shu didn't go back to 501 to get the tools, but directly went downstairs, and then in accordance with the huffing and puffing just now, walked out of the neighborhood. Lin Shu knew that people like the shirt guy were very cautious and careful. He would most likely stare downstairs from the balcony after Lin Shu went downstairs to see the direction Lin Shu went. Once Lin Shu took a path that wasn't the way out of the neighborhood, or if there was anything different during that time, it would cause him to be alerted. Even, Lin Shu didn't know if there would be their eyes watching in the neighborhood. Lin Shu cursed all the way out of the neighborhood, making sure that no one was following behind him before he stopped. Pulling out his cell phone, he called Chen Shui.
Crooked, policewoman Chen, what's up? Chen Shui returned, nope, at the station, is something up? Lin Shu laughed, he. This is not sending you performance.
Hearing Lin Shu's words, Chen Shui was instantly energized.
What performance?
Lin Shu said, Building 4, 601 of the Sun subdivision, there's a pyramid scheme den inside.
Conservatively estimated to have a dozen people. The people inside are more vigilant, and I don't know if they have any eyes within the neighborhood.
If you guys are going to make a move, it's best if you wear plain clothes and personnel are spread out to get in.
Good, I'll organize the manpower now.
Chen Shui looked very excited and was ready to hang up the phone after saying that. Lin Shu hurriedly said, Hey, don't forget my bonus, and yesterday's too.
He, I know, I've already applied for yesterday's for you, but I have to wait for Team Lu to come back before I can give it to you. Well, enough of that, I'm going to go organize my manpower, bye.
Without waiting for Lin Shu to respond, Chen Shui had already hung up the phone.
After the phone hung up,
Lin Shu suddenly missed the hospitalized Lu team a little. I wonder how he's recovering and when he'll be discharged from the hospital.
And so,
Lin Shu directly dialed Team Lu's number.
Crooked? Team Lu? How are you recovering from your injuries?
When will you be discharged from the hospital?
Crowd of sailors.
You don't care about the land team, you just care about the prize money. Poor Lu team seems to be quite touched. Chapter 55, Righteous Father, requesting study materials.
After calling Team Lu,
Lin Shu quietly returned to the glasses girl's house to get her tools, then took a taxi directly back to the repair store. When the boss saw Lin Shu come back so quickly, he thought he couldn't handle it and came back to call someone.
Who knows?
Lin Shu just entered the door and took out his cell phone and transferred the repair bill to him. When the boss saw this, he gave Lin Shu a light-speed face turn.
Master Lin has worked hard. Master Lin, sit down and drink a glass of water.
There are still a few door-to-door repair orders here, so I'm going to trouble you. There's no need to rush out the door, it's not too late for you to rest before you go.
Lin Shu skimmed her mouth and didn't say anything.
But when the water friends saw Lin Shu get deflated, they were as happy as a 200-pound child. Without sitting for a while, Lin Shu carried her tools and hurried out the door. It wasn't that he was active in his work. Rather, it's that the boss has been standing around staring.
He didn't say anything either, he just stared straight ahead.
Lin Shu glanced at him and he just looked like he was smiling. Lin Shu always felt uncomfortable, so she had to walk away. For repair addresses, Lin Shu found a relatively close, directly taxi over.
It was a single apartment building.
Lin Shu followed the address and came to the door of room 1603.
Rang the doorbell.
Not a moment later, a male voice came from inside the house.
Who is it? Hello, I'm a home repairman.
Hearing that it was the repairman, the door clicked open. The one who opened the door was a little fat man.
Come in, I seem to have a problem with that washing machine, check it out. Lin Shu asked, some symptoms? Does it not spin anymore, or is there something wrong with the water release system?
Little Fatty said, that's not true, it's just that I don't know why, the clothes are always not clean.
Lin Shu's footsteps lurched and she looked back at Little Fatty. What's wrong? Little Fatty said in disbelief.
Ahem, this washing machine can be repaired, but there's a fee up front. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the live broadcast room once again became lively.
Why do I feel that this statement is a bit familiar? Can it not be familiar?
That's what he said when he fixed the TV for the glasses girl.
Looking at the dog anchor, this washing machine doesn't seem to be simple either, nah. Didn't you hear that, big brother? The washing machine isn't broken, but the clothes can't be washed. My washing machine seems to be the same way. If I learn the dog anchors method, I'll save another amount of money on repairs. Hee hee hee. Upstairs, the one who just learned how to fix the TV seems to be you too, right? GGG, you found out. Hearing Lin Shu say this, little fatty's eyes narrowed. I gave the money, what if I can't fix it? Lin Shu waved her hand. Don't worry, after it's fixed you can wash 2 sets of clothes on the spot. If it doesn't work, I'll not only refund the money, I'll also compensate you 200 more. The little fat man thought about it and finally agreed. Alright then, how much does the repair cost? Lin Shu took out her cell phone and opened the collection code, 200. After scanning the code, the little fat man said, I'm going back to my room to play the game. Call me when you're done. Okay, Lou. Lin Shu returned. After little fatty left, Lin Shu came to the front of the washing machine. It was a wave wheel washing machine. Lin Shu opened the lid and reached in. Remove the 2 sides of the center of the roller, the garbage collection slot, the filter inside. Good guy, the filter inside the trash has been loaded full. Lin Shu to take it out, all took a lot of effort. Pour out the garbage in the filter, rinse it out with the faucet, and then put it back together again. Turn it on, set the water level to the highest level and click start. After doing this, Lin Shu leaned to the side and took her cell phone and swiped Jitterbug. The water friends were all stunned for a moment, then a screen full of question marks floated by. Dog anchor, this is fixed? It seems to be fixed, and it seems not to be fixed. I just now realized that there's such a thing in a washing machine. My washing machine was disassembled and it was like this inside, no wonder the clothes don't get clean. That means the dog anchor makes another $200 for nothing? Ha ha. It's a good thing that Big Brother isn't here, if he knew about it. Such a simple little problem, but also charge him 200, I guess the face will be angry black. Isn't this paying for knowledge? Those who know think it's a small problem, those who don't will think it's a difficult problem. 5 minutes later, the washing machine began to drain. Lin Shu directly clicked pause and once again removed the filter from the garbage collection slot and cleaned it once more. Then repeat the above operation again. 10 minutes later, Lin Shu came to the door of Little Fatty's room and knocked. It's fixed, come over and take a look. Little Fatty paused the game and walked out. Do you want to try washing some clothes? Lin Shu asked. Of course I do. When the little fat man finished speaking, he walked over to the shower room and took out the basket with the dirty clothes. Tops, pants, bitter tea subs, smelly socks, bath towels were all thrown in. Then pour the laundry detergent and turn on the machine to tap the automatic mode. Seeing Little Fatty's operation, the water friends once again hotly debated. Wait, how can you mix bitter tea seeds and socks to wash them together? Upstairs water friends know a girl when they see one. What's wrong with washing like this? I've always washed like this. Upstairs, you haven't had a girlfriend yet. Does it have anything to do with having a girlfriend or not? I used to wash like that, then I moved in with a girlfriend and it all changed. Underwear has to be hand washed, and there's a special laundry detergent for underwear. Socks also have to be washed separately from clothes. This is too much trouble, isn't it? It's better to be single. Ha ha ha. Upstairs brother, if you can't find a girlfriend, you say it's better to be single, right? Next door couples show love and hate to create the death of that man to take his place. It takes 40 minutes to do a load of laundry, so Lin Shu was idle and asked Little Fatty. Is there anything else you need to fix at home? I'll just fix it for you by the way. Little Fatty seemed to have thought of something and looked like he was about to say something. Is there something to repair? Don't worry, I'll make sure to calculate it cheaper for you. Little Fatty finally made up his mind. In a flash, his face suddenly reddened, and the way he looked at Lin Shu became strange. Seeing Little Fatty like this, Lin Shu immediately shook his tiger's body and his chrysanthemums tightened. Ainima, this kid should not be. Lin Shu no longer dared to continue to think about it. Just as Lin Shu was pondering whether to just get him killed or break his 3 legs. Little Fatty was a little embarrassed and said, my girlfriend doesn't know why, she can't talk lately, can you help to take a look? Lin Shu? Live stream? Lin Shu looked relieved and said with a light cough. So what, I'm a maintenance worker, not a doctor, your girlfriend can't speak, she should go to the hospital for a checkup. The little fat man's eyes dodged and he stammered. You come with me first to see. Lin Shu was filled with suspicion, but still followed the little fatty to the second bedroom. Little Fatty opened the door and what met his eyes was that the room was full of pink colors. The walls were pink, the sheets and quilts were pink, and the stuffed animals were all pink. Anyway, everything was pink. Lin Shu's gaze finally rested on the bed. On that mammoth pink king-sized bed sat a simulated human silicone mannequin. Seeing this scene, Lin Shu instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. In the live broadcast room, the reaction of the crowd of water users was even greater than Lin Shu's. Simulated dolls? How come it looks a bit familiar? My ass, it's Mr. Mikami. This is produced in the small days, the top silicone simulation doll.
The price converted to Longwa currency is more than $100,000, and shipping to the country alone costs $20,000 to $30,000.
This big brother is really rich. It's really Mr. Mikami. I almost didn't recognize him just in his clothes. Alas! It's a pity that Mikami-sensei has retired and there will be no new works in the future. Mikami-sensei, a 1-to-1 ratio Mikami-sensei. Upstairs, this is still clothed. How do you know the ratio is 1-to-1? TSK. If I can't tell from this, wouldn't the 500 gigabytes of study material on my hard disk be for nothing? Righteous father, begging for study materials. Righteous father, same request for information. Chapter 56, Did you make a wrong turn? Lin Shu looked at the side, the little fatty who was already red in the face. No wonder he had this expression, so this is what he meant by girlfriend. We don't understand the world of geeks, but we respect it. Rizbei. That, you just said that your girlfriend suddenly wouldn't talk, so there should be a problem with the wiring inside. Why don't you return it to the factory for warranty? Lin Shu asked. Little fatty scratched his head. I consulted the merchants. For warranty, you have to send it back to the small day side. This round trip will take at least 3 months. It's too troublesome. Lin Shu thought about it and felt that it was also true. After all, it was produced on the little life side. Not to mention foreign countries, is the domestic return warranty, at least half a month. You find the manual first. I'll check the wiring and see if I can find the problem. Little fatty nodded and took out the manual from the drawer and handed it to Lin Shu. Lin Shu flipped through the manual and found the disassembly port, as well as where the wiring was. And so, Lin Shu came to little fatty's girlfriend. Preparing to perform surgery on it. Do you want to recuse yourself? Lin Shu asked. Little fatty shook his head. No, I'll stay here with her. It really is true love, Lin Shu sighed in her heart. Then, Lin Shu disassembled the mannequin according to the instructions. Then take a multimeter and test the condition of each section of the wiring. Very quickly, Lin Shu found the problem and finished the small problem. The mannequin's speakers then sounded a deja vu sound. Oni-chan. Da ba yo. Aniwa ba da. Lin Shu. All water friends, Omega. With Lin Shu's level of Japanese, he only understood 3 sentences. Upon hearing the voice of the doll, the little fat man instantly blushed and became at a loss for words. If it was just him at home, it would be fine. But now that there was an outsider, things were different. It's too much of a social death. If little fatty knew that Lin Shu had a live broadcasting device on him. Now in the live broadcast room, there were still over 100,000 water friends. I wonder what's in his heart. Will he want to live on a different planet? Ahem. Lin Shu coughed twice in a fake manner to ease the embarrassment. Then he hurriedly found the switch to turn off the sound. Acting as if nothing had happened, the dolls were put back together. A few minutes later. So what, your girlfriend is cured? Lin Shu said. Little fatty still looked like he was blushing. Okay, how much? Lin Shu thought for a moment, just give 200. The little fat man took out his cell phone and opened it to scan. After scanning the code and entering the amount, little fatty paused. Then he deleted the amount of 200 and re-entered the amount of 500. Lin Shu was stunned after receiving the money. Did you transfer the wrong amount? The little fat man said with a bit of embarrassment. Ahem, no wrong transfer, that $300 is for brother's hard work. Just hope, brother don't tell this to others. This. Lin Shu didn't know how to explain to the other party that he was actually live streaming the entire time, and that the number of people in the live streaming room was quite large. However, Lin Shu thought for a second. Little fatty had only said that he should not mention this to others, so it was just fine for him not to say anything. As for the live broadcast, he informed more than 100,000 water friends. What's it got to do with him, Mr. Lin? It's not like he's the one who said it. Thinking about it. Lin Shu immediately nodded. Okay, I promise you. Seeing Lin Shu nod, little fatty was obviously relieved. Looking at the time, the clothes in the washing machine, too, had been washed. Little fatty took them out and checked that they were clean. The washing machine problem, too, has been fixed. Waiting for fatty to make sure there's no problem. Lin Shu left from his house. Just went out the door. Lin Shu saw that at the doorway of the room in front of him, there was a beautiful woman standing. The woman was wearing a silk nightgown, with slippers on her feet. A cell phone was in her hand, as if she was making a call. Well, front and center, good looks, tall body, a rare beauty. However, Lin Shu only glanced at it and didn't pay too much attention to it. He still had to rush to the next repair. While waiting for the elevator, Lin Shu heard the pajama-clad beauty talking on the phone. Are door-to-door locksmiths so expensive now? 300 more for simply opening a lock. I have looked for other locksmiths before only $200. Can't it be cheaper? Okay, I'll think about it. The pajama-clad beauty hung up the phone and was ready to find another locksmith phone number to call from a small advertisement. After listening to the contents of the pajama beauty's phone call, Lin Shu raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. I didn't expect to be able to take a private order on the side. Earn some extra money. Turning to the pajama-clad beauty, he said. Beauty, may I ask if you need to unlock the door? I am also a locksmith, do you need help? The pajama beauty looked up at Lin Shu and immediately brightened up. Only to see her smile and say, may I ask how much does little brother charge to open the lock? Lin Shu calmly returned, just 200. Okay, then please open the door for me. The pajama beauty said. Lin Shu smiled and nodded, walking to the door. Opening the toolbox, he took out a wire from inside and inserted it into the lock hole. Just a click and the door was opened. Wow, little brother is so powerful, better than any other locksmith I've seen. The pajama beauty praised in a loud voice. It's nothing, just base manipulation. Lin Shu said, taking out his cell phone in the meantime and opening the collection code. The pajama beauty saw that Lin Shu opened the collection code and said, Little brother, can you add contact information? I'll look for you next time I open the lock. No problem. Lin Shu opened the green bubble QR code. The pajama beauty hurriedly scanned the code to add her friend and then transferred the money. After transferring the money, the nightdress beauty looked at Lin Shu's toolbox. Little brother, I see this toolbox of yours, it doesn't look like it's for opening locks. Lin Shu smiled and nodded. In addition to being a locksmith, I'm also an appliance repairman. If any of your appliances break down in the future, you can find me at a fair price. Hearing Lin Shu say this, the pajama beauty laughed. Really? My deep myofascial impact device at home is malfunctioning, can you fix it for me? No problem. Lin Shu agreed. Walking inside the pajama beauty's home, Lin Shu sat down in the living room. The nightdress beauty was quite polite, first pouring Lin Shu a glass of water. Only then did she return to her room and bring out the deep myofascial impact instrument for Lin Shu. Yesterday when I was using it, it suddenly stopped working, can you see what went wrong? The pajama beauty was also curious as to how Lin Shu repaired it, so she sat next to her and watched. Lin Shu got the deep myofascial impact instrument and first turned it on to check if there were any symptoms. It was found to be fully charged, just not responsive. Lin Shu took out a screwdriver from the toolbox and disassembled the deep myofascial impact instrument shell. But after seeing what was inside, Lin Shu was first stunned. His first reaction was, where did this H2O come from? Next moment. Lin Shu thought again that the deep myofascial impactor was kept in the bedroom. For a moment, Lin Shu looked like she had guessed something. Hiss. Could it be the oldest 5 from Hulkbuster? What an exaggeration it is that it took a deep myofascial impactor to short-circuit a fault. Lin Shu subconsciously looked at the pajama beauty next to him. At this time, the pajama beauty, too, had already seen the situation in the deep myofascial impact instrument. She instantly associated it with something. Thus, she subconsciously glanced at Lin Shu next to her. Coincidentally, Lin Shu was also looking at her. The moment their eyes met, the living room instantly fell into the middle of an awkward atmosphere. The nightgown beauty knew that Lin Shu should have already guessed something. Thinking of this, her pretty face swished red. Quickly lowering her head, she no longer dared to raise it. At the same time, she also had some regrets. Why did she ask someone to fix it? It wouldn't be better to just buy a new one. Now she's dead. Lin Shu didn't say anything and silently drew a few sheets of paper from a nearby paper tube and wiped the circuit board of the deep myofascial impact instrument. Then he took out a multimeter and checked the components to see where the problem was. 10 minutes later, Lin Shu reassembled the deep myofascial impactor. It was switched on and tested, and it worked normally. There, it's fixed. Lin Shu said as if nothing had happened. The pajama beauty didn't react for a moment. Huh? Oh, okay, how much? Just $50. Lin Shu said. From the internal construction of the instrument, it looked like the price shouldn't be expensive, so Lin Shu was embarrassed to charge too much. Aha! The pajama beauty nodded and silently transferred $50 to Lin Shu. I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Lin Shu put her tools away and got up, ready to go out. Okay, I'll see you off. The pajama beauty's expression had returned to normal and said with a smile. Walking to the door. Lin Shu looked back at the pajama beauty. Ahem, so what? Next time you want to use it, you can put a plastic bag over it, or buy the specialized model. As soon as the words were said, the pajama beauty's pretty face reddened to the roots of her ears again. Lin Shu didn't wait for the pajama beauty to react, and ran away in a puff of smoke. In the live broadcast room. Since seeing the cause of the damage to the deep myofascial impactor, the pop-ups in the live streaming room had begun to roll. Goddamn, said a plastic bag, dog anchor how everything will be. TSK. I seem to understand something. Tell me, what do you know? Funny JPG. You don't pry into the teasing. Suddenly I want to get acquainted with this pajama beauty and discuss the mysteries of human reproduction together. What the hell are you guys talking about? How come I can't read it? You're still young upstairs, sister, it's normal that you don't know. ULSPs, all you know is shirbari all day long. That's right, look at the anchors, they've reached this point and are still as steady as old dogs. Ha ha ha.
The dog anchor's heart is estimated to have been so embarrassed that his toes can be snapped out of 3 rooms.
Chapter 57. I'm here to fix the air conditioner.
Coming out of the bachelor pad, Lin Shu looked at the address and proceeded to take a taxi to a closer place.
15 minutes later.
In front of the client's house, Lin Shu rang the doorbell. After a long time, a female voice came from inside the house.
Who is it?
Lin Shu said, "Hello, I'm a repairman at the repair store." The room was first quiet for a while, then the female voice from earlier sounded again.
Coming. A footstep came.
Soon the door to the room was open.
An imperial-type beauty opened the door to the room.
The moment she opened the door, this imperial beauty also froze for a moment. She didn't expect this maintenance master, or a handsome man. The imperial beauty looked Lin Shu up and down, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Lin Shu always felt that this imperial beauty looked at him in a strange way, so he had to voice out a reminder.
Can I go in now?
Only then did the imperial beauty come back to her senses and lead Lin Shu into the house. "The air conditioner in my bedroom is broken. Please help me look at it, handsome."
No problem. Is it convenient for me to go in now?
After all, it was a girl's bedroom, so Lin Shu asked one more time.
It's okay.
The imperial beauty opened the door to Lin Shu's room. Lin Shu carried his tools to the air conditioner, ready to check for faulty problems. At this time, the imperial beauty was sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at Lin Shu with winking eyes.
How old are you, handsome?
Lin Shu didn't think much about it and answered directly, 23.
The imperial beauty, where is your hometown? Lin Shu, South City. Imperial beauty, then what kind of work do you do now?
Lin Shu's movements in his hands for a moment, looked back at the imperial beauty and weakly returned a sentence.
Repairing the air conditioner. Only after hearing Lin Shu's reply did the imperial beauty react. For a while, the atmosphere became awkward. Live streaming room.
Seeing this, the water users were overjoyed, and the pop-ups rolled like crazy.
Ha ha ha. Families who understand this crappy stunt actually reappeared on the dog anchor. I think the imperial beauty must be looking at the dog anchor.
Wait, beautiful owner, fixing the air conditioner, why does this plot feel a bit familiar to me?
Let's just say it's from Amasan, or 91. Actually, let's say for storytelling, it's a little hot in Tokyo. Housekeeping, there are 2 Shirbari batch heads here, get the de Shirbari spray over here. 20 minutes later.
Lin Shu reattached the air conditioner shell, and then turned on the machine to test it, and it worked normally. The air conditioner has been fixed. Lin Shu looked at the imperial beauty and said, "Well, what about it, how much does the repair cost?" The imperial beauty said as she looked at Lin Shu with a smile. Lin Shu took out his cell phone and opened the collection code, $300, thank you.
The imperial beauty said, "Can you add a friend? Next time to repair the air conditioning also find you." Okay. To be honest, if it was just a beautiful woman, Lin Shu wouldn't necessarily add it. But if it was a potential customer, that was another story.
Adding her friend, the imperial beauty transferred the maintenance fee to Lin Shu. Just then, a door opening sound rang out, and then the door to the room was open.
Daughter-in-law I traveled back to.
A pugnacious man with a height of a meter or so and a full beard walked in. Only halfway through his words, he froze in place.
Lin Shu and the imperial beauty also looked in the direction of the doorway. "Hubby, why did you come back early?"
The imperial beauty said in a slight panic.
The brawny man's veins popped out and he gritted his teeth.
"Tramping little white boy, dare to steal my home." With that, the pugilistic man clenched his fists and walked towards Lin Shu. Now in this situation, Lin Shu also knew that the other party must have misunderstood, and hurriedly spoke out to explain.
"Wait, I'm here to fix the air conditioner." The pugilist thought Lin Shu was looking for an excuse. "Fix the air conditioner first, then the sewer, right? You think I don't know? Lousy is a 91 VIP. The 91 thing will come later. I'm really here to fix the air conditioner, why don't you believe me?"
Lin Shu set out his toolbox. The pugilist pointed to the sand cooker-sized fist in his right hand and said, "Yeah, you explain it to it."
Lin Shu sighed, "Ugh. Why don't you listen to advice?"
Then, a scream rang out in the living room.
Ah! Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch. 5 minutes later.
Lin Shu sat on the sofa and looked at the pugilistic man sitting on the ground with a swollen nose. "That's what happened, so I really fix air conditioners." Lin Shu patiently explained what happened. The pugilistic man was filled with aggression and looked at Lin Shu and said weakly, "You said you're the maintenance master in Pingta's store, but I know all the maintenance masters in Pingta's house, there's no you."
Lin Shu was stunned. "You know Flathead's boss?" The brawny man nodded. "The 2 of us are hairdressers."
Lin Shu glanced at him with a hateful expression.
"Then you won't call him and ask about the situation?"
The pugilist choked, but still took out his cell phone and called Boss Flathead.
"Hey, Flathead." 2 minutes later.
The pugilist revealed a smile that was, well, worse than a cry.
"Oh, that's sorry, it was me who was too impulsive."
Lin Shu waved her hand. "It's fine, just explain it clearly."
Coming back from a business trip and running into this kind of thing, anyone would go to the head. At this time, a door opened, and then the door was opened. A man in a fancy suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. "Hey, little beauty, I'm coming. Burning goose." As soon as the glasses man finished his sentence, he realized something was wrong. He had just been wearing headphones and blasting powerful music. Opened the door and walked right in, not noticing, at all, that there were other people in the house. Now that he could see the scene inside the house, he instantly froze in place. The three people in the house, Lin Shu, all turned back to look in the direction of the doorway. In a flash, the hall fell into an awkward atmosphere again. The pugilist stood up and looked at the man with glasses. "What are you doing?" The glasses man subconsciously looked at the imperial beauty. The imperial beauty gave him a wild wink. The man with the glasses instantly thought of the code words the two had used earlier and blurted them out. "I fix air conditioners." Hearing this reply, the pugilist looked back at Lin Shu, who was sitting on the sofa. Lin Shu's head tilted. "Then I'll go?" Now, the pugilist's face turned green, where he didn't know what was happening. Then, a miserable scream rang out in the living room. "Ah! Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch." Originally, the water friends were still laughing at Lin Shu. They said that he hadn't done anything, but had been wrongly accused instead. But when the man with the glasses said the sentence, "I repair air conditioners," the live broadcast room blew up. "Goddamn repairing air conditioning, ha ha ha." This Nima, the dog anchor, almost became a backstabber. "Love is a light, so green that you're in a panic." Hiss. The gold-rimmed glasses are busted. Brother Glasses, however, doesn't have to be beaten like this if he has a different excuse. Nima, the dog anchor, is high on melon seeds. Lin Shu ate the melon for 10 minutes before leaving from the client's house. It just so happened that it was already mealtime. Lin Shu was in the neighborhood, looking for a restaurant to eat. After eating, Lin Shu continued to set off to the home of the next customer who needed repairs. When she arrived at the door, it was customary to ring the doorbell to announce her identity. This time, the one who opened the door was a slightly chubby type beauty. After seeing this microfat beauty, the water friends spat on Lin Shu. "It's a waste of time to be so prosperous in peach blossoms. Enter the house." The slightly chubby beauty poured Lin Shu a glass of water. She then went into a room and came out holding an Ultraman that was roughly 1 meter 2 in height. "Master, please help me fix this Ultraman." Lin Shu? Crowd of water friends? Chapter 58, Big Brother, I'm sorry. Look at this Ultraman that the slightly chubby beauty is holding. Lin Shu also got curious. What's wrong with this Ultraman? It doesn't seem to be broken. The slightly chubby beauty took the Ultraman and put it in front of Lin Shu. "This Ultraman was talking and glowing when I first bought it. Maybe my son was too naughty and accidentally broke it when he was playing. Mainly still, this Ultraman my son is very favorite, but also often read to me, not he broke. I let my husband to help the child to repair. He said the parts inside the broken cannot be repaired. I see it, that is, his technology is too poor, will not repair. So I came to you guys to see if I could get it fixed." After hearing the slightly chubby beauty say this, Lin Shu came to a realization. "Alright, I'll see what went wrong." Lin Shu first checked the exterior of the Ultraman over, and there were no obvious signs of knocks on the exterior. Lin Shu pressed a few times on the switch, and the switch should be fine as well, so it could only be that there was a problem with the circuit board inside. Lin Shu opened the toolbox, took out the screwdriver, and began to move the Ultraman. After a dozen or so screws were removed, Lin Shu pressed the concealed buttons on both sides with both hands. With a click, the shell of the Ultraman was taken apart. Just then, a single red bill clattering out of the ottoman. In an instant, the ground was covered with red banknotes. This sudden scene confused Lin Shu. What's the situation? Could it be a hidden egg prepared by the manufacturer? Instead of a colored egg, it would be more apt to say a golden egg. Burning goose. Lin Shu quickly had reacted that this might not be an egg, but a man's small treasury. Lin Shu looked up at the slightly chubby beauty. The micro-chubby beauty was still in shock. She hadn't been able to figure it out until now. Inside an Ultraman, why would there be so many red ticket votes? Roughly calculated, there is at least 120,000. Soon, the slightly chubby beauty reacted. Should I call the police? We're not, by any chance, accidentally buying someone else's Ultraman, are we? Hearing this from the slightly chubby beauty, Lin Shu's mouth twitched. How simple was this girl to think like this? Seeing the slightly chubby beauty take out her cell phone, she was ready to call the police. Lin Shu had to stop her first. Actually, have you ever thought that it might not be a case of buying someone else's Ultraman by mistake, but rather, the money was originally yours? Seeing the slightly chubby beauty, still looking puzzled, Lin Shu could only, in his heart, give a word to the big brother he had never met. I'm sorry. This could be your husband's personal money. Ha! The slightly chubby beauty froze. But, his payroll card is here with me. I know how much he gets paid every month and how much his bonuses are. By this time, the slightly chubby beauty was unwilling to believe that this was his husband's personal money.
Lin Shu said, maybe he has some side business. The slightly chubby beauty suddenly had a look of sudden realization. He was saying before that he had a little side business with his friends, and that he could earn some pocket money every month. Hearing him say that he only earns a little pocket money, I just thought it was $1,000 or $2,000 like that. Where did I know he could make so much? Lin Shu had a black question mark face. On what basis do you define that pocket money is a couple $1,000s? The slightly chubby beauty blinked her big eyes, because the allowance I give him every month is $2,000 off. Lin Shu. Crowd of water lovers. Lin Shu no longer wanted to talk. He took out his multimeter and began to test the circuit problem. A few minutes later, Lin Shu reconnected the disconnected, several lines. Then, a Deja theme song rang out. Ultraman's eyes, as well as the energy lights on his chest, also lit up. As he prepared to assemble it, Lin Shu looked at the slightly chubby beauty. Should we stuff that money back? The slight beauty shook her head, no need. Lin Shu nodded and reassembled the Ultraman. At this time, the slightly chubby beauty took out another Batman of roughly 80 centimeters in height from within the bedroom. Master, help me look at this Batman again. This Batman was also bought back not long ago and broke. Lin Shu originally wanted to refuse, but on second thought, if he didn't dismantle it, the slightly chubby beauty would find someone else to do it as well. Instead of letting others earn this money, it would be better to earn it yourself. Alas! The brother I've never met. Sorry again. Lin Shu took over Batman. After some maneuvering, Batman was taken apart. As expected, a single red bill was scattered on the floor. The slightly chubby beauty was stunned. Wrapped up, another 100,000 or so. Lin Shu fixed Batman's circuits by the way. Just when Lin Shu thought it was finished, the slightly chubby beauty made a few more trips in and out of the bedroom. Then, a dozen cartoon characters were placed on the floor. There are Pleasant Goat, Lazy Goat, Grey Wolf, Bear Big Bear 2, Bald Head, SpongeBob. There were also a few toys that Lin Shu couldn't even name. Lin Shu looked at these toys on the ground and turned back to ask the slightly chubby beauty. Are these all dismantled? The chubby beauty nodded. Tear them down. Lin Shu sighed again. In his heart, he silently mourned for that, the big brother he had never met. Another double oops. Half an hour later. A few 100,000 more bills on the table. And the dozen or so toys had been repaired by Lin Shu. They've all been repaired. May I ask if there's anything else? Lin Shu put down the last toy and asked towards the slightly chubby beauty. The chubby beauty looked at the banknotes on the table, with the toys on the floor, and finally shook her head. No more. Hard work, master. May I ask how much? Lin Shu looked at a total of a dozen toys, $500. The slightly chubby beauty didn't return the favor. Okay, I'll transfer it to you. Lin Shu opened the collection code to collect the money. In the live broadcast room, the water friends have already wailed. Ainima, these dozen toys are worth nearly $1 million. Does this old brother really not know that you can't put eggs in one basket? This time it's good, it's been put in one pot. Upstairs. How do you know that this is all his private money? I'm just curious, what kind of side business does that old man have that he can make so much? This slightly chubby beauty is a bit naive, my favorite type. Upstairs, brother, you wouldn't be surnamed Chow, would you? Coming out of the home of the slightly chubby beauty, Lin Shu took a taxi to the home of the last customer. This time, the one who opened the door was an old man on crutches. Young man, you're finally here. After entering the house, Lin Shu asked Moncler Outlet Store, Moncler, what's broken in your house that needs to be repaired? The old man pointed to the table. That little AI student doesn't know what's wrong with him. He's suddenly stupid, and when you ask him to talk, either he ignores people or he's talking nonsense. Following the direction of the grandfather pointed to look, in that table placed a small AI stereo. Hearing Moncler Outlet Store the situation, Lin Shu tried to wake it up to see the exact problem. In a low voice, AI-san. AI. Increased voice, AI-san. AI. Increase your voice again, AI-san. AI. Growl, AI-san. AI. Moncler Outlet Store boy, I forgot to tell you, I just turned the power off. Lin Shu. All water friends, oh. Chapter 59, Are You the Liar? Moncler Outlet Online. This made Lin Shu very speechless. Had to walk over and turn Xiao AI's power back on. Just as I turned the power on, I heard a beep from one of AI's classmates. Unable to connect to the network, please check. After listening to this beep, Lin Shu turned back and asked Moncler Outlet Store. Moncler, is that what you said about AI's classmates babbling? Moncler Outlet Store nodding his head, yes, that's it, ask it anything. Hearing Moncler Outlet Store the answer, Lin Shu already knew what the problem was. Lin Shu first restarted the optical cat with the router. But after waiting for a while, there was still no network. Lin Shu asked the Moncler Outlet Store again, Moncler Outlet Store, your home network seems to have expired, you need to renew it. The Moncler Outlet Store frowned, I don't know these things. Lin Shu then asked, then who installed this Xiao AI for you? Moncler Outlet Store returned, my son got it for me. Then give your son a call and I'll talk to him about the situation. Lin Shu said. Okay. The grandfather took out his old man's phone and tinkered with it for a while before dialing a number. A moment later, the opposite side connected. "Hey, Dad, what's up?" Worthy of being a cell phone designed for the elderly, that voice was really loud. Lin Shu, separated by more than 2 or 3 meters, could hear clearly what the opposite side said. "Hey, brat, someone is looking for you." The Moncler outlet store tone of voice that he spoke to his son was not even good, and after saying that, he handed the phone to Lin Shu. Lin Shu took it. "Hello, I'm a door-to-door repairer. Your dad's home internet seems to have expired. If it's convenient for you, renew your dad's home internet." The person on the other side was silent for a moment. Lin Shu asked, "Are you listening? Moncler's Son Outlet Online, you guys who engage in fraud, are you also rampant now? How dare you come straight to the door? I'm warning you guys, you better leave now or I'll immediately call the police to arrest you." Lin Shu? Crowd of water friends? Hearing the opposite side say such a paragraph, Lin Shu was confused. He was an appliance repairman, how did he become a fraud? Lin Shu hurriedly explained, "Wait, are you not listening to what I just said? I said that the network in your dad's house is out of date." Doh! 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 Lin Shu hadn't finished speaking when the opposite party had already hung up. Lin Shu tried to call back, and the opposite party indicated that they were in a call. That kid wouldn't really call the police, would he? Thinking of what the other party just said about scamming the door, Lin Shu looked back. Moncler Outlet Online. Moncler, have you been scammed by a scammer before? Moncler Outlet Online. I just bought some healthcare products before. With the physical therapy device, this kid nonetheless said that I was cheated by someone. I also spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy healthcare products to throw to the trash can. This can be angry me. I eat more salt than he eats rice. Would I be cheated? In order to snatch back those health products, I accidentally fell, and that's when I broke this leg. Lin Shu was filled with black lines. He now finally knew why the grandpa's son was so agitated. Not a moment later, the door of the room was knocked. Seeing Moncler Outlet Online that he has difficulty moving, Lin Shu took the initiative to go over and open the door. As soon as the door opened, there were 2 stern-eyed security guards standing outside. Just by looking at them, Lin Shu knew that they were practiced or veterans who had retired from the military. The 2 security guards were instantly alert when they saw that the one who opened the door was not a grandpa. The 2 men very tacitly blocked the doorway, not letting the liar in front of them have a chance to escape. "You're the liar?" Lin Shu smiled bitterly. "If I say I'm not, do you believe me?" The 2 security guards looked at each other and didn't say anything. The 2 men entered the house and both were relieved to see Moncler Outlet Store that they were safe and sound. "Moncler, just now your son called us and said that a con man came to your house to cheat you out of your money. This is the man, right?" One of the security guards came to the Moncler Outlet Store front and asked. Moncler Outlet Store shook his head. "He's not a scammer, he's the one I called to fix the appliance." Security guard, "Okay Moncler, how much did the scammer ask you for?" Moncler Outlet Store, "He hasn't said how much he wants." Security guard, Moncler Outlet Store, "How did this scammer just rip you off?" Moncler Outlet Store, "He said something about it expiring and having to renew it or something." Listening to these 2 people asking and answering questions, Lin Shu's face darkened. "Grandpa, let's not explain. If I explain a couple more times, I'll have to start with at least 3 years. Both security guards stared at Lin Shu. Lin Shu scratched her head. "The internet at the grandpa's house expired. I just called his son and asked him to renew it himself." However, the 2 security guards were all like, "You make it up, you keep making it up. It's useless for you to talk to us. When the police come, you talk to them." Lin Shu sighed helplessly. He knew that it was useless to say anything now, and that he still had to be waiting for the police to come. 15 minutes later, the door of the room was knocked. The security guard, who was near the door, went over to open it. 3 policemen outside the door walked in. One of them was surprisingly still Chen Shui. When Chen Shui's 3 entered the door, they also saw Lin Shu. "Lin Shu, why are you here?" Chen Shui asked suspiciously. "Yeah, what a coincidence." Lin Shu let out a bitter smile. The 2 security guards on the side saw that this liar still knew the police. They both subconsciously thought that this must be an old crook, or the kind that often squats in police stations. Otherwise he is a liar, how would he know the police? "Comrade police officer, we just received a call from the Moncler Outlet Store son saying that a con man came to his door to cheat his father out of his money. So we came over here first to keep an eye on this scammer and wait for you guys to come over and handcuff him." After Chen Shui and the 3 of them heard the security guard's words, they all turned their gazes towards Lin Shu. Before they went out to the police, they already knew the general picture of what happened. It's just that they didn't expect that this liar would be Lin Shu. Seeing Lin Shu's helpless face, the 3 of them, Chen Shui, couldn't help but want to laugh. One of the policemen said, "2 comrades, he's actually not a liar." Hearing the policeman say that, both security guards were stunned for a moment. The policeman continued, "Here's the thing. Next." This police officer took Lin Shu's situation and briefly talked about it before opening Lin Shu's live broadcast and showing it to them. With the police officer's assurance, the 2 security guards realized that Lin Shu really wasn't a liar.
After explaining clearly,
One of the security guards called Moncler Outlet Store his son.
he told him what happened. Moncler Outlet Store.
Under the joint mediation of the police and Lin Shu, Moncler Outlet Online, the son finally believed that Lin Shu is not a liar. Oops, Master Lin is really sorry. My dad was cheated by those selling healthcare products before. I'm afraid he fell for it again. That's why I'm so anxious.
I didn't get this matter right. I'm sorry.
Hearing the Moncler Outlet Store son apologize, Lin Shu also expressed understanding.
It's okay, just explain it clearly, right? You remember to pay the internet bill in a while. Your dad is the one who called the maintenance service because Xiao Ai's classmates couldn't use it.
Okay, I'll pay it here. Hanging up the phone, Lin Shu returned the phone to the security guard. The two security guards saw that the matter had been dealt with, said hello and left. I heard that Moncler Outlet Store before was cheated by the sale of healthcare products.
Chinchua 3 people spent a little time to Moncler Outlet Store do science.
Moncler Outlet Store, he doesn't believe in his own son, but is still willing to believe in the people's police.
The Moncler Outlet Store also promised that they would not buy any random healthcare products in the future.
Chenshua 3 people are very satisfied, and then greeted Lin Shu to close the team to leave.
Not a moment later,
the Moncler Outlet Store son called and said he had renewed his membership.
Lin Shu once again rebooted the optical cat with the router. This time the network was back to normal.
To test if AI's classmates were working properly, Lin Shu tried to wake up.
Lin Shu, AI-san. AI, I'm here. Lin Shu, take A. AI, Grandpa?
The crowd of sailors?
Chapter 60, come on, dinner's settled. Hearing AI's classmates, they really made a farting sound.
The older man's eyes lit up, and he walked over on his crutches.
Young man, you just asked AI's classmate to fart, didn't you? Lin Shu hemmed and hawed, yeah, fun, right?
The older man grinned lightly, fun, AI student.
AI, in. Moncler Outlet Store fart.
Seeing that the grandpa likes to play so much, Lin Shu thought of another one.
AI-san. AI, hey. Diarrhea. AI, Moncler Jackets Outlet, that's an interesting one. Young man, what else is interesting to you? Tell me all. No problem. Lin Shu didn't refuse either. Told the ones he knew about, the fun instructions to the grandpa.
Just after that, Moncler Outlet Store, he sat down next to it and played with it.
Is there anything else you need to fix on your side, Moncler?
The Moncler Outlet Store eyes gurgled. Oh yes, I still have a fan, you fix it for me, almost forgot. With that, Moncler Outlet Store, he got up on his crutches and headed for the room. Lin Shu had to follow. To the room, Moncler Outlet Store turned on the light, pointing to an electric fan on the floor in the corner.
That's the one.
Lin Shu went over and took the fan out. It was an old fan with a metal casing. Lin Shu simply wiped it down and could still see the Three Gorges brand. Lin Shu first connected to the electricity, turned on the first gear, no response. Lin Shu opened the second and third gear, still no reaction. Unplugging the power supply, Lin Shu took out a screwdriver and began to disassemble. Just after disassembling it, Lin Shu saw the problem. There was a wire inside that had broken off at the soldering point. Lin Shu reconnected it. Then it was directly energized and tested. Press first gear. Then the fan made a clunking startup sound. Hearing this sound, the older man who was playing with AI immediately turned back. Young man, technology can just this a moment to give fixed. Lin Shu waved his hand, nothing, just basic operation, right Moncler, this fan is so loud, don't you mind the noise? The grandpa smiled faintly, looking at this old fan, his eyes are full of memories. This fan was bought when I got married, and I've been using it for decades, and some days, I guess, it's really just listening to that clunking sound that makes me sleep well. Live broadcast room. Hearing the clunking sound of this old fan also brought back childhood memories for some of the water users. In my family's utility room, there seems to be a fan like this. Familiar clunking sound, I have one at home too. Coincidentally, I have one at home too, it was left behind by my great-grandmother. I remember you upstairs, brother, the one who said before that Terry was bouncing on the grave. Tell you a joke, there is a brand of electric fan, because the quality is too good, there is no reorder, and finally went out of business.
Zoon do fake do?
I just went and searched 1000 Degrees and it's really happening, the Bat brand. Lin Shu assembled the fan and looked at Master Xiang.
Grandpa, the fan is fixed, is there anything else? Moncler Outlet Store shaking his head, no, you see how much to pay?
Lin Shu thought about it, give 50. The grandpa took out a bunch of $100 bills from his pocket. At a cursory glance, it was at least several $1,000s.
Young man, do you have any change?
Lin Shu shook his head.
He only had a cell phone on him, and he didn't even have his keys or ID with him. I'll have my son transfer it to you.
Moncler outlet online. He called his son again, explaining the situation. Lin Shu added the other party's green bubble. Receiving the transfer from the other party, Lin Shu said goodbye to the Moncler outlet store. The 4 repair orders have been completed. Lin Shu directly taxied back to the repair store. For the rest of the day, Lin Shu helped out at the store. By the way, she chatted with the front desk sister.
6 o'clock in the evening.
Lin Shu came out of the repair store. Just as Lin Shu was thinking that he was going to get something to eat,
the cell phone rang.
Taking it out, it was an unfamiliar call. Lin Shu didn't bother with it.
But after a while, the number called again.
This time Lin Shu picked it up.
Crooked? Which one?
On the other side of the phone, a somewhat familiar voice came.
Lin Shu? I'm Li Hai from the traffic police. Hearing that it was a call from Team Li, Lin Shu's eyes lit up.
Aya,
so it's Team Li. Is it my driver's license reinstated? Team Li, restored, but not fully restored. Lin Shu was stunned. What do you mean recovered and not fully recovered? Team Li, you're not playing a trick on me, are you? Li Team laughed. I don't have time to fool you. Do you have time to come over to the traffic police team right now? Let's meet and talk.
Lin Shu, I have not eaten here. A little low blood sugar cannot walk.
Team Li, don't you like to eat in the cafeteria over at Old Lu?
The cafeteria of our traffic police team is not worse than theirs. Do you want to come over and try it?
Come on, dinner is settled. Wait for me for 15 minutes.
Hanging up the phone, Lin Shu stopped a cab and headed to the traffic police. Just entering the hall of the traffic police team, Lin Shu saw, just from the office out of the Li team.
Let's go, let's eat. Led by Team Li, Lin Shu arrived in the cafeteria of the traffic police. The food selection area. Cafeteria auntie, kid, eat more. Look at how thin you are. Ouch. Auntie will add 2 more chicken legs for you.
Lin Shu, 2 people, each with a full plate, found a seat.
Team Li ate his meal and opened his mouth absently.
Recently, a group of bikers came to the city. They often show up during the morning and evening rush hours, and every time they cause no small amount of traffic accidents. Our traffic police team has chased them many times, but their cars are all very good, and we end up failing every time. I called Old Lu to ask him to send some manpower to back them up, and he said for me to call you.
Team Li finished his sentence and looked at Lin Shu.
However, Lin Shu acted as if she hadn't heard him, and ate her meal by herself.
Team Li, say something.
Lin Shu bites into a chicken leg and gives a thumbs up. The cafeteria of the traffic police is really good.
Team Li said directly, I want to ask you to go out on a mission once.
Lin Shu's body leaned back and waved his hand in a hurry.
I'm just an ordinary citizen. It's not appropriate to call me out on your official mission. Team Li, as long as you agree, I can restore your license early.
Lin Shu, I'm not in a hurry. It doesn't matter if my license is reinstated later. The corner of Team Li's mouth twitched as he remembered what Team Lu had told him.
That kid is a master of not seeing a rabbit. Team Li, there's an official bounty.
Lin Shu stopped the chopsticks in her hands. How much? A total of 50,000, but there are 5 of them, so on average, 10,000 per person. Lin Shu finished the last 2 chopsticks of rice and drew a tissue to wipe his mouth.
Are you full? Show me their files when you're full.
Team Li looked at Lin Shu's side, the plate that had been cleaned. Then looking at his own front, he hadn't moved a few mouthfuls of food, and for a moment he didn't know what to say.
10 minutes later. Team Li's office. Lin Shu went over the information on the drag racing party.
After reading it, Lin Shu's intuition told him that the purpose of these people should be more than just for excitement. It was more like a premeditated attempt to create chaos, but for a while he had no evidence.
Chapter 61, at last. Put down the file in your hand.
Lin Shu thought for a moment and looked at Team Li.
What do you want me to do? Team Li took a sip of goji tea and said slowly.
I've heard Old Lu say that you have good hands, plus you have first-class car skills.
All I want you to do is stop them at the right time, or arrest the people if you want.
Lin Shu let out a smile. Dealing with these people, there may be fewer cases of drag racing. Look at this.
How could Team Li not know what he meant? As long as it doesn't cause a serious traffic accident, I can turn a blind eye. Lin Shu nodded in satisfaction, but the next moment he remembered about the program. Team Li, I'm still participating in the program. Isn't it possible to find an excuse to talk to them on the program team's side?
Team Li nodded and silently took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
Crooked, Chen Yu, have you eaten yet? Here's the thing. 5 minutes later.
Team Li hung up the phone. I just called your program director. He said that you cannot smoke professionally for the next 2 days. Just open the live broadcast.
Lin Shu.
Coming out of the traffic police, Lin Shu directly took a taxi home. Rarely coming back so early, Lin Shu couldn't help but open that again, the game that was reported to hit 1 star just a few days ago. 4 hours later. Lin Shu looked at the blocked for 24 hours prompt on the monitor and fell into deep thought.
Lin Shu's face was expressionless as he dragged the game shortcuts into the recycle bin.
Then he shut down the computer and got up to take a shower. After washing up and lying in bed, it was already 0 hour. Lin Shu thought about the flying car party.
System, sign in. Check-in successful. Reward, top vehicle modification, repair techniques.
Lin Shu's eyes snapped open, the original hint of sleepiness having vanished. The corners of Lin Shu's mouth gradually rose as she quickly picked up her cell phone and dialed Teen Lee's number. After waiting for a while, the caller picked up.
Lin Shu, it's so late, what are you looking for me for?
It seemed that Teen Lee was woken up, but Lin Shu didn't care.
Hey, Team Lee, you asked me to help, mustn't you get me a car?
Team Lee slowed down. Let's do it this way. You go to the traffic police tomorrow, pick one in the impound parking lot, there are all kinds of cars there, you can just pick anyone.
Lin Shu said, don't wait for tomorrow, you call there now, I'll go over. Team Lee, you're not going to do anything wrong, are you?
Lin Shu, what words this is, Lee team you want to say so, this job I cannot take out.
Team Lee, don't, you go ahead, I'll call the person on duty, okay?
Hanging up the phone, Lin Shu made a carp and got up to dress and go out.
Half an hour later, the traffic police impounded the parking lot. Lin Shu was led by the police officer on duty to an area.
You can pick any car in this area.
Okay.
Lin Shu walked in and turned around inside.
Nice guy.
This isn't a parking lot, it's a car show for top-of-the-line sports cars. What Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini abound. Lin Shu was so dazzled that he almost even drooled.
Where did so many high-class sports cars come from? Lin Shu looked at the police officer on duty and asked. The police officer on duty said, seized by customs, there are also some illegally modified ones.
Lin Shu had wanted to find a sports car to modify. How the car was going to be modified, he had already thought about it.
But at the last minute,
Lin Shu suddenly remembered something in the document that Teen Lee had shown him.
Ugh!
Looking at the high-class sports car in front of her, Lin Shu sighed.
10 minutes later,
Lin Shu pushed out a small electric donkey from it.
Duty officer?
Looking at the small electric donkey that Lin Shu rolled out, the police officer on duty was baffled. Big brother, so many good cars you do not choose, but chose a small electric donkey.
Then is it necessary to come here to look for a car? Just as the police officer on duty wanted to ask, Lin Shu spoke first. Do you have any car repair tools here? Hearing Lin Shu's question, the police officer on duty had to hold his question back.
There's a garage over there.
The police officer on duty pointed in the direction.
Lin Shu didn't expect there to be a garage here, but it was just what he wanted.
I'll borrow it.
Okay. The police officer on duty took Lin Shu and went to the garage not far away to repair the car.
Here it is, help turn off the lights when you're done, I have to go back on duty, so I won't accompany you. Thanks.
After the police officer on duty left, Lin Shu found a pen and paper and drew down the modification plan that he had conceptualized in his mind.
A night without words. 6:30 in the morning.
The police officer on duty saw that Lin Shu hadn't come out all night, so he came to the garage on purpose to take a look. However, when he came to the garage, he saw Lin Shu polishing a small electric donkey.
This small electric donkey was the same one he had rolled out at the beginning of yesterday. Only, now this little electric donkey looked like it was brand new. The only difference was that there was an extra box of troop takeout in the back. The corner of the duty officer's mouth twitched. This ING stayed in the garage all night just to refurbish this little donkey?
Seeing the police officer on duty come over, Lin Shu greeted the other party and left the parking lot on the small electric donkey. Going home, he washed up and ate breakfast. Lin Shu changed into the clothes of the group takeout and opened the live broadcast. The water friends who dive in the live broadcast room, seeing Lin Shu in this outfit, all feel strange.
Brothers, today let's not smoke a profession and re-experience the day of a takeout operator. Out the door ow.
Lin Shu said, and rode the small electric donkey out the door.
Soon,
the water friends realized that Lin Shu didn't even go on the group platform to take orders, he just kept wandering around on the road.
The traffic police.
Teen Lee had just returned to his office at work and called the parking lot side.
Which car did Lin Shu take yesterday? What? He only took a small electric donkey?
Hanging up the phone, Teen Lee opened Lin Shu's live broadcast. Only to see Lin Shu wearing the clothes of the group takeout, riding a small electric donkey on the road.
What the hell is this kid doing?
Teen Lee was about to exit the live broadcast and give Lin Shu a call to ask about the situation.
But just then, several locomotives suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room.
Looking at that appearance, it was precisely those people from the biker gang. Lin Shu rode a small electric donkey around a car-laden stretch of North Street.
Suddenly,
a sound of a locomotive blowing up the street came from the rear. Lin Shu glanced at the rearview mirror, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up.
Finally. Actually,
Lin Shu had already discovered a problem when he was looking at the information on the speed gang. Every time they ran into a takeaway on the road, they would go up and pick a fight.
Several of the takeaways were injured and hospitalized as a result.
They don't necessarily have a grudge against the takeaway man, but they are certainly bullying the weak and the vulnerable.
This was also the reason why Lin Shu would choose to travel as a takeaway man.
And Lin Shu would be wandering around this section of North Street at this point in time.
It was also because, every time, the speedster was skulking around in the order of southeast, northwest, and north. Last time it was West Street, so Lin Shu guessed that they would come to North Street for a walk today. No, the guess was right. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Shu saw 5 locomotives, whistling. As they approached Lin Shu's little electric donkey, they really slowed down. The eyes of the 5 people looking at Lin Shu all carried an unkind look. A delivery boy, going out to work so early? Why do you work so hard? People like you'll work your asses off for the rest of your lives. Why don't you say anything? Are you a mute? TSK. If you can't even speak, wouldn't that make you a loser? If you're a waste, you should just die earlier, it's a waste of resources and air. Ha ha ha. Hearing these people's mocking tirades, if it were anyone else, they might still hold their breath because there were so many of them. But Lin Shu wouldn't spoil them, and directly turned on the sprayer mode. You bunch of you, in the morning Ali gave too much food to hold up, now you start to spew all over your mouth, right? He too a. You're the one who beeped. 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 He too a. Lin Shu gave a frantic output, cursing whatever was hard to hear, from their unborn child, all the way to the 18 generations of their ancestors. During the period also to a few times saliva, on them. The 5 were confused. Cursing is cursing, what do you mean by spitting? No martial arts. No hygiene. Not civilized at all. So, this group of speedsters, too, began to imitate Lin Shu in cursing and spitting at the same time. But unfortunately, their curses were not as vicious as Lin Shu's, and even the amount of saliva they spat was so small and weak that there was no way to get it on Lin Shu. In response, Lin Shu also kept taunting them with this. Each and every one of you is weak into this, then like Indian divine oil bubble bath is useless. Sao also crazy as a meal, can't even save you. Several people in the flying car party were so angry that their nostrils smoked. They had never seen anyone curse so badly in their entire lives. If they didn't get out of this bad breath, they would probably all suffocate their internal injuries, and even if they died, their eyes wouldn't be able to close. Since they couldn't be scolded, they would just do it. A motorcycle quickly approached Lin Shu, wanting to don't Lin Shu's small electric donkey. But their every move was within Lin Shu's observation range. Lin Shu struck first and gave the other party a kick first. The other party's car stumbled and almost overturned. But in the end, he was able to stabilize it. In fact, it was Lin Shu who didn't exert himself. Otherwise, with that kick just now, he could have completely overturned the other party's car. The person who was kicked became infuriated and stared at Lin Shu with spiteful eyes. Tramp, you dare to kick my car. After cursing, he quickly approached Lin Shu's small electric donkey, wanting to retaliate. But how could Lin Shu give him a chance? With a twist of the throttle, the little electric donkey scurried out at a perverted speed. During this time, Lin Shu didn't forget to leave 2 words behind. More than a few locomotives later, Lin Shu reached out and gave them a thumbs down gesture. When the few people from the biker party saw this, their noses went askew. They hurriedly shifted gears and refueled, chasing after Lin Shu. The small electric donkey that had been modified by Lin Shu, was it not possible for them to catch up just because they wanted to? Next, many passers-by saw such a comical scene. There were 5 motorcycles on the street, desperately chasing one, a group delivery man on a small electric donkey. The point is, they can't catch up yet. At this time the live broadcast. The pop-ups of the Water Friends had spread over the entire screen. Crap, the dog anchor's mouth is unrivaled. Those guys, they were scolded by the dog anchor to the point of losing the ability to speak. Although I am a horse, although recluse, stay bracket dan not all of, he too a. Upstairs brother, why can you send voice? 5 high-end locomotives, can't catch up with the dog anchor's small electric donkey, you dare to believe? TSK. The dog anchor is going to be on the hit list again. These people seem to be, like, that group of speedsters on the news. Surprisingly, it's this group of social trash, the anchor creates them to death. Ha ha ha. Do you want to send the dog anchor in to step on the sewing machine? Doesn't the dog anchor know how to invoke souls? Invoke their grandparents and grandmothers to come up here and properly educate these ungrateful children and grandchildren. If they can't be taught well, just take them away. Agreed. Agree +1. Chapter 62. The dog anchor is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger again. North Street. Lin Shu was cursing with the biker gang while he was at it. While intentionally seducing them, she drove in the direction of the northern suburbs. There were too many people and cars on North Street, plus it was the morning rush hour. In case there was a traffic accident, this was not what Lin Shu wanted to see. TSK, you little trash, driving a 100,000+ motorcycle, can't compare to my 2005 little electric donkey. You've lost your face to your grandma's house, don't drive a motorcycle, go drive a shaker in front of the supermarket. Ah ha ha. Can't spit, slightly. Come here, he too a. The 5 people of the speed gang hated their teeth, but they couldn't do anything about Lin Shu. I'm going crazy. I'm going to get this delivery guy killed, today. Tramp, when you go out, why don't you bring your gun with you, or I'll shoot him dead. Cut the crap, go after him, I'll break his 3 legs today. The 5 cars of the speed gang were already chasing Lin Shu as fast as they could. It's still weaving in and out of numerous vehicles on these congested roads. It was very difficult for them to speed up anymore. And they wondered why the other guy, a delivery man in a small electric donkey. The car skills are actually better than those of them, professional drivers. Gradually, the leader of the speeding car party realized that the direction the other party was driving in seemed to be the suburbs. The leader revealed a grim and cruel smile. Everyone, don't be in a hurry, just hang on to him like this, we'll have plenty of chances to get him when he's out of the city and in the countryside. Hearing the boss words, the few people from the speedster party all pushed down their anger and just followed Lin Shu. The flying car party's transformation was quickly noticed by Lin Shu. Previously, when Lin Shu scolded them 3 times, they would always say one sentence back. Now Lin Shu scolded them 5 or 6 times before they returned a sentence. What they were thinking, Lin Shu could guess. It was just that it wasn't certain who was the hunter in the end. In order not to alert them, Lin Shu continued his mouth output. Soon, Lin Shu had already led the people from the flying car party out of North Street to the northern suburbs. At the same time, the few people from the flying car party let out bloodthirsty smiles. They began to increase their speed, preparing to catch up with Lin Shu in front of them. After Lin Shu knew their intentions, he gradually pulled up his speed as well. But soon the few people from the speedster party realized that something was wrong. They had all pulled their speed up to 100 miles per hour, and they still couldn't catch up with the small electric donkey in front of them. Boss, there's something wrong with that little electric donkey. He must have modified it, or else it couldn't have such speed. Mard, I don't believe I can't catch up with this stinky delivery guy. One of the locomotives accelerated again, pulling its speed directly to 140. Noticing a vehicle approaching, Lin Shu pressed a button and twisted the throttle times. Once again, he pulled away from the other party by some distance. Ha ha ha. This is it? Go home earlier if you don't have the strength, don't come out and disgrace yourself. Being provoked by Lin Shu, the fire of the few people from the speedster party was once again ignited by Lin Shu. They pulled their speed directly above 180. On a non-professional track, pulling the speed up that high is like jumping sideways on the edge of death. Seeing a few locomotives behind him, they were already close at hand. The corner of Lin Shu's mouth also revealed a cold smile. Pressing a blue button on the left. Then, a few people from the speeding party saw that the sides of the donut takeout box behind the small electric donkey suddenly opened. 2 barrels stuck out from each side. Lin Shu pressed the red button on the right again. And so, boom! The little electric donkey sped off like an arrow off the string. Speedster? Crowd of watermen? A few people from the speedster party looked at each other in disbelief. This damn little donkey actually had nitrogen acceleration? You can't even come up with a modification like that without a 10-year brain clot. Keep up, I don't believe it, he can still keep accelerating with nitrous. The few people from the speedster party continued to bite the bullet and chase after him. 10 minutes later, Lin Shu realized that the nitrogen seemed to have run out. Looking behind again, the 5 locomotives were getting closer and closer. Lin Shu simply slowed down, and in an open space not far away, stopped. Seeing this, several people from the speedster party quickly surrounded him. The 5 people looked at Lin Shu with a grimace. Going? Why don't you leave? Didn't you have a good time just now? Go on. The 5 members of the speedster party rubbed their fists and approached Lin Shu. A man with a scar on his face took out a butterfly knife from his pocket, played with it, and stuck out his tongue to lick it. I'll cut out your tongue today, let's see how you can still curse in the future. Lin Shu swept over the 5 of them one by one. Everyone walked very steadily and should have practiced. Lin Shu also stood up and moved her arms and legs. Just then, the man in the red racing suit violently rushed to Lin Shu. A playful sneer appeared on his face. Go to hell. Immediately afterward, his right fist smashed hard against Lin Shu's chest. Looking at the incoming fist, Lin Shu sidestepped his body and easily dodged it. At the same time, a hand slash struck the opponent's neck. The opponent's eyes went black and he nearly fell to the ground. Ha! This didn't even faint? Seeing that the other party was still standing, Lin Shu was surprised. Although Lin Shu hadn't exerted too much force, that hand slash just now would not have lasted for anyone without specialized training. Lin Shu quickly raised his hand, ready to give him another blow. Lao Si. 4th brother. The remaining 4 saw this and swarmed up to Lin Shu, making moves towards his vitals. Lin Shu could only withdraw his hand and quickly back away. Old 4, are you alright? Old 4, who had just been hit, shook his head vigorously. Big brother, I'm fine. This kid seems to have 2 skills, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. After saving their companions, several people simultaneously took out a dagger from their pockets. Together, waste him before we say anything. Lin Shu didn't dare to be careless when he saw this, and with a flip of his hands, 2 daggers appeared in his hands. The 5 members of the speed gang, their faces showed surprise. They didn't expect a delivery man to have a dagger with him. The 5 looked at each other and simultaneously rushed towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu held his dagger and took a defensive stance. He wanted to test the strength of these people first. If he could beat them, he would get them killed. If you can't, find a way to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them exchanged blows. Seeing Lin Shu's 6 people fight, the water users in the live broadcast room were excited. Surprise! Somewhere in the northern suburbs, 6 men sparring bayonets in real combat. 5 fighting 1, the dog anchor won't be killed by them, right? Why don't we call the crematorium first? Order a cremation package for the dog anchor? As it happens, when my second oldest grandfather passed away, he left a 20% discount coupon for the dog anchor. The dog anchor is truly blessed to have you guys as his water friends. Don't you guys be in a hurry first, can't you see that the dog anchor is still a little bit okay until now? What do you mean? The dog anchor is pretending to be a tiger again? After exchanging a dozen rounds, Lin Shu probably figured out their strength. 3 of them were about the same as the pig-killing master from before. The remaining 2 were a little bit worse than them, but the difference was not big. And the 2 who were almost as strong were Old 4 and Old 5. Lin Shu planned to, first, take down the 2 of them. Just as Lin Shu was thinking of countermeasures, the 5 people on the opposite side were secretly surprised. The 5 of them, all of them were from a certain company abroad, returning from special training. Their strength is not inferior to ordinary special forces. But now, all 5 of them together couldn't take down the guy who was delivering the deal. Is he really a delivery guy? This guy shouldn't be one of those special departments, right? But people from special departments are also official people. But official people have always had qualities. Not so much swearing with spitting. This horse should not be because of the poor quality. He was removed from the official list, so he came out to deliver, right? Chapter 63, The Dog Anchor Spits Again. Don't be gullible, go all out. The biker boss admonished. The other 4 immediately understood and struck out at Lin Shu once again. Having already figured out the strength of a few people, Lin Shu did not intend to hold back. Alright, not playing with you guys, Lin Shu said indifferently. Then, with an arrow step, she rushed out. In what the Waterboys expected. The next fight scene may be comparable to the action movie General Fist of Flesh, Life and Death Struggle. Burning Goose. Watching it, what was a decent fight scene suddenly became odd. Inema, the dog anchor is still stealing peaches. Hiss. Is this the long-lost milk-grabbing dragon claw hand? Who would use Millennium Kill in a serious fight? It is said that hitting people does not hit the face, the dog anchor specializes in hitting the face. Why? The dog anchor is spitting again. 15 minutes later. 5 guys with swollen noses and swollen faces were bundled into dumpling-like shapes. Even their mouths were stuffed with their respective socks. Lin Shu revealed a harmless, innocent, sunny smile to the live broadcast. Brothers, the gift swiping and thug fighting game has begun now. Swipe the designated gift to beat the corresponding mob. Lin Shu posted the rules on the public screen, and a crowd of waterbenders jumped up. Thank you for the airplane swiped by Brother Big Diao, rewarding number 1 thug with 10 bidu. Thanks to Uncle Chan's 18cm carrot, rewarding mob number 2 with 10 thugs. Ouch, thanks to Hua Zi who is 10 times a night, rewarding thug number 3 with 10 millennium kills. Just as Lin Shu was with his water friends, having a good time. A pop-up caught Lin Shu's attention. Quickly stop playing, it's illegal to continue. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow, is the housekeeping in or not? Kick out this guy who is impersonating Team Lu for me. Alright, let's continue out. At this time, Team Lu, who was recuperating at home, was so angry that he almost dropped his cell phone when he saw the alert that he had been kicked out of the live broadcast. 1 hour later, the police arrived. Looked at a few people from the biker gang, their faces swollen like pigs' heads. The police officers handling the case all shivered. The 5 members of the biker gang, seeing the police arrive, were like seeing a savior. Their mouths kept saying something, but with their swollen sausage mouths, they couldn't speak well. Oldest 5, help, he's the devil. Cop, what? Ha, grinding his mouth? Senior, it's not a mouth grinder, it's the devil. Cop, US hams tearing their mouths off? Senior, I want to see my lawyer. Cop, goose pride swan etiquette? What's all this nonsense, take it away. With the endorsement of Team Li and Team Lu, Lin Shu didn't even have to go to the bureau. After things were taken care of, Lin Shu gave Team Li a call. Crooked? Team Li, 5 people have been taken out in one pot. But don't forget my bonus. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shu thought about it and went out wearing the Tuan Tuan takeout clothes anyway. Then why don't you just be a takeaway man for another day? Thinking of this, Lin Shu logged into the Tuan Tuan order-taking platform. Refreshing it, Lin Shu saw a special order. Delivery place, the top of Goodman Mountain. Camping equipment in +1, food in +1.
Remarks, people are at the top of Goodman Mountain, the cable car is broken down, you need to hike up.
Delivered in 5 hours. Red packet $500. 4-hour delivery, $1,000 in red packets. 3 hours to arrive, red packet $2,000. 2 hours to arrive, bonus $5,000. How many red packets you can get depends on your little brother's strength. Good Humor Mountain is the city's famous climbing mecca.
It is 25 kilometers from the foot of the mountain to the top, and it takes the average person 4 to 5 hours to hike up.
After seeing this incentive mechanism, Lin Shu clicked to take the order without even thinking about it.
This was simply a customized order for him, Lin Shu. Lin Shu rode on the small electric donkey and followed the navigation to the camping equipment store. The owner had already prepared the camping equipment and food for the customers. Lin Shu only needed to count them and make sure they were correct.
Coming out of the equipment store, Lin Shu pulled the small electric donkey to its fastest.
It was a pity that the nitrogen had run out, or it could have been quite a bit faster. Not a moment later, at the foot of Goodman Mountain, Lin Shu parked the small electric donkey, carried dozens of pounds of equipment on his back, and ran towards the mountain. The weather was great today, and there were a lot of people who came to climb the mountain. At the beginning at the foot of the mountain, everyone was moving at a slow pace to conserve their energy.
Burning goose. Passers-by climbing the mountain noticed a conspicuous bag with a large backpack charging up the hill.
Upon closer inspection, the man appeared to be wearing the clothes of a group deliveryman. The passers-by were stunned by this discovery. They were curious to know which talent it was that would be ordering takeout on top of Goodman Mountain. What shocked them even more was that there was really a takeout operator who wasn't afraid of death to take orders. Many melon eaters have taken out their cell phones to take videos. Seeing this scene, more than just the passers-by who climbed the mountain were shocked. Even the water friends in the live broadcast room were all down en masse.
Isn't the dog anchor delivering takeout? How did it run to Goodman Mountain? Is there a possibility that the order he took was to deliver equipment to the top of Good Humor Mountain? Inema, the dog anchor is so ruthless that he abuses himself. Look at dog anchor's stance, he's not planning to run all the way up, is he? At a glance, I know that the dog anchor has not climbed the mountain. At the beginning of the consumption of so big, running less than half of the estimated cannot go. All the way, Lin Shu kept a running form. There are a lot of people who climb the mountain. See the group of takeout workers climbing the Goodhan Mountain to deliver takeout. They all think it is interesting, and they have to take a video shivering tone. Many of them are also local famous bloggers. In just half an hour, the video of Tuan Tuan's takeout workers climbing Good Humor Mountain to deliver takeout was on the same city's top hits. Good Humor Mountain, the top of the mountain. Under the shade of a tree sat a man of about 30 years of age. This man's name was Blade, and he was the one who had called Tuan Distribution. Brother Knife started out at 11 p.m. last night in order to go up to Goodman Mountain to see the sunrise. It wasn't until after 3 a.m. and almost 4 a.m. that he climbed to the top of the mountain. Knife found a great spot and waited for the sunrise to come. It was only a pity. The weather was not favorable. The clouds were particularly thick in the early hours of this morning. Covered up the sunrise. Knife was not happy. He wanted to stay on the mountain all day and wait for tomorrow's sunrise. So he came up with the idea of trying to order a delivery at Tuan Tuan Takeout to see if anyone would take the order. The first time he placed an order, after half an hour no one took the order, the Knife brother canceled. The second time he placed an order he added that bonus reward mechanism to the notes. Unexpectedly, this time only a few minutes later, someone took the order. In Knife's opinion, a delivery man, carrying dozens of pounds of gear up a mountain, he's certainly not fast. Normally, 4.5 to 5 hours for delivery is already pretty good. Even if he was good, at best he would arrive in 4 hours. It's nothing to pay him $1,000 for his hard work. As for the last two, $2,000 for 3-hour delivery and $5,000 for 2-hour arrival. It was totally just for fun, and he didn't believe that anyone would be able to do it. As Blade was bored, he opened Shakeology. After swiping 2 videos of beautiful women, a third video caught his attention. Hashtag Tuan Tuan Takeout workers climb Goodman Mountain to deliver takeout. After watching the entire video, Knife had a question in his mind. This dude, it can't be the one I called for distribution, right? Thinking of this, Knife immediately opened the map of the delivery platform. In the writer's position, put the map to the maximum. At this point Knives can clearly see that the icon representing the writer is moving quickly. A civilized phrase came out of Knife's mouth. From the time he placed his order until now, a full 40 minutes had only passed. The writer of this treadmill had already traveled nearly a quarter of the way. Knives revert back to Shakeology and search directly for the keyword of a takeout writer climbing Good Humor Mountain. Then, a dozen or so related contents appeared. Blade opened them one by one to read them, and the latest one was 5 minutes ago. In the video, the regimented delivery man, like a tireless machine, ran wildly toward the top of the mountain. Knife refreshed and found a few more related items. All of them were videos of the delivery man on a wild goose chase. This nigga, it couldn't be a professional mountain climber, right? Blade murmured. However, in Blade's opinion, this delivery guy started out running so fast, he probably pulled it the second half of the way. Subsequently, Blade stopped paying attention to this matter and opened a random dance anchor's live room. Brother Knife just entered the live room and heard the beautiful anchor woman's sentence. Brother Wuji. Brother Blade was instantly energized, he had to make this beautiful anchor woman call him Brother Blade. Thus, Brother Knife began to swipe gifts for the beautiful anchor woman. Time rush. An hour passed. After the beautiful anchor woman went off the air, Brother Knife exited the live broadcast room unfulfilled. Just as Brother Knife was planning to continue to brush up on the beauty video, the video of the delivery man just now was pushed to him again. Blade subconsciously clicked in. At this look, Blade almost didn't jump up. The other party had already arrived at the Good Man's Slope. It's 4 or 5 kilometers at most from Good Humor Slope to the top of the mountain. That means the delivery man, in an hour and a half, ran 20 kilometers from the foot of the mountain to the Good Humor Slope. Thinking of this, Knife a civilized phrase came out. This nasty livestock. Chapter 64, $200 is the bottom line for dog hosts. Live streaming room. Previously, the water friends thought that Lin Shu was running so hard at the beginning, and that he would definitely get tired later on when he couldn't run half the distance. But as time passed, half an hour passed. Lin Shu's running speed remained unabated, and there was a tendency to speed up. After an hour, the water friends were not calm anymore. Not to mention running up the hill. It's just running on the playground for an hour, I guess it's hard enough. An hour and a half later. Nima, if the dog anchor keeps running like this, I'm really afraid he'll die suddenly. I just saw that the video of the dog anchor running wildly in the Gudhan Mountain is on the hotspot again. How much money is this single earning for the dog anchor to work so hard? You've reminded me that the dog anchor is an unprofitable person, so I'm guessing that the delivery fee for this single starts at least $500. Mard, it's already at the Good Humor Slope, and the top of the hill is just ahead. That is to say, the dog anchor ran from the foot of the mountain to the top in just 2 hours. This Nima is simply livestock. Others rely on turbocharging, the anchor just needs to bounce on his legs. Hilltop. Blade looked at the map and saw that the rider was less than a kilometer away from him. This distance was still rapidly shortening. And at this point, only 1 hour and 50 minutes had passed since he had placed the order. There were still a full 10 minutes to go before 2 hours. Now the Knife brother are a little regret, why should hand cheaply write 2 hours to deliver, will give 5,000 red packets. Although this $5,000 he can afford to give, but still will feel meat pain 1 hour and 55 minutes. Lin Shu finally climbed to the top of the mountain. At this moment, everything was normal except that he was breathing a little fast and felt a little tired. Lin Shu took out his cell phone and dialed the customer's number. It took a while before the opposite side picked up. Hello, this is Mission Takeout Delivery, your camping gear has arrived, may I ask where you are located? The opposite side of the Knife brother returned a sentence. I'm under this big banyan tree on the east side, come over here. Okay, you wait a moment. Hanging up the phone, Lin Shu walked towards the banyan tree in the east. There was only one big banyan tree on the mountain, so it was easy to find. 2 minutes later, Lin Shu came to the Knife. Just after meeting, Knife let out an exclamation. Brother, you are truly awesome. 2 hours, running from the foot of the mountain to the top. No one else can run 25 kilometers at the playground as fast as you can run the hill. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed, as the saying goes, there will be a brave man under a heavy reward, and it's still you, brother, who gives more. Hearing Lin Shu say that, Brother Knife couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps. Although there was a great deal of flesh pain, Brother Knife still kept his promise and transferred $5,000 to Lin Shu. After collecting the money, Lin Shu didn't rush down the mountain. It was a rare trip up here, so it was not bad to take a look at the scenery in the meantime. Lin Shu wandered around the neighborhood for a while when suddenly a few girls came over. Hello little brother, can you collect stamps? Ha! Lin Shu didn't react for a moment. We want to take a picture with you, do you think it's okay? Oh, okay. As a former fresh meat star, Lin Shu was familiar with this matter of taking photos together. After taking the group photo, one of the girls said, Little brother, you are also too good, running all the way up from the foot of the mountain. Yeah, are all of your Tuan's delivery men this good? Lin Shu instantly black question mark face, how did you guys know I ran up here? Several girls looked at each other. So little brother you don't know your video has already been on the hot search in the Jitterbug Tongcheng fire. A girl opened Jitterbug and showed the searched video to Lin Shu. It dawned on Lin Shu that so many people had taken videos of him along the way. But Lin Shu didn't care too much about these things. Burning goose. Gradually, more and more people came to him for a group photo. At first, they were all young people. But I don't know when it started. Some uncles and aunts, too, began to come to Lin Shu to take pictures. Especially those aunts, a few of them posed in a 5-pointed star pose and insisted that Lin Shu stand in the center. There was also a silk scarf, shooting the action of fluttering in the wind. They also wanted to drag Lin Shu along. If it was really shot like this, then how could he, Lin, still stand in the Jianhu in the future? This can be Lin Shu scared enough, hastily borrowed urine to escape away. After strolling around the mountain for half an hour, Lin Shu was ready to go down the mountain. Just as he was heading in the direction of the lower mountain pass, he didn't know what was happening in the clearing in front of him. There were quite a few people gathered around. As a melon-eating enthusiast, Lin Shu also came over. Squeezing into the crowd with difficulty, Lin Shu saw it, a girl sitting on the ground. At this time, her knee had already swollen up a big bag. A friend of the injured girl asked her if she could still walk. She tried and could not even stand. It's not a short way down, and it just so happens that the cable car is down for maintenance these days. The only way is for someone to carry the girl down the mountain. But the ones who came with the injured girl were all girls. There were companions who were willing to carry her down the mountain, but they had all just gone up the mountain and had not yet recovered from the physical exertion. A few of the girls turned their attention to the surrounding, eating crowd. Unfortunately, none of them were willing to step forward. Even though Lin Shu only knew veterinary knowledge, he could tell. This girl's knee had to be treated as soon as possible. If it is delayed too long, she may have to be on crutches in the future. Lin Shu squeezed through the crowd and walked up to the injured girl. I can carry you down the mountain, but you have to pay me for my hard work. Seeing Lin Shu come out, someone had already recognized him. Even the injured girl knew him. You're the little guy who brought the takeout up. Lin Shu nodded, it's me. The injured girl's companion said hurriedly. Little brother, as long as you're willing to carry my classmate down the mountain, we're willing to pay for the hard work. Sisterly love nah. Lin Shu sighed in her heart. You guys are students? Lin Shu asked. A few girls nodded, we are students of Mountain River University. Since that's the case, then just charge you guys a token $200. Lin Shu directly took out his cell phone and opened the collection code. The girl just now quickly swept $200 for Lin Shu. After receiving the money, Lin Shu put her cell phone away and turned to the injured girl. You guys help her onto my back. Several classmates immediately stepped forward and carefully helped the injured girl onto Lin Shu's back. The injured girl was only about 90 pounds, which was nothing to Lin Shu. Moreover, it was now walking down the mountain. Comparing to going up the mountain just now, it was even easier now. Carrying the injured girl on his back, Lin Shu explained to a few of her classmates and walked towards the road down the mountain. Next, many climbers still struggling halfway up the mountain. Just saw it, the outfitter who just ran up the hill. Now carrying a girl on his back, running down the hill. Some people even thought that they were hallucinating because they were so tired. 1 hour later, the video of the Tuan Tuan delivery man, carrying an injured girl down the Good Humor Mountain, has hit the hot seat once again. Straight from the booth. The water friends were all still lamenting the perverted uphill speed of Lin Shu. Without noticing, he carried another girl with an injured knee down the mountain. This Nima, the dog anchor, is a real animal, isn't he even tired? The dog anchor asked them if they were students. I thought he would say, students will not be charged, who knows? Ha ha. Did you recognize him on your first day? $200 is the bottom line for dog anchors. I think, bargaining, the dog anchor's bottom line can be lowered to 180, slick JPG. Put. If you want to put it that way, the anchor's bottom line is pretty flexible. Dear Hikaru, please move your little hands to get rich. Click on the reminder, reward a 5-star. I don't even dare to ask for the power generation. Thank you all equals 3. Chapter 65, Is the Sun Shining? Although going down the mountain was easier than going up. But with Lin Shu carrying someone on his back, there was no way to walk too fast. It also took nearly 3 hours to return to the foot of the mountain. Once at the foot of the mountain, Lin Shu took a taxi directly to the nearest hospital. After settling the injured girl down, he then returned to Goodman Mountain and rode his little electric donkey away. By this time it was already tea time, and Lin Shu hadn't even eaten lunch. Just now, she was in a hurry to take the injured girl to the hospital, so she hadn't felt very hungry yet. This would relax, and the stomach would start to protest. Lin Shu found a beef ramen restaurant nearby. At this hour, there were no customers in the store. Lin Shu casually found a seat and sat down, picking up the menu and looking at it. Boss, a bowl of braised beef noodles. The boss poked his head out of the kitchen and looked. Okay, you wait a moment. Not a moment. A bowl of fragrant braised beef noodles was brought up. Your braised beef noodles, please enjoy. Smelling the aroma, Lin Shu's stomach began to rumble again. She couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and eat. Just as Lin Shu was eating the noodles, 2 more customers came to the store. Boss, 1 beef ramen and 1 beef dumpling. Okay, 2 of you wait a moment. I'll get 2 more Cokes. Okay, you can just get your own. Because the refrigerator was right next to Lin Shu, this customer came over to get a Coke and had to pass by Lin Shu. When that person just walked past Lin Shu, a familiar and special smell came into Lin Shu's nose. It was the smell of flour, and it was a particularly heavy smell. Lin Shu inadvertently straightened her body and glanced at this person.
Around 40 years old, 1.7 meters or so tall, wearing all black clothes. Lin Shu just glanced at it and stopped paying attention, concentrating on eating the noodles. After eating the noodles, Lin Shu didn't rush to leave, but opened Shake Shack and started brushing the video. The two people eating noodles over there didn't care. After all, Lin Shu was wearing the clothes of a delivery man. It's normal to not have a single break at this hour. It's just that in the live broadcast room, the water friends all felt a little strange. In exchange for his usual free time, Lin Shu would chat with his water friends. But this time, she actually didn't say a word and just focused on swiping the video. The water users didn't know what Lin Shu was doing. 5 minutes later, 2 more men in white came in at the door and they looked around the store. Then they came and sat down at the table of the 2 men in black. They first ordered 2 orders of ramen and then started chatting. Is it sunny back home? It's cloudy to sunny today. Lin Shu? Sunny? Cloudy and clear? This is not a secret code, is it? As expected, after a question and answer from both sides. Just hand the other side the backpacks that each was carrying, under the table. It could be clearly seen that one backpack was heavy. The other backpack was light. Each took the other's backpack, and the people on either side against the wall opened them up and reached in to muck around with something. Sitting across from Lin Shu, ostensibly he was seriously brushing his jitterbug. In reality, he had quietly turned the camera of the live broadcast towards the table where the deal was being made. Dog anchor, you went overboard before so many good-looking young ladies, don't see you give the brothers more than a glance. Now 4 old men eating noodles, you shoot a dura. That's right, what's so good-looking about this? I want to see the young lady. The dog anchor can't be the only one who's good at this, right? A head full of big men at the sort of good Han Mountain. Look, they're swapping backpacks under the table. TCH, this bridge looks like an underground deal in a movie. Crap, I think I see a bunch of red bills. The one on the opposite side is still licking his fingers and doesn't mind getting dirty. Hiss. This can't really be some kind of PY deal, right? Anchor, call the police. The people on both sides of the fence finished inspecting the goods and stopped talking. Each ate their own noodles. Seeing that the other party had completed the transaction, Lin Shu silently got up and swept the code to transfer money before leaving the door. Lin Shu didn't leave after going out, but sat on his little electric donkey and waited. 10 minutes later, the two sides came out together. At this time, Lin Shu, still sitting on the small electric donkey looking at the mirror stinks. Just when he was still 3 or 4 meters away from them, Lin Shu moved. He only saw his right hand flinging out, and 2 streaks of cold light flashed by. The next moment, the people in charge of the backpacks on both sides each had a dagger stuck in their thighs. 2 screams rang out as the 2 men from the backpack fell to the ground. The sudden change caught them off guard. The remaining 2 reacted quickly as they glanced at each other. Both knew that today's deal was exposed. The man in black looked down at his companion. Without even thinking, he quickly grabbed the backpack on the other man and was ready to escape. It was just a pity that Lin Shu wouldn't give him this chance. The black-clothed man had just turned around after getting his backpack when Lin Shu had already appeared in front of him. The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrunk, not expecting this person to be so fast. He only had time to take a step back. Lin Shu turned to the man in black and revealed a morose smile. Then a slap whistled over, directly slapping him to the ground. Even a few teeth flew out, and he fainted on the spot. Just then, Lin Shu suddenly felt his sweaty hair stand on end and a chill ran down his back. He subconsciously turned his head back. He only saw that the last white-robed man who was still standing took out a pistol and was letting out a cold smile at Lin Shu. Dare to intercept my goods, go to hell if you step on it. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly pulled the trigger. Boo! After the gunshot, cold sweat oozed from Lin Shu's forehead. However, it wasn't being hit by a bullet that hurt, it was the fact that the bullet flew right past his ear that scared him. As the saying goes, villains die from talking too much, and it really wasn't wrong at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to bleep one more time before he shot, Lin Shu might have been lying in a pool of blood. It was this 0.5 seconds that allowed Lin Shu to retrieve a life. The person who shot him looked at Lin Shu with an incredulous expression. In his eyes, Lin Shu had clearly been hit, so why was he not hurt at all? Just as he wanted to fire another shot, the Lin Shu in front of him had already disappeared. In the next instant, a dagger glistening with a cold light had been thrust into the hand he was holding the gun in. A scream rang out, and the gun in his hand dropped to the ground in response. For this kind of person, Lin Shu wouldn't give them the slightest chance to fight back. Once again, he threw out a flying dagger and wasted his other hand as well. Seeing that these 4 people had all lost their ability to move, Lin Shu let go of his heart. Picking up the 2 backpacks, he opened them. On one side was over $100,000 in cash, and on the other was flour, blue pills. Now the evidence is overwhelming. Because of the gunshot that had just been fired, the people in the nearby storehouses all came out. When they saw the 4 people lying on the ground, they were too scared to come forward. Some people have quietly reported to the police.
There were also people who took videos and sent them online.
Seeing this, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room has been paste screen.
Inema, this thing can even dodge bullets. Could it be that the dog anchor is the legendary son of Chi? Whether or not it's the son of Fortune will be discussed later. Is this considered intentional injury by the dog anchor? If what's in their bag is really contraband, then the dog anchor should be counted as seeing justice. Would the dog anchor care if it's a case of bravery or not? What he cares about is how much prize money he can get this time. There's no one else who can catch a few suspects even by eating a noodle. Do you guys still remember that the dog anchor's last delivery was also a brave fight against criminals, and this time too? There shouldn't be some weird setting in here. 10 minutes later, 3 police cars arrived. The ones who came this time were police officers from the Northern Suburbs Division, which Lin Shu didn't recognize. Seeing the police officers getting out of the car, Lin Shu was ready to go forward and explain. But he didn't expect that when several police officers saw Lin Shu suddenly go forward, they thought he wanted to assault the police and pulled out their guns on him. Stop, don't move. Put your hands on your head and crouch down. Lin Shu?
No, you guys might have misunderstood. A few of them are trading flour. I'm seeing justice. Whether or not you were acting heroically, we will investigate. What you need to do now is to put your hands on your head and crouch down. Lin Shu sighed and could only do as he was told.
The next moment, several police officers swarmed up. And so,
Lin Shu once again put on her brand new silver bracelet. The crowd of water friends in the live room. Oh. Chapter 66, Snowflakes, North Wind Whistling.
North Suburb Police Station.
In the interrogation room, Lin Shu told what happened, in detail. Then take out the live recording screen. The video shows the 4 suspects going through the transaction. There's also evidence of the suspect with the gun, who wanted to kill and kill.
After much verification by the police, the silver bracelet on Lin Shu's hand was finally untied and she walked out of the interrogation room.
Comrade Lin Shu, I'm really sorry, we are also doing our duty, I hope you won't take it to heart. The person who spoke was the captain of the northern suburbs, named Kong Yimin. Lin Shu waved his hand. Don't worry Team Kong, I can understand.
That's good, I'm really thankful to you this time. If this batch of flour goes into the market, I don't even know how many people will be poisoned.
Lin Shu's heart fluttered, finally getting down to business.
Team Kong, I wonder if there's a bonus or something for my bravery this time?
Hearing Lin Shu's words, Team Kong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't worry Comrade Lin Shu, you've made a merit this time, I'll apply for a bonus for you. Lin Shu was delighted in his heart. That's great, if there's nothing else I'll leave first. Team Kong, good, when the bonus comes down, I'll have someone notify you to come and collect it. It was already more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon when he came out of the North Suburb Police Station. Lin Shu had to ride a small electric donkey back to the city. The sun was setting and the evening breeze was blowing. Unconsciously, Lin Shu put the speed of the small electric donkey all the way down.
Feel this sudden coziness properly. A night without words. Early morning. Alarm clock rings, Lin Shu rises. Tube. Checking in successfully. Reward, rice cutting mastery.
Lin Shu was brushing his teeth when his toothbrush suddenly fell to the ground.
Tubby, aren't you mistaken about something? I'm a city dweller, what's the point of you rewarding a rice cutting proficiency? It might as well be a scrap recycling proficiency, it's a bit more practical. Tube you talk. 15 minutes later. Good morning brothers, it's time for this damn career draw again.
Lin Shu opened the app and tapped the yellow button in the presence of his water friends. Soon, a few words appeared on the screen. Rice harvester.
Lin Shu. Crowd of water lovers? Twahaha.
Rice collector,
there's this occupation? Does this mean that the dog anchor is going to the countryside to become a farmer?
Goosebox, just thinking about the image of the dog anchor wearing a straw hat and harvesting rice in the fields, I can't hold it together. From the start of the career challenge until now, the dog anchor is still the first one to go to the countryside.
I've always thought the dog anchor is not in the same program as the other contestants. I think so too. +1. After drawing this occupation, Lin Shu took the initiative to call the program Burning Goose. The program's response was, we have the car all ready for you, so pack up and go, yo. Lin Shu could hear that the opposite side was holding back laughter. Even in the end, he didn't hold it in, and started to ha without even hanging up the phone. Hanging up the phone, Lin Shu cried out to the sky, no. Seeing Lin Shu like this, the water friend said that there should be a BGM here. Snowflakes drift, the north wind whistles. Sighing, Lin Shu began to pack up his clothes. Because there was no telling where the program team would take him. Lin Shu still chose to bring 2 sets of clothes to go out, lest the clothes get dirty without all changing. 20 minutes later, Lin Shu sat in the car arranged by the program team. The driver was none other than Xiaohei. Blackie, where is our destination?
Blackie, your brother Lin, the destination this time, is nearly 200 kilometers from our city, you can take a rest in the car. Hearing Xiaohei say this, Lin Shu said to his water friends and retired from the live broadcast.
Time was in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, it was already 12 noon. Lin Shu, the two of them, had finally arrived at their destination this time. Recluse Village. Before getting off the bus, Lin Shu once again turned on the live broadcast. The powerful program team had already communicated with the mayor of Recluse Village. So as soon as Lin Shu and the two of them got off the bus, the village headman came out with the villagers to greet them. "Welcome our friend who came from afar," everyone applaud. Clap. The grandparents standing on the sides applauded. There are also a lot of watching children next to them. There were a few older women who took out the garlands they had prepared and put them on Lin Shu and Xiao Hei. This unexpected welcoming ceremony, this excessive enthusiasm, confused Lin Shu. After the welcome ceremony, the village chief took Lin Shu and the two of them to dinner. A large table full of dishes, with chicken, duck, fish and meat, as well as quite a few fresh vegetables. Xiao Lin, village people cook, not as refined as you guys in the city, I hope you don't mind. Lin Shu waved her hand. Village chief is polite, to be able to cook this large table of food for us, it's us who should say thank you. After a meal, everyone was happy. During that time, Lin Shu thought of a problem. Village chief, why do I feel that the village is full of old people and children? The village chief sighed, yes, the young people have all gone out to work. Our place is far from the school, and the children who go to school are boarding. The slightly older kids go to summer jobs in the summer. Younger children will be taken by their parents for 2 months. Now the youngest in the village, with the exception of the children who don't go to school, are 40 years old. Lin Shu realized that this was the phenomenon in many villages nowadays. It couldn't be helped. After dinner, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Lin Shu wanted to start working right away, but was stopped by the village chief. Don't be in a hurry, you've just had a meal, take a rest first, it's not too late for you to go back when everyone goes out. Hearing the village chief say this, Lin Shu had no choice but to agree. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the villagers went out with all their equipment. Before they left, the village chief also took a few pieces of equipment to Lin Shu. Straw hat, sunscreen, gloves, sickle, and high water shoes. Lin Shu didn't refuse and took it and put the equipment on. Waiting for Lin Shu to put it on. When the water friends saw him like this, the pop-up screen was already occupied by haha. Within a few minutes, the water friends had even made emoticons. Even the village chief laughed when he saw Lin Shu's appearance. The young man just looks refreshed, haha. Led by the village headman, Lin Shu arrived on the rice field outside the village. Under the sunlight, a large area of golden-colored rice, swaying with the wind, the scene was really too beautiful. The faint fragrance of rice makes people feel relaxed just by smelling it. Lin Shu sighed in his heart, the air is still fresh in the village. When the grandparents working in the field saw Lin Shu coming, they all waved to him. Little Lin, come to Grandpa, Grandpa will teach you how to harvest rice. Xiao Lin, or come to Big Mother's side, Big Mother will introduce you to the little girl. After greeting everyone, Lin Shu took the sickle and went to the field. Master Li, who was next to Lin Shu, said, Xiao Lin, Master will give you a demonstration first. There's a technique to this rice cutting. With that, Grandpa Li gave Lin Shu a demonstration. Lin Shu didn't rush to do it, and first watched Moncler Outlet Store Li demonstrate it to him. Just put the rice neatly at the end, have you learned? Master Li said with a smile. Lin Shu nodded, learned, thank you Grandpa. Grandmaster Li grinned, good, you try it first, take a break if you're tired. Good. Returned Grandmaster Li. Lin Shu then picked up the sickle and bent down, grabbing a handful of rice with his left hand and cutting the right hand sickle next to the ground, 5 to 10 centimeters. The movement was light and skillful, all in one go. Master Li couldn't help but secretly nod his head as he watched. Seeing that Lin Shu had no problem, Moncler Outlet Store Li also began to busy himself. Cutting the rice is actually only the first step, later you need to beat the rice down through the threshing machine, and finally dry the rice and store it in the sun. However, the work of beating the paddy does not require too many people, as long as the two grandfathers can be busy. So Lin Shu, along with these grandparents, only needs to do the first step, to put the cut rice, neatly. Lin Shu tried to cut a few times, and after getting used to it, he brought up the speed. One crop after another, the speed and rhythm were grasped at a balance. Gradually, Lin Shu took a big lead over the grandparents. The next few Moncler Outlet UK, busy for a while or straightening up to take a breather. However, when they wanted to take a look at Lin Shu's side, they realized that Lin Shu had disappeared. Where did little Lin go? How come we haven't seen anyone else? Yeah, wasn't he next to Old Li too just now? Old Li too, where did Xiao Lin go? Master Li, who had been busy working, heard everyone ask questions, and he stood up too. Isn't Xiao Lin there? Grandpa Li pointed not far to the side. Only just after he finished speaking, he turned back to look at himself. Where was the place where Lin Shu was standing just now? However, Moncler Jackets Outlet Li soon saw. The place where Lin Shu had just stood, the rice had already been harvested out of a long channel. Li Moncler Outlet Online was taken aback and rushed over to check it out. When he saw where Lin Shu was, his whole body froze. Chapter 67, maybe the anchor drinks 3 bottles of kidney treasure every day. Grandpa Li rubbed his eyes, he was sure he hadn't misread it.
Lin Shu was already more than 10 meters ahead of them. Seeing Moncler Jacket's outlet Li standing still, a few Moncler Jacket's outlet next to him felt curious and walked over.
What are you looking at, old Li? Where's Shaolin? Old Master Li pointed ahead.
A few Moncler outlet UK people looked in the direction of the finger, only to see a dozen meters in front of them. Lin Shu was bent over like a harvesting machine. One crop of rice after another was cut by him and then placed neatly to one side.
Didn't the village chief say that Shaolin was a city boy and had never cut rice? You guys, look at his speed and proficiency. Is this like he's never cut rice before?
I've been cutting rice for decades, and I don't even think I'm as professional as Shaolin.
Several grandparents let out a gasp.
In the end, they could only sigh that they were too old to compete with the young.
At the same time,
in the live broadcast room, the water friends watched more truly than a few grandparents.
This proficiency, you say it's the first time you cut rice? This speed, this skill, I would call the dog Anchor, the god of rice cutting. Nima, it's been 15 minutes, isn't the dog Anchor tired? The dog Anchor's waist is made of alloy. Maybe the dog Anchor drinks 3 bottles of kidney treasure every day. Why drink 3 bottles?
Because 1 bottle refreshes the mind, 2 never tire, and 3 live forever.
Oi! Half an hour later.
An acre of rice had already been cut by Lin Shu after a small half. The eyes of the grandparents in the field looked at Lin Shu as if they were looking at a monster.
Shaolin, do you want to take a break? You've been working continuously for half an hour?
Yeah, you're still young, it's not good to hurt your back. Only when she heard the monks remind her did Lin Shu straighten up.
It's okay, Moncler, I'm not tired.
A few Moncler outlet online corners of their mouths twitched, looked at each other, and said no more.
Another half hour passed.
A few grandparents sat on the edge of the ridge to rest.
A few people didn't make a sound.
Their eyes just looked at the field, still busy with Lin Shu.
A long time. Li Moncler outlet store finally couldn't help but say, "This kid, livestock. Which one of you said that city people are too weak to do farm work? This kid, he's almost finished mowing an acre of land, right? I can only cut an acre of land in a day, but this kid has already finished cutting an acre of land in an hour. He's simply gifted. Shaolin's waist is good, I'll introduce my niece to him later." Doesn't your niece have a date? It's better to introduce my granddaughter.
Che, your granddaughter isn't even an adult yet. It's already 17, and in 2 months it'll be 18 as an adult.
6 o'clock in the evening. The sun is setting and the sky is darkening.
Lin Shu followed the grandmasters and grandmothers to call it a day. In these 3 hours, Lin Shu had harvested 3 acres of land. A humanoid harvester, terrifying as it was. This perverted battle record has spread throughout the village. To this, those few grandparents who had nieces and granddaughters at home rushed to introduce Lin Shu to someone. And the live broadcast room. The Water Friends edited the live broadcast and posted it on Shakeology. Many people who have cut rice, or know something about it, are questioning the authenticity of this video. Watching the skepticism tirades grow, many Water Friends directly posted a long video, a full hour. Soon, these videos were on the hot search. A bricklayer saw them and immediately posted a video lambasting them as forgery. The bricklayer also said that the video was proof, so if it was real, he'd jump into a cesspool and swim. Many of the water users who watched Lin Shu's live broadcast have eyed Lin Shu, let him continue to live broadcast tomorrow to cut rice. This Ori gives the pool, must let the bricklayer go in and enjoy it. With the heat of that video of the bricklayer skyrocketing, countless people, who were eating melons, flooded into Lin Shu's live broadcasting room. At the same time, there were some vendors looking for cooperation.
"Hello Anchor, we're from Kidney Treasure Company, we want to talk to you about a cooperation. Is the Anchor interested in cooperating with our Indian Divine Oil? The cost package will satisfy you."
Anchor, we're a manufacturer of Golden Bump.
Anchor, we Stanley.
Looking at the screen full of people calling themselves merchants, Lin Shu didn't care too much. He just thought it was the Water Friends playing a stunt, so he didn't reply to any of them.
Back to the village.
The village chief's eyes became strange as he looked at Lin Shu. In the morning, the higher-ups had approached him, saying that a star from a program was coming to their village to experience what it was like to harvest rice. When he first heard the news, the village chief was reluctant. In his opinion, these stars are all city people who can't do anything, and when the time comes, they may have to spoil a lot of food. But the upper management said that the program was willing to pay $3,000 a day. The show will also compensate the contestants if they spoil the rice during their experience. Hearing this from the higher-ups, the village chief agreed. To be honest, in the beginning, the village chief only agreed for the sake of money. But after seeing Lin Shu, he realized that this young man was quite easygoing and didn't have a stance. Until now. He heard the villagers say that Lin Shu was skillful in harvesting and was more professional than them, the old farmers. In just these 3 hours, he had cut 3 acres of rice. Hearing this figure, the village chief wanted to ask them, are they so old that they can't even tell whether it's 3 minutes or 3 acres of land? When a villager says so, the village chief will think that the other person is wrong.
But if everyone said that, it couldn't be false. Everyone still has great respect for the village chief. Not so much as to make fun of him with these things. Although he believed the words of the villagers, the village chief still found it unbelievable. Was this really something that could be accomplished by human power? If it's really that impressive, it could be a world record on TV or something. Village chief, do I have something on my face? Lin Shu's words pulled the village chief back from his delirium. Ha? No. What do you do in the city, Shaolin? Lin Shu wiped her nose. I'm an entertainer, or a star as they say, I'm just not very famous anymore. The way Lin Shu said this, he himself felt a little less good about it. The village chief was stunned for a moment. Still a real star? What kind of star could cut 3 acres of rice in 3 hours? It can't be that he's famous for cutting rice. Did the village chief come to see me for something? Seeing that the village chief had been following, Lin Shu asked. Oh yes, I almost forgot about business, it's time to eat. The village chief said. Alright, I'm hungry too. Lin Shu hurriedly took off the equipment on his body to wash his hands. Dinner was still made sumptuously. Perhaps it was because of the heavy workload, Lin Shu also ate a lot. After eating, Lin Shu asked Xiao He. Blackie, when are we going back? Hearing Lin Shu's words, Xiao He looked at him with an odd expression. Brother Lin, the director said that your live content in the village this period had a lot of traffic, and he asked you to stay in the village for a few more days. Lin Shu almost thought he had heard wrong. Staying a few more days? What about the whole career I'm smoking tomorrow? Xiao He put down his chopsticks. The director said that you don't need to draw occupations for the few days you're in the village, you can do whatever you want. Lin Shu righteously said, that won't do, we have to respect the rules of the program, if the other contestants see it. They'll still think I'm shady, let's go back now. As if Xiao He had expected it, he said lightly. 200 a day. Lin Shu's footsteps lurched, what do you take me for? Xiao He, 500. Lin Shu sat back in his chair, this is not a matter of money, do you understand? Xiao He, 1,000, the director said if 1,000 doesn't work, get in the car and go back now. Lin Shu shook Xiao He's hand and smiled sincerely, actually, I also like the life in the village, it's not a problem to stay for a few more days. The two had just reached an unknown PY deal when the village chief walked over. Ah Lin, your rooms have been organized. Lin Shu smiled all over, okay village chief, please. Lin Shu thought that the village chief would arrange for them to stay at the villagers' homes for the night. But when they arrived at the place, they realized that their rooms were arranged in the village committee. There are a few empty rooms here that are dedicated to hospitality. The rooms are not big, but they are better than neat and tidy. The beds and duvet covers are all in big red color, with the word she and 2 Mandarin ducks on them. They should have been brought from the villagers' homes. Lin Shu put the backpack on the bed. Luckily he was resourceful and brought a change of clothes over. Poor Blackie, nothing was prepared. A night without words. Early morning. The alarm hadn't even gone off yet, and the chickens had been crowing off and on for an hour. Lin Shu, who was awakened, pulled open the window and looked at the large, majestic rooster. He pinched the flying dagger in his hand, raised and lowered it several times, and finally put it away. This revenge I, Mr. Lin, will remember. Lin Shu secretly decided in his heart that if he caught the opportunity, he would definitely castrate it. Looking at the time, it was already 6 in the morning. It's good to get up early and get some fresh air. Lin Shu soothed herself, then went out to wash up. Tube. Checking in successfully. Reward, snake catching mastery. Chapter 68, you kid, you're a good guy. After washing up, Lin Shu opened the live broadcast by the way. Some of the water friends who woke up early and saw that Lin Shu was still in the village after opening the broadcast felt strange and sent pop-ups to ask why. Lin Shu saw this and replied, it's rare to come to this nice place with beautiful mountains and water, I'm going to stay in the village for a few more days to cultivate my feelings. Shu Wei Yu, is it with the program's permission? Lin Shu, I called the director last night and I said I would stay for a few days. At first he didn't agree and I said I'd quit the career challenge program if I didn't. When the director heard that, he immediately went off, saying that the program can't be without me, and that without me, it would be like the western sky without Rulai. In the end, he also added money for me to play for a few days if I wanted to. Play enough and then go back. Hearing Lin Shu finish, a witty water user directly summarized him. Got it. The program group added money and the dog anchor compromised. The other water users were still in the clouds, but after seeing this pop up, they instantly came to a realization. One after another, they sent pop-ups accusing Lin Shu of being shameless. After chatting with her water friends for a while, Lin Shu went straight out the door. He was going to find out where there was a place that sold breakfast. People in the village basically made their own breakfast, and if they wanted to buy breakfast, they had to go to the food market. After going out, Lin Shu saw a few older women who went to buy food, so she followed them. After coming to the food market and turning around, she found that there weren't many stores selling breakfast. When we returned to the village after breakfast, the harvesting team had also assembled and was ready to set out to collect the rice. Lin Shu hurriedly changed into his own equipment and followed everyone else. Seeing Lin Shu alive and kicking, Moncler outlet store Lee couldn't help but ask. Xiaolin, you worked so hard yesterday, don't you have a sore back and sore hands today? Lin Shu moved his body with his wrist. Look, there's no problem at all. Master Li exclaimed, young people's bodies are just fine. The woman next to him pushed her way out of the way of Mr. Li. Xiaolin, how are you thinking about my niece? My niece has a big ass and will definitely give the Lin family a big fat boy. Another grandpa also walked over, next to Lin Shu on the other side. Xiaolin, my granddaughter just went to college, she's well behaved and understands things, and she also cooks a good meal. You guys can get to know each other. Then there were a few more grandparents, rushing forward to introduce Lin Shu to someone. Lin Shu couldn't cope with them, so she had to answer the questions and deal with them. Today's weather is good, I'm going to try to cut 2 more acres of rice. Because of that video posted by the bricklayer yesterday, it has attracted a lot of melon eaters. Early in the morning, there were many netizens squatting in the live broadcast room, waiting for Lin Shu to cut the rice. Lin Shu didn't let them wait too long, arriving at the field and opening the hunting moment. As time passed, those original skeptical voices became less and less. 1 hour later. This anchor is real livestock. Where's Bricky? Bricky, are you watching? Someone ate the bricklayer and asked when it's going to live stream the tour of Ori to give. I just went to Bricklayer's homepage and he deleted that video. That's okay, I've saved it. Wait, it looks like Bricky set all the accounts to private. Are there any special effects gods in the water, friends? Since Bricklayer isn't going to fulfill his promise, let's give him a hand. Seeing Lin Shu continuously harvesting for another hour, Moncler outlet store Li, who stood by the ridge to drink water, couldn't help but say, Xiaolin, stop and take a rest, drink some water. Hearing Grandpa Li speak, Lin Shu also straightened up. Just as he wanted to say something back to Moncler outlet store Li, suddenly saw that there was a 1-meter long cobra at Moncler outlet store Li's feet. At this time the cobra has arched its body, constantly spitting letters, ready to attack. Lin Shu was startled. Master Li, stand still, don't move. Being yelled at by Lin Shu, Grandpa Li instantly froze and really stopped where he was. He was still wondering what was going on when he suddenly heard a hissing sound at his feet. Li subconsciously looked down and a cobra was at his feet. Seeing this scene, Moncler outlet store Li was so scared that he almost had to jump up. Don't move, Moncler, don't ever move. Lin Shu spoke very seriously and loudly, and the Moncler jackets for men and women who were not far away heard Lin Shu's chortling and all looked over curiously. When they saw Lin Shu's face full of seriousness, and Moncler outlet store Li stood at the edge of the ridge straight trembling, they all felt strange. Old Master Li, what happened? A grandpa asked. Now where did Grandpa Li dare to speak? He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would startle this cobra. When the time comes to give him a bite, then he will be dead. Seeing that Moncler outlet store Li did not say anything, a few Moncler outlet online women looked at each other and all walked in his direction. Lin Shu, who was slowly approaching, was startled to see them coming over in a hurry. Everyone don't come over, there's a 1-meter long cobra under Master Li's feet. Don't scare it. Hearing Lin Shu's words, everyone instantly stopped in their tracks, a look of fear rising on their faces. What? A cobra? No. Old Li too, have you been bitten? What can we do about this? Quickly go get Uncle Wang, he's caught snakes before. Hey, I'm on my way. A few Moncler jackets for men didn't dare to take big steps forward, and could only quietly walk behind Lin Shu. Seeing that Lin Shu was still walking towards Grandpa Li, one of the grandmothers spoke up in a hurry. Xiaolin, don't go over there, the cobra is poisonous. Right, Xiaolin, come back quickly, wait for Uncle Wang to come over, he's caught snakes before, he'll have a solution. Several grandparents were urging Lin Shu to stay away. In order to reassure them, Lin Shu had to talk to them. It's fine, I can catch snakes too. Hearing Lin Shu's words, everyone didn't believe it. Even rural children, not everyone dared to catch snakes, let alone Lin Shu, a city child. A couple of bold grandpas also quietly followed behind Lin Shu. At this time, Lin Shu was just about 2 meters away from Moncler outlet store Li. Looking at that, the cobra coiled around Moncler outlet store Li's feet. Lin Shu carefully squatted down and slowly approached forward. Perhaps sensing movement, the cobra turned its head. The snake's letters kept spitting out, and it was obviously still very vigilant. When Lin Shu moved to, there was still a meter of distance left. The cobra looked like it felt threatened. It began to open its mouth and kept hissing. Moncler jackets outlet Li had been watching his feet, and when he saw the change in the cobra, his heart tightened and he whispered, Xiaolin, don't get close, if you're not careful and get bitten by it, it's not a joke. Seeing that even though Master Li's body was shaking with fear, he still didn't forget to remind himself, Lin Shu's mouth curled up into a smile. Master Li, do you have anything else to explain? Grandpa Li was stunned, not understanding what Lin Shu meant by this. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed a bit, if you have anything else to explain, you can tell me, in case you get bitten by a snake, it will be too late to talk about it. The corners of Li's mouth twitched violently, and he couldn't help but spit in his heart. You kid, people also strange good Lu. I really thank you for the whole family. Chapter 69 He's still a child. Live streaming. Originally, the water boys were discussing that the bricklayer ran away. Until everyone heard, Lin Shu told Moncler Outlet Store Lee not to move. Only then did the water users put their attention back to the live content. Some sharp-eyed water friends, when they heard Lin Shu shouting "Don't move," they had already noticed the cobra at the foot of Moncler Jacket's Outlet Lee. Everyone, look at Moncler Outlet Store Lee's feet. There seems to be a snake there. My Nima, what a big cobra. What's the situation with the dog anchor? Isn't he afraid of death? It's still approaching at this time. He said he can catch snakes. Do you guys believe him? I only know that the dog anchor can kill pigs. I haven't heard him say he can catch snakes. Anchor, this force can't be installed. As the saying goes, a loss of footsteps, this hate will never end. Put. Upstairs, who taught you to memorize ancient poems like this? Saw that cobra had turned his attention. Lin Shu tried to reach out his hand and touch towards the top of the cobra's head. At first, the cobra kept hissing. It was as if it was warning Lin Shu not to come any closer. But as Lin Shu's hand reached forward, it was like there was a special power that made the violent cobra gradually become quiet. Until Lin Shu put her hand on top of the snake's head, it didn't resist in the slightest. Lin Shu pinched the snake's head with just the right amount of force. The other hand grabbed the snake's body part and lifted it up carefully. Seeing Lin Shu grab the cobra up, the Moncler Jacket's outlet behind him were stunned. Just now, when Lin Shu said he could catch a snake, people didn't believe him. But now it seems that this kid really didn't brag. Wow. Shaolin, you have to be careful, don't let him bite. Old Lee Head, what are you still standing for? Get away from it? Master Lee let out a bitter smile. My legs are numb. A few Moncler Outlet Store Moncler Jacket sale people sniffed and carefully walked next to Moncler Jacket sale Lee, helping him away from Lin Shu. Just as Lin Shu was about to find a place and release the cobra, one of the adults spoke up. Shaolin, you grab it first, I'll go find a sack. The person who spoke was Master Tian. Lin Shu was stunned and looked at Master Tian. No need, Master Tian, I'll just take it over there and put it away. Hearing Lin Shu say she wanted to release it, Master Tian was anxious. Don't, this is a rare wild game, catch back to make wine or stew, old tonic. The corner of Lin Shu's mouth twitched as he secretly glanced at the live broadcast. Nice guy. The screen is full of very criminal, torturable 5-year sewing machine pop-ups. Master Tian, this is the rhythm that you want to send me in. Master Tian, this cobra is a state-protected animal, you can't eat it, it's illegal to eat it. Mr. Tian scratched his head. This is a poisonous snake, a harmful thing or a state-protected animal? Shaolin, you're not trying to cheat the grandpa. Knowing that Mr. Tian wouldn't be so easily convinced, Lin Shu had to patiently explain. Tian, this is really not a lie, like the golden ring snake, 5-step snake, red training snake, bamboo leaf green, as well as the cobra in my hand, these are all state-protected animals. Catching these snakes, if people find out and report to the police, serious cases will have to go to jail. Hearing Lin Shu say this, Mr. Tian snapped, catching a snake and going to jail, it's not that serious, right? When Mr. Tian saw Lin Shu's face, he didn't look like he was joking. Then it's better to let it go. Hearing Master Tian say this, Lin Shu smiled and nodded. Grabbing the cobra, he walked over 100 meters before releasing it. When Lin Shu came back, the village chief brought a few grandfathers and hurriedly walked over. Uncle Wang is here, eh? Why are you sitting down, old Lee too? Were you bitten? The older man who went back to call the others asked several questions in a row. I'm fine, don't worry everyone. Lee Moncler Outlet Store said. Seeing that Moncler Jacket's Outlet Lee was fine, the village head put his heart down a little. What about the cobra? Did it run away? The grandparents who were still in the field all looked towards Lin Shu, who had just returned. Seeing everyone looking at Lin Shu, the village chief's heart tightened. Shaolin, you didn't get bitten by a snake, did you? Where did you get bitten? Why don't you guys watch him a bit, he's still a kid. Don't worry, village chief, I'm fine. Seeing the village chief anxious, Lin Shu explained. Village chief, that cobra has already been caught by Shaolin. Kobayashi just reached over and grabbed the snake's head as soon as he could, and that cobra didn't even dare move. Yeah, Shaolin is too good. Hearing what the villagers said one by one, the village chief was also roughly clear about what happened. Since you caught it, how come you don't see where it is? The village chief asked as he looked at Lin Shu's empty hand. Village chief, that snake I caught and released over there. Lin Shu pointed to the place where he had just released it. At this time Master Tian walked out. Shaolin said that the cobra is a state-protected animal and can't be eaten, so he released it. Seeing that everyone was fine, the village chief finally let go of his heart. Aren't you a star, Shaolin? How come you can even catch snakes? The village chief looked at Lin Shu with a puzzled face. Lin Shu snorted, I learned it from watching wilderness survival before. I just tried it this time when the situation was urgent, and I didn't expect it to really work. The village chief thought that Lin Shu would say that she learned it from the elders in her family. I didn't expect him to say that he learned it from desert island survival. You really dare to try it. But no matter what, it's good that people are okay. The village chief explained a few words to everyone and returned to the village first.
The harvesting brigade rested for a few moments and then went back to work. For the next 2 hours or so, Lin Shu once again acted like his humanoid harvester.
In one morning, more than 3 acres of land were mowed. 11:30 at noon.
By lunchtime, everyone stopped what they were doing and went back to the village to eat. Just as he entered the village, Lin Shu saw a few cars parked in front of the village chief's house. Only after entering the door, Xiao Hei walked over.
Brother Lin, someone's here to see you. Looking for me?
Lin Shu was curious, how could someone find this place? Just then, a young man in a suit pants shirt walked over.
Hello Mr. Lin, I'm the business manager of Stanley, my name is Zheng Tairan. Stanley? Why does it sound a bit familiar?
Lin Shu only felt a bit familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember what it was.
Zheng Tairan smiled and nodded. Perhaps Mr. Lin
has seen our company's advertisements before. Although he wasn't sure, Lin Shu could only take it as such. Nice to meet you, I don't know what your company is looking for me for, it seems like we haven't been in contact before. Zheng Tairan said, Mr. Lin, it's also lunchtime now, why don't we have a chat while we eat?
Lin Shu didn't refuse, that's fine.
Zheng Tairan made a gesture of invitation. The recluse village was 5 or 6 kilometers away from the nearest hotel. That's why Zheng Tairan was having it made in advance and sent over here.
Lin Shu didn't be polite with them and should eat and drink. 10 minutes later.
Lin Shu put down her chopsticks. When Zheng Tairan saw Lin Shu put down his chopsticks, he followed suit.
Mr. Lin, are you full? Lin Shu nodded. Well then, I'm full, this food is good. Let's get down to business, what is your company looking for me for? Zheng Tairan nodded. Alright Mr. Lin, allow me to reintroduce our company first.
Our company, Stanley, is an agricultural company, and just now Mr. Lin said that he found the name Stanley familiar. It should be that he has seen the advertisement of Stanley Compound Fertilizer.
Hearing Stanley Compound Fertilizer, the name.
Lin Shu has remembered, before the former saw those, by the netizens to revamp the advertising video.
No wonder he felt familiar.
When Zheng Tairan saw Lin Shu's look of sudden realization, he knew that the other party had already remembered what Stanley was.
He continued.
After the video of you cutting rice live yesterday hit the hot search, our company executives also saw it. The executives felt that your temperament is very much in line with our company's brand image. So they would like to invite you to be the face of our Stanley Compound Fertilizer.
Lin Shu? Crowd of water friends? Chapter 70, you can't accept this endorsement.
Lin Shu froze for a full 3 seconds. He went over, in his head, the Stanley commercials he had seen before. He wasn't sure where his temperament, where it fit the Stanley brand. But all of this was put aside for the moment, once this endorsement ad was taken.
Will he be able to return to the entertainment industry in the future? Will he be laughed at by his peers after he returns to the entertainment industry?
Thinking about this, Lin Shu felt that this endorsement could not be taken.
Ahem.
Manager Zhang, after all, I am in the entertainment industry. If I take your company's endorsement, I won't be able to mix in the industry in the future. Of course, the fertilizer produced by your company is a good product, but I think it is not suitable for my development plan. I hope your company can understand. Listening carefully to Lin Shu, Zheng Tairan did not intend to give up. Mr. Lin has a point, I won't say much about the rest, but this endorsement fee, I can still mention it to Mr. Lin. Our company is willing to pay $900,000 in endorsement fees to invite Mr. Lin to be this spokesperson. Mr. Lin, as a member of the circle, should know that this endorsement fee is very competitive within the third line. Originally, Lin Shu thought that it was fine to hear more from others after having a meal.
Anyway, he wouldn't agree to be the spokesperson.
But after hearing that the endorsement fee was $900,000, Lin Shu's eyes lit up. He Lin someone fire the time, have not received endorsement fees so high. Who would have thought that a fertilizer company looking for a spokesperson would be able to offer an endorsement fee of $900,000? Lin Shu quietly sat up straight. $900,000 for an endorsement?
Zheng Tairan, yes. Lin Shu, ahem.
Actually, I myself think that my temperament is quite compatible with your company's brand.
Zheng Tairan, Mr. Lin will no longer consider it?
Lin Shu, there's no need to consider it, the name Stanley, I feel close to it as soon as I hear it.
Zheng Tairan, Mr. Lin is not afraid of being laughed at by people in the circle, not afraid of being poked in the back by people with an axe to grind?
Lin Shu, they are just saying grapes are sour when they can't eat them. Zheng Tairan smiled and got up, extending his right hand.
Mr. Lin, happy cooperation.
Lin Shu grinned and got up after him.
Good cooperation, PQ, 0. The moment they both shook hands, they both leaned back and laughed. Zheng Tairan, mission accomplished, promotion and pay raise. Lin Shu, a little handshake, money in hand. Seeing this, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room once again filled the sky. Good guy, he just agreed. A star taking over a fertilizer ad endorsement, this is unique in the entertainment industry, isn't it? After a while, you'll be able to see the dog anchor's picture on the Stanley fertilizer bag.
Other male celebrities' endorsement is sports brand, toiletries brand, really can't you like Jay, take a motorized car endorsement is also okay.
Ah yes. Yesterday that small electric donkey driving, Gaga fierce. Can be contemporary speech? Anchor you look down, can you pick up a legend advertisement, as long as you say a word, is a brother to cut me, live room more than 100,000 brothers guarantee to support the scene. Seeing Lin Shu agree. Zhang Tai-ran took out the prepared contract. Lin Shu took it, photographed the contents of the contract, sent it to a lawyer friend, and paid $5,000. An hour later, the lawyer replied that the contract was fine. So, both parties happily signed it. Manager Zhang, make arrangements for the shooting. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. With that, Zhang Tai-ran took out his cell phone and made a call. A minute later, Zhang Tai-ran hung up the phone and said to Lin Shu, Mr. Lin, if it's convenient for you, we can arrange the shooting today. Although he didn't know how Zhang Tai-ran found the filming team. However, Lin Shu didn't want to leave what could be resolved today until the next day, so he agreed. Because it was a fertilizer advertisement, the scene was set in the rice fields outside the village. Lin Shu didn't even need to change her clothes, she was directly in the rice field holding a handful of rice. Or carry a bag of Stanley's fertilizer and read a few more jingles. Photographer, Mr. Lin Shu, in a moment, just stand here and look at the camera and read out the jingle. Lin Shu, no problem. Photographer, ready, start. Lin Shu, Golden Land, Silver Land, fertilize with Stanley. Oi. Photographer, very good, let's do it again. To this. On the contrary, it is happy to a group of water friends who eat melon. 3 hours later, the shooting was successfully completed. Shaking hands with Lin Shu once again, Zhang Tai-ran left the village with his men. Lin Shu looked at the account, the extra $900,000, and tears flowed indisputably from the corners of her mouth. After filming, Lin Shu continued to follow the harvesting brigade to do their work. At 6 in the evening, Lin Shu came up from the field. With Lin Shu's help, all the rice that needed to be harvested manually in the village had been harvested. In fact, most of the rice in the village was harvested with a harvester. Only this less than 30 acres of land, where the harvester couldn't come for some special reasons, needed to be harvested manually. Under normal circumstances, the villagers would have been busy for 4 or 5 days. With Lin Shu on board, it only took 3 days to finish harvesting. Thanks to Xiaolin, we were able to finish harvesting the rice so quickly. Yes, Xiaolin's speed in cutting rice is as good as several of ours. Hey! Coincidentally, after today's busy day, tomorrow Master Yi's family's son gets married, so we can also go over early to help out and liven things up. Xiaolin, tomorrow you go along too, it'll be crowded and lively, and you'll be able to get to know quite a few little girls. Lin Shu scratched his head, is it appropriate for me to go? People didn't invite me either. Hearing Lin Shu's words, Grandpa Li hurriedly explained. Xiaolin, nah, you don't worry about drinking this wedding wine. You still don't know, right, those rice you harvested this morning are from Master Yi's family. He's busy with his son's wedding these days, and didn't have time to cut the rice. If you give him a hand to finish cutting the rice, he can't thank you enough. If you're too embarrassed to go, I'll go back and talk to him about it. Hearing Mr. Li say this, Lin Shu didn't say anything more. When they went back for dinner, Master Yi came. Xiaolin, tomorrow my son gets married, I hope you can come and attend. Also thank you for your help in harvesting my family's rice. Master Yi personally came to invite, of course Lin Shu had to give this face. Alright, don't worry, Grand Master Yi, I will definitely be there tomorrow. As for the rice collection, that's all trivial, no need to thank me. Seeing that Lin Shu was still eating, Grandpa Yi simply chatted for a few moments before finding an excuse to leave. After eating, Lin Shu asked Xiao Hei for the car keys. He was going to the nearby town to get a little cash. Although mobile payment is now well developed, people still give cash in the aspect of accompanying gifts at wedding banquets. After withdrawing the money, Lin Shu bought some more daily necessities before driving back to the village. There were no words for the rest of the night. The next day dawned. The familiar sound of a rooster crowing sounded, and Lin Shu opened her bloodshot eyes and looked at her cell phone. 5 o'clock in the morning. Green veins popped up on Lin Shu's brain after another cockcrow. Lin Shu rolled over and got up, picking up a small stone that he had specially picked up yesterday. Opening the window, she threw it at the large rooster. Only to hear the big rooster cluck. Then, it screamed louder as if it were angry. This made Lin Shu so angry that she almost didn't go out to fight with it. Lin Shu, who couldn't sleep, had to open Jitterbug and brush the short video. At 6 in the morning, Lin Shu got up and washed. Tube. Checking in successfully. Reward, culinary mastery. Lin Shu's hand that was brushing his teeth paused. From today onwards, he, Lin, was also someone who could cook. After washing up, he opened the live broadcast by the way. Lin Shu then went out to the food market to have breakfast. The vegetable markets in the countryside all opened very early. At 5 o'clock or so before dawn, there are already vegetable sellers out setting up their stalls. Taking advantage of the fact that today is not busy, Lin Shu brought her water friends and also took a few strolls in the vegetable market.
Many of the water friends who had never been to the countryside found it very novel. When she came back from the vegetable market, Lin Shu followed Moncler Outlet Store Li and the others, and came to Moncler Outlet Store Ye's house together. When many rural villages held wedding banquets, people from the village would come to help. After the work is done, they chat and drink tea in the main house, which looks very lively and festive. When Lin Shu and the others arrived, they saw Master Yi on the phone.
And the expression wasn't very good. Only after Grandpa Yi hung up the phone did Grandpa Li and the others inquire. "Old Yi, is something wrong here? Why are you still slack-jawed?" Grandpa Yi let out a bitter smile.
Originally scheduled that big seat master, on the way over had a little accident, leg broken, now went to the hospital, cannot come over. A few Moncler Outlet Store people were shocked to hear this.
Ha! Then what to do? Can we still find any other big seat masters? No? Master Yi shook his head. I just asked, today is a good day, a few big seat masters in the neighborhood have received a banquet. Then what should we do now? It's almost 8 o'clock. If there are no grand banquet masters coming over, everyone won't be able to make it to the noon meal. Just when the group was at a loss for words, Lin Shu, who was sitting on the side getting high on melon seeds, suddenly stood up. Master Yi, if you can't find any other burnt big seat masters, why don't you let me try? I can burn big mats. Chapter 71, Tasting the Food. In the live broadcast room, hearing Lin Shu say that she would burn the big seat, the water friends began to be unsettled again. I know the dog Anchor can barbecue, but when did he burn the big seat again? Anchor shouldn't be planning to make a whole barbecue mat. Ha ha. The wedding scene turned into a jerking convention. The newlyweds held up the lamb kebabs on the stage and told the guests that everyone ate and drank well, the lamb kebabs were enough, and the beer stepped on the box to drink. Put. Think of that image, can't live to laugh. Several Moncler jackets heard Lin Shu's words. They all looked at him with a skeptical look. What did you say, Kobayashi? You know how to burn a big seat? Kid, stop it, old man Yi is dying of anxiety, so don't joke with him. Burning a big seat is a skilled job. Unlike cooking at home, many restaurant chefs don't dare to take on this job for fear of not doing a good job. It's better to think of a way to see if we can invite a banquet burning master from somewhere else. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Lin Shu could understand. A young man in his early 20s, saying that he was a master of burning big mats. Saying this, it will probably be recognized by the netizens as the best cold joke of the year. Lin Shu walked up to Grand Master Yi. I understand what everyone is saying. Why don't we do this? I'll show a few Moncler jackets. I'll let you a hand first, and if you all still think it's not up to par, you can think of another way. What do you think, Master Yi? The several grandmasters looked at each other, and in the end, they all looked at Grandmaster Yi. Master Yi thought about it. Anyway, the food trial and his search for people do not conflict with each other. It is perfectly possible to do it together. Maybe he could find someone in a while. Yi Moncler Outlet Store pondered for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Shaolin, you try it first. Lin Shu smiled and nodded. Okay, take me to the place where the vegetables are cooked. Master Yi led Lin Shu to the place where the big seat was burned. The weather was nice these days, so the place to burn the mat was located outdoors. When Lin Shu came over, there were several ants in the field who were busy. These ants should be the original burning master's helpers, work clear division of labor, well organized, at a glance you know often do these jobs. When she saw Master Yi come over, one of the ants asked, Master Yi, have you found the mat burning master? These ants also already knew that the mat-burning master was injured. Master Li shook his head, not yet, but we have a young man here who said he could do it, so we brought him here to try. Lad? When several ants heard Master Yi say this, they all looked at Lin Shu beside Master Yi. Little handsome, you know how to burn a big seat? Are you kidding? Lin Shu took the apron aside and put it on. It's useless to talk more, I'll show everyone my hand first. Lin Shu looked at the available ingredients and decided to make a vegetarian 8 treasures first. Lin Shu brought a small pot next to her and took some of the 8 vegetables she needed from the washed vegetables. Lin Shu then came to the counter, picked up the chopper and started cutting the vegetables. For Lin Shu, who had top-notch knife skills, cutting a few vegetables shouldn't be too simple. 8 kinds of vegetables, different cutting methods. Lin Shu only used less than a minute and already finished all of them. Several ants were still waiting to watch the show, but now they were all shocked to see this cutting of vegetables. What the hell? Just a few vegetables cut up in a little while? That's too fast, isn't it? If they hadn't been watching right next to each other, they would have thought it was prepared material in advance. There were 2 ants, who even came next to Lin Shu on purpose, to look at those vegetables that he had cut up. At this look, they were even more shocked. Not only were the vegetables cut quickly, the size and length of each one was as if they had been measured with a ruler. Seeing Lin Shu take the prepared vegetables over to the stove, several ants were curious. Could this little handsome boy really know how to cook a big seat? Although it was a bit ridiculous, this knife work of his already said something. Feeling the same way as these ants, there were also a few Moncler jackets who followed them over to eat their melon. Just now, when Lin Shu said that she would burn the big seat, everyone didn't quite believe it. But now, just by watching him cut vegetables, they already felt that Lin Shu was not simple. The first step in learning to be a chef was to practice knife skills. Every top chef has impeccable knife skills. Now it seemed that Lin Shu might actually be able to burn a big seat. In no time, there was already an aroma coming from the side of the stove. It smells good. Grandpa Lee inhaled hard. TSK, I think Kobayashi made vegetarian hatchigen, right? I've eaten vegetarian hatchigen a few times, but it doesn't smell as good as this one from Kobayashi. 2 minutes later, Lin Shu came over with a plate. A few grandmasters will taste it first. Master Yi took a pair of chopsticks and couldn't wait to clip a piece and put it in his mouth. They didn't stay idle either and picked up their chopsticks to try it out. Moncler Outlet Online. After taking the first bite, several Moncler Outlet Store adults looked at the plate of vegetarian 8 delicacies incredulously. They couldn't imagine that a vegetarian 8 delicacies could be made so fresh and flavorful. The Moncler Outlet Store can't help but continue to put down their chopsticks. It looks like a few children are grabbing the food. Soon, a plate of vegetarian 8 treasures has reached the bottom. There wasn't even a bit of soup left at the bottom. A few of the adults barred their mouths, obviously not eating enough. How do you feel, a few Moncler? Upon hearing Lin Shu's inquiry, the several monks came back to their senses. They all looked towards Grandpa Yi. After all, he was the one who made the decision. Master Yi thought for a moment and said, the vegetarian dishes should be fine, why don't you make another main dish and see? After all, it was his son's wedding, so it was understandable for Master Yi to be cautious. Lin Shu didn't object. Then why don't you order a dish, Master Yi? Master Yi said, all the other big dishes will take time, so let's make sweet and sour pork. Shaolin, do you think it's okay? Lin Shu nodded, no problem. With that, Lin Shu turned to look at the several ants. Several sisters, may I ask where to put the ribs? Several ants were stunned and almost didn't react. Io, little handsome boy has a sweet mouth, you want ribs right, I'll get them for you. One of the ants was full of smiles, obviously satisfied with Lin Shu's words sister. Although the other few ants didn't say anything, they also smiled at each other. Trouble sister. Lin Shu knew that if she wanted to do well in this seat, these helpers were an important part. If they are sweet-talked and coaxed to be happy, they will be much more diligent in their work. Even if they don't work hard, at least they won't trip up. Auntie came to a large basin and took a couple of whole ribs out of it. There were actually some inside, already chopped. But Auntie thought, just now the other party chopped vegetables that professional way, finally decided to take the whole. Little handsome, here you go. Thanks. Lin Shu took the ribs and once again went to the tablet and started preparing the ingredients. This time, a few of the eating Moncler Outlet Store Moncler jackets were a little closer. They also wanted to see how Lin Shu made this sweet and sour pork. This time, a few ants also leaned in closer. Lin Shu's amazing sword skill had once again given them a great shock. From cutting and preparing the vegetables to cooking them in the pot, Lin Shu was very calm. Several Moncler Outlet Store adults had an illusion. It was as if the one standing in front of them was not a young guy in his 20s. Rather, it was a senior chef with decades of culinary experience. After 10 minutes, the unique fragrance of sweet and sour pork had already wafted out. Several Moncler Outlet Store adults secretly swallowed their saliva. Even a few ants, smelling the aroma, looked a few more times at Lin Shu's side. Seeing Lin Shu start to load the plate, a few Moncler jackets have already picked up chopsticks, ready to eat. Seeing them like this, Lin Shu felt funny. Sweet and sour pork ribs are ready, be careful of burning your mouth. Lin Shu had just put down her plate, and a few of the grandmasters each picked up a piece of ribs, blew on it a few times, and couldn't wait to put it in their mouths. It was so hot that they hissed and didn't want to spit it out. These sweet and sour pork ribs, they're so good. Such delicious ribs, how come I've never had them before? Yummy, yummy. Seeing the several grandpas eating so favorably, Lin Shu also couldn't help but pick up her chopsticks and clip a piece to taste. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with just the right amount of sweet and sour, not bad. In no time at all, a serving of sweet and sour pork was at the bottom. When Moncler Outlet Store Lee looked at the plate that was already at the bottom, he even wanted to pick it up and lick the sauce that was stained on the bottom of the plate as well. Master Yi, how is it? Will it work? If the banquet can be made to taste like this, it will be too good. Just that the banquet is made in a big pot, can you guarantee that there is still this standard? Master Yi asked excitedly. Lin Shu nodded confidently, it has to be. Little Lin, I'm counting on you for this banquet. Before he could find another grand banquet master, Master Yi could only trust Lin Shu. Chapter 72, This is Special Destiny. Seeing this agitated look on Master Yi's face, Lin Shu patted his arm, don't worry, Master Yi, nothing can go wrong. Master Yi nodded heavily. After determining to let Lin Shu take the helm of the kitchen, Grandpa Yi took the menu to him. This is the menu that was set before, shall Lin Yu see if there are any problems? Lin Shu took a look, chicken, duck, fish, seafood, cold dishes, desserts and so on, a total of 18 dishes, it's really rich. Every time Lin Shu looked at the name of a dish, the cooking method came to his mind.
After going through it, Lin Shu put the menu down, no problem. Hearing Lin Shu's affirmative reply, Master Yi was also quite relieved.
Good, if there's anything you need, just tell Moncler.
After briefly communicating with Grandpa Yi, Lin Shu was ready to get started. At this time, Master Yi took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it over. Lin Shu was stunned, not knowing what he meant by this. Master Yi laughed, "This is a red envelope for the start of work, for good luck, everyone has it." Only when she heard Moncler Outlet Online Yi say so did Lin Shu take it. Subsequently, Moncler Outlet UK Yi gave red envelopes to the 4 ants. After handing over the banquet to Lin Shu, Master Yi went back to work on other things. He had a lot of work to do this day. At the same time, and then quietly let people inquire, there is no other big seat master.
After Moncler Jacket's Outlet Yi left, Lin Shu looked at a few ants.
Several sisters, today's banquet will be spooned by my little brother. I hope to cooperate with several sisters to make this banquet good. The auntie who took the ribs just now smiled. Don't worry, little handsome brother, the few of us are all familiar with this. If there's anything you need help with, just ask.
We won't hold you back.
Seeing that several ants were this easygoing, Lin Shu was satisfied. I still don't know what a few sisters call themselves. The ant with the ribs grinned, I'm sure. Lin Shu raised her eyebrows.
Okay, Sister Shower.
Auntie Shower pointed to a few ants behind her. That one is Guifan, that one is Jinlian, and that one is Dongmei. Lin Shu's heart went straight to the good guys.
And the live broadcast room was equally lively.
Hearing these ants' names, it's as if I've already guessed what their last names are.
That's special karma.
Suddenly, I'm curious to know if the original master of that great seat was surnamed Wang.
Auntie Shower introduces one and Lin Shu says hello. Hearing Lin Shu call out sister one by one, the ants' smiles never disappeared. Several of the ants were in their 40s. Now being called sister by a young, handsome young man. Which auntie wouldn't be confused? Young handsome boy, we still don't know what your name is.
This time it was Auntie Dongmei who spoke.
Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Shu. After hearing Lin Shu's name, several ants giggled. You call us sister, but you make us call you uncle. Is this taking advantage of us?
That's right, Uncle Lin. Whoever called you by your name is a generation shorter. Lin Shu smiled helplessly. A few sisters can just call me Shaolin. After getting acquainted with a few ants, Lin Shu started directing the work.
Sister Shower, where did you put those seasonings for the marinated elbows?
Sister Guifan, help me bring a few large pots over. Sister Jinlian, help me set up those dishes I'm going to make for lunch over here first. Sister Dongmei, help me to ask Master Yi if there is any old tangerine peel in the house and bring some over.
In the live broadcast room,
the water friends watched Lin Shu being this shameless and calling a few aunts and sisters.
The pop-ups soared once again. Dog Anchor is really shameless nah.
The anchor is so tactful, others call him auntie, he calls her sister. These ants, but wherever these ants got married early, their children are almost as old as the dog Anchor, right? Ha, just tell me whether these ants are happy or not, and whether they work hard or not. The banquet was at around 5 in the afternoon, and all Lin Shu had to do in the morning was to get the various materials ready. Some of the meats that needed to be marinated in advance were marinated first. For big dishes like elbows and sauce, which need to be brined for hours, brine it first. Only a few tables need to be made for lunch, which is no difficulty for Lin Shu.
11 o'clock in the morning. Half an hour before lunchtime.
Master Yi arranged some things and wanted to go see if lunch was ready on Lin Shu's side. Unfortunately, up to now he had not been able to contact the other big seat masters. It couldn't be helped, it was a good day of great fortune, and everyone had something to do. Not even a few steps out the door, Moncler Jacket's Outlet Yi saw, in the burnt mat side surrounded by a lot of people. The first time I saw this, I was so excited. Moncler Jacket sale. Thinking of this, he could not help but speed up his pace and walked over. Just before he could walk there, Master Yi smelled a fragrance. As he got closer and closer, Moncler Outlet Store Yi also realized that the scent seemed to be coming from Lin Shu's side. This made Moncler Outlet Store Yi even more curious about what Lin Shu was cooking. Without realizing it, even his footsteps quickened a few points. After approaching, Yi Moncler Outlet Online realized that Li Moncler Outlet Store Tian Moncler Outlet Online and a few of their old buddies were all here.
Old Li, old Tian, why are you guys here? Yi Moncler Outlet Store asked.
The few people from Moncler Jacket's Outlet Li turned back and saw that it was Moncler Jacket's Outlet Yi. They all couldn't help but smile. Old Ji, you're here, I'm telling you, Shaolin making this dish just smells too good, we can't wait for dinner to start. Especially that fish-flavored shredded pork, that roasted eggplant, TSK, I'm drooling just thinking about it. I think that hand-torn chicken is the best. A few grandpas were talking with their mouths agape, so you can imagine that they were already craving for it. After chatting with a few old friends, Yi Moncler Outlet Online found Lin Shu, who was still busy.
Little Lin, how's the lunch preparation going?
Hearing Master Yi's voice, Lin Shu looked up.
Master Yi, lunch is ready, we can start now.
Good, I'll go back and tell everyone to come over for lunch, hard work Shaolin. Greeting Lin Shu, Master Yi rushed home to call people. Lin Shu also greeted a few aunts and started serving food.
Relatives and friends. After working all morning in Master Ye's house, they had already gotten hungry. Come to the eating place, the tantalizing aroma of the dishes is even more appetizing to everyone.
Lunch is not a formal banquet, there are not too many rules, we find a place to sit down and start eating.
Master Yi was the last to sit down.
But Moncler Jacket's outlet Yi just sat down, chopsticks have not even picked up, was next to the relatives pulled to inquire.
Uncle Yi, where did you find the big seat, master? This dish is so delicious.
Yes, Uncle Yi, a home-cooked dish like shredded pork with fish and roasted eggplant can be made so well, then how fragrant the afternoon banquet must be.
Uncle Yi, you leave me the number of this grand seating master, next time the family has any happy events, we'll look for him.
Hearing his relatives praising him, Uncle Yi felt honored. However, thinking about Lin Shu's situation, he still explained to everyone.
After listening to Moncler Jacket's outlet Yi finish what happened, the relatives froze.
It happened that at this time, Lin Shu came over with a small pot to add food. Master Yi smiled and said, "This is the grand seating master you were looking for, Shaolin, everyone praises you for your delicious dishes." Lin Shu grinned, "It's good that everyone likes it, if you have any flavor comments, you can mention them to me." Several relatives looked at each other in disbelief.
Is this Master De Shi? How can he be so young? He looks more like a chef than a cook. Burning goose.
In the live broadcast room, when the water friends heard Lin Shu's words, the pop-up screen instantly rolled up again.
I suspect that the dog Anchor is pretending, but I have no proof.
Anchor, you send me a copy, I'll taste what it tastes like and give you my opinion. Seeing them eat so favorably, I also want to go along with a portion to the banquet.
Ha, ask the dog Anchor if you can book a banquet online.
As long as you give money, not to mention online booking, even if you are out in space, the dog Anchor will find a way to send you up.
Chapter 73. If I were you, I'd go to the kids' table. After lunch,
Lin Shu began to prepare for the afternoon banquet. With the help of her 4 sisters, Lin Shu was quite relaxed. As time passed,
many guests also arrived one after another.
Because of the number of guests, the house could not be seated. Master Yi had to arrange for some of the guests to come to the place where they would eat later to rest. When this part of the guests came to the banquet site, they saw a handsome young man wandering between several cauldrons. One moment he was stir-frying a few times on this side, and the other moment he was putting seasonings on that side.
It's busy, but still calm.
Seeing a master of the big seat so young, many guests were thinking in their hearts, is it that Master Yi's family do not want to spend money to hire a good master of the big seat? In many people's impression, the master who can make this kind of big mat well, at least are 30 or 40 years old. And this young man in front of me, how to see, is only in his early 20s.
Saying that he can cook at home, people are willing to believe it.
But to say that he can make the big seat well is hardly convincing.
But soon,
their earlier suspicions dissipated. Because the food cooked over there just smelled so good. At first, the guests were just watching from afar. But without knowing who took the lead, some of the guests began to come over to the place where Lin Shu was cooking to watch.
Gradually, more and more people went over to watch, almost surrounding the place where the banquet was being cooked.
When Master Yi brought the guests over again, they were shocked to see such a scene. When I found out that everyone came over to see the dishes because they smelled too good, I was both happy and helpless.
Moncler Outlet Store Online.
In the morning, he was still worried about whether Lin Shu would be able to make the banquet. Although Master Yi agreed that Lin Shu's cooking was good, he was still worried, afraid that Lin Shu hadn't done a big banquet of this scale before. If something went wrong with the final banquet, it was guaranteed that the next day the word would spread throughout the 10 miles and 8 villages. It wasn't until Lin Shu had made the lunch and made it so that everyone was very satisfied that Master Yi put his heart down. But now that he saw the situation, Moncler Outlet Store Yi started to worry again. Worried about what to do in the end, not enough food, this will also spread to the countryside.
Some people don't care what the reason is for not having enough food.
They will only say, then whose wedding banquet, the dishes are not willing to buy more, and finally not enough to eat.
Time is rushing.
In a flash it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. There was still half an hour before the pre-arranged time to eat.
And at this time, the banquet venue was already filled with guests waiting for the banquet to begin.
Because the dishes were cooked so deliciously,
many guests looked at the place where the table was burned. The image, it was like watching a sideshow.
The children who had been clamoring to see the bride were now beginning to clamor for a banquet. The guests were seen to be in a state of, looking over their shoulders.
Master Yi found Lin Shu. Shaolin, how are all the dishes done? Is there anything that isn't done?
Lin Shu smiled confidently, the dishes are all done, that is, you said it's no problem to open the banquet now. After receiving Lin Shu's reply, Master Yi returned home and discussed with his family whether to open the banquet half an hour earlier.
Grandpa Yi looked to his son, Wendong, what do you think?
Yi Wendong thought for a moment, if the guests are basically all here, it's not a big deal to bring it forward by half an hour, there are more than a dozen dishes at a table, and by the time the dishes are served it will already be 5 o'clock.
After the family unanimously agreed, Yi arrived at the banquet venue.
Under the watchful eyes of a crowd of guests, the string of nearly 10 meters long cannonballs was lit.
The sound of the cannonballs was also telling those guests who were not at the banquet. The feast is about to begin, so please rush to the scene immediately. When the firecrackers end, it's time to serve the food. The guests had all found their meal hitches and were seated waiting to be served. Many people watched the next table first served food, their own table did not, all stretched their necks to watch, craving straight to the mouth. Some dishes are just served, guests cannot wait to chopsticks. They are afraid that if they are a little slow, they won't be able to eat. The last time Moncler Outlet Online saw this kind of, similar to the situation of grabbing food, was when he was small. At that time, many people did not even solve the problem of food and clothing, whenever anyone's family had a feast. In addition to the elders of the tables to pay attention to the point, the other is basically a hand-fast, hand-slow situation. Seeing this situation, Yu Wendong found his father. Dad, how did you find such a powerful Grand Seat Master? Yu Wendong only knew that the Grand Seat Master had been changed, but he didn't know where his father had found the person. When it comes to this, Yi Moncler Outlet Store is in the spirit. Immediately put the matter, told his son. Yu Wendong was working in the city and had only returned home the day before. And Lin Shu had been here for 2 days, working in the rice fields. Neither of them had ever touched each other. As the groomsman, Yu Wendong had quite a few things to be busy with today. The banquet and all these things are handled by Master Yi. Except for the noon meal, and now the banquet, he has not come to this side. Yu Wendong was still wondering how he hadn't seen anyone like the Grand Seafood Chef, but only a pretty boy who was helping the chef. When Yu Wendong heard that the young handsome guy over there who was busy was the Grand Seat Master, he was shocked. Seeing the guests eating the banquet that way, Yu Wendong hurriedly pulled his family and went to toast the guests at each table. He was afraid that if he was a little late, everyone would be full and leave the table before the toast was made. Live streaming. The crowd of water friends watched the guests eat so well that the pop-ups were wailing. Show me hungry. I'm yet, that grandpa is holding chopsticks in both hands. If it were me, I'd go sit at the kids' table. Ha ha. You guys look at the kids' table and just grab it by hand. How delicious it must be to make them like that. Just think of the barbecue the dog anchor has made before. An hour later. Other than the few tables of elders who were drinking and chatting, the other guests had basically finished eating and left. And Master Lin, who had been busy all day, finally ate the mat he had made. Xiao Lin, you made this dish so delicious. Auntie Xiaoer ate the dishes and didn't forget to praise Lin Shu. Auntie Jinlian spoke, does Xiao Lin have a date? Why don't I introduce my daughter to you? Auntie Dongmei joked, your Auntie Jinlian's daughter is the school's top girl, so you can think about it, Xiaolin. Aunt Guifan sighed, it's a pity that my family has 2 boys and no daughters, otherwise I would have introduced Xiao Lin to them. Auntie Xiaoer smiles badly, young people nowadays are very open-minded, maybe Xiao Lin likes little boys? Lin Shu, who is trying to dry his rice. Thank you a few sisters for your kind words, I'm still a child and not yet ready for a relationship. As soon as Auntie Xiaoer heard this, her gossiping heart instantly flared up. Xiao Lin na, quietly tell your sister, do you have a problem in that area? Cough cough. Lin Shu almost choked to death on Auntie Xiaoer's words. God damn, there's a problem. I could crack walnuts every morning. Ahem, Sister Xiaoer, I'm healthy and have no problems. Burning goose. Lin Shu's appearance, in Xiaoer's eyes, was a vain heart, a disguised admission. It's alright Xiao Lin, in a moment sis will introduce you to an old Chinese doctor. The water friends who were originally still thinking about eating the banquet began to make a scene again when they heard what Lin Shu was chatting about with a few ants. Ha. The dog anchor's face is black. Ask for my friend, where is the address of that old Chinese doctor? Upstairs brother, my family has an ancestral secret recipe, guaranteed to work, 250 sell you how? Isn't anyone curious about what Auntie Jinlian's schoolgirl looks like? Chapter 74 Beat the chicken, never speak of it. Being frolicked around like this by a few ants. Lin Shu didn't eat much and left in a hurry. After working all day, she was now smelling of fumes. Lin Shu rushed to wash up when she returned to her place. 7 o'clock in the evening. Master Yi's father and son found Lin Shu. Little Lin today it's really thanks to you, it's too much face for us parents. Brother, I'm really grateful to you today, this is a little token of appreciation, I hope you don't mind. Yu Wendong handed over a red envelope. Brother, this is too polite. Lin Shu obediently took the red packet and pinched it, according to the thickness, there was probably about $2,000. Seeing Lin Shu accept the red envelope, Master Yi laughed. Xiao Lin just now are concerned about work, did not eat much, right, go, to eat at the grandpa's home, we also have not eaten, just waiting for you to come. Yes brother, eat some more, I want to honor you with a few cups. Under the warm invitation of Master Yi's father and son, Lin Shu ate another meal. Waiting to return to the residence is already 11 p.m. After simply washing up, Lin Shu went to bed. I don't know how long I slept. In a daze, Lin Shu seemed to hear the sound of a rooster crowing. Gradually, the sound of chickens crowing became clearer and clearer. Lin Shu picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. 4 o'clock in the morning. An hour earlier than yesterday. This broken chicken. It couldn't be that it held a grudge after throwing a small stone at it yesterday and is now deliberately taking revenge, could it? The Geijai has collapsed its defenses, but it still dares to be so arrogant. Lin Shu got up and went out. He wanted to teach this broken chicken a lesson. 5 minutes later. Everything is calm. Just as Lin Shu was about to go back to sleep, she suddenly saw a bright light on the vegetable ground not far away, and someone was busy. Many vegetable farmers woke up early to collect vegetables to sell them out in order to ensure their freshness. Lin Shu thought about it, and now he can't go back to sleep anyway, so he simply went over to take a look. By the way, help out a little bit, just as experiencing the daily life of a vegetable vendor. Thinking of this, Lin Shu walked towards the vegetable field. There were 2 people working on the vegetable field, and they were relying on a weak flashlight for illumination. Perhaps they were so involved that they didn't even notice Lin Shu approaching. Do you 2 want to help? The sudden sound of the voice nearly scared the souls out of the 2 brothers. Ah! Holy! The 2 men shrieked, threw away the hose in their hands, turned their heads and ran. This can be Lin Shu to the whole will not. AI. I'm a human being, not a ghost, you guys don't have to be afraid. Lin Shu hurriedly explained a sentence, but these 2 acted as if they didn't hear it. Seeing that they paid no attention, Lin Shu had no choice but to chase after them. Don't run, I'm really human, alive. The 2 saw Lin Shu chasing after them, and they ran even harder. Seeing that these 2 looked like they were fleeing in a hurry, Lin Shu suddenly felt that something was wrong. If these were really villagers, what were they running for? Even if they were scared, they wouldn't run like this. Or are those 2 thieves? Come to steal vegetables in the middle of the night? Thinking of this, Lin Shu made a fierce dash up and pressed the 2 to the ground. These 2 are also ruthless characters. Seeing that they can't run away, they want to fight with Lin Shu. The corner of Lin Shu's mouth revealed a cold smile. Next, the vegetable field resounded with screams of misery. Ouch! Ah! Ouch, ouch, ouch. 5 minutes later. 2 guys, beaten to a pulp, crouched by a van. What's your name? Lin Shu asked, pointing at one of them. The man weakly returned, Su Kuan. Lin Shu looked at him with an odd expression. Do you play basketball? Su Kuan obviously didn't know why the other party asked this, but he still answered honestly, no, I don't. Lin Shu, can you sing and dance? Su Kuan, no. Lin Shu, what about rap? You should know how to rap, right? Su Kuan cries out, I don't know. You don't know anything and you dare to call yourself Su Kuan? Said Lin Shu, giving him a hard chestnut. Su Kuan's tears came out from the pain, but he didn't dare to make a sound. Lin Shu looked at the person next to him. What's your name? The man was startled with a jolt of fear. My name is Ifan. Lin Shu. I have a big fist, so bear with me. Before Ifan could understand what this meant, he was punched again. Su Kuan looked at Ifan's fat beating, inexplicably a little glad that a violent chestnut is not unacceptable. After beating Ifan, Lin Shu then asked, so, you 2 are here to steal taro? Just now, Lin Shu had already seen clearly that what these 2 guys were digging was precisely taro. The 2 nodded their heads. How much have you dug? Su Kuan smiled bitterly, not much actually. Lin Shu frowned, not much as how much? Ifan took out his car keys and handed them to Lin Shu. They're all in the car, why don't you take a look? Lin Shu took the car keys and opened the back door of the van. Nice guy. A dozen sacks, nearly filling the wagon. How can you say that there aren't many? He's almost finished gripping the taro in his field. Su Kuan 2 people see Lin Shu face ugly, rushed to admit fault. Brother, don't fight, we know we're wrong. Lin Shu just glanced at the 2 of them and took out his cell phone to call the village chief. Crooked? Village chief, it's time to get up and pee. 10 minutes later. The village chief hurried over. When he saw the van, the pile full of taro, are stunned. This car of taro, at least a few hundred pounds. These 2 guys had to dig for one night? But that's not the point. The village chief looked at Lin Shu. Shaolin, how did you find them and how did you catch them? Lin Shu told the story, briefly. Of course, he didn't say anything about him going out and beating up chickens. Village chief, look whose taro this is, give people a word. The village head nodded. This is the taro of Master Qian's family, originally planned to finish harvesting the rice, and will dig it up for sale in the next 2 days. I didn't expect it to be dug up by these 2 guys first. This time Lin Shu was also happy. In that case, Master Qian still has to thank them for helping to dig taro for free. Hearing Lin Shu say this, the village chief was also in tears. After explaining a few things to Lin Shu, the village chief went back to call Master Qian. Lin Shu also called the police. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Shu opened the live broadcast in passing. Some of the water users who had stayed up all night or woke up early suddenly received a live broadcast reminder. They flocked to the live broadcast. Everyone was curious as to why Lin Shu was on the air so early today. Burning goose. Everyone into the live room to see, around the dark, only a flashlight in the provision of lighting. And at this time on the ground, also squatting 2 guys with a swollen face. Unknown water users began to send pop-ups to ask. Good morning, brothers.
Saying hello to his water friends, Lin Shu told the story again. Again, the matter of beating up the chicken was never mentioned. Lin Shu also made it a point to introduce to his water friends the names of these two guys. Hearing this, the water friends were even more excited than Lin Shu was just now. Lin Shu didn't chat with her water friends for a while before Master Qian arrived. Shaolin Na, thank you so much. If they had stolen the taro, I would have worked for nothing this half year. On his way here, the village chief had already told him what had happened. So when he just saw Lin Shu, he was thrilled. It's alright, Master Qian, I just happened to run into this. After some mutual courtesy, Grandpa Qian looked at the two people sitting on the ground. What to do with these two thieves? How about throwing them in the cesspool? Lin Shu sucked in a breath of cool air, not seeing that Master Qian was also a ruthless person. Hearing Master Qian say this, Su Koan and Yifan both shivered. When he saw that Mr. Qian really wanted to take action, the village chief hurriedly stopped him. Don't, Shaolin has already called the police. If you throw them in the cesspool, how will the police deal with them when they come later? Isn't that right, Shaolin? The village chief hurriedly looked at Lin Shu. Lin Shu comprehended, right, Master Qian, I've just called the police will be here soon. It's really inappropriate for you to throw them into the cesspool now. That's fine. Master Qian finally dispelled his intention to throw them into the cesspit. Half an hour later, a police car arrived. Two police officers got out of the car and came to Lin Shu's few people. Comrade, were you the ones who called the police? Lin Shu stepped forward. Comrade police officer, it was me who called the police. Hello, comrade, may I ask where those two thieves are? Lin Shu pointed to the two people sitting on the ground next to him. Upon seeing the two people on the ground, both policemen were stunned. It's you two again. Lin Shu? Village chief? Master Qian? Crowd of sailors? Chapter 75, This money is fake. Seeing the bewildered look on the faces of several people, one of the policemen explained. These two boys are habitual thieves. They usually do these things of stealing chickens and dogs. They are famous in our bureau. They were released only a few days ago. They didn't expect to do their old job again. Listening to the police finished, Lin Shu suddenly a little regret. Just now, she should have agreed with Master Qian's suggestion to throw them into the cesspool. A few people briefly made a statement, determined that there was not too much damage. The two policemen also relaxed quite a bit. Alright, these two guys will take away the taro in the van. You guys move it as soon as possible. We'll send a tow truck over later. After explaining with Lin Shu several people, the police cuffed the two people with silver bracelets and pulled them away. After the police left, Lin Shu looked at Grandpa Qian. Master Qian, what are we going to do with these taro? Master Qian stroked his mustache. It's just in time for the morning market, or else we'll pull it to the market and sell it. Decided, Chen Moncler outlet store returned to the village and drove a hand tractor over. Lin Shu helped carry the taro on the car. Then followed Master Qian to the vegetable market. Have breakfast on the way. Sitting in the car, Lin Shu stopped by to sign in. System. Signing in successful. Reward, counterfeit money recognition. Moment. Lin Shu felt as if his eyes had turned into money detectors. Real and fake bills could be recognized with just one look. Not just the domestic banknotes, but the banknotes of all the countries on the blue planet right now. Lin Shu was able to recognize the real ones from the fake ones. It was called a humanoid scanner. The roar of the tractor soon brought us to the food market. Chen Moncler outlet store found a place to stop and directly hung a sign on the car. It read, Taro, $4 a pound. Greeting Master Qian, Lin Shu was ready to go for a stroll around the neighborhood and have breakfast on the way. It had to be said. A lot of what is sold in these rural food markets is not available in the city. Like this stall in front of Lin Shu. For large iron cages filled with live voles. The price wasn't cheap, $20 a caddy. And there are a lot of people buying it. Straight from the booth. When the water friends saw this scene, the pop-up screen instantly exploded. My Nima, are all the people in the village so rigid? Rats are eating them all? This is not a rat, this is a vole. I've heard that this stuff warms the body when eaten, especially in the winter, and you're not afraid of the wind and cold when you eat it. That couldn't be the man who sells field mice saying that, could it? Seeing this, I can't even eat the meat bun in my hand. Anchor, hurry up, if you don't I'm going to leave. Leaving from the vole stall, Lin Shu saw another water snake seller and a water cockroach seller. It was unbearable to watch the water friends. After strolling around the food market and eating breakfast, Lin Shu stopped by and brought a copy of it to Moncler sale outlet Qian. When she returned to the stall, Master Qian was busy weighing and collecting money. When he was free, Lin Shu handed him his breakfast. Grandpa, have a breakfast first, I'll help you watch for a while. Shaolin, how much is this? A moment, Moncler outlet store for you. Lin Shu waved his hand, just a few dollars, no need. Qian Dizi's expression was correct, that's not good, a few dollars is also your hard-earned, besides, you also helped Dizi, caught those two taro thieves. Look, Moncler outlet store at that look, if you still don't accept this money, I guess Moncler outlet store you won't eat this breakfast. Lin Shu had to agree and said she would ask him for it later. Just as Qian was eating breakfast, a middle-aged man with glasses came.
This taro is quite fresh Lin Shu smiled and nodded, yes, just dug it today.
Uncle Glasses picked up a few and casually looked at them.
Please fill me up with 50 pounds.
Lin Shu was a bit surprised and glanced at the spectacled uncle.
Uncle Glasses smiled lightly, I'm from the factory cafeteria, I buy a lot.
Lin Shu understood, took a urea bag and started loading taro.
When Qian heard that it said 50 pounds, he immediately put down the breakfast in his hand and came over to give Lin Shu a hand. After the scale, hand the tied urea bag to the other party. Uncle Glasses took his wallet out of his pocket and pulled out $200 and handed it to Mr. Qian.
Lin Shu hadn't used cash for a long time either, and couldn't help but glance at the $100 bills in the uncle's hand.
Burning goose. With just this glance, Lin Shu realized the problem. These $200, they were all fake.
In Lin Shu's identification, both fake bills were the latest version.
The average person couldn't see it at all, and even a banknote detector from the previous 2 years couldn't detect the authenticity.
Lin Shu stepped forward 2 steps, pressed down on the Money Moncler outlet store outstretched hand, and obediently took the $200.
Grandpa, let me help you look.
Lin Shu examined it in a decent manner, and then handed all 200 back to the spectacled uncle.
Uncle, can I change too?
Uncle Glasses frowned, but he didn't say anything more and pulled out $200 bills and handed them to Lin Shu. But this time, the $200 were still fake bills. This time Lin Shu didn't take it, but the words were more euphemistic, or, you can give me loose money.
The Glasses uncle's expression was cold. No, what do you mean? Just now you said to change too, I have changed them for you, and now you are saying you want to disperse the money? You are fooling me, aren't you? The money uncle on the side saw the customer getting angry and also got anxious.
Shaolin, I have loose money here, no need to change it again, it's better to take big bills.
With that, Grandpa Qian wanted to pick up the $200. Grandpa, this money is fake.
Lin Shu looked at the spectacled uncle and faintly uttered these words.
Hearing Lin Shu's words, the money uncle's outstretched hand lurched and looked at Lin Shu with a puzzled face.
Uncle Glasses also froze when he heard this. This gave Lin Shu the feeling as if he himself didn't know that the money was fake.
Fake? I've checked all this money with a bill checker, how could it be fake?
Uncle Glasses' face was grim as he stared at Lin Shu dead in the face. Lin Shu laughed coldly, this is the latest version of fake banknotes, the degree of simulation is very high, you use a few years old banknote detector, of course you can't detect it. What's more, you know in your own heart whether this is a fake banknote or not.
Uncle Glasses' temper also came up, kid, what do you mean? Are you saying that I intentionally used fake bills? I'm telling you, if you don't give me a statement today, I'm not done with you.
Looking at the Glasses uncle's angry look, Lin Shu's heart rises in doubt, does he really not know that this is a fake banknote?
If he didn't know it was fake, then where did he get the money from?
Thinking of this, Lin Shu had an idea. If you're honest in your heart, I'll call the police now and have them come over to take a look, and if the police say it's real money, I'll apologize to you.
Uncle Glasses grunted, fine, you call the police, I'll wait here. I walk the walk, I'm afraid of nothing.
Lin Shu immediately dialed the police, explained the cause of the matter, and repeatedly requested that he must bring the latest model of money checker over.
15 minutes later, 3 police officers came over. Comrade, so it's you?
The police officer who spoke, Lin Shu remembered, was one of those who had just gone out to the police.
Officer who, hello again.
Lin Shu greeted with a smile. The 2 police officers next to her were unsure, an officer who briefly told them about the morning's events.
Comrade, you said in the police call that someone used counterfeit money?
Speaking of business, Lin Shu also got serious. Yes, this uncle came to us to buy taro and pulled out $400 bills, all of which were fake. Uncle Glasses was not happy to hear this, you're talking nonsense, I used real money. It's all been checked by a bill checker.
Lin Shu ignored Uncle Glasses and looked at Officer Hu's trio.
He used the latest version of counterfeit banknotes, the banknote detectors from 2 years earlier couldn't detect them at all, that's why I emphasized again and again for you guys to bring the latest banknote detectors with you when you come over. Officer Hu snapped, we don't have a banknote detector in our bureau, but we can make a trip to the bank now. Lin Shu had no opinion and nodded in agreement.
Uncle Glasses also agreed to come down.
Lin Shu greeted Uncle Qian. So the 5 of them set off together to a nearby bank. At this point in time, the bank staff had only just started work and it was not yet officially open. The 3 policemen explained why they were there and quickly entered the lobby. The bank manager, aware of the situation, did not dare to be slow. Soon moved out the latest model of banknote checking machine. Uncle Glasses took out the $400 from earlier.
The bank manager took it and started checking the money.
A short while later, a mechanical sound came from the bill checker.
Please note that this one is counterfeit. Chapter 76, Where did the rash man come from? Hearing this mechanical voice.
Other than Lin Shu, everyone else's faces changed. But this was just the beginning, the next 3. It was still, please note that this is a counterfeit.
Uncle Glasses was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The three policemen looked at Uncle Glasses. "Comrade, may I ask where you got all these fake coins?" Uncle Glasses came back to his senses, and he first glanced at Lin Shu. Only then did he answer the police officer's question. "This is the money the factory finance gave me for groceries." Just as the words were finished, Uncle Glasses remembered something. He hurriedly took out his wallet, pulled out all the stacks of $100 bills inside, and handed them to the bank manager. "Please check this money for me." The bank manager took it, coated the money neatly, and put it on top of the money checker. "Please note that this one is counterfeit. Attention please, this is a counterfeit. Attention please, this is a counterfeit. There are 40 in total, only 10 are real money, all the others are fake." In other words, there were a full $3,000 in counterfeit money. After inspecting these $4,000, not only Lin Shu's people but even the other staff members in the bank were attracted over by the astonishing amount of counterfeit bills. Hearing the result, Uncle Glasses was dumbfounded. "I didn't realize that a large portion of the paycheck that had just been issued was actually fake. Uncle Glasses before payroll are directly to the card. Only this month, he had something going on at home and needed money, and he was too lazy to go to the bank to withdraw it, so he let the finance send cash." Seeing these dozens of fake coins, the three police officers have also realized that the seriousness of the matter. Officer who spoke first, "Comrade, are these fake coins also issued by the factory?" Although the spectacled uncle was shocked in his heart, he still told the cause of the matter. After listening to Uncle Glasses, Officer who asked questions again. "Comrade, in your factory, apart from you who received cash this month, is there anyone else who pays wages, also in cash?" The spectacled uncle answered without thinking. "Yes, there are some older workers in our factory who receive cash every month." The three policemen looked at each other and hurriedly contacted the bureau. Officer who looked serious and looked at the spectacled uncle. "Comrade, next we need you to assist in the investigation." Uncle Glasses frowned, slightly agitated. "This has nothing to do with me, I'm also a victim, all this money was sent to me by our finance." Officer who waved his hand, signaling the Glasses uncle to be quiet. "Comrade, we just need you to assist in the investigation, not that you're guilty, as long as you're innocent, we'll definitely return justice to you." Hearing Officer who say this, Uncle Glasses only quieted down. When things came to this point, Lin Shu was also probably clear about the cause of the incident. The key person in this matter was the factory's finance. As long as he is found, it will be clear whether it is the finance's personal behavior or the factory is behind the use of counterfeit money. If those workers who found the cash were issued with counterfeit money, such a large amount of counterfeit money flowed out, why no one found out until now? One of the policemen suddenly said. Lin Shu replied back, "Uncle said that most of the people who receive the cash are older, and they take it back to basically save it for themselves, and rarely take it to the bank to make deposits. And they take it outside to use, the general public naked. I cannot see this batch of counterfeit money, the old money detector cannot be detected. If you don't believe me, you can ask the manager to bring over a banknote detector that's 1 or 2 years old to try." The bank manager also wanted to see if it was really as Lin Shu said. He had someone bring out an old money detector, 2 years old. "Take the $4,000 just now and check it all over again. This time." True to Lin Shu's words, there was actually no voice prompt for counterfeit money. In the hall, the crowd looked at each other. The bank manager frowned as he asked his colleagues to bring over a couple of bill checkers again. The final result was that 2 of the newest models of money detectors showed counterfeit money, and 3 of the older models did not alert. Live streaming. When the water friends saw the 30 or so fake bills, the pop-up screen was already muddled. Sinning, only $4,000 of salary in total, and 3,000 of them are counterfeit. "Inema, this finance is a real punishment." Hiss. "Behind this factory of theirs, it wouldn't be a den for printing counterfeit banknotes, right? If that's really the case, does the dog anchor count as a meritorious report? I'm a bit curious as to how the dog anchor found out that those were fake coins before. I really don't see what's wrong with them. If it were me, I'd probably just take them. It's still good to have mobile payment nowadays, not afraid of encountering fake money." Officer who finished communicating with Uncle Glasses and turned to Lin Shu. "Comrade, leave the next matter to us. We'll find out the truth of the matter and publicize it as soon as possible." Lin Shu nodded his head and chatted briefly with Officer who before leaving the bank and returning to the vegetable market side. Just arrived at Master Qian's stall, he couldn't wait to ask. "Shaolin, how did things end up? Is that real money or fake money?" Lin Shu told Master Qian what happened after he arrived at the bank. Moncler jackets for sale. He was dumbfounded by what he heard and threatened that if it were him, he would have to throw the paymaster into a cesspit. This time, Lin Shu agreed. Just as the two of them were chatting, the crowd at the stall diagonally across the street suddenly scattered in panic and fled, with people shouting from time to time. "Quickly go, the snake is still alive. Holy! That snake is coming over. It's a silver ring snake, one bite from it and you're dead. That cobra is out too, everyone stay away." Hearing the commotion, Lin Shu looked over. The stall over there Lin Shu had noticed earlier, it seemed to be selling medicinal wine.
It was just that when he saw it just now, it was all medicinal wine, some kind of cordyceps wine, ginseng wine, angelica wine, and the like. As the crowd dispersed, Lin Shu saw a few broken glass bottles on the floor of the stall over there. On those broken glass, 3 poisonous snakes were pointing towards the people around them, signaling danger.
2 silver-ringed snakes and a king cobra.
At this point, that vendor is trying to catch the snakes. Only he tried several times, but failed. Aside from the silver-ringed snake that was stopped by the stall owner, the remaining 2 snakes had swam away in 2 directions. The surrounding eaters all avoided far away, fearing that they would be bitten. And just as everyone was avoiding it and that stall owner was at his wit's end, Lin Shu walked out. The surrounding crowd of eaters were shocked to see that someone dared to come forward. Where did this rash young man come from, not afraid of death? Handsome, don't go over there, that snake is poisonous.
Yeah, 1 bite from it and your life is gone.
Lin Shu ignored the persuasion of the crowd. He eased his pace and walked towards the silver-ringed snake. The stall owners over there were startled at the sight. Young man, those 2 snakes are both fuming now, don't get close, it's not good if you get bitten. Seeing Lin Shu ignoring himself, the stall owner hurriedly got up and wanted to walk over to pull the other away. It was just that the stall owner had just gotten up and his feet hadn't even lifted yet. He saw the young man, reaching out his hand to the bowed silver-ringed snake. That silver-ringed snake was, obviously, ready to attack. The stall owner was anticipating the scene of that young man being bitten. Burning goose. That young man just, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, grabbed the 1-meter-long silver-ringed snake. The original ferocious silver-ringed snake, in the hands of the other party, just like a good baby, not the slightest intention to resist. Catching the silver-ringed snake, Lin Shu first went to the front of the stall and took a cloth bag to put the snake up and tie it up. Afterward, he walked towards the king cobra on the other side. Approaching the king cobra, Lin Shu tried again, putting his hand towards its raised head. But the king cobra didn't buy it kept hissing and was always ready to make an attack. Lin Shu tried several times, but it remained like this, very vicious. Lin Shu scared and looked at the king cobra with a cold look. In the next moment, Lin Shu directly whistled over with a slap. Taking the king cobra that had raised its head, he knocked it to the ground.
Onlookers? The live stream? King Cobra? Chapter 77, Congratulations, you guessed wrong.
When the surrounding melon eaters saw Lin Shu's maneuver, each one of them sucked in a breath of cool air.
Catching that silver-ringed snake just now was already unbelievable enough. Now it's even more outrageous. The king cobra doesn't listen and gives a direct slap to the big bee pocket.
I don't know whether to say that he has guts or that he is a tiger.
Even the king cobra was dumbfounded by this sudden attack.
Just as the king cobra wanted to rise up in anger, a large, merciless hand had already pinched the back of its faithful neck. The king cobra had wanted to struggle a little more. Who would have thought that another big bee pocket would be called over? Just opened his mouth, hissing sound has not even been issued.
In the next moment, the humble King Glasses could only obediently close his mouth. There was no way, in order to get beaten up less, endurance was still needed. At the same time,
in the live broadcast room, the water friends were going crazy. They all knew that Lin Shu dared to catch a snake, after all, he had caught a cobra when he cut rice before. But for a snake to disobey and give 2 bibs directly, they were unheard of.
Inema, the dog anchor really dares to fight.
Ha, if this cobra had a jitterbug, it would have posted a video of watermelon effects and then dubbed, family who understands today was slapped by a lower head man too than the pocket.
Tramp, there's a picture.
You guys, after being slapped with 2 bibs, this cobra seems to have really become honest. It seems that one cobra also understands that old saying, a 45 is a handsome sister.
Put. The upstairs has that Osamu smell.
Just like that, the king cobra, who had been famous for a lifetime, was penitentized by Lin Shu.
Pack up the king cobra and pack it away.
All that's left now is the silver-ringed snake next to the stallholder. Lin Shu came to the side of the stall owner, reached over in front of him, and grabbed the silver-ringed snake. How ferocious this silver-ringed snake was to the stall owner just now, how well behaved it was to Lin Shu now.
The stall owner swallowed his saliva and looked at Lin Shu with an incredulous expression. Master, are you from Miaojiang?
Lin Shu looked back with a puzzled expression and,
why do you think I'm from Miaojiang?
The stall owner said bluntly, as far as I can remember, only the Miaojiang people know this means of controlling snakes. Lin Shu put the 2 silver-ringed snakes together before answering the stall owner's question.
Congratulations, you guessed wrong.
By the way, these snakes are national-level protected animals, you'd better let them go, or if they're reported, you'll probably have to step on a sewing machine. After saying that, Lin Shu turned around and left. The surrounding melon eaters, to this day, hadn't even come back to their senses from the shock they had just experienced. Lin Shu's skill in catching snakes with that hand was just too powerful. Catching snakes was like playing, even the ferocious king cobra was slapped by him twice in the pocket. If someone else had done this, it would be enough for him to brag for the rest of his life. Lin Shu walked through the crowd, and the eaters over there made way for him.
But the next moment,
Lin Shu suddenly grabbed the yellow-haired man next to him.
The yellow hair looked to be about 20 years old and about 1 meter 7 in height. Being grabbed by Lin Shu, yellow hair didn't even know what was happening for a moment. What are you pulling me for? Yellow hair came back to his senses and questioned Lin Shu. Lin Shu smiled playfully. Are you going to take it out yourself, or am I going to do it for you? Yellow hair panicked in his heart. Take what? I don't know what you're talking about.
The melons next to him, seeing this, put their eyes on Lin Shu again. Seeing that yellow hair didn't admit it, Lin Shu looked around the circle. Then raised his hand and pointed at a few people in the crowd. You, the one in the blue striped dress, see if you still have your wallet. You, the one in camouflage, you lost your cell phone. And you, auntie, that's you, do you still have your gold bracelet? The few people who were named by Lin Shu quickly checked their wallets, cell phones, and gold bracelets. However, that was when they realized that they had really lost them. Where's my wallet? I really lost my cell phone. Agu, which murderer dares to steal my gold bracelet? Yellow hair originally thought that even if Lin Shu really saw him stealing, he would at most see a person. I never thought that this guy actually saw all of them. Where did this pervert come from? Wasn't he just catching a snake? How did he see it? How is this possible? A layer of cold sweat instantly seeped from yellow hair's forehead. But yellow hair still had a glimmer of hope. As long as this guy couldn't find what he had stolen, then he still had a chance to bite back. You said I stole something, do you have proof? Lin Shu looked at yellow hair with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Your cell phone is in his right shoe, your bracelet is in the collar of his shirt. And your wallet, the money is in his pants pocket, as for the purse, it's in the grass over there. The three people who lost their things, still not quite daring to believe Lin Shu's words. Lin Shu looked at them with a look of hesitation and immediately said, since I can see him stealing from you guys, of course I also know where he's hiding. If you're too scared to come over and search, then forget it. Hearing Lin Shu say this, the aunt who lost the gold bracelet took the lead and walked over. Without any nonsense, she directly reached out and fumbled with the collar of yellow hair's clothes. Yellow hair wanted to do something, but both of his hands were locked by Lin Shu, and he couldn't move at all. He could only watch as his aunt searched. It didn't take long for Auntie to touch something. She searched for a while before she found a small opening, and then little by little she pushed out the contents. Auntie was delighted when she saw the bracelet, which had been deformed, but her name could still be seen engraved on it. It's my bangle, it has my name here. Auntie happily showed the place where the name was engraved. After determining that it was her bracelet, Auntie looked at yellow hair and became angry. You murderer, you dare to steal my mother's bracelet? See if I don't beat you to death. Said Auntie went forward, scratching and clawing at yellow hair. And threw him a couple of big bibbies hard. That strength was even greater than when Lin Shu hit the king cobra. Yellow hair was grabbed by Lin Shu, he couldn't resist if he wanted to, and he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. His heart was so bitter. Auntie fought more and more vigorously. Lin Shu saw the situation and had to pull Auntie away. Seeing Lin Shu to persuade the fight, Auntie still gave him face. But there was still cursing on her lips. Seeing that Auntie really found the gold bracelet, the two remaining men came over. One of them took off yellow hair's shoes and the other rummaged in his pockets. Soon they both found something. Yellow hair's shoes were specially made, and there was a secret compartment underneath them that was just right for a cell phone. The man who lost his wallet felt a bunch of $100 bills on yellow hair. And the reason he was sure, it was his money. Or because he had slipped a note inside the pile of money. It was something the kid had asked him to help him buy, and he'd written it down and tucked it inside in case he forgot. After finding the money, he went back to the grassy area Lin Shu had just talked about and found his wallet with his ID in it. The three victims, all had found their things. This also confirmed what Lin Shu had just said. This yellow hair is a thief. The melons around him now looked at Lin Shu with admiration in their eyes. This young man, not only could he catch a snake, but he could also catch a thief in such a complicated environment. The scene was only quiet for a moment, and then warm applause rang out one after another. There was no one more desperate than yellow hair right now. He took advantage of the fact that everyone was attracted by the snake-catching scene over there and quietly stole three things. As he was about to withdraw, he saw another latest model fruit cell phone. If he hadn't gotten greedy at the end and tried to steal it before leaving, he wouldn't have caught it. It was a mistake. Lin Shu didn't care what yellow hair was thinking. After the trio's things were found, Lin Shu had them call the police. 10 minutes later, 2 police officers rushed over. Comrade, why you again? Lin Shu was instantly happy when he looked at it. Officer, what a coincidence. Chapter 78, you're here early. After seeing Lin Shu, officer who didn't even know what to say. In one morning, the police were called out 3 times, and all 3 times were related to this kid. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed. Officer who, is your bureau short of manpower? How come you're the one who goes out every time? Officer whose mouth twitched. Ahem. It's my turn to be on field duty today, and as long as I'm at the station, it's my priority to go out. Lin Shu understood, and immediately stopped talking nonsense and told him about yellow hair. The 3 victims next to him also testified. After giving the statement to the three, officer whose eyes changed when he looked at Lin Shu. In the morning, he had caught the two taro thieves, then he had recognized the uncle who had used counterfeit money, and now he was even able to catch the thief in the crowd. And tell exactly where the thieves have hidden their stuff.
What's this young man's story?
Officer who was puzzled. After making a statement, officer who left with yellow hair. Lin Shu continued to return to Master Qian's stall. Time was rushing.
Soon it was 9 a.m. In the food market, there were not many grocery shoppers left.
Qian Moncler outlet store also closed the stall back to the village. Back in the village, Lin Shu passed by the village chief's house and went in to say hello. Just as he entered, he saw that the village chief was playing the TV there. Village chief, this TV has a grudge against you? Seeing Lin Shu come in, the village head smiled back. This old problem with the TV is back. Some time ago my son told me that this problem with my family's TV would be solved with a few taps. It was working before, but it doesn't seem to be working again these days. Hearing the village chief say this, Lin Shu's expression suddenly became odd. This familiar maneuver, the village chief's son couldn't be a water user in the live broadcast, right? Village chief, stop filming, I'll fix this one. The village chief was surprised, really? That's great. Lin Shu looked at the TV set, this time it was more than just a strobe, even the sound was intermittent. I'm going to town first to buy a kit. Greeting the village chief, Lin Shu found Xiao He and asked him for the car keys. Dashed to town and bought a set of tools, as well as some commonly used electrical parts. 40 minutes later, returned to the village chief's house. Having already seen the TV situation just now, Lin Shu also roughly knew what the problem was. Taking apart the shell, he first cleaned the dust inside. Then take a multimeter and test the wiring, take care of two of the minor problems, turn on the TV and test everything is fine, and put the TV shell back on. Done. Lin Shu patted the large shell of the TV. The village chief standing nearby sked. Shaolin Na, are all the requirements to be a star so high nowadays? You have to know how to cut rice, burn a big mat, and fix electrical appliances. Lin Shu snorted, not knowing what to tell the village head. It was because it was not good to be a star that he relied on these side businesses to make money and make ends meet. So what, village chief, why don't you ask the other villagers if there is anything to be repaired, bring them all over, take advantage of today's free time, I'll repair everyone's home appliances in the meantime. Hearing Lin Shu say this, the village head was also happy. Aya, that's really great. I'll thank you Shaolin for everyone. After saying that, the village chief hurriedly walked out. Without waiting long, Lin Shu heard the village loudspeaker and the village chief's voice. Hey. Ahem, let me say a few words whoever has any electrical appliances broken, can take it to my home, Shaolin to fix it for everyone, repeat. Again. It wasn't long after the village chief finished speaking that the neighbor's aunt walked over. Shaolin, you really know how to fix electrical appliances? Lin Shu nodded, I know some, does Big Mom have anything to fix? My family's induction cooker is broken, can it be fixed? Bring it over and I'll take a look. The older woman then brought over his induction cooker. Lin Shu had just taken apart the shell of the induction cooker when a few more villagers came in. Shaolin Na, this rice cooker of mine is broken, can you fix it? Xiaolin, my water heater is broken, help me see if you can fix it. Xiaolin, my washing machine, halfway through the wash suddenly stopped moving. Lin Shu waved his hand, ladies and gentlemen, if any electrical appliances are broken, bring them over if you can, and if you can't, I'll come to your house later to fix them. After these few villagers left, Lin Shu officially entered the repair mode. Over the next hour, one after another, villagers came over to ask if they could repair a certain electrical appliance. I don't know which villager started it, but the picture just seemed to go wrong. There are those who ask if the drain is clogged and if it can be cleared. There's asking if the roof is leaking and if it can be fixed. There was also an older man who came over with a tungsten light bulb. Xiaolin Na, you fixed this bulb for the grandpa. Lin Shu took a look, the bulb was blackened on the inside of a large part of the bulb, and the original tungsten filament was nowhere to be found. Had to explain to the grandpa, there's no way to repair this bulb anymore. The Moncler outlet store frowned, Noah, I see this bulb inside the wire broken, you open to change a wire not just. Lin Shu smiled helplessly and bitterly, he suddenly remembered the Queen's sentence in Jinhuan, I can't do it It took him a while to convince him that the bulb couldn't be repaired. The repair work continued until after 3 p.m. Lin Shu didn't charge the villagers any money, but people weren't willing to take advantage of Lin Shu. Some people brought in a chicken, some people brought in a fish, some people brought in homemade beef balls, and some people brought in fresh vegetables. Lin Shu took a look, isn't this just a hot pot? So a hot pot was served for dinner. Early the next morning. At 6 o'clock, the rooster crows. Maybe they got beat up yesterday and don't dare crow that early today. Lin Shu got up and washed. Tube. Checking in successfully. Reward, mastery of Chinese medicine. After receiving this reward, Lin Shu not only learned how to see a doctor in traditional Chinese medicine, but also massage and physiotherapy, and massage and bone setting. After washing up, turn on the live broadcast and go out.
First stop, or to the food market for breakfast. After a simple breakfast, Lin Shu thought of going to the nearby Chinese medicine store and prescribing a dose of Chinese medicine drink, sour plum soup. I heard from my water friends that $12 or so can also be swiped by the medical insurance. Lin Shu then wanted to try. She asked several people on the street and drove around in circles before she saw a pharmacy somewhere around the corner. It was just a shame that it was too early, and there were still 20 minutes before opening time. Lin Shu then planned to wait outside for a while. At that moment, a man walked out from a small alley next to him. Lin Shu heard the commotion and looked over. When the man saw Lin Shu looking at him, he instead gave him a meaningful smile. Came quite early. Lin Shu was stunned, thinking that the other party was saying that he was waiting for the pharmacy to open. Thus, Lin Shu smiled and nodded, just arrived. Seeing that it's not open, just wait for a while. The man hemmed and hawed, when she cleans up she can go in, you wait, I'll go first. Although she didn't quite understand what the man meant by this later, Lin Shu still said bye to the other party. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a woman came out of the alley. The woman was in her mid-30s, wearing a wraparound skirt, black stockings, and high heels. After seeing Lin Shu, her original tired appearance was instantly energized. Little handsome, quite a stranger, first time here. Lin Shu looked puzzled, not knowing why the woman asked this. Sort of, I'm not from around here. Then how did you find your way here? The woman asked. I asked someone for directions and they said it was here, so I came over. It wasn't open when I came over, so I thought I'd wait here for a while. Hearing Lin Shu say this, the woman subconsciously assumed that it was the previous customer who introduced her, which made her even happier. So it was introduced by an acquaintance. In that case, my sister guarantees to provide you with the best service, package your satisfaction, let's go in and talk about it. Lin Shu? Crowd of sailors? I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. By the way, I'd like to ask for a 5-star review, and if I can also send a telegram, that would be even better, huh? Chapter 79, The Dog Anchor is Too Brutal. After the woman finished speaking, she came up to pull Lin Shu's arm. Lin Shu's tiger's body shook, seeing the woman in this dress and the words she just said. Hiss. Should she be? No wonder the man who had just walked out of the alley had looked at him with a strange look in his eyes. This is being treated as a fellow traveler. Lin Shu hurriedly explained, Big sister, you might have misunderstood, I just came to the pharmacy to buy sour plum soup. The woman thought Lin Shu was being shy and once again pulled on his arm. The men who come to my place, 8 out of 10 say they came to buy sour plum soup. Sis has already boiled it there, you can drink it when you come in. Live broadcast room. The water friends who were still dozing off were instantly energized when they saw this image. This woman couldn't be selling tea, right? What tea? People have said, sell sour plum soup, go and drink it. It's the first time I've seen one open this early. Hiss. Upstairs, you seem to know your stuff, funny JPG. Pulling and tugging like this in public, that's not how business is done. Anchor, you tell me the address, I want to go over and teach her how to sell sour plum soup. Anchor, you help me ask her how much sour plum soup costs a night. You guys are all very criminal. 8. The Pornography Brigade. Lin Shu explained to the woman several times she didn't listen, and had to drag Lin Shu to drink sour plum soup. Lin Shu really had no choice but to mention the system and run away. The sour plum soup could only be drunk another day. Returning to the neighborhood of the food market, Lin Shu was ready to go and see how Master Qian's taro sold today. When she passed the intersection of the vegetable market, there was suddenly a crowd of people in front of her. As a melon lover, Lin Shu walked over. Just as she got a little closer, she heard the onlookers whispering. This old man wouldn't want to touch the porcelain, right? The way I look at him, 9 times out of 10, he's trying to touch the porcelain. There was a little girl some time ago who was blackmailed in this way. When you meet this kind of thing, it's best not to be nosy. After approaching the crowd, Lin Shu poked her head in to look in, relying on her height advantage. At this time in front of the ground, lying a 50 or 60-year-old grandfather. The old man bowed his body, his right hand next to his chest, and his face had a look of pain. The mouth also kept muttering, ouch, it hurts me to death, is there a kind person to help me? With Lin Shu's eyesight now, he knew at a glance that this Moncler outlet store was pretending. In other words, there was a real possibility that this Moncler outlet store was trying to blackmail someone. Lin Shu's eyes gurgled and thought of an idea. He first exited the crowd and walked to the nearby department store to buy a box of sewing needles. Returning to the scene, Lin Shu directly squeezed through the crowd and walked in. The surrounding crowd of eaters, seeing a young man approaching the Moncler outlet store, all began to whisper. Some kind people even reminded Lin Shu to be careful of being blackmailed. Even the water friends in the live broadcast room, seeing Lin Shu's behavior, had sent pop-ups to remind him. Only, Lin Shu didn't pay attention to everyone's reminders. He first squatted down and looked at the grandpa lying on the ground. Moncler, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Seeing that someone took the bait, Moncler outlet online, he immediately acted more vigorously. Ouch, my chest hurts, ouch. Lin Shu asked, Grandpa, do you want to help you call the emergency number? The grandpa shook his head, still looking like he was in pain on the surface. No, young man, can you help me up? I have this old disease, just rest a little. Lin Shu's brows tightened. Grandpa, your condition doesn't look like a minor problem, it's most likely a heart attack. It just so happens that I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. Let me give a few needles, I guarantee you'll get better immediately. The Moncler outlet store rolled his eyes and secretly spat in his heart. You're the one with a heart attack, your whole family is a heart attack, I have a good heart. Moncler outlet store. This is the eye of the Chinese medicine practitioner, I think you are a quack. He, too, a. Although the Moncler outlet store heart spit, but the mouth still said, no need, young man, you help me up to rest a little can be. Lin Shu ignored the Moncler's words and took out the box of sewing needles from his pocket. Moncler, your voice has changed when you speak, your condition may be getting worse, I'm going to give you a needle treatment now. The Moncler outlet store subconsciously looked at the needle in Lin Shu's hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched furiously. Young man, what are you doing with a sewing needle? Lin Shu smiled evilly. Master, this is not a sewing needle, this is my family's ancestral silver needle, specially used for acupuncture. Moncler outlet online. I wanted to say, you're lying to ghosts, I saw it when you tore the packaging film just now. Lu Hui store, priced at $5. I have to say, Moncler outlet store, the eyes are still pretty good. Even the onlookers of the melon crowd, all sucked in a breath of cold air, and called out that they met a ruthless person. Nah. In fact, Lin Shu deliberately tore the packaging in front of him. He just wanted to see how much longer this old liar could endure. Seeing Lin Shu really take out a sewing needle, or the biggest one in there. If this is stabbed a few times, there must be a few more bloody holes? Moncler outlet store instantly winced. Young man, there's really no need, I'm much better now, you'd better help me up. Lin Shu had a look of righteousness. This can't be done, as a traditional Chinese medicine inheritor, it's my vocation to save lives and help the sick, I have to cure Moncler outlet today. With that, Lin Shu pulled Moncler outlet store his feet and took off his shoes. In an instant, an old jar of sauerkraut flavor, unique to 82 years, wafted out. This sour flavor was too uptight, and the onlookers of the melons all instantly backed away 3 meters away, fearing that they would get drunk if they smelled it one more time. Fortunately, Lin Shu's body had been transformed by the system, and closing his breath for 10 minutes was not a difficult task. After taking off Moncler outlet store's shoes, without giving him time to react, he stuck a needle into the soles of his feet. Ah! Moncler outlet store, with a shriek of pain, he tried to draw back his foot. Burning goose. Being grabbed by Lin Shu, where is it so easy to draw back? Lin Shu took the opportunity to zap again. Ah! The shriek rang out again. Lin Shu looked at Moncler outlet store him and smiled. Grandpa, the fact that you're screaming so loudly proves that you have a lot of vitality. I'll give you 2 more needles in your other foot as well, and I guess this disease will be cured. Saying this, Lin Shu wanted to take off the grandpa's other shoe. This scared Moncler outlet online him so much that he immediately sat up and stepped back with his hands on the ground. Moncler outlet store online. No lad, really no, I'm fine already. Lin Shu's face straightened. I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. You're a Chinese medicine practitioner? If you are well or not, I would not know. Saying that, Lin Shu stepped forward, grabbed the Moncler outlet store other leg, and was about to take off his shoes. The Moncler outlet store struggled desperately, and even lifted his injured foot, wanting to kick Lin Shu. Lin Shu pressed hard on the numb tendon of that leg of his. Hiss! That electrifying sensation made Moncler outlet store him suck in a breath of cold air. Then, Lin Shu took off his shoes in front of Moncler outlet store him, and with that thickest sewing needle, stabbed him a few times on the soles of his feet. Ah! Moncler outlet online. The screams rang out once more. The onlookers of the melon crowd already knew that this Moncler outlet store was trying to touch the porcelain. Now hearing the Moncler outlet store screams, everyone felt great joy, and some people even wanted to clap their hands. At the same time, the water friends in the live broadcast room were stunned when they saw this scene. Inema, the dog anchor is too brutal. Shocking, a guy did this to a 60-year-old man in public. That needle in the dog anchor's hand is as big as the one I used to sew sacks at home. When Rongmu stabbed Ziwei, she wasn't as tough as the dog anchor. Even Rongmu saw it and called it an inside job. Have you guys noticed that the dog anchor stabbed so many times? How come the soles of the grandpa's feet didn't hurt at all? Yeah, under normal circumstances, shouldn't it be bubbling with blood? Chapter 80, how about 200? Being zapped a few times in a row. Moncler outlet online. The pain wailed and screamed in his heart. He scanned the area and couldn't find the person he was looking for. It was that time of day, and the 2 companions weren't coming out. A few more zaps, Moncler outlet store feel that both feet are going to be wasted. Seeing Moncler outlet store this, Lin Shu also saw the good. He was afraid that Moncler outlet store his eyes would roll over in foam, and he would just pass away. Just as Lin Shu wanted to say something, 2 young men squeezed through the crowd and walked in. Seeing the grandpa lying on the ground, as well as Lin Shu squatting next to him, the 2 of them then immediately ran over and helped the grandpa sit up. How are you, Moncler outlet store 2? Did someone knock him down?
The eldest reached out and pointed at Lin Shu in front of him. The two young men looked in Lin Shu's direction, instantly displaying expressions of anger. So you're the one who knocked down my second oldest master. Let me tell you, my second oldest master is not in good health, and now that you've knocked him down, things have gone terribly wrong. Without $100,000 in soup medicine today, you won't be able to walk out of this vegetable market.
No, it's not.
Moncler Outlet Online, giving them a wild wink, trying to explain to both of them. But these two brothers didn't even look at the Moncler Outlet store and were outputting at Lin Shu. The Moncler Outlet store heart was anxious, but there was nothing to be done.
You two brats, weren't you watching from the sidelines just now? This is the wrong script, the wrong line. Actually,
Moncler Outlet Online, before they could start the show, the two of them, thinking that no one was going to take the bait that quickly, went to a breakfast place not far away to have breakfast. Just as they came back from breakfast, they heard Moncler Outlet store them yelling, and thinking it was Moncler Outlet store a signal for them, they rushed in.
Now after a meal output, the surrounding eaters did not react at all, their expressions were more like watching a show. Moncler Outlet store.
The eyes of the melons looking at them became strange. Now everyone knows that these two young men are with the Moncler Outlet store group. The two young men noticed that something was wrong and muttered in their hearts.
It's not usually like this, what's the situation today?
That's when they turned back and looked Moncler Outlet store over.
They finally reacted when Moncler Outlet store they gave them a wink again.
Tramp took the wrong script this is. But now this situation also can only hard head on. Kid, we won't make things difficult for you, you take a $2,000 and this will be settled. Hearing the other party say this, Lin Shu was furious and laughed. No, the grandpa fell to the ground with a sudden illness, and as a Chinese medicine practitioner, I cured the grandpa's illness, so you guys don't give me a thank you fee even if it's not enough, but you're asking me for money?
The two young men were confused and looked at the grandpa once again.
Moncler Outlet store, they held up their feet in a hurry. He stubbed my foot like this.
Burning goose. Both young men are full of questions. Moncler Outlet Online, isn't the foot fine? What's the problem?
The melon eaters have long felt strange. This young man took such a big needle and stabbed the soles of the Moncler Outlet store feet so many times, how did nothing happen at all?
One of the young men couldn't help but say, "Second master, your feet, what's wrong with them?"
The Moncler Outlet UK gasped and thought to himself, are you kid blind? My foot was stabbed by him, Moncler Outlet store said, pointing straight at his foot.
The two young men instantly turned into black question mark faces.
This time Moncler Outlet store also felt strange. He put his feet away with difficulty and looked down at the soles of his feet. At this look, Moncler Outlet store, he froze.
Where are the wounds? Being stabbed by that kid so many times, there is actually no wound at all? What's going on? Can someone explain?
Lin Shu looked at the Moncler Outlet store 3 with a playful smile on his face. Lin Shu did take a needle and stab the soles of Moncler Outlet store his feet, only he used the side of the string, not the pointed end. As for Moncler Outlet store feeling the pain of a dead horse, it was because Lin Shu specifically looked for some acupoints to zap. Plus, Lin Shu's strength isn't small, and Moncler Outlet store he can't see it.
Moncler Outlet Online.
This makes Moncler Outlet store you wrongly think that the soles of your feet are already bloody.
This. Moncler Outlet store head was instantly down and no longer knew what to say. One of the young men reacted quickly.
Walked Moncler Outlet store up to him and grabbed Moncler Outlet store his feet.
But before he could say anything, vomit.
It didn't help that the flavor was so overpowering that he had to take 2 steps back and take a breath before speaking.
My second oldest master said that you stabbed his leg to internal injuries.
You can either pay out $1,000 for the tonic, or we'll rely on you. Hearing his companion say this, Moncler Outlet store he began to act up again.
Ego, my leg has suffered internal injuries, I'm afraid I can't walk. Ouch.
This poor acting, not to mention the melon friends couldn't look past, even the two companions, felt embarrassed. Lin Shu smiled and shook her head, taking out her cell phone.
How about this, I'll call the police now, and wait for the police to come before we talk about compensation.
Hearing Lin Shu say that he wants to call the police, Moncler Outlet store he doesn't perform anymore and immediately sits up. This reaction, this expression, as if nothing had happened just now.
Moncler Outlet sale.
The two young men, when they saw Lin Shu take out her cell phone and say she was going to call the police, they also got nervous.
The three of them all had a record in the bureau. Wouldn't this call to the police be the end of the story?
One of the young men said weakly.
Or, 200 will do.
Lin Shu bristled, pressed a few numbers and dialed out.
Crooked. Police station? I'm here at the food market.
Seeing that Lin Shu really wanted to call the police, the Moncler Outlet store 3 of them had a jolt of excitement and got up to pull their legs out and run. Before leaving, they also did not forget to put a harsh word.
Kid, you're tough. The poor Moncler Outlet store, not even wearing shoes, limped away.
After the Moncler Outlet store several people left, Lin Shu once again came to, just bought sewing needles. Lu Hui store, bought a bottle of hand sanitizer. When he went to the counter to check out, the boss sniffled hard.
Where did you get the sauerkraut, handsome? Lin Shu was stunned. What sauerkraut? The boss smiled. When you first came in, I could smell the smell of authentic old jar sauerkraut on you. It's been a long time since I smelled such authentic sauerkraut. Where did you buy it? I'll go buy some to try later as well. Lin Shu. All water friends, oh. Lin Shu reveals a awkward yet polite smile. Business was too good, the man had already sold out and left. The owner was a bit disappointed. Hey, too bad. After buying the hand sanitizer, Lin Shu came to the river not far away. After washing her hands for 20 minutes, using half of the hand sanitizer and rubbing her fingers together, she was able to get rid of the sauerkraut flavor. After washing his hands, Lin Shu came to the place where Mr. Qian sold taro yesterday. Only after looking around, he didn't see Master Qian. Lin Shu had to sneak back to Recluse Village. Just as he returned to the village, he saw the village headman walking out of his house in a hurry. Good morning, village chief, what are you doing in such a hurry? When the village chief saw that it was Lin Shu, he slowed down a bit. It's Xiao Lin. Master Hai accidentally fell on his arm while he was working. I'm going over to take a look. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu hurriedly followed the village chief. I'll also go over to take a look. Chapter 81, This is a Fracture. Lin Shu followed the village chief and came to Master Hai's house. Just as he reached the door, he heard voices talking in the house. Ouch, be gentle. How can I be gentle when I'm wiping you with a cotton swab? Just rub it casually. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Lin Shu and the village chief both entered the house and saw that Master Li was rubbing medicinal wine on Master Hai. How is it? Is it serious? The village chief went up and asked. Master Hai revealed a smile that was worse than crying. It's fine, rub some medicinal wine and you'll be fine in a few days. The village chief looked at Moncler Outlet Store online Hai's arm, where a piece had swollen up. Why don't we go to the hospital? Hai shook his head. No, I guess it's just a sprain, nothing serious. Lin Shu, who was standing by the side, frowned. He came to Master Hai. Master Li, stop rubbing the medicinal wine for now, let me take a look. Master Li smiled. Shaolin, you still know how to read this? Lin Shu said, I learned a little before. Lin Shu carefully propped up Grand Master Hai's arm. Hiss. Grand Master Hai gritted his teeth in pain. Lin Shu reached out and touched the swollen arm. A few gentle pinches and Master Hai screamed in pain. Ouch, Shaolin, you're gentle. Lin Shu frowned and looked at Grand Master Hai and said seriously. Master Hai, this is not a sprain, you have a fracture. Ha! Grand Master Hai almost thought he had heard wrong. Broken bones? It can't be, can it? Shaolin, is it really broken? The village chief asked hurriedly. Grandpa Li wiped his hands. Broken bones? Then it's no use rubbing medicinal wine on it now, you have to go to the hospital to get it attached. Old man Hai, let's go to the hospital. Old man Hai grimaced. A trip to the hospital won't cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. The mayor of the village has a stern look on his face. At this time, you still care about that little money. You say that money is important or the body is important. At this time Lin Shu grasped with both hands the place where the C. Moncler Outlet online arm was fractured. Master Hai, I'll help you heal your arm. How about you send me a chicken to eat? Master Hai 3? The crowd of sailors? Just in the moment that Master Hai was stunned, Lin Shu exerted force in his hand. Master Hai only felt a sharp pain coming from his arm and couldn't help but scream out. Ouch! Seeing this reaction from Grand Master Hai, the village chief was anxious. Shaolin, you don't move, a carelessness will make it worse. Master Li also reacted. Yes Shaolin, this is no joke. If you don't get it right, it might even leave after effects in the future. Burning goose. Hai Daki felt that just after that sharp pain, the arm didn't seem to hurt so much. My arm, it seems to have gotten better, it doesn't hurt as much as it did just now. Hai Daji briefly moved around, although he still felt the pain, but compared to that dead horse-like sharp pain just now, it was much better now. Grandmaster Hai excitedly looked at Lin Shu. Shaolin, your technique is truly divine. The village chief and Master Li on the side were both confused. Just fine? Sure you're not kidding? The village chief took a few steps closer and looked at the Sea Master's arm. The place that had swollen up a moment ago didn't look so swollen now. Could it be that the fracture just now caused it, and that's why it looks so swollen? Old man Hai, don't hold on for dear life, a problem with this arm is a matter of a lifetime. Old man Hai laughed and once again raised his hand to move it a few times. You see, it's really better, and it doesn't hurt as much now. Master Li looked at Lin Shu. Shaolin, old man Hai's hand, really well? Lin Shu smiled and said, the bones have been reset, but it needs to be splinted for a while, and also needs to be rubbed with some medicines to help it recover. The village chief and Grandpa Li looked at each other and both saw 4 words in each other's eyes. Awesome. Now in the live broadcast room, the reaction of the water users was not much better than the 2 village elders. Ainima, the dog anchor still knows how to straighten bones? He said he knows Chinese medicine, it can't be true too, right? Is there a possibility that the dog anchor used to work in a certain club, specializing in giving orthopedic massage services to rich women? You don't say. The dog anchor in the morning, when he gave that crook grandpa a foot zapping, I felt that his technique with the foot massage is very similar. 8 Anchor, how much is a bone massage? I want to experience one. Anchor's technique is very good, so I choose to go to Red Romance for 66. Funny JPG. Subsequently, Lin Shu clamped a plate to Grandpa Hai's arm and hung it around his neck for him. Master Hai, the arm will hang like this for the time being, but you can't work anymore. Ow, wait for a while to buy ointment and come back, then I'll put it on you. Okay, really thank you Shaolin, otherwise I go to the hospital and do not know how much money to spend. Master Hai looked at Lin Shu, his eyes full of gratitude. Lin Shu waved her hand. Master Hai, as agreed earlier, I want a chicken as payment, it's not too much, right? Master Hai laughed, no problem, but you'll have to catch it yourself, it's not convenient for me right now. Lin Shu laughed, okay, but first keep it here with you, I'll come and catch it some other day when I want to eat it. After dealing with Master Hai's arm, Lin Shu wanted to go back to find Xiao Hei, ask him for the car keys, and then go to town to buy ointment for Master Hai. At this time, Moncler Outlet Store Li pulled Lin Shu, a little embarrassed to ask. That, Shaolin you gave old man Hai's hands are cured, the grandpa would like to ask, cervical spondylosis is there a way to cure? Lin Shu looked at Grandpa Li's neck, he hadn't paid much attention to looking at it before, but at first glance he really noticed the problem. It can be cured, but Moncler you wait first, I'm going to town to buy something. Lin Shu said. After greeting the village chief and a few others, Lin Shu walked out of Grandpa Hai's house and went to find Xiao Hei. Don't look at Xiao Hei every time he appears, just as a 3-second toolman. In fact, Blackie is also a network operator, planning, sales, photography, assistant director, etc., multitasking. It is now, with Lin Shu to stay in the nooks and crannies of the village. He also has to work through his computer every day. When Lin Shu found Blackie, he was cursing with the person on the other end of the phone. Lin Shu didn't bother him with his work, took the key on the table, raised it to him, and went out the door. 10 minutes later, Xiao Hei hung up the phone, and it suddenly occurred to him that Lin Shu appeared to have come just now. But then he didn't remember what he was doing here, and just as Xiao Hei wanted to open Lin Shu's live broadcast to take a look, his cell phone rang again. Grabbing the car keys, Lin Shu drove to town, found a pharmacy, and bought a few boxes of silver needles, a set of fire cupping stuff, and a bone-renewing ointment for Grandpa Hai. By the way, he bought sour plum soup. Back to the village. Lin Shu first put the ointment on Master Hai, and then instructed him on the dosage. Only then did Lin Shu find Moncler Outlet Store Li. Grandpa Li, I'll give you acupuncture first, and then I'll do tweener for you. Hearing that he also had to stick needles, Moncler Outlet Store Li was startled. Still need to tie the needle? Is it okay if I don't get a needle? Lin Shu shrugged, it's just massage without acupuncture, it can alleviate the disease, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. If you want to be cured, you have to have acupuncture. Grandpa Li hesitated for a moment, he thought of Lin Shu's technique of straightening old man Hai's bones just now. So he clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, his face filled with determination. With a look of death, he said, okay, I'll tie the needle. Lin Shu laughed bitterly, Grandpa, acupuncture is just acupuncture, it's not like this. For those who don't know, you're getting ready to lay down your life. Chapter 82 Gynecological Sage Dr. Lin. Moncler jackets for sale. This look reminds Lin Shu of the funny emoticons of elementary school students when they get vaccinated. Next, Lin Shu gave Moncler Outlet Store Li acupuncture, followed by a set of professional orthopedic massage. An hour later, Li Moncler Outlet Online moved his neck and immediately felt an immense sense of relief. It's amazing, Shaolin Moncler Outlet Store, I don't know how to thank you properly. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed, Master Li, when I came in just now, your goose seemed to scold me. Master Li was stunned, then laughed out loud. Understood, Moncler Outlet Online, I'll go and stew it for you. By the way, what flavor do you want to eat? Lin Shu thought for a moment, Master, have you heard of doggy goose? Moncler Outlet Store doubtful, what is doggy goose? Shaolin not eating dogs is now banned, it seems that if you are reported to the police station, you will be penalized. Lin Shu quickly shook his head and explained to Moncler Outlet Store Li the cooking method of doggy goose. The Moncler Outlet Store then relieved, as long as do not eat the dog. Just then, the village chief approached. Grandpa Li told the village chief about the treatment Lin Shu had given him. The village chief was all shocked after hearing this. Why does this young man know everything? But the next moment, the village chief seemed to think of something. He only saw him reveal a kind and benevolent smile and look at Lin Shu. Ahem, Shaolin na. There are some other villagers in the village that have similar diseases, see if you can. Lin Shu thought about it and said, yes, but I have to charge for the treatment, it's not expensive, 200 per person will do, ask everyone if they accept it. The village chief was overjoyed at his words, so he agreed. Soon, everyone went to the village chief's house to gather. Everyone had similar ailments, cervical spondylosis, herniated discs, rheumatism and bone disease, and so on. Once again, Lin Shu uses acupuncture plus bone massage or fire cupping to treat everyone. Every villager who went out from the village chief's house looked refreshed. Until an ant sat down opposite Lin Shu, the picture changed. Auntie, first tell me about your symptoms. Lin Shu asked.
Auntie said, Xiaolin Na, Auntie has always had trouble sleeping in recent months. She suffers from insomnia and dreams, she usually wants to lose her temper, her hair is falling out, and she often has headaches.
Auntie is either early or delayed these months. I'm annoyed to death. Do you think you can cure Auntie?
Lin Shu's hand that was organizing things gave a start for it. Looking up at the ant sitting across from her, her face turned odd. Lin Shu originally just wanted to treat cervical spondylosis, lumbar disc herniation, and these conditions that could be treated by orthopedic massage.
But this ant actually came to ask him about gynecological problems? What can we do? Do you think it's curable?
Yes. After all, Lin's current Chinese medicine technology, not to say living dead people white bones, to give everyone a little physical conditioning, or no problem.
But if he really cured them, would he become the gynecological saint in other people's mouths?
Lin Shu subconsciously glanced at the live broadcast. Unsurprisingly, the pop-ups of the water users had started to become strange. That damn funny emoticon had begun to take over the screen.
Xiaolin, why don't you say something? Auntie asked.
Lin Shu sighed in her heart and said with a smile, Auntie, let me take your pulse first. Lin Shu finally decided to give Auntie a look. Healing the sick and saving others was a great act of kindness, so he would not care about that little nickname. This is how Lin Shu comforted himself. In fact, with those symptoms that Auntie said just now, Lin Shu already roughly knew that Auntie should be in menopause. After taking her pulse and looking at her tongue, he was certain that it was menopause all right. Next, Lin Shu gave the ant acupuncture and wrote her a Chinese medicine prescription to go to the pharmacy to get the medicine.
Auntie felt a whole lot more relaxed after the acupuncture.
This made Auntie so happy that she took out her cell phone and made a few calls. Lin Shu heard, Auntie, this is calling someone. As expected, it didn't take long for several ants to walk in. Xiaolin Na, show Auntie, I've been unable to eat lately. Xiaolin, Auntie has been nauseous lately, take a look, what's going on?
Xiaolin.
Lin Shu was busy. And in the live broadcast room, the Water Friends' joyful pop-ups had already rolled up. I originally thought that it's already impressive that the anchor knows how to push and massage orthopedics. I didn't expect him to even be able to look at gynecology. He can even deliver a sow. It's nothing strange that he can read gynecology.
The needle technique used by the anchor, it couldn't be the long-lost Tai Divine needle, right?
I think it's the Ghost Gate 13 needles.
Funny JPG.
The two upstairs, you've been reading too much Divine Doctor writing lately.
Have you guys forgotten that the dog anchor also has a title of God of War?
From today onwards, the name of the God of War no longer exists. Standing in front of all of you is only the gynecological sage, Dr. Lin. Master Lin, who had been busy for a few hours, made over $4,000.
Burning goose.
Just as Lin Shu was high and happy, wanting to show off to his water friends. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room made his blood pressure come up.
What a gynecological sage, Dr. Lin. What friend of women is Lin Shu?
In fact, pop-ups like this were not enough to make Lin Shu break his defenses. After all, he was already somewhat mentally prepared. What really made Lin Shu speechless was,
Anchor, I recently had a hemorrhoid, can you cure it? Anchor, I'm asking for my friend, do you have circumcision service here? Anchor, what's up with my inability to poop lately? Anchor, I've been farting a lot lately, I don't think I've got some kind of disease, right? The lynchers are numb. Those who asked about not being able to poop and put out a stinky fart are not talking about it. But the one who said circumcision, Lin Shu wanted to ask what the other person was thinking? He's a Chinese medicine player, is it really appropriate for you to ask about circumcision? Aren't you afraid that if Lin shakes his little hand and clicks it, he'll become the first person to have his balls cut off after the founding of the country? Secretly, he sighed. Lin Shu decided not to pay any more attention to them and went straight off the air to rest. 7 p.m.
Lin Shu finally ate the doggy goose that Master Li made for him.
While eating dinner, the village chief walked in. Yo, eating na?
The village chief laughed. Li nodded his head. Has the village chief eaten yet? Today stewed a big goose, if you want to sit down and eat some. The village chief waved his hand. Thanks, I came over to ask, tomorrow is the day of the festival, are things ready? Master Li said, don't worry village chief, it's all ready. Lin Shu, who had buried his head in dry rice, stopped his chopsticks.
Sacrifice? What sacrifice?
Every year after our village harvests rice in the summer, there is a sacrifice to the god of the valley. The village chief explained briefly.
Lin Shu immediately became interested upon hearing this. Village chief, can I participate?
The village chief laughed. Of course you can participate, then again, we also have to thank you for helping to collect the rice. The village headman chatted with Grandpa Li for a few moments, and then went back to the other homes to inform them. During the meal, Lin Shu learned from Moncler Outlet Store Li again. Every year, when the valley god was sacrificed, a celestial master would also be invited over to perform the rituals. When it comes to inviting that celestial master over, you have to pay $6,000 in red packets. Lin Shu was stunned.
He had given the villagers bone setting and massage for most of the day and had only earned over $4,000. The celestial master wanted $6,000 for a ceremony. Depressed, Lin Shu could only take a hard bite of the goose leg. After dinner, Lin Shu returned to his place and returned the car keys to Xiao Hei. By the way, the moment he got the car keys, Xiao Hei was confused. Brother, when did you get the car keys? How come I didn't know? Lin Shu. Happy 4th of July, ya. By the way, ask for a 5. Forget it. I'm rolling to work. That's the way it is in the service industry. When everyone else is on vacation, we're the ones who suffer the most. Chapter 83. You're a Taoist priest, you ask Buddha to bless you? 5 o'clock in the morning. Cock crows, get up in anger, go out, beat up the chicken, return to peace, go back to my room and renew my dreams. 6 o'clock in the morning. Get up and wash. Tubes. Check-in successful. Reward, Taoist mastery. Gee, I was depressed yesterday that other people get 6,000 for doing one spell. Today Unico is giving out skills down the line. But it's no use now, the village has already found a good celestial master. Alas. Wash up and turn on the live feed. When she went out to eat breakfast, Lin Shu told her water friends that there would be a ritual for the valley god in the village today. The water friends were very excited to hear about it. Under the urging of a screen full of pop-ups, Lin Shu casually ate something and hurried to the village. The village attached great importance to this festival. So early in the morning, the villagers began to put up lights and colors. The village became lively all of a sudden. The morning's activities centered on ancestor worship at the ancestral hall. After ancestor worship, some villagers organize a lion dance to tour the village. Some of the villagers started to prepare the luncheon, and our chef, Mr. Lin, was once again invited to be the chef. During the meal, Lin Shu finally saw the heavenly master that the village chief and the others were talking about. Dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, with a beard, he had a smile on his face when he saw anyone. Only, the feeling that this heavenly master gave Lin Shu was a bit strange. As for where it was weird, he couldn't tell for a moment. After lunch, the village chief and the others set up the things for the ritual at the request of that celestial master. The sacrifice began, and the celestial master, assisted by his disciples, began to perform the spell of blessing. A moment to sprinkle talisman paper, a moment to worship the 4 directions, the whole thing in a decent manner. At this time, a gust of wind blew by, and the floating talisman paper landed on Lin Shu. Lin Shu picked it up and frowned. There was something wrong with this talisman paper. Just as he thought of this, Lin Shu saw that at the bottom of the talisman paper, there was a line of small characters that clearly read, Chao City Religious Supplies Limited, Tel, XXX. This nifty talisman paper is actually still wholesale. Lin Shu moved forward to the place in front of him, and at this time, the distance between him and that celestial master was only more than 3 meters. At this range, Lin Shu vaguely heard the words murmuring from that heavenly master's mouth. The sky is pale, the earth is vast, the Mashan master has come to help, the Buddha blesses, the goddess of mercy blesses, and all the gods and goddesses in the sky bless. Lin Shu mouth corners wildly pumping, this Nima said, what the hell? You're a Taoist priest, asking for Buddha's blessing? Aren't you afraid of the spirit of the ancestors, a thunderbolt will kill you? No wonder Lin Shu will feel wrong, this is not what the heavenly master this is the two liar okay. Think about it, but also to give them $6,000. Lin Shu then suddenly felt a heartache. After knowing that these two people were liars, Lin Shu had little interest and continued to read on. So he went to the side and found a place to sit down and rest. Although Lin Shu didn't want to watch it, many of her water friends said they wanted to watch it. Lin Shu then clamped the live broadcasting equipment onto a bamboo pole and stuck it into a closer place for the water friends to continue watching. The ritual time lasted for more than an hour. After finishing, Lin Shu went to collect the live broadcast equipment. He happened to see the celestial master go to the village chief, and the two of them didn't know what they were talking about. The village chief's original happy face instantly changed into a nervous and restrained one. From afar, Lin Shu could only see that the celestial master was talking, and the village head kept nodding his head. After the two had finished speaking, the village chief had been frowning. Lin Shu saw this and walked over. Village chief, what did you encounter? Seeing that it was Lin Shu, the village chief hesitated for a moment, but finally opened his mouth. Alas! Just now, the heavenly master said that there is an evil aura in our village, perhaps there are unclean things that are hiding in our village. If we don't get rid of it soon, the villagers will be in danger. After listening to the village chief's words, Lin Shu was instantly energized. Village chief, did you beg the heavenly master to take action, and the heavenly master seemed to be in a difficult position, and you said to increase the money before the heavenly master agreed? The village chief looked at Lin Shu, froze for a moment. How do you know? Lin Shu. Lin Shu is tempted to say that not only do I know what he said, I know what he's going to do next. And in the live broadcast room, the water friends heard Lin Shu's two people talking. They had also guessed that this so-called heavenly master was a fraud. Seeing that Lin Shu didn't say anything, the village chief continued. This celestial master is very famous in our area, what he says shouldn't be false.
Lin Shu revealed an awkward but not impolite smile. In her heart, she was thinking, I'll be fine if I go on me. After chatting with Lin Shu for a few moments, the village chief left in a hurry. He had to go and prepare what the Heavenly Master had explained. After the sacrifice was over, Lin Shu found Xiao Hei. Blackie, I want you to do me a favor. Lin Shu said. Xiao Hei nodded. Brother Lin, what kind of favor you say? Lin Shu took out the note he had written long ago and handed it to Xiao Hei. See if you can get these for me. Blackie took it and instantly froze. Copper sword, talisman paper, gossip mirror. Brother, you're not going to play Invocation again, are you? Xiao Hei weakly asked. Lin Shu said, it's a long story, I'll explain it to you later, you first help me ask if I can buy it. Alright, when do you want it? By 6 tonight. I'll try. After saying that, Blackie took out his cell phone and started to make a call. Half an hour later, Xiao Hei hung up the last call and let out a long breath. It's done, someone will have the stuff here by 6. Hearing this, Lin Shu also let out a sigh of relief. It's still you, Blackie. In fact, Lin Shu had prepared these things just in case, and might not use them. Time passed quietly, and soon it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Hei held a large box and handed it to Lin Shu. Lin Shu unwrapped it and inspected it. Luckily it was all genuine and not produced by Chao City Religious Supplies Company. 8 o'clock in the evening. In front of the 100-year-old banyan tree at the head of the village, the fake celestial master begins to perform the spell. And that disciple of his was not around, not knowing where he had gone. After some maneuvering by the false heavenly master, a few phosphorus flames suddenly floated up from the side of the big banyan tree. The false heavenly master let out a roar when he saw this. Tai! What kind of demon, why don't you quickly show yourself? The fake heavenly master immediately threw out a few talismans. At the same time, gusts of thick white smoke began to rise under the banyan tree. The surrounding villagers looked dumbfounded when they saw this. Now everyone had believed the words of the heavenly master that there really was something unclean in the village. Burning goose. Only Lin Shu had been as steady as an old dog. The corner of his mouth even hooked up a cold smile. He quietly exited the crowd and tiptoed around to the back of the big banyan tree. Right now, in front of the big banyan tree, there was still thick white smoke floating around, and no one could see Lin Shu at all. At this moment, behind the banyan tree, a figure was squatting on the ground. Lin Shu could see that this silhouette was the false heavenly master's disciple. The false heavenly master seemed to have called him De Zhuang. At this moment, De Zhuang took the lighter and was about to light the cigarette cake in his hand. Lin Shu quietly stepped forward and knocked him to the ground with a hand strike. Beside De Zhuang, Lin Shu also saw a portable projector. Now Lin Shu already knew that the fake heavenly master's modus operandi. Through the projector, he released some bizarre images that were illuminated on the white smoke, thus creating a horrifying atmosphere, coupled with the horrifying sound effects. Where had these villagers, who were on average 40 to 50 years old and had been living in the countryside, seen such high technology? That's not why they were tricked by the fake celestial masters. But if there were a few more young people in the village, this fake heavenly master would not dare to use such shoddy methods. As for Lin Shu, he had long been treated by the fake heavenly master as the village guardian's little cutie. It was behind the banyan tree. Lin Shu picked up the cigarette cake on the ground and lit it. Watching the smoke cake in her hand begin to emit white smoke, Lin Shu couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth upwards. He had already made up his mind in his heart. Since the false heavenly master was so fond of subduing demons and eliminating devils, then Lin Shu must satisfy him. Chapter 84, he's sneaking ghosts, but he tells us to believe in science? In front of the banyan tree. The false heavenly master had a peachwood sword in his right hand and the 3 clear bells in his left. His mouth was still chanting. After some manipulation, the fake heavenly master grabbed a handful of something from the table, unknown to him, and scattered it out in front of him. Then, a ball of fire suddenly flashed up with a boom in front of him. After doing so, the fake heavenly master turned back and looked at the group of villagers. Everyone back off a bit, this evil spirit will soon come out. If you guys get too close, you'll easily be entered by the evil spirit. Hearing the fake heavenly master's words, the village chief hurriedly greeted everyone, and together they withdrew back a bit. When the false heavenly master saw the villagers retreat, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Turning around, he picked up the 3 clear bells and quickly shook them. With his right hand, he pinched his sword finger and pointed over to the banyan tree and yelled, "Demon, this heavenly master orders you to quickly show yourself." Hearing this, the villagers also squinted their eyes, wanting to see what was going on over at the banyan tree. But 30 seconds passed with no response from the banyan's end. The false celestial master coughed lightly and yelled again, "Demon, this heavenly master orders you to quickly show yourself." However, the opposite side remained motionless. The false heavenly master frowned, thinking, could it be that there is something wrong with the projector? If it's really a problem, why didn't that kid give me a signal? The false celestial master's left hand's sanching bell continued to ring. He picked up a few pieces of talisman paper in his right hand, chanted a few words, and lit them on the candle to fling them out.
Demon, if you continue to be obstinate, this heavenly master will invoke the heavenly thunderbolt so that your soul will be dispersed and you will not be allowed to reincarnate for eternity. Another minute passed. The fake heavenly master's hand, which was shaking the bell, was almost cramped. He gritted his teeth and said, Demon, I say your ancestor, you quickly step on the horse and show yourself to me. This time, once the words were said, the false heavenly master then saw that over by the banyan tree, a translucent shadow suddenly floated up. This shadow was cloaked and dressed in white, and was illusory from the knees down. The shadow's bubbling green eyes stared at the fake heavenly master in death, and a strange whimpering sound kept coming out of its mouth. Being stared at by that shadow like this, the false heavenly master shivered for no reason and thought in his heart, when did that kid download the new material? How come he didn't even tell me? As soon as the shadow appeared, the fake heavenly master put down the 3 clear bells. Quickly grabbing a handful of talisman paper, he scattered it out in front of him. These talisman papers were specially made, and just after being scattered out, they automatically burned. Then, the fake celestial master picked up another small black ball and threw it with force in the direction of the shadow. Demon, this heavenly master will let you taste the power of the heavenly thunder bead. The small black ball hit the banyan tree with a bang. The villagers not far away were marveling at such a scene. The heavenly master is someone with real skills nah. After the fake heavenly master threw the heavenly thunder bead, he stood up straight, put his hands behind his back, and raised his head at a 45-degree angle. A look of a pretender. Under normal circumstances, after being struck by the heavenly thunder bead, the demon should have let out a mournful scream and then completely perish. However, the fake heavenly master had pretty much played his hand, and there was still no movement over there. The false heavenly master muttered in his heart, "What's wrong with this kid today?" 3 times in a situation. Tramp, I'm going to dock him half of his money this time. The false heavenly master thought as he turned back to look at the situation over at the banyan tree. The shadow that was floating in midair suddenly showed a creepy smile to the false celestial master, and that mouth was grinning to the root of his ears. Your turn is over? Then it's my turn. Hearing this ethereal voice, the false celestial master's heart trembled. At the same time, the temperature around him began to drop rapidly. Achoo! The fake heavenly master couldn't help it and sneezed several times. Just then, the shadow that was originally floating by the banyan tree suddenly flew towards him. The false heavenly master had just finished sneezing and opened his eyes to see the shadow close at hand. The shadow was also giving him a bratty, creepy laugh. This moment, even if the fake heavenly master's reaction was slow, he had already realized that something was wrong. That used projector of theirs was only a few $100s, there was no way it could do something like this. Taking a step back, even if the projector could throw an image in front of him, then where did this eerie feeling around him come from? The only answer is, this is PPO. In a moment, the false heavenly master's body was covered in sweat, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Looks like you've already found out. In that case, come down and accompany me, jia jia jia. The shadow raised his hands after saying this, and on his morose white fingers, 18-centimeter long black fingernails, reaching towards the fake heavenly master's neck. The false heavenly master shivered. Ah! There's a ghost, there's a ghost! With a shriek, the fake heavenly master panicked and fled around. The shadow, on the other hand, stayed right behind him, constantly emitting creepy laughter. Burning goose. The villagers standing in the back eating their melon, they couldn't see the shadow at all. In their eyes, the heavenly master just kept circling around that table. It looked as if it was wrestling with that demon. The heavenly master is so powerful. That's right, it's a pity we can't see what that demon looks like. It's best if we can't see it. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep for 3 days if I see it. How do I hear the heavenly master seem to be shouting for help? You heard it wrong, that should have been the celestial master's spell mantra. So it's a spell mnemonic. It seems I'm the one who's ignorant. Let's all step back a bit more, so as not to affect the heavenly master's ability to collect demons. At this time, the live broadcast. The reaction of the crowd of water users was the complete opposite of the villagers, who could clearly see that white cow. As for whether it was due to the equipment or if it was Lin Shu's doing, no one knew. Ainima, the dog anchor, this is the ghost sentinel technique. Isn't the dog anchor afraid of sending that fake heavenly master away if he's doing this? Just send it away. By the way, let the dog anchor overpass it and find a feng shui place in the back of the mountain to bury it. This ape is too creepy. Just now a moment did not break the car. Alas. I'll go change my pants first, you guys chat slowly. Upstairs, you didn't just punch PPO, did you? What kind of play? I didn't even see the man or the woman, how can you do that? Look at those long nails, it should be a female float, doghead JPG. The dog anchor has made another whole movie in TV special effects, please believe in science headline came out. TCH, he's slipping ghosts in there himself, but he's asking us to believe in science, how is that believable? After tonight, the science section is going to start disproving rumors again. Last time, the 100 ghosts bouncing in the cemetery, the official didn't even find trouble with the dog anchor. I don't know that this time, there's still no such good luck. Ouch. The fake Heavenly Master was chased for 5 minutes, and finally couldn't run anymore and stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as he rolled over and lay down, that white shadow just appeared in front of him out of nowhere. The distance between the two was less than 20 centimeters. Ah! After the miserable scream, the fake Heavenly Master's eyes went black and he passed out. The villagers 20 meters away, seeing the Celestial Master lying down, thought that he had done it on purpose. But after a while, they still didn't see him get up, and there was no movement at all. At this point there were villagers muttering, "Is there something wrong?" Until everyone saw that a figure walked out from the side and stood next to the Heavenly Master. But because it was too dark and the road was too far, no one could see who it was. The villagers all turned their gazes to the village chief. The village chief waved his hand, "Go over and take a look." So, everyone took a step over. When they got closer, the person standing was none other than Lin Shu. "Little Lin, where did you come from?" Lin Shu snorted, "I was just watching from the side." This Heavenly Master didn't know what was going on and fainted. The crowd of water users. Chapter 85, Welcome to Lin's Science Pulpit. Looking at the fake Heavenly Master just lying on the ground, the village chief and everyone else were discussing whether or not to carry him back to rest for a while. The false Heavenly Master suddenly woke up and screamed again, then got up in a panic, pushed through the crowd and ran towards the outside of the village. Mouth also kept chanting, "There are ghosts, there really are ghosts, help, who will save me," and so on. The villagers were all confused when they saw the fake Heavenly Master like this. What's wrong with the Heavenly Master? Why does it feel as if he's been stimulated by something? The Heavenly Master shouldn't be unable to defeat that demon and be made stupid instead. What are we going to do then? Are we going to be like this in the future? The villagers began to panic. At this time, Lin Shu took a few steps forward. "Everyone, don't panic yet, listen to a few words from me." Hearing Lin Shu speak, everyone quieted down and looked at him curiously. Lin Shu said seriously, "Let me tell you something, this so-called Heavenly Master is actually a liar. What he said about there being any demons and evil spirits in the village are all false, he just wants to cheat money." The villagers instantly clamored. "Shaolin, you can't say that nonsense. Yeah, the Heavenly Master is famous in the neighborhood for 10 miles, how could he be a liar? If the Heavenly Master is a liar, then after so many years, how come no one has found out to dismantle him? Shaolin, you're still young, you don't understand these things." To the villagers, Lin Shu was still too young. Plus, he was a kid from the city, so it was normal for him not to know about these things. So people didn't really believe what he said. Lin Shu also knew that people wouldn't believe it if there was no evidence in front of them. Lin Shu waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet for now. "I know everyone doesn't believe me, so if I say that I also know Dao magic, do you believe me?" When this came out, not to mention making everyone believe it, some of the villagers even burst out laughing. It seemed like he really didn't hold back. Lin Shu's mouth twitched, "Is this funny? I'm serious. Ahem, since everyone doesn't believe me, I'll give you a show." With that, Lin Shu went to the spell-making table and picked up a bunch of talisman paper. "Everyone, watch this." With that, Lin Shu threw out the talisman paper. Only to see that these talisman papers, after spreading out in the air, burned up automatically. Lin Shu, on the table, picked up another black bead and threw it onto the banyan tree without even looking at it. When the black bead touched the banyan tree, it immediately banged. It exploded. After throwing the small black ball, Lin Shu lit a few more cigarette cakes. After the smoke drifted away, he immediately opened the projector. Immediately, a horrible shadow, flailing in the air, was accompanied by a mournful cry. Upon seeing this horrible shadow, many villagers were startled. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Lin Shu quickly turned the projector off. How's that? Believe it now? After watching Lin Shu's maneuver, the villagers were dumbfounded. How could they not expect that those spells that the Heavenly Master had just used, Lin Shu would also know? Moreover, Lin Shu had even gotten an ah-pow out. Could it be that Lin Shu is really a celestial master? The doubts in the villagers' hearts deepened. Seeing everyone look at each other in disbelief, Lin Shu smiled helplessly and picked up a bunch of talisman paper from the table and came to the village chief. "Village chief, help throw these talismans out." Although he didn't know what Lin Shu wanted to do, the village chief still took the talisman paper and then threw it out with force. These flung out talismans began to burn as they floated in the air. Lin Shu went on to explain, "These talisman papers are specially made, so no matter who it is, if they throw it out, it will burn," said Lin Shu, distributing the remaining talisman paper to the other villagers. Everyone followed the village chief's example just now and flung out the talisman paper. Not surprisingly, all of them burned. Lin Shu then took the 3 remaining black beads on the table and distributed them to 3 of them. "This bead is the thing that exploded just now, over at the banyan tree, but you guys don't have to throw it to the tree, just throw it to the ground with force." The 3 nodded and did as they were told. Boom! 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 3 explosions, 3 flames.
At this moment, everyone finally believed Lin Shu's words. It turned out that celestial master was really a liar. At this time, the good and learned Moncler outlet store Li suddenly spoke up.
Xiaolin Na. What happened to that ghost just now? That's a good question.
Lin Shu gave Grandpa Li a thumbs up.
Everyone should have seen an open-air movie, right? That thing is just like showing a movie with this thing.
Lin Shu raised that portable projector in his hand.
Then he once again lit a few cigarette cakes before turning on the projector.
The horrible shadow from earlier reappeared. The villagers all came to a realization. So all of this is fake, thanks to us trusting that Heavenly Master so much. He too, what Heavenly Master, they are just liars.
That's right, it's a good thing Shaolin is here today, otherwise we wouldn't know how long we'll be cheated by him.
The village chief also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily we just gave him a few $100 deposit and haven't paid the final payment yet.
Otherwise we would have lost a lot of money today.
Lin Shu laughed. So everyone should believe in science in the future. The villagers agreed. Shaolin was right. The live broadcast room. The moment before it was still full of positive energy, but after hearing Lin Shu's sentence about believing in science, the pop-up screen began to pace the screen again.
Dog anchor, how did such words come out of your mouth? Only the anchor is allowed to sneak around ghosts, not the villagers' superstitions, right?
The video of the dog anchor slipping ghosts has been saved. Maybe it will be used someday.
Upstairs, you're not going to report it, are you? The anchor proved that the end of science is metaphysics.
The dog anchor even knows how to invoke souls and imperial ghosts, you guys say. Will he privately raise a few front and back long-legged imperial sister type ghost servants?
Dog head JPG. Must it be imperial sister type? Can't it be lowly type? 8 anchor, please state your choice.
Seeing that everyone had accepted the matter of the fake celestial master, Lin Shu struck while the iron was hot and told a few common examples of seemingly metaphysical, but actually scientific.
Why is the door of the old king's house next door being knocked on night after night? Why are hundreds of sows unexpectedly pregnant?
The show's little black guy, why does he have a jie smile every time he comes out? Behind all this, is it the distortion of human nature, or moral degeneration?
Welcome to Lin's Science Pulpit. Half an hour later. So yeah, there are a lot of things that can be scientifically proven.
Good. The village chief led the applause. Shaolin, you tell this story so well, better than those storytellers. Right. When is Shaolin free? Tell us another story.
I love this story. Lin Shu? Am I telling a story? I'm talking about science. I've been talking for more than half an hour, my mouth is dry, and you're listening to me as a story?
For this enthusiastic applause from the villagers, as well as inquiries, Lin Shu could only show an awkward and unobtrusive smile back.
Next time for sure.
After cleaning up the scene, the villagers went back to their homes. Lin Shu also returned to her room to wash up and rest.
The next day. Beat the chicken at 4:30 and get up at 6 a.m. Tubes. Checking in successfully. Reward, corpse catching mastery. Lin Shu? Chapter 86. Don't be ridiculous, you can't act. Tubby, why do I get the feeling that you're setting me up to step on the sewing machine again? And catching corpses? Is this skill something you can just show off? I can say it's a special effect to invoke a soul, but how can I explain it? You're on a movie set? Did you find a group of actors for the movie?
In front of the washstand, Lin Shu mumbled to herself in the mirror.
Xiao Hei walked over with a yawn. Brother, what are you muttering about?
Lin Shu spat out the foam in his mouth. I'm practicing my performance. The right corner of Xiao Hei's mouth hooked up, revealing a standard Dragon King style smile. Stop it, where are you going to get any acting?
Lin Shu? Ah. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Brother, I was wrong. 2 minutes later.
Lin Shu finished washing up and hummed her way back to her room, leaving the snotty and swollen Xiao Hei brushing his teeth.
Going back to her room to change her clothes, Lin Shu opened today's live broadcast. It is customary to go to breakfast first thing in the morning.
After eating breakfast and returning to the village, Lin Shu saw the child next door to the village head's house, playing with his family's big black dog. The dog was still a rare 5 black dog. Lin Shu walked over and played with this dog for a while. When he first came to Recluse Village, this dog cursed and barked when it saw him. In the past few days, Lin Shu had fed it bones a few times, and the dog had slowly gotten acquainted with him. Lin Shu was now rubbing the dog's head hard, and it wouldn't even get angry. After walking the dog for a while, Lin Shu felt a little thirsty, so she went into the house to drink water. Burning goose. Lin Shu hadn't been inside for a while when she heard a dog barking outside, a child crying, and the sound of a motorcycle passing by. Lin Shu quickly rushed out and saw the child sitting on the ground wailing. The big black dog was gone. When the kid saw Lin Shu come out, he hurriedly pointed to the small broken motorcycle in front of him and said, "Uncle Lin Shu, they took my dog." Lin Shu looked back. Not far away a small broken motorcycle was speeding away. The car sat 2 people, sitting in the back row of the person tugging a sack in the hand. The sack, from time to time there is a little movement.
The big black dog was hit with the kind of medicine that only takes 10 seconds or so, can lose the ability to move. In the countryside, there are often dog thieves like that. It really makes you gnash your teeth at the mention of these guys. Just as Lin Shu was scratching his head thinking, what to do? Just in time, he saw a bicycle parked next to him, a 28-bar bicycle. Lin Shu did not hesitate, went up and kicked off the kickstand, sat on the bike to adjust the pedals, and pedaled hard. This Phoenix brand god car, like a beast out of the cage, scampered out. Ahead. On the motorcycle. Ha ha. Big brother, this only looks like a 5 black dog. Yeah, wasn't there a guy who said 2 days ago that he would offer $5,000 to collect a 5 black dog? We've made a lot of money this time. The big bull driving the car turned his head sideways. Did you see it clearly, Ernio? Is this really a 5 black dog? The second cow in the back row hemmed and hawed. Don't worry big brother, I saw it clearly, this is the 5 black dogs. $5,000 it's more profitable than selling it to those dog meat black stores. Okay, then I won't go over to the black market, I'll go directly to the person who collects the 5 black dogs. The two were fighting and discussing. Danielle, who was driving the car, suddenly saw in the rearview mirror that a person riding a bicycle was coming in their direction furiously. At first, he didn't care much. But soon the bike caught up with them. And as soon as the guy on the bike caught up, he started to swear. Treadmill, you two put the dog down for me. The two brothers of Ernia turned back to look at this person who was side by side with them, and for a while they hadn't reacted to what was going on. Look Nima, if you don't let the dog go, I'll kick you two to death. Lin Shu shouted angrily. A civilized phrase came out of Daniel's mouth. Not caring what the other party had just scolded them for, he hastily twisted the throttle to accelerate. The motorcycle let out a roaring sound, and a gust of gray smoke instantly rose from the exhaust pipe. The worn-out motorcycle quickly scuttled forward. Lin Shu was almost sprayed with exhaust. Ein yet, crash me right. Lin Shu was extremely angry and once again increased his speed to catch up. Still cursing as he chased. You two dogs stealing stuff, people grow up so big, the fart itself does not have, just know to steal the dog, Nima beep beep. Your grandfather beep beep beep. Ernie listened to the back of the cursing is difficult to hear, the anger also came up, originally wanted to turn back to curse back. Who knew that just after turning back, he realized that the other party was only less than 5 meters away from them. Moreover, this distance was still shortening rapidly. Ernie was startled and hastily patted his big brother. Big brother, drive faster, that pussy is catching up. What? Daniel raised his eyebrows and glanced at the rearview mirror. Frustrated. The man behind him was following closely, and you could tell the distance was gradually closing. Daniel was appalled in his heart. Where the hell did this animal come from? A bicycle can ride so fast. Although this 8-handed motorcycle, it's already foaming at the mouth. But it's also now, almost 80 miles an hour. Why don't you go to the national team if you're so capable? Hart spit a few words. Daniel glanced at the speedometer, knowing full well that this little piece of car was close to its limit. Any more speed up and it was estimated that it would really be scrapped. But he still harbored a hint of luck and wanted to give it a try. So he shifted gears and accelerated again. It was just a shame that the speed didn't increase much. Instead, there was, from the engine, an overwhelming growl. The exhaust gas coming out of the exhaust pipe also turned from gray to black. Sabo! This broken car, I'll go back and find and steal Guevara to give me a whole new one. Lin Shu, who was following behind, saw the black smoke coming out of the motorcycle, and was instantly energized. Immediately clenched his teeth, bowed his body, and exerted all his strength to pedal hard. Because the speed was too fast, phantoms had been created on his feet. With this speed, Odibio would have to say awesome when he saw it. From time to time, Ernie turned around and exchanged a few curses with Lin Shu at the back. Only his mouth was not sharp enough, and every time Lin Shu scolded him a few times, he would only say one sentence back. This pissed him off. Just as Ernie thought of a few expletives and was about to dislike him back, he suddenly realized that the guy behind him double-crossed him again. Ernie couldn't be bothered to scold the other guy anymore and turned back to desperately slap Daniel's back. Big brother, hurry up again, that pussy is coming again. Daniel was extremely angry. Mard, you can talk, can you stop fighting? I'm getting internal injuries from you. The second cow sighs, don't fight, then you faster big brother. The big cow hated it, turned back to give this brother a big BB pocket. Blanche, you line you to drive this broken car is fast foaming, you do not see? Now the fastest is like this. I don't believe this kid can keep chasing after him, I can't tire him out, he's a little turtle calf. At this time in the live broadcast room, the reaction of the water friends was even greater than the two Danielle brothers. This Nima's speed, is it what a 2.8 bar should be? Ha ha. Don't say you didn't expect it, the 2.8 bar itself probably didn't expect it to be able to run so fast. 2.8s, this is what it feels like to fly, this is what it feels like to be free. Put. I'm suddenly singing along. Chase the motorcycle after the 2.8 bar limit, and seal the deal from then on. Amazing. The Phoenix family's 2.8 bar chased a small motorcycle to the point of black smoke. The one upstairs, Shibuya Batchhead Real Hammer, this hot-blooded tomato or said by you so connotation, have depth. At this time, looking at the back of the closer and closer to the guy, big bull people are numb. As long as he grew up, he had never seen such a tiger. I just stole your dog, not your daughter-in-law. Why are you chasing me to the end? Did this dog save your life? At that moment, Ernie has suddenly said something. Big brother, there are two of us and he's alone, why should we be afraid of him? Hearing Ernie's words, Danielle was also stunned. Right. He's just one person, what's the point of being afraid of him? Besides, he's so far away from the village now. Maid, I'm used to running, I didn't react at once. Thinking of this, Danielle immediately slowed down, and then parked. Lin Shu, who was chasing hard behind him, saw the sudden deceleration and stopping in front of him. He almost couldn't hold back from charging straight up and creating death for the two of them. But the thought of wrecking this precious bike and going back to pay for it. Only then did Lin Shu suppress this impulse and slowed down to a stop. Chapter 87, Is this a dogfight? After getting out of the car, Lin Shu took a breath. Not far away were the two big bull brothers, each holding a wrench. With a fierce look on their faces, they walked towards Lin Shu. Kid, Grandpa will give you a chance, kneel down and kowtow 1 and keep your life, kowtow 2 and keep your hands, kowtow 3 and keep your legs. Ernie looked at Lin Shu with a teasing face. This is a good idea. Lin Shu nodded with great approval. Ernie thought that Lin Shu was admitting defeat, and immediately laughed out loud. Come on then, Grandpa will count for you. The Danielle on the side didn't even expect that a guy who cursed so hard just now. Now that he was intimidated by the two brothers, he instantly wimped out. He let out a cold smile, and also waiting to see the way this kid knelt down and kowtowed to them. Wait, I want to ask, how can I not get beaten? Lin Shu suddenly asked. What? Ernie put on an unhappy look. You brats still want to bargain? Grandpa told you that the offer just now is gone, now you have to kowtow enough for 100 heads, or else I'll waste your 3 legs today. Danielle added, Grandpa doesn't have much patience, I'll give you 5 seconds. If you don't kneel down again, I'll get you killed. 5, 4, 3. Lin Shu shook his head inside. Even if I give you guys a chance, you're useless. Said. Lin Shu flipped his right hand and a dagger appeared in his hand. In the next moment, Lin Shu disappeared in place. 1. Danielle's countdown had just fallen. The scene was filled with screams. Ah! Ouch! 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 5 minutes later. 2 guys with swollen noses and tattered clothes were on their knees, pinching their earlobes. What made Lin Shu speechless was that these 2 big old men, wearing bitter teasers, were actually still SpongeBob SquarePants, with the pleasant goat pattern. Because of this, Lin Shu kicked them 2 more times. Grandpa, stop fighting. Grandpa, I know I'm wrong. Lin Shu leaned against the 2-8 bar, the dagger in his hand picking at his nails. It's useless to admit your mistake, kowtow enough for 100. Ernie revealed a smile that was worse than tears. Grandpa, 100 is too many, can we kowtow less? Lin Shu glanced at him, that's fine, then I'll give you a 12% discount. Ernie was puzzled and asked weakly, 12% off, how many is that? Lin Shu, 120. The expression on Ernie's face instantly froze. Big Bull was so angry that he slapped him on the head. Make you talk too much. Lin Shu faintly said, Grandpa has little patience, I'll give you 5 seconds, 5, 4. Hearing these familiar words, Dinyo choked. Heaven's way of reincarnation is too fast, isn't it? Sinning ah. Without waiting for Lin Shu to count to 1, the 2 Dinyo brothers began to kowtow. 1, 2, 3, you kid kowtow, just kowtow and look around, start over, 1, 2, 3, wait a minute. Lin Shu suddenly shouted to stop, the 2 Dinyo looked at him curiously, thinking that this bogeyman would spare them. But soon, they knew they were overthinking it. Only to see Lin Shu walk to the small broken motorcycle, open the sack, and carry out the big black dog with no limbs. Then return to the 2 men and put it just on the ground. Well, keep knocking. The 2 Dinyo brothers looked at each other. Kowtowing to Lin Shu they recognized, who made them unable to beat others. But letting them kowtow to a dog, this is a bit too much. Lin Shu looked at the 2 of them with a displeased face. What? Not happy about it? Lin Shu flashed his dagger, why don't I help you guys first, cut the pleasure stick, don't worry, I'm very good at it, if you don't believe me, go ask Uncle Six. The 2 Dinyo men shivered and instantly burst into tears. Nyo-Nyo's heart is bitter, but Nyo-Nyo doesn't dare to say it. In the live broadcast room, the water friends couldn't help but spit when they saw Lin Shu's maneuver. Ha ha. Anchor taking shoots nah. The big black dog has trouble standing up, but still growls at them, is this called dog fighting? Not really, after all, people don't think of dog anchors as people. Dog hedge. So, it's a dog fight? Big black dog, kowtow to me to death, how dare you catch me, see if my big brother doesn't beat you to death, huh? Thanks to Upstairs Dog Translation for sending the translation. Goddamn dog translation goose hungry. 33, 34. Lin Shu was still counting the number of times they kowtowed. At that moment, a police car drove over and stopped next to Lin Shu. Looking through the car window, it turned out to be an acquaintance. Officer Hu, good morning. Officer Hu got out of the car and looked at the two Dinyo who were still kowtowing, his face full of doubts. Comrade Lin Shu, what's the situation on your side? And what's the situation with the two of them? Lin Shu glared at Ernio, who was trying to be lazy, before speaking. These two guys came to Recess Village to steal a dog and were chased here by me. Officer Hu looked at the 2-8 bar beside Lin Shu. They both rode a 2-8 bar to steal a dog? Lin Shu shook her head. The 2-8 bar is mine. They rode the motorcycle. Officer Hu's eyes widened. You rode a 2-8 bar and chased after their motorcycle? And you even caught up with them. Officer Hu wondered for a moment if this was Lin Shu being too much of an animal, or if those two dog thieves were just not useful. Lin Shu waved his hand. It doesn't matter. The point is that these two guys stole the dog. Nah, the dog witnesses are all here. After saying that, Lin Shu touched the big black dog's head. 1. The big black dog was very cooperative and barked at Officer Hu. For a moment, Officer Hu didn't even know what to say about him, and could only spit in his heart. What do you mean this is not important? This is very important, okay? A bicycle chasing a motorcycle and catching up with it, you're probably not going to convince anyone of that. Even Dinyo and their two parties, until now, have not figured out this then in the end how to do it. Without waiting for Officer Hu to ask more questions, his cell phone suddenly rang. Officer Hu hurriedly picked it up. Teen he. A minute later. Officer Hu, who had answered the phone, turned serious in his expression. There's a case? Lin Shu asked casually. Officer Hu pointed at the two Dinyo. Yes, I'll take these two guys by the way, send them back to the station in a while. Lin Shu nodded, just as well he didn't have to bother anymore. The two Dinyo on the side, when they heard Officer Hu say that he would take them back to the station, it felt like he was saying, take them home. Compared to facing Lin Shu, it was obvious that they were more willing to go to the squatting station. At least the Bureau talks about human rights. Both of them are screaming in their hearts, take us away. We never want to see this bogeyman again. After the two of them were taken away by Officer Hu, Lin Shu also rode this Phoenix brand Divine car and took the big black dog back to the village. As for that little broken motorcycle, Big Black Dog shook his head when he looked at it. The water friend saw Lin Shu, who was riding a 2-8 bar, and the Big Black Dog, who was sitting in the back row with his two front paws on Lin Shu's back. The pop-up screen was once again screened, and in just a few minutes, the emoticon of Lin Shu carrying the dog had already been made and put to use by the water users. Just after returning to the village, Lin Shu heard the villagers saying that on the hill behind the village, a lot of police suddenly came. Some said that they were here to catch fugitives, while others said that someone had died up there. Lin Shu remembered the call that Officer Hu had just answered. It couldn't be the hill behind the village, could it? As a melon-eating enthusiast, Lin Shu put down the Big Black Dog and rode the 2-8 bar to the back of the mountain. Lin Shu had already forgotten that he had borrowed this divine vehicle. 10 minutes later. Lin Shu saw, by that wild pond on the hill, several police cars parked. Going over to take a look, Officer Hu from earlier was also at the scene. At this time the road leading to the wild pond has been cordoned off. Officer Hu, who was busy, raised his head when he heard the commotion, and happened to see Lin Shu, who rode over on his bicycle. Officer Hu frowned, his eyes scrutinizing the other party. Comrade Lin Shu, what brings you here? Chapter 88, Good Scumdog. Lin Shu noticed that Officer Hu's expression changed. That look, it was like scrutinizing a prisoner. In a split second. It occurred to Lin Shu that, as told in those detective novels, many murderers like to return to the scene of the crime. Coupled with the way Officer Hu looked at him, the other party shouldn't consider me as a suspect, right? Lin Shu was slightly embarrassed. Officer Hu, don't misunderstand, after I returned to the village I heard everyone discussing that many police officers had come to the back of the mountain. Feeling curious came over to take a look only, I don't even know what happened here yet. Hearing Lin Shu say this, Officer Hu relaxed a little. Although he was willing to believe Lin Shu's words, he still kept an extra eye out. Seeing Officer Hu's expression slow down, Lin Shu asked, what exactly happened here? Officer Hu thought for a moment before saying, yesterday we received a report from the public that a body had been found in a wild pond. The Bureau went out to check it out and found that there were real bodies, and not just one, but more than a dozen. Initially, this is a very serious homicide case, and right now they are still trying to figure out how to salvage those bodies over there. Hearing Officer Hu finish, Lin Shu all but sucked in a breath of cool air. More than 10 corpses. What kind of enmity and what kind of grudge is there to do such a heartless thing? Wait, yesterday? Lin Shu asked, the police were called yesterday, how come the body hasn't even been recovered today? Yes. Officer Hu nodded. There was a problem with salvage for some reason. Those bodies were underwater without any traction or restraints, but they just couldn't be retrieved. The colleague who recovered the corpses said that these corpses were not killed and dumped here, but were kept here. If you want to salvage the bodies in one piece, you can only get the help of professional corpse salvagers, or corpse catchers. Don't you think this is bull? What era is this, and there are still people who are superstitious about these things? Lin Shu looked at Officer Who with a strange face. Maybe, those superstitious things in your mouth are really useful. Officer Who raises an eyebrow. You also believe those things to be true? Cough. Lin Shu lightly coughed twice. Why don't I try and see if I can help you fish up all the bodies? Officer Who was puzzled. Can you do it? What method are you going to use? Lin Shu smiled. Use some, what you consider to be superstitious methods. Hearing this, Officer Who thought Lin Shu was just messing around, so he tried to refuse. But before he could say anything, he heard Lin Shu continue. Since you can't salvage it even after a day of using scientific methods, why don't you try metaphysical methods? It's just a try, it doesn't cost anything, and if it doesn't work, then it's not too late to think of a way, don't you think? After listening to Lin Shu, Officer Who remembered what the colleague who salvaged the body had said. Thinking for a moment, Officer Who dropped, wait a minute. Then he walked toward the wild pond, where a man was busy. Not long after, Officer Who walked over with a country-faced, middle-aged man. This is Team He from our bureau. This is Comrade Lin Shu. Officer Who introduced the two. Team He smiled and stepped forward. Hello Comrade Lin Shu, I'm He Dashin. Hello Team He. After the two greeted each other, Team He didn't say much. Just now, Hu Bing said that you have a way to help us salvage those bodies, is that true? Lin Shu nodded. That's right, it's just that I'm using a metaphysical method. I don't know if you guys want me to try. Team He asked seriously, how much certainty do you have? Lin Shu said, you probably won't believe me even if I say I'm 10% sure. But you can rest assured, Team He, even if my method fails, it won't cause damage to those corpses. Team He took a moment to think and agreed. Good, then I'll trouble Comrade Lin Shu to try it for us. After receiving Team He's reply, Lin Shu, however, put on a look of wanting to say something. That? Team He was puzzled. What's wrong? Lin Shu, so what, Team He, it's fine to help, but if it's successful, is there a body fishing fee or something? Ahem. Team He? Officer Who? Crowd of watermen, 6. Nice guy. You've been talking for a long time, and you've been laying the groundwork for a long time, but you've been waiting here. But on second thought, there is really no reason to let people help for nothing. Thinking of this, Team He smiled and said, don't worry, if the salvage is successful, we are willing to pay for this expense. Getting the desired answer, Lin Shu instantly got energized. Alright then, I'll go back and prepare some things first. Team He nodded, let Hu Bing drive you, it's faster. Lin Shu didn't object to this. Lin Shu just sat on the passenger side and saw the two Dinyo brothers in the back row. At this time, both of them were wearing silver bracelets and were leaning back very lethargically. But when they saw that the person coming up on the passenger side was Lin Shu, they instantly sat up straight, with a straight face. Lin Shu didn't even bother with them. The car quickly returned to the village. Lin Shu got out of the car and asked Officer Who to go to the town and help buy some things. Lin Shu went back to his room and got some of the guys used ready. After taking an inventory, he suddenly remembered that there was still one thing missing. Black dog blood. Lin Shu immediately went out and came next door to the village chief's house and found the big black dog. With a harmless look on his face, Lin Shu went up and jerked the dog's head. Da-heya! I saved your life just now you do me a favor, no problem, right? 1. The big black dog let out a wang as if it understood Lin Shu's words. Lin Shu continued, it's not really a big favor, just let me draw some blood. Just after Lin Shu finished speaking, the big black dog instantly got up, turned his head and went into the house without wagging his tail. That look, like those, pulled a carving merciless scum. The corner of Lin Shu's mouth twitched, and the hand that was jerking the dog's head still stopped in place. At this time, Lin Shu only had 3 words in her mind. Good scum dog. With no choice but to go to the kiosk, Lin Shu bought 4 ham sausages, 2 chicken legs, and 1 duck leg. The slag dog saw that Lin Shu had brought so many things before it came out wagging its tail. Draw some blood, these are all yours. Want. And so, what followed was the classic scene of jagged dog eating meat and Lin Shu drawing blood. Lin Shu things ready, did not wait long, Officer Who came back. The two drove up the mountain again. Next to the wild pond. Seeing Lin Shu and Officer Who holding a bunch of things over, the other police officers were very surprised. To this, Team He explains it to the group and they come to their senses. Only, just after listening to Team He, some police officers questioned it. Team He, how do you also believe in these vain things? Yes, Team He, those things have no scientific basis at all. I think this kid is a liar, just rushing for the corpse salvage fee. When we get back to the bureau, we'd better check if this kid has a fraud case file before we can do it. In the impression of these police officers, other metaphysical charlatans, who were at least 40 years old or older, would still act like they were immortal. Then look at Lin Shu in front of him. Early 20s, 1.8 or so, and still handsome. What's wrong with you? Why do you have to pretend to be a master of metaphysics? It doesn't fit at all. Hearing these skeptical voices from the police officers, Lin Shu was not annoyed. After all, they had seen too many frauds under the banner of metaphysics. Lin Shu said faintly after he put the things down. A few officers, then you explain it in a scientific way. A dozen corpses, underwater without traction, without restraints, why can't you guys salvage them? So many bodies, why didn't any of them float? Why aren't any of those bodies edematous and rotting? Chapter 89. Is this the Xiang School's corpse catching technique? Hearing Lin Shu's 3 consecutive questions, the group of police officers instantly froze. Yes. Why? They're looking for that answer too. For a while, everyone was quiet and no one spoke. At this time, Team He said, "Alright, everyone continue working. Whether or not Comrade Lin Shu can fish the body up, we'll know soon enough, it's useless to say more now." Hearing Team He give the word, everyone stopped talking and went about their own business. Lin Shu didn't think anything of it and started to prepare the things she was going to use. Team He, please have someone go into the water and pluck a hair from each corpse, I'll need it later. Team He sniffed and called a police officer in a diving suit over and told him Lin Shu's request. The constable froze when he heard it. That, Brother Lin Shu, there are 3 bodies that came in bald, what about this? Lin Shu's hand that was drawing the talisman lurched. Got a beard? A mustache is fine. The officer shook his head no. Lin Shu put down his quill. There should always be eyebrows, and eyebrows are fine. The constable shook his head again. What about hand hair, leg hair, chest hair, and armpits? There really isn't any if there isn't. Then, what about the forbidden area of life? It wouldn't still be the green dragon or white tiger, would it? The corners of the constable's mouth twitched. How was he supposed to know that, still wearing his clothes? Lin Shu continued. If you don't have it yet, then cut your nails, and if you don't even have nails, then you'll have to cut your flesh. You need a medium to do this, you always have to get something on them. Hearing Lin Shu say this, the police officer in charge of the dive only nodded and left. By the time everything was ready, it was already 2 hours later. Comrade Lin Shu, is it time to start? Team, he asked. Lin Shu shook his head, the preparations are done, but this job has to be done at night. Team, he nodded helplessly and had to wait until dark. Time rushed. It has come to 8 o'clock in the evening. Next to the wild pond, Lin Shu was tinkering with something by the table. Behind him, a group of police officers looked at him and spoke in whispers. Look at the way this kid is getting it right, he can't really be good at this, can he? Shay. You've seen those magicians before, which one of them doesn't look like he's got it all together? Not necessarily, after all, those magicians cheat, are all grandparents, this kid dares to tell Team He that he can handle it, he should be more or less capable. Yeah, daring to deceive official personnel, unless he's tired of living. After spending time together during the day, as well as Officer Hu telling everyone, those few things that Lin Shu had called the police on earlier. Now a part of the police officers thought that Lin Shu shouldn't be a liar. But then again, they felt that the metaphysical stuff wasn't very reliable. So it creates a sense of ambivalence. From the back, it looked like Lin Shu was busy drawing a talisman or something. Burning goose. Instead, Lin Shu was actually painting. That abstract style of painting, the water friends looked at it and said, "It's a good painting. Don't paint it next time." Looked at the time, 8:15. Time's up. Lin Shu turned back to Team He and the others. Team He, ready to start, remember what I said before, as soon as the corpses are ashore, immediately use the talisman paper to stick it on their foreheads, as well as on both shoulders. Team He nodded, okay, we're always ready. Lin Shu nodded his head and started to get down to business. Not a moment passed. Team He and the others realized that the temperature around them had suddenly dropped a lot. It was like going from summer to late fall in an instant. The officers shivered. A few of the officers even sneezed. However, that was just the beginning. The temperature around them is still gradually dropping. The officers are still shocked at the temperature change. Suddenly a rustling sound could be heard, on the surface of the water. It was as if the wild pond was boiling, and a great number of bubbles kept rising from under the water. At that moment, only Lin Shu's side could be heard shouting, "Rise!" Then there was more movement in the wild pond. Soon, Team He and the others saw a head, emerging from the water. The body, then, slowly approached the shore. Only the steps of that walk seemed very stiff. The officers standing on the shore were dumbfounded. Everyone subconsciously wondered if they had misread the situation. Until they saw the colleagues around them, having the same expression as themselves. Only then did they believe that it was actually true. How absurd it was that a corpse could actually walk. If this wasn't seen with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if their own father told them. It didn't take long for a body to make its way onto the shore. Lin Shu saw the people behind him, one by one, still frozen in place. There was only one word of reminder. Team He, don't forget to do your job. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the group of police officers came back to their senses. At this time, many of them realized that their backs were already wet with cold sweat at some point. One didn't know if they were frightened or what. Team He took a deep breath and glanced at the 2 colleagues beside him. Taking the talisman paper given by Lin Shu, the 3 of them walked up together. The moment that corpse had just stepped onto the shore.
The three of them, the Lu team, each took a piece of talisman paper and pasted it on the corpse's forehead, as well as on both shoulders. The talisman paper that was pasted on, all of a sudden lit up with a golden light, and then dissipated. The 3 pieces of talisman paper were steadily pasted on as if they had suction. At the same time, the corpse stood rigidly in place like a mannequin that had lost control. The 3 of Team He quickly took out the long-prepared shrouded body bag and packed it up. While Team He's side was still busy, the other corpse was also close to the shore. Officer Hu, with 2 officers, had come to the front to wait for the body to reach the shore. Half an hour later, 13 bodies, all ashore. Looking at the dozen or so bags lying on the ground, the officers all still had a sense of unreality. It took them a day to salvage the body. Now Lin Shu had used only half an hour, and the body had walked ashore on its own. These things that happened tonight were considered to have completely refreshed their 3 views. It turns out that in this world, there really is a profession of corpse catchers. What is even more unbelievable is that this zombie catcher is also a young man in his early 20s, standing at a height of more than 1 meter 8, with a batch of handsome looks. He Team side disposed of the corpse, saw that Lin Shu's side did not move, and took a look out of curiosity. Only then did he realize that Lin Shu had collapsed next to the table. Team He's heart tightened and he hurried over, taking a closer look, only to see Lin Shu lying on the ground, already exhausted. His face was white, his eyes were black, his limbs were weak, and he was still gasping for air. Lin Shu, how are you feeling? Are you all right? Team He anxiously inquired. Lin Shu said with a weak face, Team He, this order, to add money. Team He hurriedly agreed, okay, raise the money for you. Only then did Lin Shu reveal a smile with difficulty. In the live broadcast room, the water friends who witnessed Lin Shu's work were going crazy with excitement. My nigga, this is the Xiang School's corpse catching technique. Last night's royal ghost was already outrageous enough, and tonight he's playing catching corpses. What exactly do you do for a living, anchor? Does the anchor take jobs? Before my great-grandfather died, he said that when he was young he traveled by boat and saved a lot of wealth. Now it's all hidden in one place, letting us, his children and grandchildren, find it ourselves. But so many years have passed and no one has found it, so I'd like you to summon my great-grandfather and ask him where all his wealth is hidden. After it's done, I'll share 30% of it with you. Upstairs, why do I feel that this story of yours has a sense of familiarity? Put. You're trying to say One Piece, right? What's One Piece? The story goes back to a kid in a straw hat. Chapter 90. The chicken puree is gone. Lin Shu lay on the ground for more than 10 minutes before she was able to slow down. Only now, when he stood up, he would still have the feeling that his legs were weak. Seeing Lin Shu's face look better, Team He let go of his heart. There were just a few more questions that he needed to ask Lin Shu. Lin Shu, the talisman paper you asked us to put on those corpses, what exactly is the use of it? Can we tear it off when we go back? Lin Shu responded, I was about to tell you about this. Saying this, Lin Shu took out a small bottle from the case and handed it to Team He. Pour a drop of this into the mouths of those corpses. Team He took the vial in confusion. What's this? Lin Shu, specialized black dog blood. Remember, after dropping this in, those corpses will turn back to normal corpses. When you go back, you have to store it well, or else it will rot away very quickly. The function of those talismans is to isolate the corpses from the corpse keepers. But after dropping the black dog's blood, these corpses will be useless. It's useless to find the corpse keeper. As for who these corpses really are, and who raised them here, you'll have to find out for yourselves. Team He nodded, understood, just leave the rest to us, thank you so much for today. Lin Shu waved his hand, It's fine, just collecting money to do a job. Subsequently, Team He then poured a drop of special black dog blood into the mouth of each corpse under Lin Shu's supervision. In fact, Lin Shu was afraid that they would get curious and tear off the talisman paper without dropping in the black dog blood. When that corpse keeper sensed something and manipulated the corpse to kill someone or something, it would be a big problem. When it's done, Lin Shu chatted with Team He for a while, adding contact information to each other. Seeing that there was nothing left for him to do, Lin Shu packed up his things and prepared to go down the mountain. Burning goose. It was only then that Lin Shu remembered that the 2-8 bar was still on the mountain. The thought of the next door Moncler outlet store crossed his arms and scolded the car thief there. Lin Shu inexplicably felt weak. I hope Moncler outlet online. I don't plan to go out today, or I guess I'll curse even harder. Back in the village, Lin Shu quietly put the bike parked to the original place. But just then, the big black dog smelled Lin Shu's odor and walked out. It even woofed at him a few times. This scared Lin Shu to death. Lin Shu was tempted to curse, piggyback. But it was a dog on the other hand. Calling it a dog was the same as not calling it a dog. Lin Shu can only quietly say, heartless thing, will not give you bones to eat. I guess the big black dog was confused, saying hello to you, why are you still angry? The next day. Beat the chicken at 5, get up at 6. 2. Check-in successful. Reward, reconnaissance tracking skill. After receiving this reward, Lin Shu, a whole subway old man, look at the expression of the cell phone.
Subway, why do I feel that this reconnaissance tracking, with the human mastery of reconnaissance tracking, completely different? You're stepping on a horse shouldn't be rewarding me with a police dog skill, right? After washing up, turn on the live broadcast. Walked around the food market first. After coming back, Lin Shu came to Master Hai's house. The main purpose was to see how his old man's arm was recovering. The secondary purpose is that Master Hai still owes him a chicken. It just so happens that I want to eat kiln chicken today. Master Hai, how is the arm recovering? Grandmaster Hai was also very happy to see Lin Shu arrive. Recovered well, now it doesn't hurt anymore. If it wasn't still swollen with a piece, I would feel completely better. Lin Shu said, that's good, now is the critical time, remember not to do heavy work, and change the medicine on time every day. Don't worry, these days to feed the pigs, I got old Manly to help. Speaking of this, Lin Shu looked at Grandmaster Hai with a smiling face. He. Grandmaster, that chicken you said you'd give me last time, can I catch it today? Grandmaster Hai also smiled, of course you can, one is not enough to catch two more, but you have to go over and catch it yourself. No problem. After greeting Grandmaster Hai, Lin Shu walked out into the yard and looked around the chicken coop for a while. Lin Shu realized that one chicken was rather idiosyncratic. All the other chickens were burying their heads in their food, but it was the one that tilted its head, looking like a pretender. Even the water friends in the live broadcast room saw it and thought the chicken was different. You're it. After catching the chicken, Lin Shu stopped by the sea master's house and took care of it. As of this moment, a chicken that loves to pretend goes to meet God. Afterwards, Lin Shu went to the kiosk and bought seasoning in tinfoil. If wrapped in lotus leaves, the flavor will be more fragrant, but now the conditions are there, no lotus leaves can only use tinfoil instead. Marinate the chicken and wrap it in tinfoil. Then I went to the mountain behind the village, dug up some yellow mud and wrapped the outside with a layer of tinfoil. Afterwards, Lin Shu took the chicken and went to the paddy field outside the village. Skillfully stacked up a stove. Then began to burn the fire. It takes a little longer to burn the stove because there is no hard wood, only straw. After an hour, Lin Shu finally buried the chicken. There was an hour of waiting time to follow. Lin Shu then went back to the village to rest first. Soon, another hour passed. In the anticipation of his water friends, Lin Shu once again came onto the rice paddies. Burning goose. Just when Lin Shu was getting carried away with his water friends, how delicious and flavorful this kiln chicken was. He realized from afar that the place where the kiln chicken was baked seemed to be a bit off. Lin Shu quickly ran over to take a look. Sure enough, there were traces of being rummaged through, just don't know if the chicken is still inside. Lin Shu took a small shovel and carefully turned up the soil. But until he dug to the bottom of the furnace, he didn't see the piece, the yellow clay wrapped around the chicken. The chicken clay is gone. Looking at the empty bottom of the stove, Lin Shu froze. Stolen home brothers. The chicken thief, who stole the chicken, had the decency to cover the dirt back up for me. Seeing this, the water friends in the live broadcast room could no longer hold their breath. Dog anchor, speak more clearly, chicken mud what? Put. 2.5 hours of hard work and the chicken is gone. Ha ha ha. How much you had it just now, how hard it's going to be now. That chicken thief is quite sophisticated, help the dog anchor cover the dirt back up so he can have a ceremonial opening of the kiln. The dog anchor looks like he's failed to forge equipment in the game. Ding, your kiln chicken cooking experience is 10%, kiln chicken cooking experience reaches 100%, you can get a delicious kiln chicken. Seeing the water friends at this time, still flirting, Lin Shu was even sadder. Lin Shu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down but it was this inhalation that Lin Shu actually smelled a hint of kilted chicken. It was then that Lin Shu remembered the broken skill that he signed in this morning. Lin Shu continued to sniff and slowly followed the smell of the kilted chicken, heading in the direction of the woods to the side. Gradually, the smell of kilted chickens became stronger and stronger. Soon, Lin Shu saw that not far away, under a large tree, sitting there was a man in a long black robe. From his appearance alone, the man was about 50 years old. At this moment, in the black-robed man's hand, he was holding a chicken leg and gnawing on it. When Lin Shu was looking at him, the black-robed man had also become aware of it. It was just that he didn't pay any attention to Lin Shu and ate his own chicken leg. Seeing that the chicken thief was there, Lin Shu's fire came up. Tramp, dare to steal my chicken. Cursing, Lin Shu huffed and walked over. However, after walking a dozen steps or so, Lin Shu realized that something was wrong. It seemed like he had returned to the original place. Walked again, still. Little trick. Lin Shu pinched his sword fingers with both hands and wiped them over his eyes. He then walked to a position about 10 meters away from the black-robed man. Lin Shu's complexion straightened as he began to resurvey the chicken thief. Through some Dao techniques, Lin Shu then saw that chicken thief was emanating a gust of death aura. Lin Shu's mind flashed back to those corpses in the wild pond at the back of the mountain. Those corpses, it couldn't be that he raised them, right? Hiss. So to speak. Or did I steal his home first? Ward Fokker? Chapter 91, You didn't make this thunder, did you? Kid, you wasted 13 of my corpses. You won't be angry if I eat one of your chickens, right?
The black-robed man's low, hoarse voice reached Lin Shu's ears. Lin Shu raised an eyebrow. Not only was this guy's voice hard to hear, his tone was also teary. Lin Shu stretched out 2 fingers, 200. The black-robed man froze, casting a questioning look. Lin Shu said, this is an authentic walk-in chicken, plus my secret sauce. Charging you 200 is not too much, right? The black-robed man was momentarily speechless. He didn't pick up this boring topic of Lin Shu's. You helped those cops and wasted 13 of my corpses, so use your own body to pay for it. With your physical condition, you should be able to refine a very good corpse. Lin Shu blinked his eyes and looked at the black-robed man. What corpse? I don't even know what you're talking about. The black-robed man laughed sorrowfully a few times. You'll find out soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man took out a 3-clear bell from his pocket and shook it. With the crisp ringing of the bell, behind the large tree next to the black-robed man, 2 people with hollow eyes and pale complexions walked out. To be precise, they were 2 shadowy corpses. The black-robed man rang the bell again. The 2 corpses then rushed towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu's eyes stared, his hands flipped over, and 2 daggers appeared in his hands. In a flash, 1 person and 2 corpses fought. Village. Haida master sitting in front of the dining table shaking his legs, he looked at the table soon to be cold rice, and then looked at the clock on the wall. It's been half an hour, what the hell is Shaolin doing? Didn't we agree to bring it back and eat it together? It can't be that he didn't hold back and secretly ate it all himself. I've been waiting for the food to get cold, forget it, I'm not waiting. After chanting a few words, Grandmaster Hai picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat. But just then, in the sky outside, a sudden sound of thunder rang out. Rumble! 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 3 consecutive loud thunderstorms scared the C. Moncler outlet store chopsticks to the ground. Ainima, what's the situation this is? Master Hai walked to the door, carefully poked his head out, and looked out. How can there be the sound of thunder in this clear sky? Not a moment later, neighbors came out of their homes and discussed it outside. Masterly, old man Hai, is it possible that you're going to get your comeuppance now for peeing on Taigon's grave when you were a kid? Moncler outlet store online, nonsense, why don't you say it was you who shat in the cooking pot of your next door neighbor's house when you were a kid and now you're going to get what's coming to you? Tion Moncler outlet online, stop arguing, according to me, both of you were not good birds when you were kids, and it's only a matter of time before you get your comeuppance. Lee Moncler, old man Tion, what are you complacent about? Your kid peeped at the widow next door back in the day. Woo. Moncler outlet online, what? The person who peeped at you back then was you, and I was wrong so badly back then that old man Tion really deserved to die. God, a few more splits, split dead this old astringent batch. At this point, the woods. Lin Shu, who was the instigator, was trying to explain to the water friends in the live broadcast room. Brothers, as you can see, this pussy not only stole my chicken, but also brought 2 people to try to beat me up. I fought back in self-defense, there's nothing wrong with that, right? What? That's a cadaver? Don't listen to him, there's no such thing. What? I use thunder magic? What do I know about thunder magic? It's all natural. The fact that they were struck by lightning only proves that the heavens couldn't stand to see him steal my kiln chickens, but it has nothing to do with me. What do you mean? I have done a lot of unethical things, why don't you chop me? This water friend, you excessive owl. After ghosting with the water friends for a while, Lin Shu looked at the dying black-robed man on the ground. Yo-Yo said, let you steal my chicken, now you're getting retribution. The black-robed man was already seriously injured, and when he heard Lin Shu's words, he was so angry that he fainted on the spot. Lin Shu bristled, squatted down, and searched both of the other man's pants pockets. Normally, people who were old like this would still carry some cash on them, even if they usually used a cell phone to pay. Sure enough, Lin Shu found a wallet. From it, she drew $200 in cash and put it into her pocket before helping him put the wallet back. Only after doing this did Lin Shu take out her cell phone and call Team He. Crooked. Team He, have you eaten yet? 30 minutes later. 2 police cars stopped in front of Lin Shu. Team He and a few police officers got out of the car and saw the 1 person and 2 corpses lying on the ground. There was a frown on their faces. What's going on with them? Why does it look like they're roasted? When Lin Shu had called, he had only said that he had captured the body breeder, but hadn't gone into detail about the rest. Lin Shu immediately told him what happened. Of course, the matter of the lightning method was skipped over by him. It was only said that there was a sudden thunderstorm, and this unlucky man happened to be under a tree, and he was struck by lightning. Team He narrowed his eyes in looking at Lin Shu, even though the other party had done them a big favor only yesterday. But today, this is still too outrageous for him to say. It's a sunny day, not even a few clouds, and you're saying it's going to thunder? And it struck 3 times in a row, splitting all 3 of them. Lin Shu crossed her waist and put on a look that things were already like this. Team He said seriously, this is not a joke, tell the truth. Lin Shu was speechless. What he said was basically the truth, except for the matter of the lightning method. Lin Shu immediately took out his cell phone and opened a video. Pulled the progress to the point where the chicken slime was gone and started playing. Just the video screen was all clean, no video comments or any pop-up messages.
Here's the video replay, see for yourself.
He took the phone and looked at it.
After a while,
after reading what happened, he froze.
It was pretty much the same as what Lin Shu had said. However, how did that thunder come about? How could there be thunder on a sunny day?
He thought of Lin Shu's ability to catch a corpse yesterday.
These 3 thunderbolts, could it be that he made them too? Although he doesn't know anything about Taoism, he's caught a lot of crooks.
Those fake Taoist priests, day in and day out, talking about the 5 thunders positive technique and the thunder drawing curse.
Are they all true? Lin Shu, did you make that thunder?
He stared at Lin Shu and asked.
No.
Lin Shu's main fight was a dead giveaway. It might be that he stole my kiln chickens, and even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore, so they split him. He gave him a blank look, and since Lin Shu didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, from the video evidence, Lin Shu belonged to self-defense.
And these 3 guys on the ground were indeed struck by lightning.
Simply made a statement, and then had Lin Shu send a copy of the video evidence. He let the people leave with 1 person and 2 corpses. Back in the village, Lin Shu came to Master Hai's house. The chickens were stolen, so at least tell his old man about it. When I came to Master Hai's house, he was eating. Seeing Lin Shu come back, Moncler Outlet Store Hai brightened up. Good boy, why did you just come back? After waiting for your kiln chicken for more than an hour, I'm hungry, so I'll eat first. Lin Shu awkwardly smiled with an embarrassed face. Taking the kiln chicken being stolen, to him discovering the person who stole the chicken, the 2 of them fighting, to finally calling the police to arrest the person who stole the chicken. Boom! Master Hai slammed the table and said with righteous indignation, it's too much, if you want to eat it you can make it yourself, why are you stealing other people's chickens? Lin Shu agreed, that's right, too unqualified. Xiao Lin, don't be angry, later catch another chicken and redo it, now eat first.
Chapter 92, Lin obediently blows up in her mind. After lunch,
Lin Shu, at the strong request of the Moncler Outlet Store, caught another chicken and prepared to make kiln chicken again. It took half an hour to kill the chicken and marinate it, then wrap it in tinfoil and put yellow clay on it. Then stacking the ovens for the fire took another hour.
During that time, Master Hai came over once to check on it.
After burying the chicken this time, Lin Shu didn't leave. She just watched from the side, lest she be stolen from home again in a while. During Lin Shu's wait, he saw a few villagers hurriedly walking out of the village towards the woods on the side. Looking at them, they appeared to be in a great hurry. Not a moment later, Master Hai similarly walked over in a hurry.
Grand Master, what's going on? In such a hurry? Grandpa Hai said, Grandma Zhang's granddaughter and Grandpa Lu's granddaughter are missing.
These 2 little girls Lin Shu knew, both were 5 years old. Every time they saw him, they were very good and called out, Uncle Lin Shu. Just that, the 2 children were usually very obedient, how could they suddenly disappear? Lin Shu frowned, what's going on here? Grandmaster Hai hurriedly told Lin Shu what he knew. It turns out that in the morning, Irma went to the home of Moncler Outlet Store Lu to look for Nini to play, but after noon mealtime did not come back. So Auntie Zhang went to Master Lu's house to look for people. This asked Master Lu are confused. He also thought that his family Nini, in the house of Zhang Auntie. Only after inquiring did he realize that neither child was at the other's house.
So the 2 families began to look for the other children's homes.
Only after looking around, all the other kids were home.
And none of them knew where Irma had gone with Nini. Now everyone was in a hurry to find them.
After hearing this from Grandmaster Hai, Lin Shu immediately got up.
Go, find someone.
Village. The villagers have searched all the places they should have searched. Hearing everyone say they hadn't found anyone, Auntie Zhang had been so anxious that she had cried.
If anything happens to Irma, how am I going to explain to my son and daughter-in-law?
Seeing Auntie Zhang like this, a few of the older women next to her also discussed it.
How about calling the police? Call the police to help find it.
It's useless to call the police now, it takes a day before a missing person report is accepted.
So what now? I've searched everywhere I should. These 2 little girls, they couldn't have fallen in the water, could they? Ha!
When Auntie Zhang heard this, her face swished white. She immediately got up and fought to look in the village pond. Several of the older women were startled and rushed to pull her back. At this time, Lin Shu also walked over. Auntie Zhang, calm down first.
Irma and the girls aren't necessarily in trouble, they're probably just playing somewhere and forgot about mealtime.
After comforting Auntie Zhang for a few moments, Lin Shu said, Auntie, you go home now and get me a piece of clothing Irma has worn. Forget it, take her pillow. Bring me her pillow, I can help you find Irma. Hearing Lin Shu say this, Big Mother Zhang was first stunned, although she didn't know why Lin Shu wanted to take Irma's pillow. But she heard Lin Shu say that he could find Arya.
Okay, I'll go get it now. Big Aunt Zhang hurriedly walked home. And Grandmaster Lu, one of you go talk to him for me and ask him to bring Nini's pillow, too. An older woman said, I'll go, I just saw that Master Lu seemed to have gone home. Not a moment later. Auntie Zhang came over holding a small embroidered pillow. Xiao Lin, here. Lin Shu took the small pillow and turned on that damn scouting and tracking function. Inhaling hard, Irma's scent was memorized by Lin Shu. It happened that at this time, Grandpa Lu also ran over in a hurry. Shaolin, I heard that if you ask for Nini's pillow, you'll be able to find someone, right? Saying this, Grandpa Lu handed Nini's little pillow to Lin Shu. Lin Shu nodded, don't worry, Grandpa, I'll find a way to find Nini. Lin Shu took the small pillow and similarly made a note of Nini's scent. Subsequently, Lin Shu then followed the scent of the two little girls and searched the village. Lin Shu inhaled her nose from time to time, just like whoever's cooking smelled too good, and sniffed down the odor. Many villagers saw this and revealed puzzled looks. A little sniff here, a little sniff there, and you can find someone? Is this nose better than a dog's? That's impossible. When everyone saw Lin Shu's serious look, it wasn't like he was joking. Although they were curious, no one made a sound to disturb them. At the same time, the water friends were equally puzzled when they saw Lin Shu like this. Is the anchor's nose that good? Still able to follow the smell to find people? This skill, the dog anchor would not be. Take the ham sausage to learn from the big black dog, right? Big black dog, this is our black dog family, odor tracking method, you saved my life, today with a ham sausage tuition, teach you. Then, after the dog anchor, is it possible to be a police dog for the police flower? Dog anchor, police dog fee 200 a day. Upstairs too, you guys are trying to laugh me to death, ha. Goosey, crowdfund $200 and let the dog anchor try it. When you haven't paid yet, clanking, Forrest Handsome. After giving the money, obedient and understanding, Lin Obedient. Congratulations to the anchor, happy with his new nickname, Lin Behave. Everyone here is talented, please accept my knees. Soon. Lin Shu followed the trace, if any, of the odor and headed in the direction of the back of the mountain. After leaving the village, the scent of the two little girls became more obvious. Following the two's scent, Lin Shu found the foot of the mountain, in front of an inconspicuous mud pit. The dirt pit wasn't too deep, only about 1 meter, more than 3 meters wide, with a lot of hay piled up underneath, and it was unknown what it was for. At this moment, the two little girls were inside. It was just that the two were now leaning against the side of the mound, snuggling up to each other and falling asleep. Someone had come by and neither of them realized it. Irma, Nini. Get up, it's time to eat. Lin Shu called out. The two little girls heard the sound and slowly opened their eyes. When they saw Lin Shu above them, they both looked surprised. Uncle Lin Shu, you came to save us? Lin Shu smiled and nodded. Seeing that both little girls were fine, he was relieved. He hurriedly went down and carried the two of them up. At this time, behind them, Auntie Zhang, Master Lu has also come over. Grandpa. Grandma. Seeing their family members coming over, the two girls instantly commiserated. Tears were falling down. Mr. Lu rushed forward and pulled his granddaughter. Nini is all right, is there any injury? Nini shook her head. Grandpa, I came over here with Irma to look for the dog's tail grass, and accidentally fell in. Irma tried to pull me up, and then she fell in too. We screamed for a long time, but no one heard us, whoops. Hearing Nene say that made everyone realize why they were lost. Irma, you scared Grandma to death. Auntie Zhang took Irma into her arms as if she was afraid she would get lost again. After making sure that both little girls were fine, Auntie Zhang and Master Lu both pulled their granddaughters and bowed to Lin Shu in thanks. This gave Lin Shu a whole lot more than she could handle, and hurriedly went forward to help them up. Back to the village, not a moment. Master Lu and Auntie Zhang each took a red packet for Lin Shu. Lin Shu wanted to say no, but Grandpa Lu said, "This red envelope does not have much money, it is just a good intention." Lin Shu then took it. Auntie Zhang and Master Lu thanked her again and again before leaving. And Lin Shu looked at the time, the kiln chickens were already ready. He then went back to the paddy fields outside the village. Burning geese. From a distance, Lin Shu saw that something was wrong. Lin Shu's heart thumped and she hurriedly ran over. The place where the chicken was baked at this time had already been dug up. The chicken was also gone. The corners of Lin Shu's mouth twitched furiously. Treadmill, stolen from home again. Seeing this dramatic scene, the water friends were going crazy with laughter. Ha ha! How unlucky does a dog anchor have to have his home stolen twice in one day? The guy in the morning, at least buried the soil back. The guy this time, directly stole the chicken and left, not even burying it. Lin Boy's mind exploded. The moral heart collapsed. Let Lin behavior attract thunder, and kill the chicken thief through the air. Ding! Your Kilted Chicken Cooking Experience plus 20%. Kilted Chicken Cooking Experience reaches 100% to get a delicious kilted chicken. Ha, it's kinda like that. Chapter 93 Kilted Chicken may not be eaten, but dog anchor must die. Having her home stolen twice in one day can make Lin Shu furious. He instantly turned on that damn scouting and tracking skill. Crouching down next to the stove, he inhaled.
then followed the odor and began to search. But within a few steps, Lin Shu realized. The odor seemed to be coming from the village, out of the village.
The village? Could it be Master Hai?
Lin Shu accelerated his steps towards the village. When he arrived at the door of Grandmaster Hai's house, the smell of kiln chickens was already strong. When Lin Shu entered the house, the kiln chicken that he had been longing for was on the table. Even the outer layer of yellow clay hadn't been removed yet.
Shaolin is back. Grandmaster Hai walked out of the room.
Lin Shu sat down and said, Grandmaster, you went to open the kiln, why didn't you tell me? I thought it was stolen again. Grandmaster Hai heatedly smiled, just now you were busy looking for children, so I didn't bother you.
Hearing Moncler Outlet Online Hai's words, Lin Shu didn't say anything more.
Both of them looked at this kilted chicken on the table, then exchanged glances.
Hee, Moncler, then I'll dismantle now. Tear it down right away. I can smell the aroma through the yellow mud.
Getting Master Hai's affirmation, Lin Shu cracked open the outer layer of yellow mud, then carefully peeled off the tinfoil on the inside, and a colorful and fragrant kiln chicken was placed in front of the two of them.
Smelling the aroma wafting away, Grandmaster Hai gulped and swallowed his saliva.
Lin Shu put on her gloves and first tore a chicken leg and handed it to Moncler Outlet Store Hai.
Master Hai was not polite and took it and gnawed on it. This old man and young man, eating that is called a fragrant.
The hardest thing right now was none other than the water friends in the live broadcast room. Lin Shu not only ate well, he also explained to his water friends just how flavorful it was. This can make the water friends angry, even sent a screen full of pop-ups are, kiln chicken cannot eat, but the dog anchor must die. After eating kiln chicken, just came out from the Moncler Outlet Store home.
Lin Shu's cell phone suddenly rang.
Taking it out and looking at it, the caller ID showed, Team Lee.
Crooked. Team Lee, why are you free to call me today? Oh, my bonus has arrived, have time to go over to collect it. 5 minutes later, the phone hung up.
The corners of Lin Shu's mouth could not be suppressed from lifting upwards. Just before he could take a few steps, the phone rang again. Lin Shu picked it up and this time, the caller ID was actually an official number.
Lin Shu raised an eyebrow and clicked answer. Crooked. Hello, so it's the Northern Suburbs Police Station. Oh.
My prize money has arrived, go and collect it sometime.
3 minutes later, hang up.
Lin Shu let out an exclusive villainous laugh.
Burning goose. He hadn't laughed twice when the phone rang once again. Caller ID, Team Lu. Crooked? Hello Team Lu. Oh.
You've been discharged from the hospital, come over to collect your prize money when you have time.
Again, after 5 minutes, hang up.
Lin Shu couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh 3 times.
This smug look. The water friends couldn't stand it anymore. Is there a problem with the kiln chicken that we just ate, and the dog anchor now has chicken fever? Should we call the CDC? What are we gonna say? There's a dog here with chicken fever? Tell them to send someone to take it away?
It's over, Lin Boy is going to be captured for artificial destruction.
Alas!
The first day of remembering the dog anchor. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Shu found Xiao Hei.
Blackie, let's go back tomorrow.
Xiao Hei froze and looked at Lin Shu in confusion.
Brother Lin, so anxious to go back, did something happen?
Lin Shu shook his head inside, then looked out the window at the fields.
Been out for so long, I'm homesick.
Xiao Hei didn't know what to say for a moment. I'll give the director a call to ask.
5 minutes later, Xiao Hei looked at Lin Shu with an odd expression.
It turned out that homesickness meant that he was anxious to go back and collect his prize money. Lin Shu didn't care, Xiao Hei's eyes that knew the truth.
Well, no problem going back tomorrow, right? No problem.
Blackie returned. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed, that's fine, I'll go talk to the village chief and the others first. Lin Shu then went to the village chief's house and told him about leaving.
The village chief was stunned for a moment, leaving so soon? Not playing for a few more days?
Lin Shu smiled and said, no, we have already disturbed you for such a long time, we should also go back. The village chief sighed, this child, why don't you stay a few more days? The program group subsidizes that money every day, so it's a pity that it's gone.
Alas!
Xiaolin Na, since you've decided to go back, I won't keep you much longer, how about this, let's all have dinner together in the evening. Lin Shu nodded, no problem. After seeing Lin Shu agree, the village chief patted his shoulder. Afterward, the village chief turned on the village loudspeaker and,
ahem, hey, everyone listen to me for a moment, that, Shaolin is going home tomorrow.
We're organizing a farewell assembly for him tonight, so everyone who's free will come and join us. Without further ado, whoever has chickens will catch chickens, whoever has fish will catch fish, and whoever has vegetables will pick vegetables. Let Shaolin cook a farewell dinner for everyone, otherwise when he goes back, they won't be able to eat the food he made. And whoever's things are broken or whoever's not feeling well, quickly have Shaolin give them a look, come over tonight, you won't get a chance tomorrow. Listening to the village headman say the first 2 sentences, Lin Shu also has some feelings, everyone in the village is very simple, very kind, and they all take care of him.
Burning goose. Just as Lin Shu was somewhat moved, the village headman's next few words almost caused him to blink. Good fellow, are they all speaking so bluntly now? No more pretense? Showdown? Not for long.
One after another, villagers came with things.
Alas!
Shaolin na, Moncler can't bear to part with you right, a moment to help Moncler fix the radio, these 2 days always can't receive the signal.
You old man, people Xiaolin are going back, still let someone fix your radio? Shaolin don't pay any attention to him, he.
I'll help you do a fire cupping in a while, I've been feeling weak these past few days.
Shaolin na, big mom's niece, you really don't consider it? Shaolin, my granddaughter is coming back to visit me in a few days, do you want to stay a few more days? Lin Shu.
Lin Shu spent the rest of the day repairing appliances, then cupping and acupuncture, then frying and cooking. Even during dinner, he was taking the pulse of the grandpa next to him.
This night was lively. The farewell party lasted until 11 o'clock at night.
Only, before everyone left, they all silently handed Lin Shu a red envelope and said a word of blessing. Masterly, Shaolin na, master has no culture, can only say, may you be healthy and disease-free for the rest of your life. Moncler Outlet Store Online, Xiaolin na, people in this life is the most important thing to be happy. Moncler Outlet Store Online, I wish you a smile always open, free and easy. Hi Moncler Outlet Online, Moncler Outlet Online is a vulgar person, can't say those big theory. Moncler Outlet Online, I wish you to make a lot of money, you young people say that, what is it called?
Oh yes, get rich.
Village Mayor, Shaolin, thank you for doing all these things for the village, for all of us, our nook and cranny village, you are always welcome to come as a guest.
Chapter 94 Day 2 of Remembering the Dog Anchor. Looking at these over 100 years old, grandmothers and grandfathers.
Lin Shu also cannot help but feel emotional, this goodbye may be a lifetime.
Early the next morning.
The chickens were crowing, and it was a rare day when I didn't beat the chickens. Lin Shu and Xiao He had already gone out to drive and left Recluse Village. From then on, the villagers also returned to their original peaceful life.
Car.
Xiao He, who was sitting in the passenger seat, yawned, brother, why don't you say hello to the village chief and the others before leaving? Lin Shu shook his head, forget it, what should have been said yesterday has already been said.
Let's not bother everyone today. You rest first, I'll drive for 2 hours and then switch to you.
Then I'll catch up on my sleep first, just call me later. Blackie said, and adjusted his seat for a different position to sleep. At 7:30 in the morning, Lin Shu woke up Xiao He and the two of them got out of the car to have a breakfast. Coming back to change Xiao He to drive, Lin Shu also slept in.
10 o'clock in the morning. Brother, wake up, we're home. Xiao He called out to Lin Shu.
Lin Shu sleepily opened his eyes, only to realize that he had already arrived downstairs at his residence. Greeting Xiao He, Lin Shu went upstairs to go home. After washing her face and sobering up for a few moments, Lin Shu then opened the live broadcast. Just entering the live broadcast room, Lin Shu saw a screen full of pop-ups.
The dog anchor hasn't even started broadcasting at this point, it can't really be over, right?
I told you there was something wrong with that kiln chicken yesterday, you guys still didn't believe me, see, it's got chicken fever.
Why don't we all give the dog anchor a cloud funeral? I can play the Swona. I recently learned the Eru. My fourth aunt was on the whaling team, and I know a little bit about it, so I'll be whaling. Ugh. The second day of remembering the dog anchor.
Seeing these pop-ups, Lin Shu's veins popped out on his forehead. What kind of hook-ate water friends were these, thinking of sending him away every moment? Lin Shu took a deep breath and revealed an awkward but not impolite smile. Brothers, it doesn't matter if the funeral ceremony is organized or not, but the paleogold has to be in place, and I don't charge expensive, 200 per person is okay. After seeing Lin Shu on the air, half of the water users had already stopped sending pop-ups. Now hearing Lin Shu's words, the live broadcast instantly cleared the screen. The screen image was so clean that it was like looking in a mirror.
5 seconds later, the water boys were once again active.
Aya, today's weather is good go out and get some sunshine to replenish your calcium before you do so. It's raining here, I'll go out and take a shower first. My wife is having a baby, I'm going to be with the labor, so I'll leave first. My brother's wife had a baby and I went over to be with her. Lin Shu knew the pissiness of his water friends, but he was in a good mood today and didn't bother with them. After chatting with everyone, Lin Shu went out to collect her bonus.
Riding on the modified small electric donkey, straight to the traffic police. Arrived at the place 15 minutes later.
After receiving the prize money in the hands of Team Lee, Lin Shu rushed to the police station again without stopping.
Team Lu's office. Yo, Team Lan looks like it's recovering nicely.
Seeing Lin Shu who came in, Team Lu was slightly surprised.
Weren't you still in the village yesterday? How come you're back all of a sudden?
Lin Shu grinned, it's not that you all said that the bonus had arrived, so I came back to receive it. The corner of Lu Team's mouth twitched.
Write down the card number, and I'll have someone call you with the prize money. Okay. 10 minutes later, the prize money arrived. Thanks to the officials, thanks to Team Lu, if there's nothing else I'm leaving.
Lin Shu got up and headed for the door.
In such a hurry? Don't sit down for a while longer. Team Lu said politely. Lin Shu turned back. No, I still have to rush to the bureau over in the northern suburbs to collect my bonus. Lu team. Coming out of Team Lu's office, Lin Shu took another walk to the northern suburbs. When she came back from the northern suburbs, it was already past 12 o'clock. After eating lunch, Lin Shu remembered that she hadn't signed in yet today. Tube, sign in. Signing in successful. Reward, top carving technique. After receiving this skill, Lin Shu could not help but light up. This reward is bull wow. Lin Shu immediately mounted the small electric donkey and went to the nearby timber market, buying quite a few pieces of wood suitable for carving. Leaving from the timber market, Lin Shu found a hardware store and bought a few carving knives of different sizes, as well as some sanding tools. He then went to the pedestrian street and set up a small stall. A sign was written, Professional Wood Carving. $50 to start. Private customization starts at 1,000. After putting the sign down, Lin Shu began his carving. Since there were no physical objects yet at first, Lin Shu planned to carve a few simple cartoon characters first. For example, Fatty Blue, Pleasant Goat, SpongeBob SquarePants, Pink Pig Peach and so on. With Lin Shu's top-notch knife skills, coupled with his current top-notch carving skills, carving a palm-sized blue fat man took a mere 10 minutes. Other carving masters, when the carving was finished, still needed to polish and level it. While Lin Shu carved out, it was already smooth enough to directly skip the final polishing step. Quite a few passers-by, seeing this carving speed of Lin Shu, all chose to stop and watch. Gradually, the number of people eating around them increased. An hour later, four relatively simple cartoon wood carvings had been placed in front of the stall. A girl went up and picked up that Wesley. Boss, how much is this one? Lin Shu stretched out 5 fingers, $50. This girl directly took out her cell phone. I'll transfer you. Lin Shu lightly smiled and nodded her head, opening the collection code. With a ding, $50 arrived. Roger that, thanks. Just as Lin Shu sighed and got lucky, a young man wearing glasses squatted down. Boss, this private customization of yours, can you carve anything? Lin Shu said, this depends on your needs and your budget. The glasses pretty boy thought about it, took out his cell phone, opened the photo album, found a photo, and handed it to Lin Shu. This one you see if you can carve it. Lin Shu looked to his cell phone. On it was a picture of the Pirate King's Empress. It can be engraved. What size do you want? Lin Shu asked. Wait a minute. The glasses pretty boy retrieved his cell phone. Not a moment later, the other party handed the cell phone over again. This time, the picture had the size and dimensions of each part labeled. The height was 40 centimeters. Lin Shu conceptualized it in his mind. Then he looked at the glasses pretty boy. No problem, the price is 2,000. The glasses pretty boy nodded. Yes, I'll pay you a 500 deposit first. Lin Shu did not expect that the other party would agree so simply. Immediately took out his cell phone and opened the collection code. Seeing the incoming $500, Lin Shu grinned. Since the other party was so forthcoming, Lin Shu would not let him down. Give me an hour. Saying that, Lin Shu took out a large piece of wood from the bag next to him. The first step was to cut out the rough outline first. Lin Shu took a dagger and started making cuts on the wood. Looking at his relaxed appearance, those who didn't know would think he was peeling pumpkin skin. Lin Shu had already cut out the rough outline of the Empress in just 15 minutes. See here. The surrounding eaters were stunned. Was he sure it was wood he was peeling? Not a radish? That's too fast. And he was able to memorize all the data just now with just a glance at that picture? What kind of perverted memory is that? Lin Shu ignored the melons around him. He put the dagger down, picked up a carving knife, and began to carve the details. The Empress with a vague outline became clear in Lin Shu's hands at an extremely fast speed. An hour passed quietly. The wooden sculpture of the Empress in front of Lin Shu's heel was basically completed. And at this moment, Lin Shu was doing the final polishing work. Not a moment later, Lin Shu took the wooden sculpture of the Empress and placed it in front of the glasses pretty boy. Alright, you inspect the goods. The pedestrian street was bustling, but in front of Lin Shu's stall, it was unusually quiet. Because, all of the people eating the food were dumbfounded. Chapter 95, It's an honor to serve the young master. The glasses pretty boy froze for a long time before he came back to his senses. The wooden sculpture of this Empress that was placed in front of him at this moment was exactly the same as the hand puppet in the picture, except for the different color. Actually, glasses pretty boy looked at that female emperor hand puppet for a long time. It's just a pity that hand puppet is the anime's official anniversary commemorative model, limited edition. He grabbed it for a long time, but couldn't get it. Today, I was strolling down the pedestrian mall and saw someone carving a wood carving and had fast hands. So I stopped to watch for a while, and that's when. It was then that the idea popped up to have the other side carve a model of the Empress. I didn't expect the other party to not only carve it out, but also restore it to such a high degree. As for the color, after going back, find a painter to give a color is not enough. Although it's not as good as the one officially on sale, this wooden sculpture of him is also a one of a kind, right? Thinking about it, the glasses pretty boy just couldn't suppress the ecstatic feeling in his heart. He quickly swept up the final payment for Lin Shu, hugged the wooden sculpture of the Empress and left. At this time, in the live broadcast room, when the water friend saw Lin Shu's wood carving technique, the pop-up screen had already filled the screen. Inema, this carving speed of the dog anchor is comparable to a rocket. Dog anchor peeling wood, like cutting a cucumber. At first, when I saw the anchor carving the blue fat man, the pink pig Peichi, I thought it was nothing. But this Empress, it just really brightened up my titanium dog eyes. I'm kidding, that Empress hand puppet, the original seems to have been speculated to more than 20,000, looking for a dog anchor to carve a replica for only 2,000, I also want a rush. Anchor, I want to order an ayahuasca wood carving. Anchor, I'd like a carving of Haru. Anchor, can Cory carve it? Anchor, help me carve a wood carving with a backpack with a basketball and also a chicken, 3 elements, the rest you play yourself, how much do you think? Upstairs, your chicken feet are showing. Lin Shu didn't notice what was going on in the live broadcast room. At this time, he had just cleaned up the ground and was about to find another piece of wood and carve something when he did. There was a man wearing sunglasses, squatting down. Boss, how much to carve a Namo Gatling Bodhisattva? Hearing this request, Lin Shu was all happy. Young people nowadays were really good at playing Do you have any sample drawings? What size do you want? Lin Shu asked with a smile. The man in sunglasses also hemmed and hawed a bit, took out his cell phone to find a picture, and handed it over. Like this, for the size, just as big as that Empress just now. Lin Shu took the other party's cell phone and looked at it for a while, then handed it back to him. The same 2,000. It can be done in an hour, so pay a 500 deposit first if you agree. The sunglasses man didn't talk nonsense and said very boldly. No problem, I'll just transfer the full amount directly to you. Receiving the 2,000 transferred by the other party, Lin Shu began to work. The onlookers, the melon eaters, were still thinking about the Empress wood carving just now. Lin Shu's side, the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, had already started carving. Again, it took 10 minutes or so to cut out the exterior outline, and then began to carve out the details. An hour later, a Gatling Bodhisattva shone. There were quite a few melon eaters on the scene, taking videos of Lin Shu's carving and sending them to Shake. It didn't take long to receive many likes and messages. Among them were some wood carvers. They were all greatly shocked when they swiped Lin Shu's video. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. That cutting technique in the video, that carving skill, are all they have not seen. It was hard for them to imagine, with the hardness of the wood, how the other party used a dagger to cut the contours of such a large piece of wood as easily as chopping vegetables in just 15 minutes. Carving out the details plus sanding took just over 40 minutes. That's pedal to the metal speed, it's like livestock. If they were to carve an identical wood carving, without a day's time, they would not be able to carve it at all. And still, besides eating, sleeping and going to the toilet, they are all on carving to make it. These are all technical things that can be put aside for now. But what was most incomprehensible to them was the final product. Carving a bodhisattva, they had seen it before, and carving a soldier with a gun, they could understand. But this bodhisattva with a Gatling, what was the deal? Who the hell taught him to carve like that? Actually, it's not at all surprising that the carving masters reacted that way. In Manhwa, traditional handmade wood carving, like many non-heritage, has gradually declined. There are basically no young people willing to learn. Now there are still wood carving craft, basically are in their 40s and 50s of middle-aged people, and even the elderly. And the things they carve are more traditional objects. So it's hard for them to understand why this young man in the video, why he would carve a bodhisattva holding a hot weapon. But there are some of them, the wood carvers who have a clear mind. They saw tens of thousands of likes and thousands of comments on this video. Found many young people interested in these hunts. Already sniffing out business opportunities, as well as ways to promote the art of wood carving. In front of Lin Shu's booth. The man with the sunglasses was satisfied when he saw this Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Master this craftsmanship, bull wow. Lin Shu smiled, as long as you're satisfied. After the sunglasses man left, there were no other customers who wanted to buy for the time being. Lin Shu thought about it and once again took out a piece of wood and started carving. Half an hour later, an Ultraman Buddha was placed on the stall. For the next 2 hours, Lin Shu did the motorcycle riding Wanyu again. The Tang monk with an AK-47. As well as the muscular Confucius, whose hand also holds a slate with the word "do" written on it. Straight from the broadcast booth. The water friends were all happy to see these finished products, and they sent pop-ups to troll like crazy. Goosey, is the dog anchor completely letting himself go? My grandfather is a wood carving master. I showed him this video and after watching it, he seemed to have gone autistic. The old man was living, a carefree old age, you're a hole, the joy is gone. Lin Shu these hunting wood carvings, many young people find it novel and interesting. So every time one was made, someone would come up and buy it. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the wood that Lin Shu had brought with him had been used up. After selling the last duck wood carving with 3 rat heads on its neck, Lin Shu then packed up her things and prepared to leave work. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly walked over. When he saw that Lin Shu hadn't left yet, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Hello boss, my young master would like to ask for your help in carving a hand puppet." Lin Shu looked at the other party. "I'm sorry, I've run out of wood and I'm at the point of rest." The middle-aged man in the suit smiled and said, "Boss, my young master said that if you can help him make the handiwork, you will be paid $100,000. Lin Shu's hand that was packing up his things gave a start and raised his head to ask, "How much was given?" $100,000. Lin Shu immediately got up and shook the middle-aged man in the suit's hand. "It's my honor to serve the young master." The middle-aged man in the suit still maintained his smile. "Boss is so kind, let me tell you about the requirements first." Lin Shu nodded, signaling the other party to speak. The middle-aged man in the suit took out his cell phone and opened a document and handed it to Lin Shu. Lin Shu took it and looked at it, his eyes almost glaring out. "Nice guy. Sauron's equivalent hand puppet, still using the 3-blade stream look. Surrounded by 3 dragons." Lin Shu thought about it for a while. If it's going to be molded in one piece, it's not a good idea to buy the wood. And this was not generally difficult. I can make hand-me-downs, but this wood is not easy to get. There's also the fact that the Sauron humanoid can be molded in one piece, but the 3 encircling dragons, as well as the 3 swords, can only be made separately. The middle-aged man in the suit nodded. "Don't worry boss, we'll prepare the wood, we just need you to provide the technology." Hearing the other party say so, Lin Shu also breathed a sigh of relief. "That's fine." The two discussed for a while. The middle-aged man in the suit directly transferred 50,000 to Lin Shu, and the remaining 50,000 will be paid after the carving. Next, the middle-aged man in the suit brought Lin Shu to a villa and arranged dinner for him. After dinner, the wood that was needed was delivered just in time. Lin Shu didn't dilly-dally and started carving. Only this time, Lin Shu used a chainsaw, otherwise this 1-meter-wide large wooden manor. He used a dagger to sharpen it to the monkey's eye. Time rushed. It's already 12 o'clock in the morning. After Lin Shu meticulously polished some, finally completed this 1-to-1, Sauron wood carving hand puppet. Looking at the wooden sculpture in front of him, the middle-aged man in the suit nodded in satisfaction. The live broadcast room. The water friends were equally excited to see this wooden sculpture. They were watching Lin Shu, step by step, make this equivalent of Sauron. Although they hadn't made it themselves, there was a special sense of accomplishment all the same. It's like a favorite team winning a game. The middle-aged man in the suit took a video and sent it to their mysterious young master. Soon, the middle-aged man in the suit, after getting confirmation from the young master, paid the final amount to Lin Shu. "Boss, thank you very much, our young master is very satisfied." Lin Shu smiled. "It's good that the young master is satisfied." Chapter 96, Boss, remember to add chicken legs for me. Subsequently, the middle-aged man in the suit called for a driver to take Lin Shu home. When he returned home, he greeted his water friends. Lin Shu then went off the air at light speed. After several hours of intense work in a row, Lin Shu felt exhausted. After quickly washing up, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep almost in seconds. Wee hours of the morning. Before the alarm clock went off, Lin Shu inexplicably woke up. He picked up his cell phone to see that it was 5 in the morning. Wasn't that, like, the time the village's broken rooster cock crowed every day? Lin Shu froze for a long time, and he suddenly thought of a problem. It shouldn't be habit-forming, right? Damn, I should have castrated him before I left. Lin Shu cursed and opened Jitterbug, ready to brush up on the man's speed bumps. Only he just opened the software and swiped several times in a row, all of which were videos of him making wood carvings. And each video had a lot of likes. Lin Shu looked through the comment section and realized that many of the comments made him think that people didn't know much about wood carving. The point was, many people thought that a woodcarver was someone who made tables, chairs, and benches. Lin Shu immediately went to Chengdu and searched. After 10 minutes, Lin Shu realized that this was another intangible cultural heritage that had fallen. In Lin Shu's original world, wood carving craft, at least there are a lot of people willing to learn. In the Dragon Country, almost not many people take care of. But Lin Shu doesn't know it yet. It's because he's today carving those oddball contraptions. Let wood carving, an unappreciated profession, rise from the dead in the near future, and even go out of the country. 7 a.m. Tube, sign in. Signing in successful. Reward, mastery of organization. Lin Shu? What kind of reward is this? Tube, tell me the truth. Are you running out of things to reward? So make these useless ones to perfume me? Tube, speak up. If you don't speak up, I'll take that as you admitting it. After eating breakfast, Lin Shu opened today's live broadcast. Brothers, the second day home, let's draw a career first. Lin Shu opened that already moldy occupation extraction app. Tap that yellow button. A few seconds later, a few big words surfaced. Movers. Lin Shu sighed darkly. After such a long time, this broken app still took such good care of him. Not a moment later, the program team sent Lin Shu an address. Simply packing up, Lin Shu went out to take a taxi and came to the locating place. After getting out of the car, Lin Shu saw a particularly catching and interesting company name. Tiptoe Moving Company. Under the company name, there is a small line. It started the year the owner graduated from college. Seeing this name in the live broadcast room, the water friends also began to buzz. Walking into the company, Lin Shu saw that Xiaohei was talking to a pretty girl in sportswear. As it happened, the two of them also looked over when they heard the commotion. Lin Shu went forward to greet the two. Xiaohei introduced, "Brother Lin, this is the owner of the moving company, Qin Simeng. Mr. Qin, this is the player who came to experience the profession, Lin Shu." Qin Simeng very politely extended her hand, "Hello Lin Shu." Lin Shu smiled and shook the other party's hand, "Hello Boss Qin." After a brief chat, Qin Simeng brought Lin Shu a piece of clothing, printed with the company's logo, for him to change into. After changing clothes, Qin Simeng called two boys over and said to Lin Shu, "Let me introduce you, this is Li Jun and this is Seven." Li Jun had a flat haircut and stood straight, possibly returning from military service. And Seven looked stronger, with a simple face. Lin Shu went up to greet the two. "Li Jun, why don't you go ahead and drive, and meet downstairs at the customer's house later?" Qin Simeng said. "Okay boss." Li Jun replied back and took the car keys and went out. Seeing this, Seven Boy quickly said, "Boss, I'll go with Jun's car." Qin Simeng nodded, "That's fine, in a moment Lin Shu will go with me." Seven Boy glanced at Lin Shu and left in a huff. Lin Shu saw sympathy in Seven Boy's eyes. That's right, sympathy. Lin Shu couldn't even react to what was going on for a while. After waiting for a while, Qin Simeng took a car key and then greeted Lin Shu. "Lin Shu, let's set off as well." Lin Shu looked at Qin Simeng and said curiously, "Boss, are you going to go personally as well?" Qin Simeng nodded her head, "Yes, I've been quite busy lately and there's not enough manpower, so I'm going to help out as well." After going out, the two came to the parking lot. Lin Shu said, "Boss, I'll drive." Qin Simeng waved her hand, "No, I'll drive." In response, Lin Shu didn't say anything more and directly sat on the passenger side. Burning goose. After Lin Shu sat in the car, she saw Qin Simeng circling around the car. In Lin Shu's heart, a bad premonition inexplicably rose. Female driver, freshly licensed? No wonder Seven looked at him with that look of sympathy in his eyes before he left the house. A moment. Qin Simeng got in the car and began to adjust the seat and pick at the rearview mirror. Lin Shu gulped at the sight, and the original lazy sitting position slowly sat up straight. His left hand pulled on the seatbelt, and his right hand grasped the armrest on the top side. Preparations done, Qin Simeng started the car and put it in gear to start. The next moment, the engine stalled. Lin Shu turned his head sideways and said weakly, "Boss, why don't you let me drive?" Qin Simeng said with slight embarrassment, "This time it's a mistake, I've taken the driver's license, don't worry." Lin Shu mentally spat out, "Can I really rest assured? I wonder if it's too late to buy accident insurance. If there are brothers who know about it, please tell me, waiting online, quite urgent." At this time in the live broadcast room, the mood of the water friends was the complete opposite of Lin Shu. "Ha, the boss just got his driver's license. A novice female driver, a road killer. When my girlfriend first got her driver's license, she actually asked me why I didn't circle around the car every time before I got in the car, and if I bought my license. So did my girlfriend, same thing bro. Upstairs, you two's girlfriends can't be the same person, right?" Lin Shu took the 20-minute ride with trepidation. The only time she made an operator error was when she hit the wiper as a turn signal when she first left the parking lot. Luckily, to Milky blessing, no accidents on the road. We arrived at our destination safely. The moment she got off the bus, Lin Shu seemed to have gained a new life. When Li Jun and Shizai saw Lin Shu in that state, it was as if they had seen their former selves, and their eyes were filled with sympathy. After the personnel arrived, the four of them came to the customer's house together. The man who opened the door was a man wearing a stationary ring around his neck. Lin Shu and the others entered the house, only to see that nothing had been packed inside. The man said, "I twisted my neck yesterday, there's no way to clean it up. How about this, I'll give you guys an extra $400, will you help me clean it up?" Lin Shu and the three of them all looked at Qin Simeng, waiting for her to reply. Qin Simeng nodded and said, "No problem, just let me know which ones need to be packed." Next, Lin Shu's several people began to take a cardboard box each under the man's command and began to pack. After 10 minutes of packing, the 5 large cardboard boxes that the man had prepared in advance had been used up. Just as Qin Simeng, several people said, "Should we let the man buy a few large bags?" Lin Shu suddenly said, "Actually, it's almost as good as not having to buy them." Qin Simeng and the three of them all looked at Lin Shu curiously. Lin Shu continued, "If it's organized a bit more neatly, each box can still put down quite a few things." Qin Simeng was puzzled. "Lin Shu, you're kidding, right? These several large boxes are already filled to the brim, where else can they fit?" Lin Shu grinned, "Boss, if I can stuff the rest of these things, all into a few boxes, how about you give me extra chicken legs for lunch?" Shin Siming was also interested, so she agreed. Okay, as long as you can take the rest of this pile and stuff it all into a couple boxes, I'll give you extra chicken legs. Lin Shu didn't dilly-dally and began to take out some things in a few large boxes and then put in some more. After organizing the several large boxes, Shin Siming's trio realized the things that originally still needed at least 2 large boxes in order to fit were now stuffed into those 5 boxes. The space of the 5 boxes was utilized by Lin Shu to the extreme. Seeing this miraculous scene, the 3 of them, Shin Siming, were stunned. Boss, remember to add chicken legs for me. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed. Shin Siming looked back. Lin Shu, others are time management masters, you're a space management master. Yo wow bro. Chapter 97, 3 more halogen eggs. Things were packed up and the moving job began. Seeing Lin Shu's ability to store and organize that just now, the task of being responsible for loading in the car was handed over to Lin Shu. After loading the car, it was still Li Jun who drove the van. Customers followed Li Jun's car. And 7 could only return to Shin Siming's car. Before getting into the car, Lin Shu and 7 boy spoke at the same time. Boss, I'll drive. Shin Siming waved her hand. No, I'll drive, you guys rest in the car. Lin Shu and 7 looked at each other. At the same time, they revealed an awkward but not impolite smile. Both of them got into the car and silently fastened their seatbelts, their hands gripping the armrests on the side in a death grip. Very much a look of death. Why do I feel that you two seem to be very nervous? Shin Siming asked curiously. Lin Shu and 7 said in unison. No. And so. Another tense and exciting 20 minutes. Upon arriving at the place, the 4 continued to work. Because the customer was injured and had added money. Lin Shu's few people simply helped the customer and set up all the things they carried over one by one. Before leaving, they received a wave of favorable comments and appreciation from the customers. Once the work was done, 7 quickly got into Li Jun's car. He also poked his head out and gave Lin Shu a, take care brother, look. The corner of Lin Shu's mouth twitched, this kid does not talk about martial virtues. After returning to the company, Lin Shu realized that Li Jun and 7 Chai had not yet returned. Lin Shu asked, why haven't Li Jun and 7 arrived? Shin Siming said, I just received a message from them that the other co-workers' side needed a car, so they went straight over. Lin Shu and the 2 of them just sat down and drank a glass of water. The front desk customer service came over. Boss, just took a temporary order. There's not much stuff on the customer's side, just need a van to get there. What do you think about the arrangement? Shin Siming replied back, everyone else is busy, I'll take a trip. Okay. I'll send the address to your phone. The customer service said and returned to the front desk. Receiving the message from the customer services, Shin Siming changed her car key and took Lin Shu out. According to the address, the 2 came to a factory in the suburbs. After registering, the car drove into the factory. They were not the only cars parked outside at this time. There were several other cars from other moving companies. Lin Shu swept a glance, there are Clumsy Moving Company, Blatant Moving Company, Otterfast Moving Company. Nice guy. The names, one after the other. Peers belonged to a competitive relationship, so no one had the intention to go up and climb up. After Lin Shu and the others arrived, a few more vehicles came behind them, all different moving companies. Seeing this, Lin Shu couldn't even figure out what the other party was doing. After waiting for 10 cars to park outside, a dozen men in factory uniforms walked out of the workshop. Each of them carried the same box in their hands, and each of them put it inside a different car. A few trips back and forth, on each car, 7 or 8 boxes were placed. When they were all loaded, a middle-aged man said to the crowd, after the things are delivered to the place, please help move them, it's hard work. After greeting everyone and distributing the address to the crowd, the middle-aged man went back to the workshop. It was only after he set off that Lin Shu realized that each of the delivery vehicles was traveling in a different direction. In other words, every car had a different delivery address. Lin Shu had asked Shin Siming, and their destination was an orphanage in a neighboring city. Just out of the city, Lin Shu and the others came across a dangerous driving car. It was as if the car was trying to run into them, and it kept dangling in front of them. When Shin Siming changed lanes, the car in front of her changed lanes as well, and there were a few times when she suddenly slowed down. Shin Siming almost caused a rear-end accident several times. She kept honking her horn in the car, only the other party simply didn't care. This pissed off the grandma. After stopping for a while, the car in front of them suddenly changed lanes and slowed down, walking side by side with them. Shin Siming opened the window and scolded the opposite driver a few times. Burning goose. The opposite side saw that it was a pretty girl and actually drove ahead again, forcing their car to stop directly. When he encountered this kind of idiot, Lin Shu was also very angry. But he originally thought that recording the video and then calling the police to deal with it would be the end of the matter. What he didn't expect was that the other party dared to force their car to stop. Auntie can tolerate it, but Uncle Shu can't. Shin Siming is going to be furious.
Stopping the car and pulling up the handbrake, she immediately got out of the car, ready to go up to the other party and give them a bad name. Just she only took 2 steps, she saw the car in front of her down, for big gold chain small watch, wearing sunglasses, also dressed in fancy men. These 4 guys were also quite strong and each had tattoos on their hands. After a few people got out of the car, they all looked at Shin Siming with a lewd look. Good luck today, just went out and met a beautiful woman. Shin Siming instantly stopped in her tracks when she saw these guys. Although she was a bit scared, she was still angry. So stood her ground and criticized a few of them. You few, drive more carefully in the future, I won't bother with you this time. Hearing Shin Siming's words, which had no momentum at all, the 4 punks all laughed out loud. Shin Siming didn't care about them either, quickly turned around and tried to go back to the car. Only just as she turned around, she saw Lin Shu behind her. She immediately gave Lin Shu a wink and whispered, Go, we can't afford to mess with them, get in the car and call the police. Lin Shu looked at the 4 guys in front of her and revealed a cold smile. Boss, I can't tolerate this, I have to get a statement. Shin Siming heart anxious, you crazy, hurry up, don't a moment bow although the female dry can't be, anti-being. Said, she went to tug Lin Shu's arm. But Shin Siming realized that she actually couldn't pull this guy. What a stubborn donkey. Shin Siming spat in her heart. At this time, the 4 punks over there looked over to Shin Siming's side and said, Beauty, don't be in a hurry to leave. That's right, I don't know how to drive. Why don't you teach me? Let's talk about driving later, it will soon be dinner time, let's go have a meal together. Yes, let's eat and then go driving. Hearing the flirtatious words of a few guys, Shin Siming was startled. Hurriedly hiding behind Lin Shu, she also poked out her little head to let out a couple of harsh words. I'm warning you guys not to mess around, this one is a retired special forces soldier, all 4 of you can't beat him. And I've already called the police will be here soon, you guys better leave. The 4 punks looked at each other, then laughed out loud. Just this little white boy, still special forces? Ha, I can beat him 10 with 1 punch, believe it or not. Kid, if you're sensible, get to the side and don't get in my way. Lin Shu took a deep breath, looked back at the nervous Shin Siming and said jokingly, Boss, if I beat them down, how about 3 more halogen eggs for lunch? Shin Siming? The crowd of sailors? Chapter 98, Why do I get the feeling you're cursing? The 4 punks once again let out a loud laugh when they heard Lin Shu's remark. One of them even laughed so hard that he kept slapping the bodywork next to him. Laugh some more or you won't be able to laugh later. Lin Shu moved his neck and walked towards a few people. When the 4 punks saw that Lin Shu dared to take the initiative to provoke him, they also looked at him with a teasing face. The punk wearing a large gold chain waved his hand towards his companions, and several of them walked forward as well. The next moment, the scene was filled with guttural screams. Shin Siming, who was standing in place eating melon, felt pain when she saw such a violent scene. 10 minutes later, 4 guys with faces swollen like pigs' heads were kneeling on the side of the road in rows. Shin Siming stood in front of the guys, sticking her willow waist in a haughty manner. I told you that he's very powerful, right? You guys still don't believe me, now you know you're wrong. Say, do you still dare to drive like this from now on? Several people looked at each other, not daring to speak. The nearby Lin Comfort Dang coughed lightly twice. The 4 guys instantly shivered. Don't dare. Shin Siming nodded her head in satisfaction and said again, still dare to casually molest a little girl. Don't dare. Do you still want to add marinated eggs to your meal? Several punks froze, not knowing what to say back for a moment. Do you even have to control whether or not you add marinated eggs to your meal? Lin Shu next to him raised his eyebrows. Boss, why do I get the feeling that you're pointing the finger? Shin Siming hurriedly came up with a denial trifecta. I'm not, you're talking nonsense. Lin Shu bristled and took out her cell phone to call the police. After some education from Shin Siming, several traffic police had also rushed over. The traffic police saw the 4 people kneeling on the ground and then looked at the 2 Lin Shu people. What's the situation with the few of them? One of the traffic police asked. Lin Shu looked at the 4 punks and revealed a harmless smile. They accidentally fell, right? Explained to the traffic police comrades. The 4 punks, who had wanted to be tough for a while, instantly wimped out against Lin Shu's devilish expression. Right, we accidentally fell by ourselves. It has nothing to do with the 2 of them. Traffic police, then what are you doing kneeling here? Punk, I'm a little tired from standing for too long, so I'm kneeling down to rest for a while. Traffic police. Lin Shu then took out a video of them driving dangerously. Of course, the educational behavior that followed had been cut out by him. The traffic police gave the guy driving the car a demerit point ticket on the spot. After the matter was dealt with, Lin Shu drove away. Because they didn't cause a traffic accident, the few punks didn't need to be detained. After issuing a ticket and giving verbal education, the traffic police left. The 4 gangsters looked at the direction Lin Shu and the others left. Big brother, just let it go? One of the gangsters said to the one wearing a gold chain. What's to count, can't you see the wound on my face?
Tramp, send a message to that hacker from last time, ask him to help find out where this car went. A punk weekly said, boss, that guy charges a bit high, the minimum starts at 10,000. Hi, I was beaten like this, if I don't get back, how can I go out in the future? 1 hour later. Lin Shu's car, their car, drove to the orphanage on the address. After delivering the stuff and coming out, Lin Shu and the two of them found a restaurant to eat. While Qin Siming was ordering the food, Lin Shu went to the restroom. When the food was served, looking at the 3 poached eggs placed in front of her, as well as a large chicken leg, Lin Shu was confused. Qin Siming stifled a laugh. The waiter said there were no halibut eggs, so I had him replace them with poached eggs. Lin Shu. Say a chicken thigh is a chicken thigh and replace it with a poached egg if you don't have a marinated egg. Lin Shu didn't even realize that the boss was so honest. Seeing Lin Shu's speechless expression, Qin Siming finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. This time Lin Shu also reacted. This girl was doing it on purpose. In the live broadcast room, the water friends were equally happy to see this scene. This girl is too real, really add chicken legs to the dog anchor. Why don't you go to the Sand County Hotel? Their chicken legs, duck legs, marinated eggs, sausages, everything. The dog anchor is confused, you should have said to add money. The dog anchor looked at the 3 horny eggs and fell into deep skepticism. After lunch, Lin Shu and the two of them embarked on their return journey. Boss, I'll drive. Lin Shu thought. Qin Siming drove all morning, go back and switch to him to drive, let the other party take a break. No, I'll just drive. Qin Siming said back. Lin Shu was curious, why do you have to drive yourself? Qin Siming said with a bit of embarrassment, I get carsick when I ride in a car. Lin Shu froze. There's still this situation? You don't get dizzy from driving, but you get dizzy from riding in a car? What kind of reasoning is that? Since the other party said so, Lin Shu didn't argue with her. 20 minutes later, the car drove to the suburban range. Suddenly, the back of the car was inexplicably hit. Qin Siming, who was driving the car, was startled. Just as she was trying to slow down and stop, a van drove up next to her, threw its front end around, and crashed hard on their car. Yikes! Qin Siming shrieked in shock, the steering wheel almost unsteady. Fortunately, Lin Shu next to her was quick, reaching over and grabbing the steering wheel in order to stabilize the car. Just then, the car at the back crashed again. At the same time, the car next to you follows, and crashes again. Qin Siming was confused. What was this? Lin Shu frowned. He quickly thought of it, those 4 punks in the morning. Boss, let me drive. Lin Shu said seriously. Qin Siming gripped the steering wheel tightly and gave Lin Shu a quick glance. But, I can't park my car right now, how can I change my position? You start by backing the seat up a bit and putting the backrest back a bit. Hearing Lin Shu say this, Qin Siming suddenly thought of some movie sequences. Although she didn't know if it would work, right now Qin Siming could only believe what Lin Shu said. When she adjusted the seat and loosened the seatbelt, the car behind them, once again, hit them. Caught off guard, Qin Siming almost hit her head on the steering wheel. Lin Shu quickly got up and crossed over, and when Lin Shu grabbed the steering wheel, Qin Siming smoothly backed up and sat in the back seat. Lin Shu quickly adjusted the seat, then put it in gear and with a kick of the gas, the car directly scurried out. The 2 cars that came to provoke, both did not expect the other party to suddenly accelerate, they also speed up to follow. Lin Shu looked at his surroundings, he suddenly saw a small road not far ahead. When he reached the side of the path, Lin Shu made a drift and dumped his tail, driving directly into the path. The 2 cars that came to pick a fight drove too far without reacting for a moment. They made a quick U-turn and followed toward the trail. The trail was overgrown, like it hadn't been traveled in a long time. Only after driving forward for a while did Lin Shu see that this seemed to be an uninhabited village. Everywhere inside was in a state of disrepair, and the buildings had long since been emptied. This environment is just what Lin Shu wanted. He directly drove the car into an alley. In order to wait for the 2 cars behind him, Lin Shu also deliberately lowered his speed and waited for them to come over. Seeing Lin Shu slowing down now, Qin Siming couldn't help but ask a question. Why are you slowing down? Shouldn't you drive faster and lose them? Lin Shu hemmed and hawed. Since they want to play, I'll play with them for a while. Chapter 99, $1 million compensation. The alley in the village could only accommodate 1 car passing through. Lin Shu just took the 2 cars behind him and wandered around the alley. At the same time, he was familiarizing himself with the environment. Lin Shu kept an eye on the 2 cars behind him. Every time they tried to crash, he would speed up, pulling away from them a little, and just kept hanging on to them. A few minutes later, Lin Shu drove to an alley, and in front of the alley was the main road of the village. When he reached here, Lin Shu suddenly accelerated and charged forward. This scene, in the eyes of those chasing behind, Lin Shu was trying to shake them off and escape. So they also increased their speed and followed Lin Shu to the death. Lin Shu glanced in the rearview mirror and then sneered. There was indeed a big road ahead, but this big road was estimated to be just over 4 meters wide, and on the other side of the big road was the pond. Because the alley was too narrow and the front was blocked by Lin Shu's car, the 2 cars behind them could not see the environment in front of them at all. With their current speed, by the time they realized the pond in front of them, it was probably already too late. Looking at the intersection ahead, Lin Shu mentally counted down the time. 3, 2, 1. At the end of the countdown, Lin Shu quickly drifted and dumped his tail, coming to an extreme turn. The rear wheels were pressed against the edge of the pond to pass. When the cars behind realized that Lin Shu was drifting and turning, they also prepared to drift through the turn. It was just a pity that their reaction was still a bit slow. By the time they reacted to the fact that the main road in front of them was actually so narrow, they had already missed the best time to cross the curve. Now it was too late to either drift or brake. And so, two cars both fell in love. At this time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room once again skyrocketed. I'll be damned, you can float through such a narrow road. This technique, if Takahashi Ryosuke saw it, I guess there would be nothing left for Fujiwara Takumi. Takahashi Ryosuke, Lin Shu, join my fleet. Dog anchor, does it take care of food? How much do you pay per month? Ryosuke Takahashi, forget it, I'll just get Takumi. Goosey and hungry, bungalow lives. I told you, with the dog anchor's car skills, he should be able to get rid of them. Why did he keep hanging around? So he waited here. Seeing that the plan worked, Lin Shu put the car in reverse. Getting out of the car, she looked at the pond, the people who had just climbed out of the car. Lin Shu picked up a bunch of stones from the side and smashed one when he saw one. In an instant, the pond resounded with screams. Seeing Lin Shu playing vigorously, Qin Simeng was not willing to lag behind. Picking up stones, she threw them into the pond. Those darn guys, they actually hit her car. The more Qin Simeng thought about it, the more angry she became, and the stone she threw out went from thumb-sized to egg-sized, and in the end, she directly lifted a stone that was as big as a soccer ball. Gritting her teeth, she threw it forward. It was just a pity that her strength was small and she only threw it out a meter or so. The splash of water that exploded, in turn, sprinkled her all over. Lin Shu, who was standing next to her, seemed to see the feeling of Lin Dayu's inverted willow. Boss, you take a break first, leave the rest to me. After speaking to Qin Simeng, Lin Shu then looked at the guy in the pond, and his face instantly sank. I'll give you guys 30 seconds to come ashore. 1 second later, you don't have to come up here. As the words fell, Lin Shu flung his right hand, and a dagger with a cold light flashed into one of the cars in the water. A dozen punks immediately swam towards the shore. When everyone was on shore, the punks looked at each other. The next moment, the dozen or so punks swarmed towards Lin Shu. There were 5 or 6 of them, and they even flashed the spring-loaded knives they had with them. They thought, a dozen people don't believe that they can't beat the other one. Lin Shu had been thinking about how to teach them a lesson. Now it seemed that drying would be the end of it. Boss, you go back to the car first. You have to be careful. Qin Simeng didn't dare to stay when she saw this, and with a word of advice, she hurriedly ran back to the car. Next, the water friends saw, again, the same moves that they had used against the speedsters before. Why? The dog anchor is using his unique skill, the milk-grabbing dragon claw hand again. Hiss. It feels like that dude's balls are shattered. I'm kidding, dog anchor this hand speed, a second estimated to be able to make, 7 or 8 times 1,000 years to kill, estimated pants are stabbed through. You guys say, after using the Millennium Kill, will the dog anchor's fingers have a flavor? Put. Let the dog anchor smell it in a while and see. Damn. That bald head was knocked no less than 30 chestnuts by the dog anchor. Look at that head, just like Buddha. Too brutal. 10 minutes later, a dozen punks were on their knees, pinching their earlobes. Lin Shu looked at the ones kneeling in front of him, the big gold chain and the 4 of them. The injuries from the morning hadn't healed yet, and now they were even worse. Other people are forgetting the pain after getting hurt, but you guys are good. After getting beaten in the morning, you're here again in the afternoon. What's the matter? Got masochistic tendencies? Big gold chain revealed an expression that was worse than crying. Brother, give it a second chance, I won't dare to do it again. Lin Shu laughed coldly, and a dagger was once again lit up in his hand. I gave you guys a chance this morning, but you didn't cherish it either. The dozen or so punks were fearful when they saw Lin Shu take out his dagger. Qin Simeng, who was on the side, saw Lin Shu take out a knife and thought he was going to hurt someone, so she hurriedly pulled him back. Hey, you mustn't be impulsive, just now you belong to self-defense, but if you do it now it belongs to intentional injury, and the problem is even more serious if you use a weapon. Lin Shu bristled and sighed. Since my boss is pleading for you guys, I'll let you go. The gangsters were visibly relieved. But Lin Shu went on to say, the repair costs of the car, my emotional damage, lost wages, nutrition, trauma, snacks, baths and massages, and my child's tuition classes. The big gold chain, and they were all dumbfounded. At first, they could understand when they talked about the repair costs and moral damages. But what the hell is this about the bath and massage fees and the children's tuition class fees? Even Qin Simeng looked at Lin Shu with a face full of shock. Lin Shu hooked her finger and named a dozen compensation costs in a row. The big gold chainer thinking, said so much, let you turn around and say it again, I guess you can't even remember it all, right? But in his heart, he did not dare to say so. Big brother, just say straight out how much you want to pay out and be done with it. Lin Shu stretched out a finger, $1 million. The big gold chain stared wide-eyed, he thought he had heard wrong. Big brother, isn't 1 million a bit too much? Lin Shu raised an eyebrow. What's too much? The repair cost of my car is going to be $400,000 or $500,000. The big gold chain looked at, not far from the gold cup fan, the corner of his mouth twitched madly. You this gold cup really gold? Still Nima 4 or 500,000, have that money can buy 10 new it. 5 minutes later. After some haggling on both sides. In the end. The big gold chain tearfully transferred $200,000 to Lin Shu. After Lin Shu received the money, he beautifully took Qin Simeng and left. The big gold chain touched his face, which was now swollen even more severely than in the morning. Print out a picture of this bogeyman, post it on our turf, and have the men, from now on, walk around him when they see him. Thomas, if I had known this, I shouldn't have looked for trouble with him, I've lost a lot of money. Chapter 100, Pet Caregiver, isn't that a pooper scooper? Back in the city, Lin Shu drove her car to a nearby car repair store. Spent $3,000 on repairs, as well as maintenance. That's a lot of money for repairs. Looking at the remaining $197,000, Lin Shu was heartbroken. Qin Simeng gave him a blank look. You just made over $100,000, aren't you going to treat me to a cup of milk tea? Milk tea it is, you wait. After saying that, Lin Shu ran across the street to Honey Snow and bought 2 cups of milk tea back. Qin Simeng looked at the original milk tea in her hand, although it was an oversized cup, nothing was added to it. Then she looked at the cup in Lin Shu's hand, and all the ingredients had been added. For a moment, he was in deep thought. Live streaming. Goosey, does this count as intentional retaliation for the dog anchor? Aha! The dog anchor asked the boss to add chicken legs and halogen eggs, and the boss added them for him. Now the boss asked him to buy milk tea, so he just bought a cup of plain milk tea. Dog anchor, come on, hurt each other. Ha ha. I guess if the boss asked him why he didn't spice it up for me, the dog anchor would have said, why didn't you say so earlier? I wouldn't have known if you had said it earlier. Put. I remembered, the auntie that the empty Duke hired. The afternoon was relatively free, so Lin Shu was at the store, chatting with her customer service sister and occasionally interacting with her water friends. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Shu gets off work from Tiptoe Movers. After eating dinner and returning home, Lin Shu's hands itched to play a few games again. She opened her computer and restored the game icon to her desktop from the recycle bin. 4 hours later. Looking at the system prompt of being banned for 7 days. Lin Shu silently uninstalled this broken game, then turned off the computer and rolled to shower and sleep. The next day. Tubes. Checking in successfully. Reward, Beast Tamer Skill Mastery. It was customary that after breakfast, Lin Shu opened today's live broadcast. Brothers, good morning lend me some Ouchi, let me draw a good profession today. After greeting his water friends, Lin Shu began to draw today's occupation. After a few seconds passed, the screen displayed. Pet Caregiver. Lin Shu? What's the situation? Today's sign-in is the Beast Tamer skill, shouldn't I have drawn the Beast Tamer profession? Pet Caregiver? Isn't this just a pooper scooper in a pet store? Soon, the program sent an address. Lin Shu went out and took a taxi to the destination. The Good Pet Care Center. When I saw the name, the pop-ups went up again. Good for you Lin boy, secretly opening a store and then shocking everyone, right? Boy, when did you open a pet store? I didn't expect the dog anchor turned out to be a hidden little boss too. Anchor, in the future when my dog goes to your store to take a bath, can it be cheaper? Boy, can it be cheaper if I report your name at the store? Outside the door, Blackie was already waiting. Next to him stood a very handsome boy, who seemed like he should be the boss. After some introductions, Lin Shu learned that the boy's name was Yu Shuangyin, and that he had just graduated from college and opened this pet store. There are also 2 pretty girls in the store, one named Qingqing and one named Xinxin. After introducing themselves, Yu Shuangyin arranged for Lin Shu and Xin to shovel the cat litter box in the store first. Lin Shu thought nothing of it. Burning goose. In the live room, the water friends are having a blast. They had taken the video of Lin Shu shoveling and made it into the latest set of emoticons. After shoveling, they started feeding various pets. Soon, the store had its first customer of the day. In came a girl with a husky in her hand. Only the husky was dirty, like it had just come back from a roll in the mud. Boss, I'm here again. Yu Shuangyin looked at this female customer who came in and said with a smile. What's the situation here? How did it get like this? The female customer was slightly helpless. I was walking him in the morning, and when I wasn't paying attention, this guy broke free of the rope and ran to a nearby construction site, rolling around in the mud and sand, and I was so mad at him. After the two chatted for a few moments, Yu Shuangyin took the rope in the female customer's hand and looked back at Lin Shu. Lin Shu, let's both wash it together. No problem. Lin Shu nodded in agreement. Yu Shuangyin first handed Lin Shu the rope. Lin Shu, you lead it to the bathing room first, I'll go get something, don't be in a hurry to flush it, be sure to wait for me. Saying that, Yu Xuanyin walked to the next room. Although he didn't know what was going on with the boss. But Lin Shu still pulled Era to the washroom first. This Era also seemed to already know that it was going to be given a bath next. It began to wail in the direction of the hall. Not a moment later, Yu Xuanyin brought over 2 sets of raincoats. Here, put them on first.
Lin Shu took the raincoat a little uncertain.
Boss, it's not that bad, is it?
Yu Xuanyin smiled bitterly. This is a familiar customer of our store. Every time we give it a bath, we follow suit. Lin Shu looked at Era, who was still wailing, and jerked its doggy head, revealing a meaningful smile. Boss, why don't you leave this task to me? I'll just wash it.
Yu Xuanyin looked at Lin Shu with an incredulous expression. Are you sure?
Lin Shu nodded affirmatively.
Don't worry and leave it to me, I promise to complete the task.
Seeing that Lin Shu was so confident, Yu Xuanyin did not force himself. In fact, he was quite afraid of bathing this Era, and every time he would be thrown all over.
Cheer up then. Yu Xuanyin handed Lin Shu a set of raincoats and he walked out.
Lin Shu first closed the door to the washroom, locking it in the process. When he turned back, Era had her mouth open in a huff and was still looking at him with a curious expression. Lin Shu turned to Era and revealed an exclusive villainous smile.
Era's originally huffing mouth immediately shut up and looked at Lin Shu with a wary face.
A few minutes later, in the bathing room, there was a pig-killing howl from Era. The 4 people outside, hearing the commotion in the washroom, all mourned for Lin Shu. Yu Xuanyin sighed in his heart, hoping that after washing the dog, Lin Shu wouldn't be skeptical of the world. But after 5 minutes or so, the bathing room gradually became quiet. The 4 people outside got curious, and Yu Xuanyin wanted to go in and take a look. But the door was unlocked from the inside. Yu Xuanyin asked,
Lin Shu, is everything alright? Lin Shu's voice came from inside, Boss, I'm fine. Yu Xuanyin then said, the dog low? How not barking?
Lin Shu, the dog is good, quick, give the boss a greeting.
Era, Wang. Yu Xuanyin. 15 minutes later.
The door to the washroom opened and a brand new Era stepped out of it. Looking at the way it was huffing and puffing, it was obviously in a good mood. Lin Shu held the rope and came to the place where he blew his fur.
Come up.
Upon hearing Lin Shu's command, Era obediently jumped up. Then it stood there motionless, well behaved like a fake dog. Lin Shu turned on the hairdryer and started blowing Era's hair. Era was good and obedient throughout, not resisting or howling at all. Seeing this scene, Yu Xuanyin and the 4 of them were stunned. Not to mention the Era master, but Yu Xuanyin, Xingqing and Xinxin were usually tortured by this Era. Every time they gave it a bath, it was like they were going through a robbery. Burning goose. The Era, who was usually crazy about bathing, was well behaved in Lin Shu's hands. All 4 of them were stupefied, unable to say a word. A few minutes later, Lin Shu held the dog's leash and came to the dog owner's side. This beautiful woman, your dog is washed.
Ha? Oh.
The girl froze and took the leash, looking at this Era in front of her.
At the moment, she was thinking, is this really my dog? How come taking a bath is like brainwashing? Or is this not my dog at all? Chapter 101, all 36 stratagems used. The girl looked at the, at once, familiar and unfamiliar dog. She called out weakly, happy? Era immediately returned, Wang. Air. I don't know what it was, but the girl was sure that it was her dog. Only after the sister left did Yu Xuanyin ask Lin Shu. Lin Shu, why has this Era suddenly become so obedient? What have you done to it? Lin Shu returned very seriously, I just told it to be honest, or else I crunched its eggs and it became obedient. Yu Xuanyin. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. During that time, a lot of customers came to the store. There were those who bought pet food, those who gave their pets medical checkups, and those who came over specifically to jerk off their cats. Just as Lin Shu was combing the hair of a ragdoll, Yu Xuanyin walked over. Lin Shu, there's an order that needs you to go. Lin Shu put the cat down and stood up. Is it a delivery? Yu Xuanyin shook her head. It's like this, a customer is in our store, with an appointment for spaying and neutering, and needs a clerk to go over and bring the pet cat over. Now that Ching Ching is out making deliveries, XIN has to watch the store, and a customer just brought a dog over for a checkup. I can't get away, so I can only trouble you to make this trip. Lin Shu nodded, no problem, give me the address. Yu Xuanyin nodded, went to the front desk and took the address that he had written down, and brought it to Lin Shu. Lin Shu went out and took a taxi directly to the customer's neighborhood. Coming downstairs to the customer's house, Lin Shu called the customer. Not a moment later. A cute girl in a low dress walked down. She looked around before walking to Lin Shu. Little brother, are you from the Good Pet Store? Lin Shu nodded, it's me. The low skirt girl said, little brother, it's like this, in a while, I'll bring my cat to the green belt in the neighborhood. You'll pretend to be the bad guy and snatch my cat, I'll chase you behind, but I can't catch up, so you'll take the cat back to be sterilized. That's about it. After hearing this plan from the low skirt girl, Lin Shu was stunned. Nice guy. 36 tricks to spay and neuter your own cat? Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the water users were not calm. Inema, the sister is a good plan, both sterilizing the cat and not being afraid of it holding a grudge in the future. The kitty will never know until it dies that this is actually a shocking conspiracy, and the person behind the scenes cooking the is its dear Lord Silver. Lesson learned, I'll do the same thing when my cat is spayed or neutered in the future. Last year, I took my cat to be sterilized, and after I was done, I went to see if the anesthesia had passed, and I saw it spitting out its tongue, and its body was twitching and thought it was hilarious, and I couldn't hold back the laughter. After returning home, it began to scratch me every day, but also often in my bed is to pee, and now touch it a bit, are going to hit me a few claws. Ha ha. Upstairs brother, this is your fault, it has just been gagged with eggs, and you are still laughing in front of it across the room. If you don't hold a grudge, who do you hold a grudge against? When you say that, I remember a segment on the internet. A vet neutered a dog that happened to be in his neighborhood, and as a result, every time he went to and from work, he was chased by the dog, and this chase was for more than 3 years. Ha ha. This doesn't seem to be a segment, it's true, and it's even been on the news before. The low-skirted girl agreed with Lin Shu on a location and she went home to catch the cat. Not a moment later, the low-skirted girl came down with a cat bag and sat down in the promised patch of grass. Then nodded to Lin Shu, who was not far away. Then she talked to the cat, pretending as if she was going to open the cat bag and take the cat out. Seeing the low-skirt girl instructing, Lin Shu walked over. With one hand, she grabbed the cat bag in her hand and jogged up. The low-skirted girl got up in a hurry and chased after Lin Shu. As she chased, she also shouted, "Stop you thief, give me back my baby, woo woo woo. Baby don't be afraid, mommy will save you, thief don't run." The passers-by passing by were stunned. What is this situation? Robbing a child in public? How can this be? There were a few uncles who roared at the sight of injustice and also chased after Lin Shu. Stop, quickly put the child down. Lin Shu glanced back and her entire body was confused. The low-skirted girl also didn't expect that there would actually be a good Samaritan who would come forward. But she didn't need to right now. Jesse, you guys stop chasing, stop off. The three uncles were now on top of their heads. They didn't listen to the low-skirted girl at all, and still desperately chased towards Lin Shu. Almost to the entrance of the neighborhood, the security guards at the entrance have noticed someone running towards the outside. An older man in the back pulled out his voice and shouted, "Stop him, he's a human trafficker, here to snatch a child." The two security guards were immediately alert when they heard this. Quickly picking up the steel fork next to them, they looked at Lin Shu in a stern manner. The corner of Lin Shu's mouth twitched. Why is this getting bigger and bigger? Lin Shu quickened his pace, and as he rounded the two security guards, he spoke. "This isn't a human, this is a cat, you guys don't chase after it." The two security guards were about to chase after them when they suddenly listened to what Lin Shu said. It occurred to them again that the one he was just holding seemed to really not be a child. All of a sudden, the two security guards' feet gave a start. Didn't they say human trafficker? How did it turn into a cat? Is it a cat dealer? Stealing cats? Stealing a cat wouldn't do. The two security guards continued to chase towards Lin Shu. Only Lin Shu accelerated his speed. They chased them not far outside the neighborhood. Lin Shu had already disappeared. A few uncles chased after him to the entrance of the neighborhood, and they were also out of breath. By this time, the low-skirted girl had also chased after them. One of the older men said angrily, "Don't worry, daughter, I'll call the police now. The police will definitely catch that trafficker." The low-skirted girl hurriedly explained, "Don't call the police, he's not a human trafficker, and what he carried away is not a child, it's my cat." By this time the two security guards had also returned to this side. They also wanted to know what was going on. The low-skirted girl was a little embarrassed. But she went over the cat spaying and neutering thing, anyway. After listening to her story, a few of the older men and the two security guards were confused. They thought they were chasing a trafficker, but they were actually chasing a lonely person. Lin Shu took the cat bag and ran for a while, making sure that the security guards behind him didn't continue to chase after him before he stopped. Then he took a taxi back to the pet store. Back in the store, Lin Shu told what happened, and Yu Xuanyin and the three of them all laughed like crazy. Afterwards, Yu Xuanyin took out his cell phone and took a picture of Lin Shu with the cat bag he was holding. This must be recorded and posted on the storyboard of our good pet store when the time comes. At this, Lin Shu expressed no opinion. Although this matter was a bit embarrassing, it was not to the point of social death. After arranging for the low-skirt girl's cat to be sterilized, Lin Shu and Ching Ching were looking after the store, while Yu Xuanyin and Xin went to the surgery. Lin Shu had just caught a naughty American shorts and jerked the cat's head hard when the store door was pulled open. Seeing a customer enter, Ching Ching, who was sitting at the front desk, got up in a hurry. "Welcome, may I help you?" Entering the door was a boy who was holding a small teddy. The owner of the teddy said, "Hello, may I ask you here, do you have a pet conditioning service?" Ching Ching apologized, "Sorry handsome, we don't have that program, but can you tell me what the problem is first, and I'll see if I can help you?" Teddy's owner said, "This little guy is a bit protective of his food and has almost bitten my girlfriend a couple times. It's useless to beat it, and it won't listen even if I scold it. So I was thinking of getting a doctor to cure it of this problem. After listening to the words of Teddy's owner, Ching also said that there was nothing she could do. Just as Teddy Master was about to leave, Lin Shu suddenly said, "Handsome man, wait, let me try, maybe I can help you educate it." Chapter 102, Another Husky. Teddy's owner looked towards Lin Shu, who spoke. "Brother, you have an idea?" Lin Shu stood up and patted the cat fur on his body. "Give me 15 minutes and I'll make sure it behaves." The Teddy owner immediately handed the dog to Lin Shu. Lin Shu took the little Teddy, and it didn't recognize it, and was well behaved in Lin Shu's arms. Lin Shu touched the dog's head twice, and then took a pack of beef sticks from the pet snacks next to it. "Dude, I'm going to take it to the room for a bit, so sit down and wait for a while." Teddy's owner nodded and took a seat next to him in the lounge area. Lin Shu took the little Teddy and walked into a side room, closing the door in the process. Lin Shu first put the dog on a side table, opened the package of beef strips, took out one and stretched it to the dog. Until now, the little Teddy was still well behaved, just wagging his tail with a gluttonous look. Lin Shu then stuffed the beef stick in its mouth. Little Teddy took 2 bites of the beef stick in his mouth, and when Lin Shu reached over again, the little thing started to show its teeth and made a whimpering warning sound. Lin Shu continued to reach forward, and when Lin Shu's hand touched the beef stick, the little Teddy actually opened its mouth and bit it. Luckily Lin Shu reacted quickly, otherwise this bite would have been 5 shots of rabies vaccine. Lin Shu looked at this little food protecting thing and let out a burst of jia laughter. Soon, the pop-ups in the live room began to soar. "My nigga, is the dog anchor sure he's training his dog and not abusing it? TSK. I still remember a big BB pocket that era took in the morning. This little Teddy, where to withstand the dog anchor a Baido, I guess a slap in the past, in the afternoon to arrange for cremation, tomorrow you can spread flowers." Hiss. This brain crash, estimated small Teddy's dog head is swollen. I'm kidding, you guys see, the dog anchor just slipped a few times like this, and the little Teddy seems to really not protect his food. Little Teddy just now is still a dog mouth snatch food must die, now become, brother you taste the look. What's so strange about this? The dog anchor in the nook and cranny of the village's big black dog can be treated as a brother. To deal with this little Teddy, is not it a small thing? Goose hungry, after all, it's the same kind. With bloodline suppression. After 10 minutes of Lin Shu's education, little Teddy was now much more well behaved. Lin Shu once again took the beef stick down from its mouth. Although the little Teddy was reluctant, it still behaved and let go of its mouth. Now it didn't show its teeth either, but just looked blearily at the beef stick in Lin Shu's hand. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Lin Shu returned the beef stick to it. "Eat it, be good from now on, no more food guarding, okay?" 1. Little Teddy looked like he was responding to Lin Shu's words. "So good." Lin Shu rubbed the dog's head fiercely a few times. When little Teddy finished eating one of the beef sticks, Lin Shu picked it up, opened the door and walked out of the room, returning to the hall. The Teddy owner saw Lin Shu come out and rushed forward. "Brother, how's it going? Can it work?" Lin Shu smiled and nodded. "Already learned my lesson." Lin Shu took a beef stick from the bag and handed it to little Teddy. Little Teddy first bit down, then Lin Shu then reached out and took the beef stick from its mouth. It was repeated several times before letting it eat it. The Teddy owner's eyes lit up and he rushed to pick up the dog and put it on a side table. Taking out a beef stick and trying to feed it several times, the result was that the dog really didn't nurse his food. If just now, the dog was in Lin Shu's arms, it was afraid that the other party's lewdness wouldn't dare to protect the food. Then now after he tried it himself, it was certain that the dog had really become well behaved. I didn't think it would take just a little while to correct the little guy's food guarding problem. "Brother, thank you so much, may I ask how much the cost is?" Lin Shu said. "No need to be polite, the cost, if you add this pack of beef sticks, is $532, just wipe a zero and give $530. "Okay. I'll buy a few more packs of dog food." When Ching on the side saw this, she secretly gave Lin Shu a thumbs up. Not long after Teddy's owner left, Yu Xuanyin and Xinxin came out of the operating room. Ching Xian told them both what had just happened. Both of them almost thought it was a joke. They didn't really believe it until they saw the $500 or so they had just earned. Talent ah. Yu Xuanyin suddenly had an urge to make Lin Shu stay and work. Time was rushing. It was soon 11:30 noon. After Yu Xuanyin asked everyone what they wanted to eat, they ordered takeout together. After lunch, the store became busy. A number of people will come into the store to jerk off their cats, as well as get their pets checked out, spayed or neutered, etc. It was almost 1 o'clock when the store received another walk-in order. "Lin Shu, please run again, this time the order is for a dog walking service," Yu Xuanyin said to Lin Shu. Lin Shu waved her hand. "That's fine, give me the customer's home address." Yu Xuanyin handed Lin Shu a bag of dog food, as well as the address. Lin Shu looked at the note in her hand and went out to take a taxi to the customer's house. After ringing the doorbell, he waited for a while before movement came from inside the house. The person who opened the door was a man with a chicken nest head and a quilt wrapped around his body. He couldn't stop coughing a few times after opening the door. Brother here, please help walk the dog, I can't really go out in this state. No problem, just leave it to me. Lin Shu returned. After entering the house, Lin Shu heard the dog barking in the room. No need to guess, it was another husky. The dog owner opened the door to the room and the husky inside sprang out like a charge, barely missing him. Then the energetic Era began to run wildly down the hall. The dog owner got the leash and tried to help him put it on. But he was so sick and uncomfortable now that he had no strength at all. Era was again in a state of high energy. The dog owner tried several times without success. In the end, it was Lin Shu who helped and grabbed Era before putting the leash on it. Brother, hard work, this guy has a lot of energy, he probably won't want to go home until he's tired of playing. Lin Shu gave the dog owner an okay gesture. Don't worry, I'll definitely let it have fun, so you just rest. After going downstairs, Lin Shu pulled Era and went to the small park nearby. Before entering the park, he also swept a shared bicycle. Then began the experience, a Siberian sled dog pulling service. The feeling is indescribably relaxing. Seeing Lin Shu operate like this. In the live broadcast room, the water friends began to get excited again. Inema, the dog anchor is not a son of a man. I thought the dog anchor would, pulling Era to run a dozen or 20 laps to wear it out. Never thought that he would actually make this kind of shameless operation. Goose hungry, the anchor is just more doggy, but he's not stupid. I don't think that it's considered walking the dog, it's being dogged. Ugh, they're all dogs anyway, so isn't it the same who slips who? I'd like to experience a dog walking service like this. Goose box. Upstairs brother, you want to be slipped by a dog anchor too? TSK. It's a special hobby. Chapter 103, Dog Pulling a Cart, I'll let you dog pull a cart. Era pulled Lin Shu and slipped up in the park. Period. A young boy, seeing Lin Shu's dog-pulled bicycle, instantly had his eyes glowing. Mom, I want to ride the dog-pulled bike too. The little boy's mom was helpless, where could she find a dog to pull the bike? Only patiently coaxed him. Luckily, the man walking the dog soon slipped away. The kid's mom coaxed him for a while, promising to buy him an Ultraman before he gave up on the idea of riding in a doggy cart. But just then, the man on the bike walking the dog and skipped back. The child, who had just been coaxed, saw this and made a scene again. Again, he quickly slipped away again. The boy's mom took a deep breath. Coaxed the little boy again. This time, she promised to buy him a Bear Big and Bear 2 before the little boy was coaxed. Burning goose. That murderous dog-drawn cart, he's back with a double whammy. The little boy looked at the dog-drawn cart, then at his mom, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he quickly lay down on the ground and started rolling. The little boy's mom was furious, descending child 10 slaps, and greeted down. The dog pulls the cart, I let you dog pull the cart. Snap. Poor kid, not only did he lose Ultraman and the bears, but he also took a beating from his own mom. And the dog pulling the car party Lin Shu, until now do not know. There was a little boy who would have a complete and unforgettable childhood because of him. Era pulled Lin Shu around 3 times, at which point it was in pretty good shape. Next, Lin Shu adjusted. Started riding by himself, side by side with Era, and skated 3 more laps. By the end of 6 laps, Era was panting. Lin Shu went to the nearby bathroom and got Era some water to drink. When Era took a breather, Lin Shu pulled it to skate around 3 more times. 9 laps down, Era already didn't want to go, sat on the ground and played a rogue. Lin Shu pulled it a few times, it stretched its neck, I do not know if it is learned from the next door Shiba Inu. Lin Shu took out a pack of teething sticks from her pocket and waved them in front of Era a few times. This was what the dog's owner had brought him before he left the house. Era was instantly energized by the sight of the teething stick, and Lin Shu just hung onto it and slipped around again. A circle down, in front of the teething stick can only see cannot eat. But the Era was furious, and it was a Zwan-style greeting to Lin Shu. Lin Shu threw the teething stick to it, and when it finished eating it, he took out another one and once again pulled it to skate. An hour and a half later. Era collapsed on the lawn, no longer wanting to move. Lin Shu pulled it a few times but didn't get up, and gave it a teething stick but also ignored it. Seeing that Era's stamina value had been emptied, Lin Shu then smiled with satisfaction. Let's go, home. Era, who was originally paralyzed on the ground, heard the word go home before he barely stood up, drooping his tongue to go back with Lin Shu. Returning to the customer's home, he just untied his leash. Era then consciously walked back to his room and humanely closed the door. The dog owner was confused, this Era has been raised for more than a year, and has never seen it like this. He walked over and opened the door, only to see that the Era inside was already lying in the kennel. When it heard the door open, it just drifted a glance, not even bothering to raise its head. Why are you so obedient today? You don't make any noise when you come home. And even closed the door, usually I want to close the door and it's not even happy about it. The dog owner spoke up. Lin Shu, who was on the side, snapped, maybe it's too tired, afraid that you'll disturb its rest. The dog owner choked. He looked at Era, who was exhausted into a dead dog, and then looked at Lin Shu, who was as if nothing had happened, and muttered in his heart. What kind of dog is this? How could he actually tire out an Era to such a state? The point was that he himself was still fine. Without waiting for the customer to ask a question, Lin Shu greeted him and left. From the customer's house, Lin Shu took a taxi back to the pet store. Just as she walked into the store, she saw Yu Shuangyin with a bunch of things, ready to go out. Seeing Lin Shu return, Yu Shuangyin hurriedly smiled. It's good to be back, work hard, and make another delivery. Lin Shu had no problem with this and nodded in agreement. Yu Shuangyin took 2 sheets for him, and 2 sheets for Qing Cheng on the side. Lifting up the customer's things, Lin Shu continued to go out and make deliveries. The location of the second list was near the zoo. After delivering to a customer, I walked down just in time to see the banner being pulled over the zoo. It seemed like a batch of wild animals had just arrived, and there were special offers for recent excursions or something. After a glance, Lin Shu did not pay too much attention. After all, the ticket costs money. If it is free, he would go in and take a look. Just as Lin Shu was about to take a taxi back, he suddenly saw a large group of tourists fleeing out of the zoo. Each of their faces was filled with panic and fear. At the same time, the radio in the zoo went off. After listening to the broadcast, Lin Shu realized what had happened. The cause of the incident was that a new staff member, when entering the lion park to feed the lions, was negligent and didn't close the door properly, causing a lion to run out. The lion was a newly introduced wild animal and was extremely aggressive. Watching the tourists swarm out, Lin Shu took advantage of the chaos and walked in. At the same time, he turned on that damn scouting and tracking skill. Somewhere in the zoo, under the big banyan tree, a magnificent male lion was circling around. It occasionally peeked up and lay down on the trunk of the tree to look up. And at that moment, a male tourist was lying on his back in the banyan tree, looking down and shivering at the lion. Just now, he heard a radio broadcast that a lion had run out, and he was not surprised. Thinking that where he was far away from the lion park. How the lions couldn't get to his side. All the other tourists rushed outside, but he was the only one who kept on swimming by himself. But that's how it is many times. What you think won't happen, it just does. It's not a coincidence. The radio had just stopped and the male tourist saw, coming around the corner, the big lion. And the big lion happened to see him too. 1 man, 1 lion, 4 eyes. At this moment, the male tourist felt that the whole world was quiet. If this was a pretty girl, wouldn't spring come? It's just a shame that it was a male lion with his mane up. With a shriek of surprise, the male tourist ran towards the large banyan tree next to him. And the lion over there, taking him for prey, darted towards him. Luckily the male tourist climbed the tree fast enough, or he would have been dinner for the lion. It was just that the male tourist seemed to have forgotten one thing, or rather, he didn't know at all. Lions can climb trees. The big lion hovered under the tree for a while before it turned around and headed off into the distance. The male tourist in the tree thought that the lion had lost him and was ready to go. But just as he was breathing a sigh of relief, the big lion that hadn't traveled far actually turned around and ran towards him. The male tourists were confused, not knowing what the big lion was doing. But in the next second, he was dismayed to realize. The big lion helped run to the bottom of the tree, and then leapt onto the trunk with a violent leap, followed by a forceful climb upwards. OMG! The male tourist instantly sweated and trembled as he continued to climb higher. From time to time he glanced behind him, and by this time the lion below, having climbed to the first large fork of the tree, was ready to continue his climb in his direction. The male tourist was so scared that his whole body went weak, and his whole body was about to fall down when his feet slipped. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, a hold of the trunk, but because the hands have been sweating, a slip or fall. After falling to the ground, the male tourists do not care about the pain on the body, want to get up and escape. But the reaction of the big lion is not vegetarian, it directly jumped down from the tree, and ran towards the male tourist. When the male tourist saw this, his eyes were filled with despair. But just as the big lion ran over and leapt up, trying to pounce on the male tourist, a special voice suddenly rang out. Ah da! Then, out of nowhere, a person appeared. He was seen flying and kicking the lion's head. The big lion's head tilted and his body fell to the side. Male tourist? Big lion? The crowd of sailors. Chapter 104, Alas! Shame on the lion. At this time, in the live broadcast room, the pop-ups of the water friends had already muddled the screen. And yet, the dog anchor ed that lion. In ancient times, there was Wu Sung fighting a tiger, now there is Lin Shu fighting a lion. Song Jiang, Lin Shu strongman, go up to the mountain, from now on you are, my Liangshan 109 good men. Ha ha. The dog anchor will surely say that the food on the mountain is too bad, and they don't pay wages, so it's better not to go. Goosey and hungry, the dog anchor comes on stage with a odd sound effect. Lion, the old man has traveled across the grassland for many years, and has never been so humiliated. This human does not speak of martial virtues, and bullies the lion too much. This is a wild lion, the dog anchor won't give away his head, right? Wait, what is the dog anchor rambling about? It looks like he's training a lion? I'll admit that the dog anchor is training a dog, but training a lion? Playing? I'm kidding, the first second is still cursing and grinning lion, by the dog anchor a meal than the pocket down, actually honest, this is a wild lion Alas! Shame on the lion face. Why do I get the feeling that dog anchors train lions the same way they train dogs? If this is seen by other lions, I guess it won't be able to get a foothold in the pride in the future. Ha ha! It's important to save your life, we'll talk about footholds later. Scene. A blank look emerges on the pale face of the male tourist. Just a moment ago, he despaired that he was going to be finished. A handsome young man stepped forward and kicked away the pouncing lion. With that he almost thought he was Bruce Lee reincarnated. And then, the handsome boy fought the lion. And then, somehow, the lion stopped attacking. And now, that handsome young man was actually ordering that big lion. Stretch out his left paw, stretch out his right paw, stand up, lay down and roll over. Why the hell is this like dog training? Is this a lion or a poodle? The beast is collapsing. Not far away, a few staff members who were holding anesthetic guns and hurriedly arrived. Also happened to see the scene. In an instant, they all collectively went down at the scene. Employee number 1, am I blind? There's actually such a big poodle. Employee number 2, is there a possibility that that's the lion we're looking for? Employee number 3, the gardener couldn't have been fooled, it's not a wild lion at all. Employee number 4, but captive lions, when faced with strangers, can be aggressive. Looking at the big lion sitting on his heels, Lin Shu continued to give different orders. Really obedient, one more time now stand up and pay a good morning to the readers here, wishing those who read books a golden success, those who work a promotion and a raise, and those who start a business a daily income. So good dog, let the staff give you meat in a while. Just as Lin Shu was having fun, a sound of footsteps sounded. Lin Shu turned around and looked, the zoo staff had arrived. Coming? Take it back, this guy is hungry, get him something to eat. And yes, get it a lioness. The big lion sitting next to Lin Shu roared along. The staff was startled. Lin Shu immediately gave it a sharp knock. What did I teach you just now? If you keep being so loud, I won't find you a lioness. The big lion received a violent chestnut and really gave a very humanized wail. The staff had been speechless. This handsome man, are you the beast tamer hired by the garden manager? One of the employees couldn't help but ask. Lin Shu shrugged, no, I'm just passing by. The employees, male visitors, waterbenders are tempted to say something when they hear this. This pussy is skipping the ticket to come in, quickly let him make up the ticket. Afterwards, the employees tried to take the lion back, but the big guy, it seems, wasn't too happy to listen to them. The employees could only turn to Lin Shu for help and let him take the big lion back to the park. After settling the big lion down, Lin Shu was ready to leave. Before leaving, the director of the garden gave Lin Shu a lifetime VIP card to express his gratitude. Lin Shu's heart was beautifully juiced, this wave was really not a loss. From the zoo, Lin Shu took a taxi back to the pet store. And the video of him training the lion was soon posted on Shake Shack by his water friends. In just half an hour, the video was on the hot search. It didn't take long for some customers who came to the store to jerk off their cats to see such videos as well. When they saw the man training the lion, who resembled a staff member at the store, they couldn't help but go up and ask, "Dude, was that you who trained the poodle just now?" Lin Shu was puzzled. "What poodle?" The customer explained, "I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing in the heat of the moment, it's not a poodle, it's someone who trains a lion like a dog, is that you?" Lin Shu had a whole black question mark face. What's the situation? He did train the lion just now, but he didn't train it like a dog. The customer saw that he still looked confused and quickly took out his cell phone, opened Jitterbug and showed him the relevant video. As soon as Lin Shu looked at the video, he knew that it was posted by his water friends. In this video, it was exactly when he made the lion stand to pay his respects. And that good dog completely proves what the customer said. Lin Shu was momentarily speechless, he himself had forgotten that he had actually said such a thing. No wonder at that moment, he felt as if the lion was a little disgruntled. At this moment, Lin Shu was doubting himself, had he really trained the lion as a dog at that time? In this regard, Lin Shu had to argue with the customer, usually more dog training, just a slip of the tongue. After confirming Lin Shu's identity, customers in the store took pictures and videos with Lin Shu. Soon, word got out about the party that trained the lion, at the Good Pet Care Center. A lot of people who like to get together and love to eat melon, all rushed here. The Good Pet Care Center had the most crowded day ever. The store was full and there were long lines outside the store. Everyone who entered the store almost always wanted to take pictures and videos with Lin Shu. And in the next few hours, Lin Shu became the store's mascot. He didn't have to do anything, he just sat there, specializing in offering to take pictures of customers who entered the store and punch in their cards. 10 o'clock at night. It's finally time to get off work. Lin Shu only felt that both sides of her cheeks were now cramping. Wow, it's only been half a day and our store's inventory is almost sold out. Boss, you need to hurry up and stock up before you can do so. This is all because of Lin Shu. If it wasn't for his star effect, our business wouldn't be so good. Boss, you have to give Lin Shu a bonus. Right, and treat us to a big meal. The two girls, Ching Ching and Xan, were very happy. After all, the store's business was good and their commission was high. And Yu Shuangyin, who was the boss, was also very happy. It's been a hard day for all of you, especially Lin Shu. It's been a hard day. Quickly pack up and take you guys out for a big meal. Hearing that there was a big meal to eat, Lin Shu only got a little bit more energized. After dinner, it was already 11:30. Before leaving, Yu Shuangyin transferred $3,000 with Lin Shu as payment for today. The next day, early in the morning, the sun shines brightly. Tubes. Checking in successfully. Reward, 1 pancake fruit recipe. Lin Shu, who was brushing his teeth with his eyes closed in front of the sink, violently opened his eyes. Pancake recipe? There's this kind of reward? With my current cooking skills, I still need this kind of thing? Tubby, you've gone too far out. Half an hour later, with everything ready, Lin Shu turned on the live broadcast. Good morning, brothers, let's draw an occupation first. Open the Draw a Profession app and tap the yellow button. A few seconds pass and a few big words appear. Pancake vendor. Lin Shu, M. All of you, good. Chapter 105, this little flavor, it's really great. Half an hour or so after drawing the occupation, Xiao He then brought Lin Shu a human tricycle. On the tricycle, the equipment needed for the pancake fruit was already placed. Seeing this stuff, Lin Shu couldn't help but ask. Blackie, this thing, you couldn't have snatched it from that boss at the intersection, right? Blackie was slightly embarrassed. Am I that kind of person? The car was rented by asking the grandpa. Hearing this, the corner of Lin Shu's eyes raised. If you want to rent it, why don't you rent an electric one? Xiao He spread both hands. The budget given by the program team is only $200, and for this human tricycle plus pancake equipment, I even begged that old man for a while before he reluctantly agreed to rent it to me. Lin Shu was momentarily speechless. He always felt that the program group was doing it on purpose. Xiao He went on to say, make do with what you have, but don't be detained by the city management or you can't explain it to the grandpa. Lin Shu. After Xiao He left, Lin Shu first went to the supermarket and bought the ingredients needed for the pancake fruit. After coming back, she began to make the sauce, as well as the batter. Time rushed by and an hour slipped by. With everything ready, Lin Shu rode out on this small human-powered tricycle. According to Lin Shu understanding, the morning time to the subway entrance to business should be very good. So Lin Shu came to a nearby subway entrance. At this time, outside the subway entrance, there were already several breakfast stalls. When the other stall owners saw that a young man was riding over on a pancake cart, they all watched with interest. Everyone else came here to open their stalls at about 6 in the morning. This young man is good. It's almost 9 o'clock before he comes. The morning rush is over. How much money can he make now? In the eyes of the other stall owners who were watching the show, Lin Shu set the things out. I wonder how the one given by the system, the pancake fruit recipe, tastes when made. Lin Shu planned to make one for himself to taste. Turn on the fire and wait for the iron plate to heat evenly, then beat a spoonful of batter onto the iron plate. Then skillfully spread the batter into a large, thin circle. Once the batter is formed, crack an egg and spread it evenly. Then flip it over, put the ham sausage, bacon under the iron plate to heat it up, then brush on a layer of secret sauce, add veggies, meatloaf, fruit grates and so on. As the secret sauce heats up, it begins to give off a distinctive flavor. Lin Shu smelled it and all but secretly gulped. It was really too fragrant. The few stall owners next to him were originally in the mood to watch the show. But when they smelled this particular fragrance, they were all surprised. Selling pancake fruits, they had seen too many of them, but had never seen any stallholder who could make the pancake fruits smell so good. When other people make pancake fruits, they only know that they smell good and taste good when they get very close, or when they eat them in their mouths. But the smell of the pancake fruit made by this guy makes you want to drool. Soon. On Lin Shu's side, she had already rolled the pancake fruit and cut it in half from the center. Then took out a bag and packed it. An aromatic pancake cone comes out of the oven. Can't wait to take a bite and chew a few times. In the next moment, Lin Shu's eyes lit up. The flavor was truly overwhelming. Seeing Lin Shu eating so favorably, several stall owners wanted to know what the pancake actually tasted like. Lin Shu was halfway through her pancakes when a young man walked out of the subway entrance. The young man had just walked out when he smelled a particularly fragrant odor. He instantly turned his gaze to a few breakfast stalls in front of him. One selling buns and steamed bread, one selling fried noodles, another selling congee, and the last one selling pancake fruits. The young man first came to the stall selling fried noodles. The stall owner got up and asked enthusiastically, "Handsome man, what do you want to eat?" Fried noodles, and fried rice are all available." But the young man just stood there for a moment, and he looked to the pancake fruit stall next to him. Lin Shu, who was standing in the stall at that moment, was still eating the breakfast she had made. And that particular fragrance seemed to be coming from his side. The young man took a step over. When he came to Lin Shu's stall, the scent from earlier was even stronger. "Boss, have a pancake fruit." "Okay, please wait." Lin Shu took the remaining 2 bites of the pancake fruit and stuffed them all into her mouth. Then began to work. It didn't take long for that particular scent from earlier to waft out again. Lin Shu's side was still busy, and the passers-by who came and went would look twice when they smelled the fragrance. At the same time, there were also some people who weren't in a hurry and stopped to buy a taste. In no time, there were 7 or 8 people standing in front of Lin Shu's stall. The several stall owners next to them were dumbfounded. Just now they were thinking that they would definitely not be able to make any money if they left their stalls so late. But now it seems that people are not afraid of the fragrance of the wine. Pancakes are not afraid of the stall late nah. 10 minutes later, Lin Shu scored more than $70. At the same time, the scent of the pancake fruit was a few points stronger than it would have been at the beginning. The stall owner selling fried noodles next to him called out to Lin Shu's side. "Handsome guy, give me one to try." Lin Shu was organizing her things when she suddenly heard the stall owner next to her speak. He looked back in surprise. "Big brother, are you talking to me?" The stall owner selling fried noodles hemmed and hawed. "Your whole thing smells so good, I feel greedy just smelling it." Lin Shu also smiled. "That's fine, what do you want to add now?" "Just the standard." "Okay, just hold on a second." Seeing that the fried noodle boss had bought one, the other 2 stall owners, too, were a bit impressed. Soon, Lin Shu took the finished pancake fruit and brought it to the fried noodle stall owner next to him. After the fried noodle stall owner gave Lin Shu the code to transfer the money, he couldn't wait to eat it. This little flavor, it's absolutely amazing, man, you make the best pancakes I've ever eaten." Hearing the fried noodle stall owner say this, the 2 stall owners next to him couldn't help themselves. "Dude, give me one." "Dude, I'll have one too." Lin Shu grinned. "No problem." In no time, the 2 finished pancake fruits were handed over to the 2 stall owners. After the 2 of them took a bite, they knew that what the fried noodle stall owner said just now was not true at all. This pancake was really delicious. Just as the 2 stall owners were eating it to their heart's content, fried noodle stall owner suddenly changed face, quickly sat on the 3 trampoline, inserted the key, energized, the throttle twisted on the run. Just eat 2 mouths of pancakes of the 2 stall owners, see fried flour stall owners run so anxious. Without saying a word, they also quickly got into the car, twisted the gas, and ran away in the same way. The scene only left a bewildered Lin Shu, still not knowing what had happened. Lin Shu looked around, and it was only then that he realized that there were a few city officials not far away, running in this direction. Thinking about how fast the 3 stall owners slipped away just now. Could it be that stalls are not allowed here? Hiss. Lin Shu instantly had a jolt of excitement and quickly sat on the tricycle, his feet pedaling up vigorously. Vaguely, Lin Shu also heard the sound of the city officials at the back shouting, "Don't run, stop." From the subway exit, Lin Shu came to an alley. Thinking to hide for a while, he would go out again when the city police left. "Boss, are there any more pancake fruits?" A low male voice suddenly rang out. Lin Shu turned around to look. The person coming was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. Lin Shu could also see that the other party had a steady pace and sharp eyes, not like an ordinary person. "Yes, how many do you want? What kind of material to add?" Lin Shu smiled back. 6, I think, all with sausage and bacon, and 1 without lettuce." "Okay, you hold on." It didn't take long for the scent of pancakes to waft out. "Yo, boss, these pancakes smell so good," the middle-aged man complimented. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed. "I made this batter and sauce in secret, it's not like other pancakes." "No wonder it's made so flavorful." 10 minutes later, 6 pancakes were packed and handed over. "How much is the total?" $60. The middle-aged man pulled out a handful of cash from his pocket and took out $60 and handed it to Lin Shu. Upon receiving the money from the other party, as well as handing the pancake fruit to the other party, Lin Shu had seen the thick calluses on the other party's fists. Lin Shu didn't care too much about this. After selling this order, he turned around and rode towards the alley. The middle-aged man finished buying the pancakes and went to the next convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes. He then returned to the rental house. At this time there were 5 people sitting inside the house, and when they heard the sound of the door opening, they turned their gazes over there. Only after seeing that the person who entered the door was middle-aged did they relax their guard. "Bought you guys pancake nuts." The middle-aged man entered the house and put the pancake fruit on the table. "Ahoo, when are we going to move?" The one who spoke was a burly man who was still playing with a short knife in his hand. "Old shark, what's your hurry? When the time comes, Tiger will naturally tell us." "Flying fish, with your temperament, you can't even eat to catch up with the heat." The crowd laughed out loud at this remark. Flying Fish was annoyed. "Speed, Doc, you 2 laugh your asses off, you're worse than me." Tiger took a pancake fruit and handed it to the man who hadn't said anything. "Cheetah, this one without lettuce is for you." Cheetah took it and smiled. "Thanks, Tiger." Tiger patted Cheetah on the shoulder, then stood up and looked at the others. We'll move in at 2 in the afternoon, Target, Keenan Bank.
Hearing this, the other 5 people all perked up.
After this job, we'll be nationally famous. Not only will we be nationally famous, but we'll be immortalized in history.
I'll see who dares to say I'm useless in the future.
Soon my mom will be on TV, seeing me, ha ha ha.
At this moment, all 6 of them had a crazy look flashing in their eyes.
South City Special Psychiatric Hospital. Dean's office.
At this point, several people in white coats were fidgeting.
Dean, it's been 3 days and we still haven't found those 6 guys.
What can we do about this? Those 6 are all S-class patients. It's fine if they're still hiding in the institution. What if they run out and do something outside? What can we do then?
Dean, why don't we report the matter to our superiors? Everyone was looking at Dean, waiting for his reply.
The dean was struggling greatly with the fact that 6 S-rated dangerous patients had escaped. Once this came to light, he would be done for as a dean. The dean gritted his teeth. This matter can't be reported for the time being. Once it's reported, even if we can get the person back in the end, all of us will have to be disciplined.
Hearing the dean's words, everyone fell silent. After a while, one of the whitecoats asked weakly, Dean, there's still a week to go before the day of the superior inspection. What if we don't find anyone by then?
The dean frowned. When the time comes, find a few people down there who don't have family members to fill in for them.
Chapter 106. I'll take a video and post it to my friends first. Come out of the alley.
Lin Shu changed places and came to a relatively busy street where there were quite a few stallholders. Lin Shu had just parked her tricycle when a customer came over.
After a few minutes, wait until the smell of pancakes wafted away.
Gradually, there were more people in front of Lin Shu's stall. Some of the stall owners who were also selling snacks frowned. Half an hour had passed, and there were still customers waiting in front of Lin Shu's stall.
One could imagine how popular this pancake fruit was.
But in contrast, the other food stalls were much colder. There was a stall owner who sold grilled sausages with handmade cakes and drove away silently. Just before he left, he took a video and sent a text message. Another 15 minutes passed. Lin Shu took the finished pancake fruit and handed it to the customer. Just as he was about to make the next one, he suddenly saw the stall owner next to him, packing up his things again in a hurry, as if he was about to run away. Lin Shu's heart thumped.
I'll be damned, this street, it's not like we can't set up stalls, right? If that's the case, aren't all these stall owners working against the wind?
Seeing this, Lin Shu was also ready to pack up and run away.
Burning goose.
The problem now is that there are 3 other customers who have already paid for their pancakes.
What can we do?
At this time, the 3 customers who had paid also looked at Lin Shu. They were also afraid that this handsome stall owner would suddenly run away and not make pancakes for them. Lin Shu thought for a moment and looked at the 3 of them and asked,
Do you guys believe me? Wait for me here if you believe me, I'll slip around and come back.
The 3 customers shook their heads at the same time.
Lin Shu. Well, it's really hard to believe in strangers you've never met.
Looking at the city police who were getting closer and closer, Lin Shu hurriedly said, Then you guys follow me, I'll get rid of those city police first.
If I'm caught by the city police, I'll be finished.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shu mounted the tricycle and pedaled as fast as he could. The 3 young men who had paid the money just ran after them. Number 1 pretty boy, buying a pancake fruit and having to follow the stall owner to hide from the city police, it's the first time I've encountered it in my entire life. Number 2, don't panic when things go wrong, I'll take a video first and send it to my friends. Number 3, don't chatter, the boss in front of you is almost out of sight, and the city police behind us are catching up, so let's run.
5 minutes later. Some kind of intersection.
3 panting pretty boys stood in front of Lin Shu's stall. You guys watch out for me first. I'll make you guys pancake fruits right now. The 3 customers looked at each other with helpless smiles. Quickly finishing the pancakes and handing them over, Lin Shu was relieved.
After the 3 pretty boys left,
Lin Shu then planned to stop and take a break.
But just then,
a man in a city manager's uniform saw Lin Shu's stall and wanted to go up and buy a pancake to eat. But the moment Lin Shu saw the other person, he instantly got in the car and slammed on the pedals. This city manager was confused, and he hurriedly chased after him. That pancake fruit seller, don't go I won't arrest you, I just want to buy a pancake. Lin Shu sneered when he heard this and turned back.
You're just trying to trick me into stopping and then catch me punching my performance, aren't you?
City manager, I'm not, I took the day off for something, I'm not on duty.
Lin Shu, I'll believe the hell out of you, you're not on duty and you're still wearing overalls?
City manager, I just took a leave of absence, I haven't had a chance to change yet, you stop and listen to me first.
Lin Shu, I don't listen to me, I don't listen, bye-bye you Lu.
The words fall, Lin Shu will at full power hard pedal.
It soon disappeared at the end of the street.
The city manager was sweating from running, and in the end, he couldn't catch up, so he had to stop.
I really just wanted to buy a pancake. Why don't you believe me?
After getting rid of that city manager who wanted to fish for law enforcement to buy a pancake, Lin Shu found an alley and stopped. With the experience of the previous 2 times, Lin Shu learned smartly this time. He first searched to see which places allowed stalls. After finding a good place, Lin Shu went straight to his destination. Arriving at the new environment, Lin Shu continued to be busy.
20 minutes later,
Lin Shu saw a few more city officials inspecting. But this time, none of the surrounding hawker stalls had left. Lin Shu was also as steady as an old dog, continuing to make pancakes.
burning goose.
When they got closer, one of the city officials took out a small speaker and started playing a recording. This is a 2-day cityscape inspection. Stalls are prohibited here, please leave, thank you for your cooperation.
After listening to the content of this recording, Lin Shu's person went numb. In a city as big as this, is there not a single place that can accommodate him, Lin Shu, selling pancakes? And at this time,
in the live room, the water friends also laughed like crazy after listening to the recording.
Goose hungry, all 3 places were ousted by the city police. What kind of divine luck is this for the dog anchor?
Other stall owners, there used to be no city management coming. Since this pussy came over to set up his stall, things have changed. Other stall owners, Lin Shu, that asshole, is here again. Let's get some money together to get rid of him, or else this stall won't be able to be set up. You guys, the people from the city management brigade, are they also staring at the live broadcast? Lin Shu really had no choice but to simply walk over and ask a few city officials where they could still set up their stalls now.
Hearing this, the city managers were happy.
This was the first time that a vendor had asked them where they could set up a stall.
Go over to Jianan Road, it's not your turn to inspect there until a few days later.
Saying thank you to the city managers, Lin Shu once again set off on the road to escape. Arriving at this side of Jianan Road, Lin Shu realized that almost the entire street was filled with stalls.
Perhaps because of the cityscape inspection, many vendors had run here.
Lin Shu searched for a long time before finding a corner spot. But this was nothing to Lin Shu. As soon as his pancake fruits came out of the oven, the scent would be able to lure customers over.
In the blink of an eye, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Lin Shu's side was still busy. And not far away from the Jianan Bank, 6 uninvited guests came in at this time. After these 6 people walked into the hall, 3 of them stopped at the door.
3 walked up to the counter.
All 6 then pulled out a pistol at the same time. Old Shark, who had come to the counter, fired a shot directly at the ceiling.
Boom!
After the gunshot, all the people were startled. The old shark growled with a face full of bloodlust. Robbery, those who don't want to die, crouch down and put your hands on your head. A few people were so shocked that their heads went blank and they ran toward the door. Without saying a word, the cheetah standing in the doorway fired 3 shots at the running trio. The 3 men then fell straight to the ground, unmoving. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that these people would actually dare to shoot someone. Ah Hu turned to the female staff at the counter and gave what he thought was a kind smile. Pretty girl, help me get some money, just fill up this bag. Ah Hu took out a handbag, the kind that holds luggage, and put it on the counter. Hearing what Ah Hu said, the staff at the counter froze for a moment. Subconsciously, she wanted to look back at the manager next to her. But just as she turned back, Tiger fired a shot into the leg of the man crouching next to him, shivering.
Boom! Aha!
In the hall, a scream rang out. Ah Hu frowned and looked at the wailing man on the floor and said faintly, "Stop it." But the man felt too much pain, he couldn't control himself at all.
Tiger scared and shot the man in the head. Quiet at last, pretty lady, can you get my money now? If you don't listen, then you'll be the next one to die.
The staff member was so scared that her face turned white, she trembled and started to take out cash and handed it to the other party from the small window. At the same time, the staff member, with her senses, kicked the alarm button next to her gently with her foot.
Jianan Road.
Lin Shu, who was still spreading pancakes, saw a dozen police cars passing by one after another. At first, he didn't care too much. But soon there was a discussion among passers-by. Upstairs at the Jianan Bank, it looks like someone is scattering money, all in $100 bills. I heard that Jianan Bank was robbed.
It's not supposed to be in a movie, is it?
It's not a movie, I just saw a dozen police cars parked there. I saw them too, the police were all holding guns.
Go over there and look. Chapter 107, you're dying and you still want money.
Hearing that Jianan Bank was robbed, everyone went over to eat melon.
The originally bustling Jianan Road. In a flash, it became quiet.
There were quite a few stall owners in the surrounding area who ran over, wanting to take a look at the situation. And as a melon-loving Lin Shu, he was now also itching to eat.
Whose bruiser was it that dared to blatantly rob a bank? After a lot of thought struggle. Well, it's just packing.
Lin Shu then rode the small 3-wheeler and went over in the direction of Jianan Bank. At this time, outside Jianan Bank, a cordon had already been drawn. Numerous people, who were eating melon, were stopped outside. When Lin Shu came this way, the surrounding circle was overcrowded. Lin Shu rode a tricycle and couldn't squeeze in even if he wanted to, so he just set up his stall on the side and started making pancake fruits. As the aroma of the pancake fruit overflowed, the people who were still eating melons turned back to look for the source of the aroma. One of the melon eaters standing next to Lin Shu eventually failed to resist the temptation.
Boss, how much is one?
Lin Shu looks up and smiles, $8 for the standard, plus ham and sausage, and $10 for bacon.
Give me a $10 one. Okay.
With the first customer. Gradually, the people who were eating around them came up to buy. Close to Lin Shu's side, there was almost a pancake fruit in each hand, and they ate it with a great flavor. The melons suddenly felt that it would be good to eat a pancake fruit without melons. Due to the increasing number of people eating Lin Shu's pancake fruit and the direction of the wind.
Soon, the scent of the pancake fruit could be smelled even in the bank. Flying Fish inhaled hard. The smell, how come it's the same as that pancake fruit we had in the morning? Doc, it's not as if, it's that smell. Speed, TCH. I'm getting a little hungry.
Old Shark, hey, just have someone outside, call the guy who sells pancakes and nuts, in.
Flying Fish, I think it'll work, what do you say, Tiger?
Tiger still kept his smile, tell them then, we'll let 3 people out and have them send in the pancake maker.
Soon.
The SWAT officers outside saw that a woman had walked out of the bank. The woman cautiously walked forward. When she got to about 5 meters in front of her, several SWAT officers quickly stepped forward and brought her down.
After some questioning, the SWAT officers were confused.
Hurriedly, they told Director Wu as well as the SWAT team leader about the robbers' demands. Director Wu said seriously, it's impractical to replace them, ask them if it's okay to send in the prepared pancake fruits. The SWAT team leader picked up, let's have our people, pretending to be the pancake stand owner, go in.
Chief Wu, we'll talk about this later. Lu Kong, go ahead and call the pancake stall owner.
Yes. The Lu team on the side replied back and immediately went into the crowd to find someone. When Team Lu walked around the crowd and saw Lin Shu who was spreading pancakes, his entire body froze. But the next moment, Team Lu instantly became excited again. This pancake stall owner was Lin Shu, so maybe things would become a little easier.
Lin Shu.
Hearing a familiar voice, Lin Shu raised his head.
Yo! Team Lu, you're here too? Would you like a pancake fruit? The little flavor scratches.
The corners of Lu Team's mouth twitched, you come with me first, and pull up your stall card as well.
Lu Team said, then directly went up to push Lin Shu's car away. Lu Team, what do you mean? You're not the city police or the traffic police department, you have no reason to impound my car out.
Seeing Lin Shu was about to come up to block, Lu Team can only put the original cause of the matter, and he briefly said once. After listening to the words of the Lu Team, Lin Shu was confused.
What? The robbers inside want me to go in and make pancakes for them? Team Lu continued to pull the little tricycle along, you come with me first. And so,
Lin Shu was just dragged by the Lu Team to the side of the combat command vehicle. Director Wu, maybe we don't need to change people, just let this pancake boss in. Director Wu and the SWAT captain both looked at Team Lu suspiciously.
Team Lu immediately said some of Lin Shu's deeds quickly.
After listening to Team Lu's words, these two leaders, both of them looked at the young man in front of them, who was only in his 20s, with surprise.
Lu Kong, you'll be held responsible for what you say, are you sure? Team Lu was very serious and said, Director Wu, this kind of thing, how dare I joke with you?
Director Wu pondered for a moment before nodding his head in agreement.
Alright then, let this young man go in. The SWAT captain frowned, will this really work? Why don't you just let my men go in instead? Chief Wu said, do any of your people know how to make pancake fruits?
Don't just go in later and reveal yourself, if you piss them off and cause casualties among the hostages, it'll be a big problem. Lin Shu, who was standing on the side, was not happy about this.
Wait a minute, don't any of you ask me, the person in question, for my opinion? That's a murderous bandit, what's the difference between letting me go in as a weak and helpless lad and pushing me into a fire pit? No, I can't handle this.
Lin Shu said, making an appearance of shaking his head and waving his hand again. Hearing Lin Shu's words, Director Wu and the SWAT team leader both froze.
What was the situation? This young man, it seems like he doesn't follow the rules off. Director Wu looked at Team Lu. Team Lu smiled awkwardly and hurriedly persuaded.
Lin Shu, the hostages inside are all in danger, so do yourself a favor.
Lin Shu continued to shake her head, no, I'm still a child. This kind of thing is too dangerous. Director Wu was greatly disappointed.
The SWAT captains all frowned and were about to get ready to replace them when they did.
Team Lu suddenly said, let's all be sincere, just tell us how much.
Only when she heard Team Lu say this did Lin Shu reveal an expression that said, it's still you who understands me.
How many bandits are there? 6. 10,000 per person isn't too much, is it? Alright, I'll apply for this money for you no matter what. But you have to try to keep the hostages safe. Then it's a deal out.
With that, Lin Shu directly got out of the combat command vehicle, pushed his little three-wheeler, and walked in the direction of the bank.
Lu Kong, what were you guys just talking about? Director Wu was filled with doubt and couldn't help but ask.
The SWAT team leaders all looked at him curiously as well. Team Lu let out a bitter smile and told him about the bonus. After hearing this from Team Lu, Director Wu also smiled helplessly, this kid. SWAT captain, if this was my guy, I would have to beat him up. Lin Shu pushed the small tricycle and walked into the bank through the handicapped access. Soon, 2 more hostages came out from inside.
In the lobby of the bank.
When Lin Shu pushed his car in, he scanned his surroundings.
Boss, we meet again. Ah Hu walked over and looked at Lin Shu with a smile.
Lin Shu was stunned for a moment. He looked at the man in front of him and the gun in his hand. You're the one who bought my pancake fruit in the morning. Ah Hu nodded slightly. It's me, a few of my brothers, they all like your pancake fruits, please make a few more. Old Shark, who was on the side, said loudly, I'll have 3, brush the sauce thicker for me. Lin Shu took a deep breath, looking nervous and frightened.
Okay, I'll start doing it now.
Lin Shu was indeed a bit nervous. After all, this was the first time he had encountered this kind of situation. Only, it wasn't as exaggerated as it appeared on the surface, and the way he was now, it was Lin Shu's intention to do so. If these humongous bandits see that you, a commoner selling pancake fruits, seeing the gun-wielding bandits, as well as a few corpses lying on the ground, still calm as a batch, is just a little cute.
All can see that you have a problem.
As Lin Shu began to busy herself, soon the hall was filled with the scent of pancake fruits. After making one, Lin Shu put it aside and didn't rush to give it to them. Lin Shu wanted to wait for them to come over and get it themselves, and she could also observe these people up close. After the 6 pancake fruits were done, Lin Shu looked up at them.
Alright, each of you made one, you can eat them first. Let me know if you want more, and I'll keep making them.
Ah Hu and the others each went up and took one, and they all told Lin Shu that they wanted extra as well. That is to say, other than Old Shark who just said he wanted 3, everyone else wanted 2. Lin Shu didn't refuse and tried to fulfill their requests as much as possible. 10 minutes later, the pancake fruits had been made and given to the 6 of them. Lin Shu also walked from the stall cart to the front. That, a total of $130, which boss will pay first? The 6 people who were eating the pancake fruit were first stunned, then they all laughed out loud.
Ha ha ha. He actually asked for money from Lousy? Kid, do you know what you're saying? You're asking a robber for money? Your life is almost gone, and you still want money? Come back to me in your next life to ask for money. The last sentence was said by the old shark, who looked at Lin Shu with a hideous smile, raised his pistol, and was ready to send him to meet the Teiyukai. During these few seconds of speaking, Lin Shu had already rehearsed, in his mind, the best plan of striking out against the enemy. Just at the moment when Old Shark raised his pistol, Lin Shu also moved. He threw out 2 daggers at his fastest speed so far. Then with a flash of his body, he appeared right in front of the nearest flying fish, the daggers slicing across his throat at breakneck speed. After one move, Lin Shu's figure disappeared once again, rushing towards his next target. It was at this time that the old shark, who had been penetrated by Lin Shu's flying dagger through his throat, as well as Speedy, began to struggle. As for the first flying fish who was approached by Lin Shu, he hadn't reacted yet, but his body's stress reaction made him take a step back. The flying fish only felt a cool breeze blowing across his neck and did not feel any pain, thinking that his opponent had missed. However, when he heard the movement behind him and twisted his neck to turn back, his carotid aorta instantly became like a fountain. All of this happened too suddenly, and by the time Tiger and the others reacted, less than 5 seconds had passed. In an instant, the hall was a mess of gunshots, screams, and fights. From the moment Lin Shu walked into the bank, it became quiet inside. Because there was a hacker among the bandits, all the surveillance in the bank had been blocked out. Director Wu and the SWAT team leader, they were all waiting patiently as well. Taking advantage of this time, the SWAT team leader had also arranged some backstops. As long as the situation inside wasn't right, the SWAT officers on standby would force their way in, and the snipers from afar would be waiting for their chance. 10 minutes passed. Not a peep from the bank. Director Wu and the SWAT team leader were getting a little anxious. Director Wu, do we still have to wait? Those guys inside aren't communicating with us at all, and we don't even know what's going on inside now. It's better to forcefully attack in if we can't. The SWAT team leader looked at Director Wu, waiting for his instructions. Chief Wu frowned and looked in the direction of the bank. 5 more minutes. As soon as Chief Wu's words fell, a gunshot was heard coming from the bank. Both Director Wu and the SWAT team leader's hearts tightened. Director Wu. The SWAT team leader looked at Chief Wu anxiously. Chief Wu clenched his teeth, forcefully attack inside and try to keep the hostages safe. Chapter 108, There's hard pay. Get a directive from Director Wu. The SWAT team leader immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the order for a strong attack. Burning goose. The SWAT team, heavily armed, was just about to make a move. They saw a large group of people rushing out of the bank. Upon closer inspection, they all seemed to be hostages inside. However, in order to prevent the bandits from mixing in with the hostages, the SWAT team still isolated these people for the time being and didn't let them leave. After the hostages all came out, the melons saw a handsome guy pushing a small tricycle, coming out from the handicapped access. A portion of the SWAT team had rushed into the bank lobby. But what they saw was only 10 corpses. 4 of them, shot. The other 6 bodies had different causes of death. Some had their throats slit, some were stabbed through the heart, and one even had a dagger inserted where the right eye was, with the eyeball coming out.
After the SWAT officers reported the situation inside, Director Wu and the SWAT team leader both looked at each other. They hurriedly called Lin Shu over and asked him what was going on inside. When he heard this question, Lin Shu became furious. They actually didn't pay for the pancakes after eating them, and said something like, "Let me ask them for it again in my next life." Kokoro coconut. I've been selling pancakes for so long, I've never been so angry. Without saying a word, I went up with a left square stomp and a right whip kick. They were both careless, didn't dodge, and were kicked out by me. At this time there is a guy next to the reaction, up to give me a left hook. I a panjo dan dodge, backhanded them a set of combinations. Wu director with the SWAT team leader, listening to the corners of the mouth wildly pumping, the veins on the brain door protruding. The Lu team on the side covered his face with his right hand. He wanted to say, "I don't know him. You guys come to judge, how can you eat a cake and not pay for it? Hey, you guys listen to me to finish my sentence off, why are you leaving?" Director Wu and the SWAT team leader no longer wanted to talk to him. They were going to go to the hostages to ask about the situation. If they believed Lin Shu's bull, they wouldn't know what to write in the report. Watching the two leaders leave, Lu team looked at Lin Shu with a speechless face. "You kid, can't you tell the truth?" Lin Shu scratched his head. "I'm telling the truth, they really don't want to pay." Lu team. Now even Team Lu didn't bother with him, turning around and leaving. "Hey, don't forget my $60,000 bonus." Team Lu just waved his hand and didn't even look back. After this little episode, Lin Shu continued to sell his pancake nuts. Taking advantage of the fact that there were so many onlookers and eaters now, Lin Shu even yelled, "Don't miss it, the bank Hummer with the same pancake fruit, the standard is only $8, high configuration is only just $10. Eat this cake, tomorrow will dare to be a Hummer. Ah bah, tomorrow will dare to fight the Hummer law." In the live broadcast room, the Water Friends pop-ups once again reached new heights. "Anima, the dog anchor flying dagger plays so sick, it's a waste not to go to the park to tie balloons. Aha! If dog anchor goes, I guess half a day, he'll be jointly blocked by all the balloon stall owners. Actually, I have a question I've been wanting to ask for a long time, the flying dagger that the dog anchor used. Is it the upgraded version of Little Lee's flying dagger, Little Lee's mother ing flying dagger? Upstairs, why do I feel like you're cursing? Isn't anyone curious about what the pancake fruit made by the dog anchor tastes like? The flavor is average, I only ate 5 of them. Brr. 8 p.m. Lin Shu sells the last pancake fruit and closes the stall to go home. At this time of the day, there were actually quite a lot of customers, so if she replenished some of the ingredients, selling a few $100s wouldn't be a problem. But when Lin Shu thought of the $60,000 of extra money he earned in the afternoon, he was too lazy to restock. He found a big stall and ate a big meal in a beautiful way. The next day, early morning. Alarm clock rings, shoots it, dies. Tube. Checking in successfully. Reward, basic sports mastery. Tube's rewarding this skill, it can't be that they want me to compete, right? Compete for my country? World champion? Receive advertisements? Make a movie? Return to the entertainment industry and go to the peak of my life? That's not impossible, Goosebox. Half an hour later, Lin Shu opened today's live broadcast. "Good morning, brothers, let's cut the small talk and draw a profession first." 10 seconds later, the occupation experienced today was physical education teacher. Lin Shu. Live stream. Gym teacher? I think I've seen this episode before. What episode? What are you talking about? No. Driving early in the morning? You drive as you like. Anyway, I haven't passed my sage time after 7 times, not to mention this small car. Even if I drive a high-speed train, I'm still a decent person. Dog anchor as a physical education teacher, I think he can wilt the flowers of the motherland. Dog anchor, students, first move a few bags of cement up to the 8th floor to warm up. Dog anchor, after moving cement, push 2 rounds of steel rolls to practice your strength. Put. This steel roll rolled over, it's probably thinner than the pancakes spread yesterday. Not a moment later, Lin Shu received a text message from the program. The address was South City Experimental Primary School. Taking a taxi to the place, Xiaohei was already waiting at the door, and next to him stood a middle-aged fat man in a suit. Lin Shu went forward to greet. After a brief exchange, Lin Shu learned that this fat man called Fang Jianming is the principal of the experimental elementary school. The 3 of them then came to the principal's office. After the 3 were seated, the principal smiled and said, "Lin Shu, it's like this, our school held an accidental drill today. The content of the drill is that there are bad people who have infiltrated the school and want to disadvantage the students." After listening to the principal, Lin Shu already roughly knew what the drill was about and what it meant. This matter of thugs breaking into schools and injuring people had happened quite a few times in previous years. It is true that schools can play a preventive role by doing such drills. In case one day, something does happen, at least the kids won't panic so much and know where to run to be safe. These kinds of drills were indeed very meaningful, to which Lin Shu sat up straight and said seriously, "Don't worry, principal, I will definitely protect the children's safety, and will definitely not let the thugs harm the future flowers of our motherland."
Hearing Lin Shu speak in such a combative manner, the principal was suddenly a little embarrassed. Ahem. That, Lin Shua, the thing is like this. Originally, the role of the thug was played by our school's physical education teacher. But as you know, the gym teacher knows all the students and has a good relationship with them, so in that case, the students wouldn't be afraid of him, but would find it funny. So, I want you to play the role of the thug, do you think it's okay? This. Lin Shu's newly risen fighting spirit, that passionate blood, instantly cooled. Good guy, waiting here. I thought I'd play the hero for once and be a saint in front of the kids. Lin Shu even thought of the lines. But now, snap. No. On the side, Xiaohei had already suffocated his face. He lowered his head and pinched his thighs as hard as he could to prevent himself from laughing out loud. The principal saw Lin Shu freeze and had to continue persuading. I hope you'll think about it, it's all for the sake of the children, and if you're willing to play the role of the bad guy, the school will pay you a hard-earned fee after the exercise. Hearing the words hard-earned money, Lin Shu instantly returned to her senses. There's hard-earned money? Yes. The principal didn't expect that Lin Shu's brain circuits were so clear. Just now, she was still looking like she had been struck by lightning, but when she heard about the hard-earned money, she came back to life with full blood. Lin Shu grinned and stood up to extend his hand. Don't worry, headmaster, I'll definitely play the role of the bad guy well. Principal. Blackie. All the water friends, oh. Chapter 109, I'm the ultimate big boss. After the hard work fee was finalized, Lin Shu then started talking to the principal about the drills. The principal informed that this time, the drill was also jointly organized with the police academy. When the time comes, cadets from the police academy will act as rescuers. The principal's request is to simulate real-life scenarios as much as possible. 10 minutes later, Lin Shu came out of the side door of the school, looking for a convenience store in the neighborhood. This kind of convenience store that opens by the school is really all you need to eat and drink. Lin Shu bought a water pistol, a plastic dagger called the Dragon Slayer, a skull stamp, and a Pikachu Hummer headgear. Back near the school entrance, Lin Shu started looking around. He was thinking about what would be a better way to start the maneuver. Burning goose. Lin Shu's sneaky, staring behavior at the school gate was seen by a thoughtful older woman. The aunt remembered a case that happened a long time ago, where thugs attacked students. And then seeing this man sneaking around, the older woman quickly took out her cell phone and called the police. 5 minutes later, Big Mom brought 3 policemen and walked towards Lin Shu. Comrade police officer, this is the man, he's been ghostly looking over at the school, he must be looking for an opportunity to commit a crime, you guys quickly arrest him. The 3 policemen were also alert, taking out their batons and heading towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu heard the movement behind him and turned back. At this look, the 3 policemen were confused, and so was the unknown Lin Shu. This is actually a familiar face. Lin Shu? How come it's you? Chan Panda? Why are you guys here? Auntie, comrade police, arrest him. Lin Shu? Followed by. The people each told the story. After learning that experimental elementary school was going to conduct a drill and Lin Shu was going to play the role of a thug, the older woman let her heart drop. Seeing this scene, the water user's pop-ups muddled the screen again. Ha ha. Can't live without laughing, the dog anchor was actually reported by the righteous Big Mom. Big Mom, he doesn't look like a good person once I see him. Goosey. The dog anchor is also known to the police flower and the others, otherwise he would definitely be brought back to the station for interrogation all over again. If the dog anchor is taken back, then this will be, ever, the fastest end of the maneuver. Headmaster, where are you stranded, Lin Shu? Why hasn't it started yet? Dog anchor, it's already over, I'm having coffee at the station now. After the matter was explained clearly, the Big Mom left with Chen Shui and the others one after another. Lin Shu also walked towards the school entrance. The school police at the entrance were immediately alert when they saw a stranger approaching. Earlier, when the principal and Xiaohei were waiting for Lin Shu at the school's entrance, this school policeman was not there, so he did not recognize Lin Shu. This gentleman, may I ask what is your business? Lin Shu revealed a kind smile. My child's parents have been called, I'm ready to meet the teacher. The school police nodded, then may I ask which grade and class your child is in, and what is his name? Lin Shu's fake words came out of his mouth. From the 2nd grade class, his name is Shu Qian. After hearing Lin Shu's words, the school police officer said, you wait a moment. Then he took out a form from his pocket and began to check it out in front of Lin Shu. After a while, the school police officer raised his head and said, 2nd grade class 1, there is no student named Shu Qian, are you remembering wrongly, or are you telling me the name of the student's homeroom teacher? Lin Shu waved her hand, forget it if there isn't. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shu took out the Dragon Slayer knife from his pocket and rushed towards the school police. The school policeman was always on the alert for the other party, especially when he didn't find the child's name. This would see the other man, not knowing what he was pulling out of his pocket. He instantly took the steel fork in his hand and stood at attention. What do you want? Stand still. Lin Shu's eyes showed a fierce light, and he swung at the school police with his Dragon Slayer knife. Seeing this, the school policeman hurriedly called for his companions. "There are thugs trying to break into the school, come out and help." Hearing the words of this school police officer, in the security room, 2 more school police officers came out. They were both holding steel forks as well as shields in their hands. Lin Shu secretly nodded. The vigilance of the school police, along with their reaction speed, was very good. Not bad. Lin Shu quickly retreated a few steps back, then took out that Pikachu Hummer headgear from his pants pocket and put it on. The 3 school police looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what the other party was doing. But the next moment they remembered that there was a notice of a drill today, plus the toy knife the other party was holding. Could this be the person who played the gangster? One of the school police officers inquired, "Are you the one who played the outlaw?" Lin Shu let out a villainous laugh. It was only slightly pompous and awkwardly acted, like those middle-aged teenagers on the internet. "That's right, I'm the ultimate big boss." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shu ran towards the door. Lin Shu didn't get tough with the school police officers, but directly jumped over the electric retractable door. Then rushed in towards the inside of the school. "Alert the faculty office, there are thugs coming in." A campus police officer quickly returned to the security room and pressed the alarm button, while the other 2 campus police officers chased after Lin Shu. The reason why Lin Shu wanted the campus police to know that he was an actor and not a real thug. That was because, if Lin Shu didn't report his identity, then the campus police would not only notify the faculty office, but would also call the police directly. The trial at the beginning had already proved that the vigilance and reaction ability of the campus police were very good, so the next normal drill would be fine. It was now class time, and the outdoor area was full of students. Lin Shu then took the plastic dragon slayer knife and ran towards the crowded place. Many students saw that the school police were chasing after someone, wearing a Pikachu hood. All of them knew that the drill had started. At the same time the school cops were yelling, "There's a mugger, everyone run." So the students also knew to run away quickly. Meanwhile, the school alarm, too, had sounded. The other students who hadn't seen the thugs knew that once the alarm sounded, it meant that a miscreant had broken in. The students reacted quickly returning to their classrooms and locking the doors and windows. The female teachers, as well as the older male teachers, went to each class and organized discipline. The younger male teachers, on the other hand, picked up their steel forks and went downstairs to assist the school police in subduing the thugs. Especially the physical education teacher, he reacted the fastest, picked up a steel fork, and rushed towards Lin Shu's direction with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Lin Shu saw the 7 or 8 male teachers who rushed over. In order not to let them get in the way, it would have to take them first. Thinking about it, Lin Shu also ran towards those male teachers. Seeing the thugs running, the physical education teacher picked up a steel fork and forked it at Lin Shu. But Lin Shu's speed was too fast, and with one side of his body, he dodged the gym teacher's fork and continued to run forward. The physical fitness of the school police and the physical education teacher were both relatively good. But other male teachers are not so sure. Lin Shu rushed over and easily dodged a male teacher's steel fork, and with the Dragon Slayer knife in his hand, he gently slashed at the other's neck. "Teacher, you have been killed by me." "Ha?" This male teacher froze for a moment, he didn't react to what it meant for a moment. Lin Shu added, "If this is a real knife of mine, you would have already had your throat cut by me." Hearing Lin Shu's words, the male teacher instantly came back to his senses. Yes, it was just a drill now, and what the other party had in their hands were just toys. But if the other side is holding a real knife, just now that one time, he will be dead. The male teacher stopped his hand movements and accepted that he had been killed. Lin Shu also didn't forget to tell him to exercise more in the future. Lin Shu took advantage of this moment to take out 2 more male teachers. The physical education teacher, who had been looking for a chance to control the thugs, had gotten a little anxious. He hadn't expected that the guy playing the thug would have such a fast reaction speed. The 3 school police officers were also secretly surprised, they were all formally trained. Physical fitness was much stronger than the average person. But now, 3 of their school police officers, plus 7 or 8 male teachers armed with steel forks, actually could not subdue this thug. On the contrary, the other party was repeatedly successful, killing one male teacher after another. This would be a big problem if it were a real event. 5 minutes later. The male teachers have been all but wiped out, even the gym teacher. The 3 school police officers were fine, but they were now exhausted. "Okay, the teachers are done with that, now it's your turn," Lin Shu said and rushed towards the 3 school police officers. In less than 3 minutes, the 3 school police officers were killed one after another. Now whether it was the school police or the teachers, the way they looked at Lin Shu was like they were looking at a monster. The teachers were all wondering where on earth did the principal find such a person? This nigga is practically livestock. Everyone is still thinking about it, the maneuvers. Only to see Lin Shu take out a small seal from his pocket. The teachers recognized it at a glance, it was something that students often played with, and they had seized quite a few of them. The next moment, Lin Shu came to a male teacher and gave him a kind smile. Just as the male teacher was thinking, what is he going to do? Lin Shu picked up the seal and stamped it on his face. A thumb-sized skull pattern appeared on this teacher's face. This is? The male teacher asked in disbelief. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed, nothing else, just proof that you've been killed, teacher. This teacher was staggered. Lin Shu then stamped on the faces of other teachers. Even the 3 school police officers were not spared. The school police officer who was just at the door couldn't help but ask, "Dude, with such good hands, what do you do?" Lin Shu took the seal. Coming to this school police officer. "Will you believe me when I say, I'm a star?" The school police officer shook his head. Lin Shu shrugged and stamped on his face. Chapter 110, he's a bad guy, let's smash him to death. Finish stamping them. Lin Shu then reviewed with them some of the problems he had just discovered. After hearing Lin Shu finish talking about these problems, the school police and the teachers all came to a realization. After that, Lin Shu walked in the direction of the classroom. Now basically every classroom, the doors and windows were already closed. Lin Shu began to wander down the school building, tugging on the door handle a few times and knocking on the windows in almost every class. Burning goose. When he came to a classroom on the 2nd floor, Lin Shu realized that the windows of this classroom actually didn't have anti-theft grills. Although the glass windows were closed and the curtains inside had been drawn, Lin Shu still vaguely heard that someone was talking inside. The corner of Lin Shu's mouth hooked up slightly as he used a bit of skill to remove the glass window. Hearing that there was movement in the windows, the inside quieted down as well. Lin Shu pulled the curtains open in one go, and all eyes in the classroom looked over. When the students saw this, wearing a Pikachu Hummer hood and holding a plastic Dragon Slayer knife in his hand, they were first quiet for a moment. Then the class burst into laughter. "Uncle, you look so funny in this Pikachu headgear. Ha ha. That Dragon Slayer he has is the same color as the one I have. Uncle, do you want to grab something? I'll give you all my math papers. I've already written my math paper, I'll give you my language paper. But what if I'm done with both language arts and math? How about I give you a bear cookie?" Lin Shu. Ignoring the ridicule of this group of little ragtag kids, Lin Shu jumped into the classroom and walked to the podium. Originally, he wanted to say something, but he didn't know which little brat came along. "He's a bad guy, let's smash him." As soon as the words fell, a book flew over. Lin Shu raised his hand to catch it and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Did he really think that someone Lin, was easy to bully? But the next moment, dozens of books flew towards the podium. Lin Shu sucked in a breath of cool air. "Inema, these little brats don't talk about martial virtues." Among these flying things, Lin Shu also saw mineral water bottles, half-chewed corn cobs, tissues that he had blown his nose on, and a pair of smelly socks. Lin Shu tolerated all the other things, but he really couldn't tolerate the smelly socks. Lin Shu clenched his teeth and rushed off the podium with the Dragon Slayer. In an instant, the entire classroom ghostly cried out. 5 minutes later, more than 30 little brats had their asses kicked by Lin Shu. One by one, their eyes were red and they didn't dare to cry out. Because this thug in a Pikachu hood said, "Whoever cries, fight again." After beating up the skin kid, after the heart is relieved. Lin Shu then stamped on their faces, the skulls. However, those children who weren't stamped were anxious. "Uncle, why don't you stamp us?" Yeah, we want it stamped too. "If you don't give me a stamp, I'll tell my grandma to tell you to back off. I'm also going to tell my grandpa knows the lightning 5 in a row whip, it's awesome, if you don't give me a stamp, you rat tail juice." Live broadcast room. The pop-ups of the water friends had been swiped to the point of flying. Ha ha. I saw the word despair in the dog anchor's eyes. I really didn't expect dog anchor didn't even wimp out yesterday when he hardened himself against 6 bruisers, but today he was actually defeated by a bunch of elementary school students. It can't be helped, when you meet the big mom who retreated, as well as the big master who can flash 5 consecutive whips, even the dog anchor has to drink hate in the Northwest. When you say it like that, I'm reminded of how Rock robbed the bank in Big Win. Classroom. After being messed around by this group of brats, Lin Shu's entire body went numb. In the end, only 5 obedient children were left behind, and the others all had skeleton seals stamped on their faces. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Shu gave these leather children, again, some safety issues. For example, in the future, when encountering a situation like today's, don't anger the thugs. After a few minutes of speaking, this group of leather children only seriously and neatly answered, "I know." Just then, a police car siren sounded outside. Looks like those police academy students are here. And so, Lin Shu took the 5 hostages out of the classroom. Lin Shu thought for a moment and looked down and asked, "Do you guys know where there are still empty classrooms?" One of the little boys pointed upstairs. "There's a music room on the 3rd floor. Go up to the 3rd floor." The 6 then arrived at the music room on the 3rd floor. Lin Shu twisted the door handle and found the door locked. But this little thing was nothing to Lin Shu. Taking out a wire from his pocket and pounding it a few times, he opened the lock in less than 3 seconds. This scene would have been shocking in the eyes of the 5 children. "Uncle, do you know magic? Touch that lock and it opens." Uncle, you are so good, can you teach me this magic, so I don't have to wait for my mom to open the door when I come home?
Lin Shu revealed a grandfatherly, kind smile.
When you reach the age of 18 and awaken your magic power, only then can you learn this magic. The main thing for you now is to study well, understand?
Although the several children were a bit disappointed, they still nodded seriously and promised to study hard. Watching Lin Shu cheat the future flowers of the motherland, the water friends couldn't stand to watch and sent pop-ups accusing him of being an improper son. Walking into the music room, Lin Shu let the 5 of them sit inside. Lin Shu took out the squirt gun, went to the water fountain, and filled it up. Greeting the kids and telling them to stay put, Lin Shu quietly walked out. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the gang of police cadets to come to the door.
In the meantime, outside the school building, a police cadet, holding a loudspeaker, shouted at the building.
Listen to the thugs inside, you've been surrounded, now release the hostages, put down your weapons and come out to surrender, it's your only way out. In addition, the other dozen or so weapon-wielding police cadets had already split up into several groups of people and began to look for traces of the thugs. Every time they passed by a class and confirmed that no thugs were found, they would ask the students inside to open the door, allowing them to evacuate in an orderly manner. When one of the groups came to the second floor, the class that had been hijacked by Lin Shu, they all froze. Now that all the classes were closing their doors and windows and cooperating with the drill, what was going on with this class? One of the cadets asked, "Kids, why aren't you closing your doors and windows now that the drill is going on?" A group of kids scrambled to speak up. "We've all been killed." The uncle with the Pikachu headgear said that the person with this skull seal was killed by him. "All of us have been killed by him." The 3 police cadets looked at each other. At the same time, they were thinking in their hearts that it was a good thing this wasn't real. If it was real, the murder of these 30 kids would have made headlines that night, and it would have been a national sensation. After searching the same floor, they started heading upstairs. When they reached the 3rd floor, they realized that the door to the music room was unlocked. One of them carefully opened the door and glanced inside. 5 children were sitting quietly together. The 3 police cadets looked at each other and carefully pushed the door open, peering inside once and realizing there was no one else. The 3 walked in and came up to a couple of kids. "Kids, why are you the only ones in the music room and where are the rest of the students?" Before the 5 students could speak, they heard a voice from behind them. "The other students have already been taken out by me." The bodies of the 3 police cadets instantly tightened. They quickly turned around and raised their guns to look for their targets. It was just a pity that Lin Shu didn't give them a chance to shoot. The moment the 3 of them turned around, the water gun in Lin Shu's hand had already nourished on their faces. At this time, Lin Shu's voice sounded again. "I'm sorry, you guys are dead too." Chapter 111, What the Principal Says is Right. The group of 3 all looked at Lin Shu with a look of, well, disbelief. "Where did you come from?" Lin Shu returned, "I followed you guys in awe." Saying that, Lin Shu took out that skull seal. Looking at the seal in Lin Shu's hand, all 3 of them had a bad premonition. "That, we're not from the school, so we don't need to print this, right?" The corner of Lin Shu's mouth hooked up. "This is the rules of the game, besides, you're all corpses now, you don't have the right to refuse." Without waiting for them to speak again, Lin Shu quickly stamped on the 3's faces. Putting the seal away, Lin Shu extended his hand towards the 3 of them. "Which one of you lend me your intercom equipment?" The 3 of them looked at each other, and one of them took off the intercom device and handed it to Lin Shu. "Remember to return it to me when the drill is over." "No problem." After saying that, Lin Shu turned around and went out the door. When she was almost at the door, Lin Shu turned back to the 3 of them. "Remember, you are already dead people, you can't ventilate, you have to respect the rules of the game, you know." The 3 of them let out a bitter smile and nodded helplessly. The group of police cadets finished checking their respective areas and began to report the situation to their teammates. "No targets detected in Team A, students have been safely evacuated, over." Group B has not detected a target. Group C did not find the target. The first 3 groups reported back, but there was a delay in waiting for an answer from the members of Group D. The leader of Group A inquired, calling Group D. "Please answer if you receive." However, after a while there was still no reply. Now the other 3 groups, too, already knew that something had happened to Group D. They began to head towards the area where Group D was located, and surrounded it. Lin Shu, on the other hand, was now meticulously waiting for the other 3 groups to come over. In the live broadcast room, the water friends couldn't help but call out Old 6 when they saw where Lin Shu was. "Ilo a tease, meticulously in the flower bed outside the corridor fence, this kind of place dog anchor all wanna come out, really ing old silver coins ah. Goose 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 goose. You know him on the first day? This pussy has never done personnel. I really don't dare to go down in that kind of place, I'm so afraid that it won't support my weight and then I'll fall down. It's over, this time good is going to be defeated by evil." Lin Shu, who was outside the corridor fence and in the flower bed, soon heard a light footstep. Gradually, the footsteps got closer and closer until they walked past Lin Shu. It finally stopped at the door of the music room.
Lin Shu heard them open the door, and after a while it seemed like they all went inside, and it was quiet outside. Lin Shu carefully poked his head out and took a glance. After making sure that the entire staff had gone in, he immediately jumped back into the corridor, grabbed the water gun, and quickly walked into the music room. There was a burst of da-da-da-da-da at the rescuers inside. After all, the water gun had no sound, and this sound effect, or Lin Shu's own voice. This comical scene could make the water friends happy, and the pop-up spiked wildly. At the same time, a new issue of Lin Boy Hummer emoticons, freshly baked. At this time, inside the music room, the 9 police cadets who had just walked in were all dumbfounded and confused. Just now, after they opened the door to the music room and saw a few kids inside, as well as the D team, they became alert. But after some searching, and realizing that there was no sign of the thugs, they walked in. Just as they wanted to ask the D team what was going on, right behind them came that funny da-da-da-da voiceover. Before any of them could react, what was happening? They'd already been hit with a water pistol. What's happening now is that they have 4 groups of rescuers. They've been massacred by a humongous bandit. If this were to spread back to the school, wouldn't they be laughed at by their classmates until graduation? In fact, this is all still trivial. The point was, in this situation now, could they still pass the examination for the school year? It's over. Lin Shu picked up the water gun and blew on the muzzle like it was nothing. Sorry guys, your lives, I'll take them. The crowd of police cadets looked at this detrimental coarseness, all hating it with their teeth itching and their brains veins popping out. Afterward, Lin Shu took out the skull seal again and prepared to stamp it on them. But then these police cadets, they didn't obey at all. None of them were willing to give Lin Shu a stamp. Are you guys unable to play? Lin Shu asked. A police cadet said indignantly, I'm just not convinced, we didn't play to our strength at all. Lin Shu sneered, if I was really an outlaw, and I was holding a real gun in my hand, all of you would already be corpses. Even if you are unconvinced, you can only go and talk to the king of hell. These police cadets didn't make a sound, but the expression, although the old man lost, but the old man is not convinced, was still written on their faces. Lin Shu looked at them and revealed a meaningful smile. Let's put it this way, I'll give you guys a chance, all 9 of you go together, and as long as you catch me, I'll admit defeat and recognize your strength. In the eyes of these police cadets, Lin Shu was insulting them. There's no need to come together, I'm enough on my own. One of the police cadets clenched his fists and headed towards Lin Shu. Lin Shu helplessly shook his head, the opportunity was given to you guys, you can't blame me if you don't want it. 3 minutes later. The music room wailed. Lin Shu took the skull seals and stamped patterns on their faces one by one. After returning the intercom device to the police cadet, Lin Shu walked out of the music room and went straight to the principal's office. Before the exercise began, outside the school, a man with grim eyes sees a guy in a hood with a murder weapon breaking into the school. The guy with the hood did what he always wanted to do, but was afraid to do. It was a scene that made the man's heart beat faster. If others dared to do this, why shouldn't he? How wonderful it would be to kill a few students or teachers and let them die in pain, fear, and despair. Even if I ended up dying myself, it would be worth it. Besides, there was a guy just like him along for the ride. The more the man thought about it, the crazier the look in his eyes became. He went up and looked in the security room and realized no one was there. The man instantly gave a grim smile and climbed inside the school through the retractable door. Principal's office. Principal Fawn was sitting in his boss chair, blowing on the goji berry tea in his cup. Thunk thunk thunk. There was a knock on the door. Come in. After hearing the principal's voice, Lin Shu pushed the door in. Principal, hello there. Seeing that the visitor was Lin Shu, the principal was slightly surprised. Lin Shu? Aren't you down there practicing? How come you're up here? Lin Shu came to the desk and sat down. The maneuvers are over. So soon? Why didn't anyone notify me? Said the principal, picking up his cup and taking a sip. Lin Shu said very calmly, I took those police cadets who came to rescue, and massacred them, so it's over. But. Cough cough cough. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the principal's wolfberry tea, which he had just drank into his mouth, sprayed out at once. What's wrong, principal? Drinking water, why are you still choking like this? The principal slowed his breath and looked at Lin Shu across the room with an incredulous look. What did you just say? You took those rescuing police academy students and massacred them? Lin Shu nodded with a harmless look on his face. Yeah, what's the problem? The corner of the principal's mouth twitched. Lin Shu, even though this is just a drill, but after all, you're playing the role of an outlaw, you said. An outlaw has regrouped the rescuers, what's that like? We need to promote positive energy, let the children believe in the police, or that the good guys will definitely defeat the bad guys. It's important to give kids a, good value to do that. This. Hearing the principal's words, Lin Shu reacted now. Yeah, he was playing an outlaw, a villainous character. If a bad guy like that were to regiment the rescuers, it would defeat the purpose of the school and would not serve a positive educational purpose. What if the drill just ends, and some of the Mucheon kids idolize the thugs, or set an example? If this also reversed to the outlaws, do a wave of propaganda. This if the official no, that is not finished. Lin Shu smiled awkwardly. That now what to do? The principal's eyes gurgled, then revealed a meaningful smile. I do have an idea. Lin Shu looked as if he was sitting upright. Principal, you say? The principal waved at Lin Shu, signaling him to come closer. Lin Shu slumped forward past a section of his body. The principal then whispered something to Lin Shu. After Lin Shu heard this, his expression became very wonderful as he looked at the principal and shook his head. This isn't appropriate, is it? No way, no way. Then the principal pulled Lin Shu to say a few more words. Lin Shu still shook her head and refused. The principal suddenly remembered the scene in the morning when Lin Shu heard about the hard labor fee. I'll give you 500 more for the hard labor fee. Lin Shu hesitated and said, Headmaster, it's not a matter of money. The principal raised his eyebrows, at 1,000. Lin Shu, this, I think, actually, that. Principal, 1 bite plus 2,000. Lin Shu stood up and held the principal's hand tightly, his face full of sincerity. For the sake of the children, for the sake of positive energy, I am willing to accept the principal's offer. The principal also smiled with a smile on his face. For the sake of the children, for the sake of the future successors of the motherland, it's only right that we make a sacrifice. Lin Shu concurred, what the principal said is all right. Afterward, the two of them laughed up in the air. That look was like two weasels plotting to steal a chicken. Chapter 112, Thanking Brother Outlaw for the head sent to me. After Lin Shu and the principal of the two conspired. No, after discussing. The school's radio sounded the end of the drill and asked everyone to gather at the playground. After all the classes had assembled. It didn't take long. The students saw the brilliant principal escorting a man with a Pikachu Hummer hood on his head, slowly making his way towards the lectern. Behind the principal were the dozen or so fully equipped police cadets. The skull marks on their faces had disappeared. The look was like that of a general who won a battle in ancient times and paraded his captives through the streets. After going on stage, Lin Shu took the initiative to squat on the ground. The principal, with a solemn face, took the microphone and began to speak. The content was probably that the drill was a success. The students reacted quickly and had good adaptability. The school police as well as the teachers were very brave, and the rescuers were very professional. In the end, the damned thug was deterred by our wise and honorable principal and captured him with one hand. After the speech, the principal was rewarded with a round of applause from the children. The principal also took out a safety manual and asked the miscreant to read it out to the group. In the end, the thugs sang the principal's praises, and the fearlessness of fighting the thugs was something to be learned. Just as the principal was about to announce the end of the exercise, a shrill whistle sounded. In a flash, everyone in the playground turned back to the direction of the source of the sound. A school police officer was chasing a spring-loaded knife-wielding man. The school police officer is blowing his whistle vigorously as he chases him. Lin Shu, who was on the lectern, looked back at the principal and snickered. Headmaster, you've prepared quite a lot of drill sessions. The principal looked confused. I didn't prepare it, it's already over. Lin Shu's face changed. You didn't prepare? You didn't find this person? At this moment, the principal also reacted, and he quickly picked up the microphone and said loudly, Students run, that's a real thug, not a drill. The principal's words fell, and the playground instantly became chaotic. The knife-wielding robber, on the other hand, was already close to where the students were. Knowing that the situation was not right, Lin Shu quickly jumped off the lectern and ran in the direction of the thugs. The dozen or so police cadets, hearing the principal's words, also reacted immediately, jumping off the stage and rushing towards the thugs. In such a chaotic environment, it was still the knife-wielding thugs who took the opportunity to grab a student. Ha ha ha. Come on, whoever dares to come over, I'll kill him. In an instant, a large area emptied out where the thugs were. The arriving school police, as well as a dozen police cadets, surrounded the thugs. Lin Shu also came to the front and looked at the thugs 5 meters away. When the knife-wielding thug saw the hooded Lin Shu, his expression instantly became hideous. It's you, I thought you were like me, all here to take revenge on them. I didn't realize that you were a fake, haha. Lin Shu frowned, not knowing what the thugs meant by that. What fake? I don't understand what you mean. The thug grimaced, I saw you rush in with a knife, I thought you were here to kill someone, but you didn't, you lied to me. At the end of the sentence, the thug was close to yelling. Obviously, he was very angry over this. Lin Shu was tempted to say, nuts. But for the safety of the hostages, he held back. A police cadet suddenly spoke up. You've been surrounded, put down your weapon and surrender, it's not too late to regret as no casualties have been inflicted yet. The thug laughed hideously, why would I regret it, I came in with no intention of getting out, it's just a shame that I can only kill one. The thug looked down at the little fat man at his heels. The student should be in the 6th grade, and was already a little over 5 meters tall, almost 6. It was also a bit chubby, which was the reason why he couldn't run fast enough earlier and was caught by the thugs. The little fatty's body was trembling with fear, and tears were streaming down his face, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at the group of police cadets with a pleading gaze. Lin Shu approached a police cadet and asked in a low voice, "Do you have real guns?" The police cadet smiled awkwardly. "The guns are real, but there are only blanks." Lin Shu whispered, "You guys think of a way to see if you can get him to hold out his hand with the knife." "Why? Just do what you're told." If Lin Shu had spoken to them like this before the maneuver, they would have ignored them. But just a moment ago, all 7 or 8 of them together were beaten up by this guy. Now that Lin Shu said this, they would have to treat it well. Or maybe the other party really did have a solution. The 2 police cadets looked at each other and moved to the right side of the thugs. They then began to mouth off at the gangster. Yo, where's this little piece of trash coming from, blaming others for his own lack of ability? That's right. Clumsy, just like this, but also learn from others to take hostages and engage in some kind of revenge society, simply to laugh me to death, jia. If you really have the guts, go to the small day side, burn that what toilet ghost society, I still respect you as a man. You know what to do, you're a wretch, you'd better die and go to the next life, you're wasting air. Hearing these 2 guys, one of them coming up with a line like a comic strip, that expression was still. Lin Shu had an inexplicable urge to go up and beat them up. Being humiliated like this by the two police cadets, the knife-wielding gangster's face was blue and full of grimace, and now his breathing had become rapid. The 2 police cadets, full of disdain, glanced at him. Look, hurry up. TSK, useless little piece of garbage who knows nothing about incompetent rage. The knife-wielding gangster finally couldn't hold back, and he subconsciously raised his right hand, which was holding the knife, to point at the 2 police cadets. Shut up, you guys, shut up. Lin Shu, who was standing in front, was waiting for this moment. He threw out his right hand at great speed, a cold light flashed, and the knife-wielding robber already had a dagger stuck in his right hand. The thugs who were still roaring madly suddenly quieted down. He looked at, with a bewildered expression, the dagger stuck in his hand. The next moment, the spring-loaded knife in the knife-wielding gangster's hand slipped off. At the same time he let out a burst of heart-rending screams. Ah! After flinging out his dagger, Lin Shu had also rushed up. As the thug's screams rang out, Lin Shu had already pulled little fatty away and had kicked the thug to the ground. All of this happened so fast that it wasn't until Lin Shu kicked the thug down that the surrounding police cadets reacted and swarmed to bring the thug under control. The teachers and principals who stayed at the scene were all dumbfounded. Especially the principal. The way he was looking at Lin Shu right now was like he was really looking at a thug. It didn't take long for the police to arrive as well. Team Lu and the others were secretly relieved to learn that the matter had been resolved. Chen Shui looked at Lin Shu with a puzzled expression. Didn't you say it was a drill today? How did it turn out to be real? Lin Shu smiled bitterly, I didn't expect this either. Seeing Chen Shui keep staring at herself, Lin Shu asked. What do you keep staring at me for? Chen Shui's expression became odd, this headgear fits you quite well. Lin Shu? At this time, Lin Shu remembered that he was still wearing his Pikachu headgear. Ahem, work requires it. After saying that, Lin Shu quickly yanked the headgear off. In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups started to soar since the knife-wielding thugs appeared. This Nima, drills meet real thugs, TV dramas don't dare to act like this. Listening to that thug, it seems like he saw the dog anchor breaking into the school and he followed. That lunatic, he should have had an idea a long time ago, and the dog anchor was just a lead-in. The dog anchor doesn't know anything at all, the opportunity to manifest the saint should be given to the principal. Headmaster, half of the hard-earned money is deducted. After this, the school leaders decided to take a half-day off in the afternoon. What started out as an ordinary drill ended up being a real mugger hijacking. Although there were no casualties, but the school side, or need to do a review, it is estimated that this afternoon, all the teachers as well as the staff of the school will have to spend in meetings. Because the case is special, Lin Shu also followed a trip back to the bureau. After making a statement and seeing that it was almost time, she stopped by for a meal. Physical education teacher cannot be, the afternoon time, Lin Shu had to rest at home. Lin Shu kept wondering if the principal would still pay him for his hard work now that this had happened. That's a few $1,000s, horse, it's that damn guy, nothing to learn what armed robbery it. Just when Lin Shu was depressed, Xiao Hei sent a message. The content was that the principal didn't have his contact information, so he transferred the money to Xiao Hei. The original hard-earned money was $1,000, and then the principal added $2,000. A total of $3,000, but now Blackie sent him a full $10,000, what is this? Lin Shu hurriedly sent a message to ask about the situation. It didn't take long for Xiao Hei to reply that the extra ones were a thank you fee for saving his child. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed. Although it was a bit immoral, Lin Shu still wanted to say a word of thanks for the head sent by Brother Outlaw. The next day, early morning. Hit the alarm clock, get up and wash. Tube, on the clock. Checking in successfully. Reward, alcohol immunity skill. Chapter 113 Sure you're drinking white wine, not cold white wine? After receiving this skill, Lin Shu learned.
This alcohol immunity skill could also be adjusted on its own. For example, if Lin Shu just wanted to drink to a state of being slightly intoxicated, then no matter if red and white were served together or beer was stepped on the box, he would only end up being slightly intoxicated. If she didn't even want to be slightly drunk, then drinking would be as simple as drinking water, but the taste of drinking would still be retained, just that the alcohol would be automatically filtered out. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed. With this old 6 skills, let's see who dares to fill him up with alcohol at future parties and drink them to death. Half an hour later. Brothers, come to draw careers out. Tapping that yellow button, a few large words quickly appeared on the screen. Tuan Tuan substitute drink. Lin Shu? Crowd of water friends? Seeing this occupation, even many of the water users were confused. Tuan Tuan substitute drinking? What kind of occupation is this? How come I haven't heard of it? It seems like it's helping people drink, right? You need help with a good thing like drinking? Which talent came up with this profession? First of all, regardless of who came up with it, the point is, there are really quite a lot of people who would look for a substitute drinker. It's true, my boss is an alcoholic, and the last time he went to talk business with a client, he called a substitute drinker to accompany him. After smoking the occupation, Lin Shu directly logged into the group takeout platform, switched to the substitute drink service page, and then filled out the information to register as a substitute drinker. After 10 minutes of review, Lin Shu officially became a Tuan Tuan substitute drinker. Entering the order ready mode, she is now waiting for the customer to place an order. It didn't take long for Lin Shu to receive a lunch substitute drink service. The customer requested to wear formal attire. For this reason, Lin Shu even changed into a suit on purpose. It was rare to wear a suit for a while, but the water users were not accustomed to it, and the pop-ups were almost always dressing like a man. At 10:30 in the morning, Lin Shu came to the company where the customer was. Inside the boss's office, Lin Shu met the customer this time. A man in his 30s. Hello boss, I'm the substitute drinker for your order. My name is Lin Shu. Hello, my name is Yudong. The two shook hands briefly and took their seats opposite each other. Lin Shu, these clients I'm going to meet in a while are northerners, very capable of drinking. Others can drink as 1.5 kilograms of white wine, and beer is randomly poured. But my client is more powerful. White wine are at least 2 pounds or more. Drink white wine, drink red wine, and then drink beer, rinse. So in a while you have to be mentally prepared for this. Lin Shu revealed a confident smile. Don't worry boss, I'll make sure to drink with my clients and be happy. Yudong nodded his head in satisfaction. Good then, I'll leave the drinking to you. I can't drink excessively because of my recent surgery. Mainly, I can't drink them either. At 11 o'clock, Yudong took Lin Shu and a department manager out together. The three of them came to a private room in a hotel. It didn't take long for Yudong's client to arrive. All three were middle-aged men around 40 years old, each with a large beer belly. After greeting each other and taking their seats, they started chatting. Soon the food and wine were served. Lin Shu looked at the wines that the waiter brought up. They were all white wines in the 50s. Before starting, Yudong, as the one who invited the guests, he first toasted the three clients. What happened next was left in Lin Shu's hands. Lin Shu wasn't polite either, picking up the wine cups and toasting the three clients one by one. The little words on that wine table were also a set of words. At one time it was a toast to cooperation, and at another time it was the younger generation's toast to the elder. The three clients were happy to see a young man who could drink so well and was also so talkative, and were happy to drink with him. Half an hour later, all three clients were slightly drunk. But they realized that the young man was still coming on like nobody's business. By this time, the three clients had also realized that this young man was not simple. 1 hour later. On the edge of the table, 7 or 8 bottles of white wine had been placed. The three clients had also drunk until they were red in the face. On the contrary, Lin Shu, other than her face being slightly red, nothing happened. Seeing this, the three customers' good spirits also came up at once. When we were chatting earlier, the young man said he was from the south. The three of them are northern men, and they can't drink as well as a southern boy? If they tell the world, where will they put their faces? Thus, the four people's battle to split the wine officially kicked off. Yudong, who was sitting on the side, as well as the department manager, had been stunned as they watched these four people sparring. They knew that the people who could become substitute drinkers were all very capable of drinking. But they didn't expect Lin Shu to face three northern Hans on his own without losing a fight. Moreover, the amount of wine Lin Shu drank alone was almost as much as the three of them combined. This was simply livestock. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. At this time on the table, there were already 11 empty wine bottles. Each bottle was 500 milliliters in volume. If three clients are each a 2-pound amount, that's 6 bottles. That meant that out of the remaining 5 bottles, Lin Shu drank at least 4. The remaining bottle was drunk by Yudong as well as the department manager. Lin Shu, let me tell you, when I was young, I sparred with someone and drank for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, and I was still able to walk home by myself afterward. Lin Shu picked up the bottle and filled it for this customer. Big brother, you still have the same amount of C now.
Come, a toast to youth. I'll drink up, just feel free to do as you please, big brother. How can I do that? I'll drink up too. Soon. All three clients had been too drunk to stand up.
Lin Shu cast a questioning look at Yudong, who nodded at him. They then sent the three clients back to the hotel where they were resting.
At this point,
in the live broadcast room, the water friends who watched Lin Shu's live broadcast of the next meal have also been jaw-droppingly staggered.
My Nima, those are really white wine that the dog anchor is drinking? Not cold white wine?
The wine that this Tama drank alone is almost as much as the three uncles across the street put together.
This wine seems to be 56 degrees, right?
A bottle is 500 milliliters, that is to say, the dog anchor has tried 4 or 5 pounds by himself. The point is that this pussy still acts like nothing after drinking 5 pounds.
I'm wondering if the dog anchor is stealing and replacing all the white wine with mineral water.
Coming out of the hotel, Lin Shu was still in high spirits. It didn't take long before Lin Shu received a 5-star review from Yudong and rewarded him with $100. Looking at the extra reward, Lin Shu grinned. This wine was not in vain. Just when Lin Shu thought that there was no order in the afternoon, he had to wait until the evening to continue.
He suddenly received an order notification.
When he opened it, the customer requested, within half an hour, to arrive at Yunshang KTV. Lin Shu confirmed the order and then took a taxi directly to the destination. After arriving at the place, Lin Shu called the customer.
Not a moment later, KTV came out a beautiful woman wearing a black women's suit.
The beauty in the suit looked around, and now Lin Shu was alone in front of the KTV.
She then walked up and inquired, "May I ask if you are Lin Shu?" Lin Shu smiled back, "Hello, I'm Lin Shu. May I ask if it was you who placed the order for the substitute drink service?"
The beautiful woman in the suit nodded, but she smelled Lin Shu's body, and there was a very heavy odor of alcohol.
"You didn't just take an order to drink, did you?"
Lin Shu waved her hand. "It's fine, just drank a bit of yo-yo sewing during dinner, it doesn't affect play." When the crowd of sailors heard this, they all hated to take those 5 bottles of wine and ruthlessly smash them on his brains.
5 bottles of 56-degree white wine, this is called slipping and sewing? How big do you think it is?
Seeing Lin Shu looking like he was in a state of mind, the beautiful woman in the suit was only slightly more relieved. Then, the beautiful woman in the suit said, "When you go up in a while, you will pretend to be my male best friend, and if someone wants to pour me a drink, you will just block it." Lin Shu nodded his head, indicating that it was no problem. The two then briefly exchanged basic information, such as what their names were, how old they were, how they met, and so on.
5 minutes later,
Lin Shu followed the suited beauty, also known as Su Qingwen, to a large private room. Lin Shu swept a glance. There were 8 men and 4 women.
Adding Su Qingwen, it was 5 women.
Just after walking in, there was a fashionably dressed guy who asked,
"Qingwen, what took you so long down there? Is this the friend you were talking about?"
The fashionable guy looked Lin Shu up and down once, with a mischievous look in his gaze. Su Qingwen intimately pulled Lin Shu's arm. "Let me introduce you guys, this is my male best friend, his name is Lin Shu." Hearing Su Qingwen say that this handsome guy in a suit was her male best friend, the 4 girls were a little envious in their eyes. But after the stylish guy heard it, his face did not look good. He had a crush on Su Qingwen, everyone here knew that. But now Su Qingwen actually said that she had a male best friend, which was something the trendy guy couldn't accept. Now the eyes of the fashionable guy looking at Lin Shu were full of hostility. This look in his eyes happened to be seen by Lin Shu.
"Qingwen, when did you have a male best friend? How come I don't know?"
The stylish guy asked with a leathery smile.
Su Qingwen gave him a blank look. "I have so many friends, there are many people you don't know."
Hearing Su Qingwen say that, the expression on the fashionable guy's face froze. But soon he adjusted his emotions and was all smiles again. Lin Shu greeted the crowd and only sat down for a short while before the fashionable guy came over with 2 men.
"Your name is Lin Shu, right? I'm Ni Hao. My name is Cheng Zion, nice to meet you."
Lin Shu saw the other party come over to greet him, and he responded with a smile.
"Hello guys."
The fashionable guy stepped forward and looked at Lin Shu with a fake smile on his face.
"Lin Shu, right? My name is Zheng Zimmer."
Saying that, he extended his hand to shake Lin Shu's hand. Lin Shu also politely extended his hand and shook the other party's. Originally, Lin Shu thought that the other party would give him a hard time when shaking hands.
But unexpectedly, this kid actually did not do so.
After shaking hands, Zheng Zimo said, "Let them girls sing when they sing, let's a few of us drink." Yi Hao and Chang Zion immediately agreed. "Right, I'm really bad at singing, so I won't go and make a fool of myself."
Drink, 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 we just met brother Lin Shu today, we need to have a good drink before we can do that." Zheng Zimo looked at Lin Shu with a smile. "Can you drink?"
Now Lin Shu sort of knew for what reason these 3 guys had come over to him together. Since someone had come to his door begging for abuse, Lin Shu would of course fulfill them. "I'm an average drinker, but I'm happy to know everyone today, so I'll accompany a few brothers to drink a few cups."
Live stream. What did this pussy say? Average drinker? If a dog anchor is considered an average drinker, do I have to put a pacifier on my 2 beers before I drink them? Dog anchor put it away, pretending like this is going to be struck by lightning.
The sky does not give birth to the dog anchor, pretending the road for ages is like a long night.
Not afraid to tell everyone, pineapple beer I can also drink 5 pounds. Goosey, pineapple beer?
How did you say that?
Why don't you say that you can blow 2 cartons of wanted milk? Hey, you guys, you can't gang up on him and dunk him. Su Qingwen, who was on the side, saw Zhang Zimmer's few people and took the initiative to approach Lin Shu. She warned the trio.
After all, now that Lin Shu was pretending to be her male best friend, a little defense was still necessary. When Zhang Zimo saw Su Qingwen defending Lin Shu so much, he became even more upset in his heart. Yi Hao, who was at the side, rounded off the conversation. Don't worry Qingwen, we just came over to find Lin Shu for a drink. Yeah, Lin Shu is your male best friend, that makes him our friend too. How could we bully him, just don't worry.
Chang Ziyan followed suit. Hearing them say that, Su Qingwen turned back to Lin Shu.
Lin Shu nodded slightly and gave a meaningful smile to the few of them. When the water friends saw Lin Shu with this look, they knew that he was going to start messing things up again.
The dog anchor just had a drink and now he's doing it again, isn't he afraid to drink himself to death?
I've seen a lot of people who can drink, but like dog anchor, who drank 4 or 5 pounds of white and still managed to catch the next game, he's the first.
I'm thinking, when dog anchor booed, what he peed out wouldn't be white wine, right? Put. Why don't you say that the dog anchor's poop is saucy? Chapter 114 Drink a bottle and I'll give you $5,000.
Zhang Zimo looked at the two of them, Chang Ziyan and Yi Hao.
They understood and called the waiter to bring in several different kinds of wine.
Cheng Ziong said, drinking beer alone is no fun, let's drink cocktails, it just so happens that I can mix several kinds of cocktails. Cheng Ziong said, and he poured several different kinds of wine on the table together in a certain proportion.
Nice guy.
The degrees of each of these are not bad. Finally, Cheng Ziong picked up the Sprite on the side and poured it in.
Don't look at Sprite as just an ordinary drink.
But add it to these spirits, which come with their own bubbles, and it will make it easier to get a head start. If you say, drink a cocktail without Sprite, it takes half an hour for the drink to come up. Then a cocktail with Sprite, maybe 15 minutes for the booze to come up. Lin Shu was well aware of their caution, but he didn't break it down, instead he wanted to laugh a little. After hooking up the various wines, Cheng Ziong poured a cup for Lin Shu, and then they each poured a cup as well. Brothers, it's fate to know each other, here's to you. Lin Shu took the cup and raised it to Cheng Ziong.
Cheers to fate.
With that, Lin Shu just picked up the cup and took a sip. Cheng Ziong, who was on the side, had his eyes glazed over. This kind of cocktail, he also only took small sips. I didn't expect the other party to be so tigerish that he actually tried it directly. When Zhang Zimo saw this, he couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. He also didn't expect that Lin Shu would be so easy to handle. Had he known this, he wouldn't have needed to spend money on Chang Ziong and Yi Hao to help. Yi Hao, who was on the side, hurriedly filled up Lin Shu's cup while he also picked up his own cup. Brother has a good capacity for drinking, come on, let's both drink one as well. Lin Shu picked up the cup again, good things come in pairs, come on, I'll drink, feel free. Saying this, Lin Shu once again muffled the cup of wine in one gulp. Cheng Ziong and Yi Hao glanced at each other, the two of them had originally thought that they would have to take turns in order to pour each other down.
I didn't realize that the other party was so easy to fool, if this continues, 2 more rounds, I guess the other party will lie down. 2 people secretly happy in their hearts, today this money is really good. Lin Shu had just put his cup down when Cheng Ziong filled it up again for him. Zhang Zimmer also picked up the cup and pretended to say, you're Qingwen's male best friend, so you'll be my brother from now on, come on, let's drink as brothers. Lin Shu didn't refuse, good brother, cheers. Lin Shu once again drank it all in one go, it was a bold and generous drink. Su Qingwen, who was sitting next to her, was secretly surprised at Lin Shu's drinking style. This big brother is drinking so hard right at the beginning, don't fall down in a while before the mission is completed. After drinking 3 cups, Lin Shu stood up. Just now it was the 3 of you who gave me a toast, so now it's my turn to return the favor. Lin Shu poured himself a glass, picked it up and said to Cheng Ziong, in our old home, when others come to make a toast, the person being toasted must dry up, it's a sign of respect for the person making the toast. When you guys toasted me just now, I also dried up, so now that I'm toasting you, you guys shouldn't not give me face, right? Lin Shu looked at Cheng Ziong with a smile on his face. Cheng Ziong smiled awkwardly, of course not, I did it too.
Lin Shu clinked her cup with the other party, it's a refreshing man, dry up. After finishing the cup, Lin Shu continued to pour himself a full one and looked in Yi Hao's direction with a hefty smile. The corner of Yi Hao's mouth twitched, but it occurred to him that the other party had already drank so many cups in a row, so he guessed that the alcohol would soon come up. So Yi Hao also picked up the wine glass, clinked it with Lin Shu, and finished a cup stiffly. After this cup was finished, Lin Shu looked at Zhang Zimmo at the end. Zhang Zimmer wanted to play tricks, but Su Qingwen on the side was still watching. If he didn't drink this, wouldn't he be looked down upon by her? Zhang Zimmo also had no choice but to drink a toast with Lin Shu. After Zhang Zimmo finished the cup, he sat down next to Su Qingwen. Qingwen, let's both drink one too. I've known you for so long, but I haven't had a drink with you yet. Su Qingwen picked up the beer on the table out of politeness, clinked glasses with him, and then took a small sip. Seeing this, Zhang Zimo hurriedly said, Qingwen, you won't get drunk even if you drink this beer, you're just taking a sip, it's not that bad, right? Su Qingwen was about to say something, when Lin Shu next to her said, Qingwen is not feeling well these days, so she can't drink. If you want to drink, I'll drink with you. Lin Shu walked over and stiffly clinked glasses with the other party. Zhang Zimo glanced at Lin Shu and was upset. You know that Qingwen is not feeling well these days, what else don't you know? Bro, how about a game? Lin Shu raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party with interest. What game? Zhang Zimo didn't answer. He first called the waiter and brought over another dozen bottles of wine. Afterward, he took out a pile of cash from his bag and placed it on the table. These wines, how about I give you $5,000 if you drink one bottle? Lin Shu swept a glance. They were all high-level foreign liquor, what vodka, tequila, brandy and so on. Lin Shu looked at him with a strange face. Others pretend to be a bottle of 10,000 to start. He is good, only give 5,000. But it didn't matter to Lin Shu, and immediately asked, are you sure? Zhang Zimo revealed a cold smile. Of course I'm sure, dare to play? There's wine to drink and money to take. Lin Shu similarly reveals a meaningful smile, thinking in his heart, the money-giving boy has come. In the live broadcast room. When the water friends heard this brother octopus words, as well as seeing this expression on Lin Shu's face, the pop-ups instantly soared. Brother octopus. You're confused. TSK. If this dude knew that the dog anchor drank 5 pounds of white and could still nag him normally, would he still play like this? Big bro, you haven't said anything for more than 2 minutes, there's still a chance to withdraw now. Goosey. How to withdraw? Give the dog anchor a head start? Lin Shu did not talk nonsense, picked up a bottle of whiskey, opened the cap and directly blew the whole bottle. This scene also attracted the attention of other people who came over to watch. A bottle of wine was bottomed out after a few gulps by Lin Shu. The onlookers all whispered when they saw it. This bottle of whiskey is more than 40 degrees, normal people usually only small sips, even if it is an old drunkard, even a few big mouthfuls, but also have to stop. Even Chang Ziyong and Yi Hao both sucked in a breath of cool air. Just now, when they drank cocktails, they only drank from small cups. A few more drinks would be drunk at best. But now this dude is blowing the whole bottle, it's not likely to kill someone. This is to money do not want to die? It's like livestock. Lin Shu put down the bottle and extended her hand towards Zhang Zimmer. Pay first. Zhang Zimo ordered $5,000 and handed it to Lin Shu, saying with a leathery smile, quite a good drinker. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed, just getting started, don't be in a hurry. Putting the money into his pocket, Lin Shu continued to pick up a bottle of brandy and blew on it. 20 seconds later. Lin Shu, pay up. Zhang Zimo said, you drink it first, I'll give it to you together later. Lin Shu bristled, I'm afraid you'll renege on the bill. The corner of Zhang Zimo's mouth twitched, so he had to order $5,000 for Lin Shu. After collecting the money, he continued to drink. Another 20 seconds later. Lin Shu, pay up. Zhang Zimmer. Soon. The dozen or so bottles of high-level wine on the table were so visible to the naked eye that they were drunk up by Lin Shu. The onlookers who were watching also went from being surprised at the beginning to being dumbfounded now. Was this horse really drinking? If it weren't for the fact that all these wines are unopened and have a strong wine flavor when opened, they would have thought these were fake wines. Not to mention that these are all wine, even if it's plain water, after drinking so much of it, they're all full, aren't they? Is this the reincarnation of the legendary god of wine?